The story began inside a game considered terrible by the public, a completely unbalanced game with weak management and absurd difficulty. The virtual reality game called Tower of Trials fit perfectly into that category, and when it was released, Korean players whose hobby was clearing any game before the developers even expected it started an endless race to complete it, spending 365 days a year trying. Even so, 3 years passed, and people finally realized the game was practically unbeatable because the Portal Guardian seemed invincible. The Arctic level temperature inside the environment killed any character instantly, and the labyrinth had more than 10,000 square kilometers. Nothing there had been created for fun, but rather to torture any player. As a result, the game nearly went bankrupt, but some professional players kept insisting, and only one of them managed to clear the entire tower. That player found it entertaining and dedicated 11 years of his life to becoming the first person to finish that torment. And although he said he should have streamed the whole thing live, he planned only to upload the video to YouTube later. After that, he received a system message thanking him for playing until that moment and informing him that an update reboot would take place in 12 hours, suggesting he keep enjoying the game after the changes. He was surprised because the game wasn't even profitable, and even with an update, he didn't intend to continue playing, since he planned to quit his job as a streamer and YouTuber to look for something more stable. Because at 27 years old, and with no family support, he could no longer live on that income, and even intended to stay away from the gym for a while. People told him to try becoming a professional fighter, but money mattered more. That day he made one more stream, possibly his last. And although he wanted to tell his audience, he lost the courage, took a sip of liquor, and decided it would be better to write a post announcing he wouldn't stream anymore. The next morning he woke up with a strong hangover, turned on his computer, and saw a piece of news saying that the Tower of Trials had become reality. When he joined a live stream, he thought it was just another video from charlatans. But after watching several streams and videos, he realized it was the same symbol used inside the game itself, and the system announced that the tower had been updated and that the first floor had to be completed in 90 days or humanity would be wiped out. Jinryuk thought he needed to calm down, and if that was really happening, he couldn't waste time. He rushed to get an item that appeared at the very beginning of the game, and even though the world was about to end, he felt excited about the idea. Meanwhile, the central city was in chaos, with people trying to flee only to discover there was nowhere to go because towers had appeared in several countries. Even so, Jinryuk passed through everything, ignoring the turmoil, and headed straight to the subway, remembering that on the Korean server, that place was one of the 30 existing outer zones in the country, and it was the closest one he entered the central underground mall where the event zone was located, and other people who had also played the beginning of the game were there looking for the same limited item. While he was walking, someone approached him, recognizing Jinryuk and saying it was obvious he would be there since he was always locked inside playing. It was Lee Jong-soo, a streamer with 500,000 subscribers and CEO of the company Jinryuk was part of. He asked about the scheduled streams, but also said it would be impossible to broadcast at a moment like that. He then asked how far Jinryuk had reached in the game, which annoyed the player because that company deceived streamers with abusive contracts that made everyone lose money while being silenced by lawyers until they gave up their careers. Jong-soo even tried to propose a rewritten contract, but the world had changed and Jinryuk headbutted him, knocking out teeth and taking advantage of the moment before the items appeared. Soon the fountain at the center of the mall revealed a gigantic ancient-looking tree, and the system announced it was the mangrove of greed. The tree produced 4 red fruits that permanently increased strength, agility, vitality, and magic, and that triggered a frantic rush as everyone climbed the branches and pushed each other down. One player grabbed one of the fruits, gaining 3 fixed agility points. While Jinryuk noticed that few understood the importance of that item, then the tree grew and threw everyone off, because besides being a structure, it was also a creature that began attacking with branch-like whips. Chaos spread, and Jong-soo decided to give up, saying he didn't want to die like that. While Jinryuk insisted the reward was worth it because you could only obtain it by consuming all the fruits, Jong-soo was suspicious, but asked why Jinryuk stayed there if everything was a lie. Trying to squeeze out more information, he asked what he should do, and heard that they needed to attack from opposite sides or both would die. They ran toward the tree, dodging the strikes, but Jong-soo stayed behind on purpose, planning to use Jinryuk as bait. But Jinryuk was counting on that, and when he dodged a branch, he redirected the attack straight toward his rival, who was caught by the roots, pulled to the ground, and devoured by the tree. Jinryuk simply observed, mentally stating that if he had a problem he could file a lawsuit later with his lawyers. And the moment Jong-soo regretted everything, realizing he didn't want to die like that, the tree destroyed him mercilessly. Now it was Jinryuk's turn to act, and he knew exactly the attack pattern of the mangrove tree. At the right moment, he dodged with such precision that the creature's branches tangled together, opening an opening through which he could see the tree's core exactly as he had seen in the game. He armed himself with a sharper branch and tried tried to provoke the creature, as if asking it to hand over the core without causing more trouble, because he knew that event monster didn't even grant experience and had no reason to cooperate. The tree responded with vampiric vines, roots ready to drain all the blood from his body. But even wounded, he managed to avoid the attacks thanks to his deep knowledge of that attack pattern. After all, he was the only person to complete the entire game and knew every detail of that torturous process. When he was almost reaching the core, the tree released sleep butterflies that spread pollen used as defense, so he had to hold his breath while advancing, dodging the branches that whipped through the air. Even with all that, he managed to pierce the creature's core with the sharpened branch and held on with all his strength until he felt the power being drained. The mangrove weakened and withered like winter decay, and in the end, the tree died. Jinryuk realized that all those years of suffering in the game were finally serving a purpose, and for the first time, he felt he might not have wasted his life after all. The system registered the achievement in the Hall of Fame and asked for his name, but Jinryuk refused to give any information, saying only that he wanted to keep everything confidential because he didn't trust anything in that chaotic world. The system assured him that his face would be blurred and his voice distorted in the video recording, although he wasn't concerned about that at the moment. From the dried-out remains of the tree, he retrieved a glowing orb called the Tree Orb, and he knew that if each mangrove fruit granted 3 attribute points, that pearl was worth 12, the equivalent of 4 full levels. It was a broken item with no better cost-benefit in existence, and it made him the strongest level 1 player in the country after consuming the orb. An hour later, the video of him defeating the tree was published, and the chat exploded in shock, many saying he was lucky or cheated, but all doubts disappeared when they saw the censored video. Some said he was too strong or had hacked the system, while on his main account, he received huge offers from interested companies. Jinryuk didn't expect such commotion, because the mangrove wasn't even that powerful, but it made sense since no one besides him had finished the game, and only he understood that creature. He even received an offer of 1 billion, and remembered when he was late on rent and scraping money together for streams. But even so, he wouldn't give away his information, because it was worth more than any fortune, since his greatest advantage was total monopoly over knowledge of the game. He already knew where he would go next. When the game was released, mana leaked from the tower and spread across all of Seoul, transforming what used to be replicas of historical artifacts into sacred objects. Not the real ones, since the originals were inside the tower, but still powerful nonetheless. The place with the most replicas was the National Museum of Korea, which now functioned as a massive treasure chest filled with countless magically altered items. The problem was that people from all regions also wanted those relics, including extremely strong players. And unlike the mangrove of greed that appeared in multiple places throughout the city, there was only one museum. When he entered the building, he noticed an eerie silence, and as he advanced, he found a charred corpse, proof that someone had arrived before him. Jinryuk realized that people had become far more dangerous in just one day of the Tower of Trials, and he assumed everyone was running toward the Medivh. But what he wanted was the great map of the Eastern Lands, now imbued with magical energy and showing labyrinths, ruins, and routes all the way to the 10th floor of the tower. It was a coveted item because information was more valuable than anything in that world, and inside the museum people were killing each other for every relic. In this chaos, a massive man threatened everyone, saying that anyone who moved would die. But he was challenged by another visitor who refused to be intimidated. A man with a hammer lunged at the giant, but the brute revealed a stone ability covering his fists and declared that the map would be his. Before anything could happen, an old man named Jong-il appeared, disagreeing and introduced himself politely, but was immediately insulted by the giant, who threatened to crush his neck. Jong-il responded by invoking a fire spell that burned the aggressor to ashes in seconds, leaving behind only a smoking skeleton, stating that it was the man's sharp tongue that had brought him misfortune. Beside him stood Lee Yu-ri, who said it was good to work with someone so strong, and explained she would collect the items using her unique ability. She placed a small statue of Anubis on the floor, which materialized a large, fearsome creature, and warned that anyone who moved would die, forcing everyone to back away and give up on the map. But one person kept walking as if nothing was happening. Jinryuk crossed the hall without glancing to the sides, grabbed the map, and simply remarked that at least it wasn't torn before turning around to leave, while Lee Yu-ri asked the fearless man if he really thought this was a joke. The fight began when Layori ordered her little dog to attack. The large Anubis charged forward with the Khopesh spear, but Jinryuk diverted its trajectory using only his bare hands. The trail of destruction behind it was so shocking that even Liuri wondered how he had done that. Everyone was stunned, because no one knew his current stats. Jinryuk understood the reason for their surprise, and wondered what she would do now that her puppy had lost its weapon. Even nervous, Leori summoned several other Anubis at once, creating replicas with different weapons and forming a small army. He found her ability interesting and realized that only someone used to the Tower of Trials could control all of that with so little mana. Just like the old man from earlier, Leori didn't like his reaction at all and decided to stop playing around. And Jinryuk agreed. Jinryuk finally used the scroll he had picked up from the floor. He channeled mana into the Pine Tiger artifact, Regent of the Mountains, and summoned a massive tiger wrapped in thunderous power. Each step of the creature made the space around it tremble, and even the Anubis beasts growled in intimidation. Jinryuk found it amusing to see jackals daring to face the mountain's regent, and ordered his tiger to devour them all. The Anubis creatures tried to fight, but were torn apart like paper, their necks ripped off with no chance of resistance. Yuri was completely desperate. She knew there were countless ways to use an artifact, but she had never heard of this specific method. Trembling in fear before the great beast, she fell to her knees with tears on her face and wondered who the hell that man was. Meanwhile, Jinryuk approached with light steps and demanded that she hand over the Dutang Kaman mask immediately. She tried to argue, saying the artifact was useless in Korea and that it didn't make sense for him to want it. But Jinryuk called his tiger, which approached her with bared teeth, ready to attack. Terrified, Yuri ended up giving him the mask. Jinryuk then realized he had obtained his second artifact. Still nervous, Yuri asked if he planned to take the map as well, but Jinhyuk replied that she didn't need to worry about that. Afterward, Jinryuk ordered the Pine Tiger to remain there, watching over the people in that area. The creature stood guard, and everyone around began to tremble in fear. With that resolved, Jinryuk finally had all the preparations necessary to seek the strongest ability in the Tower of Trials. Meanwhile, the old Jongwoo wondered what had happened to Yuri and why that boy was by her side. He wanted to understand how Jinryuk had passed by her. Soon after, the two faced a large barrier created by Hankyun, and the old man commented that he had never seen that barrier before, as no physical or magical attack would work against it. However, Jinryuk, confident as always, knew exactly what to do. To cross this type of barrier, it was necessary to find the point where the mana flow diverged and also discover the correct keyword. Using his skills, he identified the word Karpo and realized that was the way through. Even so, there was a condition. He explained to the old man that the barrier would need to be weakened with constant fire magic, and that only Youngwoo could do it. He would have to maintain the magic long enough for Jinryuk to enter, take the artifacts, and leave. Youngwoo questioned whether this meant he should spend all his own mana, while Jinryuk kept all the artifacts. However, it was the only option. Jinryuk knew he couldn't maintain a strong enough magic alone to weaken the barrier, so he had to rely on the old man's power and ensure he would bring back whatever was needed dawn was approaching. And leaving empty-handed would be the worst-case scenario. Thinking about this, Youngwoo asked if Jinryuk truly promised to give him the map. Afterward, Jinryuk affirmed he would, saying he didn't want to turn someone with such high abilities into an enemy. Reluctantly, the old man yielded and decided to trust him, at least this once. Thus, Youngwoo used his fire magic against the barrier, weakening the energy flow. When the exact point was reached, Jinryuk crossed using the keyword Karpo. The old man, already exhausted, warned him to be quick, and Jinryuk agreed, saying he would do everything his way. Inside the protected area, Jinryuk found various national treasures, all important Korean artifacts. None of them had been taken, except the Gyeonglong Iron Sword. He was certain of who had stolen it, as it was the same person who had probably raised the barrier. Still, it wasn't the time to worry about that. After all, that sword was just a second-tier relic. Jinryuk's true objective was the Yangpyeong necklace, an ancient necklace made of several gold coins from a distant era. That was the final piece of the puzzle, the last item needed to complete the most powerful ability in the entire tower. The materials required to complete the fusion were 3 specific relics: a Persian ceremonial mold, the right eye of the Tutankhamun mask, and the Yangpyeong necklace. As soon as Jinryuk combined the mold with the mask's eye, the system indicated that the 2 relics were reacting with each other. But something was still missing when he placed the gold coin necklace with the other 2 pieces. All of them merged at once, as if drawn by the same ancient energy. The 3 relics reacted powerfully, and after the fusion, Jinryuk obtained the new relic called the Eye of Truth. With this item, he became capable of seeing other people's status windows and determining whether they were lying or telling the truth, able to use this ability 3 times a day. For him, the Eye of Truth was the best among the 5 eyes in the Tower of Trials, and that was precisely why he had had gone to the museum that day. Upon completing the fusion, he finished a secret mission that required combining 3 replica relics of rank B or lower to create a higher ranked item. Once the requirements were fulfilled, a hologram surrounded his body. The Tower of Trials began registering various world abilities, absorbing patterns and powers to form a single new skill. This ability became his main weapon, called Fusion. With Fusion, whenever he completed specific missions, Jin Ryuk could copy and store the inherent abilities of others within the world's memories. However, if the condition needed to copy an ability was too difficult, the tower itself could partially adjust the requirement. Meanwhile, the old Jongwoo called from outside, worried because he couldn't maintain the fire magic much longer. Still, Jin Hyuk didn't care and activated the Eye of Truth to analyze the old man. He realized that Jungwoo's ability copy condition was extremely simple. The old man needed to reveal his true feelings. In other words, he just needed to irritate him a little. Then Jong-il, impatient, complained about the time the boy was taking, but Jin Hyuk simply said he could stop using magic, as there was no longer any reason the old man didn't understand why the boy had asked him to spend so much mana. At that moment, Jin Hyuk simply said, "Carpo," and the barrier instantly vanished. The truth was that the barrier only needed a Latin word to be broken, and all the old man's effort had been useless. He had been releasing fire magic just to exhaust his mana on purpose. Now, Jin Ryuk stood directly before the east map, and all he had to do was irritate the old man a little more. Since he already knew all the tower's details by heart, that map had no real use. Still, that didn't mean he would return it easily. Without hesitation, Jin Ryuk took a lighter from his pocket and set the map on fire. He knew his true advantage was the exclusive information he possessed. If he let any important information fall into other people's hands, he would end up falling behind again. That's why he needed to destroy it. The old man was furious upon seeing the map burn and asked what he was doing. At the same time, the system announced that Jin Ryuk had met the necessary conditions to copy Jong-il's ability, obtaining a rank B fire element and storing it in the world's memories. It was a great achievement for his first copy. Despite the old man's threat to make him pay for what he had done, Jin Hyuk calmly explained that the map had been burned for that very reason. He couldn't allow the same information to be shared among them. Then he used the newly acquired fire element, imbuing his own fists with intense flames. His body radiated heat and power, and even the old man realized that the boy was far from normal, feeling fear while trying to understand who he really was. Jin Hyuk then made it clear that if the old man wanted to ascend the tower safely, he would have to follow his instructions from then on. Later, he left the museum carrying everything he had come to retrieve. 4 veterans had appeared at the National Museum of Korea during that mission, including him, but only 2 managed to get ahead in that place, and Jin Ryuk was among them. After leaving the museum with so many valuable relics, Jin Ryuk knew it wasn't yet time to rest. On the contrary, he needed to continue gathering as many unique abilities as possible before other players gained an advantage. Before departing, he only told the old Jongwoo that he would be in touch soon and asked that he, Jongwoo, and Liuri level up by then, so they could become useful in the future. In Jin Ryuk's mind, it was like setting up a chessboard, assembling pieces that could later decide a battle, but he also knew there was still a long way to go. It was impossible for him to acquire all the tower's abilities. That's why he planned to obtain only the best and most important ones, those that would truly make a difference. Amid these reflections, he was interrupted by something much simpler: hunger. No matter how powerful he was still human, and he was hungry. When he arrived at a diner, he noticed that everyone was watching the television, following shocking news. The report spoke of 23 dead and 50 injured at the National Museum of Korea. According to the reporter, it was believed that players had attempted to steal the relics stored there because of the Tower of Trials. And this wasn't happening only in Korea, but also in the United States, France, and Japan. Jin Hyuk was not surprised. He had already expected players from around the world to start taking action. At that moment, the security camera footage from the museum began to play, showing the scenes in which he defeated all the intruders. His face was censored and his voice distorted, but the people in the diner could not believe what they were seeing. Many started commenting that this mysterious player seemed to be the same one who had defeated the Manguazal alone. As he listened, Jin Hyuk realized that he was starting to be recognized. He would need to find a way to hide his identity better before things got worse. The journalist explained that the government was launching a major investigation to understand the effects of the Tower of Trials and announced the creation of the Awakened Association, a group formed by veterans with various abilities. The speed of the government's response surprised Jin Ryuk, who concluded that they not only wanted to control the situation, but also gather treasures and prepare an official expedition into the tower. Soon after, the head of the association, Han Sung-jin, appeared in a public statement. He called for talented individuals to join the association, offering an annual salary of 60 million, in addition to government benefits. He also stated that, except for the mysterious player seen in the videos, everyone would receive this standard offer. If that anonymous player accepted to join the association, he would receive even greater advantages than any other member. For Jin Ryuk, it became clear that the entire speech had a direct objective: reaching him. They were treating his existence as a tool to eliminate criminals and stabilize the situation. He knew that in this world, the value of a well-trained individual was greater than that of 100 ordinary people. Han Sang-jin also seemed aware of this, and if he was chosen as president, it was certainly because he possessed exceptional skills and experience within the tower. This made everything even more interesting for Jin Ryuk, as it would be a perfect opportunity to copy a valuable ability from him. While watching the clock, Jin Ryuk thought about what really mattered. The Tower of Trials would open at 7 in the evening. When the time finally came, a crowd gathered on the tower's first floor, amazed by the extraordinary scenery that unfolded. The landscape consisted of an archipelago of floating islands over a sparkling ocean, with green plains and a majestic castle in the distance. It looked like a magnificent RPG game. Jin Hyuk, however, analyzed coldly and concluded that most people there were beginners. Then the system announced a special entry reward for the tower: 100 coins for each player. It also explained that everyone could send videos recording their achievements to earn extra coins, as if it were a monetization system. Each player's first 10 views would count, and the live broadcast function could only be used when facing the floor's boss to advance to the next level. The tower system made it clear that anyone caught manipulating the video view counter would face severe punishment. For Jin Ryuk, this kind of rule only made everything more interesting. The bridge connecting those who wanted to climb the tower and those who preferred to remain outside was precisely the streaming system. Among all the features offered by the tower, this one was the most fascinating. The more famous and powerful a player became, the more coins they could accumulate. As soon as they entered the first floor, everyone ran eagerly, anxious to make the most of the time and start farming as quickly as possible. Jin Ryuk also knew how to earn coins efficiently, but unlike the other players, he did not intend to post any videos for now. It would be a huge waste to share information that only he possessed. He already had his first objective in mind, something unique that no one else would think to do anytime soon. During the years when the original players had explored the tower, everyone reached a point where the 30 lower floors no longer allowed progress. To advance, they needed to find secret pieces hidden in the floors they had already completed. This forced everyone to retrace their steps. In the end, the answer to this impasse lay in an abandoned ruin. It was at this moment that they discovered a cruel mistake. The character that Jin Ryuk had spent years training was flawed from the start. He had dedicated time, effort, and patience. But even so, that version would never manage to surpass the barrier of the 30th floor. After reflecting on everything, he deleted the character and started over from scratch. 6 years had passed since that day, and now he was once again facing the same ruin, called labyrinths. The secret to surpassing the 30th floor was to build a base, and the key to this was precisely inside. Despite having unpleasant memories of that place, he also felt a strange nostalgia. Upon opening the monumental doors of the ruin, he noticed that everything was exactly as he remembered. The interior was a representation of Daedalus's labyrinth, in the form of an ancient ruin, and the ceiling was full of luminescent moths, illuminating everything with a soft glow. This scenery pleased Jin Ryuk, but his attention was immediately diverted when he noticed a group of people inside the labyrinth. A girl approached and said it was a pleasure to meet him, explaining that the group had been looking for a place to farm when they accidentally entered before the door closed. Then, the narrative went back a few minutes, showing the moment when Jin Ryuk had just entered. The group had observed how he opened the door. He entered the labyrinths immediately upon reaching the tower. Without hesitation and without using a key, they concluded that he probably knew something important. The girl in the group, the same one now speaking to him, had suggested that everyone enter together, arguing that if a level 1 player with no reputation had entered without fear, they could do it too. Another member questioned whether he would share his items or not. The leader was clear: he wouldn't share anything. Therefore, they would just have to defeat him and take everything back in the present. The same girl asked Jin Ryuk if it wouldn't be better to complete the labyrinth together, suggesting they could split the risks. He immediately realized they were trying to deceive him. He then activated the Eye of Truth. The girl introduced herself as Park Hana, and this was indeed true. Her attributes were low low, as is common for someone at level 1, but something caught his attention. She possessed a special skill called communion, which allowed her to get closer to people more easily, erasing feelings of discomfort and generating natural closeness. The system also revealed the condition to copy this skill. Jin Ryuk would have to cooperate with her for at least 240 hours, 10 full days, and after that, still need to be alone with her for the copy to be completed. He immediately recognized the value of this skill, as it could be extremely useful against a specific enemy he would face in the future. As the group continued introducing themselves, Jin Ryuk stayed alert. He knew that sooner or later everyone there would try to betray him, so he didn't bother memorizing anyone's names. To him, those people were unimportant. The only exception for now was Park Hana, precisely because of the rare ability she possessed. Hana approached, grabbing Jin Ryuk's arm, curious to know how far he had progressed in the game. She activated her communion skill and tried to use her charm to get closer. Jin Ryuk, however, quickly recognized the danger. He knew that if he didn't understand her ability, he could have fallen for it easily, so he simply grabbed her, pushed her away, and replied that he had advanced as far as he could. Hana was confused. Her ability wasn't working, and she didn't understand why. Still, she asked if he knew anything about the labyrinth and if he could explain something. Jin Ryuk said yes, and revealed the first important piece of information. The labyrinth changed at fixed time intervals. At first, no one took it seriously until the entire labyrinth began to shake. The walls and pillars moved chaotically. One of the pillars almost crushed Hana, who barely managed to dodge. The group panicked completely. One of the novices was crushed immediately. Everyone was horrified, except Jin Ryuk, who observed the scene calmly. One of the players complained incredulously, questioning why such a dangerous labyrinth existed on the very first floor. Jin Ryuk asked if none of them had ever seen a labyrinth with shifting terrain before. Hana argued that it was far too dangerous for level 1 players. She then asked her friend to check for an exit, but the girl explained that her ability had been cancelled when the labyrinth changed, meaning they could no longer find the way out. Meanwhile, Jin Ryuk wondered why everyone had entered so confidently. They probably thought he was just another novice. They followed him as if entering a simple corner supermarket. He decided to stop worrying about those idiots, knowing that soon something far worse would appear. Hana was furious and asked why he hadn't warned them about the labyrinth's changes, saying they had nearly died because of him. The group agreed and accused Jin Ryuk of hiding important information, but he replied that he hadn't asked anyone to follow him, and that everyone was there by choice, since no one dragged anyone by force in that place. The people became even angrier and began drawing their weapons to intimidate him. The blonde boy who led the threat didn't even have time to react. His neck was severed by an axe blow. The group panicked when they saw the culprit, a massive minotaur of Daedalus's labyrinth, who reclaimed his axe and advanced toward them. Hana believed they would all die there. She had lost all hope, but Jin Ryuk took the lead. He ran toward the minotaur, approaching quickly to avoid being hit by the giant axe. Even so, he ended up taking a light grazing blow. That was enough for him to acquire the secret attribute evasion. Evasion was a special attribute that reduced the power gap between him and much stronger creatures, like the Minotaur. The attribute decreased the difference by 3 points per level when fighting superior enemies. With this advantage, Jin Ryuk grabbed the creature's horn and dodged the next attack. He knew that even at level 1, he could become much stronger if he was clever. It was the best strategy he had found after many trials and errors. When the Minotaur launched its destructive attack, Jin Ryuk dodged again, and the system increased his attributes even more since he was facing an extremely powerful enemy. He repeated this countless times, gradually closing the gap between them. He knew that no matter how strong the attack was, it would be useless if it didn't hit him. The group watched in absolute shock, finally realizing how absurd it was to think they could provoke him. Hana, terrified, realized how reckless it had been to imagine betraying someone like him. Jin Ryuk observed the Minotaur and taunted it, asking if that was all it had or if it was just a little bull. He dodged easily and shouted, while the monster roared, so enraged that its next blow seemed capable of destroying even the labyrinth itself. Jin Ryuk believed that getting very strong in a short time was simple. One just had to put their life at risk, so he allowed himself to be lightly grazed. The system notified that he had narrowly avoided a fatal attack, and as a result, the power gap decreased even further. He was gaining attribute points in exchange for a bit of blood, and to him, it was completely worth it. While skillfully dodging, he noticed that the group of bystanders was trying to flee. Hana desperately analyzed the labyrinth's walls, trying to find an exit for her group. Jin Ryuk calmly asked where they were going. Hana then realized his intention. He had positioned himself deliberately in front of the group, and the Minotaur was about to strike them all at once attacks. Jinryuk explained that it was simple. If they managed to dodge those attacks, they would also grow stronger. According to him, it was easier than it seemed. The next attack, however, struck the other girl and the glasses-wearing boy, killing them instantly and destroying several labyrinth walls. After that fatal blow, only Hana and the last brown-haired man remained alive, and that was because Jinryuk had purposely protected Hana. He asked why she had stayed still, saying it would have been enough to duck. The provocation directed at the Horned One made the Minotaur even angrier, but luckily for the players, the labyrinth shifted again. The walls reorganized, creating a barrier that prevented the monster from reaching them. Jinryuk then stepped back, waving goodbye with a "see you later, idiot." The Minotaur, consumed by rage, began striking the wall, but its attacks were useless. Hana was terrified. Her friend remarked that they had almost died like the others, and Jinryuk explained that the Minotaur was drawn to the residue of the luminescent moths he had touched first. That was why the monster would continue pursuing only him. Hana asked why he was doing something so insane, and Jinryuk answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It was to increase his attributes. He said they could rest and catch their breath, and when the little horn reappeared, they could play a little more with it. According to him, it was an efficient way to assess the situation. Hana wanted to know how long they would have to do this. Jinryuk explained that it would be until they left the labyrinth, which would happen in exactly 1 month. The 2 remaining bystanders were horrified to realize they would spend 30 days in that hell. Hana suggested that the group split up, because if they stayed away from Jinryuk, they wouldn't be attacked by the monster. Jinryuk agreed, but asked which route they would take. Walking blindly would be extremely dangerous. She then asked if he knew where the exit was, and he replied that he did. He knew that labyrinth better than anyone. Hana realized that if that was true, they would only get out if they stayed with him, so she agreed to cooperate. However, Jinryuk stated that nothing in the world was free. He pressed a knife against her neck and demanded all the coins she possessed. Meanwhile, another player was starting to gain fame for his impressive skills. He had been playing for 15 consecutive hours and had already reached over 1 million views, becoming the top veteran. At that moment, his group celebrated, saying that everyone was talking about him. It seemed like an absolute success. Capable of earning more than 1,000 coins just from those views, they could already feel the money coming. But suddenly, someone appeared to completely surpass him. The veteran's video was at the top, but was brutally smashed and overtaken. The new video showed the first person in the world to obtain a +10 refined item. The situation was so absurd that everyone started commenting. The famous player couldn't understand how someone had surpassed him so quickly. Then it was explained what had happened 10 minutes earlier. Jinryuk had ordered the group to stop standing around like gas station mannequins. He said that everyone needed to do what had to be done. Gather moss for the beds, look for food, and make a fire. He himself began to organize, opening the market to buy strange and cheap items that no one else would be interested in. He bought enchanted tarot cards, a fragment of a bronze key, a piece of a cartwheel, and 10 refinement scrolls. Even though these items were considered useless, he combined them in the exact way he already knew. The combination of the key, the cards, and the wheel fragment resulted in the Wheel of Fortune of the Roman goddess of luck. It was a consumable item that maximized luck for 10 minutes. Still, it was an incomplete version, so the range of that luck was not very broad. Jinryuk already knew this. He had memorized everything. He activated the Wheel of Fortune, and a golden glow ran through his body, maximizing his luck. The success rate for refining an item with a rank F scroll was 0.00012%, practically impossible. But with luck maximized, the rate rose to 100%. He applied all the scrolls to his old dagger, reaching refinement +10, the maximum value. The system announced that he had become the first player on the Korean server to create a +10 refined item. With this, he received 5,000 coins and had his name recorded in the Hall of Fame. Finally, he possessed a weapon worth using. On the 10th day inside the labyrinth, the other 2 survivors were already on the brink of madness. They had managed to keep a fire going with the gathered wood and improvised beds with moss. Still, they were reduced to eating mushrooms and more moss. At that moment, they rested while Jinryuk slept peacefully. For them, it was almost impossible to understand how he could remain so calm after everything Hana thought about everything they had gone through. The Minotaur kept appearing several times. The labyrinth changed constantly. She had almost died several times. Meanwhile, Jinryuk fought as if it were ordinary. The 2 extras were convinced they would die if they continued at that pace. At that moment, Hana was doing an anonymous live stream. All the people in the chat were also anonymous. The comments said Jinryuk was a psychopath and that they shouldn't get involved with him. Hana asked if anyone knew anything about that man. The chat replied that no, he was completely unknown. She couldn't believe she was seeking support from complete idiots outside the tower. She then asked what the Raven Guild had discovered. The chat said that the guild was also investigating but hadn't found anything. They would need at least 3 more weeks. Hana panicked, imagining she really would have to stay in that hell for another 3 weeks. Her friend asked if there was any new information, and she said no. While thinking, she concluded that if they killed that bastard and took his stone chamber, maybe their veteran could reach them there. The problem was how to kill someone like Jinryuk. Her friend said that this was the perfect opportunity. As he was sleeping, he grabbed a stone to crush Jinryuk's head, but Hana quickly stopped him, whispering to halt. His reaction speed was absurd. If they tried something like that, they would be killed in the blink of an eye. The boy asked what they would do then. They couldn't continue suffering in that place. Hana remembered who their veteran was, a member of the Raven Guild. She opened her bag and took out the stinger of a giant wasp, an item with lethal poison capable of melting a human from the inside out with a single drop. She decided that they would make that bastard pay for keeping them in that hell. The next day, Jinryuk woke up and observed what they had prepared for him to eat. The dish was literally a thick piece of tree trunk. The makeshift chopsticks were sticks taken from the bones of a rat. The food was just mushrooms and moss. Hana warned them to accept it, as there was nothing else to eat. So everyone served themselves as if it were something ordinary. Jinryuk, however, asked them to get a specific mushroom for him and also some water. The two were so eager to eat that they complied immediately. Jinryuk took a small bite of the mushroom, and the chat of Hana's secret livestream panicked, believing he would die instantly, but the one who fell, spitting blood and being melted from the inside, was her friend. Jinryuk sighed, impressed by their stupidity, and asked if they really thought he would eat that. Hana, desperate, wanted to know if he knew the food was poisoned. He replied, recalling the moment he had asked for water. When she turned her back, he had simply swapped the plates. Then he explained that secret broadcasts were considered cheating by the system. Hana tried to defend herself, saying he had no proof, but the chat already realized what was happening. Jinryuk stated that the live streaming function was only allowed during combat against a boss. Any use outside of these rules received severe punishments. He said he was disappointed in her and reported her directly to the system. At that moment, a huge warning enveloped Hana. The system fully captured her violation, removing her anonymity as well as that of all the chat viewers. Panic set in. Many immediately fled to avoid worse consequences. The viewers received the punishment of 1 month without being able to watch videos or live streams. If caught again, they would be permanently banned. But Hana's penalty would be much harsher. A minotaur appeared in the corridor, ready to destroy her. It roared and charged with devastating speed. Hana, in panic, asked if Jinryuk was going to fight this time. He replied coldly, asking if she really had no shame. They had tried to poison him and now were asking for help? At that moment, the system announced that Jinryuk had finally met the necessary conditions. 10 days had passed. He successfully copied Hana's communion skill and declared that he no longer needed her. Hana, trembling, threatened that he would regret it because her veteran was a member of the Raven Guild. Soon after, the Minotaur struck the ground with such force that it destroyed part of the labyrinth. Jinryuk dodged at the last moment and turned his back to Hana, moving directly toward the Minotaur. In a swift move, he stabbed his dagger into the creature's skull. The attack was shallow, almost harmless, but it already meant something. He knew he still couldn't defeat the monster, so he repeated his strategy, closing the power gap by dodging attacks. When the Minotaur charged again, Jinryuk countered with a fire element, launching a fiery breath that distracted the creature. With this opening, he struck the monster's legs, finally making it fall to its knees. He commented with cold humor for Hana not to try so hard to kill it, because if it died that way, the meat would be too tough to eat afterward. Then the Minotaur used its final card. It activated Berserker State Level 10, entering a completely uncontrolled rage frenzy. Its muscles became much more defined, its body grew in size, and its axe began to glow with intense flames. Hana had no idea how they would defeat that monstrosity. Even the Minotaur's horns grew. Its attack, movement speed, and attack speed increased by 30% for 5 minutes. It also gained an additional bonus, a significant intelligence boost. Now the Minotaur could speak. The monster declared that this human would be torn to pieces and his remains scattered throughout the labyrinth, ensuring no one else dared enter. Even so, Jinhyuk found it interesting. He almost felt fear but only provoked the creature, asking it to come at him, calling it a little bull and dodging with an ole. The Minotaur charged furiously, ready to crush him. Despite the monster's axe being heavier than before, Jinhyuk didn't face it head-on. He used his light dagger to redirect the blows and dodge, attacking quickly while exchanging intense strikes with the boss. Hana could hardly believe he was confronting it so directly. The enemy had a level 10 skill activated, something absurd, yet Jinryuk fought as if it were nothing. She even smiled, knowing that all of this was only happening because he had prepared so well. Even so, there was a nagging feeling inside him. Jinryuki hated the sensation that reality seemed stagnant, as if nothing would ever change. On the other hand, he had always loved difficult games, this challenging world, and the idea of constantly evolving. While blocking and dodging the Minotaur's attacks, he gradually reduced the power gap between them. At a certain point, he was strong enough to scratch the boss's tough hide. The Minotaur sneered, saying that he was only using cheap tricks and that, in the end, he barely managed to scratch its body. It claimed he would never be able to kill it. As it prepared to deliver the final blow to that pathetic player, its arm simply froze in midair. The system informed that the skill's duration had ended. The explanation was simple. Berserker State allowed the user's attributes to exceed the maximum limit for 5 minutes, but caused exhaustion for hours afterward. Realizing this, Jinryuki simply turned his back on the monster. He noticed that his own evasion skill had already reached 57 points. He considered that excellent and calculated that, with 20 more days, he could achieve his goal of reaching 100 points. Hana asked if the creature was dead. He replied that it wasn't. It had merely stopped because the skill ended and would resume hunting them once it recovered. They had 20 days left before they could leave. 20 days later, he faced the Minotaur again, which seemed increasingly irritated with him. After dodging countless attacks, Jinryuki finally reached 100 points in his evasion skill. With a precise strike to the monster's chin, he made the Minotaur bite its own tongue. Then he climbed onto its head and declared that this would be its last farewell, calling it Little Horn. With that problem resolved, it was time to deal with Hana. He mentioned that he would hire an intern for the veteran player company. She, confused, asked what he meant by that. Jinryuki asked if she wasn't excited about the idea, and she replied that she was, begging to be hired. He said, of course, her resume was excellent, and she was a very passionate candidate. Then he made a joke, asking what kind of animal she would be. After that, he asked what she could do for the company at that moment. Hana claimed that her communion skill would be very useful. He thought to himself that he already possessed that skill. She said she would never betray him. He considered the answer weak and commented that the first intern selection might be yielding disappointing results. Desperate, Hana revealed that she possessed the Brahma ring. She begged not to be killed and clung to his legs. Jinryuki, surprised, mentally questioned whether the Brahma ring was really in the hands of the Raven Guild. The Brahma ring was considered one of the best items possible on the first floor. It increased movement speed, strengthened magical resistance, and could even suppress monster magic using the Eye of Truth. Jinryuki confirmed that Hana wasn't lying about having it. With that, he declared her hired. He then explained the conditions. She would receive no salary. No matter where she was, whenever he called, she had to appear. It didn't matter what time. If he summoned her at 3 in the morning, she had to answer. The most important point was the duration of the contract. Hana, confused, asked if there really would be a contract. Then, Jinryuki accessed the world's memories and combined 2 skills, Communion and Fire Element, creating the Soul Mark. When she asked if that would be the contract, he replied that she shouldn't expect a simple piece of paper. With his hand glowing, he marked her body. The Soul Mark compelled the marked target to obey all of the user's orders. Any action that could harm him was prohibited, and if the target attempted to disobey, their body would be incinerated. After that, they finally exited the labyrinth. Both Jinryuki and Hana were the first to complete the first floor, and therefore appeared in the Hall of Fame, receiving 5,000 coins each. Jinryuki called his new intern and asked her to hand over her coins. He took all 5,000 coins from her. Then he ordered her to deliver the Brahma ring within 3 days. Hana complained that 3 days wasn't enough. He reduced the deadline to 2 and made the mark on her face burn like fire. She hastily assured him she could manage it in 2 days. When they left the tower and returned to civilization, they saw news that the Dangun Guild, ranked number 1, was already planning to face the boss of the 3rd floor. Jinryuki found it bold, but understood their urgency. They wanted to be first, but each floor had a 90-day limit. There was no need to advance so quickly to the 2nd or 3rd floor. He knew that if a player with a weak power base advanced too soon, they would not withstand the increasing pressure. In that world, there was no second chance after a game over. For now, Jinryuki, also called the Hyuk, would only gather publicly released information from the last month. It was a world full of gossip and lies, so he needed reliable sources. Later, Jinryuki met with his future team. The first was the big head of the game, whose real name was Lee Taemin, and the second was the fiery puncher, Yoon Young-hwa. He found it amusing how different they were from their in-game personalities. They were veterans who had played with him in the Tower of Trials 2 years earlier, and this was the first time they met in person. Using the Eye of Truth on Lee Taemin, he saw that he was level 11 and possessed the skill King of Machines, specialized in large-scale battles, extremely powerful but with high mana consumption. Yoon Young-hwa, in turn, was level 12 and had the skill Devoted to Taekwondo, granting her great strength in close combat and high physical resistance. Jinryuki wasn't surprised to see Lee Taemin and Yoon Young-hwa hunting together. They had done this in their past lives as well. The copy condition related to them was clear. He would need to challenge the 20th floor alongside them. While they were talking, Taemin asked what his nickname was in the game, and Jinryuki mentally regretted having chosen that name 11 years ago. He introduced himself as Poop Fart Fart, saying he was 26 and had worked as a streamer on Paprika TV. Taemin immediately recognized the name. Saying he had watched some of his streams, Jin Ryuki admitted he had stopped a long time ago. Timon, smiling, asked him to stop speaking so formally. Since they were now companions observing the two, Jin Ryuki noticed how friendly they were. In his past life, there had been people who tried to use him, others who tried to betray him, but these two had always been trustworthy. Even though it was their first real-life meeting, he felt comfortable. Everything he had discovered about the world, about the movements of major guilds, about streamers, and even about demon groups that kidnapped players and stole coins, had been thanks to them. During the conversation, Timon asked if it was true that he had spent an entire month in the labyrinth, and if, because of that, he had already taken the test. Jin Ryuki asked what test that was. Later in a taxi, Timon explained. After the tower appeared, an absurd number of people tried to enter it. However, the number of deaths on the second floor was so high that the Awakening Association decided to restrict entry. Only those who passed the test were allowed to continue climbing the tower. Timon showed his shoulder and revealed an identification code. That code was only given to those approved. Seeing this, Jin Ryuki remembered Han Sanjin, who used the excuse of reducing deaths to secretly gather strong players. This could be useful for him. It was explained that, after entering the Awakening Association, players evaluated as rank F or below were prohibited from advancing to the second floor. But those with a high rank would attract the attention of the country's top guilds, receiving invitations and recruitment offers. For this reason, three types of people usually went to the test site: those who just wanted to qualify to climb the tower, those judging candidates' ranks, and those proudly announcing their ranks to the world. The environment was bustling. There were stars, powerful figures, famous people passing by as if it were a red carpet, reporters taking photos, and security guards clearing the way. Even so, Jin Ryuk didn't want to leave. He said he had already taken his number and was waiting his turn, with no reason to step out of line. When one of the celebrities complained, asking him to move aside, he stated that they didn't know who they were dealing with, but were certainly making a mistake. All they had to do was stay silent and get out of the way. People began whispering, asking if he was really facing Park Ha-jin. Jin Ryuk didn't even know who the guy was and wondered if he was the same person Hana had talked about so much. He then used the Eye of Truth to analyze the man. Park Ha-jin was level 8 and had skills in stealth attack, acceleration, and concealment. He was an assassin. The copy conditions were curious. If Jin Ryuk became friends with him, he could copy his innate skill. But if he became an enemy and increased hostility between them, he could copy any other non-innate skill. It was the first time a condition like that had appeared before him. Jin Ryuki found the idea of increasing hostility toward Park Ha-jin far more interesting for copying his skills. By coincidence, Hana was right next to the guy. When she tried to check what was happening, Jin Hyuk simply grabbed her hand and broke her finger as if it were nothing. Park Ha-jin reacted immediately, drawing his weapon, and the people around panicked. However, Jin Hyuk responded even faster, splashing a gulp of water into the man's eyes, and then delivering a precise sweep. Ha-jin fell screaming in pain, clutching his leg. The strike had been so fast that no one understood what had happened, thinking he had tripped on his own. At that moment, King Gitai, another famous person at the scene, appeared to control the situation. He was a member of the Fighting Dead's guild. When Jin Ryuk tried to use the Eye of Truth on him, the ability failed due to the level difference. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk commented that he didn't know Gitai went around acting as Ha-jin's babysitter. Gitai replied that the boy was problematic but useful in some ways. Jin Hyuk, provoking, asked if he meant the ginseng Ha-jin sent to China Gitai. Confused and suspicious, wanted to know how he knew about that. Hana, caught in the middle of everything, panicked because she had been the one to tell Jin Ryuk. Ignoring the tension, Jin Ryuk got straight to the point and asked specific questions about the side effects of the Goryu Ginseng. Gitai lost patience and activated the black screen barrier, isolating them both inside a cube of black matter. Inside, in complete silence, he asked if Jin Ryuk really wanted exclusive rights to 10 dungeons from his guild, and how he could trust that the information was true. It was explained that the Goryu Ginseng was an incredible medicinal item, capable of restoring health and mana, but the alchemolocru present in it could cause severe poisoning. Jin Ryuki stated he was sure the guild was experiencing problems because of this, and explained that there were only 3 items capable of neutralizing the side effect: the Caracium bile, the Moonlight Stone, and the Mandrake Root. He assured that he could provide the location of each of these items. Gitai, analyzing everything, realized that the explanation perfectly matched the information his intelligence team had already gathered. He began to wonder who exactly this man was and said he would trust him. Even so, he drew his blade and pressed it against Jin Ryuki's neck, warning him not to try any tricks. He also stated that 10 days of exclusivity in the best dungeons was too high a price, and that a limit needed to be imposed. Before Before he could attempt anything, Jin Ryuki quickly deflected the blade and replied that he was the one offering an opportunity there. Outside, Yoon Younghwa and Lee Taemin tried to hold back the approaching crowd, being pushed and even taking some hits. The black barrier dissipated a few seconds later. Yoon Younghwa ran up to Jin Ryuki, still agitated, and he asked her to calm down. Taemin, surprised, wanted to know what had happened inside. Since he had been dragged in by force, Yoon Younghwa said she could take care of everyone if he wanted. But Jin Ryuki replied that everything was fine. He even commented that Gitai was surprisingly easy to negotiate with Park Ha-jin, however, did not accept this. He questioned whether Gitai would really let everything end so easily. Before he could continue, Gitai grabbed him by the neck, saying a weakling like him had no rights. He squeezed until the boy nearly passed out, then threw him to the ground. Humiliated and injured, Ha-jin wondered what had happened in that barrier and how anyone could dare treat him that way. As the fight progressed, it became clear that Jin Hyuk was about to kill Ha-jin. It was then that Jin Ryuk realized he had fulfilled all the necessary conditions for his objective. By provoking Ha-jin to the limit, he earned his enmity and managed to copy the skill, Light Breath, which allowed precise control over breathing and heartbeat. After that, he left Ha-jin completely furious and decided it was time to take his own test. When he analyzed the latest released results, he saw that Hana hadn't done poorly. She scored 1,755 points, an impressive feat for someone of her level. Upon arriving at the evaluation site, Jin Hyuk heard the inspector explain that the test was simple. The participant only needed to reach the magical crystal in front of them, as the crystal would directly measure the amount of magical potential Jin Hyuk intended to use only his dagger and his innate skill. Even so, instead of approaching the lower-level crystal, he walked directly to the medium-level crystal. The inspector tried to stop him, saying he should start with the weaker crystal, but his words lost all meaning the moment Jin Hyuk revealed his true power. He activated his evasion skill to the maximum, using all the points accumulated in the gap labyrinth, and struck the crystal. The medium-level object split in half as if it were melting butter. The inspector was completely stunned. Most people could barely scratch the lower-level crystal, yet Jin Hyuk had destroyed the strongest one with a single strike. Immediately, he was ranked as S, and the inspector began the process of notifying the superiors. However, Jin Ryuki requested that the report be delayed for a week for personal reasons. For him, a fist close at hand had always been more frightening than a distant law, and the inspector understood, agreeing without resistance. Later, Hana approached him holding the Brahma ring, which granted 10 more magic resistance, 5% movement speed, 20 points of innate skill control, and also suppressed part of the monster's magical power. Jin Hyuk commented that he had already given her enough time, as 2 days was more than enough. Hana, in turn, asked him to remove the mark he had left on her face, saying she had already done what he requested. He replied that it would depend on how she behaved from then on. Later, he informed his companions that he had received rank F, and everyone was shocked, as that seemed impossible. Jin Ryuki explained it was only a temporary rank, and that he could retake the test in a week. Yeonhwa asked what he intended to do besides moving on to the second floor. He simply asked them not to worry and continue climbing the tower without him for now. In the taxi, Jin Hyuk reflected on the process. The first test measured magical power and determined the rank. Those who passed would advance to the second test, which consisted of completing a dungeon. Since there was no difficulty limit, most chose simple dungeons like goblin or orc ones. Even so, he had a different destination in mind. He decided to go to a ruin located on the first floor, a prohibited zone that had never been conquered since its appearance 11 years earlier. After a long time, he would return to the famous Chamber of the Fallen, but this time he was not alone. Since his temporary rank F prevented him from entering alone, and the guild responsible for the ruins would not allow him to advance without registration, he decided to sign up as a carrier. One of the men in the group asked what brought him there. Jin Hyuk replied that he needed the money, and the man explained that he was in the same situation, as he needed to support his wife and children. Jin Hyuk thought that men like that were usually the first to die, and felt a slight weight from it. The man also mentioned that rank F needed to be extremely careful, but Jin Hyuk assured them they could rest easy, as at least everyone there would return home alive. Sometime later, the group officially began the raid in the Chamber of the Fallen. The team advanced through the ruins with the goal of defeating the final boss and claiming the throne hidden in the deepest parts of the area. When they reached the resting point, the carriers finally dropped their supplies, exhausted. Their leader commented that the work had been well done and that everyone could rest for a moment. At that moment, the system granted Jin Hyuk a special bonus for being the first to reach certain milestones in the tower. His luck and adaptability attributes increased by 10 points each, and he also received the Cold Heart skill, which allowed him to maintain composure even in the most stressful situations. Another passive skill, Monopolize, was activated, offering the chance to always receive the best reward if he accumulated the last available choice. He found all of this completely absurd. Normally, it was already incredible when someone managed to select an exceptional reward in the Tower of Trials. But now that probability no longer meant anything to him. From then on, he would always have access to the best options. While he reflected on this, the team inside the dungeon finally appeared at the exit. The first to emerge was a man wearing shining armor, commenting gloomily on how he could never get used to that place. Some carriers whispered that he must be the captain of the attack unit. Curious Jin Hyuk used the Eye of Truth and identified the man as Song Chun Hua, level 14, whose innate ability was reduce item weight. To copy his skill, he would need to gain the captain's loyalty during the raid, which seemed extremely difficult. Even so, he wondered how someone so weak could lead an attack team of such a respected guild. In the end, he decided it was fine, as long as they did not interfere with his plans. Later, inside the ruins, the team's mage used magic to illuminate the path. The group advanced among countless monster corpses and destroyed weapons, the result of the attack unit's passage moments before the carriers were terrified, as they were weak and knew that even a single monster in this area would not be easy for them. Observing the scene, Jin Hyuk noticed something strange. Not a single member of the attack unit had died, even while facing powerful creatures. That should have been impossible, especially with such a weak leader in charge. While analyzing the situation, the leader of the carriers called his attention, asking why he was standing still and ordering him back to work. Jin Hyuk had momentarily forgotten that he was there as a carrier. The leader explained that he would put him to work with the foreigners group as he didn't like them much. Jin Hyuk found it curious and wondered which country they were from. When he looked more closely, he noticed that their armor had small crosses on the pauldrons, indicating that they belonged to the Zion Guild, an elite guild from some European country. That's when he noticed someone particularly short among them. He approached using his ice needle and activated the communion skill. The system indicated that the person had made a good impression on him. When she removed her helmet, she revealed a young woman with blonde hair. Jin Hyuk recognized her immediately. It was Teresa de Lohan, the youngest daughter of the famous Lohan aristocratic family, a versatile player with divine power, known for saving Amsterdam and considered one of Europe's most famous heroines, the Saint of Amsterdam. With that, Jin Hyuk understood why the attack unit had suffered no casualties. With someone like her by their side, dying would indeed be difficult. Many people wanted to climb the tower, but unexpectedly, she had chosen to raid the ruins instead of challenging the third-floor boss. When he tried to use the Eye of Truth again, the level difference was too great and the skill failed. This indicated that she was already above level 20. However, thanks to his luck and adaptability, the negative effect was neutralized, allowing the Eye of Truth to evolve to level 2. He finally managed to see her status. She was level 29. With attributes averaging 30 points, and her innate skill was Star Blessing. The condition to copy the skill required him to save a woman's life in a dangerous situation near her. Jin Hyuk found it understandable that everyone was amazed by her presence. He also realized that she was in the middle of her class mission. That was why she had given up advancing to the third floor and came to the ruins. In the end, Teresa sincerely thanked him for the water he had delivered. Jin Hyuk replied that it was nothing, and that, in fact, he should be the one thanking Teresa for being there. Deep down, he knew the real reason was different. She represented a rare opportunity to acquire an innate skill considered the strongest among paladins, Star Blessing. The problem was figuring out how to create a real danger situation for her and still have the chance to save her. That would definitely not be easy. Meanwhile, the attack unit advanced under Song Chun-Hwa's command. When they reached a deeper area of the ruins, they encountered a sentinel guardian. The guardian detected the intruder's presence and started a countdown. In 10 minutes, the dormant bomb would awaken. Chun-Hwa realized that nothing dangerous would happen if no one touched the guardian, but it was too late. He wondered who had tampered with it. With only 10 minutes left, facing the dungeon boss at that moment would be suicide. They would inevitably die. However, as captain, he had to take responsibility, or his reputation would be destroyed. He ordered everyone to continue advancing. The attack unit reacted in shock. Reinforcements had not arrived, and everyone knew the chances of survival were minimal. Even so, Chun-Hwa insisted. He stated that if everything went wrong, he would bear the consequences. He ordered them to move forward and reminded them that they had Teresa, the saint, by their side, which should increase their chances. Many adventurers, seeing the guild's decision, felt less desperate. They trusted that if they were with such a strong team, maybe everything would indeed turn out well, but it didn't. The dungeon guardian activated the Phantom Knights, and these creatures began to massacre the adventurers. Chun-Hwa ordered everyone to prepare for immediate combat. The carriers needed to flee as quickly as possible. He used a defense buff to withstand the attacks while the team's mage cast the warrior's song, increasing everyone's power. power. Even so, a single blow from a Phantom Knight was enough to make the captain tremble. On the other side, the secondary team could not hold without tanks. The healers were overwhelmed and couldn't keep anyone standing. Chunhua knew there would be deaths. Solo players rarely had efficient tactics against coordinated groups. That team was completely abandoned in the chaos. At the last moment, Teresa appeared. With the cross symbol and her divine power, she destroyed the Phantom Knights in a single strike. She had advanced alone upon realizing that at least 2 guardians had bypassed the attack team. She concluded that the carriers were probably in danger and ran to them. When she arrived at the supply station, she found almost everyone dead. The leader of the carriers was about to be struck, but the Phantom Knight was suddenly cut to pieces. Jin Hyuk arrived, declaring that everyone there would survive because he had promised it. Another knight tried to attack him from behind, but he dodged and countered with a burst of fire. He did not kill the creature, leaving it at the brink of death, because he was certain someone else would deliver the final blow. He needed to maintain his level 1 status, so he could not eliminate the monster and gain experience. Still trying to understand the situation, Jin Hyuk wondered who had awakened the Guardians. That brought no benefit to anyone. Before he could think further, Teresa appeared in the blink of an eye, removing the carrier from the combat zone and taking him to a safe area. Teresa commented that, given the situation, it looked like Jin Hyuk had threatened a good person with a knife. To her, this meant he was responsible for awakening the Guardians. In her view, he should even be stopped right there. Jin Hyuk barely had time to respond. He had to dodge the next attack, realizing that Teresa was genuinely angry. She insisted that he not resist, saying she did not want to hurt him. While evading, Jin Hyuk tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. When he realized the situation had escalated, he decided to act more directly. He used her momentum, sidestepped, and let Teresa lightly hit the wall. Then he placed his dagger near her face and stated that he had not awakened the Guardians. He said that if he had, he would have simply finished her off at that moment. The carrier who had been saved confirmed everything, explaining that Jin Hyuk had protected him. Teresa was surprised to hear that. Later, she repeatedly apologized, clearly embarrassed. Jin Hyuk responded that he understood the confusion and that anyone could have interpreted the situation the same way. She then asked why he had hidden his identity. He explained that he had done so for the same reason as her. He knew she was trying to obtain the Oath of St. Peter, and he was also seeking a secret item. Teresa was even more surprised, questioning how he knew all of that. Jin Hyuk said he knew the tactics of the ruins, and with her abilities, they could advance together. He asked if she would accept having him by her side. After a while, when they had defeated some monsters, Song Chunhua appeared completely desperate, saying they needed to regroup to continue. Teresa asked calmly if he didn't have a map of the 20 kilometers of ruins, reminding him that everyone should already be familiar with the strategy. With or without her, the raid structure remained the same. Each team moved independently toward the boss. Chunhua eventually admitted that it was fine and said they would regroup near the boss. Teresa thanked him and asked if she could take a carrier with her. Chunhua immediately authorized it. At that moment, she looked at the carriers, who were eagerly awaiting the chance to be chosen. The first to step forward was Jin Hyuk. The other carriers were indignant, but he stated that he was the most determined among them. He said that this was the moment to sacrifice for love, even if it cost his life. The others allowed him to go. To them, he had become the last romantic of his generation. They wished luck to the Ryuki carrier, while Jin Hyuk thought about how exhausting it was to maintain the entire act. Later, he and Teresa arrived at an area full of monsters. In the center of the hall was a sarcophagus protected by the creatures, and Teresa explained that the writings of St. Peter were inside. She knew how to remove the barrier protecting the site. Before she could act, the system alerted them that the owner of the Chamber of the Fallen was watching. Jin Hyuk recognized this as an indirect message from the dungeon boss. He found it curious because the boss had never shown direct interest in the players. Teresa also noticed the warning and asked if it might have come from the boss. She wanted to know what being observed meant and whether it implied that she had been recognized. Jin Hyuk replied that no. In fact, it was him who had been recognized. She was even more intrigued, not understanding where such confidence came from. Curious, she recalled that he had claimed to know all the strategies of the ruins and asked what they should do at that moment. After discussing a plan, or perhaps not very thoroughly, Teresa simply jumped into the middle of the horde of monsters. It seemed crazy, but she had a strategy in mind. She activated the warrior's song, boosting all her attributes for the next 10 minutes. The plan Jim Hulk had given Teresa was simple. She only needed to draw the attention of all the undead, and it worked because she possessed divine power. Undead creatures hated this kind of energy, so all advanced toward her. Teresa protected herself with the enhancement of divine power and radiated a light so bright that it carbonized all those evil evil creatures. Meanwhile, Jim Hulk moved across the field without drawing attention, as everyone was focused on Teresa. He advanced, stepping on the heads of monsters as if they were trampolines. However, at the last moment, he was struck by a hidden undead, a elite lich. Despite the impact, he was fine and realized that the true enemy had finally appeared. Soon after, he had to dodge an attack from a phantom knight, understanding that he would have to take the situation more seriously. He knew that the elite lich's main skill was Black Thunder, capable of destroying a headless knight and even killing a veteran with a single strike. The lich began firing multiple thunderbolts in his direction, but Jin Ryuk intentionally stayed right in front of the sarcophagus and dodged at the last instant, making the attacks hit the barrier instead. It was only a Class 3 barrier, and it shattered easily. The lich himself realized the mistake he had made. Without difficulty, Jin Ryuk cut all the knights with his dagger and asked what the lich would do. Now Teresa was clearing the undead, and he was completely alone. However, before Jin Ryuk could finish the lich, someone stole his victory by cutting the undead in half. Jin Ryuk identified the figure and commented that he had finally found that bastard, saying he knew he would appear there. The stranger said it had been a long time since the last encounter and hinted that Jin Ryuk should remember him, but Jin Ryuk had no idea who he was, which made the man furious. Jin Ryuk then used his Eye of Truth, now at level 2. The system revealed that it was Chan Yu Sung, level 29, possessor of the innate skill Sword Song. He believed himself stronger than any sword user, and the condition to copy his skill was to defeat him in a duel. Jin Ryuk also noticed that the sword he used was the legendary Qianlong, stolen from the National Museum. Back when the Tower of Trials was just a virtual game, there was a person who, after losing to Jin Ryuk several times, began to relentlessly stalk him. He kept challenging, losing, and following the path of the warrior to an almost unhealthy extreme. Jin Ryuk realized that Yu Sung was exactly that strange stalker who had annoyed him so much. Yu Sung believed that the protagonist would not recognize him just because the game had become reality, and Jin Ryuk said he did not want to accept that it was really him at the museum. But it was clear he was still the same old stalker. Yu Sung stated that this time would be different, as they had both returned to the start, and he would not be defeated again. Jin Ryuk said he would not stop him from fighting, but asked if he was sure he would be okay, because his companion would not stand by and watch. At that moment, Teresa launched forward like a rocket, but Yu Sung would not allow any interference. He activated the battlefield selection skill, level 5, and by planting his sword into the ground, created an isolated space that would trap only him and Jin Hyuk. At the last moment, Yu Sung grabbed the item inside the sarcophagus and warned that he would see Teresa later. Soon after, he and his opponent disappeared into the subspace. Inside the subspace, Yu Sung stated that now no one would bother them and challenged Jin Ryuk to a new duel. He activated the hand-to-hand level 5 skill. All his attributes increased by 10%, while Jin Ryuk's skills were reduced by the same proportion. Jin Ryuk immediately realized he was at a huge disadvantage, suffering both from the hand-to-hand skill and from being inside the battlefield created by his opponent. It was an extremely unfavorable situation. The system detected this absurd condition and activated a special characteristic of Jin Ryuk's fusion. Because of this, the copying conditions were altered to adapt to the critical moment, allowing him to copy Yu Sung's innate skill. Thus, Jin Ryuk obtained the Sword Song, rank S skill, which increased his understanding of swords by 200% and made his body naturally follow the path of the blade. Yu Sung, irritated, said that Jin Ryuk was ignoring everything and launched into an attack. However, Jin Ryuk blocked all the strikes with incredible speed, using only his perfected dagger. Yu Sung, surprised by the fighting style, questioned why he was engaging at close range, and Jin Ryuk replied that it was sufficient for the moment and that fencing could even be fun. Determined not to underestimate his enemy any longer, Yu Sung activated his soul-catching energy sword, whose next strike would have cut Jin Ryuk in half. Had he not dodged, Jin Ryuk remarked that it was unfair against a beginner, but Yu Sung countered, saying he was no beginner at all. The real difficulty was that any direct clash between his dagger and the energy sword would shatter his weapon. So Jin Ryuk decided to create a skill capable of handling it. He used the item taken from the sarcophagus, the demonic soul pill, and fused it with Sword Song. The result was a new skill, Tomb of Swords, which increased his understanding by 500%, made his body instinctively follow the path of the blade, and represented one of the talents required to achieve the title of Sword Demon. With this, he was finally ready to fight on equal terms. Jin Ryuk also activated the Knight of the Black Moon skill. Even though he knew the power displayed, there was not even a tenth of his true strength. Even so, his muscles ached because his body could not fully handle such energy. Yu Sung noticed this and was shaken, wondering what incredible force this was, especially since, even inside his own battlefield, he felt immense pressure. He couldn't understand why he never managed to defeat Jin Ryuk, neither in the game nor in real life, and lamented always losing despite doing everything to surpass him. Desperate, Yu-sung unleashed multiple energy slashes with his sword, declaring he could not accept this reality. Jin Ryuk simply cut all the slashes with his new blade, and in the blink of an eye, was already behind the swordsman. A single strike from his dagger was enough to break Yu-sung's defense and disarm him as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Jin Ryuk said it seemed he had won again, and that he no longer even remembered how many times it had happened. Yu-sung replied that it would be his 138th defeat, and asked to be killed at once. Jin Ryuk, however, said the next would be the 139th, and that he was not the type to kill someone off guard. He stated that they needed strong players and knew Yu-sung had that potential, so he offered his hand. Jin Ryuk extended his hand to Yu-sung because he wanted to copy another one of his skills, something that would require 60 days of interaction. As soon as Yu-sung accepted the help to stand, Jin Ryuk activated his communion skill, creating a mandatory bond. Yu-sung felt something strange, as if a forced friendship had formed between them, and promised that the outcome would be different next time. He then deactivated the battlefield and commented that he didn't even know Jin Ryuk's real name. The protagonist replied that they weren't close enough for that, and Yu-sung concluded that he would continue calling him by his game name. Meanwhile, outside, one of the mages from the attack unit asked the captain if they hadn't already dealt with the monsters ahead. As his detection was reacting to a strong magic, he was sure they had defeated all enemies, but now something powerful was approaching. The creature that appeared resembled the previous knights, but was made of iron, a full golem, and atop it was a vampire. The being bowed, introducing himself as Velos, a blood relative serving Jinzo, the master of these ruins. Captain Shunghua asked what his objective was, since he would never approach alone without a good reason. Velos explained that he had come to make a proposal, asking if they preferred to follow him silently or resist. When he touched the tip of the captain's sword, he activated the Feast of Blood, making his blood boil. Half of the unit's members were instantly captured by the blood magic, while the rest were dragged into the dungeon. Velos stated that half would be his feast, and the remainder would be offered as a tribute. Amid the chaos, Jin Ryuk was with Teresa, who used her divine purification skill on the item obtained from the sarcophagus. It was the Frozen Tear, a class 100 absorbable magic known for greatly enhancing magical power. Once purified, Jin Ryuk absorbed the item and gained 12 points of magical power, acquiring something extremely rare. Teresa then asked if they were done, and Jin Ryuk replied yes, satisfied with the gain. However, they soon received a system message. The Chambermaster had sent an invitation. If they wanted to save the attack unit, they had to go to the innermost hall. The reward would be meeting the Chambermaster himself. By accepting the mission, all monsters and traps along the way would be removed. Teresa suspected that the rest of the team had been captured. She said she had to go without hesitation, even if it was to save only one person. However, she feared she might not be strong enough to defeat Jinzo, as he seemed to have prepared everything precisely to face her. Perhaps not even the entire attack unit could change that fate. Still, as a paladin, she only wanted to protect people. At that moment, Ji-sung announced that he had nothing more to do there and was leaving. He passed by Teresa and commented that Jin Ryuk didn't have the best sense of honor and was quite selfish, which was one of the reasons he wanted to challenge him. Still, Ji-sung stated he was sure of one thing. In that world, the only person capable of defeating Jinzo was precisely that idiot. Teresa thanked him for the advice and then asked Jin Ryuk if he would accept being hired to form a group. He replied that his fee was not cheap. Teresa said she would give all the coins she had to help in the fight against Jinzo. Jin Ryuk agreed, and both accepted the mission. With that, all monsters fell into a deep sleep, and they advanced easily to the final room. When they arrived, Teresa was immediately pressured by the dark magic aura filling the place. Jin Ryuk told her not to be afraid, reminding her that she was already expecting to face a truly powerful opponent. Before entering the final room, Jin Ryuk reminded Teresa that in battles, the strongest does not always win. He had a plan, and whatever happened inside, she would need to trust him completely. As they crossed the entrance, they found a throne room illuminated by a cold, heavy atmosphere. Velos stood beside other vampiric servants, and at the center, seated like a bored queen, was Jinzo, also known as Alice von Ataraxia. She commented that she was tired of waiting, but before she could say anything else, Jin Ryuk demanded to know if the people were all right. Alice deactivated her dimensional break ability, revealing that the unit members had been on Jin Ryuk's side the entire time, just hidden by a barrier. Observing the group, Jin Ryuk recognized Park Ha-jin, realizing he was the one who had awakened the Guardians. Alice explained that she had invited the two of them because of their scent, the sweetest aroma she had ever smelled. It was evident that she was speaking of Jin Ryuk's blood, and that perfume was arousing her considerably. Jin Ryuk felt a chill run down his spine upon sensing the vampire's predatory interest. He said he was extremely uncomfortable being the target of someone like her. Alice responded coldly, stating that she liked to savor what she consumed and would allow him to live at least 60 more years. There was no reason for so much fear. Jin-ryuk then asked if he would spend his entire life next to her with a straw in his neck. The vampire reacted immediately, slashing his face with a blood attack so fast and precise that he barely saw it. He made it clear that he did not intend to live as a walking lunchbox, but Alice retorted that no one had asked for his opinion. Teresa was worried, but Jin-ryuk reassured her. He admitted that Alice was fierce, but that did not mean there was no way out. Then he bowed to the vampire and stated that he would give her something sweeter than her blood. Alice said any attempt would be useless, as nothing was more valuable to a vampire than blood. Jin-ryuk asked if she was sure of that, even if he offered his own freedom. The word echoed through the room like an insult. Alice's expression immediately changed to surprise, while the other vampires reacted with fury, outraged that he dared say that in that place. But Alice ordered them to calm down and warned that Jin-ryuk would have to take responsibility for what he had just said. He responded without hesitation that if he could not stand by his words, he would never have come there. At that moment, he summoned an item, a mask. Wearing it, he introduced himself as Kang Jin-ryuk, representative of the demon-human faction in the tower, declaring that he would free Alice from that place. It was explained that demon humans were individuals who had rejected their humanity for money, revenge, or personal beliefs. They blocked players, allied with monsters and labyrinths, and caused chaos within the tower. Alice asked if he claimed to be one of them. Jin-ryuk assured her that he had already contacted the temple on the 27th floor, and that everything, from her presence there to the method of bypassing the ruins barrier, had been provided by them. Teresa was completely confused by the situation. Out of nowhere, Jin-ryuk was pretending to be a demonic human, but she noticed that it genuinely frightened the vampires present. Jin-ryuk stated that if Alice knew where the temple was and understood her duties, she would realize that his words were not mere bluffs. However, Alice replied that she would not trust him so easily. It didn't matter whether he was a demonic human or not, because anyone could come there and claim they could handle everything. Summoning her blood weapons, she declared that Jin-ryuk was indeed skilled with words, which was precisely why she didn't trust him. Alice remarked that it was a pity he had to die now, because his blood was far too sweet to waste. She then attacked directly with her blood spears. However, Teresa stepped in front of him, protecting him with her shield reinforced by her sacred power. The divine barrier she created completely destroyed the blood spears. Teresa knew she had to resist as long as possible with her divine power, but Alice found the situation amusing. To her, the paladin was giving her all, yet it still seemed insufficient in the end. Hating all divine powers, she decided to use a blood explosion to try to blow them both away at once. Teresa didn't know how long she could withstand that pressure, but she still trusted Jin-ryuk. At that moment, she was literally pierced by his dagger, stabbed in the back. Jin-ryuk explained that this proved he wasn't bluffing. Alice found it amusing that he had the courage to betray the companion who was protecting him. However, Teresa was still alive and asked him to confirm if that had been the plan from the beginning. With no alternative, Jin-ryuk had to finish her off. Alice admitted that it had been truly impressive for a human, and satisfied, stated that she now understood he was on her side. She decided to give him a chance. Jin-ryuk then explained that he had prepared a 7-star spell to deceive the barrier that imprisoned Miss Alice, and that if he sealed her soul in the Bram ring, that powerful barrier would be tricked. Alice commented that it was the first time she had heard of such a thing, and realized that the reason Jin-ryuk had stayed at level 1, foregoing all experience points, was precisely for the 7-star ability called Soul Transfer, which could only be used by someone at that level. When he activated the spell, a large magical seal formed around him. The cooldown was 365 days, and he could only carry 1 soul at a time. Moreover, he needed the target's consent. Jin-ryuk calmly explained the circle would disappear in a minute, and that the magic would activate as soon as she accepted the choice was hers. The other vampires watched in astonishment. Alice, speaking telepathically with Velos, warned that she didn't fully trust that human, and that if he tried anything strange, her servant should kill him. Even with these precautions, she still felt insecure, as it was a spell she had never seen before. After over 1,000 years exiled in that place, this might be her chance to escape the palace. Offering her finger, she asked if she could truly trust him. Jin-ryuk, touching her finger, assured her with his honor that she would not regret it. Upon establishing the connection, the communion ability transmitted a favorable impression to Alice, which finally convinced her. She allowed the soul transfer, and the Bram ring absorbed the progenitor's essence. Once inside the ring, she remarked that it was more comfortable than she had imagined, and Jin-ryuk was pleased to know she liked her new home. At that moment, The unique ability known as Star's Blessing was activated. It allowed a paladin to revive once, as long as the death was not instantaneous, with a 10-day cooldown. Teresa rose thanks to this power, and Jinryuk welcomed her back. Alice, observing everything, was furious at his audacity for treating her that way, even after cooperating, and ordered Velos to kill him immediately. Teresa, still confused, said she had many questions but knew she needed to put them aside for now. And Jinryuk agreed, noting that there were still important matters to resolve. Velos, driven by loyalty to his mistress and anger, declared that they would not leave alive after betraying the progenitor. Velos activated the blood wave that completely surrounded the two, but Jinryuk prevented it from advancing using the fire element. He heated it until the blood began to boil and evaporate. Meanwhile, Teresa ran to save the hostages using her sign of the cross, which removed the seal trapping the vampires. Shungwa, observing the situation, asked how they would handle so many freed vampires, but Teresa explained that the human was already dealing with the problem alone. Velos, drawing his sword along with the other vampires, couldn't believe what he was seeing, and asked how a mere human could resist their powers. Jinryuk explained that his fire element was the direct opposite of blood magic, and that, the moment their mistress was sealed, the battle was already lost. He activated the Tomb of Swords, and the pressure from this ability forced Velos to release his battle spirit. Soon, a full-scale war began inside the dungeon. Later, Shungwa was still in shock because Jinryuk had defeated all the vampires effortlessly, as if they were nothing. The captain wondered who that mysterious man was. Teresa, noticing he still wore a mask, knew he wouldn't reveal his identity and simply said she met him by chance, knowing little about him. When Jinryuk approached her, Teresa commented that it really hurt, as it was the first time she had died, and by the hands of an ally. He replied that the important thing was that they had won, and this simple remark moved her. Teresa thanked him, saying everyone survived only because of him. At that moment, the system notified that Jinryuk had met the conditions to copy her unique ability for saving her life. He received the Star's Blessing, and, curious, asked why she was crying. Teresa, trying to control herself, explained that she simply couldn't hold back her emotions, and asked if he knew she could revive. He didn't make it very clear, but changed the subject, asking if she would retrieve the divine artifacts from the place. Captain Shiongo interrupted, saying all the items found were under the jurisdiction of the Baohai Guild. Jinryuk complained, saying he had saved everyone's lives and yet they wanted to act so arrogantly. The captain insisted they could reward him in another way, offering plenty of money. Jinryuk, observing his audacity, thought it was too much for someone so incompetent. Even so, the captain eventually relented and authorized him to take as many artifacts as he wanted, saying he wouldn't regret it later. The first item the captain tried to take was the Merlin staff fragment. However, the moment he touched the artifact, a curse overtook him. Jinryuk had already anticipated this. The Merlin staff was a powerful combination material, but carried a curse that could only be neutralized by killing Alice. Since she was alive and hidden in his pocket, the curse immediately fell upon the captain, affecting his head. Teresa was shocked to see this, and Jinryuk merely suggested they leave quickly. Meanwhile, in Seoul, at the entrance of the Tower of Trials, the media had long awaited the exit of the Baohai Guild group. Reporters, members of the Awakened Association, and curious onlookers were all gathered. As soon as the system announced that the Hall of the Depraved had been completed, the group finally emerged. They were greeted with praise and applause for Hana and Hajin's achievements in completing the first floor of the ruin. However, everyone's attention shifted when they saw Captain Shungwa, now completely bald. The smooth head reflected the camera flashes due to the curse of the Merlin staff. One of the reporters, also bald, was even moved by the sight. Teresa went out to clarify the situation and explained that it was not the captain who had completed the ruins, but rather the mysterious man who still wore a mask. She explained that everyone there had only been spectators of his performance. Agent Jung from the association asked if they should contact headquarters immediately, and another agent agreed, stating that without the masked player, everyone would have been massacred. The situation would have been calm if the radio princess, still irritated with Jinryuk, hadn't been huffing in anger in the background. When he returned home, he noticed that the news was completely dominated by stories about the masked player. There were articles, theories, and comments everywhere. He had expected a strong reaction, but this exceeded all predictions. Teresa, although aware of his true identity, had promised to keep it a secret. Now that everything was resolved, Jinryuk finally decided to speak with the annoyed creature inside the ring. Alice, outraged, asked how he had dared to keep her trapped in that dark, foul-smelling pocket all day, reminding him of who she was and demanding respect. In response, Jinryuk began shaking the ring until she was disoriented, nauseous, and nearly sick. He asked if she felt better afterward, and she swore that he would pay dearly, claiming that that her children never forgot a grudge. He repeated the same motion, and after 3 hours, she was begging him to stop before she died from the nausea. When he finally commanded her to stop crying and leave, he infused his magical power into the Bram ring, allowing her to manifest outside. Alice declared that the time for her revenge had come, but her triumphant entrance was ruined by the fact that she was in miniature form. Jinryuk explained that only part of her had materialized, leaving the other half inside the ring. She had become a mini Alice, unable to use even 1% of her original power. Still, he noticed that, even limited, she remained stronger than any ordinary vampire. The small progenitor, however, cried, lamenting her depressed state. Jinryuk stated that he had fulfilled his promise and removed her from the ruins, but she replied that she did not want this kind of freedom. He assured her he would help her achieve true freedom and eliminate everyone responsible for her imprisonment there. He promised to help her reclaim her position as leader of the Ataraxia family, which she had lost. Meanwhile, a new video was uploaded to the Hall of Fame. The raid that everyone had believed would fail had been completed by a single person, and comments spread about the masked figure who defeated the Legion of Vampires. Later, Jinryuk was at a guild headquarters, observing how these organizations were swimming in money nowadays. None of it mattered because, whether big or corrupt, they still had the audacity to try to kill him. Therefore, he entered, bursting through the door without hesitation. In his mind, people like that only deserved destruction. On the rooftop of the Black Crow Guild headquarters, Park Harajin was being scolded by the guild leader Shin Jun-soo for failing to kill a single person and for embarrassing the whole group. After being kicked with disdain, the door exploded violently. Jinryuk appeared and asked if the man before him was the leader of the place. Harajin, seeing an opportunity to redeem himself, immediately stood up, thinking he could impress his boss. He advanced toward the intruder, but Jinryuk removed his mask, revealed his identity, and defeated him easily. Jun-soo immediately recognized the intruder and said that this was the bastard who had humiliated all of them. He wanted to know if he really believed everything would be fine after that. As he spoke, Jinryuk simply sat calmly in the comfortable office chair as if nothing was happening. Jun-soo, irritated, activated his fast sword skill, certain that the opponent could not react to a strike at the speed of sound. However, before he could complete the attack, his blade was split in half by a chess piece that Jinryuk had grabbed from the desk. Calmly, Jinryuk remarked that he had found something perfect to throw. He then asked if they were going to continue arguing or not. Jun-soo, surprised and furious, asked if he was there to seek revenge, simply because they had tried to kill him. He wanted to know if he was truly destroying the entire building just for that reason. Before he could finish the sentence, another piece struck his forehead with force, imbued with Jinryuk's power, who commented that the leader's words were highly inappropriate. With no options left, Jun-soo said that the masked man had already taken enough revenge. He asked him to think twice, explaining that 50 hunters were outside the tower and that if they killed anyone there, Jinryuk would be hunted. He added that blood always calls blood and that vengeance never ends while one side refuses to forgive. Jinryuk agreed, finding the saying sensible, but said that precisely because of that, they would finish things the right way. He would be the last to take revenge, and only then could they forgive him. With that decision made, he imbued the chess pieces with flames and threw them all at once toward the leader, sending Jun-soo flying out the window. Approaching Hajin, Jinryuk explained that the only reason he was still alive was his sister. He warned that from that moment on, it would be best not to cross his path again. Hajin, terrified, nodded very slowly. Next, Jinryuk ordered one of the guards, who had been pretending to be dead, to stand up. The man immediately rose. Jinryuk explained that now he would have a chance to be useful and asked him to start by introducing himself. The guard said his name was Kim Hwang, 26 years old, and responsible for the general affairs of the Black Crow Guild, a graduate in computer science. He claimed he could handle any task. Jinryuk, even amid the destruction, admitted being impressed. He remarked that it would be a shame to destroy one of the largest guilds, so he decided to take over as leader from that moment on. Hwang, confused, asked if he had understood correctly. Jinryuk replied that he would only maintain appearances, but the secretary explained that no one would accept him as leader. Jinryuk agreed that there would be opposition. As a non-combatant, assuming the top position would cause outrage, but said that would not be a problem because he would lend someone to handle such resistance. Meanwhile, the Black Crow Guild's rank A players were returning hastily due to the emergency meeting, annoyed by the sudden call. However, as they approached the headquarters, they saw the leader's body thrown onto a car, completely dead. The first player to reach the office found Hwang sitting in the leader's chair and immediately tried to kill him, demanding to know what what had happened. Hwang, maintaining composure, informed them that new consignees had arrived. Alice, now neat and impeccable, complained that she had asked for everything to be handled without her intervention, but no one seemed to listen. The player, shocked to see her there, asked if Hwang was saying that this child was responsible for all of it. Alice, offended, repeated the word child. Just before another explosion shook the floor, Jin Ryuk, disappointed by Alice's lack of control, noted that she should manage the guild, but clearly was not doing so. As Jin Ryuk prepared to leave, he received a message asking him to immediately submit the results of his strength tests. It had been 2 months since the emergence of the Tower of Trials, and since then the world order had changed drastically, although people were adapting surprisingly well to this new reality. Newspapers featured a special article about the mysterious masked player, an incident that naturally attracted worldwide attention. Only 2 people knew that Jin Ryuk was the player behind the mask: Mr. Kim, the leader of the porters, who happily agreed to keep the secret, and Teresa, who promised never to comment on it. Now he had 2 distinct identities and could act much more strategically. Later, at the Awakened Association, Jin Ryuk realized that he no longer had Martha's restricting him and concluded that it was the perfect time to monopolize everything around him. Afterwards, he received his rank certificate, which turned out to be much simpler than he expected, revealing that he was still classified as rank F. Upon leaving, he met his 2 companions, and Yanha mentioned that some people around claimed to know him while talking among themselves. Jin Hyuk stepped forward to introduce him and pointed to a girl, explaining that she was Alice, a player from Northern Europe. Jin Ryuk, however, knew that revealing she was a vampire would cause immediate chaos. Next to her was Kim Hwang, responsible for the administration of the Black Crow Guild, which Jin Ryuk had recently acquired. Hwang was emotional, feeling that for the first time he could present himself as an ordinary human. Jin Ryuk calmly stated that both could ask him for anything whenever they needed. Then Taemin asked if he had really become the master of the Black Crow Guild. Jin Ryuk replied that even if Hwang was master in name only, he was the true leader behind everything. The 2 reacted with excitement, already imagining themselves as part of that guild. Soon after, Jin Ryuk scolded Alice, and she became irritated, demanding to know why. He found it absurd that she had exploded a building just because someone called her a child. Alice justified herself by saying she had never been provoked that way before, which only made Jin Ryuk think she was very eccentric. The 2 were about to go hunting, and Jin Ryuk invited her to join Alice, asked if he couldn't hunt alone, but he explained that he planned to face a horde and needed her help, so he just said goodbye to the others. When she asked if there were still any free hunting grounds, it was explained that as long as the 3rd floor boss was not defeated and the 4th floor remained closed, the best dungeons were controlled by guilds and there were no unknown hunting fields. At least that was what everyone thought. Jin Ryuk knew of a special place. They arrived at the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials at the Moon Lake, famous for being the most beautiful setting in the entire tower. The place resembled a luminous beach, more than a lake, with crystal clear waters, pillars decorated with moon symbols, and a starry sky with multiple full moons. Jin Ryuk thought that despite being so stunning, no one had time to visit it while the world faced human extinction. Alice agreed it was elegant, but wanted to know what he intended to hunt there. Without answering, Jin Ryuk simply stepped into the lake fully dressed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Jin Hyuk knew the secrets of Moon Lake well, and knew that 12 statues were scattered around the water, each controlling a part of the tide. All had an animal carved on top: a cat, a horse, a deer, but among them, the most important was the fish statue, responsible for controlling the entire lake flow. At the top of the fish's head was a secret opening, like a hidden button, something hundreds of players had discovered. This became a topic of debate in the community, but no one had discovered the key that fit into that space. Only Jin Hyuk knew that the answer was not a physical object. The true key was the moonlight. Adjusting the intensity of the light reflected on the crystal inside the statue, he activated the mechanism, and immediately a large secret passage opened in the center of the lake. He advanced without hesitation and entered the 1st underground floor of the Tower of Trials. Even Alice was unprepared for this, and the feeling of freedom mixed with surprise made her realize how different this place was from what she had imagined. Jin Hyuk mentally noted that she seemed pleased to have formed a contract with him, and Alice admitted that this time he wasn't lying. Taking advantage of being there, he absorbed a little more magical power from the frozen tear, although 70 points remained, and he could only continue absorption after 24 hours. He recognized that, after obtaining this power, controlling Alice had become much easier. While reflecting on the monsters of the tower and the fact that everyone seemed aware that this was a game turned real, Jin Hyuk wondered if Alice had really lived for thousands of years, or believed it simply because it was part of the original game files. At the exact moment he asked this question, something akin into a glitch occurred, startling Alice. As if something had directly interfered with her existence, Jin Hyuk concluded that information related to the essence of the tower was completely blocked, but knowing he could not speak about it was already an important revelation. Soon after, Alice noticed a creature approaching. Jin Ryuk, alert, invoked his fire magic while remembering why he called this place a spawn field. The reason was simple. Monsters appeared there endlessly. Within seconds, dozens of black hard-shelled beetles emerged throughout the cave, monsters that respawned infinitely and filled the area with their heavy bodies. Facing a giant level 25 beetle, Alice felt disgusted by the creature, which she found ugly and repulsive. Jin Ryuk focused, activated Blessing of the Star, creating a pillar of light guided by the stars that reduced 30% of all surrounding monsters' defense. He wanted to see what Alice was capable of, and the memory of their contract prevented her from hesitating. Alice used her blood connection, enveloping the beetles in large red bubbles that left the monsters completely vulnerable to the next attack. Jin Ryuk finished them all with a single slash and, for the first time, managed to level up. For him, this was the true beginning of the monopoly he had been planning. He was tired of holding back for so long and now relied on these monsters to accelerate his evolution. With the power of his Tomb of Swords, he was more motivated than ever to advance. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place in the Olympus Guild Conference Hall, an assembly gathering major figures. Patrick, representative of the Titan Guild, explained that the 8th raid attempt to reach the 4th floor had failed again. Of the 15 forces, each with 100 people, only 9 returned. The 3rd floor boss was not particularly difficult, but the real problem was the 100,000 statues he commanded, and they had yet to find an efficient way to deal with them. Ten Wei, representative of the Zhonghua Guild, remarked that even using a divine artifact with great responsive power, they had still failed. He questioned how they intended to cross the sea of giant statues blocking the path to the 4th floor. Maria, representative of the Olympus Guild, added that the raids on the 2nd and 3rd floors had been completed too quickly. Players had not had enough time to level up properly, and if there had been more fighters above level 15, the situation might have been different. Bai Jinro, captain of the 3rd raid of the Dangun Guild, fully agreed and suggested that all this confusion was related to the Zhonghua Guild, which regulated the dungeons to monopolize crystals. From there, the representatives began to argue and shout at each other. Patrick, representative of the Titan Guild, told everyone to calm down, reminding them that they were there to solve problems, not create more. Maria asked if he had any proposals. Patrick explained that the previous night they had received news of so-called demon human beings who offered to help if certain conditions were met. Everyone immediately refused, as no leader wanted to ally with such a repulsive group. Teresa, observing the meeting, knew that everyone detested the idea of working with them and understood why. With so much visibility and influence, maintaining a noble and fair posture was more important than ever, especially for organizations dependent on public opinion. Then, a flame appeared in the fireplace and a force manifested, revealing a figure who asked who exactly they were calling a bastard. A demon human materialized before everyone. Bak Ji-ho reacted immediately, planting his hands on the table and throwing it at the intruder. Ten Wei, on his way, split the table in half with his own sword, commenting that he finally agreed with Ji-ho on something. The demon human, indifferent to the aggression, stated that they were temperamental but believed they would change their minds after hearing his proposal. He explained that they intended to join forces as they had enough power to defeat the 3rd floor guardian. Ji-ho retorted that it was a lie, as the Demon Human Association didn't even have 100 people. He wanted to know how they intended to break through such a large army. The old Demon Human replied that they didn't need living numbers and activated his unique skill, Gravedigger of the Black Tomb, summoning a huge army of undead around the room. He commented that, thanks to Europe's extensive war history, countless corpses were buried throughout the continent. Patrick concluded he was a necromancer and asked if the staff in his hands was what he thought. The Demon Human confirmed and explained that the artifact had been crafted with 99 rare materials and was known as the Staff of Greed Wu-Tang Wei, stated that with that power, they might have a real chance of winning. Maria, shocked, asked if he was seriously considering accepting the Demon Human's proposal. Ji-ho replied that he knew he should be tearing the intruder in half at that moment, but also recognized that if they accepted the conditions, no outsider would ever know what was negotiated. For this reason, it might be worth trying. Maria, still incredulous, turned to Teresa, who already had her sword and shield in hand. Realizing that even she hadn't expected things to take this turn, Teresa thought that if Jin Hyuk had been present, the situation would not have escalated this far. At that moment, as if responding to her thoughts, the system announced the arrival of a video call request coming from outside the tower. The user's name was Kang Jin Hyuk. His appearance surprised her, almost as if he had been summoned by destiny itself, and she promptly accepted the call. Jin Hyuk asked if she was doing well and if she had been leveling up, but he quickly noticed the tense atmosphere in the room. The demonic human, upon noticing the transmission, asked why he wasn't showing up in person instead of hiding behind a screen. When Jin Hyuk finally revealed himself, still wearing his characteristic mask, everyone immediately recognized the stranger who had cleared the ruins of the first floor. He was the super rookie, the player all the guilds in the world were trying to find and recruit. The shock was universal, but at the same time, everyone was excited to see him there. Even the demonic human himself, who commented that he had heard of the man capable of conquering the ruins. He insisted that, despite that, the Maharajal boss was completely different, but claimed he had enough power to defeat him thanks to the number of summons he possessed. The guild representatives agreed that this could be true. Then, Jin Hyuk questioned the authenticity of that power. He stated that it was impossible to defeat the third floor with that fake staff. The demonic human didn't understand and asked what he meant by that. Jin Hyuk explained that the true Staff of Greed required extremely rare materials, such as a saint's heart and a prison uniform anointed with sacred oil. It was impossible to create the genuine item using only materials from the first 3 floors, and that staff was merely an incomplete version, lacking the red gem on the skull that identified the legitimate artifact. Moreover, the skeleton soldiers, despite their numbers, were of very poor quality. To him, it was clear that the demonic human intended to betray the great guilds at the right moment. The old demonic figure responded irritably, calling Jin Hyuk arrogant and claiming he would regret refusing his offer. Then he vanished amid flames, saying he would be watching him from that moment on. With his departure, the entire army of undead also disappeared. Patrick asked what they should do now. Jin Hyuk calmly replied that they should leave everything to him, assuring them they wouldn't need to ally with the demonic humans and that he himself would claim the rewards for clearing the tower. Patrick questioned whether he could really handle it alone and received an answer of absolute confidence. The representatives observed that, even if he failed, it would be an excellent opportunity to recruit him in the future, given his undeniable potential. Soon they began vying for his attention, offering guild memberships and numerous perks. Jin Hyuk, however, firmly declined everything and only requested that the entire area be blocked to prevent other hunters from entering, as he wouldn't receive any reward if he cleared the floor with company. Maria asked why he would do that, and Tenwei found it extremely suspicious. Unable to understand why someone would give up so much, Jin Hyuk explained that he was simply doing what was necessary for someone he considered a precious companion. Teresa was deeply moved, blushing in a way that revealed her feelings, while Jin Hyuk thought his own words were making him embarrassed. Patrick praised this determination and stated that, as a guild leader, he had nothing more to declare in front of such a stance. Jin Hyuk took advantage of the favorable mood, knowing that any ordinary person would have accepted rewards, but someone capable of giving up even 2 for their companions would certainly receive something greater in the future. With that, he ended the video call. At that moment, he was already at level 12 after farming in the spawn field. Things were even better than he had anticipated. His attributes were 8 strength, 8 agility, 8 vitality, 41 magic, and 33 points available. Meanwhile, Alice complained, asking if he would really leave all the work to her. Jin Hyuk replied that she wouldn't die, as she had more than enough power to handle the beetles. Alice, irritated, commented that this wasn't a partnership at all, but a slavery contract. He said he was hurting her feelings, but would compensate by buying her a mana supplement. Alice, however, explained that this wouldn't help, as common supplements couldn't restore such a large volume of energy. Since she wouldn't be able to support him properly with low mana, she requested what actually worked, just a drop of his blood. He asked her to calm down, trying to control the situation, but Alice still lunged and bit his neck, fully restoring his strength. After that, Jin Ryuki said they could take the opportunity to do some shopping, as he had many coins. He acquired a gigantification pill, an unknown cube, a skill catalyst, sticky grass, Kultura's forest sandweb, and 2-headed ogre snot. Unpleasant items, but useful. Then he warned that from that moment on, they would be extremely busy, as they still needed to reach the end of the first basement before the end of the day. Without hesitation, he told Alice to hold on tight as he simply jumped off the cliff. She questioned why they were jumping without knowing the depth, but Jin Ryuki explained he knew the place perfectly, having jumped there over 100 times. At the right moment, he asked Alice to use reverse gravity, ensuring a smooth descent. She commented that he was far too daring and asked whether it was skill or pure luck, but before she could get an answer, she noticed the presence of new enemies. Jin Ryuki had already noticed as well. He had lit the altar at the center of the basement, which attracted countless creatures. They were surrounded by insects, deformed monsters, and a titan sitting on a stone throne. This titan introduced himself as Anubis, the wandering dog of the desert. He said he intended to torture Jin Ryuki before killing him and found it impressive that he had descended there of his own accord. Jin Ryuki showed no interest in talking and advanced, provoking the titan. Anubis asked if he really believed he was worthy of fighting a god. Alice warned that the enemy was extremely dangerous, but Jin Ryuki simply remarked to himself that she still cared for him and told her to keep watching. He advanced confidently, saying he would show who had truly made a contract with her. Anubis found the attitude bold and amusing. Then the titan activated his innate ability, the judgment of Anubis, and asked if it had been the vampire who revealed information about him. The system announced that the first question had been presented. The judgment was an absolute test with 3 questions, and Anubis always activated it when confronted. To copy that ability, it would be necessary to destroy the vessel containing his consciousness, which could only be done by irritating him to the point of losing patience. Jin Ryuki, following this strategy exactly, answered yes, it was the vampire who told him everything, because otherwise he would never have found the place. Anubis asked the second question, wanting to know if he had come for the hive. He replied yes, since the hive was worth a fortune on the black market. With that, he completed the second answer, getting closer to freeing himself from the judgment. The third question came immediately after Anubis asked if he really believed he would leave alive after stepping into his territory. Jin Ryuki replied that if Anubis couldn't handle him, he should simply give up his items and his own life. When the third answer was completed, all conditions were met, and the judgment of Anubis was fully activated. Jin Ryuki's attributes were reduced by 50%, and his common and innate skills were sealed for a full minute. Then Anubis chose a champion to execute the judgment, a praying mantis that gained black armor and transformed into a giant, terrifying version. This would be the champion responsible for facing him. Anubis, satisfied, asked what he thought of his distinguished representative. Jin Ryuki observed the champion and calmly commented that he was indeed terrifying, but that would be more than enough to defeat him. Then he took a small gramophone from his inventory. The object played a specific piece of music and had a peculiar rule. It could not be destroyed while the music was playing. Anubis claimed he had gone completely mad, but Jin Ryuki disagreed. For him, music was something to be appreciated, even in combat. When the enemy advanced, Jin Ryuki began moving his feet in dance steps. The music was a classical composition, something he usually listened to while fighting. Each beat perfectly followed the attack pattern of the giant praying mantis. After numerous tests, he had found the perfect symphony for this duel. Following the rhythm, he dodged all the attacks with absurd precision, leaving even Anubis completely incredulous. When the penalty minute passed, his skills were released again. 1 second after activating Sword's Tomb, he had already cut off the giant praying mantis's legs. However, Anubis claimed that his champion could regenerate in seconds and would never die. Jin Ryuki agreed, saying that he truly couldn't kill the creature in its current state, but he could still make it wish it had never been born. He then proceeded to torture the mantis mercilessly. Alice noticed that he was toying with the monster and thought that if he was truly her contractor, perhaps she could finally achieve her revenge. Even after regenerating several times, the mantis eventually collapsed, exhausted and crying. Anubis ordered it to get up and fight, calling it useless. The proud champion chosen by the gods was emotionally defeated. Jin Ryuki's final strike was an absolute insult. He simply teabagged. Sitting on the mantis's head, humiliated, the champion got up and cut off its own head. Thus, the battle ended with the creature's definitive defeat. Anubis, incredulous, questioned whether his own champion had taken its life. Meanwhile, Jin Ryuki leveled up. He received the magical castle of the Duchy of Peltorus, a book that allowed him to learn ice magic once analyzed. He commented that this was the effect of monopolizing rewards. Upon analyzing it, he gained the ability of ice folding, capable of creating spikes for his next attacks. Anubis acknowledged that Jin Ryuki was clearly no ordinary human, but said he would not be defeated by ice toys. Jin Ryuki retorted that Anubis could barely defend himself and did nothing but hinder progress on the 42nd floor. It was then that Anubis realized Jin Hyuk knew from the beginning that he was merely a consciousness and wanted to understand why the young man had come to face him. He replied that he had come just for fun, which made the god even angrier. At that moment, Anubis used the hive, capable of infinitely summoning giant insects. However, all of them were destroyed by the ice spikes. Moreover, Jin Ryuki also possessed firepower and combined the two abilities, creating daylight. The magic's glow was already enough to take down smaller creatures, and the energy explosion transformed into a laser that pierced everything in its path. It was a rank A skill, compressing and releasing magical power to produce a blinding beam of light. Realizing he needed to change strategy, Anubis chose a new target, and the hive summoned a reinforced entity, the queen bee. Even when struck by ice spikes, she regenerated and created multiple copies, like a worm split in half. Anubis stated that from that moment on, no matter how strong Jinryuki's ability was, it would all be useless. Jinryuki remarked that it took a while for the queen bee to appear, and then used the gigantification pill, an item capable of increasing the target's size up to 10 times. He then went from bee to bee, placing the pill in each of their mouths. The effect would activate in a minute, and he used that time to climb onto one of the bees and guide it directly toward Anubis. He knew that creatures that couldn't die and kept multiplying could drive anyone to despair, but that situation didn't intimidate him because he had faced that scenario hundreds of times. After gathering all the bees, Jinryuki compressed them inside the unknown cube. He then added all the items he had bought, along with a fireball. The compressed cube contained dozens of bees growing rapidly due to the pill sticking together because of the slime and web, until they finally exploded simultaneously thanks to the firepower. He knew that to fight a boss commanding an army, the best strategy was to have the largest number of gigantification pills possible. Besides multiplying the experience gained, it also multiplied the dropped items. Thus, he not only exterminated the bees, but exponentially increased the rewards they provided. Anubis began to wonder what was happening. It was obvious that Jinryuki had bought all those items specifically to execute this absurd combination. He realized the boy had planned everything from the start and, irritated, destroyed the hive to prevent him from continuing to accumulate experience. Jinryuki complained that things were finally getting fun, and Anubis had ruined everything. The god, completely outraged, repeatedly declared that he would not tolerate being humiliated. In that way, he threw a tantrum, saying Jinryuki should survive and climb the tower soon to face him again. Jinryuki simply replied that this was already his plan. Without needing so many shouts, Anubis promised he would finish him when they met again. As soon as Anubis's vessel was destroyed, the combat conditions were completed, and Jinryuki acquired the skill Judgment of Anubis. It allowed him to ask 3 questions to a target, reducing the victim's attributes by 50% when activated. However, it could only be used once per target. If he tried to abuse the skill, the wrath of the Egyptian gods would fall upon him. Even so, many of these gods showed interest in him, some with open hostility. Jin Hyuk merely commented that they were all foolish. Alice, who had been watching from the start, couldn't understand what had just happened. Jin Hyuk replied that he had simply won, leaving her even more confused. At that moment, he was already at level 19, with 54 attribute points to distribute. It was the first time he had leveled up so many times at once, and not knowing what he would encounter next, he decided to distribute everything evenly. Soon after, he received another video call, this time from Yu Seung, who asked where he was and what he was doing. Jin Hyuk replied that it was none of his business. Ignoring the response, Yu Seung explained that he had a proposal. In 24 hours, the Awakened Association would hold a martial arts tournament. Rank A players or higher would participate, including him. Jinryuki questioned why they would hold a tournament right after failing to defeat the third-floor boss Yu Seung, then said he wanted the two of them to participate together to finally resolve their rivalry and determine the true winner. Jinryuki asked why he would waste his time on something so useless, but Yu Seung insisted he would not refuse. He then showed an entry ticket for the black market. Later, it was explained that the black market was not like a simple currency market familiar to players. It was something entirely different and valuable. The black market was a secret auction house, accessible only to special guests, who could buy rare items using real money. Jin Hyuk was present at the first auction of the night and thought that, thanks to it, he could obtain several items necessary to defeat the third-floor boss. At that moment, however, he received an unexpected system message. The only video posted on his newly created channel had been selected as the platform's highlight. In it, the masked unknown player could be seen alongside Teresa and the most famous rankers from the major guilds, because he had recorded the entire video call. Since the parts involving the demon were cut in editing, no one criticized the guilds, and global attention was now focused on him, the masked player, as each person could only watch one video per day. Reaching 50 million views was impressive. Even with the absurd 90% fee charged by the system, Jin Hyuk would still earn 50,000 coins. However, the auction hadn't started for him yet, because all of that was just a narrative-created expectation. The reality was that he was still sitting at the tournament, waiting for that chaos to end. In the arena were 24 competitors of the martial arts tournament, held to rank high-level players. After public criticism due to the failure on the third floor, the major guilds organized the tournament to calm the population, showing strength strength and competence, like a modern coliseum. Jin Ryuki admitted the strategy was very clever. Yu Seung explained that he would give him the black market invitation if he agreed to fight Jin Ryuki, however, stated he could not compete for not being rank A or higher. Yu Seung then clarified that the champion would receive two advantages: the ability to choose a divine relic from the National Museum and the right to nominate a player who did not participate in the tournament to fight against him in the final. Jin Ryuki realized he was completely ignoring what he had said before. Determined, Yu Seung declared that this time he would make sure to defeat him in front of everyone. While they argued, the arena filled with magic and chaos. Anubis's summoning was sweeping all the competitors, and the fire magic finished the job. It was the team of Liu and Zhang Yu, the old museum man, who impressed everyone. The audience realized that the duo was truly powerful. However, the Lord of the Black Cloud Guild, rank S Hong Dokpyo, was only observing Yu Seung, admiring his sword skill. He still remembered that Yu Seung had been the first person to refuse joining his guild. Meanwhile, Zhang Dorian, one of the hunters from the Black Cloud Guild, commented that if he had participated, he would have easily defeated that arrogant Yu Seung. Dokpyo told him to stop worrying about the fights and focus on the important interview he would have soon. He had invested heavily to get Dorian to that point and was confident that the young, talented hunter would reach rank S in a few years. If the world discovered that the guild had found a rookie with such potential, the prestige of the Black Cloud Guild would naturally rise. Still, the leader wished Dorian were a bit less arrogant. When all the competitors were already exhausted in the arena, Yu Seung ended the combat with a single slash, securing his victory. The champion had been decided, and thousands of spectators watched the broadcast in awe. He then chose his opponent, pointing his sword directly at Dokpyo and Do-hyun. Calling the competitor to step forward, Do-hyun commented that Yu Seung was smart, but Dokpyo told him to stay down, saying he wasn't being addressed. Yu Seung held his sword raised, and at that moment Jin Hyuk stood up, calmly commenting that he really knew how to irritate someone. When the champion announced he would choose Jin Hyuk as his opponent, the audience was impressed and confused, because the masked player was officially only a rank F. Dokpyo couldn't understand why Yu Seung would do that, as there was nothing to gain by facing someone so weak in front of everyone. In the arena, Jin Ryuk walked calmly and asked Yu Seung to promise that this would be the last time he challenged him, as he needed to learn to accept defeat with dignity. Surprised, Yu Seung questioned how he could speak like that, even when facing the champion. Jin Ryuk merely agreed that he had indeed grown stronger, but wasn't sure if it would be enough. Determined, Yu Seung explained that he had trained tirelessly just to defeat him and declared that he would fight with everything if Jin Hyuk wanted to receive the black market invitation. He activated his energy sword skill, Flames of Souls, and prepared for a devastating strike. Jin Ryuk, already used to his exaggeration, sighed inwardly and decided he would finally put an end to this persistent pursuer, as he was tired of this story. In the next second, the arena exploded from the impact, and even Wilson wondered how many abilities Jin Hyuk had. Seeing him land face first on the ground after the attack, maintaining his composure, Jin Ryuk approached, picked up the black market invitation, and thanked him as if nothing had happened. The audience was shocked, trying to understand how a rank F could possess so many abilities. He then walked over to Li Yue and Zhang Wu, saying it had been a long time since their first meeting, which had been somewhat turbulent, but all of that was now in the past. They assured him that they truly did not wish to be his enemies. Jin Ryuk, with his usual intimidating calm, commented that since they were now friends, Li Yue could do him a favor and give him her contact number. She realized it was practically a veiled threat, but handed over the number without arguing. Soon after, Dorian, excited, entered the arena to meet this peculiar rank F. Jin Hyuk activated Truth Eye level 3 to check his stats and discovered he was level 21 with the innate ability Giant Power, whose copy condition was revealing the target's malicious plan. The sudden approach made it clear that Dorian indeed had some hidden intentions. Still, Jin Hyuk found it more intriguing that the system always knew exactly what people were thinking, something far beyond a simple program. Do-hyun stepped forward, saying not to look at him that way, as he didn't come to fight. Since they worked in the same field, they would inevitably meet many times, and he suggested it would be better to get along as colleagues. He extended his hand for a cordial handshake, but Jin Hyuk, using Truth Eye for the second time that day, saw that Do-hyun was lying and hiding his true intentions. Reporters were already approaching, anticipating that something would happen. The Black Cloud Guild representative, watching everything with expectation, made it clear that he wanted to use Dorian to surpass that strange rookie who had defeated the champion in front of everyone, thus attracting more attention to his guild. Understanding the obvious plan, Jin Hyuk managed to copy the Giant Power ability. With Giant Grip, a rank B skill, he could greatly increase his physical strength and and use items up to 10 times heavier than his own body. He realized that in the game he had rarely had opportunities to copy abilities, since he was the only active player. But now that the game had become reality, the possibilities to collect powers were practically unlimited. When Jinryuki asked if the handshake also represented the Black Cloud Guild, Dorian replied naturally that it did. He said the boy didn't seem affiliated with any guild, and could even receive special treatment, with the possibility of a hefty payment. Before accepting the handshake, Jinryuk asked if his opponent truly believed he could beat him in a simple strength competition. Do-yun, trusting in his giant power, said he believed he could, but all his strength was useless. Nothing happened because Jinryuk used Judgment of Anubis, paralyzing the opponent, halving his strength, and bringing him to his knees, while he remained completely calm. Jinryuk commented that Do-hyun had a lot of confidence in his own strength but seemed to groan too much for someone of that size. When Jihyo shook his hand earlier, he had screamed even more. Taking advantage of the moment, Jinryuk punched Do-hyun in the stomach and said there was no reason to call him a colleague since they had never met before. Even so, the confusion was far from over. He soon saw the Black Cloud Guild representative approaching with his ability activated. The man wanted to know how the boy dared to hurt Do-hyun, saying he had worked hard to get there. Dokpyo, much stronger and at level 34, had a unique ability called Blood Demon Ki, whose copy condition required destroying his pride. Still, Jinryuki didn't want to provoke him and suggested they let the fight go. Dokpyo retorted, asking if he was scared. Jinryuki replied he wasn't. He just thought it rude to beat up an old man. The provocation made Dokpyo furious, causing him to unleash his full power. Jinryuki countered with Daylight Level 2, drew his dagger, and managed to block the attack thanks to his evasion attribute. Using 99 points of gap to reduce the level difference, Dokpyo couldn't understand how the boy was defending his attacks, especially being someone who had fought on the front line against the Colossus, the second-floor boss. Before the confrontation escalated, someone intervened. Using the arbitration ability, a man stopped both attacks and calmly asked them to cease, reminding them that they were in a martial arts tournament in front of a full audience. It was President Han Sung-jin, accompanied by 2 agents. Jinryuk recognized that the scarred man was responsible for all the awakened players in Korea. Dokpyo immediately complained, saying the president arrived just as a member of his guild had been beaten. But Sang-jin explained that this was a battlefield where injuries were inevitable. Dokpyo got irritated, but the president simply ignored him and addressed Jinryuk, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. He confessed he didn't know who he was until 20 minutes ago, but had received an urgent call from Chief Park, responsible for the tournament. Something unbelievable was happening, so he rushed there. Investigating the boy, Sang-jin discovered that Jin-hyuk had hidden his ranking because he had threatened the examiner. Still, the president publicly congratulated him for becoming the 16th rank S in Korea and declared that the association would take responsibility for the evaluation error. The revelation caused a general shock. Agents, reporters, and journalists immediately rushed to the center of the arena. Everyone wanted to get close to Jin-hyuk, as if it were a birthday promotion at a supermarket. The crowd completely ignored the members of the Black Cloud, leaving Dokpyo desperate as he realized his stage was being stolen. He tried to hold back a reporter, but the man dropped his own coat just to run to Jin-hyuk and get his story. Dokpyo's pride was destroyed at that moment. And that was exactly why Jinryuk had managed to copy his ability too, a highly useful skill, but acquired in a painfully hard way for the original owner. Once again, Jinryuk appeared on the front page of every news channel, but this time with his real face exposed to the world. Meanwhile, he was heading to Las Vegas in full luxury, traveling on a plane commissioned by the association itself. He realized that high-ranking players really received completely different treatment, and even enjoyed a first-class meal when Alice drew his attention. She asked if he was seeing the blonde man talking to the flight attendant in front. She said that the man had a strange aroma, an unpleasant scent of blood. Jin-hyuk questioned if she was going crazy, but she insisted she wasn't, warning that the man was not an ordinary human. He reflected that if even Alice, who saw humans only as blood bags, was saying this, the matter had to be serious. So he activated the Eye of Truth and discovered that the man was a demon human, a necromancer with the unique ability of the Forgotten Ancient Tomb. To copy that ability, it would be necessary to create affinity with the target, which included officially registering with the Demon Human Association. Jinryuk could hardly believe it because the man was pretending very well to be an ordinary person. Shortly after, the man, Alex Gildor, approached him and asked if he was the famous Korean player. The latest great rookie from Korea, Jinryuk immediately concluded that it was no coincidence. Alex had clearly chosen that flight on purpose. It wasn't just major guilds that were interested in him. He confirmed that he had recently been re-evaluated as Rank S. Alex then introduced himself with a business card, saying that their meeting was destiny, and invited him for a drink at the airplane bar. Jin Ryuk, in turn, decided to play along just to get what he needed. Later, while drinking a top-shelf cognac, Alex began telling all kinds of stories about his booming cosmetics business and the difficulties he faced since the tower appeared. He tried hard to act like an ordinary human, even though he was a demon human, and pretended so convincingly that an innocent person would easily believe him. But Jin Ryuk had known the truth from the beginning. At one point, Alex explained that the main reason he went to Korea wasn't just to expand cosmetics. He wanted to start businesses related to the Awakened and was considering diving fully into this new field. But there was a small problem. He asked if Jin Ryuk had heard of the masked player who had been drawing attention lately. Jin Ryuk said yes and remembered seeing him declare that he would kill the boss of the third floor. Curious, he asked if Alex had any connection with the masked man. The man replied that they would participate together in the third floor raid, but ended up in a complicated situation. Even though the masked man said it was to protect his teammates, he didn't want them to bother him because he needed to do something alone. Jin Ryuk commented that he spoke as if he knew the person personally, and Alex said it could almost be considered that. Jin Ryuk realized he was a talented liar. Inventing everything calmly, Alex explained that his point was simple. If Jin Ryuk participated in the third floor raid, it would be a huge help. But Jin Ryuk replied that the unknown masked man had promised to win alone, and he didn't intend to go against that. Alex explained to Jin Ryuk that as Rank S, he could act on his own without anyone stopping him, and he even had the chance to obtain a secret item in the third floor boss hall. Jin Ryuk thought that, in a situation where major guilds had promised an exclusive raid for the masked man, it was obvious they would do everything to prevent anyone else from entering the boss hall. This meant that the demon humans would try to invade and already knew a method to do so. He commented that it seemed like an exaggerated request. Since he had just become Rank S, Alex replied that, for a businessman, the more complex the task, the higher the payment. Then he took from his inventory the Potion of Legends, an elixir capable of curing any disease and even regenerating a destroyed heart. It was an extremely rare item. Jin Ryuk held the vial, wondering how the Demon-Human Association had obtained something so powerful. Alex explained that anyone would give everything for an item like that and offered the elixir as an advance, as long as the contract was signed. Then he activated the Dead Men's Contract ability. The document looked ordinary, but Jin Ryuk knew that if the conditions were broken, the user would die instantly. He was safe only because he had no intention of signing. Thus, he calmly refused. He was being cautious now and didn't want to make major guilds his enemies. Alex lamented that not even the elixir was enough to convince him. He tried to take the item back, but Jin Ryuk said that, as careful as he was still greedy. Before Alex could react, the plane was shaken by strong turbulence. The businessman wondered if that bastard was planning to bring down the plane. The flight attendant ordered everyone to fasten their seatbelts, and Jin Ryuk only told Alex to return to his seat. The businessman asked if he had known about the group from the start. Jin Ryuk only replied that Alex was a good actor. Alex, irritated, warned him not to exaggerate. He said the masked man would make him pay dearly for that. Jin Ryuk immediately claimed it was a lie, reminding him they weren't on the masked man's side. Having been humiliated during the Olympus meeting, Alex was shocked to realize he had that information and believed he could only be bluffing. Jin Ryuk then said he could even provide information about the masked man as long as Alex behaved. When the plane landed, he only said that they would meet again. Later in Las Vegas, Alice asked if that place was really a human city, and to her, it didn't seem too bad. Jin Ryuk only asked her not to cause trouble, or he would send her back inside the ring. He had allowed her to go out a bit, because she was the one who noticed that Alex was a demon human, though she still needed to maintain a minimum distance of 150 centimeters from him. At that moment, Jin Ryuk decided to combine two of his abilities, the Eye of Truth and the Bloody Demon Key. The fusion resulted in the Gluttonous Eye. With it, he gained immunity to any barrier while using this ability, along with the power to share vision and read minds. However, the last two functions only worked on people lower than his level. He even thought he would prefer to fuse the Eye of Truth with a more stable spiritual ability in the future, but he had no choice at that moment. While he organized his thoughts, Alice asked if they could visit a place like the one she was pointing at, a huge illuminated casino. Jin Ryuk told Alice they wouldn't enter that casino because using abilities wasn't allowed in common places. He thought that, although he could take money from anyone there by force, it was only small funds for the auction, and taking money from hardworking people would cross a line he didn't want to cross. If he needed to get money by questionable means, he would do it against those who deserved it. That's why he told Alice he would take her to an incomparable place, which excited the girl. Later, they arrived arrived at the Tortuga gambling house, a building far less flashy than the luxurious casino they had visited before. Alice commented that she preferred the other one because it sparkled. Jin Ryuk replied that they weren't there to play. As he spoke, he saw a desperate customer accusing someone else of cheating with abilities, until a walking wardrobe kicked him so hard that the poor man fainted on the sidewalk. Jin Hyuk ignored the scene and just murmured that he believed the man. When they entered, Alice admitted that the place seemed to have many fun things, and Jin Ryuk explained that this was a casino where magic could be used freely. He then placed her at the bar counter and told the bartender that she could order anything she wanted, leaving it all on his tab. Alice asked if he really expected her to just stand there after being trapped inside the ring for so long, and also asked what he would do by himself. He replied that he was going to make foreign money. Meanwhile, one of the croupiers activated the Source Seal ability, which would prevent the deck from being affected by any magic for 10 minutes, blocking any cheating attempts. This croupier, named Pedro, believed he had received a decent hand and thought about the more than $500,000 he had already lost to that Asian. Jin Hyuk, determined to end it, he raised the bet. Jin Hyuk responded with an all-in, putting $5 million on the table. He asked if that was acceptable, and Pedro confirmed, saying the house always trusted its own luck. Curious, Jin Hyuk wanted to know who managed the place. Pedro explained that it was an investment of the Scavenger Guild and began to find the sudden interest of this silent customer strange. Jin Hyuk commented that he didn't know asking questions was forbidden, and Pedro replied that he would always serve his client gladly. However, he suddenly realized that Jin Hyuk was literally reading his mind. Still, when revealing the cards, Pedro thought none of it mattered because he could replace the cards as soon as they were turned. He activated his strange gestures ability to do so, but when the cards appeared on the table, Jin Hyuk received a pair of jacks. Pedro was confused. He was sure he had swapped the cards with his ability, but he didn't know he was under the judgment of Anubis. As Jin Ryuk had asked 3 questions earlier, Jin Ryuk commented that it had been close, but he had still won. He reflected that his new ability, the Gluttonous Eye, provided extremely useful mind reading. But when he tried to collect his chips, some guards approached, saying he needed to follow them. Jin Ryuk asked if that was how they treated clients, and the guards replied that someone who took so much money from the casino wasn't considered a client. At the exact moment the head of security tried to take him to a private room, one of the guards was thrown over them. Jin Ryuk commented that this only confirmed what he had heard when entering the place. Here, only fools were deceived. He then began beating the armed guards one by one, while the other gamblers cheered as if watching a show. At the same time, Alice looked at the drink the bartender had placed in front of her. The woman explained that it was called the Fire Kiss, a drink symbolizing passion between couples. Meanwhile, behind her, Jin Ryuk destroyed half the hall, and Alice, unfazed, commented that all of this was nonsense. The guards were completely desperate trying to deal with Jin Ryuk. He was too strong, and every attack of theirs seemed useless. The situation worsened when one of the guards ran to the boss, showing on his phone that Jin Ryuk was the newest rank S in Korea. Upon realizing this, the boss concluded that, if he wanted, this man could destroy the entire casino alone. Immediately, he ordered everyone to stop. He took off his suit, kneeled before Jin Ryuk, and apologized, saying he didn't know who he was. Jin Ryuk, however, realized exactly what was happening. To him, the boss only changed his attitude after discovering his rank, and he responded that it was absurd. He said he would take the money he had won and, as compensation for mental damages, would leave the total at 10 million. The boss didn't seem very confident about this decision, but Jin Ryuk made it clear that they either accepted the 10 million or could close the doors immediately. In the end, they chose the easier path. Later, Jin Ryuk checked the account and already had the 10 million available. Now, with the necessary money, he was ready to go to the auction. A car with fully darkened windows stopped in front of him, and the driver asked if he was the expected client. As soon as he entered, the vehicle departed, and due to the darkened windows, Jin Ryuk could see nothing outside. The location of the auction house was extremely secret. When they arrived, he realized that, despite all the secrecy, the place was a huge and flashy mansion. This surprised him a little. He also remembered the promise made to Alice, so he asked the driver to release her quickly. As soon as she stepped out, Alice took a deep breath and said the air outside was much better, commenting that the mansion was worthy of a noble like her. Then she asked if Jin Ryuk would really participate in the auction, and he confirmed, but asked her not to draw attention, as there were many watchful eyes inside. Upon entering the hall, they could already hear people's animated conversations about the items that might appear. Some mentioned the possibility of a ichthyosaur heart being auctioned that year. The tower Tower of Trials had caused the return of numerous ancient treasures thanks to the increase of mana in the world, and everyone was eager to see what would emerge. Suddenly, Alice felt the presence of someone with an extremely unpleasant scent. It was another demon human who introduced himself as Julius Cedric, commented that Jin Hyuk probably already had an idea of who he was, and said he was the master of the man coming right behind. Alex, who was badly hurt and had received a scolding before arriving. Using the gluttonous eye, Jin Ryok assessed Julius Cedric. He discovered that the old man was level 30, possessed the unique ability Pyramid Guardian, had impressive attributes, advanced skills, and that to copy his ability, one would need to become his apprentice. This intrigued Jin Ryuk, convinced that the system was getting stranger every day. Even so, he decided to provoke the old man, saying he had received something very valuable from his disciple, and that the flight had been wonderful. Julius replied that he was there to ask about information requested earlier, as it was important to them. But Jin Ryuk said that being in the same place, they could discuss it later. The old man insisted, banging his staff on the floor and saying they needed to resolve it as soon as possible. Jin Ryuk, however, casually removed the staff from his path and stated that the problem wasn't his. Alex became furious as he passed, but Julius told him to calm down, claiming there was still another way to resolve the situation. Alice, observing everything, asked herself if Jin Ryuk would finish off those two annoying and smelly men, but he replied that they wouldn't gain anything by creating trouble there. Their goal in that place was only to buy useful items. At that moment, the auctioneer announced the start of the 175th black market auction. The first item displayed was a meteorite that had fallen in Arizona, known for emitting a powerful concentration of mana. Bids started at $100,000, then rose to $150,000 and $200,000. Jin Hyuk knew very well that no craftsman could currently work with meteoric iron, so he believed this was his chance to buy something rare at a relatively low price. He bid $300,000. However, someone immediately outbid him with $1 million. It was Julius, doing it solely to provoke him. The next item was a sealed catalog. Jin Hyuk tried again with his humble bid of $300,000, but Julius once more took it for $1 million. At that moment, Jin Hyuk realized the old man was buying everything he wanted on purpose. He concluded that if this was how Julius wanted to play, then fine. When the next item appeared, Jin Hyuk didn't even bother listening to the description. He immediately bid $500,000. Alice, confused, wondered why he didn't even want to know what was being sold. But Jin Hyuk simply said he had a plan. Julius bid another $1 million. Jin Hyuk increased to $1.5 million, and Julius raised it to $3 million, closing the purchase. The truth was that Jin Hyuk didn't want that item at all. He didn't even know what it was. He simply kept repeating this pattern, provoking increasingly higher bids until Julius began paying far more than he should for everything. Alex tried to warn his master to give up some items, but Julius insisted he wouldn't let that young kid go unpunished. He believed that even with a few losses, he would still obtain all the items he wanted. The auctioneer then announced the next item, meant for true fans, the very first chessboard in human history. The problem was that it had no pieces, so almost no one showed interest. Even so, Jin Hyuk bid $50,000. Julius responded with $100,000. The bidding war continued until Julius raised it to $8 million Jin Hyuk, then increased to $10 million, and Julius raised it to $30 million, completely determined to win. He declared that $10 million was all Jin Hyuk had, and that the boy would now have to beg on his knees to get the item. At that moment, Jin Hyuk pretended to be desperate, making an exaggeratedly dramatic face. Then Alice stood up and bid $100 million. Julius was incredulous at the absurd amount offered for a simple chessboard. Alice stated that this was how problems were solved. Irritated, Julius reminded himself that he had already earned over $700 million that night, and that this wouldn't stop him. He raised the bid to $110 million, and Alice immediately countered with $200 million. He asked her to stop, claiming he didn't believe she had that money. The auctioneer didn't doubt the young lady, but requested proof of her finances. Alice opened her subspace and pulled out vast quantities of gold coins and treasures. The appraiser declared it unbelievable, noting that just the crown on display was worth $500 million. Julius was shocked to realize that this young man, Jin Hyuk, was connected to a woman who was clearly not an ordinary human. The worst part was that Jin Hyuk seemed to treat her as a subordinate. He then admitted to Alex that his plan had failed and that they would move on to plan B. Alex stood up, saying he had been waiting for this. Soon after, the auctioneer handed the chessboard to Jin Hyuk, who thanked him but commented that all of this seemed a bit excessive. Alice replied that it didn't matter, as she was already planning to clean up her treasure room, which was far too full. Additionally, she didn't tolerate stupidity directed at her contractor. Jin Hyuk found it curious that she had learned to say things considered cute. But before the atmosphere could settle, the demon human's plan B began. The auction was attacked. A massive explosion tore a hole in the ceiling of the auction house, and people panicked, desperately trying to escape for their lives. Alex began attacking, eliminating all the creatures that appeared, claiming they were precious sacrifices for the cause. He activated the mana furnace, literally turning the auction house into an oven that burned the minds and energy of everyone present. Jin-hyuk realized that Alex had crossed the line, observing that the life energy drained from everyone inside the furnace was being used as fuel to materialize a massive demon. He remarked that Alex was also a disgusting necromancer, but Alex, surrounded by his army of abominable monsters, retorted by asking how anyone could call such adorable creatures disgusting. Even standing still, Alex, expected of a rank S, clearly remembered the humiliation he suffered on the plane and decided to send all his monsters against Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk easily dodged the first attack, but Alex was more concerned about Alice, who had disappeared. Jin-hyuk explained that she wouldn't tolerate disgusting people like him and had fled alone, although he had also temporarily dismissed her body since he needed to focus his mana elsewhere. The mana furnace caused continuous damage, making a prolonged fight extremely dangerous. Therefore, he decided to finish it quickly. Using his Tomb of Swords and a dagger, he cut through the mana-created creatures, commenting that there was plenty of material to keep creating monsters. Each time the first monster fell, he revived an army using the bodies of innocents, draining mana to prolong his offense, as was typical of necromancers. Even so, Jin-ryuk dodged everything and taunted, asking if that was all Alex had. He decided to burn all the undead so they could not be resurrected, and activated Daylight. Alex noticed the ability and tried to separate his summons to counterattack, but his monsters were paralyzed, receiving all the daylight, while their feet were frozen by Jin-ryuk's ice magic, which had gone unnoticed due to the intensity of the light. Jin-ryuk then declared that Alex could go straight to hell. The next burst incinerated all the undead, knocking down Alex, who watched in despair as his cute little ones turned to ashes. Jin-ryuk approached and threw a dagger, which pierced Alex, demonstrating his precise throwing technique. After causing all the chaos, Jin-ryuk slowly explained how he would kill him. For the next 30 minutes, blood would fill Alex's lungs, causing a slow and painful death, possibly the second most painful after being burned. However, he could shorten the suffering if Alex provided more information about the Demon Society. Then, Jin-ryuk offered the elixir, which would allow Alex to survive. He tried to use a blood symbol on the ground to buy time, but Jin-ryuk stepped on his hand, showing that there was no choice. He returned Alex's business card, wishing that he would die slowly and painfully. Before leaving the auction house, Jin-ryuk noticed that the other items were still there, as everyone had fled. Among them were the Michelangelo mineral and the dragon heart, which together could create a specific and extremely rare item, increasing his inventory by another 5,000 kilograms of space. At that moment, Jin-ryuk was surprised and almost had a heart attack. It was the auctioneer, who was not angry but thanked him for saving himself and the child beside him. Jin-ryuk realized that the auctioneer and the child were blonde, so he assumed they were father and son. He commented that he didn't intend to charge for helping them, but the auctioneer insisted that it was fine since he had been saved. He had no intention of accusing the person who protected his only child. Jin-ryuk found this curious. It was the first time he had seen someone show such kindness in that world, and concluded that it wasn't bad at all. Meanwhile, in the Cathedral of Aversion, located on the 3rd floor of the tower, 2 members of the Demon Association violently invaded the place. One of the members complained about always having to break everything open, and the other told her to stop complaining as he was already irritated by the death of the idiot Alex. She asked if he was angry and if he didn't care about her feelings as well. Before they could start fighting there, a cultist appeared, asking them to stop. He reminded them that they had been companions who survived together for more than 10 years, so it made no sense to try to kill each other all the time. The two were embarrassed by the scolding. The hooded man then explained why he had summoned them. A new player had appeared on the blacklist, named Kang Jin-hyuk. The woman commented that he had probably played some games before, but that didn't make him different from the other tower hunks. The hooded man asked them not to underestimate the boy, as he could have reached a much higher floor than they imagined. She asked if he really believed that even the leaders of the Demon Association had reached the 20th floor, and stated that it was impossible for that kid to have come so far. The other man agreed, saying his concerns were exaggerated. They remembered that they had chosen the Tower of Trials, an unknown VR game, precisely to avoid international police surveillance, so they knew the tower's workings very well. The woman questioned why anyone would continue playing that cursed game, as it had long since failed. The cultist merely thought that the two were underestimating Jin-ryuk, and stated that they needed to eliminate threats before they grew. He then determined that both would follow Kendrick, reinforcing that this time, the plan could not fail. The girl agreed, saying he was a worried old man, but they would obey. At another moment, Manhwa was training with Tae-min, and the poor guy was getting beaten badly. Even with protective gear, she dominated him easily. Later, he called her over to show some important news. On the broadcast, the mysterious masked figure appeared again, and Taemin explained that he had been following this player for some time. Yeonhwa said he was probably just another flashy player, like so many others, but Taemin replied that he was different. He stated that this was the player who had promised to defeat the third-floor boss alone. He put the live stream on the TV. At that moment, the masked player was at the Temple of the Trees with Faces, located on the third floor of the Tower of Trials. There was a tree there capable of granting an extremely powerful ability to anyone who could answer 3 very difficult questions. The tree greeted Jin Ryuk, commenting that it had been a long time since a human had appeared there, and asked if he truly wanted to try answering the questions. He asked for the best ones it had. The tree explained that if he answered all 3 correctly, he would receive one of its maroon leaves, but if he got any wrong, he would be attacked by all the stone statues around. Then it asked the first question, the perfect depth and temperature for the Kelgorn sea species to live. Taemin commented that the question was impossible, and Yeonhwa said no one would know something so specific, but the masked player answered confidently, a depth of 175 meters and a temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius. The tree was surprised, and so were the 2 at home. Jin Ryuk asked for the next question, but the tree remarked that it hadn't even said whether he was right or wrong. He responded, saying he knew that was the correct answer. Then the tree announced that it would increase the difficulty and asked how he could obtain Philion's spongy body. Jin Ryuk explained that all that was needed was to slowly cook the salt from the sunlight desert in holy water from a priest who had completed their second-class mission over low heat for 5 hours. The tree, surprised, asked how that could be, as if it had been defeated. It was like an anime attack from Saint Seiya hitting its chest. Jin Ryuk said that would be the final question. The tree asked, the giant eagles of the Sky Plateau reproduce only once a year. When does this occur? Jin Ryuk, smiling, answered as if on a game show. It's when the first snow falls on the tower. The tree confirmed he was correct. Impressed. He was the first human to answer all its questions correctly. In fact, the tree with a face was genuinely happy. Jin Ryuk said he had also enjoyed it, and the audience watching the broadcast went into a frenzy. The chat went completely wild. The tree then asked which leaves he wanted as a reward, red, yellow, or green. Taemin explained to Yeonhwa that the red leaves increased firepower, the yellow increased defense, and the green increased movement speed. At least that was what he knew. Yeonhwa commented that he would surely choose movement speed, just as she would. But Jin Ryuk approached and asked for the secret black leaves. The tree was surprised and asked how he knew they existed. Both Yeonhwa and Taemin at home were shocked, as were everyone in the broadcast chat. The tree asked him to reconsider, offering the 3 normal colors, red, green, and yellow, but Jin Ryuk insisted. He said he was certain he had heard the great and honorable tree promise anything to anyone who answered correctly. There was no time to lose. If it didn't give him the black leaf, it could tarnish its reputation. The tree then had to unravel part of its body to reveal the black leaves. When used on weapons or armor, they activated a special corruption effect, dealing additional damage equal to the target's maximum health. Jin Ryuk said it was time to leave, but the surrounding statues turned against him, and he had to deal with them before exiting. Meanwhile, at the entrance, 2 guards were discussing the player who had started the raid against the third boss alone. One said they would have to do extra shifts because of him and hoped he would at least win. The other, a bald man, said there was no need for protection. No one would be crazy enough to come there. He couldn't have been more wrong. Suddenly, all the guards were attacked by dark magic as cultists, led by Julius, invaded to take down Jin Ryuk once and for all. After passing the statues, Jin Ryuk headed toward the real boss. While the broadcast chat doubted his abilities, Jim Hyuk commented that if the audience didn't want to watch, it was just entertainment, and they could simply not watch. Normally, a streamer praises viewers to keep engagement high, but Jin Ryuk, by provoking and insulting them, created the opposite effect. The fandom became even more focused on his badass, defiant behavior. Suddenly, Jin Ryuk felt the presence of dark magic and ended the broadcast at that exact moment, even with 1 million people watching live. Meanwhile, the demonic humans summoned their undead armies to destroy the third-floor statues. Jin Ryuk, analyzing the situation, realized the cultists were very well organized. They were either extremely talented or guided by someone skilled. He knew he had to stop them. The first dark mages were hit by his ice shards, and the demonic humans stopped attacking the statues to turn on him. But Jin Ryuk would not be defeated so easily. After dodging the first blows, he activated the Blessing of the Stars, a divine power lethal to any undead. Even so, it didn't cause much damage to the undead, as his intention was to control them. Soon they turned against their own summoners. The battlefield was being devastated by Jin Ryuk alone, and Julius became extremely angry. To maintain control over so many undead, Julius had to split his forces into 4 teams. At that moment, Team 3 was completely destroyed. If Team 1 were eliminated as well, the entire connection maintaining control over the undead would collapse. Exactly what Jin Ryuk wanted. He ran across the field, activating traps and third-floor statues, turning them against the necromancers. With a precise move, he pulled a statue's tension, causing it to fall forcefully on the necromancers, destroying Team 1. Julius, furious, asked what was happening and why his plans were being ruined. He then used his innate ability, Pyramid Guardian, awakening his powerful mummies, the Pyramid Guardians, and declared he would kill Jin Ryuk using all his power. Using so much mana made Julius fall to his knees. One of his cultists approached to check on him, but Julius used the young ally's body to drain their life energy and restore mana, warning that resistance would be worse. Jin Ryuk thought it was insane, seeing Julius absorb his own companions. After literally reducing the cultist to dust, Julius moved to confront Jin Ryuk. Ready to show the true power of his mummy army, Julius's creatures were more powerful than any other undead on the field, easily defeating the statues. He had even planned to save them for the boss, but decided to use them to eliminate the masked player, believing it was worth it to finish him. Meanwhile, the 2 envoys following Julius commented that the masked player was even more impressive than they imagined. The man said Jin Ryuk had started very well but was now acting recklessly, underestimating the difference between him and the opponent. They assumed Julius would be impossible to face after seeing the skeletons and Death Knight, but they didn't expect his innate ability. Even so, they realized the battlefield was shifting in Jin Ryuk's favor. While dodging enemies, Jin Ryuk remembered a past experience. Someone had told him his blade was strong and piercing, but that he put too much force into it, dispersing its power. This gave him a new perspective to deal with Julius's attacks and his army. The man showed a rope and explained that a true expert could cut it as if it were a blade, also using it as an extremely powerful whip. He said that all Jin Ryuk needed at that moment was finesse, and that at the right instant, it would be necessary to unleash strength. With just a piece of rope, he could cut through the skies. Then he asked Jin Ryuk if he would like to learn the pendulum spirit sword arts from him, the very technique Jin Ryuk was using with his dagger. The young man's mastery of this art had increased tremendously thanks to the Tomb of Swords. Meanwhile, Julius realized that the mana vortex created by Jin Ryuk would be strong enough to absorb everything around it, and grew concerned for his own army. With concentric and pendulum-like movements, Jin Ryuk created a vortex of pure destruction, obliterating the mummies. He then executed the 5th movement of the pendulum spirit, called Nirvana, dispersing the vortex and destroying everything nearby. The burst of power hit Julius's shield with such force that his scepter exploded, and he was thrown far away. On the ground with a bleeding nose, Julius realized he needed to flee, and immediately ordered his servants to protect him. But Jin Ryuk calmly approached, commenting that the old man was flailing his disciples, and as soon as he realized he was going to lose after so much showing off, he tried to flee pathetically. He had probably learned that from Alex. Julius then asked if he was really facing Kang Jin Ryuk. The masked youth replied, telling him to say hi to Alex when he reached Hell, and delivered the most painful death to his master. Using his fire magic, he carbonized the old man. At the moment Julius turned to charcoal, the entire mana flow running through the demonic humans broke. The undead army fell, the demonic humans were left alone, and they were slaughtered by the statues. After leaving the place, Jin Ryuk commented that he had overdone it using the pendulum spirit Nirvana and had to buy some mana recovery potions, using all 4 at the same time. On the way to the forest, he found a conveniently fallen shield and said that now it was time to enter. In the next moment, while blocking the attacks of the statues with his shield, Jin Ryuk was enjoying the fact that they did not say a word. They were completely silent and efficient, which pleased him even more. With simple and precise cuts, he decapitated 2 of them and, already impatient, demanded the key, saying he was tired. The remaining statues panicked. They tried to flee but were also decapitated one by one. Only the last one managed to escape long enough to use the emergency key, activating the mechanism that led to the main hall. This key reacted to the released power, and the being beyond the portal answered the call. Jin Hyuk acknowledged that the last statue was more determined than he had expected. Soon, the true guardian of the place appeared. It was the monster known as Avalokitesvara, a creature with 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes that now manifested in its full power. This being admitted admitted that it had been a long time since the four heavenly kings last summoned him, and he would never have imagined that a mere human would pose enough of a threat for that Jin Hyuk. In turn, treated everything naturally. He said it was nothing special. He also intended to defeat the boss of that floor and move forward. Avalokitesvara considered him reckless but acknowledged his bravery. Still, he stated there was no mutual intention to converse, even if he wished to talk longer. Jin Hyuk replied sarcastically, saying he did not like to talk with beings that should not speak, like statues. Avalokitesvara then reflected that every second was a gift, called Jin Hyuk a foolish human, and ordered him to remember that moment, as he would miss it when facing death. Then, he drew several blades at once and launched his attack. The first blow delivered by Avalokitesvara was already enough to crack Jin Hyuk's shield. The power was immense, almost impossible to redirect. The impact was so brutal that the shield broke apart. Jin Hyuk knew he would have only one chance to land a truly effective attack. Avalokitesvara commented that he did not expect him to react to a sonic strike, admitting that things were getting interesting. When he advanced again, Jin Hyuk raised ice walls for defense, but the great creature's spear quickly destroyed them all with ease. As smoke spread across the battlefield, Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to hide. Avalokitesvara noticed that he was using Western magic, and in the next instant, grabbed the shield that had been thrown as bait, stating that cheap tricks would not work against him. However, one trick did work, as a poisonous item had been thrown along with the shield. Even so, the monster mocked the attempt, claiming that poison would have no effect on him. But what Jin Hyuk used was something more specific: the Blood Demon Kid, a special poison that caused continuous damage. Avalokitesvara remained unfazed. He simply tore off his own infected arm, showing that it caused him no real concern. Jin Hyuk had expected that reaction and admitted that, of course, it would not affect him a second time. But that was not the main plan. In fact, he had gotten exactly what he wanted. He took the opportunity to extract the crystal embedded in the enemy's severed arm. Then, he said that Avalokitesvara himself was to blame for considering that single arm as something insignificant. Jin Hyuk then combined the Principality Grimoire with Avalokitesvara's jewel. This combination gave rise to the Lemegeton of the Golden Dawn, an S-rank artifact. It was the written copy of the grimoire recorded by the Great Solomon, a divine artifact capable of reproducing the essence of the 72 demons. At that moment, Jin Hyuk thought the next step would be to use the Eye of Gluttony on Avalokitesvara, but there was a special condition for the copy to work correctly. The Guardian deeply abhorred Western magic. Therefore, Jin Hyuk would have to mock him for 5 consecutive minutes, using ice magic and even creating a statue in his honor, which would enrage him to the extreme. Jin Hyuk thought the system was completely crazy, but accepted the challenge. He told himself he could pull it off. When he started fiddling with the system to execute the plan, Avalokitesvara noticed the movement and asked what he was doing. Jin Hyuk, however, did not care about the question. He knew that, no matter how strange the requirement was, he could not give up. After all, that was the only place where he could obtain the mandala, the true objective of his journey. He simply put on his record player and mentally asked Avalokitesvara not to ask any more questions. He was starting to get annoyed with it. Then, he created an ice skating rink and placed a flashy golden wig on his head. For him, it was the perfect moment to skate. The provocative attitude caused an immediate reaction in Avalokitesvara, who could not understand how a human dared to make such a display in front of him. That was when the Guardian activated his mandala, summoning even more weapons in each of his arms and empowering all of them with divine energy. Jin Hyuk, however, protected himself with an even more advanced glacial formation, while praising the power of that ice magic just to further provoke the creature, which already showed deep contempt for any spell of Western origin. From a distance, 2 other demonic humans watched the scene in disbelief. The masked man had put on music and was fighting Avalokitesvara as if it were a dance. The woman recognized the wig he was wearing as a consumable item from the system market. The man, on the other hand, considered Jin Hyuk someone completely unpredictable. It was impressive that he had the courage to challenge the fearsome guardian of 1,000 arms right after defeating Julius. They knew that any fighter below the 10th floor would have serious difficulty withstanding the attacks of that legendary being, considered the second boss of the 3rd floor. And yet the masked man was facing him head-on, skating on ice as if he were having fun. The woman asked if, by joining forces, they would have a chance to defeat someone like him, but she soon acknowledged that they should give up, as that mission was beyond their capabilities. The man refused. If they backed down now, they would lose the position they had fought so hard to reach. He said it was time to use the special item he had. Between his fingers, a coin enveloped in dark magic appeared. The woman found it curious, but Jin Hyuk immediately sensed the presence of dark magic approaching. That only confirmed that Julius was not the only envoy. The distraction was brief, but enough for Avalokitesvara to land a blow. The Guardian scolded him for having the audacity to look away in the middle of a fight. Jin Hyuk ironically apologized while activating his firepower, explaining that he got distracted fixing his his hair. Then he used ice again to further provoke the enemy. The exchange of blows intensified, with divine spears clashing against freezing barriers and attacks. Avalokitesvara claimed that Jinhyuk was naive and had fallen right into his trap. He then activated a special barrier known as the inescapable grid, which completely surrounded the enemy, making any escape impossible. Inside the prison, Avalokitesvara mocked Jinhyuk's confidence, saying that all he knew how to do was defend himself. Taking advantage of the confined space, he began creating a fusion of heaven and earth, a technique that channeled cosmic forces. Jinhyuk tried to resist by creating an ice dome around his body, but the Guardian easily destroyed it with his swastika-shaped spear. It is important to note that this symbol, although historically corrupted, is in fact an ancient spiritual symbol of Hindu and Buddhist origin, representing divinity, balance, and harmony. Its criminal appropriation in the last century does not erase its true meaning, which remains present in various cultures and works. Back to the fight. After completely destroying the ice dome, Avalokitesvara believed he had annihilated his opponent. He was satisfied and confident in his victory. However, Jinhyuk had used an evasion technique. He was hiding just beneath the large statue and, upon reappearing, told himself that this trick always worked. He then launched a powerful glacial prison directly at the enemy. While freezing Avalokitesvara, he mocked his aversion to ice magic. He questioned how someone who claimed to have reached nirvana through self-discipline could be so prejudiced. Then he touched the ice and sculpted an artistic figure, as the system required to fulfill the copy condition. The sculpture, however, was a provocative middle finger carved in ice. The provocation was so extreme that Avalokitesvara exploded in rage. But that meant the condition had been successfully fulfilled. Jinhyuk obtained the copied Rank S Mandala ability, a unique technique related to Dharma, capable of infusing spiritual power into weapons. With the copied ability, he removed the golden wig and advised the enemy not to waste his strength. He then activated his own version of the mandala. Avalokitesvara, shocked, asked how it was possible that he was using his personal technique. Jinhyuk replied that now he would taste his own poison and declared that he would send him straight to hell. He channeled the power of the mandala into the same ice middle finger, which shot toward the creature's chest. The impact was so brutal it pierced the Guardian's body and destroyed all of his 1,000 arms. With the victory, Jinhyuk leveled up twice at once and obtained the stone statue key, an item needed to summon the true boss of the 3rd floor. As he passed by the destroyed body of the fallen giant creature, he muttered to himself that it was always exhausting having to deal with this type of being. This time, Jinhyuk truly went beyond what was necessary. He had defeated both Julius and Avalokitesvara, reaching level 21 and earning 6 points to distribute. Thinking it would be better to finish everything at once, he decided to increase his mana from 71 to 77, preparing himself better for the challenges ahead. However, he soon remembered that there were still a few pests left to deal with. The Tower of Trials had a special environment, and at night the temperature dropped drastically, greatly increasing the strength of the monsters. Because of that, most players preferred to leave the tower at nightfall or move to safer hunting grounds. Jinhyuk, however, chose to set up camp in the middle of a clearing. There, calmly, he was cooking a giant shrimp over a fire while enjoying the fresh night air. That was when 2 demonic humans approached, pretending to be surprised by the delicious smell of the food, acting as if they did not know Jinhyuk had already realized what they truly were. The cultist woman asked if he had also decided to stay out for the night and if they could join him for the lovely meal. Jinhyuk, with his usual ironic tone, stared at the two in their shamelessness. He said, "Of course, why not take a seat?" The pair introduced themselves. The woman was named Melina and the man Li Chao. Jinhyuk responded politely, saying it was great to have them there. After all, he had prepared too much food anyway. Melina, fascinated, could hardly hide her desire to devour the shrimp, but Li Chao interrupted. He thanked the hospitality, but said they preferred not to eat food offered by strangers, especially someone who hid their face. At that, Jinhyuk asked if the mask bothered them that much. Li Chao replied yes, very directly. Jinhyuk then said he could take it off, but it would be boring to do it just like that. So he proposed a simple game. Each side would ask 3 questions in turns, and as long as they answered his 3 questions, he would remove the mask as promised. Li Chao thought for a moment and concluded there would be no problem answering questions. He believed the masked man had no way of knowing if they were telling the truth or not. Even without knowing exactly what he was planning, he thought there was nothing to lose and accepted the proposal. Melina used a coin soaked in dark magic and said they would decide who would ask first with a simple heads or tails. She bet on heads, and when she flipped the coin, heads it was, so they would ask the first question. But Jinhyuk already knew that item. It was the coin of Caligula, an artifact that, when infused with mana for 5 minutes, allowed the user to control a target's mind for a short time. Knowing that, he just watched. Melina, in turn, started with a strategic question, saying it would be useless to ask his name or affiliation, so she asked asked if he was there with companions. Jin Hyuk answered no, he was alone. Now it was his turn. He noted that the two of them were also after the third-floor boss and wanted to know why they had only been observing until now, since they had watched his battle. Melina replied that yes, they had seen it, but were waiting for the right moment to enter the temple, being cautious since the place was known to be dangerous. On her turn again, she asked why Jin Hyuk was climbing the tower. Was it for money, glory? He wanted to know if the answer would make any difference. She said yes, because depending on what he said, they could offer him more than he imagined. Then came Jin Hyuk's last question, the decisive one. He asked if the demonic association truly believed those two had the level required to face him. Melina understood immediately. He had known who they were from the very beginning. She commented that he must be exhausted after defeating the second-floor boss alone, and that it must have left him weakened. She believed that the two of them alone would be enough to take him down. Trying to activate the coin of Caligula, Melina realized nothing was happening. Confused, she asked what was wrong. Li Chao, surprised, asked what she was doing. That was when Jin Hyuk explained that the coin was working perfectly, but Melina could not use mana because he had placed upon her the judgment of Anubis, a skill that prevented the use of any magical power for 1 minute. Li Chao, understanding the gravity of the situation, suggested they move to plan B immediately, but Melina noticed that none of her abilities were working. At that moment, Jin Hyuk placed the giant shrimp on the table. What they did not know was that it was not just a meal, but an offering placed upon an altar. The divine spirits, touched by Jin Hyuk's sincerity, accepted the sacrifice and chose a warrior to lead the judgment. The totems positioned in that large clearing began to move. The great general of the heavens and the general of the underworld were summoned as the warriors of judgment. With that, Melina and Li Chao could no longer escape. The judgment of Anubis had begun, and they would only leave if they managed to defeat the summoned warriors. At that moment, Jin Hyuk, sitting sideways and lying down with his arms crossed behind his head, murmured that he was exhausted but now would have the pleasure of watching a good show. He suggested that if they were smart, they should start running. However, it was already too late. The general of the underworld had created a barrier around them, completely sealing the battlefield. Li Chao seized the first opportunity he had to try to attack Jin Hyuk directly, but before he could fully move, the general of the heavens intervened. With a stern gesture, he applied the exemplary punishment and paralyzed Li Chao, then crushed him with a powerful strike from one of the massive totem hands. Faced with this brutal scene, Melina immediately dropped the coin of Caligula, completely hopeless. She murmured with regret that they should have fled from the beginning. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk slowly approached, trying to activate the Eye of Gluttony, but the skill activation was cancelled due to the great level difference between him and his opponents. Thinking about what had happened, he realized that his luck attribute had not activated that time. He took a deep breath and said that now he expected honest answers. He already knew they were demonic humans, but still didn't fully understand their motivations. Given that, he asked why they were interfering with the players, even knowing that humanity would be extinct if the tower was not climbed. Li Chao, struggling, shouted for Melina not to say anything, but he barely finished the sentence before being crushed again by one of the totems, completely destroyed Melina. In despair, watched her partner's body being torn apart before her eyes, reduced to an unrecognizable mass. Jin Hyuk, still serious, commented that although her loyalty to the demonic cause was admirable, this was not the right time for it. He said that, in principle, he did not usually spare people who tried to kill him, but that he could make an exception if he received useful information. Melina, hesitant, asked if there was really a chance of getting out alive. Jin Hyuk replied that insider information was valuable, but not more than her life. Even so, he could keep his word. Faced with that possibility, Melina revealed everything she knew. She said she didn't know the true name of the person who gave the orders, but they called him Lancelot. She explained that there were 11 other executives besides him, but they didn't know much about all of them, as she herself was part of the Assassins Division. By activating his detection skill, Jin Hyuk confirmed that she was telling the truth. Melina continued, stating that the executives had been instructed to gather the 10 cursed divine artifacts in order to ensure their survival, even in the event of humanity's extinction. Once again, Jin Hyuk checked the truthfulness of the information and confirmed that it was all true. He thought with concern that this was more than he had imagined. Now there were names, artifacts, and crazier intentions than he expected. The final goal of the demonic association was to summon the Demon King himself. Until then, he hadn't even known it was possible to survive even if all of humanity disappeared, as long as they possessed that dark power. Grateful for the information, Jin Hyuk told Melina that she wouldn't be leaving. Surprised, she questioned him, reminding him that he had promised she would leave alive, and he confirmed, saying he would keep his promise. She would not die. She just wouldn't leave. Then he performed the same ritual he had used with Alice, marking Melina with the flaming brand. His goal was simple. He wanted to make a contract with her. Melina, thinking that it was definitely better than death, quickly accepted. She was marked and sealed with the contract. When morning came in the tower, Jin Hyuk was ready to begin his assault against the third boss. He used the main hall key, which summoned enormous stone doors that slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the boss chamber. A procession of stone statues came out first through the portal, marching solemnly to the center, clearing the path for the boss, who appeared with an arrogant voice, asking who dared to disturb his rest. When using the Eye of Gluttony, Jin Hyuk confirmed that this was the boss of the third floor. His name was Murren, a level 105 creature with skills above level 14. Copying his abilities was impossible due to the enormous level gap. Murren, surprised, commented that this was the first human to summon him using that key, and, curious, asked where the army that was supposed to accompany him was. Behind Murren, his own army of 100,000 stone soldiers revealed itself, including the great general, ready to march at any signal. Jin Hyuk, without hesitation, replied naturally. His army? Oh, right. Then he activated the first chessboard, summoning exactly 2,851 pieces infused with mana, strategically positioned across the battlefield. Murren, observing it, commented that it was an original idea, but questioned whether that army of actual toys would truly be strong. Jin Hyuk just smiled and said he was not finished yet. He used gigantification pills on all the chess pieces, turning the pawns into real soldiers, the knights into living mounts, and the remaining pieces into actual combatants. Now, facing the boss and his stone army, Jin Hyuk had 2,851 giant chess soldiers at his side. Now things were fair. The army had not been created in a normal way. Old Jungwoo, along with Yuri, had been forced to manually carve each chess piece. Park and Hana also participated in this work, while Yuri used her summoning powers to infuse mana into the pieces. In total, more than 2,000 pieces were produced. According to Yuri, that was still little compared to what would happen if they disobeyed Jin Hyuk. Furthermore, that army would serve as a proof of loyalty. Jin Hyuk then rose atop his horse, wielding his spear, making it clear that recognition from a low-floor boss meant nothing. For him, defeating weak enemies did not make anyone truly powerful. If that boss was still on the third floor, it was precisely because he did not have enough strength to go higher. In the Tower of Trials, bosses not only guarded their floors, but also influenced them and could climb higher floors in pursuit of more power. Muhan called him reckless and questioned if he really thought he was stuck on the fourth floor due to a lack of strength. Jin Hyuk replied yes. To him, Muhan was just a ghost who had gotten comfortable there. Muhan, who had been watching, realized that the provocation was part of a plan. Even so, he decided to demonstrate the difference in power between them. His war tactics, according to him, were insurmountable. The first squad advanced. They were the Spear Shielders, an initial force of thousands of soldiers. But Jin Hyuk knew Muhan was just testing his abilities, so he activated the ability of the first chessboard, increasing the attack and defense of all the pieces by 30%. He also repositioned the tower pawns 3 spaces forward, creating a defensive line. The pieces activated the Iron Perseverance skill, which made them much more resistant than the simple stone statues of the enemy army. The towers used the pawn's cover to launch a rain of arrows that easily pierced enemy shields. The bishops used flaming attacks, making the battlefield impassable. Muhan acknowledged that his entire front line had been annihilated. Then he sent the second and third squads. In response, Jin Hyuk ordered the 100 pieces representing knights to advance through the enemy flanks. They used a wedge formation, which increased impact damage by 200%. The knights then trampled the enemy army with brute force. Muhan was impressed by Jin Hyuk's strategic capability. He switched between attack and defense with perfection, giving precise commands. But he noticed a clear flaw. The chess pawn army had a weak point. Using his weakness detection ability, he discovered that if the crown was destroyed, all the pieces would stop. Only the king or queen could use it, and whoever did not wear it would have their attributes doubled. Muhan was surprised to realize that Jin Hyuk had entrusted the crown to Alice, who was the queen of the board. He considered that extremely audacious. He thought Jin Hyuk had made a mistake, but he was wrong. Then he ordered his scouts to advance toward the queen. Jin Hyuk, realizing that about 3,000 units were approaching within 15 meters, ordered his army to ignore them. He knew that this attack had already weakened the enemy's defense by 3,000 soldiers. Even knowing it was a trap, Muhan continued. The statues kept advancing, fighting off the few remaining chess pieces, but they did not need to do much, since Alice herself was defeating the enemies alone. However, when Muhan finally managed to surround her with his most powerful warriors, he announced that the end had come. From above, Muhan was surprised to see that Jin Hyuk had managed to get that far. But Jin Hyuk already knew that path had been opened on purpose. Muhan ignored this, stating that Jin Hyuk had entrusted the crown to a random girl and brought an insufficient army. Therefore, everything would end now. He then summoned 2 giant statues, David and Vajrayaksa, who mocked the humans, asking if there was no one decent among them. But even in the face of that, Jin Hyuk kept smiling like a lunatic. Earlier, Alice had wondered if it was really safe for him to go alone. He replied ironically, asking if she was worried, and she admitted she was. After all, that that opponent was the guardian of the third floor. Not by chance, Jin Hyuk then commented that it was the first time anyone had shown that much concern for him. Alice asked if anyone there truly believed that guy was stronger than her, and she answered herself, wondering if they were seriously comparing a noble race of the night like her with that stone head. If she were not confined to that corridor, she would have taken care of everything herself. Even in her current state, she said she could bear the responsibility of the crown. For her, defeating 10,000 enemies would be as easy as a walk in the park, and indeed it was. When the enemy advance began, Jin Hyuk commented to himself that he was sure someone in particular would be very angry with what was about to happen. And soon after, Alice retaliated using her blood spears, destroying all the surrounding statues. The explosion of blood from her attacks simply obliterated the advancing force. Muhan wondered how a girl like that could contain so much power. Jin Hyuk explained that Muhan's biggest mistake was letting him get so close with his cavalry spear. He activated two techniques at once, the Blood Demon Key and the Black Leaf, which together created a new attribute, Mental Collapse. This effect caused continuous damage and made the target unable to distinguish between allies and enemies. When he struck Muhan's own statues, they turned against their own army. Vajrayaksa, out of control, struck David with such force that he shattered completely. Muhan's entire army began to self-destruct. He could hardly believe that all his tactics were being destroyed by a single man. Jin Hyuk, in a tone of disdain, told Muhan to calm down. He said he didn't like beating up weak people. In the next moment, Muhan realized that his rear had been completely blocked by a wall of ice. He was defenseless. Jin Hyuk then flew toward him, using a bow made of ice. But before he could hit the target, Muhan's great general threw a punch so strong that it knocked down all the horses around, including allies, just to hit Jin Hyuk. However, Jin Hyuk dodged at the last moment and used the opening to activate his mandala. The glacial formation bow and the mandala resonated together. It was time for checkmate. The arrow fired was so powerful that it pierced the great general's hand, then his left eye, and finally struck Muhan directly in the chest. The impact of the arrow engulfed him in the power of the mandala, and thus the boss of the third floor was finally defeated. Right after, the system announced that the fourth floor of the tower was opening. Jin Hyuk's allies celebrated. The guild representatives, on the other hand, were in shock. Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, remained calm. It was not his first time doing that. After defeating the boss, he leveled up 5 times at once. He was already thinking about investing all the points in mana attribute. Before receiving his reward, he remembered that the treasures obtained from defeating a boss are classified by color. Up to the 10th floor, they are usually red, the lowest grade. However, something different happened. A rare orange treasure appeared before him. He figured it was probably due to the monopoly effect, since he had defeated the boss entirely alone. The reward was surprising. A pink diamond, a top priority ticket, a soft grain, natural water, a solar seed, and even a fire-spitting snail. All were valuable items. But what caught his attention the most was the Eclipse Stone. He concluded that this monopoly was simply absurd, and that, with it, he could obtain incredible things. Meanwhile, Alice watched and thought she would never get used to that man. But despite that, she liked him. In the guild representatives' meeting room, the reaction was intense. Patrick commented that Jin Hyuk had done it, and he did it alone. Jinho stated that this was the birth of a hero. Maria, relieved, said they would now have time to prepare for the next floor. But Tenwei confronted them, asking if they really thought this was beneficial for them. From now on, all the views would go to Jin Hyuk's videos, and he would monopolize the coin market. Teresa pushed back, reminding them that they had almost sided with the demonic humans, and that thanks to Jin Hyuk, humanity had gained 90 more days. She said they were being selfish by thinking only of their own interests in the middle of a crisis, but none of the representatives responded. Silence fell. She asked directly if everyone shared Tenwei's opinion, and upon receiving no answer, she said she had no choice. She announced she was withdrawing from the conference. Maria protested, saying she had worked too hard to get Teresa in there. Patrick added that the conference was not a group one could leave and return to as they pleased. It was a super elite organization. Once out, there was no coming back. Then he asked if Teresa really trusted that man called Jin Hyuk that much. At that moment, Teresa opened the doors and, with full conviction, declared that yes, she trusted him. She trusted him with her life. Later, Jin Hyuk had so much money in hand that he was even considering staying at a luxury hotel. However, before he could make any plans, he received a call from Yahello, desperately saying that her grandpa was not opening his eyes. Jin Hyuk immediately asked where she was. It was then explained that Yu Yahello, also known as Nuclear Fist, was the granddaughter of Yu Chunyoung, the legendary martial artist who had reached the top of the South Korean martial arts world. That was the first time Yahello, who had always been tough, cheerful, and full of energy, completely broke down. She was crying in despair. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, Jin Hyuk asked exactly what had happened. Yahello said it all started started not long after the Tower of Trials appeared. An outbreak had occurred in Incheon. Jin Hyuk remembered that during that time, he had been trapped in the labyrinth with Hana, so he only learned about the situation through the news. Yunho then explained that Yeonhwa's grandfather had been present during the outbreak. Although he awakened amidst the chaos and managed to subdue the monsters, his body never fully recovered. His condition had worsened gradually since then. There lay Yu Cheon-young. Even with a sculpted body and still impressive strength, he clearly looked ill. Using the eye of truth, Jin Hyuk analyzed the old man and saw that despite being level 5 and 78 years old, he had an immortal energy stat of 103. His unique skill was Formless Taiji, and his ki had a special copy condition. The old man's death seemed almost certain. If Jin Hyuk managed to save him, he would have the chance to copy one of his abilities. He thought that old Xiong was terrifying even without ever setting foot in the tower. Suddenly, a medical team approached. Leading them was Dr. Hyo Jin-soo, a rank A healer. He said that not even a rank S healer could solve Yeonhwa's grandfather's case, and then asked why Jin Hyuk was there. Jin Hyuk simply replied that he had known Yeonhwa for a while, and just wanted to see if he could help in any way. Dr. Hyo Jin-soo, visibly uncomfortable, admitted he had overreacted, as he got nervous seeing the famous Jin Hyuk present even in the medical field. Still, Yeonhwa remained frustrated. The best specialists were taking care of her grandfather, but he showed no signs of improvement. Hyo Jin-soo said they were doing the best they could, but with current medical knowledge, more time was needed. They had not yet been able to study all the diseases caused by the Tower of Trials. Eun-ho, sensing the tension, apologized for letting her emotions take over. She then asked everyone to leave so the doctors could focus. But Jin Hyuk was extremely irritated. He was reading the doctors' minds and knew they only wanted him gone so they could continue pretending to treat Cheon-young. When Hyo Jin-soo tried to justify it, saying it was all because of the old man's cultivation method, Jin Hyuk realized they were lying and covering things up. Then Ho intervened, saying they shouldn't worry about money. If necessary to save her grandfather, she would sell everything. Hyo Jin-soo replied that it was fine, but was interrupted by Jin Hyuk, who stepped forward and asked what they thought they were doing. He called them little thieves, accusing them of trying to scam him. The other doctors were outraged by the accusation and asked what kind of insult that was. Hyo Jin-soo insisted that such a statement was unacceptable to say to a doctor. However, Jin Hyuk, still reading his mind, began to say out loud everything he found. He mentioned accounts under 7 fake names, crypto wallets, and questioned what else they were hiding. Yeonhwa, shocked, asked what that meant. Hyo Jin-soo, in a panic, claimed Jin Hyuk was lying and had no proof. But Jin Hyuk continued accessing everyone's thoughts and discovered something even worse. They had made contracts with the Black Cloud and also with a resident. Jin Hyuk was stunned by the information. He wondered if a resident from the tower had really made a contract with a human. He couldn't believe that damn Deokpyo had crossed that line. To the tower's residents, humans had always been nothing more than intruders threatening the balance. At that moment, Cheon-young had another episode and began coughing up blood. Instead of helping, the doctor tried to flee. But Yeonhwa blocked his path with a single move of her foot and declared that if her grandfather died right there, he should give up his own life too. Jin Hyuk, staying focused, asked her to calm down because her grandfather's treatment was the priority. Hyo Jin-soo claimed he was just going to get medicine for seizures and asked why they were acting like that. But Jin Hyuk, furious that he was still lying after being exposed, ordered Yeonhwa to just kick him in the face. He barely had time to react. He took a clean hit without a chance to defend himself. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk analyzed Yeonhwa's grandfather's condition and realized it was a mana constriction illness. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died a long time ago. Jin Hyuk couldn't let the old man die like that, so he decided to use the miracle elixir he had stolen from Alex. He had promised himself to only use it in an extreme situation, but he couldn't ignore the friendship he had with Yeonhwa. Besides, he also couldn't miss the chance to copy Cheon-young's ability. As soon as Jin Hyuk used the elixir, the liquid was instantly absorbed by the old man's body. The improvement was immediate. Yeonhwa was moved to see her grandfather responding. The system's condition was met, and Jin Hyuk copied the ability called True Flower Cultivation Technique, which allowed mana absorption from the atmosphere and, when activated, drastically increased the mana recovery rate. With his face swollen from the kick, Hyo Jin-soo wondered if that had really been a healing. Not knowing what to do, he told the other doctors they should get out of there. But now it was Jin Hyuk himself who kicked the doctor back, saying they still needed to have a little chat. Without hesitation, he threw the doctor into the supply room and explained that he didn't kill people just for financial scams. But if he returned the money, that would be a pretty good deal to walk out alive, wouldn't it? When Hyo Jin-soo paused to think about the proposal, Jin Hyuk asked what he was thinking so much about. Did he want to die? Later, Yeonhwa was already receiving all the money back. Meanwhile, Hyo Jin-soo was running desperately out of the hospital with no intention of returning. Alice, watching from afar, asked if Jin Hyuk was really going to let him get away like that. It didn't seem seem like his style at all. But Jin Hyuk replied that of course he wouldn't. He told Alice to follow the man and find out what he planned to do. He had let him escape on purpose. After all, it was the best way to track down the Black Cloud's operational base. And so Alice flew off discreetly after Heo Jin-soo like a small, fast bat. Later on, Jin Hyuk wanted to be alone with old Cheon-young. When everyone had left the room, he approached and said that now they were alone, he could wake up. Cheon-young, who had been pretending to be unconscious until then, finally opened his eyes. He wondered if Jin Hyuk had already figured everything out. He thought he had hidden the truth well. His breathing was still a bit off, but Jin Hyuk assured him that he hadn't noticed anything. He said everything seemed perfect. Cheon-young apologized. He hadn't meant to deceive him. He was just being cautious, since a stranger had suddenly appeared and cured a disease that even the best specialists couldn't treat. It was only natural to be suspicious. Jin Hyuk understood completely. He would have done the same in his place. Cheon-young burst into laughter, impressed by the boy's perception. He said it almost felt like Jin Hyuk was reading his mind. Jin Hyuk simply replied that he was happy to see him healthy. Yeonhwa had been extremely worried and even went as far as asking him for help, something she never did. That showed how serious the situation had been. Cheon-young then acknowledged that this was his granddaughter's friend, and Jin Hyuk had a question. He wanted to know exactly what had happened during the outbreak outside the tower. It was only natural to be curious. Especially after saving his life, Cheon-young didn't hesitate to tell him. It all happened while he was on his way to a conference. During the trip, still inside the car, a portal rupture blocked the highway. Monsters began to emerge and attack everyone nearby. Cheon-young, without a second thought, ordered the police officer to evacuate the civilians. He would stay behind to hold off the creatures. But then he encountered something far worse. One of the tower's residents was there, apparently just for fun. Even after defeating several creatures, Cheon-young realized it wouldn't be easy to deal with that man. Still, he tried to face him. He drew his blade and charged with everything he had, but was struck directly in the chest, the same blow that left the scar he now carried. When he fell to his knees, he lost consciousness. That was his last memory. He had never seen a sword move as fast as that enemy's. Based on Cheon-young's description, Jin Hyuk realized the man had long hair and oriental features. He then reached a troubling conclusion. That meant the Morim faction, which controlled the 21st floor, was already on the move. They were known for using any means necessary to achieve their goals within the Tower of Trials. Jin Hyuk had struggled a lot with those enemies back when he was still playing the game and started wondering what exactly they were planning, going so far as to leave the tower and enter the real world. He explained to Cheon-young that the person who attacked him was one of the tower's residents and admitted he hadn't expected someone from that place to come into reality. This meant things were becoming much more complicated than he had imagined. Cheon-young commented that Jin Hyuk had known Yeonhwa for a while, which he found comforting. He then said Jin Hyuk should just go ahead and marry his granddaughter already. Jin Hyuk replied that he and Yeonhwa didn't have that kind of relationship. Even so, Cheon-young said there was one thing he knew for sure. As he got older, even if he didn't want to, his perception of people had improved significantly. He mentioned a saying that claims it takes at least 10,000 hours to truly understand something, and said he believed in that. Jin Hyuk, hearing this, thought to himself that he had already accumulated 50,000 hours of gameplay in the Tower of Trials. Cheon-young said that ever since the tower appeared, the most overrated people were the awakened ones, or those who called themselves experts. However, he felt something different about Jin Hyuk, as if he truly knew the bitter taste of both victory and defeat. Jin Hyuk politely replied that the compliment was too much. Cheon-young then noted that on top of everything, he was also humble, though he couldn't hide the natural presence he gave off. That's why he wanted to repay Jin Hyuk for what he had done, and asked if there was anything he wished for. Realizing the opportunity, Jin Hyuk became excited at the thought of asking a favor from the most powerful martial artist on the continent. He asked if he could really request anything. Sometime later, he was already chatting with Yeonhwa, who asked if her grandfather was feeling better. He replied that yes, the elixir had been absorbed properly and he was fully recovered. Yeonhwa was relieved and asked how she could repay him. Jin Hyuk replied that there was no need. The old man had already expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, in the room, Cheon-young was crying, saying he couldn't believe what the young man had asked for. Later, Jin Hyuk was staying in a luxury hotel and reflecting on how wonderful money was. He was enjoying a gourmet meal with meat that melted in the mouth. Alice, lying on the sofa, commented that he was eating well, and he replied that back in the day, people even paid just to watch him eat. While they ate, they were watching a TV program called Beyond the Tower of Trials, which had invited a specialist in tower conquests, a representative of the Donjun Guild named Jang Yoon-sok, one of the top rankers from the strongest guild in Korea. The interviewer asked what he believed was necessary to climb the tower. Jang Yoon-sok replied that it was definitely essential to become stronger. According to him, there were two main ways to do that. The first was the most well-known, leveling up and improving one's skills. The second was through the use of coins, since purchasing processing power and access to better items was one of the most effective ways to become a top-tier ranker. He said that if the dollar used to be the world's primary currency, now the tower's gold coins were the new key to power. As the program continued, Jin Hyuk simply left his plate behind and went to his room to get some rest. Alice took advantage of the moment to grab a glass of wine and kept watching the show, commenting that perhaps that was the reason why the masked player had been able to clear the third floor alone. She explained that the fourth floor was a special dungeon made up of 100 large-scale attack waves. To complete the floor, players had to occupy a base in the field and defend it until the end. The problem was, if they failed the defense, the floor would be sealed for 20 days, and they had only 90 days in total to clear the challenge. Not even the most dangerous player would dare enter recklessly at that point. A major mistake could put all of humanity at risk of extinction. Later on, the host, clearly infatuated, accompanied Jang Yoon-sok to his car with her hair tied in a bun, asking if he could spare a month for her. He replied that yes, 1 month out of 90 days of preparation would be more than enough. He promised to take her to a special place. At that exact moment, he entered the car and saw a notification saying that the masked player had initiated the fourth floor conquest. The first wave would begin in 8 hours. Yoon-seok panicked upon seeing the message and rushed to the tower, driving his Lamborghini at high speed. While he drove, he thought about how they only had 8 hours left and hadn't prepared anything. He wondered what that masked man was planning. At the same time, Jin Hyuk woke up peacefully in bed next to Alice, saying he had slept like a baby. The time remaining until the first wave began was just 1 hour and 37 minutes. The fourth floor test of the tower consisted of 100 waves of attacks, made up of regular zombies and special zombies. Players had only 2 viable options to survive the challenge. The first was to plan thousands of optimized defense combinations. The second was to choose a single base and defend it efficiently. The latter was the more realistic strategy for regular players. Jin Hyuk received the title of first player to enter the fourth floor, which granted him certain advantages. The other players would only be able to access the floor 20 minutes later. Knowing this, he began moving quickly through the apocalyptic environment. The atmosphere was still grim. He knew 20 minutes wasn't enough time to get fully prepared, so he had to hurry. He went straight to the World Cup Stadium located in Sangam, South Korea. There, he used his high-priority ticket, which allowed him to select the stadium as his personal base, taking advantage of the resources he had obtained on the third floor. He spread soft grains, solar seeds, and natural water, making everything grow quickly thanks to the special properties of the items. 20 minutes later, at the starting point of the fourth floor, players began to gather. Jin Hyuk noticed that several guilds were already present. His companions also began to approach, including Teresa, which surprised some of the others. Some wondered why she was there. Jin Hyuk explained that he was the one who had called her and apologized for summoning everyone so suddenly. Things had progressed faster than expected, but no one seemed truly bothered. Teresa commented that, in fact, she preferred being with him. The people around them were impressed to see the group assembled. It was an absurdly powerful formation. Jin Hyuk asked if everyone was ready. Manhwa said yes, but questioned whether just them would be enough. The number of zombies was far too great. She explained that her summoning control skill still wasn't very advanced. Jin Hyuk replied that the difficulty was what made everything more fun. That was exactly why he had chosen the stadium as a base. Lee Taemin reacted by saying he had to be crazy, since it would take at least 100 people to defend a place that big. She said there was nothing fun about it. This wasn't a game. If they died there, it would be the end. Jin Hyuk commented that her old habits were still alive. Teresa called him a perverted masochist. He just asked everyone not to be so stressed. A place like the stadium was perfect for the so-called order hunt. Then Teresa made an observation. According to her, at least 5 people were needed to defend a base, but there were only 4 of them. Jin Hyuk reassured the group by saying that the 5th member was on the way. At that moment, Yu-sung appeared extremely irritated, saying that he would kill that bastard now. While training, he had received a message from Jin Hyuk asking him to come to the location. At first, Yu-sung ignored it, thinking he didn't need to go just because the other told him to. However, he received another provoking message saying that if he came, Jin Hyuk would fight him without using his left arm or right leg. Even then, he resisted. But soon after, he received another message saying that Jin Hyuk would face him with his eyes closed and asked whether he was a man or a mouse. Yu-sung thought to himself that it was a childish provocation, but he couldn't ignore it. Angry, he swore to kill that bastard and went to the place. As challenged, Jin Hyuk asked if Yu-sung had finally arrived and angrily told him to hurry up. As soon as he saw him, he noticed that he was using an attribute sword, a type of weapon that compensates for swordsman's weakness in ranged combat. With it, it was possible to infuse elemental magic directly into the blade. Yu-sung stated that now he would show whether Jin Hyuk was really a man or just a mouse. Jin Hyuk, however, commented that he actually intended to fight with that incomplete sword. Although the attribute sword wasn't bad, it needed to be completed to reach its full potential. He knew that one of the random boxes that appeared on that floor could contain the item necessary to complete the weapon, and he said that what Yu-sung clearly wanted was the fire attribute. Yu-sung replied that the name said it all. It was a random box. There was no way to know what would come out. Even so, Jin Hyuk proposed an alternative. He said that if Yu-sung helped defend the base, he would personally hand over the fire attribute when the item appeared. After that, they could fight as much as they wanted. Yu-sung thought for a moment, put his sword away, and replied that he hoped the item really came in the box. Thus, the 5-member group was finally complete, reaching the minimum number required to defend a base. As they walked together, Teresa still seemed a bit suspicious and asked if it was really safe to have Yu-sung around. Jin Hyuk explained that he wouldn't betray them, at least not until he got what he wanted. Despite his intimidating appearance, deep down, he was soft-hearted. At that moment, Manhwa approached and gave Jin Hyuk an important gift, the twin dragon swords. Jin Hyuk already knew that many artifacts from the past had been enhanced by the Tower of Trials, but he still found it amazing to be able to touch something so powerful. Manhwa explained that it was her grandfather who asked her to give him those swords because he valued them greatly. When asked how she managed to get that gift, Manhwa replied that the old man had probably taken a liking to him. While observing the swords, Jin Hyuk noticed that one of them had a note that said dot. He remembered that in some Asian cultures, a dot is the gift given by the bride's family to the groom as a sign of acceptance of the marriage. Realizing this, Jin Hyuk concluded that the old man was joking. Right after that, Jin Hyuk officially presented the base they had chosen. The gigantic World Cup Stadium. Manhwa asked if he had gone crazy since it was impossible to protect such a large place with just 5 people. Lee Taemin commented that he was still full of those crazy ideas, until another group leader approached, saying he was curious to know who had chosen the stadium as a base. Now he knew it was them. Jin Hyuk looked at the symbol on the man's sword and immediately recognized it. That man disguised as a player was actually one of the members of Murim from the 21st floor. Along with him, there were also members of the Black Cloud Guild and the Triad. It was clear that the tower's residents were starting to expand their influence outside of it. In his usual provocative way, Jin Hyuk replied that yes, he himself was responsible. The man introduced himself as Namgung Hyung, but Jin Hyuk completely ignored him and said he didn't care. He stated that he already knew how arrogant and idiotic the Namgung family members were and didn't need to hear anything else. Teresa, confused, asked who this Namgung family was and whether they knew each other. Jin Hyuk explained that yes, they did. The Namgung family was one of the noble families from the 21st floor of the Murim world. Although they were elite warriors, their arrogance was unbearable. Namgung Hyung was immediately offended, but Jin Hyuk, with no patience for theatrics, said he would wipe out the entire family for insulting his friends. He told them to stop wasting time and talking nonsense, as he was tired of third-rate villains. He also remarked that the Namgung family was a master at destroying itself with its own pride. Namgung Hyung shouted, asking how Jin Hyuk dared to insult his family like that. Using his eye of truth, Jin Hyuk analyzed the opponent. He discovered that Hyung was level 68 and had a unique skill called One with the Sword. In order to copy this ability, Jin Hyuk would need to find out who all the other Murim world infiltrators disguised as players were. Sensing the tension, Teresa asked Jin Hyuk what they would do next. He thought for a moment, but deep down he already knew. He wanted to copy that man's skill, so he announced that they would get ready for a brawl. Namgung stepped forward and ordered them to cut off that bastard's limbs. As the others charged in, Lee Taemin also got ready, activating King of Machines, a skill that summoned his technological weapons. At the same time, Manhwa activated Refusal to Retreat, which increased her damage by 15% as long as she didn't hesitate in battle. Teresa, in turn, summoned her shield armor, taking responsibility for guarding the group's rear. Meanwhile, Yu-sung observed Jin Hyuk and thought about how he always balanced the pros and cons of each situation. At that moment, Jin Hyuk asked Yu-sung if he could buy him 3 minutes to prepare, but Yu-sung replied that it wouldn't be necessary. With his attribute sword, he charged forward and took down most of the enemies by himself. Teresa took advantage of the opening and cast her Holy Reinforcement and Battle Song abilities, increasing all allies' stats by 5 points for 10 minutes, including Lee Taemin's summons, who began a heavy bombardment on the enemies. The opponents were being completely overwhelmed. The impact was so intense that many were paralyzed, unable to react. At that moment, Yu-sung finally reached Hyung in the rear, and the two clashed swords. Yu-sung was hit in the chest, but Hyung acknowledged his good reflexes. It seemed he already had some experience with swords, but even so, his technique was empty and lacked foundation. Hyung then decided to show what real swordsmanship looked like. and began his special technique, the King's Sword form. While defending, Yusung realized his opponent was on another level. His guard was broken by another powerful attack, and he was nearly struck. But Teresa intervened just in time, blocking the blow with her shield. Right after that, Jin Hyuk appeared and said that 3 minutes had passed, so now he would take over. He activated his fire element, creating a flaming tornado around Hyung, opening an opportunity for Jin Hyuk to strike downward with a vertical slash. However, Hyung had already predicted the move, knowing that in midair his opponent couldn't dodge. That was when he noticed his foot was frozen. Jin Hyuk remarked that most people don't look twice at where they step. At the same time, he activated the daylight ability, completely blinding Hyung. However, at that very moment, a new opponent appeared and sliced through the light. They were reinforcements from the Namgung family who had come along with Hyung. One of the warriors, armed with a spear, said he didn't expect to find someone from outside the tower with such strength and so much internal energy. Jin Hyuk then realized that all the enemies had finally arrived. The system confirmed that he had located all the residents of the Triad. With that, he successfully copied the skill Infinite Steps and combined it with his Sword Grave, acquiring the Demon Sword King Steps, a technique that increased his movement speed by 70%. When activating this ability, he could also use it offensively by concentrating mana in his feet. The warrior with the halberd asked if Hyung was all right, but the others began to mock him, saying he was clearly not in his best shape. Annoyed, Hyung told them all to shut up. He insisted he was handling the situation even if he was alone. The oldest among them reminded him that no one doubted Hyung's skills, but emphasized that they could not forget the Lord's orders. The woman in the group agreed with him, saying Hwangbo was right. If Hyung truly intended to remain by their side, then there was no reason for him to fight alone. Even so, Hyung said he knew that, but explained that the enemy had already realized they were from the tower. Everyone was shocked by the revelation. No one could understand how he had found out. To Hyung, if that opponent really belonged to the conciliation, then he had to kill him. There was something about that guy that just bothered him. However, before he could do anything, Hwangbo stopped him with his halberd. He said he understood Hyung's anger, but now was the time to retreat. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates warned that a zombie horde had been approaching for the past 3 minutes. Jin Hyuk responded sarcastically, saying that the stadium belonged to them and told the zombies to go find another place. He dismissed them with disdain, telling them to go away already. Hwangbo then ordered his team to hold the line for now, because they would return later to deal with the zombies. Then he commanded the rest of his group, who had been defeated by Jin Hyuk and the others, to start building and securing a defensive base. Hyung commented that everyone could consider themselves lucky this time, but that he would not lower his guard again. Yeonhwa also complained, saying those idiots had made her waste energy before the real fight even started. Lee Taemin was worried and said they needed to prepare better. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was reflecting on the best place to endure a prolonged siege. He thought of a supermarket because of its high walls and large food supply. However, he knew there was a fatal flaw in that location, something the others hadn't noticed yet. Later, he was using his drones to track the horde's location. He questioned whether they could really handle it all alone. Yeonhwa, irritated, accused him of choosing that place on impulse, driven by the thrill of the moment. But he replied that she didn't need to worry because he had his solar plant, which had grown quite a bit. That huge flower was now ready to melt any zombie that came close. Jin Hyuk then gathered everyone and explained the plan. The main objective of the defense was to prevent the zombies from capturing the flag placed right in the center of the stadium. The place had 4 large entrances, north, south, east, and west, and he had already placed combat plants around each one. As long as those plants remained intact, they would be able to defend the base and still have the chance to rack up more points. With each kill, Lee Taemin asked if those plant towers were really that strong, and what exactly they did. Jin Hyuk explained that the plants were capable of eliminating most of the zombies, but every now and then, they needed 1 minute to recharge. Yusung understood that during that interval, they would have to hold the enemies off manually and volunteered to defend the west gate. Jin Hyuk simply warned him not to get bitten. Yusung replied that he would never be defeated by mere zombies. But Jin Hyuk reminded him that he got beaten up by an enemy just minutes after saying something similar. Lee Taemin was tasked with monitoring everything from the center of the stadium and providing support with his drones. Teresa was assigned to the south gate, Yeonhwa to the north gate, and Jin Hyuk ordered everyone to take their positions. He was now ready to test his twin swords. Lee Taemin's team also deployed their mechanical towers and soon reported that the horde was approaching. The moment the first zombie stepped into the stadium, a repulsive wave of undead charged in. That was when the plant towers activated, unleashing their their sunlight. They looked like giant sunflowers firing flaming orbs, effortlessly destroying the zombies. Yanhua was impressed by the firepower of those towers. They couldn't even be compared to standard defense systems. However, after a few shots, the towers needed 1 minute to recharge. That was when the team had to really step in. Jin Hyuk drew his twin swords and told them to hold the line for 1 minute. He even gave Teresa a confident look, which made her blush when she noticed. She remembered how Jin Hyuk had always stood by her during the most dangerous moments, and every time they had overcome the odds together. She was simply doing what was necessary for someone she considered a precious companion. She would put all her faith in him for that battle. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, another group had just finished dealing with the first wave. The second was expected to begin in 3 hours, but people were already starting to feel the strain. Captain Chianhua, the imposing bald man, announced that everyone could rest for a while and that they would soon receive more rewards. Later, the group was reviewing highlight footage recorded by the system. Chianhua was stunned by what he saw. The footage showed the power of Jin Hyuk's team, with solar plants destroying zombies effortlessly and each team member eliminating hordes like it was nothing. They commented among themselves that it was truly an impressive team. Chianhua asked if Teresa was also part of that team. As soon as he saw her image in the video, he recalled the moment they had shared in the previous dungeon. He asked them to rewind to that part and declared, enchanted, that Teresa was perfect, the strongest in the world. It was clear he had fallen for her. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was busy collecting Solar Energy 100, a vital resource used to strengthen the defense plants. He took the opportunity to make some upgrades. He enhanced the bombardier plants, created a freezing plant, a rock plant, and even a running plant. After that, he distributed 1 seed of each type to the team members. He placed bombardier plants at the east and south gates, the freezing plant at the center, and the rock plant at the west side. Jin Hyuk explained that it wasn't necessary to plant the seeds manually, as they would grow on their own. The secret was using a special fertilizer that accelerated their growth. To make it, he combined dung with a dung beetle, a gray worm, and some dry leaves. The system announced that the plants needed to be satisfied with a sweetness never before experienced. That was the ideal fertilizer. Right after, he placed the running plant right in front of him and began feeding it like a pet. He made playful airplane motions while feeding it, which made the group look at him as if he had lost his mind. Yu-sung said he was weird. Teresa called him crazy. But Jin Hyuk insisted that with that fertilizer, the plants would grow healthy and aggressive on their own. He asked them to guard the base well until the next wave. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk went out alone on a cleanup mission. On the way, he passed by several groups busy collecting supplies, but he thought they were just wasting time. He went straight to an old storage facility, a place he hadn't visited in about 8 years. It was covered in cobwebs, but the view was just like he remembered. Inside the storage room, he found a large mirror and, upon touching it, passed through as if it were a portal. Elsewhere, Hyung of the Namgung family was furious. He said they needed to kill Jin Hyuk as soon as possible. His ally, who normally disagreed with him, agreed this time. To her, it made no sense to try recruiting someone so unpredictable and hard to control, no matter how strong he was. Huangbo, however, was deep in thought. He had already made contact with several people from outside the tower, but none had ever been able to identify them. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, had. That made him reconsider the situation. Maybe Hyung was right. Maybe it really was better to get rid of Jin Hyuk once and for all. But at that moment, their base, the supermarket, began to be attacked by runner plants. Jin Hyuk had arrived bringing the welcome gift. The plants had such an enormous appetite that they devoured all the food from the enemy base. Huangbo questioned what he intended to do with those creatures. He said Jin Hyuk could act tough all he wanted, but he had no idea who he was dealing with. Jin Hyuk then asked if he was talking about the queen. The others were shocked. How did he know about the queen's existence? Those who weren't from the tower were completely confused. Jin Hyuk explained that the queen, also known as the ruler of the 4th floor or mother of the dead, appeared when a base protected by 200 or more people was destroyed before the 3rd wave. Jin Hyuk had been thinking about how to gather the necessary number of people to force the queen's appearance. One of the girls in the group warned that the queen was not an entity that could be defeated, even if everyone joined forces. She thought the idea was complete madness. But Jin Hyuk, too lazy to deal with 100 waves of zombies, said he wasn't willing to waste time. He ordered everyone to relax and be crushed. Then he launched his runner plants against the enemy base. Amidst the chaos, Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to slip away, leaving the plants to completely destroy the supermarket base. Lee Taemin was watching everything through drones and cameras. He clearly saw the supermarket being completely destroyed. Yeonhwa commented that Jin Hyuk had definitely gotten involved in that mess, while Yu-sung said he had a really bad feeling. And he was right, because when the supermarket base was destroyed, the zombies became even stronger under the command of their queen. The voice of an entity echoed, claiming that all weak humans deserved to be punished. It was Queen Fendariel herself who had finally started moving. Someone questioned what Guardian of the 4th floor meant, and the group was already overwhelmed with too many problems to handle. Yu-sung, confused, wondered what kind of disaster Jin Hyuk had caused this time. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building, Jin Hyuk watched everything he liked what he saw and reflected that the items obtained from the third-floor boss would now be useful. Then he used the Solar Eclipse Stone, an item capable of blocking sunlight and summoning shadows. With this, all light-type abilities had their effectiveness reduced by 50%, while shadow-type abilities were strengthened. He caused a solar eclipse on the 4th floor, boosting the zombies by another 100%. Teresa was directly affected, as she lost half of her power since her strength came from light. Queen Fendriel, noticing this, called Jin Hyuk an insolent human. She then declared a full attack on the base located at Samgon World Cup Stadium. Jin Hyuk got excited, saying this was exactly what he wanted. Now it was time to record a good video. Meanwhile, Cheonhwa's group was in despair, as they had no information about the voice of the 4th floor. The Triad base had also been destroyed, leaving everyone even more lost. Soon after, all players received a system notification. It was about the appearance of a secret boss, and the one responsible for the broadcast was Kengjin Hyuk Lee Taemin commented that he was pushing all the limits. After uploading the video, Jin Hyuk returned to the stadium, where he was met with screams and questions from everyone. Teresa asked if the supermarket base had really been destroyed. Jin Hyuk replied ambiguously, saying maybe yes, maybe no, as if he wasn't sure Yu Sung directly accused him, saying it could only have been him. But Jin Hyuk didn't care about that. He just wanted to know how they planned to face the queen now. He said he already had a plan, and that Young's role would be the most important from that moment on. Young was clearly nervous about this responsibility. Meanwhile, Queen Fendriel advanced with her gigantic zombie army towards Samgon Stadium. She declared that man was hers alone and ordered all other humans to be eliminated. The zombies were much stronger and faster, attacking like wild beasts. Even when hit by plant towers, many of them remained alive. The queen declared that the weak would be punished because that place was her home. But then she noticed something strange. All the humans were frozen. In truth, Jin Hyuk had frozen his own allies. The queen, upon observing the magical ice power, became confused. Sometime earlier, Young had complained that Jin Hyuk was a complete idiot, but even so, he transferred 100,000 coins to him. He said that Jin Hyuk's task would be the most important because no one else had that much money to invest. The plan was to buy the necessary item to face the queen, and the others would serve as bait. Yu Sung was outraged by this. He said it was absurd. First, Jin Hyuk stole his money, and now he wanted him to be bait. But Jin Hyuk corrected him, saying the right term wasn't bait, but rather a trap. The item was an extremely powerful magic crystal. When the queen touched it, she felt its immense power. It was a prison of compressed ice. She was struck by the Ice Inferno ability, being frozen along with all nearby zombies. Even so, Queen Fendriel broke free using the power of the Black Plague. Her first attack was directed at Teresa, but before she could hit her, Jin Hyuk appeared with his Demon King swordsmanship, charging directly toward the queen's base. When she noticed, she ran to intercept him. Fendriel was the queen of the zombies. Her levels, abilities, and especially her deadly poisonous attacks were devastating in every way. However, she had one clear weakness. As powerful as she was not the smartest. Jin Hyuk already knew that the main objective of the 4th floor was base defense, something that applied not only to the players but also to the zombies. When he realized the queen was at the stadium, he concluded that her base must be completely unprotected. However, the situation got complicated when the queen started moving toward him at an absurd speed, like a rocket. Even so, Jin Hyuk remained confident, since with the current distance between them, he could still arrive first. At the queen's base, although there were still a few zombies left, Jin Hyuk used two powerful techniques to deal with them quickly. On one group, he summoned the Grave of Swords, and on the other, he applied the Blessing of the Star. With the sacred power of the blessing, he cut the zombies in a way that prevented regeneration, while impaling them with the deadly force of the grave. The place remained as disgusting as ever, and he just wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. That was when he finally found the queen's zombie flag. Already anticipating an ambush, Jin Hyuk managed to dodge an attack even with his eyes closed, as he had already expected the arrival of the Butcher, the guardian responsible for protecting the flag. Knowing how difficult it would be to face this creature, he wondered what would be the best way to defeat it this time. The Butcher, a grotesque fat creature with two heads and a giant meat-cutting scissor, tried to attack Jin Hyuk, but was surprised to see that his blades couldn't cut the opponent's swords. Strategically, Jin Hyuk deliberately dropped his twin swords to trap the enemy's scissors, taking the opening to attack one of the heads with fire elemental magic, burning it from the inside. The stench of burnt and rotten flesh filled the air. Even knowing the Butcher's regeneration was legendary, Jin Hyuk was aware that the creature's burned eyes limited its vision. Taking advantage of this, he started striking the huge and repugnant body from different angles. Even so, the Butcher claimed he wouldn't die from such simple attacks, but Jin Hyuk never intended to stop there. In a decisive move, he appeared behind the creature using the power of the mandala. and unleashed a concentrated explosion of divine energy so intense that it could be seen from afar. With this strike, he finally defeated the Butcher, leveled up, and obtained as a reward the Scissors of the Vengeful Spirit, the weapon used by the monster. With the path clear, Jin Hyuk approached the Queen's flag, ready to end it all. However, he was surprised by the appearance of the Black Dog, who emerged through the system to make him an offer on behalf of Egyptian mythology. The Black Dog was none other than Anubis, someone he had encountered before. Jin Hyuk, curious, wanted to know what Anubis had to say. The god, through the system, appeared to be displeased. It was clear that he did not want the flag to be removed in such a way. In the eyes of the Egyptian gods, the fourth floor could not be completed without a true battle, or perhaps they simply did not want a bold human like Jin Hyuk to win so directly. Even in the face of Anubis's discomfort, Jin Hyuk questioned whether it was really worth accepting the divine offer. He had full freedom to simply pull the flag and clear the stage. But, as expected, Anubis offered a contract. When the system window opened with the terms, Jin Hyuk recognized that the offer was quite generous. Later, the zombie queen finally arrived, but to her surprise, she found the flag still intact. Jin Hyuk knew she must be confused that he hadn't yet taken the flag to win, but he had a reason. A certain someone had insisted that he fight the queen directly. In fact, Jin Hyuk had already received an advance payment for it, a generous deposit, and because of that agreement, he couldn't simply win without defeating her first. The queen, not understanding clearly, asked what he meant by deposit. At that moment, Jin Hyuk raised the butcher's scissors and explained that not only had he been paid, but the payment was made in advance. Upon realizing the insult, the queen drew her sword and declared he would regret it. Jin Hyuk then activated his Blessing of the Stars, but because of the solar eclipse, his power was weakened by 50%. Even with the blessing at full level, he acknowledged that his stats still weren't strong enough to beat the queen directly. When she charged at him at high speed, ready to slice him in half, she was shocked to see him block her strike with the butcher's scissors, activating his mandala formation at the same time. Irritated by his resistance, the queen asked why he didn't just disappear. She then used her own hair as living tentacles, trying to restrain him, but Jin Hyuk blocked all her attacks and even used the scissors to make precise cuts like a barber. He then activated the glacial formation, which bound her body and allowed him to land a direct hit. However, even striking the queen's neck with the scissors didn't leave a scratch. She declared that such a move would never be enough to kill her Jin Hyuk. As always, already knew that. Even so, he had a plan. When the queen used the power of all the dead to strike him, he applied the glacial formation directly to her eyes, creating an opening. He took advantage of that moment and tried to pierce her eyes with the scissors, but still got no result. The queen then declared he was making a mistake and struck him with full force. The impact was so violent that it sent him flying. While still in the air, at a point where he had no way to dodge, she activated the Hacking of the Dead, a direct necromantic attack. Anubis, watching from afar, had already expected that this would be Jin Hyuk's end. But in that moment, Jin Hyuk remembered the deal he made with Anubis himself. In that negotiation, Anubis had offered the Jackal's Fang, an item that increased his movement speed by 10% and his attack power by 30%. Jin Hyuk even acknowledged it was a generous offer, but said he would only accept it under one more condition. He didn't want anything special, just the White Branch, a common medicinal item easily found from the 10th floor of the tower onward. Since it was something simple, Anubis accepted without hesitation. There was only one clause. Jin Hyuk could not touch the zombie flag until he defeated the queen. He agreed, and thus received the Jackal's Fang and the White Branch. It was then that, to Anubis' surprise, he summoned both at the same time. By combining these two items, Jin Hyuk created the legendary Scythe of Casualty, a divine artifact that contained the absolute judgment of Anubis. This weapon had the power to kill what could not be killed and cut what could not be cut. The tower's system itself had to intervene in the presence of an item that was not supposed to exist on that floor. Because of that, the scythe could only be used once. For Jin Hyuk, that was enough. For the first time, the zombie queen felt fear. She realized she wouldn't be able to dodge that blow. She tried to block it, but was struck directly by the blade of the Scythe of Casualty. The weapon not only shattered her sword, but also hit her shoulder in the exact same spot he had targeted before Anubis. Surprised, did not expect that outcome. The moment she was struck, the queen had a vision of her past, and in that final moment, was freed from her own inner demons. Jin Hyuk commented that Muhan always hid on the 3rd floor, saying she would go up to the 4th whenever she felt like it. But in reality, she was nothing but a weakling. She was far from the queen's level. And now, the time had come to say goodbye. With the queen's defeat and the release of Find Ariel, Jin Hyuk officially completed the 4th floor challenge. As a reward, he leveled up 3 times at once. The base he was defending was successfully protected, and all members of the group received the random box item. At the stadium, Teresa commented that Jin Hyuk had succeeded once again. She was soaked, just like everyone else around. In truth, the reason was that they were trapped inside a massive block of ice later. This made the news headlines. It had already been 24 hours since the completion completion of the 4th floor of the tower. Many still could not believe it had been cleared in such a short time. Jin Hyuk and his team had completed everything in just one day. Afterward, Jin Hyuk met with Lee Taemin and Yeonhwa to celebrate. They went out for some beer and food. This time he brought an extra guest, Alice. She entered the banquet hall and immediately complained that the place looked far too plain for her taste. But Jin Hyuk explained that she was there because she was also part of the old company. Hyuk asked where Teresa was, and Yan replied that she had said she would be an hour late and they could go ahead and start eating. He also noticed that Yu-sung had shown up and remarked that he didn't think he would come. Yu-sung answered that he was only there for the promised reward. Jin Hyuk then said it was fine, that he could relax a bit and enjoy the mood. Soon the other team members arrived. The so-called inferiors, like Jungyu, Liuri, Hana, and Rong Hana and Rong, congratulated Jin Hyuk on conquering the 4th floor, and he told everyone to enjoy the celebration and eat as much as they wanted. After all, Alice would be paying for everything. With just 2 gold coins from her wallet, Alice covered all the expenses for the entire bar. After many mugs of beer and loads of fried chicken, Jin Hyuk said he was about to explode from eating so much. Alice, on the other hand, could not believe how much good food 2 coins could buy. She was amazed by the fried chicken and, even after eating a lot, could not stop. When Jin Hyuk tried to grab a piece of chicken for himself, Alice argued with him. He accepted the situation and said he understood. It was all hers. Without hesitation, she stuffed 3 large pieces into her mouth at once and told him to never forget that Jin Hyuk simply thought it was funny how someone so powerful in the tower could act so silly in a simple situation like that. Meanwhile, Lee Taemin was chatting with Yu-sung, asking what he did before the tower. Yu-sung replied that he studied medicine, which impressed everyone with his intelligence. Then Teresa finally arrived, apologizing for being late. Luri was so moved to see her that she even took a photo and posted it on social media, saying she couldn't believe she was seeing the real Teresa up close. Jin Hyuk reflected for a moment. When he had faced the tower's trials before, he did everything alone. But now, he had a full team by his side. When Alice noticed his smile, she asked why he looked so happy. He simply answered that he was happy for no reason. Later, back at home, Jin Hyuk confirmed that he had leveled up 3 times and had 9 points to allocate. He thought that the last time he leveled up, his progress had been more calculated. But now, he was progressing so quickly that it couldn't even be compared. In the end, despite all the variables, he felt that he had gained far more than he had lost. Then he began checking his reward from the 4th floor. He had obtained an advanced skill enhancement book and decided to use it on the glacial formation. The result was so powerful that the skill reached level 80. This made the entire hotel he was staying at noticeably colder, to the point where even the staff complained about the sudden drop in temperature. After clearing the 4th floor, Jin Hyuk decided to use a special item, the A-class item Draw Roulette, a type of box that allows the user to obtain a rare item by spinning the wheel. As the name suggests, the result was random. When he spun the roulette, he noticed a red button right in the center. As time was running out, the system warned him that if he didn't press the button, he would lose the reward. Jin Hyuk knew that if he let the roulette spin by itself, the system would activate visual and sound effects as if something grand were about to happen. When the time limit expired, the system informed him that he would need to spin again. Most people, in that situation, would have pressed the button, but he was not like most. He had discovered that someone had deliberately placed a bug in the system. By exploring every corner of this little game, as he called it, he had come across this trick several times. So he spun the roulette and didn't press the button, again and again. By the 37th time, the rotation speed of the roulette would be reduced by 99%, which would allow him to manually select the desired item. Upon seeing this, Yu-sung was shocked and asked if it was really possible to choose the item that way. Jin Hyuk then let Yu-sung choose whatever he wanted. He picked the fire attribute and declared that with it, he would finally be able to defeat Jin Hyuk. However, there was one detail he didn't mention. By using that method, a penalty would be activated. The obtained item would disappear after 1 week, but Yu-sung didn't know that. Jin Hyuk, in turn, chose the Rankar's tricolor pills. Considering the time limit to use them, it was the best possible choice to help him advance to the next floor. There was just one last step before starting the 5th floor. He used the entry ticket to the Great Magic Library and was immediately transported to that place through a subspace. There, he commented to himself, that he would finally meet that old man after so long. In the center of the library, there was an elderly man sitting at a table, surrounded by ancient books. When Jin Hyuk approached, the man remarked that he had already heard the 4th floor had been cleared, but did not expect to receive a visitor visitor so soon, he introduced himself as Rick Hennessy, the administrator of the Magic Library. Jin Hyuk then realized he was in front of one of the true administrators of the tower. Rick commented that it was rare for someone to reach that library so quickly. He said the most impressive thing wasn't even the fact that Jin Hyuk was there, but the path he had taken to reach that labyrinth of books. Jin Hyuk replied that he must have been very lucky. Rick allowed him to choose any book, but warned that there was nothing there compatible with his current level. At a minimum, it would be necessary to master the fundamentals of the runic language. Jin Hyuk then picked up one of the books and asked if that was the entry solution to the Sixth Circle, written by a former Imperial court mage. Surprised, Rick asked if he understood the unique language. Jin Hyuk answered casually, saying that he knew a lot of people and had picked up a bit here and there. Rick found it odd. He thought Jin Hyuk was just an ordinary player who had recently arrived at the 5th floor, but he already had mastery of the unique language. He then realized that this boy was different from the other players. His past must be unusual. Jin Hyuk, without hesitation, explained that the Egyptian gods were helping him, and it was thanks to them that he was able to arrive there ahead of time, in addition to having activated the judgment of Anubis. Rick was shocked to sense the real presence of divine energy. It was truly power from a god he could barely believe that Anubis was already that interested in Jin Hyuk. Rick remarked that if the gods were granting him that kind of power, they must see great value in him. He also said it was fortunate that he himself was not chosen as the target of the judgment. As a sign of respect, he apologized to Jin Hyuk for having treated him lightly until that moment. He even bowed before him. Jin Hyuk thought to himself that Anubis would die laughing if he saw that scene. Then, Rick, wanting to make up for his mistake, offered the most valuable books in the library as a gift. Jin Hyuk could choose whichever he wanted. He then picked a special grimoire, written in an ancient runic language so complex that even Rick admitted it was difficult to decipher. Jin Hyuk looked at the grimoire and commented that it was the Black Dragon's book, a book written by a lizard otaku. He said he would take that one. Upon hearing that, Rick couldn't hold back his laughter. He apologized while laughing, but said it was something expected from someone who had received the blessing of the gods. Soon after, Rick clapped his hands and officially handed over the book, dissolving the subspace of the magic library. Before disappearing, he warned that he would be keeping an eye on Jin Hyuk from that moment on and said he was looking forward to the day they would meet again. A few days passed. In a video that began to circulate, a player shared his experience on the 5th floor of the tower. He said the place was extremely depressing, like a forgotten and ruined world, a civilization that had collapsed a long time ago. He described the existence of cults obsessed with human sacrifices, a scenario so extreme that it resembled a massive psychiatric ward full of deranged psychopaths. During the interview, the host commented that fanatics did not seem all that threatening and asked why the player had fled. The player replied that on the 5th floor, no abilities could be used. Since he was unable to activate his subspace, he only managed to escape thanks to a return stone he had in his pocket. That was why return stones were being sold at a discount. Many people did not want to take the same risk. Teresa, watching the video, paused just before the ending and asked Jin Hyuk to take her with him to the 5th floor. She stated with conviction that he would challenge that floor soon and that she could not let him go alone to such a dangerous place. Jin Hyuk explained that she could not go. Even if she really wanted to, he could only enter in secret. But Teresa, determined, held his arm and asked him to at least promise that he would not push himself too far. Later, Jin Hyuk stood in deep thought, touching the place on his arm where she had grabbed him, reflecting on what it truly meant to not go beyond one's limits. That was when the system announced that he had received a gift from a sponsor of the Kingdom of Caladium. Jin Hyuk knew that this kingdom was known for its hostility toward the Murim forces. The gift was an F-rank ability called Faint Scent, which completely erased his scent, breathing, and presence, but lasted only 3 seconds. After 3 uses, the cooldown was 24 hours. The system explained that because he had been sponsored by someone from a superior faction, Jin Hyuk had broken one of the restrictions of the 5th floor. The ability had been delivered specifically for that purpose. He understood the message. Just like the Murim, other factions were also moving and searching for players with high potential. Soon after, Jin Hyuk was transported to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. He started in a random area, as required. All his abilities were blocked, and he received only one random F-rank item. The only rule of that place was very clear: get out alive. But Jin Hyuk had come prepared. He had the ancient grimoire of Macedrian, which he had chosen at the Magic Library precisely for this situation. Through it, he was able to release one of his abilities from the restriction, choosing the Eye of Gluttony from the start. That had been his plan. Shortly after, other people began to appear in the same location. Everyone was complaining about the damp, dark, filthy, and strange environment. Jin Hyuk, watching the group, thought he would leave the newcomers right there. But suddenly, Suddenly, he felt the pursuit scroll activating. When he looked ahead, he saw Teresa appearing in front of him. He thought she really was stubborn. She explained that she did not believe he would keep the promise, so she decided to follow him there. Jin Hyuk, frustrated, wondered what she was thinking. He had clearly asked her not to follow him. That was when he realized what had happened. When she grabbed his arm earlier, she had used it as the trigger to activate the pursuit scroll. Now he would have to completely change his plans. At that moment, all the newcomers realized there was something in their pockets. Each one of them had a different object. Teresa had a flashlight, while Jin Hyuk had received a pen. She commented that it might not be very useful, but he said a pen was actually excellent in certain situations. Other people had picked more obvious items, like lighters, and were trying to use them. When Teresa tried to turn on her flashlight, Jin Hyuk stopped her just in time. The person who lit a lighter ended up attracting the attention of a group of fanatics, who immediately started running toward the supposed sacrifices. Meanwhile, Teresa and Jin Hyuk remained hidden, and she understood why she should not have used the flashlight. She asked if they should not help the people who were being chased, but Jin Hyuk replied that from that moment on, she would have to follow his orders without question. They were not prepared for a direct confrontation, and exposing themselves now would be suicide. Teresa felt she was being underestimated because she had prepared on her own as well. She had bought 2 return stones, one for herself and one for him, Jin Hyuk. Upon realizing this, reacted with frustration. While the fanatics chased the other players, some tried to use their return stones to escape. One woman, certain she would get away, broke her stone and mocked the others. But nothing happened. The item failed, and soon the fanatics invaded the area. Led by a massive warrior, everyone there was captured. Teresa asked if the return stone was fake, and Jin Hyuk answered that she should not have trusted it blindly. Just because it appeared in a broadcast, Teresa, discouraged, remembered that she had bought 2. The situation was critical. One of the fanatics lunged and tried to strangle Teresa, but she reacted quickly, grabbed the enemy by the neck and slammed him to the ground with force. Even so, other fanatics were nearby. Teresa and Jin Hyuk were surrounded. One of them declared that their god demanded a sacrifice of sacred blood in exchange for eternal happiness, but Jin Hyuk acted before they could do anything. Using only his pen, he stabbed it into the enemy's throats, taking them down unexpectedly. The fanatics were not prepared for such a response. At that moment, the massive warrior known as the Wanted Lord approached the group. The cultists tried to calm him down, saying everything was under control, but he crushed one of his own allies' heads without hesitation. Then he began walking with heavy steps toward Jin Hyuk and Teresa. Jin Hyuk recognized the danger and warned Teresa not to let that enemy grab her under any circumstances. The Wanted Lord began swinging his warhammer, hitting everything around him as the two ran to escape. Meanwhile, the cult leader watched from a distance, eager for more sacrifices. According to him, the promised moment had arrived for the glorious one to be revived. One of the cultists reported to the leader that 2 sacrifices were managing to escape. He found it strange that the Wanted Lord was having so much trouble, and commented that the boy was surprisingly fast for a mere offering. At that moment, someone beside the leader recognized the fleeing youth. It was Jin Hyuk, identified as the most dangerous obstacle to the cult's plans. This man was part of the Demon Humans, a faction that had allied itself with the cultists of that sinister 5th floor. While still running from the Wanted Lord, Teresa looked at the enemy and wondered how someone so large, carrying such a massive hammer, could run so fast. While dodging the attacks, Jin Hyuk remarked that there was no way to fight that big head right now. They had to focus on escaping first. He then asked if she could lend him what she was carrying, just for a moment. Later, the two managed to set up an ambush. They used Teresa's flashlight as bait, leaving it out in the open as if they were still running. The Wanted Lord, distracted, struck only the flashlight, giving them enough time to hide and rest a little. Jin Hyuk asked Teresa to pay attention. He would draw the big head away by himself. If they wanted to complete that floor, they would have to face him sooner or later. While he bought them time, she was to get the others out of there. The original plan was to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible, but now everything had changed. Teresa thought that things had only gotten more complicated because she decided to follow him for no real reason. But Jin Hyuk, who had already read her mind, smiled. He asked her to remember something important for him, just in case. Right after, he appeared, provoking the Wanted Lord, throwing a stone at his head and saying he was better than him at a game of tag. The enemy, furious, ran up an escalator with his warhammer, looking like a cartoon character. Meanwhile, Teresa focused on the plan. She knew she had to use that item at the exact moment, and when that moment came, she would know. To prepare, she picked up a hockey stick and held it as if it were a sword. But before executing the plan, she realized she needed to save the others first. While running from the enemy, Jin Hyuk realized that Teresa was already far enough away. At that moment, he activated the Eye of Gluttony, a skill that allowed him to analyze the enemy's attributes. However, the system detected that he had performed an act that defied the causality of the 5th floor. This drew the attention of a powerful entity known as the Rotten Heart. The system then announced that a secondary advancement condition had been triggered. The Rotten Heart wished for Jin Hyuk to become the new Apostle of Darkness. This entity was one of the absolute beings of the tower, just like Alice, who resided on the upper floors. He was also known as the Demon King. On a floor like that, where abilities were sealed, doing something so unexpected was the same as calling attention to oneself from the entire system. The title of Apostle of Darkness was powerful, but accepting it would mean living the rest of his life as a pawn of the Demon King. The demon humans had accepted this offer out of greed, but Jin Hyuk refused. He said there was no way a tiger would become a subordinate of a dog. The rejection enraged the Demon King to such an extent that even the wanted lord, who stood before Jin Hyuk, lowered his head and began to cry in fear. As punishment for refusing the offer, Jin Hyuk received a curse. From that moment on, he would become the target of all demons in the tower, and that curse would only end with his death. Jin Hyuk spat a bit of blood and acknowledged that the curse hurt, but he quickly realized that the fanatics would not simply watch him suffer. As expected, they charged at him while he was weakened. Meanwhile, the other players, who had been captured by the cultists, were in despair. Some were crying, begging for mercy. The cultists had already begun the sacrificial rituals for their god. That was when Teresa appeared, launching a surprise attack with a hockey stick straight to the head of one of the fanatics. She ordered the only person who was still free to take care of the others. However, this survivor was already overwhelmed by panic and said there was no way to escape that place. She believed that everyone would die there. Teresa realized that the girl had been consumed by fear, so she had no choice but to fight the fanatics alone. After taking down another enemy, she shouted for no one to give up. She told them to grab their weapons and stand up. They could still win. Her companion, Jin Hyuk, was fighting to complete the 5th floor. That meant there was still hope, but reality was different. At that moment, Jin Hyuk was being carried by the wanted lord. He had been defeated and was now being dragged like a sack of potatoes over the enemy's shoulder. Meanwhile, inside the cell, the atmosphere was one of pure desperation. Several of the prisoners murmured that everyone was going to die. They said they should never have trusted that guy and should not have come to this floor. One of the cultists told everyone to shut up. He said that if they did not stay quiet, they would be tortured even more. After that, he turned to the cult leader and reported that the prisoners had been properly silenced. The cult leader looked into the cell and asked if that prisoner was really who they claimed he was. One of the demon humans confirmed firmly. It was the first time they were meeting in person. His name was Kang Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk, already awake, brushed the dust off his body and immediately sensed that the man in front of him had mana similar to that of a regular human. That confirmed his suspicion that the man was a demon human, someone allied with the boss of the 5th floor. He tried to use the Eye of Gluttony, but it was blocked by a powerful mental barrier. To overcome it, he had to rely on one of his special items, a white pill that doubled one of his attributes for 10 minutes. He chose to boost his adaptability. With that, the Eye of Gluttony was able to pierce through the protection. That was when he discovered the enemy's name, Hosenfeld level 38, of the class Knight of the Round Table, and his innate skill was an extremely high-level mental barrier. Jin Hyuk thought that for someone to be a Knight of the Round Table, he had to be very skilled, far more than he expected to encounter there. Then the system revealed the conditions for him to copy that skill. There were 2 requirements. The first was that the enemy had to say his knight title out loud. The second was that Jin Hyuk had to act like a true Chunibyu until he obtained that information. Jin Hyuk mentally lamented that the system forced him to play such a ridiculous role. Hosenfeld asked why he was silent. Jin Hyuk replied that he was busy trying to suppress the darkness within him. The silence that followed was awkward. The cult leader asked again if that was really the right person, and Hosenfeld confirmed with conviction. The leader then remarked that even he could not be that ridiculous. He said he would leave the two to talk and exited the room. Meanwhile, Alice, an observer from the upper floors, was laughing uncontrollably at the scene. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, felt deeply embarrassed and tried to pretend she was not there. Hosenfeld returned to the topic and asked if he was aware that he had been captured and would be used as a sacrifice. He said he knew how powerful Jin Hyuk was, but at that moment, all of his abilities were sealed. Jin Hyuk, continuing his act, spoke dramatically about his repressed insanity and destruction that made Hosenfeld suspicious. He assumed Jin Hyuk must be hiding some secret technique. Just then, another prisoner was sacrificed to the cultist's god, the sound of the ritual echoing through the area. Hosenfeld explained that everyone would eventually meet the same fate, but he offered a chance. He said he had the key to the cell and would hand it over. Yet if Jin Hyuk revealed everything he knew, Jin Hyuk said he would only answer if the knight revealed his full name. Without hesitation, the knight introduced himself as Hosenfeld, also also known as Lancelot. With that, the system's conditions were fulfilled, and Jin Hyuk acquired the S-rank skill, Mental Barrier. It was a technique that strengthened his mind, protected his status window, and defended him against mental attacks, illusions, and other forms of psychological manipulation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jin Hyuk asked what the true identity of the masked man was. He whispered this so no one else could hear. Hosenfeld promised to keep his word and handed over the key to the cell, saying he at least hoped Jin Hyuk would have a quick death. One of the prisoners took the key but immediately noticed something strange. The cell had no visible lock. Jin Hyuk, having anticipated this trap, thought it was obvious they would do something like that on this floor. Somehow, Teresa seemed to be doing fine at that moment. She had been thrown into one of the sacrifice cells, and the cultists commented that they were impressed by her strength. She was the first prisoner to react with such power and resist the effects of the place. Even so, Teresa was worried about the others and tried to find out where they were. Meanwhile, a short-haired woman was violently kicking another prisoner, blaming her for everything that had happened. Teresa, seeing the scene, rushed to protect the imprisoned girl and tried to understand why the woman was attacking her. The answer came harshly. The girl she was defending was actually a resident of the tower. Teresa, surprised, looked at the girl seeking confirmation, but the girl only lowered her gaze in shame. Other prisoners commented that, in their opinion, the tower would never have existed if it were not for inhabitants like her. The woman who was kicking the girl insisted that it was all her fault, but Teresa remained firm. Even knowing the girl was a tower inhabitant, she chose to protect her. She said that did not matter, because the girl had also been captured by the cultists, and for that reason, she deserved to be protected just like any other prisoner. After driving the attackers away, Teresa asked for the girl's name. She introduced herself as Andrea, and Teresa kindly said it was a beautiful name, and introduced herself as well. Andrea shared a bit of her story. She had lived in a nomadic village, traveling as a pilgrim until the cultists arrived in her village. They promised to save everyone if someone was handed over as a sacrifice. In the end, Andrea herself was left behind by the very people she trusted. She was captured and taken by the cultists, betrayed by those she considered her family. Teresa comforted her, saying it must have been very hard, and thought to herself that even though Andrea was a tower inhabitant, she was no different from any ordinary human being. Suddenly, one of the cultists appeared with clear orders. It was time to prepare the next sacrifices. They had to choose one prisoner from each cell. One of the fanatics entered and announced that if no one was selected, the entire cell would be taken together. The prisoners were in shock, collapsing to the floor, crying and panicking. Amid the chaos, they began pointing at Andrea, saying she should be sacrificed. Once again, Teresa stepped in front of the girl, firmly protecting her. The cultist watched everything with amusement, encouraging the discord. He commented that their lord enjoyed it even more when the victims turned against each other. As he passed Jin Hyuk's cell, the young man offered himself as a voluntary sacrifice. No one protested. He was tied up and taken along with the other chosen ones. However, on the way, Jin Hyuk secretly activated a skill. He materialized a system pill inside his mouth and spit it into the stream that ran near the path. The cultist heard the sound of the spitting, found it strange for a moment, but ended up ignoring it. For Jin Hyuk, that was part of the plan. He knew all the preparations were in place. As he walked among the other prisoners toward the sacrifice, he thought that Teresa had probably also been captured and, due to her personality, might have even volunteered. Even in that critical situation, Jin Hyuk felt that he was advancing more than ever in his secret mission. The mission was to eliminate the fanatics, who were considered villains for mercilessly taking lives. For each one defeated, his adaptability attribute increased by 0.1%. If he could defeat the cult leader, he would gain a 30-point boost. That was exactly the power he desired. Finally, they were all taken to a structure resembling a coliseum. The fanatics crowded the stands, shouting and chanting for the glorious Lord. The first sacrifices were so nervous that they started vomiting. But Jin Hyuk remained calm. The prisoners, still under the cultists' aim, had their ropes cut. They would be forced into the arena. One of the fanatics began narrating the ceremony with enthusiasm, loudly asking what kind of sacrifice pleased the Lord the most. The crowd in ecstasy replied in unison that the best ones were noble sacrifices. The narrator then asked everyone to take a good look at the next victim. It was a woman who had surrendered herself to protect a child. It was Teresa, chained and placed as the main attraction of that dark ritual. He announced that the blood of that noble woman would be used to complete the ritual, emphasizing the moment with theatrical flair. At that moment, Jin Hyuk, among the prisoners, completely changed his original plan. He had thought of clearing the 5th floor only after maximizing his attributes, but upon witnessing what he did, he realized the cultists had crossed every line. Without hesitation, he activated the Grimoire of Makidran, unlocking access to all of his his skills. Now he had only 10 minutes to use them before the power wore off. The first skill activated was the fire element. He directed his flames toward the stream where he had previously thrown a special pill. As soon as the fire reached it, the flaming pill was triggered, generating an underground explosion. The impact erupted throughout the arena in the form of pillars of pure fire, surprising everyone. The narrator, not understanding what was happening, questioned how someone could use abilities inside, since they were supposed to be sealed, taking advantage of the chaos. Jin Hyuk threw one of his daggers with precision and broke the chains that bound Teresa. He held her in his arms, checked if she was still alive, and upon noticing her pulse was steady, gently placed her on the ground. At that moment, he decided he no longer cared about attributes. Now, he would exterminate all the fanatics. To do that, he swallowed his last card, the Pill of Darkness. Once activated, a thick black mist engulfed the area, completely blinding the cultists. Within that darkness, no one could see their own death. Jin Hyuk was ready to summon the Grave of Swords, his ultimate ability. One cultist, in despair, threw his weapon on the ground and began praying for mercy. Soon, others followed his example, begging their god for salvation. But when Jin Hyuk approached, carrying the dark energy of the Demon King, they thought they were being blessed, until their throats were slit one by one. For each cultist defeated, Jin Hyuk's adaptability increased by 0.1%. He did not stop until he eliminated all the enemies present in the arena. Meanwhile, Teresa remained unconscious, exhausted from what she had done earlier, when the other players, also held as sacrifices, tried to capture Andrea. The defenseless girl, Teresa, had stood up and placed herself between them, saying that it was not fair, as the girl was still just a child. Even with the players insisting that Andrea was just an NPC and should be handed over, Teresa fought with all her strength. She faced the other women alone, saying that even without skills, she could still defeat them. She declared that she would be the one to choose the sacrifice if necessary. One of the players commented that, in the end, she was just like everyone else. But Teresa, smiling at Andrea, offered herself as a sacrifice, revealing the strength of her heart. The same cultist who had praised Teresa's noble sacrifice was now dead, along with all the others. After the massacre, Jin Hyuk approached her and, seeing that she was waking up, acknowledged that she had once again given her all. Teresa responded with a calm look, saying she knew he would come. He cut the chains still binding her arms and, when checking the battle results, noticed that his adaptability had increased by 23 points. Now, all that remained was to defeat the cult leader and escape that floor. But Teresa said there was a place she needed to visit first, so they retraced their steps and freed all the remaining prisoners. Teresa, however, was looking for one person in particular, Andrea. When she finally found her, she ran to hug her tightly, and with relief, she said she was happy she was alive. Jin Hyuk, watching the scene, was confused and wanted to understand what was going on. Teresa explained that this was Andrea, a resident of the tower, who had been dragged along with the others to be sacrificed by the cult's followers. Upon hearing this, Jin Hyuk remembered that there were only 2 minutes left before the grimoire's abilities expired. He thought he had wasted precious time, but when he looked at Andrea, he noticed something curious. He approached and asked why she had not become a follower. After all, everyone on the 5th floor was insane and blindly followed that so-called god of the tower. With her eyes lowered, Andrea answered simply. She said she didn't believe something like that god really existed. Even among the residents of her hometown, Andrea had been betrayed. She was sold as a sacrifice because she could not find peace. To her, if a god truly existed, she would not be living in that hell. And if all of it was part of some divine plan, then that god was nothing but a cruel coward. Jin Hyuk, hearing this, replied sincerely. He said he didn't know if it would bring her comfort, but he understood how she felt. Since birth, he had been abandoned in an orphanage and had to fight to survive on his own. Growing up without parents is painful, and he knew that very well. Teresa was surprised to realize that Jin Hyuk was sharing something from his past. It was the first time he had spoken about it. He explained that he had to move on alone. Holding on to resentment and despair wouldn't change his reality. That's why he was forced to swallow his pride and humiliate himself on live streams just to earn money and survive. Meanwhile, Andrea warned that as long as the cult leader was alive, everyone would remain in danger. But Jin Hyuk said he could handle that. He said he would defeat the cult leader to give her a chance to live freely, without the chains of a false god. In exchange, he would take her soul. Then he summoned the Mark of the Flames of Affliction, sealing a pact. With care, he marked a small burning point in the center of Andrea's chest, saying he hoped they could get along from now on. It was then that Teresa noticed something strange. Jin Hyuk had never made that kind of contract with her, and she wondered why. Why hadn't he marked her soul? He simply changed the subject, saying that now it was time to defeat the cult leader. But unfortunately, the grimoire's effect had come to an end. All of Jin Hyuk's abilities were sealed again. Meanwhile, the cult leader continued with his plans, praising glory to his lord. The group walked through a dark, damp, sorrowful, and foul-smelling place until Jin Hyuk explained that the cult leader was completely different from the other fanatics. He also couldn't use abilities, but he was as strong as a prosecutor. Teresa asked if he could still beat him with the powers he had used in the arena, but Jin Hyuk explained that the time limit had run out. Now he would have to rely only on his physical strength. However, there was another problem. The cult leader possessed a dangerous divine artifact, the trash-eating urn. That urn held a deadly spell capable of killing any chosen target with absolute certainty. Jin Hyuk believed he could withstand the spell once. After that, the artifact would enter a cooldown period. That was why Teresa's role in that fight would be crucial. She needed to subdue the leader before the spell could be cast again. Finally, when they arrived at the large door to the cult leader's hall, Jin Hyuk asked if the two were ready. Both agreed. He then pushed open the heavy door, reminding them of what he had warned earlier. On the other side, the cult leader was waiting, holding his urn with reverence. Upon seeing the intruders, he remarked that they were the same ones who had ruined the ritual, but now they had come to him of their own free will. Jin Hyuk asked about the knight he had seen earlier with the leader. The man replied that the knight had just left, saying he had already gotten what he wanted. At that moment, Jin Hyuk understood. That knight, Lancelot, was smarter than he looked. He had used the situation to his advantage to eliminate a rival. The leader then said he didn't know how Jin Hyuk had broken the restriction of the gods and managed to use skills, but now he would pay for what he had done. He threw his cloak to the ground and raised the urn, declaring that he would offer Jin Hyuk as a sacrifice for his offense. Teresa immediately recognized the artifact he held. It was the deadly object Jin Hyuk had warned her about. Wasting no time, Jin Hyuk charged at the leader with determination. Followed by Teresa, together they launched synchronized attacks, but the enemy was experienced and blocked them all with precision. Then Teresa, noticing an opening, tore a piece of cloth, shoved it forcefully into the leader's mouth, and pulled him back with all her strength. Even after being pulled back by Teresa, the cult leader showed incredible strength. He easily broke free, spun his body violently, and nearly struck Jin Hyuk with a fatal blow. At the last second, Jin Hyuk counterattacked, and although he hit the enemy, the impact wasn't enough to take the urn from his hands. The opponent was still fully capable. Trying to regain control of the fight, Jin Hyuk declared that he had already defeated enemies 10 times his size using only his fists. He wouldn't lose now in a direct battle. The cult leader, noticing his resolve, smiled and praised his endurance. He said he was looking at the finest sacrifice so far, which was why he would be the first to die. Then the cult leader activated the urn's power, aiming it directly at Jin Hyuk. The absolute death spell was released, and the curse came with full force. In that critical moment, Jin Hyuk shouted to Teresa to remember what he had explained earlier. That technique had a cooldown time. The enemy had to be taken down before he could use it again. He added that she only had to look into the eyes of the urn, as it showed how much time was left until the next cast. He told her to take care of the rest. Moments later, Jin Hyuk was hit squarely by the spell. His body was thrown back and he collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. The system of the floor confirmed it. Jin Hyuk had died. As an immediate consequence, the curse of the Demon King vanished along with him. The cult leader, seeing the result, was filled with satisfaction. He believed it had been a magnificent sacrifice, worthy of praise. He even remarked, ironically, that the Demon King himself would be pleased with the gift. Teresa, seeing Jin Hyuk's fallen body, was in shock. She asked herself if he had truly died, but deep down, she felt that something was still there. The cult leader, meanwhile, was only beginning his cruelty. With a wicked smile, he asked if she was already in pain and declared that this was just the beginning. Overcome by pain and rage, Teresa tried to fight back, but was brutally kicked in the face, thrown violently to the ground. In that moment of complete despair, Andrea, who had been hiding until then, accidentally revealed her position. She gave herself away with a cry of concern, and the cult leader immediately noticed where she was. He rushed toward her, ready to capture her. But Teresa locked her legs around his neck and threw him to the ground with all her strength. After falling, the cult leader said that if she wanted to fight, then they would fight for real. After taking quite a beating, Teresa realized that fighting the cult leader directly without using any abilities was impossible. She endured a considerable amount of damage before she started dodging more precisely and finding opportunities to counterattack. In a strategic moment, she managed to hit the hall's lamps, turning off the lights and plunging the place into darkness. In the shadows, Teresa gained an advantage, but the cult leader did not consider it a very smart move. Although she believed his visibility had been impaired, he nearly struck her head on, forcing her to dodge at the last second. The enemy remained confident, saying that she was easy to find because of her bright blonde hair that stood out even in the darkness. He stated that after defeating her, he would look for the hidden child, and upon waking the child, make sure they witnessed the sacrifice. He then landed another blow with the magical urn, acknowledging that even without abilities, Teresa was surprisingly resilient. He added that she could hide all she wanted, but it was only a matter of time before he found her again. Hiding once more among the corridors, Teresa thought she couldn't waste the precious time Jin Hyuk had earned for her. Using the shards of a broken jar, she picked up a particularly sharp piece. As the cult leader walked through the dark corridors, he once again saw the glow of blonde hair and offered Teresa another chance. He said she could become a devotee and hand over the cursed child. However, as he approached the golden shine, he discovered that it wasn't Teresa. It was just a lock of her hair. Cut and tied to a shelf in the storage room, Teresa had decided that, compared to Jin Hyuk's sacrifice, cutting her hair was nothing. Even so, the cult leader reacted quickly. Before he could do anything, Andrea appeared and threw a jar at his head, creating an opening for Teresa to steal the magical urn. The leader, enraged, asked what she intended to do. Now that she had the urn in her hands, he questioned whether she would offer herself as a sacrifice. But at that moment, Teresa remembered Jin Hyuk's instructions. He had asked her to memorize a runic phrase, Pteria de Amerios Teopaveritio, a spell in an ancient language meant to be used at the right moment. And now, she knew this was that moment. As soon as she recited the spell, the cult leader was shocked that she knew the ancient tongue. The moment the last word was spoken, the urn activated and cast its spell against the cult leader himself. Despite being a loyal servant of the Demon King, he was killed like any other human. The boss of the 5th floor had been defeated. Teresa's first reaction was to check if Andrea was all right. The girl replied that she was, but pointed out that the boy was still unconscious, and Jin Hyuk remained collapsed on the floor. Teresa, desperate, pleaded for him to wake up because they had won. That was when, with the boss's death, the ability restrictions disappeared. Jin Hyuk activated his Star Blessing, a skill that allowed him to revive once, as long as the death was not instantaneous. This was clearly a typical protagonist feature, because to any observer, the death had seemed immediate, but the author had decided to go down that path. When Jin Hyuk opened his eyes and stood up, he commented that dying really hurt. Seeing Teresa crying again, he asked why. She responded by punching him in the chest, saying it wasn't her fault. He coughed up blood, saying he was still in pain, and asked why she had cut her hair. He joked that she must have gone to the barber. Soon after, Teresa noticed something strange. Even after they defeated the boss, the next floor had not been unlocked. Jin Hyuk explained that the 5th floor mission wasn't just about eliminating the boss, but escaping the place. Only when they left would the conquest be complete. Still, he mentioned something curious about that place. The position of boss on the 5th floor could be inherited by someone else. Whoever possessed the urn would become its new master. Jin Hyuk said he intended to pass that title of ruler to Andrea. He asked what she thought of the idea. The girl was completely shocked by the proposal, but Jin Hyuk reminded her that he had promised to let her live in a world where the cult leader no longer existed. With that, he handed her the urn and said she could now live however she wanted. The system announced that the position of 5th floor master had been inherited by Andrea. At that moment, an extraordinary transformation took place. The regent's power altered her body and restored the years of life she had lost inside that place. Now, Andrea looked like an adult. With a confident posture, she bowed before Jin Hyuk, introducing herself as the new master of that desolate land and declaring that everyone would obey Jin Hyuk through her. The system announced that Jin Hyuk had unlocked a new achievement in the Hall of Fame. He became the first person to earn the loyalty of a boss. Upon seeing this, he said that now Andrea could try living with a smile on her face. Overcome with emotion, Andrea ran to hug Teresa, and the 6th floor of the tower opened as soon as everyone crossed through the exit door. The aftermath was immediate. The victory on the 5th floor and the confusion involving the return stones made headlines. In all the news outlets, the owner of the stones was kicked out and beaten, while the other survivors celebrated with drinks, happy to have made it back alive. Not everyone was pleased. Yusong was still bothered by the power gap between him and Jin Hyuk. His frustration grew even more when someone knocked on his door and then destroyed the entrance with swift and precise slashes. A blonde swordsman entered and introduced himself as Garwain. He remarked that the place was too small for someone like the masked man and said he had expected a much more luxurious home. Yusong, confused, asked about the nickname and, realizing that it was all because of Jin Hyuk, began to hate him even more. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk felt his ear itching, as if he knew someone was talking about him. Alice, on the other hand, was practically buying out an entire jewelry store. With her subspace full of gold, she could buy anything she wanted. Jin Hyuk joked that, at this rate, she would cause inflation in the country. It was explained that, as payment for regularly teaching Andrea, Alice could now live a normal life. She was teaching everything about how to live as a ruler, from posture to the daily routine of a leader. She was preparing Andrea to truly command that floor. According to Jin Hyuk, this knowledge would be useful sooner or later. He realized he was at level 32, with 78 points in adaptability. much stronger than he had expected. The other guild players, called Hunkers, were probably around level 30, but due to his unique stats, Jin Hyuk believed that no one had a better character sheet than his. In addition, he could hardly believe the item he received for completing the 5th floor, the barrier-breaking mirror. This item allowed connection to any location below the 10th floor for 30 minutes and had a cooldown of 90 days. Depending on the player's growth, it could also be used in places above the 10th floor. It was possible to bring one person along when using it. Knowing he would have many responsibilities from now on, Jin Hyuk began organizing everything. He called Hee Wong directly, saying he had a to-do list. Hee Wong responded that everything was going great. He was in such high demand, there were television crews waiting outside, and the office almost had to close early because of the workload. Even so, he made himself available. Jin Hyuk asked him to book everything according to the list he would send, and also requested a meeting with the guild fighting dads. Later, in a cafe, Jin Hyuk met with Kim Gi-tae, the leader of the Fighting Dads Guild. It was the first time they had seen each other since the previous trial. At that moment, Jin Hyuk realized how good it felt to have authority, and Kim Gi-tae, known for his short temper, was now treating him with total respect and politeness. Jin Hyuk started the conversation by apologizing for the mandrake situation. He said he had been very busy clearing the tower, and that was why it took him a while. Kim Gi-tae replied that he understood. Then Jin Hyuk mentioned that he was thinking of changing the terms of their contract, as he had been feeling bad about the situation. He noted that he had heard the Fighting Dads Guild possessed 10 dangas and suggested they hand over one from the 3rd floor, a higher-ranked one. Kim Gi-tae reacted with suspicion, asking if he was suggesting exchanging 10 common dangas from the 1st floor for a rare one from the 3rd, and on top of that, without delivering the antidote recipe he had promised. He asked if Jin Hyuk really expected to receive even more without fulfilling his end of the deal. Jin Hyuk calmly confirmed, saying yes. When Kim Gi-tae asked on what basis he thought that was fair, Jin Hyuk cynically replied that he was merely adjusting the terms according to inflation, material costs, and labor. Kim Gi-tae stood up angrily, saying he was not a charity group and was not there to listen to such a ridiculous proposal. He said he had wasted his time and would consider the meeting as if it had never happened. That was when Jin Hyuk interrupted him, mentioning that he had failed several times in the raids on the Grey Temple, the labyrinth on the 3rd floor. That made Kim Gi-tae stop and ask how he knew that. Jin Hyuk explained that, as a guildmaster, he had access to many sources of information. He said he knew that the guild had been monopolizing the temple, but that the Fighting Dad's reputation was in ruins because of constant failures. He then offered to clear the labyrinth for them. Later, in Vienna, Alice was attending an orchestral performance wearing an elegant dress. After the show, she commented that it had been a wonderful presentation and that she was speechless. The system then granted Jin Hyuk a new mission for having appreciated a masterpiece. The mission was to attend 7 concerts, and he also managed to copy a special ability called Perfect Pitch. After the concert, they went to dine at an upscale restaurant. Alice was drinking 2 bottles of wine by herself, while Jin Hyuk was thinking that he needed to finish everything that day so he could return to Korea. He had a cooking-related mission that involved eating at 3 Michelin-starred restaurants, observing the chef prepare the dishes, and then recreating his own versions of the food. Alice, already slightly tipsy, remarked that she was not complaining, but asked why they were enjoying the day so much. Jin Hyuk replied that there was a reason behind it all, and that she should enjoy it while she could. She agreed. He knew that the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials was the Elven Forest, a place where elves ignored the presence of outsiders and only protected the forest. The curious thing was that the next floor would only open after 90 days of inactivity. Players did not have to do anything. For that reason, most simply registered their presence and leveled up elsewhere. Even so, Jin Hyuk knew that each floor had hidden objectives and opportunities, so he would prepare well. At that moment, Kim Gi-tae appeared, saying that everything Jin Hyuk had requested was ready. After a teleportation spell, Jin Hyuk was taken directly to the 3rd floor. He thought the spell was quite useful and was already standing before the Advancement Temple, one of the most frequented areas by players seeking a class change. Most passed by just to see the priestesses, unaware that a terrifying labyrinth lay just below. On that special occasion, Kim Gi-tae introduced the members who would participate in the labyrinth raid. The first to introduce himself was Lee Yongwon, captain of the guild's 2nd team. He said he was a big fan and had watched all of Jin Hyuk's videos. Jin Hyuk immediately recognized the name and remembered that Lee Yongwon was a well-known captain within the Fighting Dads. The other guild members also introduced themselves, themselves, took pictures, and asked for autographs. That meeting ended up becoming a full-on fan gathering. Even the elite members of the Fighting Dads were excited to be around Jin Hyuk, but he did not seem to mind the attention. Kim Gi-tae announced that Captain Lee Young-won would lead the raid in name only, but that the true authority would be with Kang Jin Hyuk. He also stated that Jin Hyuk could keep any item found in the labyrinth, with just one condition: success in the mission. Jin Hyuk replied that he could guarantee that. It was agreed that everyone would meet again in half an hour to finalize preparations. During that break, Jin Hyuk went to the first-class advancement priestess, who revealed all the available options. Since he had already tested the most popular classes on secondary accounts back when he played, he asked for them to be sorted by popularity. After analyzing the list, he decided to choose an unpopular and hard-to-master class: Barrier Master. He remembered the guy from the museum and also Yu Song, who were always bragging about their barriers, and thought he would now surpass them once and for all. With that, he received the class advancement mission as a Barrier Master. As he exited, he saw members of the Samurai Guild approaching, ready to speak with the Fighting Dads. Kim Gi-tae informed them that he had already said they could not join the Grey Temple raid, but the samurai leader insisted. He mentioned how disappointed people were with the continued failures of the Fighting Dads, and suggested that instead of being limited by individual shortcomings, they could conquer the dungeon together. The audience present was impressed by the Samurai Guild, as their growth in recent weeks had been surreal. The result of excellent teamwork, Kim Gi-tae felt that he was losing ground in public opinion, which was bad for his guild's image. That was when Jin Hyuk appeared, drawing even more attention. The samurai leader asked if Jin Hyuk had any connection to the Fighting Dads. He replied that if they were doubting the guild's strength, maybe it was because they lacked what was necessary to complete the dungeon. But when he looked at the samurai, he said they did not seem that strong either. One of the samurai became irritated and asked how he dared, but the leader stopped him and acknowledged that Jin Hyuk was an S rank. He then asked if Jin Hyuk was saying the samurai were not strong enough. Jin Hyuk confirmed that, yes, in his opinion, they were not even worthy of challenging that dungeon. The statement surprised everyone present. Members of the Farad Guild who were nearby also began to question whether they were worthy or not, since even the samurais were being belittled. The samurai leader insisted that, regardless of what was said, his guild was superior. He revealed that they had a veteran who had already climbed to the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials. Jin Hyuk was shocked by this revelation. The audience also reacted with admiration. That explained the absurd growth of the Samurai Guild. The leader went on to say that they already had information about the areas of the tower that no one imagined existed. With this knowledge, they planned to be the first heroes to save humanity, and if they got rich in the process, even better. Jin Hyuk activated the Eyes of Gluttony and confirmed that everything the samurai said was true. He began to examine the guild members in search of the veteran until he found Yamamoto Takeshi, a level 27 player with a unique ability called Semi-Foresight. This ability allowed him to partially see the upper floors of the tower, based on mastery. Although it was an incomplete vision, it was still extremely useful. Jin Hyuk understood the value of that player. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Takeshi remembered the first time his ability worked accurately. Thanks to him, the samurais had found several hidden treasures, and that was why he was so respected among his companions. Yamamoto believed that no one knew how weak his ability really was. That was why he thought he would be treated with more respect if everyone believed it was perfect. He thought that if no one knew the truth, the lie would never be discovered. However, he soon realized that Jin Hyuk was staring directly into his soul, which made him uncomfortable. Although he didn't know exactly who that man was, he sensed that he must be someone impressive. After all, he had managed to climb up to the 30th floor of the tower. The information about the floors above the 10th had not even been publicly revealed yet, which showed that Jin Hyuk knew more than he let on. At that moment, the samurai leader acknowledged that Jin Hyuk was a well-informed individual. He said that in that era, information was the most powerful weapon of all. Even so, Gi-tae doubted it, questioning whether they would really believe such a lie. Before the discussion could escalate, Jin Hyuk interrupted them, saying they should have warned him beforehand, and suggested continuing the conversation inside the temple. Kim Gi-tae, surprised by the proposal, reacted unexpectedly, and even the other samurai showed signs of surprise. The samurai said that he had finally managed to communicate with someone there. As he passed by Kim Gi-tae, who was visibly irritated, he heard the samurai protesting about what that was supposed to mean. Kim Gi-tae, even more outraged, said he would never have accepted those outsiders. Jin Hyuk then remarked that this wasn't good, since he could see that they were all obsessed with becoming heroes. But in order for that to truly happen, they would need to go through something terrible. That was the only way to become real heroes. Kim Gi-tae was apprehensive about what he was planning. Next, Lee Young-woon followed Jin Hyuk into the Grey Temple, along with the samurais. Inside the temple, they came across several statues. They were players who had been petrified by the Medusa of that floor. The samurais knew there was no way to reverse the process. Those who were there were considered dead. However, the samurai leader had already prepared for this possibility and brought with him the legendary shield of Perseus Jin Hyuk, reflected that they had probably invested a lot of money to obtain that item, even though they weren't entirely sure how it worked. That's when a notification appeared in his system. A new condition had been fulfilled, activating the second privilege, reserved for the one who conquered the tower. Jin Hyuk hadn't expected this privilege to appear so suddenly. He had acquired the lunar imprint, an ability that reduced the activation time of all his barriers by 25% and increased their effects by 30%. In addition, the system revealed that if he managed to find all the lost languages, he would be able to learn the nameless barriers. The location where this would be possible would only be revealed after his first-class advancement. Jin Hyuk then remembered that he had already seen some of these lost languages during his climb up the tower. This excited him because it meant there were still mysteries within the tower that even he did not know. Meanwhile, Yamamoto was using his semi-foresight ability to try to predict the next battle. He discovered that the next enemy would be a giant snake. The samurais, confident in their strength and combat techniques, were excited for the fight. When the creature finally appeared, the samurai leader, wielding the shield of Perseus, defeated it with a single blow to the head. The members of Fighting Dads felt cornered, realizing how superior the others were. This demoralized everyone, leaving them no room to act. While the Batinas were left with only insignificant scraps, Jin Hyuk thought that they still had a long way to go, and that, after witnessing such a display of power, they would be easily discouraged. They would not last even a minute against Alice. Meanwhile, Alice was with Andrea, teaching her how to speak like a true leader, commanding submission with authority. Andrea acknowledged Alice's skill, but admitted that she was not sure if she could replicate it. Alice explained that they had different abilities, but if Andrea could understand the concept, she might be able to imitate it. Later on, the group reached a crossroads without knowing which path to take. The leader looked at Yamamoto, who was nervous because his prediction showed nothing. Yamamoto suggested taking the path to the right, which Jin Hyuk interpreted as a veteran's decision. Most people would pick the dangerous right path, thinking it was reverse psychology, but they could trusted Yamamoto's decisions without fully knowing him. However, Yamamoto signaled to the samurai leader, and they followed the path to the left. Jin Hyuk walked right behind them, observing Yamamoto closely and realizing that his foresight was worse than he had imagined. Still, either path would be a nightmare, and in this case, it was a nightmare filled with lasers. Yamamoto said it was just a simple trap, something that did not require foresight. However, several lasers activated simultaneously, forming a nearly impossible-to-cross grid. The frontline samurais tried to use mana infusion with shielding, but the lasers pierced through the defenses, hitting everyone. While the samurais dealt with this dangerous situation, Jin Hyuk began his barrier master quest. Using runic language, he summoned the inadequate physical barrier, a spell in the form of Ezekiel's wheel, called Ophanim, or Armillary Sphere. This magic consisted of several beams orbiting in loops and rings around Jin Hyuk. Although it was the limit of his advancement at that moment, he had already completed the first stage. Jin Hyuk ordered all the members of Fighting Dads to remain inside the barrier. They asked where he was going, and Jin Hyuk explained that it was possible to obtain an item if he could dodge the lasers 300 times in a row. Jin Hyuk left the barrier protecting the team and stepped out to dodge the lasers, warming up his muscles like a secret agent. He moved with agility, avoiding every beam. Captain Young-woon noticed the suffering of the samurais, who were screaming in panic, while Jin Hyuk easily dodged with a smile, dancing between the lasers. Young-woon recalled a previous conversation with Kim Gi-tae, in which he asked whether they were losing too much by leaving everything in Jin Hyuk's hands. Kim Gi-tae replied that Jin Hyuk was too young to understand certain things, but sometimes it was necessary to accept the risk and stand aside to avoid getting in the way. In that sense, they were simply watching, allowing Jin Hyuk to act freely. When he successfully dodged more than 300 lasers, he completed a secret mission and received a flaming flame as a reward. However, not everyone escaped unharmed. One of the samurais lost his left arm, while another, Yoshida, had his throat slit and died during the attack. The samurai leader ordered everyone to stand up and check the number of casualties. Jin Hyuk appeared, observing the injuries and commenting that the barrier had been designed to protect 30 people, which was why he could not let anyone else in. He regretted that some had gotten hurt. The samurai, irritated, called him a wretched worm, accusing Jin Hyuk of knowing about the trap all along. Jin Hyuk replied that he did, and asked if there was any problem with that. The samurai complained that people had died, and Jin Hyuk explained that he had given in to the samurai's wishes, letting him go ahead, since he boasted about having a veteran who knew the 30th floor. There was no reason for anger, and he asked whether the samurais had been invited to join by force or of their own will. The samurai leader threatened that this would not go unpunished. Jin Hyuk wondered if that was really the right time to argue. When the system notified him that special conditions had been met. The death of more than 50% of the group members in traps and the acquisition of a flaming flame had summoned the guardian of the Grey Temple, a fire-breathing serpent. Jin Hyuk realized this was when the fun would begin and warned that if anyone wanted to complain, they had better stay alive. The serpent was described as Medusa's favorite pet. Its entire body was made of fire, and physical attacks were useless against it. Jin Hyuk instructed the samurai leader to hand over what was necessary, showing that he understood his place. The samurai, confused, asked what he was supposed to give. Jin Hyuk suggested passing the shield of Perseus to someone who could actually use it. The samurai replied that Nuke would never hand a divine artifact to someone like that. When the serpent prepared a continuous fire blast called Spear of Fury, which came out of its mouth like a flamethrower, Jin Hyuk had no choice but to activate the glacial formation, shielding himself with ice. For that, he had to rip the shield from the corpse of the samurai leader, who had been incinerated. The fire-drinking serpent launched its attack, and the samurai shouted to the others that there was no way to dodge it. He ordered Yamamoto to stay behind him. With the barrier and the shield of Perseus, he declared that Yamamoto had to survive at any cost. In the next instant, everyone was incinerated, and Jin Hyuk managed to retrieve the shield from the samurai leader's corpse. He reflected on the uselessness of a divine artifact in the hands of someone incompetent, and realized he now possessed an S-rank shield of Perseus. Yamamoto was stunned, asking who the hell Jin Hyuk was and how he acted like he knew everything. Jin Hyuk asked if Yamamoto could not see it with his foresight, the ability he was so proud of, and asked if he even understood his power and its connection to the tower. Yamamoto admitted that he could not see any future related to the tower. At that moment, the serpent was preparing another blast directly at Jin Hyuk, who created an ice wall to shield himself and scoffed at the creature's audacity. With a simple wave of his hand, he completely froze the serpent, which shattered into dust. Yamamoto was terrified. Realizing that Jin Hyuk was no ordinary human, Jin Hyuk revealed that he was actually a deity exiled from the tower, explaining that his human appearance was due to the exile. But he told Yamamoto that he could still be useful for conquering the upper floors. Yamamoto thanked him for considering him useful, and Jin Hyuk asked if he wanted to climb the tower by his side. Yamamoto thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and accepted, saying it would be an honor. Jin Hyuk then marked Yamamoto with the flaming mark of affliction, symbolizing the pact between them. The mark would burn until death if betrayed, sealing the contract between the exiled deity and his new ally. After the battle, the inadequate physical barrier surrounding the Fighting Dad's group was deactivated. Young-woon observed that Jin Hyuk had defeated the creature alone and thanked him, saying that everyone had only survived because of him, although it was frustrating to realize that no one else had helped until then. Jin Hyuk appreciated the recognition, but thought it was too early to act as if everything had been resolved. He reminded them that Medusa was not the type to stay still after her pet had been killed. Young-woon ordered everyone to prepare for battle, warning that they should not look Medusa directly in the eyes. The first one, caught off guard, did not understand the warning and was immediately turned to stone when Medusa faced him, destroying him and asking how they dared to invade her temple and touch her son. The creature's mana alone was oppressive, preventing the group members from standing properly. With his eyes closed, Young-woon ordered everyone to stay calm, preparing them for the critical moment. He activated group leadership, increasing the party's morale and fear resistance by 20%. The mages tried to attack with lightning spells, but Medusa did not rely solely on her eyes to strike. She was not foolish enough to use only petrification and knocked everyone down with her gorgon tail. Only the mage remained standing as the others had already fallen. When Medusa was about to strike the mage, Jin Hyuk struck the creature with the shield of Perseus and ordered everyone to stay behind him. He declared that the prey now belonged to him. Medusa asked why that human had not turned to stone, but Jin Hyuk, using the Eye of Gluttony, was immune to petrification. He commented that the creature was too weak to affect him. Enraged, Medusa activated her Gorgon domain, increasing her magical attack speed, movement speed, and using the fluid acid spat out by the snakes on her head. Jin Hyuk, using the Demon King of the Sword steps, boosted his own speed by 70% and dodged all the attacks with ease. Even the strikes from the Viper Claws were blocked by the Shield of Perseus, which increased physical and magical defense by 300%. While dodging, Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to counterattack. Placing 2 runes on Medusa's body, he activated the Sealing Tomb Barrier, a final condition to advance as a barrier master, which required trapping a boss inside a barrier. Although Medusa was slightly restrained, she easily shattered the barrier, claiming that no glass box could imprison her, and continued her assault with acid and her snake tail. To handle this, Jin Hyuk used his new untested skill, Giant's Grasp, to hurl stones at Medusa, creating a distraction. The problem for Medusa was that she felt no killing intent from the attacks. Jin Hyuk only wanted to distract her and trap her without being noticed. Each stone had runes inscribed, drawn by Jin Hyuk using the ashes of the previously burned corpses. He then activated the 3-star floor-ceiling tomb, which not only created a box around Medusa, but also chained her down. With Medusa completely restrained, Jin Hyuk commented that he had put a lot of effort into that attack, while the creature demanded to be released immediately. He replied no, and told her to stay quiet and not struggle too much. With that, Jin Hyuk finally completed his advancement quest, becoming a master of barriers. Capturing a boss alive was extremely difficult. Most people only managed to trap a goblin boss from the first floor, but capturing a high-level boss yielded much greater rewards. The system informed him that Jin Hyuk had advanced to a class superior to Barrier Master, becoming a rune interpreter. Now he was able to understand the essence of runes, reinterpret them, and create entirely new barriers. Barriers crafted by a rune interpreter had double the effectiveness. Jin Hyuk knew there was a secret class even he had never encountered, and the harder the conditions, the greater the rewards. That meant he could learn things about the tower that were still unknown to him. The system also granted him the Moon Mark, which reduced the activation time of his barriers and increased their effects. Jin Hyuk was thrilled. The endless possibilities made him almost lose his mind. Meanwhile, Medusa, still trapped, asked what he intended to do with her, questioning whether she would be killed. Jin Hyuk replied that he did not know. He might just skin her to craft a decent set of armor. The creature was already crying, realizing her life was at risk. He reflected that killing a boss in front of everyone was the usual way to gain experience, rewards, and items, but there was no merit in killing Medusa. Her head would lose its petrification ability, and the armor made from her skin would deal continuous poison damage to the wearer. That made him question what the benefit of keeping her alive might be. Determined, Jin Hyuk entered the coin shop and bought a few ingredients to perform a ritual. He created a new summoning circle and connected a secret circuit to make contact with Rick Hennessy, who was impressed and asked how Jin Hyuk had discovered that method of communication. Jin Hyuk replied that it was by accident, mixing a few procedures, but Rick Hennessy did not want to hear excuses. He emphasized that he had never disclosed that contact to anyone, not even to deities, and wanted to know how Jin Hyuk had managed it. Without time for explanations, Jin Hyuk said he needed to act quickly. Pointing at something ahead, Rick Hennessy, realizing it was a living Medusa, became extremely interested. Jin Hyuk noticed that he was an avid collector of everything related to Greek mythology and was about to kill the creature, but decided that with Rick present, he could watch up close. Next, Jin Hyuk activated the Grave of Swords, but Rick Hennessy intervened, stating that something so precious could not be killed. He didn't care how Jin Hyuk had made contact. What mattered was that the situation was incredible. So Rick opened a direct portal to the library so they could talk in person. The situation promised to become even more interesting. Even a bit nervous about the old man's smile, Jin Hyuk summoned a rupture in space-time to follow him. But in reality, he did not head to the library. Jin Hyuk was received by Rick Hennessy on the 42nd floor of the tower, known as the White Oasis, the city of the Egyptian gods. It was his first time stepping foot there, and he could barely believe it. He never imagined he would reach so high in the tower without even attaining level 100. He thought he would be transported to the Grand Library, but finding himself in that place was totally unexpected. Curious, he asked if Rick was on vacation there, and Rick replied that he wished that were the case, but it wasn't. He was there on business, and the Egyptian gods themselves had shown interest in meeting Jin Hyuk, making that coincidence quite convenient. Jin Hyuk reflected that, by the way the old man spoke, he had probably already discovered the lie that Jin Hyuk had received the protection of an Egyptian god. Meanwhile, the anthropomorphic creatures of that floor, beasts with forms similar to Egyptian gods, noticed the presence of a human. One of them commented in surprise that there were already humans in the tower, but didn't expect to find one that high up. Rick led Jin Hyuk to a huge crater. He explained that this was where the Sphinx used to be before everything was destroyed. The crater had been opened after it was revealed that Jin Hyuk had tricked the gods by using the name of Lord Anubis, which clearly enraged some of them. Jin Hyuk unceremoniously commented that it was a real waste since he had heard that the statue had high artistic value. With a serious look, Rick asked if he wasn't afraid of the absolute beings and the immense power that governed the tower. Jin Hyuk replied that there was no reason to be afraid because no one commanded him. That answer brought a genuine laugh from Rick. He thought Jin Hyuk was amusing and said he never disappointed him. Later, the two stood face to face with Osiris and Anubis. The latter was outraged to see Jin Hyuk there, calling him shameless and asking how he dared to appear after tarnishing his name. Osiris, on the other hand, commented that Jin Hyuk looked to be in a pitiful state. Jin Hyuk himself replied that he hadn't even come there to see them. Anubis lost his temper and tried to stomp on him forcefully, but a barrier stopped him. It was a protection activated by Rick, who declared that Jin Hyuk was his guest. He asked directly if Anubis wanted to challenge the laws of the tower. In response, Osiris commented that he was being made a fool of, while Rick noticed that Jin Hyuk showed no fear at all, as if he already knew the inner rules of the tower. Anubis, unable to kill him directly, said he would follow the rules and summoned the Deathbringer to the hall, the most powerful warrior available from the 6th floor onward. Rick knew that Jin Hyuk didn't have enough power at that moment to defeat an opponent of that level, and asked how he planned to escape that situation. Anubis then set the condition. If Jin Hyuk could withstand the warrior for just 5 seconds, he would earn the right to choose any item from within the temple of Anubis. The system displayed a notification asking if Jin Hyuk accepted the duel. He asked if it was really just 5 seconds, then opened the system shop. There, he purchased an item called Royal Blood for 2 million coins, leaving him with just over 1,000 coins. Next, he activated the star's blessing on the blood and accepted the duel. Knowing he only needed to endure, Jin Hyuk went beyond. He activated the Sword Demon King's steps and, with a precise and swift movement, struck the face of the Deathbringer with the Royal Blood. The extreme attribute shock caused a fatal effect, multiplying the damage by 1,500%. Anubis's warrior was completely incinerated, and Jin Hyuk mentally commented that 5 seconds was far too long for that kind of battle. Osiris was in disbelief, unable to accept that a mere human had defeated Anubis's champion. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was already thinking about which treasure to choose as his reward. Anubis, irritated, claimed the attack had been unfair since it happened right at the start of the duel. However, the sun god, Horus, reminded him that he had made a promise and now had to keep it, as disobedience would mean breaking the laws of the tower. With that, Anubis stormed off, visibly angry about the outcome. Trying to ease the tension, Horus apologized and led Jin Hyuk to the promised treasure. The place was filled with gold, jewels, weapons, and other valuable items. He told Jin Hyuk he could take anything he wanted. After all, a promise was a promise. However, before Jin Hyuk could make his choice, Horus said he was sure Jin Hyuk would one day climb up to that floor. For that reason, he made an offer. If Jin Hyuk accepted becoming a resident and ruler of that floor, he would receive a power far greater than any treasure present there. Rick, who was watching the scene, was surprised and wondered if Horus was truly offering a divine blessing, a power selection that could only be made once, to a human who was still only on the 6th floor. It was practically confirmation that Jin Hyuk was about to receive the protection of a deity. However, Jin Hyuk declined the offer. He said he didn't need divine help, as he was headed somewhere far higher than that floor. Instead, he pointed to the item he wanted to take as a gift. Horus found the attitude bold and remarked on it. Before going to meet with Anubis again, he told his brother that his explosive temper would be his downfall. Anubis, still furious, wanted to know what treasure the human had chosen. Upon learning it was the ancient black egg, he asked if Jin Hyuk really knew what he was doing. Horus admitted that Jin Hyuk probably had no idea, but depending on how he used the egg, a true calamity could fall upon humanity. Later, Alice reflected on his choice. She wondered why anyone would choose an ancient egg as a reward, knowing that if it hatched the wrong way, it could cause a tragedy. In fact, she jokingly thought that if the city were destroyed, she wouldn't even know where to do her shopping anymore. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was inside his dimensional ring, alone with the egg. He felt that, for the first time in a long while, it was time to truly focus. He remembered an old lesson from the tower's explorers. The solution to everything was delicious mana, so he began channeling his abilities. He used his fire element, the glacial formation, the star's blessing, and the cultivation technique of the true celestial flower. The egg began absorbing all of it intensely, and Jin Hyuk noticed it seemed to enjoy it. Within seconds, a small dragon was born. The hatchling appeared to be searching for the mana it had just tasted, so Jin Hyuk gathered the rest of his magical energy and condensed it into a small pearl, offering it as a treat to the dragon. As soon as it ate it, the dragon became extremely excited by the flavor, and the system announced that Jin Hyuk had left a mark on the ancient dragon. All the beings of the tower were watching that achievement. The system also stated that by giving the pet a name, its loyalty would increase even more. Finding the dragon extremely cute, Jin Hyuk decided to name it Goguma. However, he realized it would require a large amount of mana to maintain. The little dragon, for its part, could only repeat its own name, saying Goguma Goguma. At that moment, the system announced that Administrator Ricky Hennessy had subscribed to Jin Hyuk's channel, which caused the commission rate to drop from 90% to 80%. Jin Hyuk was surprised by the news, wondering why Rick would do that. Shortly after, he was already in a meeting with the manager of the SWB channel, Kang Byung-chan, who said that all he needed to do was make a public appearance and give an interview. The SWB broadcast program was considered the best in the industry and guaranteed 40% profit. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was drinking another milkshake. Luckily, he had a skill that cured diabetes, which made that habit less risky. He asked whether managers usually handled these matters personally, and Kang Byung-chan explained that since Jin Hyuk was a big name, he decided to handle the contract himself. He said that if Jin Hyuk appeared publicly, people would go wild. Jin Hyuk reflected that after the emergence of the Tower of Trials, the only television program that managed to stay on air was precisely climbing the Tower of Trials, which basically worked as an interview show with the players inside the tower. In the end, he agreed to proceed with the arrangements and said he wanted to receive all payment in magic stones. Byung-chan said that was possible, and that for a star like him, they could even prepare an unlimited condition. He also commented that there was someone interested in appearing alongside him, and if Jin Hyuk agreed, he would gain access to an unlimited amount of magic stones, as if acquiring company shares. Jin Hyuk accepted the proposal and asked who that person was. A few days later, in front of the SWB building, stood Hong Deok-pyo, determined to get his revenge. He was not alone. Two other rank S players were with him, Ten Chao from the Zhonghua Guild and Shui Hua. The media already sensed that the program would be a massive success. Soon after, Kang Jin-hyuk arrived, and his mere presence almost made the crowd faint in shock. In front of the cameras and cars, he asked how Hong Deok-pyo had been since the last time. The latter replied that he had been trying to rebuild his image ever since that humiliation, and had carried a deep sense of guilt. Jin Hyuk then commented that he brought two friends to try and impress, implying it was just a way to show that he still had connections. Hong Deok-pyo replied that it was the minimum necessary to make a proper appearance. Ten Chao and Shui Hua observed Jin Hyuk closely and thought he was indeed the real target. However, Jin Hyuk was also very well accompanied. With him were the Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa, Korea's most powerful martial artist, Yu Chun-young, and the Sword Saint, who was actually Yu Sung. When asked if they were all there because of Jin Hyuk's request, some said they were just companions, but Yu Sung quickly corrected them, saying they were not friends. To him, Jin Hyuk was merely someone he intended to defeat one day. The two rank S players realized that Jin Hyuk was completely prepared for the situation and decided to abandon Hong Deok-pyo, since they had already completed their real objective and would no longer participate in the broadcast. Jin Hyuk, sarcastically, said that if the plan was to show off connections, he should have done it properly. Completely abandoned, Hong Deok-pyo desperately tried to hold on to the interviewer, but ended up pulling not just his lab coat, but also his pants. The reporter, however, found it more important to interview Jin Hyuk than to worry about his own dignity. Later, already inside the SWB studio, Yu Sung asked if Jin Hyuk was laughing at Hong Deok-pyo's desperation. Jin Hyuk sincerely thanked him for being there, but said he didn't want anyone interfering in his personal life. Yu Sung then reminded him that one of his houses had been destroyed because of him, calling him an idiot. That was when Jin Hyuk remembered telling the demonic humans that Yu Sung was the masked one, and he tried to deflect, pretending not to know what he was talking about. Yu Sung revealed that after watching 16 videos, he had long figured out that Jin Hyuk was the masked one. Changing the subject, Jin Hyuk asked what he thought of the envoy from the Demonic Human Association, the one they faced at the beginning. Yu Sung admitted that at first he took quite a beating, but thought that guy Gawain was actually pretty strong. Still, compared to the fights he had with Jin Hyuk, that one had been much easier. Jin Hyuk felt proud of him. Yu Chun-young, in turn, asked Teresa what her relationship was with Mr. Jin Hyuk, and she answered that he was the companion she trusted the most. Yu Chun-young then joked, saying that it seemed like his granddaughter would have some competition. Shortly after the recording began, the host did her job, introduced all the guests, and started by interviewing Kang Jin Hyuk, who was the center of attention due to the absurd speed with which he had completed the Zandari challenge. She then asked if he had any special trick. Jin Hyuk replied to the host that yes, of course he had a special trick. The secret was simply to keep trying until it worked. The host found the answer too blunt and tried to steer the interview by asking about the third floor. He said you just had to dodge everything. When she asked about the fourth floor, he gave the same answer. Everyone in the studio felt awkward about the overly simple answers, barely hiding their embarrassment. Later, Kang Byung-chan commented that it was unfeasible to air that interview. Even so, Jin Hyuk showed up to collect his participation fee. He insisted that he only did what was in the contract. He answered every question he was asked. Byung-chan countered by saying that logic was idiotic, but Jin Hyuk did not accept the comment. He grabbed Byung-chan by the collar and asked if he remembered a man named Lee Jong-soo, someone he himself had spoken to, a man he treated like a brother with whom he made plans, and who, in the past, had joined other streamers to protest against the company's abusive contracts. They all went to that office together, seeking justice, and Jin Hyuk was among them. It was at that moment that he learned important lessons about life and about how not to be dead weight. He remembered that at the time, the streamers were being drained by cruel clauses, and when they confronted the administrators, all they were told was that the contracts were in order. Then he looked directly at Byung-chan and asked if he still thought his logic was idiotic. Later, in the Magic Stone storage vault, Byung-chan explained that, as stipulated in the contract, Jin Hyuk would have 2 hours of unlimited access to those stones. He informed him that all of them were protected by anti-theft spells and therefore could not be stored in the inventory. The manager believed that even with access, Jin Hyuk would not be able to do much, since absorbing a single low-level stone took about 5 minutes. This would severely limit the amount he could absorb within the time limit. He also said that if he needed anything, he could call the team members who were nearby, while cameras recorded Jin Hyuk's every move, hoping he would act impulsively and ruin his reputation. But Jin Hyuk replied that he would use everything he could within the 2 hours. Byung-chan, with irony, said goodbye and recommended that they take good care of him. The place was then left under the watch of 2 female staff members, responsible for monitoring everything. Jin Hyuk, smiling, asked if they wanted to see something amazing. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Byung-chan threw away a photo he had with Jung-gu, lamenting that he had died unjustly but telling himself that he had to stay alive. He wondered why the past was coming back to haunt him just now. Although he had minimized the losses, he still did not know how to deal with Jin Hyuk. He considered assigning journalists to follow him and try to stir up some media controversy, but decided to leave that for later. 2 hours later, he returned to the vault and found it completely empty. There were no magic crystals left. The 2 staff members, enchanted, were petting Goguma's belly, saying how cute he was. They commented to each other about how adorable he was and asked Jin Hyuk if he had more magic stones because his baby ate a lot. Goguma, excited, said he wanted more food. The employees once again melted from the cuteness. While Byung-chan fainted upon realizing the entire stock had been consumed, Goguma was now already at level 98, having absorbed an enormous amount of mana. He also had 192 mana points, which impressed Jin Hyuk, since he himself only had 80. He realized that if he fought alongside Goguma, he wouldn't last even 5 minutes, as his own mana would be depleted quickly. He concluded that the only option was to become even stronger. Meanwhile, the 2 rank S players, who had come only to investigate Jin Hyuk, were on a call, confirming that the target had been properly evaluated. The person on the other end of the line commented that Jin Hyuk was growing stronger much faster than expected. They also mentioned that, although the 2 seemed hostile toward each other, the relationship between him and Yu-sung wasn't exactly one of enmity. The hunter explained that, in fact, one could say Yu-sung stood on Jin Hyuk's side. Because of that, they decided to include him on the red list as well. For the Zhonghua Guild, anyone who allied with Jin Hyuk would be considered a direct enemy. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the tower in the Elven Forest, Jin Hyuk was showing Yu-sung the item known as the barrier-breaking mirror. Yu-sung recalled that Jin Hyuk had promised to teach him a training method to become stronger, so he assumed that item would be the first step. He admitted it was an absurdly powerful artifact, but questioned why they were there. Since Jin Hyuk planned to climb 1 floor beyond that, he wanted to know if Jin Hyuk was sure he could handle everything alone. Jin Hyuk replied that he cared about him and that, in order to truly face him one day, Yu-sung needed to become stronger. That was when he revealed the real plan. It wasn't just him who would climb, it would be the 2 of them. In an instant, both were transported directly to the 10th floor, the Paradise of Warriors. The place was a long corridor formed by countless statues of knights. In the back stood a massive, still inactive knight holding a colossal sword. Jin Hyuk explained that these were the Guardian Warriors, responsible for protecting the floor boss. There were 21 of them in total, and he asked if Yu-sung thought he could defeat them. Yu-sung replied that he could, as long as that monster in the back didn't awaken. That was the boss of the 10th floor. The immortal stone giant Jin Hyuk considered it perfect and said the challenge could begin. If Yu-sung defeated the warriors and held out for 1 minute against the boss, he would accept a serious duel with him. Yu-sung accepted the proposal and said he hoped Jin Hyuk would keep his promise. As he advanced, all the statues activated at once. Even so, Yu-sung displayed his strength and skill, using his sword with mastery and defeating the warriors one by one. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Teresa was in a store specializing in hair-related items. There, she encountered Captain Cheonhua, the famous bald man who was also shopping. Both of them purchased an item called Hair Restoration Ticket. Teresa regained her long hair, and Cheonhua had hair once again. He was moved as he felt the strands touch his head again, but the system announced that the curse was still active. Within seconds, he was bald again. Teresa tried to comfort him, saying that hair was not everything in life. Cheonhua reflected and said that baldness was a punishment for his sins. He told her that when he was captain of a raid on the 1st floor, he had been too greedy and caused many people to suffer because of his decisions. Losing his hair was too light a sentence for what he had done. Teresa smiled and agreed that people had indeed been hurt, but pointed out that at least he regretted it. Now he still risked his life as a player, trying to redeem himself. Cheonhua was moved by her words. Meanwhile, back on the 10th floor, Yu-sung was using all his strength and activated his sword song technique to defeat the last statue. Now, all that remained was to hold out for 1 minute against the boss. He believed that if he could do that, he would be able to seriously challenge Jin Hyuk and, if he won, achieve everything he desired. However, the moment he charged at the immortal stone giant, his mind went completely blank. When he came to, he was already in a hospital. Hana was by his side, and he recognized her as one of Jin Hyuk's subordinates. Hana sarcastically said she was more like a slave. She explained that it was the director himself who had ordered her to take him to the hospital, as he was in critical condition. They had said to deliver that item as soon as he woke up. At that moment, Yusung remembered the battle against the 10th floor boss. It was true. The powerful warrior had activated the invincibility skill, which made him completely immune to any damage. Yusung was totally defeated, and his elemental sword ended up breaking during the fight. Jin Hyuk commented that he only managed to last 21 seconds, which showed that he still had a long way to go. Yusung then recalled the moment when he saw Jin Hyuk fighting that gigantic creature. He dodged every attack with insane precision. Even when the boss used a strike that increased gravity by 500%, Jin Hyuk remained standing, protected by a magical barrier reinforced with a spell. Although he could not deal direct damage due to the boss's invincibility, he imprisoned it within a stone barrier, turning the boss into a lump of mineral. Yusung witnessed Jin Hyuk's victory with his own eyes. And that was the last thing he remembered. The 10th floor boss had been neutralized. The time limit to conquer the next floor was set at 90 days. Furthermore, Jin Hyuk had fulfilled the conditions to copy the invincibility skill. Now, Yusung held the mineral fragment left by the boss, once again feeling humiliated by Jin Hyuk. Later, Jin Hyuk was in the Elven Forest, analyzing the items he received as rewards: the giant's longsword, capable of breaking armor, and the shield of the gray-hearted giant. He reflected on how that feeling was exactly why he had never managed to quit the game. After all this time, he had finally uploaded a new video of the masked man, which would help him recover his coins. Since the previous enemies were weak, Jin Hyuk did not need to put in much effort, and was able to use his barrier, even with its high mana cost. However, Alice contacted him to warn that someone was following him. He confirmed that he already knew. When she asked why he allowed himself to be followed, Jin Hyuk explained that the place he was going to was not welcoming to strangers, and he would gain no advantage by confronting that pursuer. The informant, on the other hand, already knew that Jin Hyuk was heading to the Elven Forest on the 6th floor. Meanwhile, in Beijing, one of the S-rankers from the Zhonghua Guild was being scolded for letting Jin Hyuk complete the 5th floor first and reach the 10th. The leader, Nangong Tian, furious, tore off Li Keliang's ear with a single blow. Next to him were the master of the Zhonghua Guild and a healer who quickly healed Li Keliang's injury. Nangong Tian warned that next time it would not be just an ear. He did not know exactly why Jin Hyuk was on the 6th floor, but he said this could work in their favor. He then gave orders for everyone to regroup immediately and destroy the entire forest, eliminating Jin Hyuk and any witnesses. Meanwhile, the spy was still watching Jin Hyuk, but an elf appeared stealthily behind him. It was explained that the 6th floor, known as the Elven Forest, was one of the most luxurious places in the tower. Since the 7th floor opened automatically, many visitors seeking leisure took the opportunity to spend time in that paradisiacal area. At that moment, one of the players spotted a horned rabbit, but another female player warned him not to approach it, as that was a dangerous territory. Fortunately, he obeyed. Behind the bush where the rabbit had hidden, an elf emerged and quickly knocked down the Zhonghua Guild spy, dragging his body into the vegetation. She wondered why Jin Hyuk was being followed, since he did not seem to have a clear purpose in that place. Shortly after, Jin Hyuk sensed the air around him and, guided only by his sense of smell, stated that the path was to the left. The elf was surprised because she knew that route could only be identified by someone who had spent a long time in the forest. She could not understand how he had mastered that method. Even so, she believed he would eventually be trapped by the illusion barrier. Anyone caught in it would be lost in endless illusions. With that, she decided to observe him closely. However, Jin Hyuk demonstrated mastery over magical runes. He deactivated the runes with ease and even commented that whoever had written them probably slept through class. That enraged the elf, as she herself had created that barrier, and she could not understand how he was able to dismantle it so easily. Jin Hyuk already knew he was being followed by Sylvia, so he decided to tease her. He pretended to be hungry and activated his ability to summon the restaurant from another world. An apron, a cutting board, and a small pot appeared, and he began to cook. Sylvia watched curiously, wondering if humans really prepared food that way. But soon she noticed something strange. She descended from the trees with her bow aimed directly at Jin Hyuk's head, accusing him of cooking animal meat in the middle of the Elven Forest. In truth, Jin Hyuk was making a hamburger, but he explained that it was not real meat, but soy meat. He said she could check if she did not believe him. When Sylvia smelled it, she was surprised to find that it really had the aroma of soy. It was then explained that, in the tower, elves had a peculiar taste for cooking and music, and animal meat was an absolute taboo among them. Because of that, something that realistically imitated meat was practically unheard of. Driven by curiosity, Sylvia asked once again if it was truly soy meat. Jin Hyuk proudly replied that he would never lie or play tricks with food, asking her not to insult his culinary dedication. When Sylvia finally tasted it, she was delighted by the flavor. She ate 3 full plates and commented satisfied that she had not imagined he would be such a precious guest, to the point of gifting her such a special recipe. She then introduced herself as Sylvia, an archer of the Elven Forest. Jin Hyuk then asked if he could visit the Elven village. Later in the village, he introduced himself formally and was welcomed by the patriarch, who identified himself as Penheim and said he was welcome. Suspicious, Jin Hyuk asked if he was sure about that. Since all the nearby elves had their bows aimed directly at his head, one of the elves responded with irony, asking if he expected a warm welcome, since humans had no right to step into the sacred forest. That elf was Teslan, level 30, owner of the unique skill Deadly Shot. For Jin Hyuk to copy that ability, he would have to shoot an arrow with greater precision than Teslan at least once. Jin Hyuk, observing the situation, thought that Teslan had never changed. He had always hated humans, even in the game, and much of the chaos caused up to that point had been his fault. When Teslan spoke again, he fired an arrow that was immediately intercepted by Jin Hyuk's dagger, who said he would do something about that arrogant attitude. He commented critically that maybe he should have brought a gift. Teslan admitted that Jin Hyuk had good reaction speed for a human, but warned that the next shot would go straight to his forehead. However, Sylvia intervened and asked him to stop, reminding him that this was the man she herself had invited to the village. When asked why she brought a foreigner to that sacred place, Sylvia replied that she had not done it without reason. She explained that Jin Hyuk had an exceptional talent for cooking and, practically drooling, stated that he could introduce the elves to a type of food they had never experienced before. Both Penheim and Teslan himself looked visibly interested in the idea. Still, Teslan said he would not let Jin Hyuk off the hook just because of that. But Penheim, also excited, said there was no need to expel him so soon. Before that, they could at least confirm what he was capable of. Teslan, confused, questioned the chief. It was then explained that the figs that grew in the elven village were extremely special. Containing pure magic, as if they were magical crystals, they increased the mana of anyone who consumed them. During the harvest, the elves performed a ritual of gratitude to the forest at noon, which culminated in the famous Festival of the Light of the Moon. While all that was happening, Jin Hyuk was already interfering, activating the restaurant from another world to prepare a large meal. He cooked soy burgers and served the dishes to the elves, who were delighted by the taste. Even Teslan, trying to hide it, attempted to grab a plate in secret. But Jin Hyuk stopped him, asking where his pride was. He reminded him that just moments ago he had a bow pointed at his head, and now he wanted to eat his food. In the end, Teslan just watched as the others ate happily. Penheim, impressed, declared that the flavor was extraordinary. He never imagined a foreigner could bring so much joy to the village. He thanked Mother Nature and officially began the festival. The elves started to play music, received their magical figs, and the mood was festive. Players who were camping nearby heard the noise and grew curious. One of the female players commented that if the elves were not so aggressive, she might even approach to see what was going on. However, their problem at that moment was not the elves. Within seconds, all the players were killed by a group of assassins sent by Zhonghua Like Liang, present at the massacre, told the rest of the guild that there could be no witnesses. Meanwhile, in the village, the elves continued to enjoy the festival in peace. An elf named Equin, watching an elven child practicing archery, commented that it was true. They were born with a natural talent for the bow. Penheim then asked Jin Hyuk what he thought of his first festival of the Light of the Moon. It was rare for a human to participate in that event. He explained that the more the outside world discovered about the magical figs, the more dangerous the situation became. Even so, he believed that the elves, lovers of music and cuisine, were a race that valued peace more than any other. Jin Hyuk replied that he found the elves truly impressive. But Teslan, still resentful, asked who he thought he was to judge them. Jin Hyuk teased, asking if he was still upset about not getting food. Teslan, angry, declared that no matter how good a cook Jin Hyuk was, he was still a human and therefore an intruder. Penheim tried to calm things down, but instead of backing off, Jin Hyuk grabbed an arrow from his own quiver and suggested they not ruin the mood of the festival. He proposed an archery duel. The loser would leave. Teslan was furious at his audacity, but accepted and ordered the target to be prepared for the challenge. The elves were excited about the competition. Everyone dropped their plates and ran to watch the duel. As expected, they all cheered for Teslan. Finding that a bit unfair, Jin Hyuk decided to summon his spatial inventory and called out his mascot, Goguma, his cute pet. Teslan admitted that Jin Hyuk's cheering squad was incredibly cute, but said he only needed to hit the target fixed on the tree Jin Hyuk shot first and got an average score. Teslan, confident, said it was not bad for a human, but that Jin Hyuk still had a long way to go if he wanted to beat him. However, Goguma started to cheat, activating his secret skill known as Dragon's Terror. Teslan was directly affected by the fear effect, as were all the other elves nearby, who fell to to the ground completely paralyzed. This caused Teslan to miss the arrow he had fired. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk calmly removed the earplugs and commented that the ends justified the means. Seeing that absurd scene, Teslan thought that human was completely insane. Later, Jin Hyuk was scolding Goguma, saying he needed to be more careful when using that skill. He asked him not to do it again. Teslan, on the other hand, accused Jin Hyuk of bringing a dragon to act cowardly, saying it was disgraceful and dishonorable. Jin Hyuk, with indifference, replied that he truly had no honor, as he was nothing more than a despicable human. He also revealed that he was copying a technique called perfect aim, which increased understanding of bows and similar weapons by 90%, and after 5 seconds of concentration, raised accuracy to 100%. Teslan refused to accept any victory achieved through this kind of cheating, but Jin Hyuk replied that this was just a warm-up and encouraged him to try shooting again. This time, Teslan stated there would be no tricks. He activated his perfect aim and hit the center of the target dead on. The elves applauded, saying that was exactly what they expected from him. Sylvia, watching the competition, told Penheim that Jin Hyuk could still give up. According to her, there was no way he could win since Teslan was the best archer among all the elves. But Jin Hyuk provocatively asked if they were really sure about that. He used the glacial formation to launch the target high into the air, explaining that he was only increasing the difficulty to make the contest fairer. Right after that, Jin Hyuk infused his perfect aim with the blood of the K-demon, creating the red magic missile, an arrow with terrifying accuracy and surrounded by black flames of high destructive power. Teslan immediately noticed that something had changed in his opponent's arrow. When Jin Hyuk fired, his arrow hit the center of the target and even split Teslan's arrow in half. The elves watched the scene in disbelief, holding popcorn and wearing glasses as if they were in a movie theater. They commented that the target was made of figwood, which should not break so easily. Jin Hyuk, provoking him, asked how Teslan felt losing to a human. Deeply humiliated, Teslan dropped his bow on the ground and declared that he could not throw away what little honor he still had. He said he would leave the elven forest forever and that he was no longer an archer. But Jin Hyuk, surprised by the reaction, asked him to wait, calling him pointy ears. He explained that he understood that honor thing, but reminded him that this was just a festival and there was no need to act so drastically. He also said they could change the terms of the contract. Even so, Teslan insisted that he preferred to leave and never return. All the elves were trying to hold back their laughter. Jin Hyuk remarked that, where he came from, only the strongest went through that kind of humiliation, and that this was the look of a specialist. However, Teslan's look at that moment was more like that of a little fairy. One of the elves tried to defend Teslan, asking how they dared to laugh at someone doing something so noble, but in the end, he himself could not hold back the laughter and burst out laughing, letting out a curse word. Outraged, Teslan lunged at him and punched him repeatedly. While everyone around could not stop laughing, Penheim commented that Jin Hyuk seemed to have a rather wicked hobby, but that was fine. He said that Teslan really needed to experience defeat one day, since he was too obsessed with his own image. That is why everyone was happy to have met that human. Jin Hyuk, in turn, realized that the elven elder was a much better person than he had imagined. He commented that he no longer needed to feel sorry for Teslan, and Penheim said he would give him a good lesson. However, at that moment, an elven messenger appeared running in despair. He was missing one arm and brought an urgent message for the elder, reported that an invasion was happening. Suddenly, several masked enemies appeared out of nowhere and began massacring the elves. They were not only attacking the guards, but also the humans present in the village. The invaders were extremely powerful, to the point that even the most skilled archers could not hit them. The guard Luti, severely wounded, could barely finish his warning message due to the intense pain. Upon hearing this, Penheim immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. They were to fight with everything they had and protect Mother Nature at all costs. Teslan, who until then had been in festive clothing, quickly changed into combat gear and stated that he would join an emergency group to face the threat. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was angrier than ever. The players tried to argue that they were also just players, hoping the assassins would stop attacking them. But it was no use, as the assassins were there precisely to kill them. They would not leave any witnesses. Anything related to the Elven Forest had to disappear completely. While one of the victims was being murdered, two of the assassins were killed by Penheim's arrows. He wept for the loss of one of the children he had found along the way and apologized for not being able to protect her. In response, Teslan took command and gave clear orders. If any of them found a living elf, they were to help evacuate them to the center of the village, where it would be somewhat safer. On the other hand, if they encountered an enemy, they were to kill them immediately. The revenge for the forest would begin at that moment. Then, Jin Hyuk approached, saying that revenge sounded good and that he already had a plan in mind. At the same time, the the remaining group of assassins realized that two connections had been lost. The elves were reacting faster than expected. One of the assassins reminded the group that their main objective was still to eliminate Jin Hyuk. They had created a magic barrier around the forest, blocking any external communication, meaning he would not be able to call for help. Their strategy was to surround the forest completely and advance slowly toward the center, where they believed he was hiding. The strike teams, divided into groups A, B, and C, totaled 150 assassins, including one of rank S, and they had already begun executing the plan. The other teams would arrive at the right time to reinforce the fight. They believed that no matter how strong an enemy was, they would not be able to win if outnumbered. In the eyes of the leader of Team C, Jin Hyuk would soon vanish quietly from the world, exactly as the Junghwa Guild wanted. However, in the middle of that thought, she was suddenly slapped so hard she was thrown to the ground. Jin Hyuk had done it, and even ripped off her mask. He said that at first he had doubts, but now he was sure they were from that damn Junghwa Guild, the one near the broadcast station. He told them they better be ready to pay for what they had done. The assassin, instead of being scared, just smiled. She was happy to see his face, and thought she was lucky. She then sent an alert to Team B saying they had found the target. Team B tried to move quickly, but was intercepted by elf attacks. Teslan appeared before them and asked where they thought they were going, because now they were his enemies. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk used his abilities, the Grave of Swords and the Heavenly Demon's Step, to eliminate the assassins one by one. The group leader ordered the members to spread out, but even that was not enough. Even with the enemies at a distance, Jin Hyuk could attack them using his ice spikes. The leader realized he was much stronger than she had imagined. At this rate, they would all be wiped out before the other teams arrived. So she decided to stall and drew Jin Hyuk's attention, saying she did not know exactly why he was there, but was sure he wanted something. Jin Hyuk replied that they had nothing to do with it, and told her to stop stalling and come at him. The assassin insisted, saying her allies were destroying everything and would soon reach the center of the village. If he really wanted to protect something there, he should act fast. Once everything was destroyed, what he desired would be lost too. Jin Hyuk asked if they were really trying to destroy the village, and the assassin concluded that the thing he wanted must be there. For that reason, she would do everything she could to protect the village and buy time until reinforcements arrived. But upon hearing that, Jin Hyuk began laughing loudly. The assassin was confused and asked if he did not care that the village would be destroyed. He replied that it was not that. Of course he did not want that to happen, but he just found it funny how she was trying to manipulate him. Meanwhile, in the elven village itself, Team A of the assassins encountered something completely unexpected. It was Alice, who appeared saying she honestly did not care what happened to the elves. However, Alice believed they had interfered with her client's own work. For that reason, she summoned her blood spears, considering it a good enough reason to kill everyone there. Team A immediately realized they stood no chance against that kind of monster. Before they could react, they were completely exterminated by her blood power. The last assassin standing tried to contact her allies, but the system said the person no longer existed. The team leader tried to call for reinforcements before dying, but lasted only a few seconds. To Alice, it was boring. She was not entertained at all. After the fight, she noticed some elves hiding and asked if by any chance they knew how to make wine. Meanwhile, the leader of Team C was in shock after realizing that one of their most powerful members had died. She ordered everyone to summon the demonic blood circle. Several assassins appeared around Jin Hyuk, and the group leader injected poison into all of them. It was the poison of psychosis, which drastically increased their resistance to fear. As a result, they became so bold that they charged at Jin Hyuk with savage determination to kill him. He dodged and counterattacked with precision, while the woman wondered where Ten Chao was, since they desperately needed him. At that moment, Ten Chao, wielding his two-handed sword, was trying to fight Teslan and the remaining elves. However, he ended up being trapped by a root spell. When he was hit by Teslan's arrows, he activated his auto-defense kit, boosting his resistance by 50%. He quickly received another message demanding he head to the battlefield, and Ten Chao realized the assassin's plan had always been to buy time. He stated that it would not work. With brute strength, he shattered the roots binding him and used his K-sword to unleash a powerful slash that knocked down several trees. Teslan managed to save Sylvia at the last moment and warned that the enemy was extremely strong. After eliminating all the assassins from Team C, Jin Hyuk asked why the leader had not shown herself yet. Shuehua realized that everyone had died before reinforcements arrived and admitted there was no reason to remain hidden anymore. He identified her data: Shuehua, 25 years old, level 28, with average stats in the low 20s. She belonged to the Poison Manipulator class, and the conditions to copy her ability were clear. Shuehua was known precisely for her poisons, and if Jin Hyuk resisted one of them, he could copy one of her techniques. He concluded that this would be problematic. Shuehua coated her palms with celestial poison, declaring that no matter how strong Jin Hyuk was, everyone eventually fell to her poison. Her next move hurled acid at a tree, corroding it in seconds. Jin Hyuk assessed that such an attack would definitely hurt if it hit him, but acknowledged he needed a poison skill. He advanced, grabbed Shuihua and said he was trying to make the right choice. Even with her defense active, he landed a powerful knee strike to her stomach that seemed to completely bypass her protection. He said he needed to think and asked her to be quiet, but Shuihua knew she had to hurt him before Ten Chao arrived. When she tried to attack again, she was hit in the face. This time, however, Jin Hyuk realized he had been poisoned. He noticed a small needle stuck in his finger. Shuihua had hidden the needle in her mouth and discreetly pricked him, infecting him with celestial poison. Now his mana channels were damaged. Shuihua stated that the celestial poison flowed through Jin Hyuk's mana channels and destroyed his internal organs, directly invading his mana, which meant there was no antidote. He would soon die slowly and painfully. However, Jin Hyuk activated the celestial cultivation technique of the flower, increasing his mana regeneration rate by 30%. He pulled the needle out of his finger as if nothing had happened, and mocked the idea of needing an antidote, saying he could simply suppress the poison with his mana. Shuihua realized she probably would not leave that place alive as she continued taking hits, punches, and ice spikes. Just as she was about to be finished, Ten Chao appeared with his sword imbued with ki. The attack did not hit Jin Hyuk, but it was enough to push him away from Shuihua. Ten Chao was level 29, with average stats around 25, and belonged to the commander class. Jin Hyuk understood that Ten Chao's presence meant Teslan had lost his battle. The conditions to copy Ten Chao's abilities were complicated. Jin Hyuk needed to make him throw himself in front of an attack to die in Shuihua's place. He analyzed the key sword and noticed it had low compatibility with his soul hunting sword, questioning whether he could copy the evil eradication skill. However, the system seemed to know all his thoughts, and suddenly he really felt affected, as if something were invading him. Ten Chao noticed Jin Hyuk's strange behavior and gave Shuihua a chance to stand up. They were the only survivors of the Junghua Guild attack. During the fight, Shuihua realized they would not be able to defeat Jin Hyuk, not even if the Lick King were present. They would die if they returned without completing the mission. All they could do now was fight until the end. At that moment, Shuihua and Ten Chao kissed, and Jin Hyuk watched in surprise. In truth, the kiss served to transfer the psychosis poison from Shuihua's body into Ten Chao, who charged into battle without regrets. Jin Hyuk drew his twin swords and realized the two opponents were determined, so he decided to take the fight seriously. He activated the Grave of Swords, increasing his power with swords by 500%. Ten Chao used the Colossal Slash at the same time Shuihua executed the Serpent Strike, but Jin Hyuk blocked both with a single skill, the 8th technique of the soul-hunting sword dance, using shadows. Over time, the anti-communication barrier began to dissolve. By the end of the fight, Ten Chao had lost both legs and one of his arms. Jin Hyuk managed to copy both skills, Celestial Poison and Evil Eradication. The Evil Eradication skill, ranked B, allowed him to mark a target on the map, track its movements, and follow its path. All copied abilities were saved in the memory of the world. Jin Hyuk commented that the 8th technique was still difficult to use and realized he would need more training. He questioned what he would do about the Junghua Guild. And so, with Ten Chao and Shuihua dead together and holding hands, the attack of the Junghua Guild came to an end. 1/3 of the Elven Forest had been burned, and many elves had lost their lives. Teslan suffered life-threatening injuries during the fight with Ten Chao, but thanks to Sylvia, he survived. He thanked Jin Hyuk for what he had done, and Jin Hyuk joked, telling him to stop acting cool and go get treatment already, calling him a dummy. Elder Fenheim was deeply shaken by everything that had happened, and had not left his residence since the incident. Alice became a kind of idol among the younger elves, and for unknown reasons, they found great joy in drinking wine. As for Jin Hyuk, the one who had caused it all, he was now building an 8-star barrier, a great fortress surrounding the Elven Forest, as well as a 3-star dimensional separation barrier. He said that with these in place, not even the Junghua Guild would be able to pass easily, and made it clear that he hated anyone who interfered with what belonged to him. Meanwhile, at the Junghua Guild headquarters, Vice Master Liaoyu received news that the assassins had been completely wiped out. Liaoyu asked if Jin Hyuk was really that strong. The combined mana power of Ten Chao and Shuihua exceeded 10,000, placing them in the mid to high range within the guild. A woman at the meeting noted that the association's ranking system was still under development, so anyone with over 10,000 mana was considered rank S. That could vary from someone with 11,000 to even 50,000 mana. Jin Hyuk was not an ordinary rank S. Tenwei added that they were already sending assassins with over 20,000 mana from the executive branch to deal with him, and another person present said that this could lead to war. Liaoyu questioned who would even care, claiming they were all too scared of the idea of war. He believed that Namgung Tian could not fail. At that moment, Su Moyong, resident of the 21st floor and patriarch of the Moyong family, appeared. He said that the basics of combat involved estimating what the opponent was capable of, and if they were ignoring something that fundamental, gentle, they would obviously lose again. Liao Yu apologized to Su Moyang, who replied that he would personally handle the case of Kang Jin-hyuk from that point onward, and that he would speak directly with Nam Gung Tian. When the vice leader asked if he could not handle it instead, Su Moyang replied that they were at a level where the situation could no longer be dealt with lightly. He watched the footage of the battle against Jin-hyuk and noticed that he was using the 8th technique of the soul-hunting sword, something rare even in the world of Merm, and was surprised that a foreigner from the tower had mastered that technique. Even so, he believed there was still a chance. After a long time, the elves were moved when their chief finally left his residence and made a public speech. He said they had suffered great losses during the ambush in the forest and highlighted the sacrifice of the warriors who fought to prevent it. Many innocent lives had been lost, but they had to move forward to rebuild the mother forest and protect the children who were still alive. He asked everyone to continue the Moonlight Festival, to celebrate those still living and remember those who had sacrificed themselves. At night, before the great bonfire, the elves raised their cups. Jin-hyuk was using his otherworldly kitchen to prepare vegan food, and Sylvia commented to the elder that a mere outsider had done so much for the forest. He agreed. When the children came to get their plates, Jin-hyuk told them to eat everything, but he noticed that some of the elves were just poking at their food. Those who were usually known for eating a lot and loving food had no appetite, clearly shaken by the trauma of the invasion. Suddenly, Teslan appeared, leaving everyone stunned, as he was dressed in a fairy costume, a very muscular fairy in fact. Jin-hyuk commented that he liked the outfit, but Teslan explained that this was not why he was wearing it. He had always believed that any outsider would harm the forest. He had thought they would invade only for the mana figs, but instead they came to massacre the elves. Teslan said he wore that outfit out of respect for a lost bet, to keep a promise of honor, and in recognition of everything Jin-hyuk had done. Jin-hyuk thought he could now forgive the joke, and that, if Teslan wanted to wear it, that was fine. However, someone was laughing at the scene, and it was Alice, who said she had never seen such a ridiculous outfit before. She had not even known elves had clowns. One of the children, who had been extremely downcast, finally managed to smile, and that lifted everyone's spirits enough for them to start enjoying the festival for real. In this lighter mood, Fenheim approached Jin-hyuk for a private conversation and took him to hidden catacombs deep within the forest. There, he introduced the place as the ancestral vault where the village's treasure was kept, explaining that no one could enter without his permission. Jin-hyuk had not been expecting that. As a gesture of gratitude from the elven people, the elder presented him with an instrument called Dakar Tan, a harp capable of granting various beneficial effects when played. He said it was just a small gift compared to all that the young man had done, and that they would never forget him. However, Jin-hyuk did not seem very interested in a harp. Observing the elder, and since gifts were being offered, he directly pointed at the ancestral bow and dagger. These weapons, known as the Molar and the Fang of Pentagraths, had been passed down from generation to generation among those who carried the blood of elven ancestors. They were relics granted by a god as a reward to an elven leader who had once healed one of the god's wounds. The chief explained that he would like to give the weapons, but even as the current leader, he did not have the right. The prophecy stated that the relics would find their true owner at the proper time, and he could not break that rule. Jin-hyuk thought it was a shame, but chose not to argue. Meanwhile, Alice seemed to be having a great time and kept asking for her cup to be refilled, clearly enjoying the forest people. At the same time, Jin-hyuk was discreetly tampering with the wine being served to the elves. After pouring himself a glass, he noticed Fenheim's gaze directly on him. The elder raised his cup before drinking, and Jin-hyuk understood that he was expected to do the same, which he did before walking away. He returned to the ruins with a clear goal in mind, to claim the weapons, as he was not about to miss that opportunity. He noticed there were no protective barriers around the place. Fenheim had left it that way on purpose, because what he had truly put in the wine was a sleeping agent. Soon, all the elves fell asleep, including Alice. The young man placed the girl back into the Ring of Bram and, with both weapons in hand, mentally thanked the elder for the indirect gift. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the tower, in the Church of Hatred, one of the cultists was complaining that they could not even enter the 10th floor without permission from that unknown man. They were about to lose access to all the relics, which would only remain available for 10 days after the opening. Dealing with Jin-hyuk was troublesome enough, and now they also had to worry about that masked figure. The cultists could not imagine that just 2 people were causing them so much trouble. At that moment, Melina stood up and decided to leave, completely disgusted with their incompetence. She knew that no one there suspected Jin-hyuk and the masked man were the same person, but just thinking about it made her face burn. She could never reveal that information, because if anyone found out she knew, she would be killed. As she exited, she encountered 2 unknown hooded figures. Before she could figure out who they were, they revealed themselves as vampires. In mere moments, they killed both guards and knocked her to the ground. One of the vampires commented that their blood was too cheap, while the other scolded him, saying he needed to stop consuming everything in sight, as it was rare to find humans with truly delicious blood. Still conscious, Melina realized that the attacks had been so fast she could barely follow what had happened. The vampire brought his blade to her neck, considering tasting that last bit of blood, but was interrupted when Lancelot suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. He apologized for showing up like that and asked who those intruders were and what they wanted. The female vampire removed her hood, pleased that someone had finally recognized them as noble aristocrats of the night. It was explained that 90 days after the unlocking of the 6th floor in the Elf Forest, the 7th floor was also automatically unlocked. Small events began to occur around the world to prepare everyone for this new advancement. Lee Yuri thought there was only 1 year left until graduation, although she had the impression that the world might end before that. Suddenly, she received a message from Jin Hyuk, ordering all his staff to gather at the Lunar Lake on the 1st floor at 2 in the afternoon. He warned that he would personally meet anyone who was absent or late, which made Lee Yuri wonder why he always acted that way. At the appointed time, Jin Hyuk confirmed that no one was late. Lee Yuri explained that everyone had spent sleepless nights producing the chess pieces, and that they could not just abandon them. Jung-woo complained that this was abuse toward elderly people. Jin Hyuk stated that if they wanted to leave, they could quit right then. Both immediately said they wanted to leave, but the man responded that they would need to pay compensation and asked for their bank details. Realizing where the conversation was going, Jung-woo commented that finding a job these days was hard and thanked the boss for the opportunity. Lee Yuri agreed with him. Since there were no more complaints, Jin Hyuk decided to get straight to the point. The first stage would be a round of introductions, and each person would report what had happened. Kim Hee-wong introduced himself as the vice leader of the Black Crow Guild. Park Hana said she carried out tasks for Kang Jin Hyuk. Kim Hee-wong informed that he had received news that Jang Eun-sok, a member of the 2nd Strike Squad of the Dangun Guild, had entered the 7th floor. According to his informant, he was looking for some kind of feather. Jin Hyuk knew that the 7th floor was a vast tundra. To advance, one simply had to cross the entire area to the end. But the environment was so hostile that it required extreme preparation. If Jang Eun-seok was searching for a feather, it was probably the phoenix feather, since the Blessing of Flames was extremely useful for traversing that floor. Park Hana added that Yu-sung had fully recovered, been discharged from the hospital, and promised to kill Jin Hyuk. The man considered that good news and asked them to continue the introductions. Next up was Takeshi from the Samurai Guild. He gave an exaggerated bow and declared that it was an honor to see Jin Hyuk again. He reported that he had stolen from the Medusa Temple the item he desired, noting that the place was in chaos due to the disappearance of a national treasure. Jin Hyuk assessed that he had done an excellent job. The sword obtained was the Sword of the Sky Spring. At the moment, he had no use for it, but believed he could trade it for something valuable later. Then Andrea introduced herself as the boss of the 5th floor. She explained that the power structure on that floor was already stabilized. Very few players appeared there, but she continued to strengthen her troops in case someone showed up. The group was shocked to realize there was a floor boss among them. Jin Hyuk explained that Andrea was responsible for managing the floor and had been doing an excellent job. Even so, many distanced themselves from her. Jin Hyuk realized that Andrea had grown and changed a lot thanks to Alice's teachings, and the woman said there was no reason to be so afraid. He then called the next person. The chosen one was Melina from the Demonic Human Association and the Church of Hatred, which caused surprise once again. Melina said that a very important incident had occurred. An organization from a much higher floor had approached her. That reminded her of the conversation between the vampires and Lancelot. On that occasion, one of the vampires showed a brooch that revealed they belonged to the Decassus family, devotees of Amulam. They claimed that if Lancelot helped them, they would make sure he got exactly what he wanted. She had heard rumors that they were looking for a relic from the 11th floor. Lancelot considered it a tempting offer and asked what they wanted in return. The vampire explained that a prisoner who was in ruins on the 1st floor had escaped. The job of that group was to find the missing prisoner. It was as simple as that. Jin Hyuk wanted to confirm if they had really offered a relic from the 11th floor, and Melina said yes, adding that they did not seem to be bluffing. However, before she could continue, Bram's ring began to react intensely to Alice's power, releasing her with such force that she almost exploded with fury. The young woman said that those Decassus bastards were the ones responsible for imprisoning her. She was determined to find and destroy them completely. She reminded Jin Hyuk of the promise he had made to her, to help her with her revenge. For her, this was the perfect chance. They needed to kill those vampires. Jin-hyuk assured her that he would help and asked her not to worry, but warned that they needed to act with extreme caution. He did not have enough mana to let her use all of her power, and if she revealed herself in that state, it would be far more dangerous than remaining hidden. They might need to keep her inside the ring for a while. Before Alice could complain, Jin-hyuk asked her to trust him. She lowered her head, agreed, and said that, as compensation, she wanted to eat fried chicken that day. Jin-hyuk accepted the request and thought he had managed to calm her down, although he knew they still needed to prepare. Those vampires were not the kind of common enemy. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, the vast tundra was full of explorers. They were part of the group that accompanied Jang Yoon-seok, acting as scouts to map the region. Even so, the captain was irritated because they had not achieved any satisfying results. They were making no progress, but Eun-seok insisted that they needed to reach the next floor before everyone else. At one point, a messenger informed him that the captain needed to see something urgent. When he stepped out of his tent, Jang Eun-seok found himself face to face with Kang Jin-hyuk. He asked what had brought the young man there. Jin-hyuk calmly replied that he had come to clear the floor, making it clear that he had noticed their struggle. Even so, Eun-seok said that he did not need help, especially not from him. However, Jin-hyuk never said he wanted to help. He only stated that he was interested in the phoenix feather and that they were in his way. Eun-seok claimed that the route was exclusive to his group and asked if Jin-hyuk was invading their territory. The young man found the accusation amusing and asked since when the 7th floor belonged to their guild. The captain saw it as provocation, but Jin-hyuk merely commented that it was a fair competition and that Eun-seok was free to try and stop him if he wished. After that, he calmly returned to his tent. Jin-hyuk passed through a few guards without difficulty because one of them recognized him as someone he admired. The guard asked what had brought him to such a cold place. Jin-hyuk explained that he needed to take care of some business inside the forest, but the guard tried to stop him, saying that entry was forbidden and the area was extremely dangerous. They were stationed there precisely to prevent accidents. Still, Jin-hyuk simply thanked him for his concern and kept walking. The guard realized, perplexed, that he had not even noticed when the young man passed and that he was walking on the snow without sinking. He concluded that an S rank was really something else. Later, Jang Yoon-seok ordered that same guard to follow Jin-hyuk immediately. They needed that feather, so they had to track him and find out the method he would use to locate it. On the way, Jin-hyuk came across traces of an extremely violent battle. There were no bodies, but a large stone displayed deep marks and scratches, likely left during the fight. Before he could investigate further, he noticed the guards sent to follow him approaching. One of them said he could not let Jin-hyuk walk around alone and that some form of supervision was necessary. Walking over the snow without sinking and without feeling the cold, Jin-hyuk thought ironically about who was actually leading whom. He then created an igloo using his ice formation and lit a fire using his fire element. The guard commented that having an S rank nearby was really useful and introduced himself as Guak, thanking him for the fire. Jin-hyuk analyzed the guards' statuses and noticed that their attributes were decent, but none of them had skills worthy of being copied through the eye of gluttony. He then asked if Eun-seok had ordered them to follow him. Guak hesitated, but Jin-hyuk said there was no need to lie if he did not know how to do it properly. He explained that they had been sent to observe the method he would use to find the phoenix feather, which was the only plausible explanation. Even so, he made it clear that, yet he was not fighting them. In fact, there was a much more serious problem on the way to the relic. He asked if they had seen the large stone structure with strange patterns on the outside. He revealed that it was the mark of an ice troll. One of the guards said she had heard of them and that they were very powerful monsters from the 7th floor. Jin-hyuk confirmed that the mark belonged to the Frozen Blade, the strongest tribe among the ice trolls. Guak asked if they were inside troll territory, but Jin-hyuk replied that they were not. In general, those monsters lived in more remote regions. The fact that they had left marks so close to the main path was unusual and worrying. It indicated that something very strange was going on. He knew that was the only possible path to reach the phoenix feather, which made the situation even more suspicious. Suddenly, several spears were thrown at the igloo. Jin-hyuk had to use ice formation to block the attack. None of the guards could identify where the projectiles were coming from, but Jin-hyuk did not care. Instead of hiding, he advanced directly toward the attacks. More spears were thrown at him, but he dodged them with ease. He thought to himself that the attackers should know such tactics would not work, and he demanded that they show themselves. The attackers were precisely the vampires who were searching for Alice. One of the female vampires observed Jin-hyuk closely and insinuated that he was kind of cute, which made Alice, still inside Bram's ring, furious. Jin-hyuk mentally asked her to calm down and activated the Eye of Gluttony. The first vampire was named Liorda Bertien, level 108, over 1,000 years old. His attributes were not particularly impressive, but he possessed multiple level 16 skills related to blood. The huge level difference made Jinhyuk spend mana just by looking at him with the eye of gluttony. On top of that, all the copy conditions had severe penalties. At that moment, Guak approached, and Jinhyuk saw the perfect opportunity. He ordered him to gather the other guards and flee immediately. Guak, frightened, asked if Jinhyuk really intended to face all those vampires alone. Jinhyuk drew only his dagger and said with a calm smile that everything would be fine. He only asked them to buy him a beer when they all returned alive. The guard was moved by those words, and as he was being taken away by the others, he called Jinhyuk's name with evident emotion. The condition of the copy ability was simple but dangerous. He needed to survive after saying 4 or more things that could lead to his death. The problem was that for each provocation he made to the enemy, one of his skills would be temporarily blocked during the battle. The first one he lost was celestial poison. As expected, the vampires did not come alone to face him. First, they sent some trolls. Even so, Jinhyuk, without using his dagger, beat the troll easily with just his fist. One of the vampires commented that his blood seemed so sweet and became even more interested in him. After that little show, the vampires finally descended. Lyorda approached, saying he had heard a lot about Jinhyuk from the demonic humans, and from what he could tell, the boy was indeed strong for a human. He introduced himself as Lyorda Bertion de Casus, and soon after, Ophelia also introduced herself as part of the same affiliation. Jinhyuk, suspicious, asked directly what exactly they were doing, since they were involving themselves with ice trolls and kidnapping humans. Ophelia found his straightforwardness amusing, and said she liked that. She also noted that he did not seem surprised by their presence. Then she revealed that yes, it was all part of a plan crafted to capture him. It was a trap made specifically for someone smart enough to notice that the tundra was far too strange. She had been informed by the demonic humans of the names of those who had survived the Hall of the Depraved, located on the first floor. The names were Teresa du Laurent, an unidentified masked man, Chun Yu Sung, and someone who had acted as the leader in that place, known as Kang Jinhyuk. According to them, they were certain that one of the survivors had helped Alice escape. Coincidentally, Jinhyuk was the first to appear afterward. Lyorda made it clear that he should not expect help from any other humans in the tundra because the demonic humans were ready to eliminate all of them. Ophelia then took over and asked directly where Alice was. Jinhyuk, still holding only his dagger, replied that he had no idea what they were talking about. Faced with that provocation, Lyorda stated that there was no other choice since Jinhyuk was pretending to be an idiot. He took off his cloak, drew his blade, and announced that he would force Jinhyuk to remember what had happened. Even with the vampire's absurd speed, Jinhyuk managed to follow his movements with his eyes. Facing the shadow combat spirit, he dodged or blocked all the attacks. Ophelia warned Lyorda that he could not kill Jinhyuk, to which Lyorda, while attacking, replied that he already knew. He acknowledged that Jinhyuk was much better than he had imagined. It was then that Lyorda used the blood jade, which created a veil of blood over Jinhyuk's eyes, blinding him for 30 seconds. He was then surrounded by blood thorns. Even so, despite being unable to see, Jinhyuk channeled his fire element and burned the blood on his face, completely evaporating what was preventing him from seeing. Ophelia, watching everything, was surprised. She already knew he was powerful for a human, but seeing him face Lyorda as an equal was unexpected. Perhaps he really was the man who helped Alice escape. Lyorda commented that he was very skilled for a rat caught in a trap. In response, Jinhyuk said that since the vampires had told him something interesting, he would return the favor. He revealed that he already knew the vampires were planning to meet him because he had an excellent informant. This informant, Melina, had infiltrated the attack organized by the demonic humans. When the ambush reached the human Andiok camp, the enemies were not prepared to face the team led by Jinhyuk. Teresa du Laurent appeared on the field, activating her holy blessing, which increased all allies' power by 20%. She was not alone. She came with Manhwa and Taemin, which surprised those present, though it was a pleasant surprise. When the demonic humans charged riding wolves and throwing spears, someone struck a single sword blow that created a powerful tornado, destroying the entire enemy front line. That someone was Chun Yu Sung, who looked down on the enemies, calling them trash. The vampires did not expect such a sudden turnaround. Seeing the scene, Jinhyuk sarcastically asked if they were enjoying the surprise party. Meanwhile, Taemin activated his Machine Monarch ability and began bombarding the demonic humans with heavy artillery. Manhwa strengthened her mana and executed the Wind Angle Strike, destroying another part of the battlefield. Teresa, on her end, provided constant support, strengthening everyone with her divine power, which was especially effective against that type of enemy. One of the demonic humans suggested to Lancelot that they retreat to reorganize, as divine power was falling on them with intensity. Feeling that sacred energy nearby, Ophelia commented that divine power was disgusting. She then warned Leorda to fall back. He tried to temporarily restrain Jinhyuk by creating a pool of blood around his body. Ophelia said she did not expect to see such strong divine power emerging from an unexpected variable. Leorda agreed, saying that the best option was to retreat and come up with a new plan. However, Jinhyuk destroyed the blood sphere with his fire element, saying he had already warned them that this type of technique would not work against him. Even as they tried to escape, the vampires were once again caught off guard when Jinhyuk activated the daylight power. A beam of light so strong that it not only burned the vampires, but also melted part of the ice and destroyed the surrounding trees. He asked if the enemies were already dead, but the system indicated that this was another provocation, which caused his fire element to be temporarily sealed. Jinhyuk thought that was a big problem. Meanwhile, Alice, trapped inside the ring, remained extremely irritated and wanting to get out, but he murmured that it was not yet the right time. At the Dangoon Guild camp, everything was quite destroyed. Locke deeply thanked Teresa for her help, and she responded that she was just happy that everyone was safe. However, she also mentioned that she had noticed a strange symbol marked on the ground. Teresa said that the damage to the camp was severe, and that the demonic humans could return at any moment. Therefore, she suggested retreating outside the tower for safety and asked if Jinhyuk could handle the defense there. Ansok, curious, asked again about Jinhyuk, and right at that moment, he appeared. As his friends approached, Jinhyuk apologized for calling everyone so suddenly. Taemin replied that he was already used to these unexpected situations, and Ra said it was all right. Soon after, Jinhyuk turned to Chun Yu-sung, saying he didn't know he had come as well. Teresa remarked that although they had stopped the attack from the demonic humans, the camp was still heavily damaged, and that any carelessness could be fatal. Then came the question of why the demonic humans were ambushing such a large guild like Dangoon. Jinhyuk explained that they were working together with the high-ranking vampires from the upper floors, and that they were probably planning something big in the tundra too. According to the information he had gathered, the enemy's real objective was to trigger an outbreak. The ice trolls were guarding a location using a phoenix feather, which naturally increased their resistance to ice, but could also be combined with another specific item to open a portal. Chun Yu-sung questioned whether that conclusion was too rushed, but Jinhyuk explained that some members of Dangoon had been kidnapped, not killed. That was why he believed the trolls and vampires were trying to combine human bodies with the phoenix feather to open a portal that would take them out of the tower. Teresa then asked if that outbreak could become a portal collapse, like the one that happened in Amsterdam. Chun Yu-sung reassured the group by saying that would not happen, not with them there. If Jinhyuk was saying all that, it was because he had a plan. Hearing that, Jinhyuk joked that he must be getting predictable since everyone knew him so well. Later, inside a cave, Leorda and Ophelia were kneeling before a great vampire, who showed deep disappointment. He asked if they really failed to kill even that human, and wanted to know exactly how they let him escape. Leorda replied that an unexpected variable caused everything. Ophelia added that Jinhyuk did not seem surprised to see them, and on top of that managed to handle Leorda's powers, seeming even stronger than before. The vampire wanted to confirm if she was sure about that, if the human was really capable of counterattacking with his abilities. Ophelia confirmed, and said something had become clearer to her. She felt Alice's energy emanating from the boy's body. The vampire smiled, saying they had found Alice much faster than expected, which even lessened his frustration over the defeat. Meanwhile, Taemin and Yeonhwa were protecting the entire forest on their own. Yeonhwa remained in the rear, controlling everything with her drones and machines, using that movement to draw the attention of the demonic humans. Teresa and Chun Yu-sung had separated from the group, something that did not please Jinhyuk very much, who thought to himself that in the end, Chun Yu-sung would end up doing whatever he ordered anyway. The Dangoon Guild decided to abandon the battlefield and evacuate outside the tower, except for one person who refused to leave until the end. Of course, it was Unseok, who was nearly freezing to death. Observing the situation, Jinhyuk asked if he was sure he would continue with that. Yoon-seok replied that he was handling it himself because it was a priority for the Dangoon Guild, and asked where they were going. Jinhyuk explained that they were approaching a freshwater lake where the largest concentration of mana on the entire 7th floor was located. When a tragedy threatened a tribe, the chief of the Frozen Blade would go to that place to gather mana and thus reverse the course of the battle. As they got closer, the two realized that trolls were watching every step, although one of them carried a white flag, a sign that they were not there to fight. One ally commented that Jinhyuk should be the one to handle the situation, but Jinhyuk reminded them that he was not the mission leader. Even so, he was surprised to see that the trolls did not attack, just as he had predicted. He explained that ice trolls were not as savage as people thought. They valued honor, had enough intelligence to maintain a hierarchy within the tribe, and put family above all else. That was why if humans showed respect and did not attack, they would not be attacked either. Despite that, Yoon-seok Hyuk thought the whole thing was strange. To him, honor was nonsense, since the trolls just seemed like monsters. The group then went directly to speak with the tribe's chief, Kalakal, who immediately recognized Jin Hyuk. He said he had heard a lot about him, especially for defeating members of the tribe with his bare hands. He admitted Jin Hyuk seemed really strong, but asked why he was surrendering so easily. Unseok silently wondered why that ice troll was so huge. That was when Jin Hyuk dropped the white flag on the ground and declared that he had no intention of surrendering. He had faked everything just to get there without having to fight. Kalakal, surprised, asked if he was lying, questioning where his honor as a warrior was. He wanted to know how he could be so confident, even surrounded by so many ice trolls after acting so dishonorably. Kalakal, irritated by the provocation, grabbed his hammer and declared that he would cleanse the dishonorable act that had been committed. As the current chief of the Frozen Blade tribe, he formalized the challenge by demanding a duel against Jin Hyuk. Around them, the trolls did not interfere. They only watched and hoped the fight would actually happen. Jin Hyuk asked Unseok if he wanted to take on the task, but he quickly shook his head, refusing. So Jin Hyuk simply told him to watch what he was about to do. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Junghwa Guild, Namgung Tian was shouting furiously, questioning what kind of disaster had happened, since all the rank S hunters sent to the Elf Forest had died. He remembered a previous conversation with Su Moyong, who said he did not believe it was possible to defeat Kang Jin Hyuk in that situation. Still, Tian asked for another chance, but Su Moyong scolded him, saying he was just bringing shame to the order and that it was better for him to stay out of it. Even so, Tian remained furious and swore he would personally kill that bastard Jin Hyuk. Back on the battlefield, Jin Hyuk proved to be up to the challenge, managing to dodge Kalakal's attacks and even block the hammer's impact using his distortion barrier, which redirected the force of the blows. Kalakal had used the powerful chief's roar, but Jin Hyuk exploited an opening by manipulating the ice above them, collapsing the ceiling and sending stalactites crashing down on the troll. With that chance, he activated the Grave of Swords ability, unleashing a series of slashes that struck Kalakal's body and brought him to the ground. The surrounding trolls were in shock. The tribe's chief had been defeated in less than 5 minutes. Lying on the ground, Kalakal acknowledged the human strength and asked to be killed as a sign of honor after the battle. But Jin Hyuk replied that he did not understand much about honor, although he did know one important thing about ice trolls. The winner of a duel had the right to absolute obedience from the tribe, according to sacred rules. It was a divine, unbreakable law. Jin Hyuk then said that by defeating Kalakal, he believed the chief was strong enough to defeat the demonic humans and the vampires. That was why he asked directly why Kalakal was obeying them. The chief looked away and confirmed he was talking about Ophelia and Leorda. He said he did not obey them because of a lost duel, but because he had been defeated by someone far more powerful, someone who also controlled the two vampires. His name was Michael, a high-ranking vampire from the House of Decassus. Someone so powerful that, he could wipe out the entire troll tribe in an instant. To Kalakal, there was no more hope for him or his people, and once again, he asked for an honorable death. But Jin Hyuk refused, saying he could go to hell with that talk of honor. Instead, he proposed an alliance. He said he would help save the troll tribe, and in return, Kalakal would help him kill the vampires. He even offered to leave one of his own allies behind as collateral if needed. Kalakal, surprised by the proposal, asked if he was being serious. Meanwhile, the demonic humans were destroying the remaining drones of Taemin. Lancelot, noticing the strange behavior of the machines, commented that something felt wrong. The drones seemed to be exposing themselves on purpose when they should be hiding to monitor the area. Michael, attentive, said he thought Lancelot was too clever for a human. He then ordered Ophelia to go immediately to the freshwater lake, as they had not received any word from the troll tribe. Michael suspected that Jin Hyuk was trying to form an alliance with the trolls, and that the drones were merely a distraction. He also thought Kalakal had been acting suspicious from the beginning, so he ordered his execution. He also summoned Leorda of Section B to prepare himself, then revealed his enormous black wings. Before leaving, he told Lancelot not to worry about the drones anymore, as he would personally take care of destroying them all. Michael activated climate reform, taking control of the winds and destroying all remaining drones. Noticing this, Taemin commented to Manhwa that the enemies had clearly discovered their plan. In response, she activated her special cultivation technique, Celestial Flower, saying it was finally time. Her body was already beginning to cool, a sign that she was about to unleash a great power. At that moment, Taemin activated the second part of the plan, the release of the Great Robotic Fortress, summoning the machine army. Meanwhile, the demonic humans were preparing for a new assault, now mounted on wolves. At the same time, Ophelia was flying at high speed toward the Frozen Blade tribe. She suspected that Jin Hyuk was using the Phoenix Feather along with the Ice Troll and expected resistance. However, when she arrived, she witnessed something unexpected. Jin Hyuk and Kalakal were acting like best friends. Seeing the scene, she just muttered muttered that they were all idiots, and that this only gave her more reason to annihilate everyone. Furious, Ophelia summoned a storm of mana and blood, declaring that since they were all inside the frozen canyon, she would bury everyone at once. Instead of targeting the enemies directly, she channeled her powers into the surrounding mountains, triggering a massive rock slide. Shortly after, the impact also set off an avalanche. The sound of the disaster was so intense that Manhwa commented she had a bad feeling. Everything indicated that the noise was coming from the direction where Jinhyuk had gone, but suddenly Jinhyuk appeared right behind Taemin, calmly saying he had been there the whole time. The reaction was immediate. They nearly had a heart attack from the shock. One of them asked how he had gotten there like that, and Taemin, still breathless, said that next time he should at least give a warning before showing up out of nowhere. Manhwa, still trying to process what was happening, asked who was at the lake then. Jinhyuk, however, said nothing. He just kept that mysterious little smile. In truth, the entire scene of an alliance between him and Calical that Ophelia had witnessed was just an illusion barrier created by him. The one who was really at the lake was Teresa du Laurent, the natural enemy of vampires. Teresa activated her divine power and star blessing, making it clear to Ophelia that if she did not surrender there and then, she would be eliminated. Realizing she had walked into a well-crafted trap, Ophelia replied that she hated that kind of divine power and was not willing to retreat. Meanwhile, Yanhua's blood was boiling and she charged like a train straight toward the enemies. She was clearly itching to punch someone. Her charge was so aggressive that Lancelot immediately ordered a full attack in her direction. Even so, Yanhua dodged all the strikes with astonishing agility, while Taemin, the battle engineer, provided cover with a series of precise shots. The explosions caused by Taemin's equipment created a dense smoke screen, enough to allow Yanhua to camouflage herself on the battlefield. Taking advantage of the cover, she began concentrating her strength to prepare an attack with her celestial cultivation technique, aiming to strike with maximum intensity. At the same time, Teresa was activating the divine light pillar, putting pressure on Ophelia, who, despite trying to defend herself, was being completely overwhelmed by the attacks. In the distance, the trolls watched the battle in astonishment, but Calical reminded them there was no time to stand and watch, as there was still a long way ahead. The chief himself was carrying the unconscious body of Dosiok, showing that the situation was urgent. Ophelia continued at a disadvantage. Each of Teresa's strikes, empowered by divine energy, pushed her farther back. After receiving another heavy blow, Ophelia muttered that the paladin was disgusting and tried to provoke her, saying that while they were fighting here, the paladin's allies were probably being attacked by the demonic humans and begging for mercy. However, Teresa firmly responded that it was not her allies who were begging, but the demonic humans themselves. In fact, elsewhere on the battlefield, Medel was being hit by a devastating kick to the ribs from Yanhua, which knocked down several demonic humans like bowling pins. Lancelot, watching the scene, thought that girl was practically a monster. She was doing all that with her natural strength alone, without any external support. He wondered where Teresa was, because maybe he had a chance to win if she was not nearby using divine power. When the enemies tried to surround Yanhua with magic, someone appeared to assist her, bringing a set of drones. At first, they seemed like simple support tools, but it soon became clear they were flying anti-tank mines. The explosions were intense, but Lancelot survived. Yanhua took advantage of the confusion to flee, but as the pursuit began, Michael warned that it was all a trap. Lancelot then shouted to his allies, who stopped advancing when they realized not all the mines had exploded. They understood they were standing in a minefield. Jinhyuk realized the enemies had discovered the trap too quickly, making the mines a waste. But then, after observing the battlefield more closely, he saw the real problem and immediately ordered a retreat. In response, the demonic humans activated gravitational bombs that destroyed everything around: trees, stone structures, and even Taemin's robots. The group ran toward the top of an icy hill, but Lancelot followed close behind with his wolves. Escaping those creatures in such terrain was practically impossible. Taemin commented on how hard it was to run through the deep snow, and soon the demonic humans were close enough to capture them. However, Lancelot noticed a stranger among the group, but to the reader, it was obvious that it was Yusung in disguise. Meanwhile, at the exact moment when Namgung Tian was visibly furious, Yusung appeared in front of the Junghua headquarters. The guards tried to react, but Yusung was faster and stormed directly into Tian's office, wearing Jinhyuk's mask. In his hands, he held a paper with the script he had to follow. He asked if that was supposed to be a powerful guild, because the way it looked, they might as well open a Chinese restaurant. Tian did not understand the tone of the provocation, because Yusung said it all seriously, without sounding like a joke. That left him speechless, as only Jinhyuk could usually make that kind of irony work. Yusung then declared he would take the guild's nameplate and demanded that they never show up in front front of him again. He also said that if they were mad enough to come after him, they should go to the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, where they would face not only him, but also Kang Jin-hyuk, the most powerful being in the universe. Through all of this, Yu-sung kept reading from the script, completely ignoring Namgung Tian's protests. He simply followed the text, word for word, without deviating. Chan commented that he was extremely arrogant. When he finished reading, Yu-sung just said goodbye, blew up the entire place, and escaped. So now, in addition to the masked figure, Namgung Tian himself had arrived and was clearly furious. Lancelot realized that they had no idea these enemies would show up too. At the same time, he thought Tian was a backup sent by Jin-hyuk, while Tian believed Lancelot was another ally of the same enemy. In this chaotic misunderstanding, Yu-sung complained that next time he had to take part in such a childish and pathetic plan, he wanted to get paid. Jin-hyuk simply agreed and told him to do his part. Without delay, Jin-hyuk charged straight at Namgung Tian, while Yu-sung went after Lancelot. A simple misunderstanding had turned into an open war between the Junhua Guild and the demonic humans. From a distance, Jin-hyuk watched everything, laughing, satisfied that two groups who hated him were now destroying each other. To try and turn the tide in his favor, Lancelot used the king's oath and ordered the demonic humans to end it all at once. However, Namgung Tian activated his blade aura, stating that he had to defeat those enemies if he wanted to bring down Jin-hyuk once and for all. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk continued to observe everything from the top of a hill, mentally encouraging everyone to do their best. Later, in the so-called Valley That Never Melts, the chief of the ice trolls had built a secret base and welcomed Jin-hyuk warmly. He had been waiting for his arrival, but both Taemin and Yeonhwa showed visible nervousness in front of that leader. Jin-hyuk reassured them, saying there was no reason to be afraid, since even the trolls were now cooperating after being freed from the vampire's control. Yu-sung commented that he had to admit Jin-hyuk was really good at getting people to join his side. Meanwhile, poor Eun-seok was still curled up near the supplies, head down, clearly shaken. Teresa, on the other hand, was distracted playing with troll children, but soon approached Jin-hyuk to apologize for losing sight of Ophelia. Jin-hyuk acknowledged that capturing Ophelia alive must have been extremely difficult and praised the paladin for her great work. Right after that, they asked Jin-hyuk what the next step would be. He knew the enemy was heading toward the island that held the Phoenix Feather, aiming to escape the tower. However, he said they were now in a much better position and needed to prepare many things before the enemy arrived. When asked what kind of preparations those were, Jin-hyuk replied that they would do everything possible. At that moment, the rest of the group, known as the Jin-hyuk's Slave Club, finally arrived. Everyone was shivering from the cold. Kalakal then revealed that he had been collecting a powerful essence as part of a rebellion plan against Michael. This soul essence allowed mana to be channeled for up to 2 hours. It was a precious item, obtained with great risk after building a camp by the dangerous freshwater lake. By handing it over to Jin-hyuk, they showed complete trust in him. Jin-hyuk reflected that this type of event usually happened after subjugating a tribe, but this time everything seemed to be happening differently. Kalakal confirmed that he only trusted Jin-hyuk now because he had seen with his own eyes that he fought beside them. He said everything was fine and that they would give their best in this war, so they would have no regrets later. The goal was simple: to finally break free from the vampire's control. Jin-hyuk smiled and agreed, saying that freedom really did sound like a good thing. With that, they began a new plan. Later, Jin-hyuk went to the top of a hill where he was protected by a magical formation. There, Michael appeared, commenting that it was quite arrogant of him to expose his location so openly. He also said he had heard Jin-hyuk had manipulated the demonic humans to fight another team, and had even convinced Kalakal to become his ally. Michael acknowledged that Jin-hyuk had been clever up to that point, but questioned why he had done something so risky. Jin-hyuk then activated the soul essence, temporarily raising his mana from 113 to 320. He would have 2 hours to make use of this boost. However, even using the GA eyes, he couldn't see Michael's status, which indicated that the level difference between them was absurd. Facing the opponent, Jin-hyuk said he could only be Michael, the one who intended to use the Phoenix Feather to escape the tower. Michael confirmed, saying he was impressed that Jin-hyuk had already figured out his plan. According to him, it made sense that Jin-hyuk was the same man who helped Alice escape. Jin-hyuk, however, insisted that he had no idea who this Alice everyone kept mentioning was. Michael, not believing him, said there was no use pretending to be ignorant, as he was absolutely sure Jin-hyuk was responsible, and demanded to know where she was. He added that if Jin-hyuk told the truth, he might consider letting him leave alive. Ophelia had a huge desire to taste Jin-hyuk's blood, seeing him only as a meal. But Jin-hyuk thought to himself that they were all treating him like lunch, and made it clear to himself that no, his only goal was to stop them from escaping the tower. Without Jin-hyuk Hyuk realizing it, Michael had already activated a large-scale spell, the Blood Gate. A massive magic circle appeared and melted all the snow around them. He explained that this technique used blood as a sacrifice to create creatures. It was easy to get victims, since humans came to him of their own free will. These creatures, which had no reason or intellect, were called ghouls. Michael found it amusing, asking Jin Hyuk if he also thought the ghouls were cute, while humanoid monsters made of blood formed with beast-like appearances. Michael revealed his plan. With the phoenix feather, he could send his ghouls outside the tower and continue collecting human blood from the outside world. He intended to create an absurd number of ghouls until he had an army capable of conquering the entire tower, and then build a world for himself. This made Jin Hyuk realize something he had never considered before, that humans outside the tower could become a critical variable in this war. Then, Michael ordered his creatures to retrieve the phoenix feather. Even recognizing that the ghouls were extremely troublesome creatures, Jin Hyuk remained calm, as he had allies covering the rear. The first ghouls were immediately destroyed by the weapons prepared by Taemin. When Michael began to suspect something was off in the forest, he was struck by the power of daylight summoned by Jin Hyuk, forcing him to focus on direct combat. Even with his arm destroyed, Michael quickly recovered and summoned a gigantic hand of blood, declaring he would beat Jin Hyuk until he begged for mercy. Meanwhile, the allies were fleeing from the ghouls. In another position, he activated his mentality and tenacity ability, which prevented him from getting tired for 20 minutes to run as fast as possible. Yuri was right behind him, complaining about the absurd number of creatures and shouting that no one had warned her it would be like this. She yelled, asking Hana how things were on the other side. Jung-woo, the old man, was handling the ghouls well thanks to his firepower, which caused the blood to evaporate. Hana replied that he was doing well due to a natural advantage, but even so, they would still need about 20 more minutes. Yuri then asked if he could move a little faster. He responded that it would take a while to draw all of that using only his footprints. Already tired, Yuri complained about being dragged into this kind of situation again and mentally cursed Jin Hyuk. While everyone dealt with the chaos, Teresa faced a critical situation. Surrounded by countless ghouls, she was bitten by one of them but managed to free herself using a holy explosion. Even exhausted, she looked around and realized that everyone was doing their best, so she decided she would also fight with everything she had, facing the creatures with her head held high. Meanwhile, as always, Jin Hyuk was dealing with the enemy leader. Michael, using his countless blood fists, forced Jin Hyuk to activate the Blessing of the Star to break free. The vampire was surprised to see that Jin Hyuk could also use divine techniques and was even more shocked by the speed of the next attack, which was nearly impossible to dodge. He began to question whether Jin Hyuk was really a normal human, although he clearly seemed happy that his punch hadn't worked. But the look on Jin Hyuk's face wasn't one of ordinary joy. At that moment, he looked like a true psychopath. Soon after, Michael's two vampire subordinates appeared. He ordered them to draw their swords and attack Jin Hyuk together. Upon seeing that, Jin Hyuk ironically said that 3 against 1 was quite unfair. Even so, Michael stated that Jin Hyuk seemed to be enjoying it and told him it was his last chance to reveal where Alice was. If he talked, he might even let him live. However, Jin Hyuk kept insisting that he knew nothing, and when a blood fist almost hit him from behind, he cut the creature in half, using only his dagger. He also had to dodge multiple blows from Leorda and duck to avoid Ophelia's final strike, but was still hit by one of the blood fists. He was facing 3 enemies at the same time, which made everything much harder. Michael then declared that, since he refused to say where Alice was, the only option left was to keep beating him until he talked. Later, Jin Hyuk was already injured, being forced to block and evade every attack. Fortunately, the servant club finally completed the magic circle. What Jin Hyuk had drawn was only the center of the ritual. The rest of the group had drawn a hexagram at each point, forming a larger set. That was when they activated a 4-star barrier called Current World Restriction. Surprised, Ophelia asked when he had made such a large barrier. Jin Hyuk, in turn, said that they kept talking about Alice because they missed her. Then he channeled his mana into the Bronze Ring, stating that Alice was very angry. Right after that, Alice broke free right in front of the vampires and was visibly furious. Jin Hyuk had created that barrier precisely to ease the restrictions on her a bit, raising her power limit by 20%. When Alice unleashed her strength, the vampires were completely terrified. Without her ataraxia state, she showed she had spent too much time in her exile within endless darkness and made it clear she would now make them all pay for it. Meanwhile, Yoon-sok, still being carried by Kalakal, received a video call from Jin Hyuk, who said it was finally time for Yoon-sok to be useful. Despite the joke, he urgently asked him to find the magic crystal, since it was the core of Kalakal's procedure, and they needed it immediately because they didn't know how much longer they could hold out. Kalakal, already heading toward the ghouls, told everyone to hang in there. He used the power of the White Beast, imbuing his weapon with a transparency effect that greatly increased both his attack and speed. He knocked down all enemies in his path and kept moving forward, saying he had a few guesses about where the magic crystal might be, as the creatures seemed seemed to be guarding that item. Even uncomfortable with the idea of cooperating with a monster, Unseok followed along while Kalakal reassured him, saying he would guarantee his protection. Kalakal himself thought he would only protect that boy because he was his only means of communication with Jinhyuk. Meanwhile, the ghoul army kept growing non-stop. Alice, ready to eliminate the vampires, advanced through the chaos and activated the blood sphere, using her spear of judgment to kill several ghouls at once. The impact of the attack was so powerful that it nearly caused an avalanche. The wind was so intense that even Yeonhwa and the team who were farther away nearly got blown away. In fact, everyone there almost lost their balance. Teresa quickly realized the wind was coming from the direction where Jinhyuk was, and she wondered what kind of battle could be happening over there. Meanwhile, Michael remarked that Alice had eliminated more than half of the enemies with a single attack, which was truly impressive, but he and the other vampires were still completely unharmed. Jinhyuk then turned to Alice, saying it seemed the two of them had a lot to talk about, so he left her to deal with Michael while he took care of the rest and would join them afterward. He explained that it wasn't because she wasn't capable, but because he didn't want her to take too many risks since they were comrades. Alice felt a bit embarrassed, but Jinhyuk preferred to say what he really wanted only after everything was over. That exchange served as a provocation, which temporarily sealed Jinhyuk's invincibility skill. Right after that, Jinhyuk pointed at the other two vampires and declared they would be his opponents. Michael just nodded, saying that was fine, and turned to Alice, commenting that it had been a long time since he last saw her. He called her the matriarch of the Ataraxia and asked how she was. Alice responded in the worst possible way, charging at him in rage and declaring he should not dare to speak her name with that filthy mouth. Her strikes were so sharp and powerful they sliced through the snow in the surrounding forest. Even so, Michael defended himself with his blood-shaped hands and said she should not have come there. He said that due to the tower's restriction, she could not use her full power, and it was hard to believe she had once been called the strongest vampire, now being so weakened. He claimed that made him truly sad, though in reality, he was laughing at her and mocking the situation. Annoyed, Alice declared she had enough of his deceit. Even with her limited powers, she was still capable of killing him. The next blast of concentrated blood she launched had little effect, and Michael mocked her again, saying that protecting the balance of the tower should no longer be her goal. He commented that in that foolish state, she did not have enough power to climb to a higher position, so why risk everything in the name of peace and balance? He then activated his transformation using the blood robe and told Alice to watch how much he had evolved in the meantime. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk was fighting the other two vampires. Ophelia assured him that this time would be different. Jinhyuk replied that it seemed they had gained some experience since the last time. Liorda confirmed it and explained that they had kept him alive only to extract information. But now that Alice was present, they no longer needed him. Jinhyuk then decided to reveal his true powers. Until that point, he had only been using 20% of his capacity. The system acknowledged the provocation and announced that he had completed his fourth stage. With that, he copied the rank a mana absorption skill, which allowed him to absorb part of the enemy's mana when a strike was successful. Jinhyuk revealed that he had kept the vampires alive until that moment just to copy that skill, since mana absorption was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. By combining this power with his divine energy, he unlocked the rank S soul absorption skill, which allowed him to steal not only part of the enemy's mana, but also a fragment of their spirit. Surprised, Ophelia questioned how he was able to use a vampire-exclusive skill. Liorda replied that it wasn't just that. He had also combined the effect with divine power. Jinhyuk then challenged them, asking if they were just going to stand there and watch. In the blink of an eye, he had already struck Liorda's blade. As a result of the mana absorption skill, 0.3 mana was drained from him, and Jinhyuk permanently gained 0.01 spirit. The spirit attribute was rare and powerful, synergizing with all other attributes and filling the body with vitality. It was a secret attribute that he had discovered after testing more than 62,000 different combinations. The poor vampires were being defeated with ease. Jinhyuk, using the technique of the celestial demon step, landed several consecutive blows, permanently absorbing the enemy's spirits through soul drain. Additionally, with each strike, he stole the vampires' mana, weakening them even further. Even when they tried to counterattack with a combined assault, the vampires couldn't keep up with Jinhyuk's speed, who dodged Ophelia's blood thrust effortlessly. However, at that moment, he wasn't concerned about his own fight, but rather about Alice, as he suspected Michael might be too powerful for her. Realizing there was no time to waste, Jinhyuk decided to stop accumulating attributes and went on the offensive. He reactivated the Grave of Swords, releasing an absurd amount of mana that left all the vampires shocked. Ophelia realized he was still hiding his true power. Without giving them a chance to react, Bertillon had his head sliced off by Jinhyuk, who explained that he only needed one person willing to talk in order to get information. If she was willing to be honest, she could lower her weapon. Meanwhile, Michael, in his transformed state with blood power, was easily overpowering Alice. She knew she didn't have enough mana to use her full strength and ended up being thrown to the ground once again. In another part of the battlefield, Kalakal was fighting against the ghouls that kept appearing in his path, using the enhancement of the white beast. It was then that he found the magic crystal responsible for summoning all those monsters. Kalakal stated that in order to win the war, they needed to destroy that crystal. He asked Unseok if he could reach the crystal if he created a path for him. Unseok asked if he was supposed to go through all those monsters alone. Even so, Kalakal, despite having a family to protect, only wanted to be successful with women and become famous. Complaining about how everyone was complicating his life, he said the meaning of life was much simpler than they seemed to think. For him, it was enough to do what was possible in the moment one is able. That was the true life of a man. With that conviction, Kalakal jumped through the monsters and cleared a path for Seok. At that moment, he remembered the day he received a special sword when he became the second captain of the Dangoon Guild. Back then, they promised him money, fame, and women, and all of that had greatly impressed him. But now he realized how futile it all was. So, doing what was within his reach, he used his sword to split the blood crystal in half. With that, the magic circle was undone, and Michael lost a significant portion of his power all at once. Jin-Hyuk's team celebrated the victory, but he was still holding Ophelia underwater, trying to force her to talk. Jin-Hyuk said his arm was getting numb from holding the vampire for so long and asked if she was willing to talk or not. Crying and submissive, Ophelia finally answered, saying it was the 29th floor. She revealed that they were gathering forces on that floor and mentioned that Michael wanted the Balmung that was with the Empire. She told him everything she knew. Then, Jin-Hyuk threw her head against the frozen ground, reflecting on how the dragon-slaying sword was in that place, the legendary Balmung. He supposed Michael's plan was to use that sword to defeat the dragon on the 48th floor. Taking advantage of Ophelia being down, he cast the flaming contract on her. Jin-Hyuk asked if she wanted to live or die. Without hesitation, she replied that of course she wanted to live. So the system recognized that he had obtained the target's consent and the contract was marked on the vampire's neck. Jin-Hyuk said he was looking forward to working with her from that moment on, while she remained crying on the ground. Meanwhile, Alice was still in trouble. Michael, using his blood power, was nearly crushing her head, saying it was time for her to return to where she came from. However, Jin-Hyuk considered that she had held out long enough. With one last effort, Jin-Hyuk used her dagger to cut Michael's blood-covered fist, leaving him surprised. He didn't understand how his blood armor, which had resisted even Alice's earlier attacks, could have been cut. Grateful, Alice looked at Jin-Hyuk and thanked him for arriving. He said he would now be Michael's real opponent. With that, he summoned his twin swords. There were still 30 minutes left before the effect of the Essence of Souls ended. While Jin-Hyuk struck Michael's blood garments, he was still able to absorb mana. Alice, even weakened, wondered how he had become so powerful. She was certain he wasn't like that before. He had suddenly become stronger, which deeply impressed her. Michael, irritated, called him a parasite and summoned a massive blood fist to try to finish him. However, Jin-Hyuk blocked and destroyed the attack with his twin swords. He ended with a slash on Michael, but the attack caused no damage due to the mana barrier. He realized that even with the constant drain, it would take a long time to drain a relevant amount of mana, since the difference between them was immense. Meanwhile, Unseok was struggling against the ghouls and ended up being saved by Yanhua and the rest of the team. Yu-sung, exhausted, grumbled about always being treated like one of Jin-Hyuk's pawns, and was surprised to see Jang Yunseok from the Dangoon Guild still alive. He thought he had defeated all the monsters using a broken sword, and figured at the very least, he was resilient. Yunseok warned that Chief Kalakal was dying, and urgently asked for help. Teresa quickly descended and used her holy healing on Kalakal. After some time, she said he should already be recovering. Unseok, concerned, asked if he could hear him. However, Teresa had used so much power that she passed out, possibly also due to the cold. Yusung saw that, and thought she always overdid it. He remembered Jin-Hyuk's instructions. As soon as they finished, they should retreat with the wounded to the designated spot and not return to the battlefield. Yusung then reflected that whatever Jin-Hyuk was doing, he hoped it would end soon, because everyone was already reaching their limit. Meanwhile, Jin-Hyuk activated the Eye of Gluttony, combining it with his luck and adaptability attributes to try to see Michael's data. He couldn't see the age, level, or attributes, but he finally managed to view the copy condition. He discovered that Michael was a hunting dog of the Kassos family, a very high-ranking vampire known as the Repel of the Black Wings. If Jin-Hyuk survived this battle, he would have the chance to copy one of his abilities. Even with little information, Jin-Hyuk was satisfied to have seen that. Michael, seeing Jin-Hyuk smiling to himself, commented that he was a truly interesting human. Then he summoned his claws, saying he wanted to see how long that smile would last. The next attack was blocked by Jin-Hyuk, but created an opening for Michael to grab his swords, trying to render them useless. He threatened to rip out all of Jin-Hyuk's teeth, but Jin-Hyuk let go of the swords without hesitation and quickly summoned his magic arrow bow. The arrows hit Michael's face, finally causing an injury, even if small. It was just a scratch, but it was the first time he had been wounded. Truly enraged, Michael used his most dangerous technique, the world-destroying Hellfire. His corrupted blood flowed across the ground like magma. Alice, desperate, shouted for Jin Hyuk to get out of there immediately, warning that if he was hit, he would not survive. But he replied that, in fact, he needed to be hit by that attack. Alice panicked, but before she could react, Jin Hyuk threw Perseus's shield to protect her and asked her to pay attention to what he would do next. She shouted one last time as Michael unleashed all his power. The eruption of blood and hellfire covered everything around, with heat as intense as magma. When the attack ended, Michael was exhausted and returned to his normal form. He commented that it was the first time he had spent all his mana against a human. However, Alice was still unharmed. She realized this herself and was extremely relieved. Michael, on the other hand, was concerned. His last sight was of Jin Hyuk attacking from above, in a fast and decisive motion. During the eruption, Jin Hyuk had activated his invincibility ability, which made him untouchable for a fraction of a second. He used that ability with perfect timing to withstand the final attack. That single second was all he needed, and with that, Jin Hyuk went full force toward Michael, determined to end the fight with a devastating beating. Jin Hyuk struck Michael with his bow, not even with a sword. Even so, the attack activated mana drain. As Michael was already out of reserves, his mana barrier shattered. While being beaten, Michael thought it was impossible. He couldn't believe a human had survived the hellfire and was still standing. Even while being hit, Michael grabbed Jin Hyuk's bow during the final blow, admitting he was a bit surprised but said he still wouldn't lose to a mere human. Then he delivered a kick that launched Jin Hyuk far away. However, when he tried to attack again, Alice appeared and blocked the strike. She asked if he really thought she would just stand there watching. Michael replied that she should have stayed out of it. Alice turned to Jin Hyuk, worried, and asked if he was okay. He confirmed it, even though he was nearly out of mana, and thought that, deep down, everything he had done so far was to protect her. He also knew that in 10 minutes, their chances would drop to 0. On the 39th floor, several vampires were watching the battle through a crystal ball. They realized that Jin Hyuk had provoked Michael on purpose, forcing him to use his ultimate ability so he could exploit the opening. With that, they concluded that they could not afford to lose Alice now that they knew exactly where she was. Still, interfering on such a low floor would be dangerous. One of the elders declared that they would continue observing, since the fight was not over yet. During the exchange of blows, Michael questioned how Alice could stand by the side of an inferior human. He even said he respected her, even after her fall, but what she was doing now was open betrayal of her own kind. Alice, offended, reflected on that and asked if he really dared accuse her of betrayal, when what they had done to her was the real betrayal. She said she was not on the side of the humans, but on the side of her contractor. Taking advantage of the moment when she was holding Michael, Jin Hyuk kicked the vampire in the face. He told Alice they would continue with the blood spears. She hesitated, asking if he had enough mana, but decided to trust him and began firing the spears at Michael. The first one would have hit his chest directly, but he sacrificed his own hand to block the strike. Alice then addressed the vampires who were watching and shouted that she knew they were all observing. She called them traitors and promised revenge. Michael, in turn, mocked her, saying she was too weak for that. That strength was not enough to pierce his heart. But Jin Hyuk replied to leave it to him, that he would help, and so he did. He pushed Alice's spear with such an intense blow that the weapon pierced Michael's chest, destroying his heart. The system notified that Jin Hyuk had won the battle against Michael and gained the ability Moonlight Claws. In addition, he leveled up by about 10 levels at once, and the effect of the Essence of Souls came to an end. Shortly after, Jin Hyuk collapsed, nearly unconscious. Alice caught him and placed him in her lap. She said that, for the first time, she was able to taste revenge thanks to him, and that she was very happy. She confessed that deep down she still had doubts about him. She did not understand why he helped her so much. But now, at last, she trusted him completely. Meanwhile, the vampires on the 39th floor were in shock. One of the royal guards had been defeated by an ordinary human. Another vampire commented that this could be a major problem for their plans to attack the Empire, but the elder assured them that there was no reason to panic. Despite the destruction of the Blood Post, locating Alice was already a major victory. From now on, he stated, they would keep constant watch over Kang Jin Hyuk. Later, when Jin Hyuk woke up, the first person he saw was Teresa. She told the group that he had regained consciousness. She explained that they had taken so long to find him that they ended up going to the site of the battle. He had been unconscious, surrounded only by vampire corpses, with no one else around. Still weak, Jin Hyuk asked about Alice, but reassured everyone that he was fine and thanked them. He said they had done an excellent job, but now he was starving. Only at that moment did the group that was still fighting finally realize the true reason they were battling. Namgung Tian asked if they were being attacked because Jin Hyuk had sent them. Lancelot wanted to know if they were really trying to defeat them just to go after him. The confusion grew when Ophelia heard someone ask if Jin Hyuk had sent those people there and whether they were on his side. That made Namgung Tian realize the huge mistake they were making. So he ordered everyone to retreat retreat immediately. Ophelia, who had narrowly avoided death, was frustrated. She thought those demonic humans were useless and were just wasting time. Although she had survived, she wondered what that mark on her body was because she felt a burning pain on her neck every time she thought about it. At that moment, Melina was passing nearby and heard everything. Ophelia immediately recognized her as the woman from before and became furious to see her there. Melina responded that, despite Ophelia's arrogance, she too had been marked. When Ophelia tried to attack her with a sword, the system intervened, stating that fights between slaves were forbidden. The marks on both of them began to burn, causing intense pain. Ophelia cried out in agony, and Melina also suffered greatly. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk finally obtained the phoenix feather. Just by carrying it, his resistance to cold increased by 500%. When combined with other ingredients, the feather would allow the creation of an item with a special ability. Jinhyuk thought that with this, clearing the 7th floor would be easy. But first, he decided to eat. A banquet had been prepared for everyone, including the ice trolls. Kalakal, the tribe leader, approached to give thanks, saying his tribe was only alive because of Jinhyuk and that he didn't know how to repay him. The system notified that Kalakal had acknowledged him and that a condition had been fulfilled. As a result, Jinhyuk acquired the White Beast ability, which for 5 minutes increases attack speed, weapon power, and even grants transparency. Jinhyuk responded that there was no need to thank him so much. After all, he hadn't done it for free. He said 500 magic crystals per month would be enough. Kalakal was speechless, completely shocked. Yu-sung, seeing this, commented that he was disappointed for having reconsidered his opinion about Jinhyuk, as he thought that demand was dishonorable. Jinhyuk replied by asking whether he was saying that while eating the food Jinhyuk himself had made. Yu-sung said he was eating because he was angry, since just remembering what he had been forced to do made his blood pressure rise. Jinhyuk suggested settling things with a bet, since there was little food left. Whoever caught the biggest fish would win. The loser would have to call the winner Big Brother for a whole week and post it on YouTube. Without hesitation, Yu-sung cut through the ice, stripped off his clothes, put a knife in his mouth, and dove in, repeating in his mind that he would win. He charged at all the sea beasts, no matter how terrifying, without any fear of dying. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa commented that Jinhyuk was cruel, as he always created these kinds of situations. Jinhyuk replied that Yu-sung was just getting too annoying. Then Yeonhwa remembered to hand over a necklace she had found near the place where he fought Michael. It was the same necklace Jinhyuk intended to use to bind Alice. He thanked her and thought he should examine it more closely later. In addition, everyone began to notice that Eunseok had disappeared. It was at that moment that Yu-sung returned, carrying a giant fish on his back. At the same time, Baek Jin-ho received a notification that the 7th floor of the tower had been cleared. He was furious when he saw it, even more so because Eunseok, who was ahead of him, had vanished. Jin-ho began cursing Eunseok in every way possible, but Eunseok wasn't even paying attention. In fact, he was happy with what he had done. At the Awakened Association, the department chief, Tae-chun, officially announced that the 7th floor of the tower had been cleared once again by Kang Jin-hyuk. According to the Dangun Guild's report, there had been a conflict with higher floor forces on the 7th floor. A war plan involving the demonic humans was underway. Jin-hyuk and his group managed to protect themselves, but Sang-jin declared that, for now, they would not make contact with him. They would only observe. It was not wise to reveal their intentions so openly. At the moment, it was still hard to judge whether Jin-hyuk would side with humanity or with the tower. Jin-hyuk remarked that it was better to let everyone celebrate for now, since the world was still in order. Later, in a luxurious place, a man appeared in a rush, saying it was an emergency and requested the activation of the VIP protocol. Immediately, staff members ran out with a red carpet, scattered rose petals on the floor, and prepared a great throne to receive the special guest. The VIP was Alice, who was being received with full care for an excellent shopping experience. She assessed that the reception wasn't bad and, to everyone's surprise, paid in advance. She left so much gold at the entrance that the staff were left speechless. She sat on the throne and was carried to the shopping area. The manager was so moved he fainted, but it was from happiness. Alice was excited and glad that Jin-hyuk had allowed it. He watched from a distance, thinking she seemed to have recovered well. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was analyzing Porwaith's necklace, a high-rank item crafted by the high priest Porwaith with the help of divine beings. The necklace specialized in sealing with powerful enchantments. He realized that Michael had tried to use it to imprison Alice again. That indicated there was something behind the decision not to kill her, but rather to seal her. At that moment, Jin-hyuk received a message. It was an invitation from Rick Hennessy to the masquerade ball on the 1st floor of the tower. The ball was a special event activated upon reaching the 25th floor. When the tower was still a game, he had once attended as a guest, but at the time the game had already failed. He was the only one who showed up, ended up dancing alone, and set everything on fire. However, this time would be different. Several players had been invited, and he knew it would be an important event. Jin-hyuk told Alice that later they had another place to visit, so they went to the Nameless City, a neutral zone located on the first floor. The place was busy, and Alice reminded Jin-hyuk that he had promised she could buy whatever she wanted. He replied that they were there for that and asked her not to be upset. They went to a tailor shop because Jin-hyuk needed suitable clothes for the ball. There, he ended up running into Yoo-sung, who became furious upon seeing him. Yoo-sung complained that Jin-hyuk had left him to dive alone to catch the fish for the bet. Jin-hyuk asked him to stop emitting so much mana since the goblins were fainting. And in fact, nearly all of the goblins had collapsed. Only the tailor was still standing, though clearly shaken. Jin-hyuk tried to change the subject by saying that diving into icy waters was great for muscle growth. Yoo-sung didn't let it slide and asked when was the last time Jin-hyuk had ever been honest in his entire life. Jin-hyuk then offered a sword as a gift to try to smooth things over. Yoo-sung replied that he had been tricked by him many times before, but Jin-hyuk explained that he had even taught him how to remove the attribute from the previous sword. Yoo-sung admitted that was true. If the sword hadn't broken during the fight against the stone giant, he would have used it for a long time. Jin-hyuk said that since then, he had been looking for a new one to give him, and he stated that now he would have one. He asked Yoo-sung to stop being so angry and said they would meet at the ball later. Yoo-sung, though still suspicious, said he would trust him one more time. He also showed some curiosity about Alice, that girl who was always by Jin-hyuk's side, and wondered what country she was from. But in the end, he said it didn't matter and slammed the door on his way out. Jin-hyuk then approached the tailor and apologized for all the confusion. The goblin replied that it was no problem and asked if they needed clothes for the ball. He recommended that they wear black. Jin-hyuk said yes, but also mentioned that he was interested in other things. During the conversation, he commented that he was smelling something peculiar, the incense of the snowflake flower. It was strange, since that flower could only be found in the snowy peaks of the 16th floor, and a goblin tailor from the first floor shouldn't have it. The tailor claimed he didn't know what he was talking about. Even so, Jin-hyuk pointed out another detail. He had noticed during his argument with Yoo-sung that the other goblins had passed out due to mana overload. The tailor, unlike the other goblins, had not passed out. He had even trembled slightly when he saw Alice, as if he had recognized who she truly was. That led Jin-hyuk to a conclusion. That goblin was pretending to be clueless. He was probably an intermediate-level manager working under Rick Hennessy. Jin-hyuk asked if he was wrong. The tailor laughed and replied that Rick was right to say Jin-hyuk was interesting, but he explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He wasn't an intermediate-rank manager. In fact, Rick worked for him. That surprised Jin-hyuk, who became visibly tense. He tried to use the Eye of Gluttony to analyze him, but the level gap was so vast that he couldn't see anything. The tailor then introduced himself as Hesting, a high-level manager of the Tower of Trials. He was one of the 7 top managers responsible for creating and managing the tower. Jin-hyuk thought that, in the past, he had never managed to meet any of them, and now he was standing before one. Hesting said that Rick had mentioned someone who already knew about the existence of the managers, and confirmed that Jin-hyuk was even more interesting than he had imagined. As a reward for discovering a hidden manager, he decided to create an amazing outfit for Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk grumbled that he was being an annoying manager for someone so high-ranked and pointed to Alice, who had also received an invitation to the masquerade ball. While feeding the little dragon Goguma, Jin-hyuk commented that he only did it because he knew she really liked balls. Alice said she wasn't complaining, but reminded him that tower managers were extremely dangerous. In her entire life, she had only met one high-ranking manager. Jin-hyuk replied that he knew exactly how dangerous they could be, but he also knew how to use that kind of people to his advantage. The system notified them that the dress and suit were ready, and Hesting wished the two of them a good party. Later, at the entrance to the ball, several high-level players were gathered, all dressed elegantly, or at least most of them were. One of the distinguished guests was Hoshikawa Yoshio, master of the Samurai Guild. He commented to Tsutomu that, looking at that audience, all he saw were parasites living off the strength of others without trying to get stronger themselves. Seeing so many useless people gathered was even nauseating. Tsutomu asked if he wasn't just irritated because the guild's treasure had been stolen. He pointed out that the treasure would not return even if he killed everyone there. Hoshikawa Yoshio called him an idiot and said maybe he should have agreed with him. Tsutomu replied that he understood, but he had something important to share. He had received a message from the Jong Guild, which had also been invited, and sent a proposal for an alliance. At that moment, a young woman bumped into Hoshikawa Yoshio, who turned around angrily, ready to fight. However, he was easily thrown to the ground. Feeling completely defenseless, he realized he had bumped into Alice. She, with her confident and dominant posture, asked if he was still standing in the way of someone stronger. She was using her crushing authority skill, which applied pressure to any weaker opponent through mana. Hoshikawa Yoshio was in shock upon realizing that Tsutomu, the highest-ranking member of the Samurai Guild, was being overwhelmed by the presence of an unknown young woman. He wondered who the hell those two people were. Jin-hyuk commented to Alice that it was enough. If their identities were discovered, things could get complicated. Alice then deactivated her authority, saying it was starting to get annoying. Hoshikawa Yoshio, trying to maintain composure, said there was no need for this kind of confrontation between fellow players. He said that if it was his fault, he would apologize on behalf of everyone. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, replied that he had not stopped Alice, so he had no intention of stopping himself. Without hesitation, he used his glacial formation to summon an ice hammer and struck the fallen man's head with full force. Tsutomu's mask shattered on impact. Even Alice couldn't believe what she was seeing. Jin Hyuk commented that it seemed Hoshikawa Yoshio had misunderstood. He was only asking him to move aside so he could handle the problem. Then he asked if the master of the Samurai Guild had truly understood the situation. Next, Jin Hyuk activated the Eye of Gluttony. The target was Hoshikawa Yoshio, 34 years old, level 52, with generally good stats, except for low magic power. He was from the samurai class and had a unique high-level martial arts ability. Jin Hyuk thought that guy was just another obstacle in his way, but the condition for copying abilities was complicated. Still, he knew he had to do it. The more abilities he had, the better. Hoshikawa reacted by asking if Jin Hyuk was really willing to go through with it, knowing who he was dealing with. He reminded him that his guild was allied with the Jong Guild and asked if he truly wanted to provoke retaliation from such a large organization. Jin Hyuk replied by asking if Hoshikawa was sure he could handle it. Right after that, he took off his mask, revealing who he truly was. The people around them were shocked, and rumors began to spread that the girl by his side might be his girlfriend. To gain a little privacy, Jin Hyuk raised two large ice walls around them, isolating himself with Hoshikawa Yoshio. He said there was no need to be afraid, he was just tired of the surrounding noise. Deep down, he knew Hoshikawa had already heard of him, and empty threats would have no effect here. He made it clear that he didn't care about the actions of guilds like that one, and with a small sharp ice shard, he slammed the mask into the ground with force, threatening Hoshikawa and saying it would be best not to get in his way, whether he was a guild master or anything else. After that, he told Alice they could move on. As he said it, he was still stepping on the head of the fallen man. Hoshikawa was furious at such humiliation. Then they entered the main area of the masquerade event. Alice commented that even though it was on the first floor, the environment was very well organized and neat. Jin Hyuk thought he had never been to a masquerade ball with so many people. It felt rather strange. Soon he began to recognize a few people in the crowd. Teresa was already there, as was Maria, whom he had seen during the conference. Yusung was also present, wearing a flashy cape, but what caught Jin Hyuk's attention the most was the presence of two particularly troublesome figures. Two young men seemed to be competing with each other to see who could cause more trouble during the party. Their names were Casey and Judello. Jin Hyuk recognized them immediately. He knew they were at the top of the list of European players to avoid. They were known for provoking fights on purpose and even killing people for fun. But to Jin Hyuk, they were nothing more than valuable sources of abilities. Alice noticed the look in Jin Hyuk's eyes and figured he was scheming something wicked again. Later, Liao Wei, vice president of Zhuanghua, was speaking with Hoshikawa and mentioned that he had also lost his companion, so he was alone and worried, wondering if there would be any penalties because of it. Meanwhile, Liao Wei, who had already gone through humiliating experiences in the Elven Forest and the tundra, found himself face to face with Jin Hyuk once again at the ball. Liao Wei could no longer stand him. Then a small creature approached, saying it would personally deal with that arrogant man. It was a little child with a horn on its head who asked if they were enjoying the ball. That child was the administrator of the lower floors, named Carmen. Jin Hyuk asked if he had something to say. Carmen confirmed and said he had heard rumors that Jin Hyuk had assaulted one of his guests. He wanted to know if that was true. Jin Hyuk answered that the guest had tried to attack his companion, so he just gave him a few slaps. He said he didn't think the man would end up so hurt, and added that he could send a bouquet of flowers later to wish a good recovery. Carmen, irritated by the sarcastic response, asked if Jin Hyuk had a death wish for joking like that. He then summoned his black tentacles, which impressed and alarmed everyone nearby with his power. Jin Hyuk, however, was unfazed. He said it would be a problem if the host truly threatened his precious guests. Once again, he removed his mask, as he always did, revealing his identity, even though he still didn't understand the point of a masquerade ball. Carmen, still provoking, said getting rid of him would be easy. Jin Hyuk couldn't see it, but he knew the most dangerous and powerful beings of the tower were watching everything from the second floor. Even so, Carmen claimed that no matter what happened now, no one would stop him. He began channeling his power to attack, but Jin Hyuk was suddenly protected by someone, which immediately drew Carmen's attention. In fact, Jin Hyuk had sent a message to Hostang, commenting that one of the buttons on the shirt he made seemed to be loose, implying that he expected more attention to detail. Hastings, confused, replied that it was impossible he had made something flawed. When he arrived at the party, he realized Jin Hyuk was speaking figuratively about the situation. Hastings, the manager of the upper floors, then stepped in firmly, asking what Carmen thought he was doing to his guest. Without hesitation, he kicked the dwarf in the shin and demanded an explanation. The guests around them were stunned by the presence of the two. Ring remarked that he he already knew some administrators were using their influence through bribes, but he didn't care, as long as they didn't cross certain lines. However, harming the guest of another manager was unacceptable. Carmen, surprised, said he didn't know Jin Hyuk was Hastings' guest and apologized. Hastings, however, replied that this wasn't a good enough excuse and demanded a direct apology to Jin Hyuk himself. Finding the situation amusing, Jin Hyuk started a live broadcast and demanded a real apology from Carmen. Carmen lowered his head and apologized, but Jin Hyuk pretended not to hear and kept pressuring him. Carmen, outraged, asked how he dared, but was once again intimidated by Hastings and ended up bowing deeply, giving a sincere apology. Meanwhile, one of the higher-ranking figures of the tower was watching the scene and thinking about how impressive Jin Hyuk was for controlling an administrator like that. Even Soo-myung was watching everything. It was at that moment that Rick Hennessy activated his megaphone, taking over the role of host in place of Carmen, and announced that the ball would continue. He explained to the guests the real reason they had been summoned there. That ball was a special event, restricted to promising players. As some already knew, there was a secret purpose behind the celebration. The players had to decide which side they would take as they climbed the tower. The main event had begun. Each participant needed to select one of the dungeons, labyrinths, or historical structures between the 10th and 30th floors to challenge. The player with the best performance would gain an important advantage when it came time to choose. Rick Hennessy explained that to select the location of the challenge, all they had to do was press the red button and clearly say the floor and the name of the place. He then wished all participants good luck. After that, he and Hastings withdrew, leaving everyone impressed, as most still didn't quite understand what was happening. At that moment, Maria drew everyone's attention. She asked them to stop acting like amateurs, reminding them that even though the situation was unexpected, they were players and should find a way to work together to overcome the challenge. Jin Hyuk observed that Maria was a good player. He thought this must have been very sudden for her, yet she still got straight to the point. Since she had asked everyone to reveal themselves, Alice also removed her mask. Yu-sung, who was next to Teresa, commented that it seemed like they were on the same side again. One of the hunters, however, questioned how they were supposed to work together if the tower's residents were not enemies of humanity. Maria asked for calm and tried to keep tempers down. Meanwhile, without saying a word to anyone, Jin Hyuk pressed the button and selected the Valley of the Good King on the 25th floor. His choice surprised everyone, including Maria herself. Yu-sung was shocked by the move. Teresa complained that things always turned out like this whenever Jin Hyuk was involved. Soon, all the players began being teleported to the selected location. Jin Hyuk simply gave a thumbs-up gesture. When they arrived at the valley, they were officially inside the tower. They could escape by completing the labyrinth or being chosen by one of the hidden powers of the place. Many felt nauseous from the sudden teleportation. Jin Hyuk commented that the place was huge and impressive, and that no matter how many times he came there, it always amazed him. Alice looked worried because her drink had disappeared. Meanwhile, the group commented that Jin Hyuk really had no sense. Since the event was a competition, everyone quickly equipped their weapons and gear and started running. Maria admitted that she didn't even know exactly where they were, but believed that whoever had pressed the button must have had a plan. However, Jin Hyuk had already vanished, and even Alice didn't know where he had gone. In truth, Jin Hyuk had gone through a hidden passage and found an entrance to the tomb. In front of him were several doors, each representing a different element. The system forced him to choose one of them within 6 seconds. He thought the system was cruel, because some people might believe there was a treasure behind each door. However, choosing one would open the path and bring forth the guardian spirits of the tomb. It was a trap. Since Jin Hyuk didn't choose any door and let the time run out, all the doors opened at once. From the first, the fire spirit appeared, the salamander. She looked confused to see a human there and asked him not to hate her for having to attack him, as it was her job. Then she grew larger and introduced herself as the salamander, guardian of the king's tomb. She said she would make him pay for the sin of invading that sacred place. Jin Hyuk sarcastically asked if she had heard Goguma, and if she knew he was trying to kill him. He wanted to know what she planned to do about it. Goguma became annoyed with the comment, and Jin Hyuk, already expecting what would happen, put in earplugs. Goguma roared so loudly that it triggered a paralyzing fear, nearly obliterating the poor salamander from the sheer pressure. Goguma's roar was so loud that it echoed all the way to the main gates, just as the other players were about to enter. Teresa asked Alice if Jin Hyuk had said anything about where he was going. Alice didn't respond, but Yu-sung commented that he was probably the cause of that chaos, since doing crazy things was basically his hobby. Before Yu-sung Sung could go after him, Alice threw a small stone into the entrance of the labyrinth. The impact revealed several deadly traps along the path. Teresa, impressed by the move, commented that it was very typical of Alice, but as she got closer, she felt a terrifying aura coming from her. Meanwhile, after Goguma's roar, the other spirits came out of the doors completely dazed. When they looked around, they saw Salamander lying on the ground. At first, they thought she had been defeated, but soon realized she was actually bowing before that little devil. The spirits were confused and asked what was going on. Then they saw Goguma, smiling wide, ready to devour everyone present. At that moment, everyone watching the broadcast, including Su Moyong, was deeply impressed. Jinhyuk had an ancient dragon, even if it was still a baby, and that alone was rare and frightening. Taking advantage of the moment when all the spirits were saluting Goguma, Jinhyuk marked them all with flaming contracts. The move was so impactful that he immediately earned 5,000 achievement points. His achievement ranking now placed him at the top with 5,100 points. Second place was Namgung Tian with only 450, and third place was Yu Sung with 190. Because of that, various forces from the upper floors began to show interest not only in Jinhyuk, but also in Goguma. Even the third most powerful force in the tower expressed great affection for him. Jinhyuk thought, as always, he had made things more complicated than necessary. He gently patted Goguma, noting that he was becoming quite popular. Soon after, Jinhyuk got in touch with the Murin Alliance. Su Moyong contacted him directly and got straight to the point, asking him to come to Murin in exchange for his freedom. He even mentioned there was a bounty on Jinhyuk, but Jinhyuk simply ended the call in the old man's face. Wasting no time, Jinhyuk ordered all the spirits to get up, as they would begin moving soon. He told them to practice what he had taught. If they didn't do it properly, they would end up as Goguma's snack. In the meantime, the Empire also wanted to establish contact with him. A man introduced himself as Penheimer, from the Kingdom of Caladium, part of the Empire. Jinhyuk introduced himself and said he was already aware of the Empire's interest in him. Penheimer responded that, in that case, their conversation would be brief, asking whether or not he wanted to work with the Empire, promising great support in climbing the tower. Jinhyuk replied that he would consider the offer positively, but he had one condition. Meanwhile, the other players were struggling with the countless traps in the labyrinth. A group told Maria that at that pace, it would take hours to disarm them all. Maria thought their progress was insignificant compared to the group following the silver-haired girl. Once again, everything revolved around Jinhyuk. Then the system announced a new condition. Players would be returned to the ballroom if they died due to the traps, but if anyone launched even a single attack, all collected items would be erased. This authority had been activated directly by Jinhyuk. Some players questioned whether it would really work. One of them decided to test it, splitting himself in half by choice, and everyone saw that the player was indeed transported back to the ballroom. Maria wondered if Jinhyuk had chosen that floor knowing about this mechanism and considered asking Teresa to formally introduce him to her. Liao Wei, frustrated, shouted at the other players, asking if they didn't understand that all achievement points would be lost if they were forced to leave the labyrinth. He said it was a plan by Jinhyuk to gain an advantage in the competition. Maria shot back, asking if he didn't know how to be grateful. Even if he didn't understand anything about the labyrinth, he should at least recognize that his life was saved because of that change. She said that if he thought he was so great, then he should go and handle everything by himself. Liao Wei was confused and wondered if he was the fool in this situation. But suddenly, Su Moyong contacted him telepathically using a technique known as distant whispers and asked him to keep his voice down. Things were getting too dangerous. Jinhyuk needed to be removed. It was clear that Liao Wei would not be able to do it himself, but his role was not to fight. Still, he received a gift directly from Su Moyong. At the same time, Penheimer also confirmed the agreement. That gift was a major favor he had secured from the high-ranking managers of the tower, but he made it clear that Jinhyuk would have to fulfill his promise. Jinhyuk responded that he would not forget it. Ending the call, he turned to the spirits and gave one final warning. If anything touched him, even a single molecule, they would all go straight into Goguma's stomach. The fire and stone spirits were literally carrying Jinhyuk as if they were living roller skates, sliding him along the floor, while the other spirits formed a protective barrier against the labyrinth's traps. Jinhyuk commented that the journey was so peaceful, and the spirits respectfully thanked him. Soon after, he ordered everyone to stop. The spirits paused for a moment to rest, but Jinhyuk had stopped because he had found the body of a dead player. If the player had been killed by a trap or monster, he would have been teleported back to the hall. That meant he had been killed by another player. The culprits were a pair of twins who were once again excited by the sweet smell of fresh blood. They were Casey and Judello, brothers with a traumatic past. Both had witnessed the brutal murder of their parents by a psychopath. Even so, they had worked together, survived, and avenged their parents, but they were never the same afterward. The system informed Jinhyuk that if he could satisfy the twins' twisted desires, he would be able to copy their ability with full sharing. Jinhyuk was confused and found it absurd that even background character development could become a condition for copying skills. Before he could think further, Casey and Judello Judello charged at him. The combined attacks of Judello's daggers and Casey's scythe were extremely fast. Jin-hyuk acknowledged that they were skilled, but he dodged them easily and landed a solid kick right to Casey's face. This only made them more excited, as they now saw Jin-hyuk as a strong opponent. The two then combined their equipment and activated the Twins ability, which copied an opponent's weapon with higher proficiency and shared its power between them. Their synergy and combat power increased by 200%. Now both were wielding scythes, and Casey commented that he had never smelled such delicious blood. Jin-hyuk thought he didn't like hitting people who were clearly mentally disturbed, but if necessary, he would. Meanwhile, the people from the Empire were commenting that Penheimer had done a great job bringing Jin-hyuk to their side. Penheimer replied that it was still too early for congratulations, since he had only secured a promise. Even so, the others insisted that Jin-hyuk would be useful. Su Moyang, on the other hand, was furious. He could not stand seeing the Empire celebrating. He believed it had been a mistake to act so impulsively just because of the ancient dragon. That was when a presence appeared behind him. It was the leader of the Blood Phantom, who commented that he didn't expect someone from an orthodox sect to come looking for him. The ghost asked what was so strange. Su merely told him to lower his voice, since they couldn't afford to be discovered. The bloodstained ghost then asked who he was supposed to get rid of. Was it that Jin-hyuk everyone in the Empire had been talking about? Su replied that it wasn't. Jin-hyuk was far too powerful. Instead, he ordered him to eliminate the group working for him, usually the most annoying ones. The bloodstained ghost said he didn't care who it was, but that this would break the rules of the floor. The fees for such a violation were enormous, and who was going to pay for it? Su shot him a hard look. At that, the ghost explained that he was only asking to be sure and asked Su not to get angry. Then he left. Alone, Su reflected that those people from the Orthodox sect were extremely arrogant. Allowing Jin-hyuk to be taken by the Empire like that meant condemning him to death the moment he set foot in the Murim world. If that was the case, there was no other choice. He would have to get rid of him himself. Meanwhile, in another scene, they were still fighting Jin-hyuk, the twins. He activated the Celestial Demon Step along with the soul-sucking ability, landing multiple hits on the twins. Casey said it felt like something was being pulled out of her, and Judello said he had never felt anything so intense. In truth, both of them were clearly enjoying it, smiling through the pain in a clearly masochistic display. Jin-hyuk then landed one blow on each of them and commented, disgusted, that they were truly revolting. After throwing them far away, he thought he just wanted the damn sharing ability. How was he supposed to satisfy two perverts like that? But the twins did not respond with anger. On the contrary, they bowed to Jin-hyuk. They acknowledged that even together they would not be able to defeat him, and declared they wanted to join his family to be closer to him. Jin-hyuk was confused but ended up accepting. The two agreed without hesitation to sign the flaming contract. They were truly bizarre, smiling even as they suffered during the ritual. In the end, Jin-hyuk successfully copied the full sharing ability, ranked A. With it, he could temporarily link to another person, sharing even emotions and memories if the bond between them was strong enough. He thought he couldn't believe he had resolved that situation in such a way. At the end of the scene, the two psychopaths clung to him, saying they were now family and would stay together until death. Meanwhile, Alice, Teresa, and Yu-sung were trying to find Jin-hyuk. Yu-sung asked which way they were going, but Alice replied that she didn't know exactly. He got annoyed, but Alice explained she was following a thin line of mana that led directly to Jin-hyuk. She said she was confident in the direction, but soon the group was stopped by shadows that summoned several assassins. These assassins were under the command of the Blood Phantom, Yom-ho, leader of the unorthodox Murin sect. Yu-sung and Teresa protected Alice, as she was not at full strength. Alice wondered where Jin-hyuk was, as her mana weakened significantly when she was far from him. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was being followed closely by Casey and Judello, who were eagerly telling stories about how they had murdered people, describing in detail the bones breaking, tendons snapping, and the pleasure they felt doing it. Jin-hyuk, visibly exhausted, thought his social battery was about to run out. He politely asked that, now that they were family, they listened to his orders. He told them that from now on they could not kill just because they felt like it. The system then announced that a new clause had been added to the contract. The twins asked why, since no one there would be arrested. After all, they were awakened. Jin-hyuk thought things were getting way too complicated for him, so he decided to impose a new rule. From that moment on, he himself would decide who were the evil targets, and the others could do whatever they wanted with them. The new rule was accepted with enthusiasm. Jin-hyuk thought that at least they were easy people to please. Along the way, Jin-hyuk felt a malevolent energy. He activated the celestial celestial demon step and ran so fast that even the twins lost sight of him. Meanwhile, several assassins charged at Alice, but she was protected by Teresa, who used her sacred shield and ordered Alice to stay behind her. Yusung also jumped into action, wielding the Soul Hunter sword he had received as a gift from Jinhyuk. However, something approached his neck dangerously, and he had to block at the last second the blade of Yomho, the Blood Phantom. Even as a foreigner, Yomho recognized the sword and found it interesting. He wanted to know who Yusung was, but the boy counterattacked and pushed him back, saying he would not reveal his name to someone like Yomho. Yomho found it curious, but Yusung replied that he would show something truly interesting. He activated the Song of Swords, a skill he had been saving for Jinhyuk, but decided to use right then and there. He used the Soul Hunter sword art, becoming one with the blade and slicing through several assassins at once. Even Teresa did not expect him to be that strong. Yomho admitted that he was powerful, but still activated his bloodthirsty phantom blade, making his sword grow and clash with Yusung's, saying he was skilled but not skilled enough to defeat him. Although the blow did not strike Yusung directly in the chest, he still coughed up a lot of blood as if he had been severely wounded. Yomho commented that Yusung seemed quite attached to that kingdom and lamented that such talent would go to waste. At the last moment, Teresa activated the sign of the cross and struck Yomho in the chest, saving Yusung. Yomho complained that the skill was annoying and said it was a mistake to come there considering how much divine power Teresa had. She then realized she should have protected Alice, who was completely surrounded by assassins. Seeing Alice's situation, Yomho mocked her, saying she was probably weak in combat. But Alice, calm, simply responded that he was late. At that moment, Jinhyuk appeared, breaking everything around him with the Grave of Swords, killing all the assassins in his path. The bloodthirsty phantom could barely keep up with his movements. Jinhyuk questioned why every time he saw his allies, they were losing. Meanwhile, Teresa had already begun healing Yusung, explaining that he was not weak. In fact, the enemies they were facing were incredibly strong. Then Jinhyuk pointed at all the enemies around them and authorized his group to attack, stating that everyone there was evil and could be eliminated. The psychopathic twins rushed forward enthusiastically, eliminating the enemies one by one. Yomho acknowledged that the group was powerful, but before he realized it, his chest was pierced by his own blade. Jinhyuk scolded him for being so arrogant, saying he was just a mid-ranked member of the demonic cult. After killing him, he said that fighting him had been boring. With the death of the assassin's leader, the others were left in shock. The twins took care of the rest. Watching everything, Yusung became thoughtful. He had used his ultimate attack, yet that enemy defeated him with ease. He concluded that he was still much weaker than Jinhyuk, and wondered how much more he would have to work to catch up to him. Later, with the battle over, Jinhyuk patted the twins' heads, saying they had done a great job. Even though they were scary, he praised them. Den also patted Alice's head, and she asked why he had taken so long to appear. Teresa then asked if those two were not the infamous ones everyone feared. Jinhyuk confirmed that they were, and that they were now the company's new employees. Seeing Yomho already dead, Yusung asked what they would do next. Remembering that the labyrinth usually took about 20 days to complete, Jinhyuk replied that beginners usually had all the time in the world and repeated the 20 days as if it were a joke. But he noticed that Yusung did not like the joke very much and asked Teresa what was wrong with him. He then said that his companions would clear the path to the tomb of the king. The spirits then struck heroic poses as they introduced themselves. If they obtained the correct items inside, they could clear the entire place in just 1 hour. Alice wondered if Jinhyuk had gotten more pets, and Teresa picked up Guguma, commenting on how cute he was. But Jinhyuk told them to stop fooling around and ordered them to show the way. However, one of the Murim assassins was still alive, only pretending not to be. Meanwhile, at the Junghua Guild, the leader Xiaoting was worried because it had already been 24 hours since her vice leader and Namgung Tian had entered the tower and had not yet returned. She looked out over the city through the window, reflecting on how everyone seemed at peace, unaware of how vulnerable they truly were at that moment. If a portal rupture occurred, everyone there could die. Despite her concern, she concluded there was no point in worrying about civilians, as the real risk lay elsewhere. At the same time, the spirits guarding the king's tomb were opening the hidden door leading to the burial chamber. They arrived at a treasure room that, to Alice, seemed ordinary since she had seen much better things before. Jinhyuk warned that no one should touch anything, explaining that anyone greedy enough to take something could be cursed by the king's curse. Only one item could be taken. He pointed to the golden bell at the top of the room and explained that ringing it would open the path to the labyrinth. Yusung thought it was too easy, but Jinhyuk told him to just ring the bell and leave if he was going to keep complaining. At that moment, Jinhyuk noticed the approach of the assassin, who had been pretending to be dead. He was using a scroll called Beginning of Spring, which activated a spatial transition. A portal opened, and from it emerged Su Moyong with his army. The assassin declared that the Blood Phantom troop had died along along with its leader. Su Moyong scoffed at the group, saying he had already expected that outcome and had never trusted the unorthodox sect, but admitted that Liao Wei had done a good job as an undercover assassin. Jin Hyuk asked if they had really used a divine artifact just to find him, questioning whether the managers would be upset once they found out. But Su Moyong stated that the managers could not see inside the labyrinth, so no one would know he had killed everyone. In addition, Su Moyong took the Great Reversal Pill, making his powers surge. His muscles expanded dramatically, and his stats doubled for 1 hour, causing everyone to feel the pressure of his intensified mana. Alice grew irritated by the enemy's audacity, questioning if those inferior beings truly thought she had been absorbed into the ring. Sensing the danger, Jin Hyuk preferred that she stay out of the fight to avoid further complications. When the assassins advanced, Teresa commented on how their numbers had increased. Jin Hyuk replied that, in that case, they could summon allies. He had the 5 spirits assume their battle forms. All of them fought with full strength for their lives. In the middle of the battle, Teresa froze, unsure of what to do, as Su Moyong tried to strike her from behind with a move called wall-breaking fist. However, even with his back turned, Jin Hyuk easily dodged without even looking. In truth, he was focused on finding an artifact, a horn. He located the item and said Su Moyong should recognize it. The Horn of Despair, a disturbing divine artifact that triggered a disastrous event every time it was blown. Jin Hyuk explained that upon the 4th blow of the horn, a great fortune would appear. Su Moyong called it madness and asked if Jin Hyuk was foolish enough to think he could survive 3 disasters, but Jin Hyuk was serious and blew the horn. No one expected it, not even Su Moyong. The first disaster appeared, the Black Scorpion, a giant destructive creature that threatened to kill everyone, including Jin Hyuk himself. The monster attacked quickly, and its first sting took down several assassins, including Liao Wei. Teresa worried about Alice, but Yu Sung told her to think about her own survival first. He then activated his special skill, Battlefield Selection. Su Moyong asked if Jin Hyuk had finally lost his mind and intended to kill everyone there. But Jin Hyuk responded that he was exaggerating, and this was only the beginning. While the spirits protected him, he calmly moved away from Su Moyong, who became the Black Scorpion's new target. While all this was happening, Jin Hyuk had the audacity to blow the horn again. The second disaster of the tomb emerged, the Muddied Predator, a creature with a gaping mouth that appeared to devour everything. Su Moyong tried to cut its tentacles, but many of his subordinates were sucked in and eaten. Poor Liao Wei even got scolded by Su Moyong, who ordered him to help immediately. They needed to take the horn from Jin Hyuk, since it was the source of all the chaos. Su Moyong said it was too valuable for Jin Hyuk, and that he would be the one to claim it. He handed Liao Wei a sword and ordered him to retrieve the horn. Meanwhile, the spirits were battling the Black Scorpion, and Su Moyong kept trying, unsuccessfully, to land a hit on Jin Hyuk. Su Moyong believed Jin Hyuk would not stop blowing the horn now that he had started, since the 4th blow would bring a fortune. He thought he could seize the horn on the 4th blow and claim the reward for himself. But Jin Hyuk believed it all depended on perspective. What was fortune to one could be despair to another. With that, he blew the horn a 3rd time. A portal opened and revealed the Beyond Body, a creature with dimensional powers that began disintegrating several Murim assassins. Everything the creature touched vanished. Jin Hyuk, however, used the shield of Perseus to protect himself. Then, in an apparently accidental move, Jin Hyuk dropped the horn, of course definitely not on purpose, right into Liao Wei's hands. Su Moyong shouted for it to be handed over, as he wanted to use it now. But Liao Wei did not comply. He asked why he should blow that mysterious item and said he bet something good would happen. He remarked that he had worked hard up to that point, but was never appreciated. Ignoring Jin Hyuk's plea, who dramatically pretended to beg him not to do it, Liao Wei blew the horn. Luck finally seemed to be arriving. The king's tomb had seemingly found peace again. However, what Liao Wei really did was release all the monsters from that floor into the real world. Meanwhile, Yu Sung, inside the battlefield he had created, told Teresa to conserve her strength. The only way out was either if he was incapacitated or if time ran out. Only 5 minutes remained. He explained that he had used the technique just to challenge her and buy time, not to fight for real. Teresa found his calm strange and asked how he could be so relaxed, not worrying about Jin Hyuk. But Yu Sung replied that he was far from worried and asked if she still hadn't understood. Most of the situations were already under that bastard's control. Jin Hyuk was the kind of person who planned even the unthinkable. That situation was probably exactly what he had wanted from the beginning. That's why Yu Sung asked her to just rest, handed Teresa a potion, and drank his own. When the time on the battlefield selection ended, everyone realized that the disasters were truly gone. Liao Wei panicked at what was happening because they were witnessing the punishment for causing chaos inside the king's tomb, a portal rupture. In truth, the owner of the tomb was still willing to offer a chance for forgiveness to the intruders. A portal was created, linking the real world to the place where the 3 disasters resided. Liao Wei began to cry, saying he needed to go because his house was on fire. But Su Moyong stopped him, saying there was nothing more he could do. do, even if he went there. He then used the spring scroll once more, summoning the portal back to the real world and taking all his subordinates with him. Su Moyong thought that if he had been the one to blow the horn last, maybe all that chaos would have been transferred directly to the real world. He had failed again to get rid of Jin Hyuk, but deep down, he believed he had been lucky this time. Meanwhile, the human world was being destroyed by the released disasters, and not even Jin Hyuk had foreseen that this would happen. The spirits asked if their master was all right, but he did not answer. In silence, he stepped through the portal. On the other side, Xiao Ting, leader of the Junghua Guild, was in serious trouble. She had been stung by the Black Scorpion and only survived by activating her self-defense kit. Even so, she was gravely injured. The guild building was destroyed, and nearly all its members were on the verge of death. Xiao Ting ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. She thought she had to buy time until Namgung Chan arrived, even if it meant giving her life just to gain a few seconds. But she did not need to die. Yu Sung and Jin Hyuk appeared, cutting the Black Scorpion down together. Jin Hyuk asked if Yu Sung could hold the creature for 10 minutes. Realizing that Jin Hyuk was finally taking it seriously, Yu Sung accepted the challenge. With a touch of sarcasm, he said, 10 minutes will be enough to take down that ugly bastard, and immediately teleported the scorpion into his personal battlefield. Xiao Ting, confused, asked if that was Jin Hyuk and why he was there. He answered simply, saying he was there to save the day and gain some experience. Meanwhile, Teresa arrived to protect the innocent civilians who were being slaughtered. She used all her power to save them from the creature that disintegrated everything it touched. Her goal was to buy time and protect as many people as possible. However, the Beyond Body became even more aggressive, launching spells directly at her. When the spells collided with Teresa's divine power, they ricocheted and struck nearby civilians, killing them. As if that weren't enough, the minds of the victims were corrupted, turning them into zombies that attacked her. Teresa was forced to kill innocent people in self-defense, feeling the weight of her actions despite having no other choice. Meanwhile, Yu Sung was facing the Black Scorpion in a duel. He activated the 1x1 skill, increasing his own stats while weakening those of the enemy. With agility, he dodged the attacks and then, using his Sword Song skill, slashed several parts of the scorpion, including its stinger. The monster screamed in pain and spat blood. On the other side, the muddied predator was still devouring cars and buildings with its insatiable hunger. That was when Jin Hyuk received a secret mission to eliminate the 3 disasters. The rewards would depend on his performance. Alice, watching, wondered if the client wanted help. She believed she could handle it alone. However, Jin Hyuk revealed that his true plan had been to unleash the monsters inside the Murim realm to cause confusion and steal the sacred martial arts texts. He had not expected Liao Wei's greed to interfere with his plans. Seeing innocent people being killed as a result of his own actions, Jin Hyuk decided to act directly. He fired multiple arrows, enchanted with restriction barriers that managed to bind the muddy creature. He activated his mandala, imprisoning the enemy and unleashing successive divine strikes that tore through the monster's flesh. His anger and guilt were reflected in the intensity of his attacks. He was letting it all out, holding nothing back. Teresa tried to use her holy healing skill on the people who had turned into zombies, hoping to reverse the transformation. However, the skill did not work, and she did not want to kill innocent civilians. Before she could think of anything else, she decided to eliminate the Beyond Body, a grotesque creature. To do this, she activated Sacred Punishment, a pillar of light that descended directly onto the creature, hitting its neck and breaking through its shell. The divine power was effective. Although the wound was not very large, the damage was slowly disintegrating the creature's body, which only made it more furious. In response, it used its disintegration threads to gather all the zombies around it. At that moment, Teresa remembered something her parents always told her. They taught her that members of the Lauren family had the duty to help those in danger, even if it meant giving their own lives. She was never to forget that. In front of her, the Beyond Body began massacring innocents. She was covered in the blood of the people she could not protect. It shook her deeply, to the point that she began to show signs of corruption. Before the Beyond Body could react, a muddy creature was hurled against it. It was Jin Hyuk, arriving furious over everything that had happened to Teresa. He could not allow that creature to die peacefully after what it had done to her. Determined, he manifested the full power of the ancient dragon Goguma, even though the tower's restrictions were interfering. To release it, he increased his mana usage to 50%. The dragon used its overwhelming authority to pin the Beyond Body to the ground, then prepared its ultimate attack. Jin Hyuk shielded Teresa with a barrier and ordered Goguma to finish the creature. The ancient dragon then used the Sword of Judgment, which completely annihilated the Beyond Body. One of the disasters had been destroyed. After returning to its baby form, Goguma licked Teresa's face, worried that she was not waking waking up. That was when Jin-hyuk realized she was still alive, but had been corrupted. Alice asked if he understood what that meant. After all, when a saint is corrupted, the situation becomes dangerous. Jin-hyuk confirmed it, saying that everyone would need to be very cautious around her from now on. At the same time, Yu-sung's battlefield dissolved as he had defeated the Black Scorpion. As a result, he leveled up several times at once. Jin-hyuk expressed pride in his achievement. Yu-sung, holding his broken sword, acknowledged that he still had a long way to go, but for the first time, he felt capable of moving forward. Jin-hyuk then gifted him a new sword, saying it was time to let go of what was broken. He handed Yu-sung the sword of the Celestial Spring and praised the excellent work he had done. Meanwhile, all the players who had previously been at the ball received a notification to return. When they regrouped, Hastings made an announcement. He revealed that Muriam forces had interfered illegally in the tower without the knowledge of the directors, and that had caused the incident. As the tower's manager, he apologized, but made it clear that words would not be enough. He then issued an official punishment, stating that Muriam had committed a serious crime and that he could not forgive it. He declared that he would remove all the power they possessed. For those who needed to choose a side, it was best to keep that in mind. Meanwhile, poor Hoshikawa realized he could no longer communicate with either Carmen or Su Moyong. He thought he had been investing in the Muriam group, but now everything had collapsed. On his way, he ended up bumping into Yu-sung and noticed the sword of the Heavenly Spring in his hands. Hoshikawa accused him of theft, saying he had the audacity to appear in public with the sword as if it were his. Yu-sung was surprised by the accusation and responded firmly. Hoshikawa, who had confronted him, ended up being defeated. He was completely humiliated when he had to face Yu-sung's sword, which silenced him and finished him off with a precise strike. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk received a system notification. The message said that the copy conditions had been fulfilled by another player, and that he had successfully copied the skill sword draw. This ability increased attack speed and power by 25% during the first strike after drawing the sword. Elsewhere, Hastings was speaking privately with Jin-hyuk, saying that everything was in chaos because the forces inside the tower were in conflict, and everyone was trying to choose sides. He apologized for everything that had happened. Jin-hyuk calmly responded, acknowledging that Hastings was merely the tower's manager and couldn't do much more than that. Hastings, however, stated that what Jin-hyuk had done was not just survive, but annihilate his enemies, and asked if there was anything he could do as manager. Jin-hyuk replied that yes, there were two things. Later, Hastings appeared to make a major official announcement. He declared that Jin-hyuk would not choose any of the existing sides. Instead, he would create his own force. Many were shocked by this and wondered whether someone who wasn't even a tower resident could really do something like that. Hastings revealed that Jin-hyuk currently had a total of 1 million points, which gave him the right to create a new force. This was a secret condition of the tower that had been fulfilled. Although no one knew how he had discovered this hidden requirement, the fact was that he had done it. However, Penheimer, the representative of the Empire, spoke out. He rejected the creation of the new force, saying that Jin-hyuk had promised to ally with them. Jin-hyuk explained that he had only considered the possibility in the past, but Penheimer insisted that they had spent many resources to help him reach that condition, and demanded he keep his word. All the other force representatives were watching the scene. If Jin-hyuk lost there, his idea of forming a new force would be destroyed, but he knew it was the perfect moment to act. He called Alice, who was distracted at that moment, and borrowed what he needed. Jin-hyuk activated full sharing with Alice, thereby acquiring the skill Blood Path, which gave him the power to control the blood of all living creatures nearby. The blood of everyone in that place began to boil. Penheimer, terrified, realized he would never be able to bring Jin-hyuk to his side, and, under pressure, accepted the creation of the new force and begged him to stop. After deactivating the ability's effect, Hastings recalled the words of Rick Hennessy, who had said that Jin-hyuk was an extremely interesting man. Hastings agreed that he was right. With the rejection revoked, Hastings asked Jin-hyuk what name he would like to register for his new force. He chose the name Veterans Union. Penheimer, defeated, withdrew, saying that he would speak about their relationship at another time. However, after this episode, he never tried to confront him again. The reconstruction of the destroyed city happened surprisingly quickly. No one seemed interested in understanding the details of what had really occurred. A large monument was erected in honor of the people who had died during the incident. Among those who paid their respects was Shane, who was one of the most devoted. She declared that the Junghua Guild, the largest in China, had been dissolved after the disappearance of its master and other key members. She stated that the true saviors of the city were not the Junghua Guild nor the government, but rather Kang Jin-hyuk and Chun Yu-sung. If it hadn't been for them, the size of that monument would have been much greater. Jin-hyuk watched the people crying for their loved ones, but kept his heart of stone active so he would not be affected by emotion. Jin-hyuk simply left a flower at the monument to pay his respects and walked away discreetly, not wanting to be noticed by anyone. At the same time, after everything that had happened, Alice threw herself onto his bed, saying it was good to finally get some rest. She was almost dying of frustration, feeling useless for having done nothing during all that chaos, and was surprised to realize that Jin-hyuk had created a force of his own. Shortly after, Jin-hyuk used all his 1,150,000 coins to increase the capacity of the Veterans Union to up to 23 members. Since the interruption caused by Xiao Ting, Jin-hyuk's broadcast channel had started receiving many more views, so gold coins were no longer a problem. With resources in hand, he prepared the invitations for his new force. The first to accept was Chun Yu-sung, who joined without hesitation. Then came Melina and the others. There was a small time gap between confirmations, as some were sleeping, but all ended up accepting. Only Teresa refused the invitation, explaining that she had already joined another force. Jin-hyuk reflected that it was expected for a paladin like her to join the Empire, and he was not surprised. Finally, he sent the last invitation to the boss of the 5th floor. Andrea accepted and became a member of the Veterans Union. With that, Jin-hyuk now had access to an almost unlimited amount of resources from the lower floors. And even so, he was not satisfied. He took the opportunity to use a free copy pass, which allowed him to copy an opponent's ability without fulfilling the usual requirements. Using it, he copied the ability from Osiris called Sacred Lands of the Sun, which allows the user to reduce powers related to the sun. Then, he spent all his attribute points. He raised his strength to 50, mana to 154, and became considerably more powerful. At the end of this process, Jin-hyuk was at level 67. His strength had reached 50, while his dexterity was at 25, and stamina at 34. His magic had grown significantly to 54, and his luck remained at 10. His adaptability he had soared to an impressive 78, and his spirit was measured at 17.53. He also possessed several accumulated abilities. He felt like he was becoming more perfect than ever, and let out one of his evil laughs. Alice watched this with some unease, thinking she had never seen a human so wicked. It was even hard to get used to him, but she also remembered that he was the first to borrow her ability. Still, there were things about him that felt wrong. Details and knowledge that someone from outside the tower should not have. She thought about asking directly, but at that moment, she was interrupted by the system itself, and it felt as if she had forgotten the question she was going to ask. Jin-hyuk, on the other hand, said that they would now head to the 8th floor, but before that, he needed to take care of something important. He remembered the second request he had made to Hastings, to deliver a letter to someone named Yang Hao-min from the Murim world. Hastings replied that it was nothing complicated, but asked about the purpose of the letter. Jin-hyuk said it was an offer. He then departed for the 5th floor, to the Stalactite Cave, his designated meeting point. There, Yang Hao-min, leader of a society affiliated with Murim, did appear to receive him. Jin-hyuk asked if they could make the exchange immediately. The Murim world was one of the major powers of the middle floors of the tower, a place where martial arts masters lived. Among them, the strongest was the Heavenly Demon, worshipped by the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Despite his leadership position, Yang Hao-min was a low-ranking cultivator in contrast to his skills. When all the coins from Murim were spent, his desire for success peaked. He directly asked what Jin-hyuk wanted in exchange. Yang Hao-min was level 65 with average stats, but possessed 58 internal energy and some very interesting skills from the Murim world. The condition to copy his abilities was clear. Hao-min needed to believe he had finally achieved success. If that hope was planted by Jin-hyuk, he would be able to copy one of his techniques. It was then that Jin-hyuk handed him a martial arts book. Yang Hao-min became suspicious and wanted to know why he was receiving it. Jin-hyuk simply replied that he had already gotten what he wanted and that he could keep the book. Yang Hao-min did not understand. Even if something went wrong, he thought the gift was too valuable. If it was really a book on secret swordsmanship, it would be of great help. But when he opened it, he realized it was nothing like that. It was just a diary filled with childish scribbles and drawings, making it clear that Jin-hyuk had already achieved his goal before the other man even noticed. The copy conditions had been fulfilled because Yang Hao-min had held on to hope that he might finally succeed, even without receiving any direct confirmation. Upon seeing the diary's content, Hao-min asked what exactly it was. Jin-hyuk explained that it was the diary his master used to write in as a child, and that it had been quite difficult to obtain. Hao-min was outraged and asked if he was being mocked, trying to understand why he had even been summoned there. Jin-hyuk replied that, seeing how badly things were going for him, he thought he should show him something. After all, he was presenting himself as a disciple of the Black Emperor, the dragon of divine authority. This revelation shocked Hao-min, as the Black Emperor was known as the right hand of the Heavenly Demon, an ancient being born from the same roots as the Black Wind Society, to which Hao-min belonged. Without delay, Hao-min ordered his squad to lower their swords, though he was visibly visibly shaken. He could not understand how Jin Hyuk could speak so casually about someone of that magnitude, and questioned how he dared to tarnish the name of someone he once served. As Haoman charged forward to attack, Jin Hyuk was already prepared. Haoman activated the Black Sky art, but his fist was blocked with a single hand by Jin Hyuk, who effortlessly threw him across the room. In truth, Jin Hyuk had already copied that technique, and now he was combining it with the Tomb of Swords technique. He was eager to complete that fusion, and in the end, he succeeded. He created the Imperial Dark Art of the Heavenly Demon, a supreme technique. Using the devastating Dark Fist, he unleashed such a powerful attack that it blew a massive hole in the cavern wall, revealing the world outside. But he did not kill Haoman on purpose. Jin Hyuk then asked if he now believed he truly was the Black Emperor's disciple. Emotionally overwhelmed, Haoman burst into tears and bowed to Jin Hyuk, pressing his forehead to the ground in a sign of deep respect. The other members of his group did the same. Haoman felt inspired, finally believing that he could turn his life around. As for Jin Hyuk, inwardly he thought about how easily persuaded the people from Murim were. Just mentioning the name of someone powerful was enough to make everything easier. He decided to leave with Haoman everything he no longer wanted to carry, especially what came from the leader of the 8th floor. Finally, Jin Hyuk reached the new floor. The giant labyrinth was so vast it had its own ecosystem. There were no immediate dangers other than the sheer scale of the place. The method to complete that floor was straightforward. Find the power crystal, hidden somewhere within the labyrinth. Meanwhile, Melina, one of the aces of the Demonic Association, had been sent to inspect the 8th floor. She was in disguise and noted that there were hundreds of entrances to the labyrinth, all full of merchants. It was possible to acquire many ingredients in that place. Exhausted, she thought she had been working too hard because of Jin Hyuk and decided to relax a little. While examining a necklace, Jin Hyuk appeared beside her, catching her off guard. Melina tried to flee, but Jin Hyuk grabbed her by the mark she bore and asked where she thought she was going. Later, he remarked that he knew she was there to observe a double impact, and she confirmed it. Lancelot had reported that the phenomenon was becoming more visible. Jin Hyuk reflected that the double impact was a phenomenon that occurred when multiple floors were in motion simultaneously, converging toward a specific location. Still feeling pain from the mark on her face, Melina was applying a gel to her skin when she sensed the presence of an enemy. Without hesitation, she attacked with her dagger, but Jin Hyuk stopped her, saying they were on the same side. Melina, suspicious, asked who hides in the shadows of their own allies, and then Jin Hyuk told her to properly introduce herself. Young, a level 47 man, possesses high dexterity and internal energy. He belongs to the escort warrior class, specializing in shadow skills. Currently, he is accompanying Jin Hyuk under Haomin's orders, but he does not truly trust him. For Jin Hyuk to be able to copy his skills, he will first need to earn his trust. Meanwhile, Melina approached Wol Young and teasingly questioned his outfit, asking if he was filming a movie or a series. At the exact moment she said that, 3 swords surrounded her neck. Jin Hyuk warned her to be careful with her tone, as there were about 30 assassins hidden in the shadows of that place. Melina commented that with all those people, he probably had enough power to clear the 8th floor. She said goodbye sarcastically, wishing him good luck. However, Jin Hyuk pulled her back using the flaming mark, and she obediently followed him. 20 kilometers past the entrance to the 8th floor, a group was growing concerned about another scouting team that had not yet returned. The leader of the group was Jack Friedman, a ranked member of the Rockheed Guild, and he felt that something was seriously wrong. There should not be such dangerous threats on that floor. He kept questioning what was really happening in that forest until he heard a creature approaching. He quickly activated his physical reinforcement and defended himself against several spears thrown at him. He was surprised by the strength behind them since, in theory, monsters that powerful should not be there. Soon they realized it was an ambush. They were just goblins, but something was different about them. All of them had red flaming tattoos. A mage in the team stated that they were just goblins and said she would handle them, launching her fireballs. However, the spells had no effect at all. The goblins advanced with unexpected speed and strength, bypassing the magic and poisoning the mage. She died almost instantly. The other guild members also began to be poisoned. It was clear that those were no ordinary goblins. As Jack watched his companions being slaughtered, he spotted Holong in the distance. With a simple command, Holong made all the Black Wind assassins eliminate the goblins. Right after that, Jin Hyuk appeared, now wearing his mask and assuming the identity of the masked unknown. He immediately recognized the symbols marking the goblins' bodies, but had no time to explain, as he had to activate the Moonlight Claws to defend himself from more incoming spears. In addition to the goblins, orcs were now also attacking. Jin Hyuk activated the Celestial Demon Step, dodging all the mana spears from the orcs. He closed the distance and, using the Imperial Shadow Arts, delivered powerful punches that eliminated several creatures. Jack could barely follow the movements and was left impressed. Holong's respect for Jin Hyuk increased by 5%, and Jin Hyuk realized that Holong was the type who only respected others after witnessing something extraordinary. Melina asked what kind of creatures those were, since they had never faced anything like that on the 8th floor. Upon observing the tattoos, Jin Hyuk understood that that they came from the boss of the ninth floor. He noted that orcs were not even supposed to be there, and concluded that they were likely dealing with the consequences of a double-floor collision. Realizing this, he looked directly at the sky, fully aware that he was being watched by the gods. Floors 8 and 9 had merged into one. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk complained about the heavy interference, and one of the creatures stated that it was all for the Great One. Elsewhere, Rick Hennessy was taking a relaxing bath with a rubber duck when he was interrupted by an emergency call. It was Jin-hyuk wanting to establish a contract. Rick simply asked if, next time, Jin-hyuk could contact him through more normal means. Later on, the Black Wind Assassins were assigned to cut wood. Any goblins that tried to attack them were easily defeated by Wol-young. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk found a suspicious flask, which sparked Melina's curiosity. She asked what it was, and he replied that it was just a special medicine made for monsters with red marks. When Jin-hyuk made a goblin smell the substance, the creature became completely obedient. Melina thought that this was basically slavery. Using the flask, Jin-hyuk made all the captured goblins follow his orders, and told the Black Wind to build the carriage he had requested. The enslaved goblins were used as pulling force to drag the carriage. Watching the scene unfold, Melina asked if this entire plan was just for that, to capture goblins and use them as transportation. Jin-hyuk remarked that the 8th floor was extremely long, and for that reason, it was important to conserve energy. However, the true purpose of the carriage was not transportation. What he really wanted was to show that simple tricks like that would not work against him. In reality, he was declaring himself the new owner of that place. The Harpy, who was watching everything from a distance, was quite pleased with this attitude. Shortly after, Wol-young approached Melina, taking advantage of the fact that she seemed closer to the leader, and asked if Jin-hyuk had always been so cruel. Melina replied that he was clearly a newcomer. She said Jin-hyuk would do anything to achieve his goals, and that he would soon understand that. She added that Jin-hyuk resembled a demon king more than anything else. Meanwhile, the Rockheed Guild group was still trying to bring the poisoned mage back to safety. She was alive, but barely. On their way, they were intercepted by a creature that emerged from a portal. It was Carmen, a loyal servant sent to prevent their escape. He brutally slaughtered the group with his black tentacles. At that moment, Jin-hyuk stopped the carriage. He bought several cheap pickaxes from the system store, and using his amplification barrier and the fire element, enhanced each of them. The pickaxes were temporarily transformed into diamond-grade tools, forcibly powered by elemental energy. This upgrade increased mining distance by 200%. He handed a pickaxe to each enslaved goblin, who immediately began digging. Melina was shocked by the scene. She thought it was complete madness. At that pace, they would finish exploring the entire floor in less than a week. The goblins were digging a tunnel at an impressive speed. Soon after, Carmen appeared before Jin-hyuk, warning him that if they kept going like that, there would be no 8th floor left. Even so, he understood the message the masked man was trying to convey. When the enemies began to draw their swords, Carmen stopped them, saying they should not act hastily. He had a trump card, a hostage. The people the group had tried to save were now being tortured inside the portal by his powers. However, Jin-hyuk did not care. He used the giant strength skill to grab Carmen's head, leaving him unable to react or escape. The masked man made it clear that hostages gave no advantage. He said Carmen had made a mistake by showing up and that this would be his last decision. In desperation, Carmen tried to shield himself using his tentacles as a high-resistance cocoon, but Jin-hyuk, with the power of the Imperial Shadows, easily broke through his defense. He then grabbed Carmen by the neck, stating that he had not yet received his payment in punches. He began to beat him violently, even knocking out some teeth in the process. Wol-young and Melina were startled by the brutality. The Harpy and other creatures watching were also in shock. That same Harpy who led the group responsible for the tattoos and monster control never expected to see Carmen completely defeated, lying on the ground in front of her, while Jin-hyuk and his group passed through the portal. Jin-hyuk explained that he had simply taken a shortcut, which was why he arrived earlier. Now they could speak face to face. He was standing before the boss of the floor. One of the creatures present doubted whether the situation was even real, as it seemed like an exaggeration even for him. After all, they were inside the villain's lair, surrounded by numerous powerful beings. One of the allied members informed their leader that many enemies were nearby, but promised to secure an escape route through the Black Wind Society. Jin-hyuk, still wearing his mask, asked Wol-young how he had introduced him earlier. Wol-young replied that he was the Dragon of Celestial Authority, disciple of the Dark Emperor. Jin-hyuk confirmed that was exactly right. He told them to trust him and follow his lead. He promised that no matter what happened, he would not let anyone there die. Wol-young was deeply moved by those words, wondering when was the last time someone genuinely cared about his safety. It had been so long that, once he realized it, he simply answered with a respectful, "Yes, sir." Wol-young's loyalty increased to 20%. At that moment, the Harpy ordered the invaders to be captured immediately. She promised to reward whoever succeeded with dominion over the 8th floor. The first to approach was Kangor, an orc from the Black Rock tribe, who raised his axe and charged at Jin-hyuk. However, in the very next moment, his head was already smashed into the ground. The other creatures watched in fear as Kangar had been defeated with a single blow. Jin-hyuk then realized that there were 3 bosses on the 8th floor, but up to that point, he had only fought 1. He concluded that the Harpy was scheming something much bigger behind the scenes. The Harpy, on the other hand, panicked upon realizing how far Jin-hyuk had already advanced. She needed more time, so she ordered that her creatures marked with red tattoos be sent against him immediately. Meanwhile, Jack and the remaining survivors of his team remained imprisoned, with no access to the live broadcast. Jack was thinking of every possible way to contact his guild, as the situation was becoming critical. On the other side of the world, at the United States Awakened Association, Ashley, a public relations agent, reacted with disbelief upon learning that Jack had gone missing on the 8th floor. She questioned the seriousness of the situation, and Regis from emergency support explained that Indian and Russian players were acting very aggressively due to the global crisis, but that it was still possible to send American reinforcements. He reminded her that Ashley knew better than anyone how difficult the 8th floor was, since it was a vast labyrinth, and that Jack just needed to hold out and survive. Still, he asked her not to be so dramatic just because he was her boyfriend. Ashley's reaction, however, was explosive. She stormed out of the room in fury, smashed a cabinet with a punch, and shouted that national security meant nothing if they were not even trying to save their own players. She knew Jack was in danger. There was something deeper between them. She wore a ring identical to his. No one knew whether it was an engagement ring or a magical item, but at that moment, Jack activated the vision-sharing effect through the ring. As soon as the ring's effect was activated, Ashley was able to see the chaos on the 8th floor with her own eyes. The masked man was there, tearing through enemies one by one. Jack, still wounded, told his girlfriend that he did not know how, but the boss of the 9th floor was present on the 8th, along with several monsters. He asked her to warn the world, because the tower's rules were no longer the same. That news was urgent. Ashley was relieved to see that he was alive. With the shared vision activated, the live broadcast became possible. Everyone could now watch the scene. The masked figure appeared as an unstoppable force, defeating everything and everyone around him. The comments on the broadcast began to spread, with many suggesting that perhaps this unknown warrior was the only one capable of defeating Kang Jin-hyuk. During the battle, the masked man mocked, wondering why the Harpy had not come to fight yet. He said that if she just kept watching, he would end up taking all the experience from the monsters for himself. The Harpy, irritated by the provocation, replied that he was far too arrogant and that it was time to stop playing around. Using her massive wings, the Harpy activated Thundershock, a powerful skill that summoned a storm across the entire arena. Wol-young grew concerned, but Melina was completely terrified. When the largest bolt of lightning struck directly on Jin-hyuk's head, he was protected by the special forces of the 5 spirits. The Harpy herself, confused by what she saw, asked why the spirits from the 25th floor were protecting a human. The salamander, one of the spiritual entities, replied that it was because they had all been beaten up by their master. Right after that, the masked man declared it was his turn now. Jin-hyuk activated the battle mode of the 5 spirits and told Wol-young to get ready immediately. As soon as he did, the Black Wind and the other spirits charged forward and wiped out all the monsters in the area. Melina watched the scene and commented that although everything looked chaotic, maybe relying on the power of the spirits was not such a bad idea. As she exchanged glances with Jin-hyuk, he activated the contract, forcing Melina to join the fight. Alice, observing from afar, wondered whether Jin-hyuk would appreciate help, but he assured her the situation was under control, at least for now. Back in the real world, Teresa was making her first visit to Manhwa, and Taemin was also present. The television was on, showing Jin-hyuk, or rather, his masked version. However, everyone there already knew his true identity. Taemin remarked that they had known that guy since his emo phase, as it was easy to recognize him just by the way he moved. He then asked Manhwa to watch closely. The 8th floor was supposed to be a vast labyrinth, yet for some reason, the boss of the 9th floor was there. Even so, what truly worried Teresa was seeing the women by Jin-hyuk's side, girls she had never seen before. Meanwhile, Wol-young and the Black Wind continued eliminating numerous monsters. Melina admitted that Wol-young was indeed strong, or maybe she was just too weak. Still, she concluded that at the pace they were going, they would emerge victorious. But just as she said that, the situation took a turn for the worse. 2 bosses from the 9th floor appeared, the Lizard King and Black Fang. The Harpy then remarked that they had finally arrived. The Lizard King wielded a bone known as the Blood of the Burnt Colossus, capable of completely destroying any enemy weapon with a single strike. Black Fang, on the other hand, carried a twig soaked in pure pure blood that caused permanent and incurable wounds. Jin Hyuk quickly realized that these enemies were equipped with dangerous relics, which explained why they had not shown up until now. The Harpy asked why they were so late, and the Lizard King replied that acquiring equipment like that was no easy task. Running out of patience, the Harpy ordered everyone to shut up and deal with the enemies already. Blackfang scoffed, saying she was overreacting because of a mere insect, and charged straight at Jin Hyuk on his own, catching Wolyung's attention. Wolyung tried to shield his leader with the Black Wind, but Blackfang effortlessly crushed the first assassin, declaring that he would devour them all. However, Wolyung stepped up and confronted the enemy directly. He struck with his sword, clashing with Blackfang's claws, and used fast shadow slashes to wound him in several places. Even with his body covered in scars, Blackfang remained standing, ready for the next round. The enemy mocked him, calling Wolyung a prideful Murim dog, and hinting that the girl next to him was already struggling. Jin Hyuk called out to her, and she replied that she was busy. At that moment, he began combining some items and showed them to her, saying that those items represented his life. If she wanted to survive, she would need to protect them for exactly 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Now fully determined, Melina declared that she would do whatever it took to live. Using the serpent whip, she cleared a path and began guarding the items as instructed. At the same time, Jin Hyuk called upon the Sylph, the spirit of wind. She activated Wind Leap, allowing him to jump across long distances with the wind's help. Jin Hyuk leapt directly toward the Lizard King, who vowed to kill him the moment he touched the ground. But in the final moment, Goguma caught him mid-air. Right at the moment he jumped, the live broadcast was paused. Manhwa complained that just now, when the battle was getting exciting, the TV stopped working. She almost broke the device out of frustration. Meanwhile, Rick commented that Jin Hyuk was too much trouble and ordered the editing of the scene involving the intrigue between him and the mysterious stranger. He questioned how he could continue his work given how bad the conditions were. In reality, the one pausing and cutting the livestream footage was Rick Hennessy himself, who only agreed to do it in exchange for some ancient scales offered by Jin Hyuk. Rick thought he couldn't just let that slide, but he still didn't understand why Jin Hyuk had requested that barrier. It had been recorded that higher beings were no longer allowed to interfere on the 8th floor. However, several errors began to appear in the system before him, indicating that a creature had managed to breach the barrier. It was an extremely powerful entity that was about to invade the floor. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was engaged in aerial combat. Riding on Goguma, he sliced off the heads of several flying creatures. From above, he noticed many enemies approaching, so he activated the light of day combined with a magic arrow. The shot was so powerful that it immediately instilled fear in the Harpy, who activated her thunder armor. Even so, the explosion caused by the magical arrow was devastating. The Harpy, however, was still alive and unharmed. What bothered her was the fact that even using her lightning attacks, she could not land a single hit on Jin Hyuk. The other bosses also couldn't get close, as they were all being intercepted. The Harpy wondered how they were losing despite having greater numbers. It was already too late when she noticed the item being combined. The synthesis was complete. The rope that connects to destiny had reacted with the mirror that removes limits. Melina sighed in relief for surviving once again. The rope that connects to destiny began to call out to the summon. The item could only be used on targets of different species. One of the lizardkin shouted that it was impossible because there was no species that would respond to a human's call inside that tower. However, as it connected to the floor, a response came. Kalakal of the Frozen Blade answered Jin Hyuk's call, and Jin Hyuk sincerely thanked him for coming. As a reward, he forgave 3 months of crystal payments. Kalakal said that was great and blew his horn, summoning his ice trolls to the battle. The first to face off were Kalakal and the Lizard King, who asked why the ice trolls were siding with a human. As he tried to bite Kalakal, he was surprised by a punch that slammed him to the ground. Kalakal declared that no warrior refuses the call of their savior and immediately crushed the Lizard King's head with his warhammer. The Black Fang was also being overwhelmed by the Black Wind's attacks, and the Harpy could not accept the sudden shift in momentum. In such a short time, the battle had completely changed. Jin Hyuk approached her and remarked that everyone else seemed busy, while she looked like she had no purpose. He said they could get started now, provoking her. The Harpy then activated her electric power and asked if he really thought he could get close. A lightning armor formed around her body, creating a defensive barrier. Even so, Jin Hyuk activated the mandalas on his fists. This technique allowed him to predict the trajectory of enemy attacks. So even when attacked by the Harpy's electric whip, he dodged them with only his bare hands. Using the Celestial Demon Step, he suddenly appeared right in front of the Harpy's stomach without her even noticing. When he was within reach, he declared that the fight was already over. Before she could respond, he used the Imperial Dark Arts and executed the circular piercing technique, creating a massive hole in the Harpy's abdomen. Upon seeing this, Jin Hyuk's allies regained regained hope while the enemies panicked. Those who could still escape fled. Melina commented with relief that it was finally over, while Young informed them that the spirits were taking care of the remaining enemies and congratulated their leader for completing the 8th floor. Jinhyuk's level increased 3 times. Even so, Jinhyuk felt like he was forgetting something. The harpy, lying on the ground, was still alive. She said that now she could understand his attacks and claimed that his power level did not compare to hers or to the beings from the heavens. Suddenly, a sphere descended from the sky and froze time for everyone except Jinhyuk. He realized that, although he thought he was prepared, he did not expect to find a demon before him. It was a being with gray skin, massive horns, and black wings. About an hour earlier, when Jinhyuk had reunited with Melina, he had commented that he noticed the demonic humans had detected a double impact, something that occurred when another floor was invaded. But he also wondered why Melina had not explained the real reason she was investigating the phenomenon. Jinhyuk activated the contract, and with her face burning, Melina explained that the higher-ups had said that by investigating the double impact, they would find a special person. In the present, Jinhyuk was finally face to face with that special someone, a demon who removed his mask and said that Jinhyuk had interfered with his plan. The demon wondered how Jinhyuk had managed to keep his sanity inside his mental realm, but soon realized that Alice was trying hard to protect him. He said he did not know who she was, but acknowledged her dedication. Machidroth, the demon, was about to kill Jinhyuk, who used the Eye of Gluttony in an attempt to gather any useful information. The system blocked all attempts due to the massive difference in levels. But at the last moment, Jinhyuk activated his luck and managed to discover the demon's true name. He stated that he knew who he was. Machidroth, the one who consumes death. He said he had been waiting for him. The revelation was so unexpected that Jinhyuk was released from the mental domain. Machidroth, surprised, asked how he knew his real name. The enemy's description appeared. Machidroth was an aristocrat with the rank of Count. He was ranked 26th among demons and had mastery over all advanced spells. At that time, the demon realm was at war over ranking disputes. Jinhyuk realized that Alice had fainted trying to resist the barrier. All of his allies, including Goguma and the spirits, were frozen. The chances of defeating Machidroth in direct combat were 0. Machidroth demanded an answer as to how Jinhyuk knew his name. With no alternatives, Jinhyuk declared that he was a disciple of the Shadows of the Rotten Heart, serving under the demon king Variel. The demon, confused, wanted to understand how that was possible. Jinhyuk asked if he was familiar with demonic humans, people who worship demons. He said he had worked with them to find Machidroth and knew that Variel had no interest in rankings. Variel only pursued what seemed interesting to him. Jinhyuk explained that at first he wanted to become a shadow disciple, but he ended up learning a lot about himself and continued serving that majesty, even though he had greater ambitions. His desire now was to serve another demon king. Machidroth, reflecting on what he had heard, said that based on what he knew about Jinhyuk, perhaps he truly did have value, but he wanted to be sure of it. He activated the Dark Shot, saying that if Jinhyuk was so valuable, he had to prove it. Jinhyuk accepted the challenge and activated the Sacred Solar Land, a domain that overlaid Machidroth's mental realm with a completely different one. The demon quickly realized that this new domain was powered by the strength of an Egyptian god. At the same time, Osiris was feeling bored, complaining that nothing interesting ever happened. But suddenly, his eyes lit up upon sensing that someone was using his power without permission. When Jinhyuk activated the Sacred Solar Land, Machidroth was transferred directly into the Egyptian domain. He recognized that it was not perfect, but it was undeniably the power of an Egyptian god. Jinhyuk asked what Machidroth thought of his ambitions. After all, he had managed to reach even the territory of the gods. The demon, impressed, admitted that Jinhyuk was truly an interesting human. Then he dissolved the mental realm and returned everyone to real time. People around them felt strange as they came back. Some even fainted. Wolyung felt as if he had been exposed to an extremely powerful demonic chi, but when he saw that their leader was fine, he believed everything was all right. As a reward, Jinhyuk received the break key from Machidroth, an item necessary to undo a demonic contract. Machidroth instructed him to find the break that would appear within the tower and use the key to access it. He said he was confident that Jinhyuk would be able to handle it. He had encountered other shadow disciples before, but among all of them, Jinhyuk was by far the most interesting. As he entered his portal, Machidroth admitted he could do nothing but acknowledge that Variel had good taste in disciples. Holding the break key, Jinhyuk fell into thought, wondering what it all meant. If Machidroth had met other shadow disciples, that meant there were already players who had become Variel Yahello's disciples. Soon after, Jinhyuk approached Alice and asked if she was all right. She replied that she was, thanks to him. She explained that the bastard they had just faced was a high-level demon who used extremely advanced magic. She also said she could count on one hand the number of times she had felt a time-freezing spell. Then she asked if it wasn't dangerous for him to have lied to a demon. Jinhyuk replied that it was nothing she needed to worry about. He had a plan. He touched the crystal at the end of the labyrinth and completed the 8th floor. However, at that exact moment, he had also defeated the boss of the 9th floor, clearing both floors at once. Young congratulated him once again and asked what he planned to do next. Jinhyuk had gained 3 levels at once and said he was going to file a complaint. Without wasting time, he went straight to the Grand Magic Library, stared at Rick, and said they needed to have a conversation. Rick explained that the barrier designed to block the intervention of higher beings had been completed without any errors. However, while he was distracted, a breach appeared. Jinhyuk was surprised and asked if Rick really expected him to believe that. As an administrator, he got distracted. Rick explained that on that day, the Murium world had ambushed the Empire, and as an administrator, he had been forced to go there. Jinhyuk thought about it. It didn't make sense. Were the Murium at war with the Empire? If both sides were in conflict, their forces must now be significantly weakened. Rick replied that even so, he couldn't use that as an excuse to cancel his contract with Jinhyuk. To make up for it, he offered Jinhyuk the chance to buy one of his items, all of which were extremely rare. He said that having access alone was already a valuable reward. Jinhyuk thought that man truly believed the currency for everything was still a scale from an ancient species. Rick became excited when he saw Goguma, and Jinhyuk suggested trading a scale for a break compass. But Rick activated the skill Deep Sigh and commented that Jinhyuk's ancient dragon hadn't even grown fully yet, didn't even have a name, so it was impossible to produce a legitimate scale. Then he activated the skill bargain, saying the break compass was low in stock and could be sold for 10 scales and a weekly rental. He asked what Jinhyuk thought of the offer. Jinhyuk thought that this man always tried to bargain for everything. He truly was the great master of the merchants organization. Still, he said it didn't matter and was already walking away. He commented that the compass would be useful, but at that price it was not worth it. And from what he knew, breaking a contract with an administrator was a serious crime. First, it had been a lower floor administrator. Now it was a mid-level one. Would someone like Hesting, for example, be happy to hear about this? Rick asked him to wait and said they could close the deal for just 1 scale. Jinhyuk went to Goguma and said it would be just a little pinch, trying to convince him. But the little dragon made such a convincing sad face that even Rick was affected. Jinhyuk asked him not to look at him like that, but Goguma only widened his eyes even more. Both of them were hit by the cuteness attack. Rick, defeated, said he could receive the payment later. So Jinhyuk took the break compass, an item that points to where a rupture is located in the tower, necessary for using the break key in the future. Rick asked him to keep it a secret from Hesting. Jinhyuk said that before leaving, there was one more thing. The lower floor manager, Carmen, was still interfering in tower matters. He hoped Carmen would be properly punished. Rick assured him that Carmen would not show up again. Meanwhile, later on, Carmen was begging for forgiveness. He said he had made a mistake and that if he were spared, he would make up for it somehow. Hesting, calmly sipping his tea, responded coldly. He said Carmen had fused 2 floors just so Jinhyuk would not fail, and even so, a high-ranking demon had appeared. Despite all that, Carmen still dared to call his failure a mistake. But that was not just a mistake, it was incompetence. Carmen was seized by the tower's black tentacles. He was pulled into the darkness as Hesting, watching everything, commented that he seemed to be surrounded by fools. He asked his goddess not to worry so much, and assured her that no one would get close to his sanctuary. The next day, a video was posted in the Hall of Fame. It was a recording edited by an administrator showing the unknown defeating the bosses of both the 8th and 9th floors. The more famous he became, the more people started wondering who would win in a fight between the unknown and Kang Jinhyuk. It seemed no one realized they were the same person, even though they had the same hair, the same skin tone, and the same clothes. Later, Jinhyuk was at the Hall of the Depraved, checking his own status screen. He was now level 74, with 71 strength, 25 agility, 34 stamina, 154 magic, 100 soul, 10 luck, and 78 adaptability. He had gone up 7 levels at once, which wasn't bad at all. At that moment, Alice returned with a heavy expression. She was wearing the patient necklace and said she had obtained what she needed, but felt like Jinhyuk was dissatisfied with something, as if he wasn't even listening. 15 minutes earlier, she had gone back to the place where she had been saved by him and activated the blood path to bring back her loyal servant, Velos. Alice said it was good to see him again and asked if he was ready to serve her once more. Veles replied affirmatively, saying he would serve her for all eternity. But now he was trapped inside the necklace, rejecting the situation. He said he could not accept it, that the lady had made a contract with a human, and he begged to be killed right away. Back home, Alice was watching that torture once again. Just like she had been shaken by Jinhyuk, now it was Veles who was going through the same treatment. He was being violently tossed around inside the necklace. Alice, seeing that, thought it was frightening. After another spinning session, Veles was completely wrecked, but she commented that he would get used to it. After all, Jinhyuk was better than he seemed. Then she pulled out a bottle of wine, and Jinhyuk received a message saying he had to leave home. Later, he met with an old man with a beard, dressed in Hawaiian clothes. Jinhyuk asked why he had come all the way there, since the empire should be full of money. Penheimer replied that the world outside the tower was impressive, and wanted to know how Jinhyuk thought he was doing. Jinhyuk said he looked like a tourist, but that was fine. Then, Jinhyuk was shocked by a piece of information he received. He asked how the heavenly demon had come out of his secluded training. Penheimer confirmed it. Someone had witnessed it during the invasion of the 24th Cortandor. Jinhyuk was concerned. The most powerful figure in the Murim world had awakened, and that was a problem. It happened too early. According to the original scenario, this should only happen after the intermediate floors were cleared. Now, the Orthodox Murim faction was joining forces with the heavenly demon for war. He asked if he had been called to eliminate the heavenly demon, but Penheimer, eating his dessert, said no. He said the conflict between the Murim and the invaders was their problem. Asking someone to face the heavenly demon would be too much. The real reason was something else. The defense system had been disabled during the last invasion, and after an investigation, they discovered someone on the inside had done it. Jinhyuk concluded there was a spy within the empire. Penheimer confirmed it and got straight to the point. They wanted Jinhyuk to locate the spy. If he could capture the person, he would receive the best possible path to climb to the higher floors. They would contact him once everything was ready. Before leaving, Penheimer added that according to spies infiltrated in the empire itself, the Murim were already plotting something big once again. He told Jinhyuk to be prepared. Leaving the cafe, Jinhyuk was deep in thought. The heavenly demon coming out of training, the war approaching in the intermediate floors, everything was moving away from the original game. He wondered if he could keep up with all these events. Maybe he really did need a change of atmosphere. Jinhyuk returned to the first floor, more specifically to the Tower of Trials, where there was a theme park. Alice was surprised, saying she never imagined there was such a place on the first floor. Jinhyuk commented that most people really did not know about it. Veles stepped forward, placing himself between her and any danger. He said that this time he would be an even more impeccable guardian. Alice, however, lightly tapped his head, asking him not to act like that while everyone was trying to stay focused. By Jinhyuk's invitation, Teresa was also there. She said it had been a while since she last saw him. Still, she was a little disappointed to realize it was not a meeting between the two of them. She had imagined something different. Jinhyuk, noticing it, said she did not need to be shy just because she had not joined his organization. Then he pointed at something and told her to look. He had also invited Yuesung, so Teresa would not feel bored. Yuesung asked if they were really going to train there, and Jinhyuk confirmed. Now that everyone had arrived, they would begin. At that moment, the system announced the activation of the theme park event with extreme difficulty. From that point on until the end of the event, all skills and items would be restricted. A little bunny appeared before them, greeting everyone. Its name was Ravi, the host of that park. It explained that the goal was simple: escape. But, of course, it would be difficult because they could not use any skills or items, while dangerous monsters would be hunting them down. Soon a creature appeared. It was the feral raccoon man, who charged at Alice but was taken down with a single punch. She was simply disgusted by that creature and did not want to prolong the fight. The other participants were also destroying the monsters with extreme ease. Jinhyuk commented that they were way too strong for that kind of event and could use it as a way to blow off some steam. Ravier, outraged, shouted that his park was being destroyed and begged them to stop immediately. Meanwhile, on the 24th floor, the Murim Empire had taken over another castle. Namgung Jinho praised Tian, saying that he had single-handedly massacred one of the most renowned Knight Orders. Tian thought he had gained a lot of power with Murim's help. The world outside the tower now felt like child's play to him. Jinho explained that from that moment on, Tian could leave the tower freely. He also said things would become much simpler once Kang Jinhyuk was eliminated. Tian replied that he could defeat him alone, but acknowledged that Jinhyuk had extremely powerful companions. If they tried to kill him, all of them would risk their lives to protect him. The patriarch said he would take care of that personally and asked who the greatest threat among Jinhyuk's allies was. Tian replied without hesitation: the Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Laurent. The patriarch said she was protected by the entire empire and that it would be a good opportunity to eliminate both of them at once. Meanwhile, Teresa and the others continued having fun at the park, unaware of what was being planned. The patriarch promised to eliminate everyone close to King Jin-hyuk. Later, in Amsterdam, Maria asked Teresa whether that had been a date or just a way to relieve stress. Teresa explained it was more for stress relief, but still, it had been fun. Destroying that strange place had helped ease the anxiety. Maria thought Teresa was still very affected by what had happened in Beijing, but she also believed Teresa was becoming more and more like Jin-hyuk after spending so much time by his side. Teresa said she had simply learned something from him. She commented that he seemed evil and petty, but in truth, he was someone surrounded by charismatic people. Since the moment she met him, she realized he had always shown confidence, did what needed to be done, and never hesitated. The time they spent together had been fun, but now she understood they could not stay close as before. Maria found it funny, saying that anyone would feel jealous about that. But Teresa was just a little sad. She was a pure girl. Joking, Maria asked her to introduce Jin-hyuk, saying she liked bad boys. At that moment, the sky turned completely red. A tremor shook all of Amsterdam, and Teresa immediately climbed to a rooftop, watching what seemed to be another disaster approaching. Meanwhile, on the fifth floor, in Andrea's territory, she was training with Jin-hyuk, who was dodging her attacks while guiding each of her steps and showing what she needed to adjust in combat. Jin-hyuk asked if any player had been bothering Andrea, since the upper floors were now open. She explained that from time to time, some strong players appeared, but that was not a problem for her, because she was also strong. To prove it, she used the Supreme Punishment Strike, but it was blocked by Jin-hyuk with ease, as if it were nothing. She ended up looking like a poor girl, but Jin-hyuk acknowledged that she had improved a lot. The first time they met, she was just a little girl who only knew how to cry. The fifth floor had also developed a lot, and the population of that place would soon become part of Jin-hyuk's forces. Andrea was still very sad, but Jin-hyuk said there was still a long road ahead and explained that nothing would change if she kept lamenting like that. Alice agreed with him, saying she had not taught Andrea to act that way. Then, she gently patted the girl's head, showing affection, and Jin-hyuk realized the two got along much better than he expected. He concluded that Andrea would become strong if she stayed by Alice's side. Besides that, Velis was also helping Alice in the end. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk received a video call from Sang-jin, who was surprised they were talking again after so long. He quickly explained that there was something urgent involving Jin-hyuk and asked him to come to the association as soon as possible. A large-scale portal break had occurred throughout Europe. At least 60 portals were active, and the authorities believed that number would only increase. It was the highest recorded figure since the appearance of the tower. Countries like France, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and Germany were all suffering from portal breaches in various regions. The European guilds were trying to form a line of defense, but it was not enough. It was only a matter of time before everything collapsed. In Amsterdam, Maria was assisting the military forces, using her firepower and leading the Olympus Guild to evacuate civilians. Teresa, with her sacred reinforcement, was defeating countless monsters, while Maria obliterated enemies with her flaming shots. Maria thought Teresa was probably still feeling guilty about what happened in Beijing, but she acknowledged that Teresa was giving it her all. That girl was truly amazing. However, suddenly Maria was struck by a powerful wave of mana that immobilized her. A creature hit her with a harpoon, breaking through her mana shield and hurling her through several buildings. At the same time, Teresa was also knocked down by the punch of that massive creature. The enemy in question was the Grand Death Knight, who stated that he was looking for her, Teresa du Laurent. Meanwhile, the monster army was also being attacked by the twins, Casey and Judello, known as the Maniacs of Europe. They were a bit disappointed, as the monsters seemed too lifeless, but when they received a call from Jin-hyuk, they immediately became excited. He asked where exactly they were, and the two replied that they were in Dortmund, Germany. Judello commented that the situation there was total chaos, probably the result of a portal break. Jin-hyuk then asked them to listen carefully, as he needed them to do something for him. The twins agreed with enthusiasm, calling him master, and accepted the order without hesitation. Later at the Korean Awakened Association, Jin-hyuk received a full report on the situation. The Great Portal Break had begun 3 hours earlier, and the estimated death toll had already reached 40,000. All communication systems in Europe had been shut down. The major guilds were active, but without external support. It was only a matter of time before all of Europe fell. Sang-jin stated that the next target would be Asia. The situation was an emergency, and that was why the association had requested all awakened individuals to fight for the survival of humanity, even if it meant doing so on European territory. At that moment, Jin-hyuk remembered the conversation he had with Andrea. She had shown concern for Teresa, after all. She was her savior. She asked Jin-hyuk to tell Teresa that she missed her. When Andrea left beaming with joy, Alice commented that if Europe was in chaos, the Holy Maiden Andrea would have to work hard to become stronger. Any distraction meant a major loss of power. Alice asked if she should tell her something, but Jin-hyuk Hyuk said no. That was a situation that could not be solved by Andrea's efforts. He preferred that Alice stayed there and continued training the girl. Alice said that was fine and asked him to leave it to her. She assured him she would take care of things there, so Jin Hyuk left alone this time. Meanwhile, in Europe, Maria was already very weakened and Teresa was still fighting against the Grand Death Knight, using her divine blades to try to pierce the enemy's armor. However, he remained relentless. Teresa believed that divine power should be effective against the undead, but her attacks did not leave a single scratch. Then, the Death Knight swung his double-edged sword in a movement that was impossible to dodge. The strike was so strong that it raised a cloud of smoke. He stated that Teresa was impressive for still being alive after all that, even though she was badly wounded and her chest was covered in blood. That was when the true leader behind the tower's revolt appeared. Verlordum, the Great Lich, emerged and said he understood why the humans from Murim wanted to eliminate Teresa. He acknowledged that she possessed a pure and strong divine power, but he also sensed that there was another energy coexisting within her. Because of that, he ordered that she be taken. The Death Knight asked if he would not keep his promise, but Verlordum replied that they had found something more valuable than her death and ordered that the mage be taken as well. Both would be very useful. At that moment, the twins Casey and Judelo managed to record everything. They did not attack, as they knew they could not win, but they sent the footage to Jin Hyuk, who became furious after seeing it all. Meanwhile, in Amsterdam, even members of the Murim kingdom allied with the Namgung family were involved in the conflict. However, they were helping the monsters exterminate humanity. Tang Soa questioned why the Alliance had hired that group, and Hyun replied that he did not understand either, since they could have handled the situation on their own. Another person commented that everything had turned out like that because the work done on the 4th floor had been terrible. That woman was Baek Seolin, the first martial artist among the Murim successors to reach the supreme peak, and also the successor of Mount Hu. She stated that a soldier only has value when they follow orders, not when they question them. Everyone listened and responded with respect. Verlordum appeared once more, welcoming them to the land of death, and asked the Murim members if they did not think the place was incredible. Countless wars had taken place there, leaving behind corpses from many eras, which excited him because he could revive so many different kinds of dead. He thought that continent was wonderful. Baek Seolin then demanded that he fulfill his promise, as that was the reason they had come there. Verlordum remarked that she was not very friendly and picked up Teresa's shield, saying that the saint was no match for him. As far as he was concerned, she was already dead. Hyun reacted with satisfaction, saying that she had finally died. Verlordum liked the reaction, but Baek Seolin still did not trust him, and she was right to be suspicious, considering the Lich's behavior. Meanwhile, the forces of the Korean Awakened Association were being mobilized to Europe. Jin Hyuk personally asked the president of the association to go to Amsterdam with his team. He was accompanied by Yu Sung, Taemin, and Yeonhwa, who together would be more than enough to face many enemies. Jin Hyuk commented that Yu Sung never volunteered for this kind of mission, which caught everyone's attention. Yu Sung, however, replied bluntly, saying he would do whatever he wanted. Taemin asked if there was any other important information, and Jin Hyuk explained that the boss Verlordum was an extremely powerful lich. He commanded an infinite army, unless there were no corpses nearby. The fewer people killed in the area, the fewer soldiers he would be able to summon. That is why it was essential to prevent other portals from opening while they dealt with him. Taemin mentioned that people from all over the world were gathering at that location to help in the battle. As always, he wished Jin Hyuk good luck. When the helicopters approached, several gargoyles appeared to intercept them. That was when Taemin activated the King of Machines, unleashing his combat units. His drones engaged the enemies in the air. Taemin managed to take down several gargoyles, but warned that he would not be able to handle them all alone. Jin Hyuk asked Yu Sung to pay attention and demonstrated how a real veteran handles things. Without hesitation, he simply jumped out of the helicopter, leaving Yu Sung completely confused and unable to understand anything. While in midair, Jin Hyuk activated the amplification barrier and the expansive barrier, then used his glacial formation with the power of the 1,000-year ice jade, freezing all the gargoyles around him. After that, he began flying with the help of Sylphid, the wind spirit. Taemin commented that no matter how many times he saw it, Jin Hyuk always looked amazing. Alice said she felt truly happy to have him on their side. Meanwhile, Verlordum sensed a disturbing presence approaching. He realized someone had recalculated the spell formula, making it more advanced. A powerful mage was getting closer. Jin Hyuk concluded that, given Verlordum's personality, he would probably summon a powerful monster to face him. As expected, Verlordum summoned a bone dragon and activated shared vision, intending to only observe the fight while his creature battled. The bone dragon used its draconic fear, shaking everyone around, even the soldiers inside the helicopters. The impact was so intense, it almost deafened them. However, Yu Sung noticed that Jin Hyuk was wearing earplugs and had already prepared Goguma, his little dragon. Jin Hyuk activated fear in return through Goguma, which completely nullified the bone dragon's fear, causing both effects to cancel each other out. Goguma was thrilled, and not only that, its fear was so intense that it overwhelmed the bone dragons, which refused to keep fighting. Verlordum was surprised to see such a powerful ancient species in the hands of a human. He wondered if that was the human the Murim had warned him about. His name was Kang Jin-hyuk. Not wanting to be left behind, Yusung also jumped from the helicopter, riding on Sylphid. Jin-hyuk asked if he thought that was a good vehicle, and Yusung, trying to sound confident, replied that if Jin-hyuk could do it, so could he. However, he quickly started to lose balance and wondered how on earth someone could fight on top of that creature. Jin-hyuk then informed the other two still on the helicopter that they would be in charge of that area and could move on. But at that moment, the bone dragon finally managed to get up again. Yusung asked if they were going to deal with it right there, and Jin-hyuk confirmed, explaining that to fight Verlordum, they would need to conserve mana. The plan was to make the dragon focus only on the two of them. With quick attacks while flying, they provoked the bone dragon until it chased after them. The creature fell into the provocation easily. Meanwhile, at the palace in Amsterdam, a massive army of undead was taking over the area. The twins Casey and Judello were using their sharing abilities to disguise themselves among the enemies. Judello asked if that would really work, since one of the skeletons seemed to be staring directly at him. Casey, confident, replied that everything would be fine. According to her, the undead were too dumb to notice. And indeed, they were not detected. They were there because Teresa was trapped at the center of the palace, surrounded by the entire enemy army. Casey thought she had gone there because Jin-hyuk had asked her to, but now she was trapped inside an unknown spell. The Grand Death Knight looked even more dangerous up close. Just by looking at the two, he realized they were disguised and announced that there were rats infiltrated among the army. The twins ran away at once, excited by the idea of another chase. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk and Yusung continued distracting the bone dragon. Yusung activated his sword aura, but it was easily shattered. Jin-hyuk yelled at him to conserve mana, calling him an idiot. Yusung replied that if he did not use it, it would take ages to defeat the creature. Jin-hyuk said he was weak precisely because he could not think outside the box, and explained that, in combat, the most important thing is timing, not power. The two of them then climbed to an even higher altitude. Jin-hyuk asked if Yusung could see the portal where the dragon had come from. The plan was to enter it. They accelerated even more and passed through the portal with the dragon chasing after them. Yusung wondered if Jin-hyuk's plan was to make the dragon crash into the ground under its own weight, but he figured that wouldn't work. However, as soon as they crossed the portal, Jin-hyuk activated the acceleration barrier, boosting the portal's speed by 200% and closing it immediately. The result was brutal. The bone dragon's body was split in half inside the spatial distortion, and the plan had worked. The bone dragon fell into the trap and died. Immediately afterward, Goguma rushed in excitedly and started devouring the creature's head. Yusung was speechless at that strategy. This time, he didn't even have the strength to curse at Jin-hyuk. Upon landing, Jin-hyuk stated that the place must be the center of the enemy lines. In fact, thanks to the summoning portal of the bone dragon, they had arrived very close to the palace square. That was when Verlordum appeared, saying he was impressed. He commented that he had expected someone bold enough to use such a tactic and praised Jin-hyuk's creativity, saying he reminded him of himself in the days when he was still human. Those old days. But Yusung didn't wait. He activated his sword aura and cut Verlordum's skull in half. However, the enemy immediately regenerated and complained about the impatience of humans, asking why they always attacked while he was still speaking. Jin-hyuk managed to access Verlordum's profile. He was an undead being, 3,000 years old, level 91. In the past, he had been a great mage, who also wanted to climb the tower. However, upon reaching his limit, he fell into despair and signed a contract with the Demon King, turning into a lich. The condition to copy his abilities was clear. Since Verlordum came to hate everything and everyone after becoming a lich, Jin-hyuk would have to show him how miserable life could be. He explained to Yusung that physical attacks would not be very effective here. Magical attacks, or hitting the original source of Verlordum's power, would be necessary. The Lich himself realized that Jin-hyuk already knew too much about him and, mocking, referred to himself as a fragile and pitiful Lich, who now had to take things seriously. Then, he summoned his allies. The ones who appeared were martial artists from the Murim world, including Beck Siolin. Meanwhile, in France, the Namgung family guild was in charge of the defense. He commented that Hyun seemed more motivated lately. He, who used to think only about women, was now a true warrior. Hyun confirmed, saying he had received good advice from another warrior and had decided to live a simpler life. He agreed that it had done him good. They jumped into battle with courage, and as soon as he landed on the battlefield, he activated his beastly roar, attracting all the undead in the area toward him. The skill also increased his defense by 30%. It was narrated that humanity had finally begun its counterattack. Players from various parts of the world had been sent to Europe and were fighting with everything they had to protect that place, even if it was was not their homeland. The goal was to defeat the invaders threatening all of humanity, but those invaders were not underestimating the humans and used all their strength to strike back. One of Lordum's clones instructed the martial artists to take care of the intruders while he finalized a method to completely destroy that territory. It was at that moment that Hyun recognized someone and asked if that wasn't the guy who had lost to him on the 4th floor. Wasn't that Yu-sung? Yu-sung became furious, but Jin-hyuk responded immediately, asking if Hyun wasn't the coward who got beaten and ran away with his tail between his legs. Hyun replied that it was the fault of that damn giant plant tactic and that it was totally unfair. Jin-hyuk just laughed and said it had been fun, but he warned that even if they had caused chaos in the past, now they were facing someone who had a guardian. The guardian was Baek Solin, level 115, the current heir of Mount Hu. The condition to copy her abilities was clear. Baek Solin's pride in her sect and lineage was immense. For Jin-hyuk to successfully copy one of her techniques, he would have to force her to use every technique she knew and, more importantly, dodge all of her attacks. These techniques belonged to the martial arts of Mount Hu. At that moment, Jin-hyuk remembered the warning he had received from Penheimer about a greater plan that was underway. And just by looking at Baek Solin's face, he realized it was true. Something much bigger was happening. Yu-sung took the lead and said he would handle things there. He asked Jin-hyuk to go after Lordum, since he knew more spells than Yu-sung did. Jin-hyuk asked if he was sure, and Yu-sung confirmed. It was enough to serve as good training. Jin-hyuk accepted, calling him a stalker, and took off. Hyun tried to stop the movement, but was caught off guard when he crossed swords with Yu-sung and took a kick to the chest. Yu-sung told everyone not to even think about chasing that enemy, because the one who should pursue him was him and only him. He activated the Desperate Determination skill, which increased his attack power when fighting alone, but decreased his defense. Meanwhile, Suolin asked what everyone was waiting for and ordered them to attack. As soon as the martial artists charged, Yu-sung, without hesitation, began exchanging blows with his blade, fighting all of them at once. Suolin was impressed by Yu-sung's strength, considering he was just an outsider in the tower, but he was holding his ground well. At the same time, Jin-hyuk was pushing through the undead armies, blasting down walls with his fire magic. His goal was to reach the palace, as he believed Teresa was there. He quickly noticed that the energy radiating from the place came from the corruption within Teresa, the same corruption that had affected her long ago. Lordum was trying to corrupt her and remarked that Teresa was performing better than expected. He wondered how strong she would become if the corruption was completed. Although the growing number of people interfering was annoying, the idea of taming a saint thrilled him. He wondered why Teresa had not opened the doors yet. Meanwhile, the Grand Death Knight stepped in, and Lordum asked if he was focused on that area. The knight reported that the rats had escaped and their location had been leaked. Knowing that intruders would soon arrive, Lordum handed a magical relic to the knight, called the Dark Angular Die, and ordered him to reinforce the barrier with more soldiers. He also asked for permission to use the mage they had captured earlier. Upon hearing this, Teresa looked up, and Lordum noticed the despair in her eyes. At the same time, Yu-sung was still holding off all the martial artists alone, dodging swords, halberds, and spears. He then used the Soul Hunter sword technique and defeated all the enemies around him. Hyun watched the fight and was surprised by how much Yu-sung had grown since he last saw him. Seolin, realizing this, decided to face him personally. She thought Yu-sung's skill was impressive and noted how precisely and sharply he wielded the Soul Hunter sword. Fighting him as an equal, she commented that his swordsmanship was accurate and asked if he wanted to become an even more powerful Soul Hunter. Yu-sung, confused, stepped back for a moment, trying to understand what she meant. Solin then invited him to come with her to the Murim world, stating that she had an obsession with powerful swordsmen and could introduce him to the creator of the Soul Hunter sword. Yu-sung thought it would be good to get stronger, but refused the offer, because if he went with her, he would interfere with his plan to save the saint. Solin, however, admitted that she had taken a real liking to him. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk continued destroying everything in his path through the army. But as he approached the center, the Grand Death Knight activated the Dark Angular Die in its elephant form, creating a gravitational zone that brought Jin-hyuk to the ground. He recognized the item as Lordum's favorite relic, an extremely annoying magical artifact. It was then that Manhwa descended from a helicopter directly onto the Grand Knight. With a powerful kick, she destabilized his mind and forced him to release the gravitational field. The knight then remarked that more rats were interfering with his plan and began fighting Manhwa. Even with his sturdy armor, she used martial arts with precision and power as if it were nothing. Right after, the knight activated the tiger form of the Dark Angular Die, launching a flaming tiger at her. Manhwa, however, was protected by a shield that looked more like a war tank. She declared she would buy time for Jin-hyuk, allowing him to break through the army. As he ran, Jin-hyuk thought about how much he hated that bastard Veer Lordum. Determined, Jin-hyuk told the twins he would do what they wanted and ordered them to show themselves. The twins then removed their skeleton masks and warned him that he had to keep his promise. They activated the twin rotation technique and charged toward the enemies, clearing a path for Jin-hyuk to finally break through. Meanwhile, Veer Lordum told Teresa that he knew humans like her all too well, the kind who fell into despair when someone they loved suffered more than they did. To prove his point, he restrained Maria and began torturing her with a black ray. He said she was feeling that pain because Teresa wasn't strong enough, and deep down, she already knew that. It was all her fault, and all she could do was watch as her friends died before her eyes. At that moment, Veer Lordum unlocked the gates of Teresa's mind, revealing advanced signs of corruption. When Jin-hyuk arrived, it was already too late. Veer Lordum had managed to touch the saint's mind directly, releasing the corruption that had long been trapped within her. A massive beam of dark, demonic magic pierced the sky, announcing that Teresa was no longer the same. Now dressed in dark clothing with black hair, Teresa finally felt free. She had been reborn as a corrupted saint, a transformation that left Veer Lordum ecstatic. He claimed she had become far more incredible than he had imagined, and gave her a first command: eliminate Kang Jin-hyuk. She obeyed immediately, summoning her shadow sword. She moved so fast that Jin-hyuk could barely react. Even blocking with his twin swords, he was overwhelmed and thrown far away by a kick. Jin-hyuk noticed how much her personality had changed and even commented that he preferred the old version of her. Teresa, in turn, said he should have been better. The two began exchanging fierce blows while the twins watched, impressed by the battle. Teresa said she felt amazing and vented about the pain she had experienced because of another woman. According to her, Jin-hyuk was always showing up with other girls, and whenever she tried to get close, he was with some tramp. She also mentioned that cursed vampire, who was always by his side. Driven by those feelings, Teresa summoned a massive black sword to crush him. Even while blocking with his twin swords, the demonic wave that followed was powerful enough to send him crashing into a distant building. Jin-hyuk realized she was growing stronger by the second, absorbing the demonic energy from Veer Lordum. Knowing he had to act fast, he activated the Grave of Swords. He thought that if he didn't defeat her soon, he would lose any chance of stopping her. He used the Demon Soul Sword Dance, moving fast enough to almost disarm her. Still, Teresa said it wasn't enough. He was hesitating. He had the sword at her neck, but he wouldn't finish the blow. She taunted him, saying he was afraid to kill poor Teresa. Taking advantage of that hesitation, she pulled Jin-hyuk close and said she didn't like weaklings. When he called out to his friends, Casey yelled at him to shut up, noticing that something strange was going on with her. Teresa commented that his face wasn't her type, and she didn't understand what the original saint saw in him. However, the demonic energy inside him was extremely attractive. Veer Lordum ordered her to stop wasting time and kill him already, but Teresa refused. He was confused, and she explained that while Veer Lordum's demonic energy was good, Jin-hyuk's was even better. She declared she was switching sides and even hinted that maybe she liked him. Jin-hyuk took the chance to say that this time he really had to thank Teresa. Veer Lordum, enraged, could not understand how she could choose a human's energy after all the effort he had made. He had broken promises with Muram, tortured a mage for her, and now he was being betrayed. Furious, he recovered the dark angular die from the hands of the Great Knight and promised to make her pay for this betrayal. When he activated the relic's power, Teresa affirmed that she would take care of the Death Knight. At that moment, everywhere battles were occurring. Whether in France, Germany, or other regions, all warriors stopped fighting. The demonic army was mass mobilizing toward a single point. Taemin warned that they needed to stop it immediately. Jin-hyuk then declared that the real war was about to begin. Veer Lordum summoned not only his entire army, but also a gigantic creature, the boss of the 14th floor, a huge undead monster. Manhwa, shocked, asked what that thing was. Taemin thought it was the end, and Jin-hyuk simply asked them to try to stop the undead that were gathering toward Veer Lordum. The association was probably trying to contain part of them, but it would not be enough. If all the undead reached the villain, the creature would become even greater. They obeyed. The monster was already terrifying enough on its own. Facing the creature, Jin-hyuk decided to act in the flashiest way possible so it would focus only on him. Meanwhile, Goguma commanded the spirits to dig toward the location. The creature advanced, and each step it took destroyed entire buildings. The Great Knight noticed that Veer Lordum was completely enraged. Teresa approached the skeleton and commented that he had ruined the spark, but now things would be different. She was much more aggressive than the former saint. The knight said he was excited for this battle. Teresa replied that he was nothing more than a corpse. Her first strike already pushed him back, and she said the way he talked irritated her. He countered by saying she was fast, but talked too much during a fight. The two began exchanging blows on equal footing. The knight asked why she had abandoned her master, since with him she could have become even more powerful. But she replied with a direct kick, saying it was none of his business. Teresa acknowledged that Jin-hyuk's demonic energy was quite attractive, but Veer Veilordum's was nearly infinite. Still, in her subconscious, she spoke to the old Teresa, whom she called Sparkle, asking how long she planned to stay there, doing nothing. When she touched Jinhyuk, she felt something different and smiled. She stopped crying. The corrupted saint had no choice but to go through with it. Meanwhile, the twins kept watching Teresa, mesmerized by her new form. Her eyes, her hair, the marks on her face, everything about her seemed wonderful. Jinhyuk, irritated, reminded them it was not the time to admire the view and told them to take care of what he had asked earlier. Before returning to battle, he remembered what Teresa had said. She told him to keep that demonic energy, because as long as she did not get bored of him, he would have one less thing to worry about. Jinhyuk realized that the corrupted saint could switch sides again if she found someone with energy even better than his. That gave him a reason to keep training. Veilordum, completely furious, ordered a giant monster to crush Jinhyuk, but he dodged and used the light of day directly against the creature's head, burning it and leaving a huge hole. However, Veilordum regenerated everything and declared it was useless. He had an endless supply of undead. He told Jinhyuk to conserve his mana because it would not be enough to defeat him. To become the most powerful mage, Veilordum had sacrificed his entire family, friends, the kingdom he once served, and finally, even his body and soul. With the power of the great undead, he activated multicasting, filling the sky over Europe with countless magical circles ready to rain down upon the continent. But Jinhyuk just smiled. He activated elemental fusion, combining fire with glacial formation. The system warned that this fusion was impossible, but he ignored it and added a multi-layered barrier along with the light of dawn. The fusion was a success, and Teresa was impressed with the result. The sky was filled with colorful magic circles, creating a magnificent landscape. Jinhyuk then activated infinite magic, a temporary state that allowed him to use magical abilities without consuming mana. Although powerful, this state was unstable and came with serious restrictions. He could only use it for 1 minute. Even so, the effect was astonishing, and everyone around him was left speechless, clearly impressed. Jinhyuk used everything he had. He launched several bursts of light of day mixed with magical missiles, creating a real storm over the great undead. Then, he cast the spell known as Frozen Witch's Vision, a powerful ice magic that froze the monster's feet to the ground. Veilordum realized he was paralyzed, but Jinhyuk did not stop there. He also summoned infernal fire, engulfing the undead in flames from all sides. To amplify the effect even more, Jinhyuk triggered an explosion with an unstable magical seal, gaining a decisive advantage in that moment. Veilordum felt defeated as he realized the magic of that human surpassed the efforts of his entire life. He thought it was unfair. At that instant, Jinhyuk acquired the copy conditions. Now he could also use necromantic abilities to create undead. Veilordum tasted the bitterness of defeat, while Jinhyuk, without hesitation, began summoning multiple magic circles over the monster's head. He said life was unfair anyway, and cast Eternal Redemption of Infinite Magic, a divine spell so powerful that it completely disintegrated both the great undead and Veilordum himself. When the infinite magic ended, only shards, craters, and rubble remained. Yahello asked if he had really died, but Casey told him not to be foolish. Another voice spoke, saying that Jinhyuk was truly amazing. For just a moment, he had manifested a power beyond the level of a great mage. But now came the real question. What would he do, since Veilordum was still alive? Veilordum reappeared, standing, and Yahello commented that he had jinxed everything. Jinhyuk replied that he knew very well he could not kill Veilordum without destroying his vital force receptacle first, and he was sure that Veilordum had hidden it extremely well. Veilordum mocked him, saying that even knowing all of this, Jinhyuk continued to make mistakes. Now he had no mana left. Jinhyuk said that hurt his feelings, but revealed that Veilordum had fallen for a distraction. Before he understood, Goguma emerged from the ground beside the stone spirit. They had dug and found the hidden receptacle. Veilordum was shocked to see it, and asked if that was really his receptacle. Goguma was drooling on the object, while Jinhyuk celebrated joyfully, calling the dragon a good boy. Veilordum stood in shock and began to realize that everything had been part of the plan. Jinhyuk admitted that the enemy had hidden the receptacle well, but now that it was exposed, he asked what Veilordum planned to do. He called the item a basketball, and commented that it was even shinier than expected, spinning it on his finger playfully. Desperate, Veilordum begged him not to drop the receptacle. Jinhyuk, teasing, asked if he was trying to order him around now. In response, he started playing volleyball with the ball along with Goguma. Veilordum fell into despair, saying he would become Jinhyuk's slave, begging for anything except destroying the receptacle. But Jinhyuk replied that it was too late to ask for mercy. He had caused too much trouble, killed many people, and even tortured someone important to him. In the end, Jinhyuk asked what Veilordum had done when those people begged for mercy. Then Jinhyuk tossed the receptacle into Goguma's mouth, who was still at his side. He commented that Veilordum should forget about getting out of this easily. Goguma would start devouring the receptacle slowly. However, at that moment, a sword aura attack came flying toward him. Without mana to defend himself, Jinhyuk grabbed Goguma and used him as a shield. The aura slash caused no harm to the dragon, but it did split the receptacle in half. Goguma swallowed it whole immediately after. Silence fell over the battlefield. Seolin realized the seriousness of what she had done. Jin-hyuk understood it right away too. And Veilordum, desperate, shouted no before disappearing completely into ashes. The boss of the 14th floor had been defeated. Veilordum had fallen, and the system reported that he left behind a special item, the Cloak of the Grand Mage. Jin-hyuk had dealt the most damage, with 90%, but the final blow came from Seolin. The rewards would be distributed based on contribution. And that made Jin-hyuk furious. Seolin admitted that she thought that was her chance. She believed it would end differently. But in the end, she considered it a form of revenge for Jin-hyuk not fulfilling the contract. She said he was really hard to beat, and before he could do anything, she fled. Jin-hyuk was irritated, but he could barely remain standing. Teresa approached, and Jin-hyuk asked about the Death Knight. She said he no longer had a reason to fight, and had left through a portal. Jin-hyuk asked what he should call her now. Teresa said he could keep calling her the same because she was going to come back. There was no reason to stay there or to keep absorbing Veilordum's demonic energy. She asked him to take good care of Sparkle while she was away, since they were still roommates after all. Right after, the corrupted Teresa switched places with the original, gave her a smack on the butt, and pushed her forward. She said that was the sermon she needed. She told her to finally express her feelings, or she would end up losing Jin-hyuk to someone else. The real Teresa thanked her with a sincere smile and returned to reality. She threw herself into a hug with Jin-hyuk, saying it was so good to see him back. The twins, Casey and Judello, were desperate, begging for the corrupted saint to return. Yu-sung simply walked closer, turned his back, and pretended to be indifferent. But Jin-hyuk noticed the faint smile on his face. He was happy that Teresa had come back. It had been a long and exhausting day, but in the end, everything turned out fine. After all that war and chaos, Yeonhwa stood beside Eun-seok, observing the aftermath. She was impressed with how much he had grown, showing confidence and leadership. Eun-seok commented that he had changed now. It was reported that Veilordum, the boss who caused the massive portal rupture in Europe, had been defeated. However, many of the undead still remained hidden across the continent. Players from various countries united to eliminate the remaining forces. This task took quite some time. The total number of deaths caused by the rupture in Europe reached 10,000, becoming the greatest disaster since the Beijing incident. In response, humanity formed a global organization of awakened individuals, with the goal of protecting the world from tower-related threats. Awakened associations and major guilds from several countries pledged to work together, putting aside their religions, cultures, and differing values. At least that was the image they portrayed publicly. Later, Andrea was outside the tower. She commented that the world was amazing, similar to the place she came from, yet bigger and different. Jin-hyuk responded that in the past, that world used to be even cooler, but now they were in a rebuilding phase. Andrea asked if all of that had been caused by the tower, but Jin-hyuk turned the question around, asking why she was blaming herself. He said it was not like she had caused it, and since she was by his side, she should keep her head held high. Alice agreed, stating that he was right. A tower boss could not afford to have a weak mind. They had to remain calm at all times. Velus chimed in, saying that was exactly right, miss. Jin-hyuk thought that Alice had become much more rebellious since he brought Velus back. When the tower first appeared, he believed everything could be handled calmly, as if it were just a game. But after the incident involving Yeonhwa's grandfather in Beijing, and now the destruction throughout Europe, he began to question things. Even if he managed to clear the tower, what would be the point if nothing was left of the real world? At that moment, Yu-sung appeared to meet him. Jin-hyuk was relieved to see he was safe, and asked what had happened. Yu-sung explained that fighting the 5 great clans had not been difficult, but during the battle, someone unexpected appeared. With just one blow, that person completely defeated him. He was on a level far beyond everyone else. That man introduced himself as the Dragon of Celestial Authority, also known as the Emperor of Darkness. Jin-hyuk was shocked. That explained why his connection with Wolyung had been cut. His lies had been exposed. Afterward, Yu-sung asked about Teresa's condition. Jin-hyuk said she was recovering at the hospital and would be fine soon. Maria, a very trustworthy person, was taking care of her. With that, Yu-sung simply walked away. Alice then asked if it was really safe to leave that woman there, considering she had been corrupted. Jin-hyuk said yes. She now had a dual personality. The corrupted persona had chosen to coexist with the real Teresa in her subconscious. If they were getting along, then there was no problem. Alice said she would leave a warning just in case things changed. After all, she knew that the essence of Jin-hyuk's celestial martial arts of darkness was based on demonic energy. The fact that this was what allowed the merging of Teresa and her corrupted self surprised her. The corrupted personality was more trustworthy than expected. Perhaps these variables were not so bad after all. But suddenly, Jin-hyuk received a first-class security code sent by Sang-jin. When he answered, Sang-jin asked if he had some free time, as some important people wanted to speak with him in person. These were serious matters involving the forces of the Empire. A private jet was being sent to pick him up. Later, Andrea was amazed to see that it was an airplane. Alice confirmed it, calling her disciple. She said she had also been surprised the first time, but there was an important ritual that had to be performed before takeoff. If they did not perform it, the plane might crash. So they took off their shoes, climbed onto the seats, clapped 5 times, and closed their eyes until the plane lifted off. Andrea, believing it was true, obeyed without question, but it was just a prank by Jin-hyuk, who later commented that she still believed in that nonsense. He had recorded everything to make fun of them later. During the flight, while everyone was asleep, Jin-hyuk took the opportunity to review his attributes in the system and examine the new skill he had acquired from Veilordum, Undead Creation. Looking for something to test it on, he found Tabon's bone, which he had recently eaten, and used his magic to revive it. In doing so, he brought to life a small skeleton. Jin-hyuk looked at the little skeleton he had created and said that, since it was made from Tabon's bone, it would be called Little Bone. The skeleton seemed a bit disappointed with the name, but Jin-hyuk thought it was a very useful skill. He then laid down and took a nap right there while the plane continued on its way. While he slept, Littlebone decided to take a walk around the plane and ended up finding the twins, Casey and Judello, hiding among the luggage. They said that from now on, they would go with Jin-hyuk everywhere, forever. Later, at the association headquarters, the representatives of the Empire were growing impatient with the wait. Sang-jin tried to calm them, saying that Kang Jin-hyuk was already on his way. The ones waiting were the S-rank members of the Gandhara Guild, Xandra and Arun. Aaron, one of those present, complained that, even as president of the association, he could not immediately summon a player. Sang-jin apologized, but explained that they were providing the best equipment and accommodations possible, and asked if they were not being a little rude to him. Although he showed irritation, Sang-jin tried to maintain a diplomatic tone. That was when Jin-hyuk arrived and gave Sang-jin a light pat on the shoulder, saying he had done a good job and could leave the rest to him. Sang-jin indicated that the room was reserved for them and left, leaving them alone. As soon as the door closed, Jin-hyuk got straight to the point. Xandra and Aaron were surprised because they had not even noticed when he entered. He had hidden his presence masterfully. Aran, who had previously doubted the exaggerated videos about him, felt the monstrous strength that radiated from him when seeing him up close. It was incomparable. Aran explained that he wanted to make an offer. He said that the strongest players were focused on the war happening on the middle floors of the tower, and that the result of this war would influence the progress of all other players. To advance further up the tower, it would be inevitable to get involved in that conflict. So he went straight to the point and asked Jin-hyuk to choose their side, the Gandhara Guild, which was aligned with Murim. Jin-hyuk thought it was that damned Murim story again and wondered why he should accept. That was when Xandra revealed her special military map skill, showing a map with detailed information about key points of the Empire, information that only highly influential people should have access to. Jin-hyuk was curious about how they got that data, but simply asked, "So what?" Arun said that this was just the beginning. There was much more. If Jin-hyuk agreed to cooperate with them, they would even reveal where the Empire's spies were. Jin-hyuk realized they really knew a lot. Xandra explained that by knowing the identity of the spies, he could obtain even more important information. This would give him a huge advantage in the war. Arun emphasized that they would be on the same side, fighting and winning together, supporting Murim's strength, but Jin-hyuk could not hold back his laughter. He apologized while laughing, and then activated the Eye of Gluttony, inspecting the inner thoughts of the two. Jin-hyuk's expression suddenly changed, and the two noticed it. It was as if he already knew who the Empire's spy was, and in fact, Jin-hyuk did know. He had read it all directly from their minds. Jin-hyuk stood up to leave, saying he did not need any of that. He thought they had been quite rude to the president of the association, and decided he would not deal with people like them. To make that clear, he reacted immediately, unleashing a light so bright toward the two that even those outside the building were dazzled. Meanwhile, on the 21st floor of the tower, in the world of Murim, the Dragon of Divine Authority, also known as the Black Emperor, was questioning whether someone was pretending to be his disciple. He even used the dark arts of the Celestial Emperor to try to better understand the situation. Unsure whether to consider this man a genius or just arrogant, he asked Wolyung to tell him more about that person. Wolyung replied that the man in question was the type who would do anything to achieve his goals. Like other evil beings, he used his allies as tools and then discarded them. However, as he said that, Wolyung began to doubt his own words. He had realized that Jin-hyuk truly cared about those around him, and because of that, he felt a bit guilty for betraying him. The Black Emperor was impressed by Jin-hyuk, especially because he had managed to win over even Wolyung, a boy known for his cold heart. He wondered whether his foolish young disciple had truly been captivated by that man. He saw Wolyung's involvement as a great betrayal, one that stained both his name and the name of the celestial demonic cult. They could not allow this to continue. Therefore, he summoned the Blood Blade and ordered that Kang Jin-hyuk be brought to him alive because he wanted to see him in person. Meanwhile, the twins were invading Jin-hyuk's house as if they owned the place. They were rolling on his bed, jumping on the sofa, and making a mess. On the television, a news story was playing about two Indian players who had ended up naked in a public square, Arun and Xandra, after being hypnotized by Jin-hyuk. When Jin-hyuk returned home, he found the twins sleeping there. He quickly realized they had broken into his house and had waited for him the whole time. He tried to calm Goguma, telling him not to worry because, at that moment, he was already back in the tower. The spirits were by his side, and as soon as they saw the hordes of insect monsters, they found it all extremely disgusting. They were on the 12th floor, known as the Ant Hill. The salamander asked why they had come there since the place was ruled by the Ant Queen. Jin-hyuk then explained that he wanted to introduce a new member to the group. It was Littlebone, a mini skeleton that he thought was quite cute. Jin-hyuk mentioned that Littlebone was still weak, but that the spirits would be responsible for helping him get stronger. They asked how they were supposed to do that. Jin-hyuk's answer was simple. He kicked all of them directly into the ant colony without further explanation. Even Goguma, who was begging not to go, was pushed inside. Jin-hyuk said that it would not work that way. He needed to join too, since he was the big one among them. While everything seemed very easy for the others, for the poor little skeleton, the situation was extremely difficult. Even so, Jin-hyuk was certain that Goguma would help the little bony grow stronger, and the next time he saw him, he would be much more powerful. Alice asked what they would do next. Jin-hyuk explained that the plan was to try to reach the tower's middle floors. The Murim force had launched an attack against the Imperial forces earlier than expected. If nothing was done, all the middle floors would fall under the control of the Murim world. Since the boss of the 14th floor, Vei Lorden, was dead, they would have around 3 months to clear the 15th floor. Jin-hyuk intended to build his base in the middle floors, while the other players were busy on the 15th. Alice questioned whether the Empire had just betrayed them. Was everything really okay? Jin-hyuk answered by showing the royal family's ring that Penheimer had personally sent to him. The ring had a single-use function that allowed instant teleportation directly to the Empire. He also reminded her that, at the time, he had gotten exactly what he wanted. Anyone else in his place would have done the same. So he decided to use the ring, because to carry out his plans on the middle floors, he needed a good relationship with the Empire. That's why he chose to get closer to Penheimer and start building that relationship. By accepting the invitation and activating the ring, Jin-hyuk was teleported directly to the Empire. More precisely, he appeared sitting on top of a table, right in front of Emperor Reinhard himself. He was immediately surrounded by several guards, as if he were an intruder, and realized that he had already ruined his first impression. Reinhard the Frey was the legendary emperor who had once led the empire to its peak, but after the mysterious death of his successor, he had lost the will to live and become a weak old man, merely waiting for death to arrive. When the guards moved to capture Jin-hyuk, Penheimer appeared but pretended not to know him. As a great imperial swordsman, Penheimer would do anything for the emperor, so Jin-hyuk had to handle things on his own. With no other option, he began dodging the attacks. He even asked Penheimer to defend him and say he had invited him, but the old man had already disappeared. Jin-hyuk suspected it was some kind of test. Still, he knew that killing anyone there would ruin any chance of forming alliances with the Empire, so he chose only to beat up the guards who came his way without killing anyone. Even holding back, he had already broken 5 opponents' ribs with his blows. Soon, 2 elite swordsmen appeared to face him, the renowned Abraham and Mackenzie. Using his gluttony eye, Jin-hyuk identified that Abraham of Felicia was level 125 and had excellent stats. The condition to copy him was that he deeply valued his best friend Mackenzie, who in turn was hiding a secret even from Abraham. If Jin-hyuk could get Mackenzie to reveal that secret, he would be able to copy one of his abilities. He thought that this copy condition was particularly wicked. Still, Jin-hyuk wondered why 2 great swordsmen like them were still there. They should be on the front lines, fighting against the Murim world. Abraham interrupted his thoughts, saying that this was the great conference hall of His Majesty and ordered Jin-hyuk to stop resisting and surrender. Then he activated his aura blade, impressing everyone with the power of a true imperial swordsman. Jin-hyuk, in turn, said that he also knew how to use that type of technique and summoned his Song of Swords, an even more powerful aura. The atmosphere in the hall changed completely. Everyone was impressed by his presence. Now he just needed to find a way to calm the situation. But someone arrived to ruin everything. Duke Benchtelin accused Jin-hyuk of being a heretic. He pointed to his aura and said it was not blue, but rather purple and impure, a clear sign of heresy. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk thought, annoyed, that the man was truly despicable. Abraham tried to attack the so-called heretic, but Jin-hyuk dodged easily, without even needing to look directly at him. Using the heavenly demon step, Jin-hyuk appeared behind Mackenzie, leaving Abraham desperate. However, instead of attacking, he simply removed Mackenzie's helmet, revealing revealing that the swordsman was completely bald, his head shining brightly. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk silently gave thanks. The bald head would serve as an excellent reflector, so he put on his sunglasses and activated the daylight ability, directing the shine from Mackenzie's head against everyone in the hall, blinding all those present. In the next second, Jin-hyuk had already vanished. The Duke ordered him to be found immediately. Abraham, worried, asked if his friend was all right. Mackenzie replied that he was, although he was sore. The situation would have been less embarrassing if they hadn't reacted that way. Abraham apologized, saying the bald head was really very shiny. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk had hidden behind a painting where there was a secret passage. He took advantage of the situation to fulfill the copy condition and acquired Abraham's accelerated sword skill. Later, in the poorest region of the imperial capital, people began to comment on the new wanted poster. It featured an exaggeratedly ugly drawing of Jin-hyuk, accused of being the assassin who invaded the palace. The reward for his capture was set at 550 million, and he was now a wanted criminal. Alice remarked that he had become one of the most wanted men overnight and asked if that poster wouldn't put them at risk. Jin-hyuk replied that actually it would only increase the number of people interested in him. After all, he had humiliated 2 renowned swordsmen before disappearing. He reflected that everything would have been much easier if it weren't for that miserable duke who called him a heretic. Now he fully understood why they had made him a criminal. Soon after, Jin-hyuk went to the meeting point to speak with Penheimer. Upon arriving, he commented that he had finally done it. A meal had been prepared, and Penheimer offered for him to help himself. Jin-hyuk, with irony, thanked him for ignoring him, for calling him there to hunt spies, and for turning him into a wanted criminal. He thought it was just great. Penheimer explained that he knew Jin-hyuk had already realized it, but that everything was part of a test. It was a serious matter, and he wanted to confirm his abilities. He said that Jin-hyuk passed the test with distinction and always exceeded his expectations, especially for escaping from the palace so quickly. Jin-hyuk replied that he wanted to find the spies quickly and be done with it. He assumed that Penheimer had already prepared the fastest route to the upper floors, just as he had promised. The old swordsman confirmed that he had, but explained that access to that route depended on the Empire's control over the floors. If the Empire did not have dominion, the route could not be used. Annoyed, Jin-hyuk thought that this man was a true serpent. He asked directly what Penheimer wanted then. Penheimer replied that he would allow Jin-hyuk to choose one of the royal family's treasures as a reward, but in exchange, he wanted Jin-hyuk to lead the assault on the giant fortress so they could conquer it and secure control over the central region of the middle floors. Jin-hyuk asked if it was really appropriate to receive a treasure, being just a foreigner. He could even be executed for something like that. But Penheimer answered that if Jin-hyuk could contribute to protecting the emperor and the empire, he would gladly give his life for it. At that moment, the system announced the creation of the 3rd special quest, assigned to the first player aiming to conquer the tower. The objective of the quest was to help Penheimer earn Emperor Reinhardt's trust and lead the empire toward prosperity. If successful, Jin-hyuk would receive a special favor. Jin-hyuk found it all very exciting. He accepted the quest, of course, thinking about his own benefits, and also about the good of the empire. However, returning to the main focus, he revealed that he had discovered something about the spy. But before he could explain further, he sensed someone approaching. Alice noticed the smell of rotten mana coming from the new visitor. Penheimer concluded that this meant they had escaped his magical detection. It might be a great swordsman. Jin-hyuk commented that they had probably followed him there. Penheimer then admitted that his skills had grown a little rusty and said he would fix his mistake in the best way possible, drawing his sword. However, the ones who entered the restaurant were not warriors, but 3 zombies made of rotting sludge. Alice, disgusted, reacted first. She said she had just eaten and immediately beat the first monster to a pulp. The other 2 were easily cut down by Penheimer. Jin-hyuk quickly realized that those monsters were necromantic creations. He knew that the Empire hated that kind of magic, so he decided to make a more impactful move and used his dark arts to destroy the bar's roof. Penheimer, seeing this, lamented the destruction of his hideout. Even so, Jin-hyuk gained enough height to draw his bow and eliminate the enemies with magical arrows. After that, he went directly to the one responsible for all of it, saying the game was over. The culprit introduced himself as Garwain from the Demonic Human Association, claiming he wanted to make a good first impression. Meanwhile, on the 21st floor of the tower, in the Marine world, Yu-sung was walking to meet Baek Seolin. She introduced the place as Marine itself, the middle region of the test tower. The area had a beautiful view, and Yu-sung admitted that he hadn't really expected to reach that point. Seolin asked if he wasn't grateful that she had stopped the Dark Emperor from killing him. At the moment Yu-sung was defeated, she had intervened, pleading for his life and claiming that he was a future disciple of the Soul Hunter. She said he had gone through valuable experiences that day, and the enlightenment he would gain from all of it would be immense. But when the Black Emperor heard that story, he became intrigued. He asked what she meant by saying he was a disciple of the Soul Hunter. In the present, Yusung said he never imagined mentioning the name Sayoung, the legendary master known as the Soul Hunter. He questioned why Seolin had made that up. After all, Sayoung was an ancient warrior who was probably already dead or, at best, just an old woman. He also warned that if it was a trap to lure her out, the consequences could be serious. Seolin replied with humor, saying that calling someone old was a bit rude. Even so, she found the boy quite clever. Soon they arrived at the meeting point, where the real Soul Hunter was waiting for them. She stood firm, strong, and with an imposing presence. As soon as she saw Yusung, she asked if he was the child now carrying her Soul Hunt sword. Later, Jinhyuk told Penheimer and Alice to go ahead to the Imperial treasure. He said he needed to talk to that guy, Garwain, and that he would catch up shortly. Penheimer asked if it was really a good idea to leave Jinhyuk alone in that situation. Alice, with her usual confidence, replied that it was. She said the boy worried too much, and if the contractor asked to be left alone, then the best thing to do was obey. Garwain commented that, indeed, going after Penheimer was the right choice. Even so, he said it was a pleasure to meet Jinhyuk. But Jinhyuk cut through the formalities and asked directly what he really wanted. He warned that if he started with that talk about inviting him to join the Demonic Human Association, he would end up getting beaten again. Garwain replied that it was nothing like that. He explained that the association was already well aware of the current situation. Even if they were ultimately on the same side, both would still be waiting for the right moment to pull the rug out from under the other. He also warned that because of all that commotion, Imperial guards would show up in about 10 minutes. Until then, they could exchange some information in a friendly and trusting manner. Jinhyuk then remembered a conversation he had with Melina about Garwain. At first, she didn't seem to recall him very well, but as soon as Jinhyuk activated the contract, she remembered immediately. She dunked her face in a bowl of ice, terrified, because Garwain was one of the knights of the Round Table of the Demonic Human Association. He was known for operating directly on the front lines, skilled in both necromancy and swordsmanship, and also had a rare talent for uncovering valuable information. At that moment, Garwain activated his special skill called the Scale of Truth. A magical scale appeared behind him, and he placed his arm in front of an enchanted saw. The mechanic was simple. If anyone lied or remained silent, the scale would judge them, and the saw would be triggered. He stated that only the truth would be allowed, and that the same rules applied to him. He said Jinhyuk probably had many questions, and invited him to have a little fun in that truth game. Jinhyuk thought it was all insane, but even so, he agreed to participate in the Scale of Truth. After a few minutes of conversation, the Imperial guards really did raid the hideout, but it was already too late. The place was empty. Garwain was hiding somewhere else in the city, bleeding and complaining that he had almost lost his arm because of an unexpected question from Jinhyuk. The question in question was about how many members of the Demonic Human Association had changed their classes to Shadow Disciple. The question caught Garwain off guard, and he fell silent, wondering how Jinhyuk knew about that kind of class. But he remained quiet for too long, and the saw began moving dangerously toward his arm. With no other choice, he answered that there were currently 3 Shadow Disciples in the association. The scale confirmed that it was true. Garwain was visibly shocked by the question, but now it was his turn. He asked Jinhyuk about the secret ruins on the 15th floor, known as the Tomb of the Antichrist, and wanted to know exactly how to get there. He suspected that Jinhyuk had inside information about the tower, and therefore must know the exact location of the tomb. His intention was to find it and help resurrect the Great Demon King. When Jinhyuk remained silent, the saw from the scale was activated. He had to answer truthfully. Garwain pressured him, demanding that he reveal everything he knew. But Jinhyuk, coldly, responded only by referring to the places where demons could be manifested, and said he would not reveal anything more. The scale stopped. It was the truth. Garwain was confused. He didn't understand how the scale had accepted that answer. He wondered what the hell was going on. The explanation was that the way this ability determined truth or lies was rather ambiguous. Like a real lie detector, the Scale of Truth used heartbeats to identify whether someone was lying. But Jinhyuk had activated one of his rare skills, called Ethereal Breath, which allowed him to precisely control his breathing and heart rate. As long as his heartbeat remained steady, anything he said would register as true. Garwain was outraged. He couldn't understand how Jinhyuk was getting away with it when he had clearly lied. But what was even more surprising was that Garwain also knew about the Tomb of the Antichrist, making it clear that both of them were hiding key pieces in this dangerous game of manipulation and power. Jinhyuk not only tricked the Scale of Truth with his controlled breathing, but also used his Spell Awakening Barrier skill to completely free himself from the scale's effects, breaking Garwain's technique in the process. After that, he sincerely thanked the demonic human, saying that now, thanks to him, he knew he needed to eliminate 3 Shadow Disciples. Jinhyuk even tried to use the contract mark against Garwain, but Garwain responded by activating his emergency escape skill. To flee, he had to forcefully throw his own body, which caused significant damage. He ended up battered and crashing onto a table, but managed to escape just in time. As he fled, Garwain remarked that Jinhyuk had a mysterious barrier and also a torture-related skill. He admitted that he had learned something important that day. Playing against Jinhyuk was extremely dangerous. Even in defeat, he decided to share a curiosity as a gift for his own loss. He said he had passed through the marine floor before coming there. According to him, Jinhyuk was not the only active player in the middle floors. There was also another, the one who had lied about being the unknown one. Garwain revealed that Jinhyuk's companion, named Sung, was currently with the people of the marine world, which left Jinhyuk completely stunned. Garwain then admitted that he had nearly lost his right arm and had his information stolen, but added that Jinhyuk had also lost something important, his trust in his right-hand man. Even so, he acknowledged that their little game had been fun. He left one final warning: maybe Jinhyuk should check once in a while whether his own allies were betraying him. At that moment, the Imperial Guards arrived, but Jinhyuk was already hiding in the basement of the hideout. He murmured to himself, incredulous, that damn stalker wouldn't really do this to him, right? Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Duke Benchtelen was furious. He ordered the arrest of the artist responsible for Jinhyuk's wanted poster, blaming the horrible drawing for their failure to capture the criminal. He said the Empire's prestige was crumbling because of it, and demanded that the heretic be brought to him immediately. He was annoyed at having to do everything himself, and asked Abraham if it wasn't ridiculous. Abraham replied that everyone had noticed the intruder wielded an aura blade more powerful than many grandmasters, including his own. And the most terrifying part, they had noticed this without even exchanging blows. He acknowledged that the man was at the same level as him, perhaps even stronger. For that reason, he said it might be wiser to bring him over to the Empire's side. Meanwhile, the Duke was already arguing with the other knights, ordering them to go out immediately and search for the criminal. Abraham merely remarked that the Duke always talked to himself, as if someone would actually listen to him. What no one knew was that Jinhyuk was secretly listening to everything. He had used the cloak of the Great Mage Veilordum, an item that reduced the user's presence by 20%. With this camouflage, he simply infiltrated the palace unnoticed and reached the Imperial family's treasure room. There, Alice was mesmerized by the number of treasures, trying to grab everything she could, even though she knew she was only allowed to choose one. Penheimer scolded her, saying that Jinhyuk had finally arrived and asked for her to be stopped. Jinhyuk, already used to Alice's exaggerations, told her to calmly look for something that could be useful later. He commented that having to choose only one item made him hesitate, but it was necessary because picking something too obvious would draw attention. He still needed to carefully decide what to choose. Jinhyuk believed that in an intermediate floor like that, there were powerful artifacts hidden, but at that moment, he only needed one specific thing: the blood of the Red Dragon. Penheimer commented that it was a difficult choice, even for royal magicians, but Jinhyuk said he was aware of the difficulty. With his permission, Penheimer handed over the treasure and declared that this would be all the help he could offer, wishing him luck in conquering the fortress. Meanwhile, at Jinhyuk's house, the twins were woken up by the owner himself. He asked if they were really in his house, to which one of the twins replied no. They said they were just on some random couch, but Jinhyuk reminded them that he had asked them to live with him. In the end, what mattered was that they had a mission to accomplish, which made them both very excited. After explaining everything they had to do, Jinhyuk reflected on why Galvin had asked about the tomb of the Antichrist. He believed it wasn't a coincidence, since that tomb was one of the few places where demons could be manifested. If Galvin was looking for a way in, it was likely that he had already gathered enough artifacts for a summoning. At that moment, Jinhyuk wondered if he really needed to keep living with those two lunatics, but he concluded that he did, since he had made a promise. When Alice showed discontent with the situation, he suggested that she buy the floor below if she was so bothered. As they talked, the three of them walked calmly through the surroundings of the imperial capital. Alice remarked that no one seemed to recognize Jinhyuk, even though he was a wanted criminal. Jinhyuk replied that to her he might look normal, but in the eyes of others, he looked completely different. To prove it, he activated his illusion barrier and showed how his appearance changed to that of a simple commoner in the eyes of the average citizen. Alice thought he looked handsome, but questioned why they were there, since their goal was the fortress. He confirmed that, but said they needed to stop by another place first. She quickly suspected it was that strange forge, and he confirmed it, explaining that the best blacksmith in the Empire lived there, even if the appearance of the place suggested otherwise. Inside the forge, they found Oren, the blacksmith, completely passed out from drinking too much beer. The place was known for its low customer satisfaction, with only a 1.6% approval rating, being considered the least friendly shop in the entire empire. Alice thought the place looked more like a junkyard than a forge, and doubted that the drunk man was really the best blacksmith in the Empire. However, using the gluttony eye, Jin-hyuk confirmed Oren's identity, a 71-year-old dwarf, and indeed the most talented blacksmith in existence. To copy one of his skills, the conditions involved being in front of the endless anvil of the Dwarven Kingdom and one of the 5 axes, but Oren had already given up on everything and was completely unmotivated in life. Jin-hyuk knew that if he could rekindle the flame in the dwarf's heart, he might be able to copy one of his skills. As they explored the forge, Jin-hyuk asked if anyone was there. Since no one replied, he picked up a bottle of wine that Alice had brought, a special wine known as Imperial Prince, aged 50 years. He joked that he would drink it all, which caused Oren to immediately wake up, desperately begging them to hand him the bottle. After drinking it, Oren praised the wine, saying it was truly high quality. Jin-hyuk explained that they were there to improve equipment, but Oren asked if he hadn't seen the sign at the entrance that said things like, "Quit this job, you old bastard, shut this damn place down." Even so, Oren admitted he was just a drunk who had stepped away from the profession and asked if Jin-hyuk was sure he wouldn't regret being there. Jin-hyuk replied that he didn't care and that he was willing to pay well, asking for a chance. Then, he activated his sharing ability and broke into Alice's treasure collection, taking the Queen Pendragon's bracelet. Alice was surprised, asking when he had taken that. Oren, in turn, recognized that the item was extremely rare and valuable, and wanted to confirm if Jin-hyuk really intended to use it as payment. He confirmed it, but Alice protested, saying the bracelet was hers. Even so, Oren proceeded with the service. Oren said he didn't care, as long as he was paid, but warned them not to regret it. He then activated his metal breath, blowing heat over the piece he was working on. He attempted to fortify it, but ended up failing catastrophically, destroying the bracelet in the process. Alice, shocked, mourned her bracelet, while Oren simply replied that his hand had slipped, apologizing casually. Jin-hyuk, on the other hand, said it was fine because he had plenty of other treasures. In fact, he was carrying several of Alice's items, which led her to question what he planned to do with her entire collection. Meanwhile, in the tower, inside the temple of the third advancement, Teresa was surrounded by several people being recognized for her fame. She thought she was there because Jin-hyuk had said he would send someone, but she couldn't identify who it was. However, it soon became clear when the twins arrived, causing an uproar and scaring everyone nearby with their intimidating presence. People immediately began to flee, recognizing the infamous assassin twins. Teresa then concluded that those were indeed the reinforcements Jin-hyuk had sent. The portal was already activated, and Teresa asked them to enter. She had already prepared the invitations and contacted the Holy Kingdom, guaranteeing their entry. However, the twins refused, saying they would not follow someone who looked so weak. They also asked about the presence of the Black Knight. Teresa just sighed. In the next instant, the corrupted saint appeared, grabbing one of the twins by the head and making it clear that they needed a little push to understand. She said that Berlinio's words were also hers, and the boy, far from bothered, was clearly enjoying the situation. The saint then promised to play with them if they followed her, and the twins accepted the offer, entering the portal right after. Meanwhile, back at Oren's forge, he had just destroyed another of Alice's gemstone necklaces, making her even sadder. She commented that she always wore that necklace when she was happy. Oren, realizing the damage, thought that was already the 10th item he had ruined, and wondered if Alice was finally going to attack him. But Jin-hyuk stepped in, telling Oren to step aside as he had done enough. Jin-hyuk then put on an apron and said that after watching Oren's hammering movements, he believed he could handle the job. Oren was surprised by the boldness, but Jin-hyuk admitted that Oren might have once been the best blacksmith in the Empire. However, he believed he could easily surpass him, since the strikes of a drunkard were nothing compared to what he was capable of. Using the fangs of Pentagriff, Jin-hyuk began the fortification process. As soon as he struck the piece, Oren was completely impressed. He realized that the boy was precise, skilled, and going beyond. More than that, Jin-hyuk used red dragon blood, which surprised Oren even more. He realized the boy was trying to reach the maximum fortification limit for equipment. Even while feeling humiliated, Oren was also in awe. His heart, once dull, began to beat strongly again. With that, Jin-hyuk fulfilled the conditions to copy the metal breath ability, but he stopped at that moment. Oren, curious, asked why he had stopped. Jin-hyuk replied that he could only imitate, but not recreate the work of a true master. That's why he returned the hammer to Oren, saying he should finish the job as the real blacksmith he was. Jin-hyuk understood how he felt. He knew that a veteran like Oren, after everything he had been through, was probably extremely bored, unable to feel anything new. But now in that moment, he stood before a new ray of light, something that could reignite his dormant passion, and that is exactly what happened. Oren, excited once more, grabbed his hammer and began working at full strength. Fully motivated, Oren managed to reach a critical point, in the fortification process. The dragon blood fused with the material, and the equipment reached its maximum potential. The result was the creation of the Blue Fang of Pentagriff, a legendary relic. The Blue Fang of Pentagriff had a special effect. The critical hit chance increased by 7% every 3 attacks, and in addition, its attack power would increase drastically if the weapon was intentionally destroyed. Oren was amazed by the result. To him, that weapon perfectly represented the feeling he had lost so long ago. As for Jinhyuk, he realized that the artifact exceeded his expectations. With that weapon, he would be able to eliminate most of the intermediate bosses in the tower without much trouble. Emotionally moved, Oren told Jinhyuk that he never imagined he could feel that way again. He realized that his journey wasn't over yet. He could become even better, stronger than ever as a blacksmith. Jinhyuk, pleased with his excitement, pulled out a contract and explained that if Oren signed it, he would gain access to many other incredible experiences. Oren was interested, but preferred to read the clauses first. He took his reading glasses and asked for about 3 hours to read everything carefully. Jinhyuk respected that and said, of course, he should read it carefully. However, he offered an alternative. If Oren wanted to sign the contract immediately, he would have to promise to protect him from Alice, who was trying to kill him at that moment, furious over the destroyed artifacts. Jinhyuk then picked Alice up and said he would let her attack him if Oren didn't sign. Faced with that, Oren didn't hesitate and signed the contract, but at that moment, an alarm echoed across the entire Sor Empire. It was an unexpected ambush. At first, the Duke thought it was Murim troops, but the truth was something else. Giants had crossed the border and were directly attacking the Empire. Abraham realized that since most of the Empire's forces were busy fighting against Murim, the Giants had taken advantage of this gap to invade the capital. The Giants, extremely coordinated, ran toward the Empire's walls. Jinhyuk found it strange because, according to Penheimer, they were supposed to be confined inside the fortress, not here. It made no sense. However, he quickly came up with an idea and handed his unknown mask to Alice, saying he had a plan in mind. Meanwhile, the Empire's knights and soldiers were struggling to hold back the Giants. Arrows and ballistas had no effect, but the soldiers continued trying to resist until the swordswomen arrived, believing the Giants wouldn't be able to scale the walls. That hope was quickly shattered when 2 giants knelt down, forming a base for a 3rd giant to step on them and launch himself over the wall, breaking part of it with his massive weight. Abraham, upon seeing this, was in shock, realizing that in the short time he had been away, the enemies had already caused enormous damage. But then, he and the giant saw a figure approaching. It was someone channeling immense power, combining the mandala with the heavenly poison. This figure used a technique called Supreme Strike of the Colossus. With a single punch, Jinhyuk sent the giant flying with such force that he was launched back toward his companions, as if he had been sent back home. Next, Jinhyuk activated a recording beside Alice, saying he would remember that embarrassing moment forever. Alice, now disguised with the unknown mask, activated the Blood Path ability, which quickly restrained all the giants with ease, creating the perfect opening for Jinhyuk to strike. Using the accelerated sword, which he had stolen from Abraham, he eliminated the giants one by one. As soon as he was done, he swiftly retreated using the heavenly demon steps, returning to safety. Jinhyuk reflected on the reinforcement effects applied to that dagger, impressed by its efficiency. He wondered if, in the end, all of that had just been a test for his new equipment. He replied that he wasn't doing it just to test his new equipment, but that was also part of it. As the soldiers recovered, they murmured among themselves that they were only alive thanks to the help of that great mage and the knight accompanying him. However, it was at that moment that they realized the man was the same one from the wanted posters. Before they could react, the Duke finally arrived, accompanied by Abraham. The Duke declared that he had seen Jinhyuk defeating the giants and even hiring a powerful mage. Abraham, on the other hand, immediately prepared to fight again, believing they needed to capture Jinhyuk. However, Jinhyuk sarcastically said that if they came to arrest him again, that was fine. He would surrender. But to everyone's surprise, the Duke said that Jinhyuk was now considered a hero, a blessing from the gods, for having protected the capital from the giant attack. For that reason, they would escort him to the palace and hold a welcoming ceremony. Alice was a little confused by the situation, but since it was working in their favor, she decided to just go along with it. Later, already inside the castle, the Duke offered a formal apology on behalf of the Empire for the previous incident. He explained that tensions were high due to the war, and that if he had known Jinhyuk's true abilities, he would have invited him much earlier. He acknowledged that the misunderstanding might have worn him out, so he ordered that a special room be prepared for him and his precious companions. Abraham, watching everything, reflected that the man who had been hunted down just hours ago for being mistaken as an enemy was now being treated like a hero. That only confirmed for him how mysterious Jinhyuk truly was. Mackenzie, in tears, asked why Jinhyuk had shown up again, while Abraham, trying to ease the mood, suggested everyone have a drink. After all, Jinhyuk would be paying. Later, Alice was being treated like the true queen she was. She relaxed in a bubble bath, sipping wine and enjoying her best moments since she got her revenge. It had been days since she had taken such a good bath, and Jinhyuk felt happy to see her well. He also realized that making Alice pose as a powerful mage had completely changed the way the Empire treated him. He thought the media would be just as excited if he turned Alice into another unknown, which would open up more opportunities to profit from coins and expand the influence of the character he represented. Then he ironically remembered the Duke, who had previously called him a pagan heretic, but was now trying to please him at all costs. However, Jinhyuk knew the truth. At the moment he had read the minds of some Indian hunters, he discovered that Ben Stalin was the real spy infiltrated in the Empire. The problem was that, even with this information, Jinhyuk couldn't imagine a way to use it in his favor. If he told Penheimer, he might end up harming himself. Considering the current situation, he practically already had the capital in his hands. And if things continued at that pace, it would be hard to take any action without compromising his own position, even knowing who the traitor was. That was when Abraham appeared at the door and offered a drink, wanting to apologize for the previous events. Later, Abraham explained that Mackenzie had said he had never felt such shame since becoming a swordsman. Jinhyuk simply asked him to pass along his forgiveness. Abraham then commented that he had heard outsiders from the tower usually did not make it past the 10th floor, which made Jinhyuk's presence even more unusual. Jinhyuk explained that he had come at the request of Penheimer to help at the giant fortress. Abraham understood that Penheimer had finally managed to get help after so many efforts to find someone. Even so, Jinhyuk remarked that Abraham did not seem too happy to be receiving help from someone considered an outsider. Abraham replied that Penheimer was a man who would do anything for the sake of his majesty, even sacrifice himself if necessary. For that reason, he was a knight worthy of respect. However, Abraham also admitted that the Empire was in decline, along with His Majesty Reinhardt. And even if they managed to bring down the enemy fortress, it would be meaningless if there wasn't a true leader to support the nation. If things continued as they were, the Empire would eventually be conquered by the Murim world. Jinhyuk, paying close attention, asked if that was the only reason Abraham stayed by the Duke's side and betrayed the Empire. Immediately, Abraham stood up, startled by the question, but Jinhyuk assured him that he didn't want to fight. He just wanted to understand better what was going on. Jinhyuk had already understood that, for the sake of a nation, a person might throw away all their honor and completely transform into a filthy traitor. During the conversation, Abraham acknowledged that Jinhyuk was quick to grasp things, but made it clear that it was not just that. He said he could offer much more than what Penheimer had promised. He then asked why Jinhyuk did not just destroy the Grand Fortress in the Duke's name. The next morning, the Duke appeared, saying he had heard everything about the conversation with Abraham. He thanked Jinhyuk for accepting the Empire's request and mentioned that there was an imperial hunting ground near the fortress, which he could use whenever he needed support. He wished him good luck before his departure. When Jinhyuk left, Abraham asked the Duke if he really believed that Jinhyuk would stay on his side. The Duke replied that it did not matter. He simply asked the commander to use Jinhyuk as much as possible, and when the opportunity arose, to take the fortress from him by force. Even though he was shocked by the order, Abraham obeyed. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk reflected on the situation. He suspected that Abraham still did not know that the Duke was actually a Murim world spy infiltrated in the Empire. He wondered whether he would really end up siding with the Duke, but the answer was already clear to Jinhyuk. Absolutely not. He knew that man was planning countless ways to use him before discarding him like trash. That is why he decided he would devise his own plan on the way to the fortress. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom of Sedef, Teresa was undergoing a ritual and receiving a new divine prayer, but the nuns who accompanied her were uneasy as they had never seen anything like it. Teresa radiated divine power, but at the same time a dark energy surrounded her, as if both coexisted, swimming together like two fish in a serene lake. The Archbishop of the Sacred Empire, Savannah, an extremely muscular and imposing woman, analyzed the situation. According to the rules, Teresa should be purified immediately, but she admitted the case was difficult to judge. Teresa, respectfully, apologized for the strange condition. However, Savannah explained that the brightest light always carries the darkest shadow, and that this only proved how pure and intense Teresa's divine power truly was. She told her not to worry, calling her a child. Later, Savannah asked if Teresa would like to investigate the area, accompanied by the children she had brought with her. At that moment, the nuns were in complete despair because the twins were playing a game of stacking porcelain tiles on Hudello's head, and the moment he sneezed, everything collapsed onto the floor. Savannah, observing the scene, commented that those seemed to be quite corrupted children, and questioned whether Teresa was really sure about what she was doing. Teresa, resolute, replied that she would do her best. The Archbishop then said she trusted her, as she was her precious child, but still needed a strong justification to convince others. Teresa explained that her reliable companion had told her someone was about to threaten her on the 21st floor, a figure who had been quietly preparing the downfall of that sacred place. Archbishop Savannah was impressed by Teresa's confidence. She said that recently people had begun to disappear across the empire, and what was most concerning was that these people were guardians of sacred relics, which vanished along with them. Since the beginning of the war against Merim, there had not been enough people to investigate these incidents. That is why Savannah believed Teresa's presence there was a true divine revelation, and she decided to entrust the investigation to her, even though she was still a girl. Teresa then remembered Jinhyuk's message. He said that he had found the demonic humans and that they planned to summon a powerful demon on the 21st floor, exactly when everyone would be distracted by the war. He knew how important the sacred empire was to her, as well as how much she cared for him. That is why he asked Teresa to carefully observe the actions of the demonic humans so they could protect that sacred place. He also promised to send reinforcements, and those reinforcements were the twins, who were already excited and ready to head out on another mission. They were finally going out again. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor, Goguma, the spirits, and the little skeleton were still in battle. The little skeleton commented that he had leveled up enough to finally be able to speak, but Goguma did not seem to care at all. Even so, the little skeleton tried to give himself some credit, saying that everything they had achieved was thanks to his help, although right after that he gave up and said he would shut up. While the spirits were nearly being devoured by the ants, Goguma was absent-mindedly licking the little skeleton's head until a summoning message from Jinhyuk was received. In fact, all of them were being summoned. As soon as the little skeleton appeared, now with his new braver and fiercer appearance, he asked his master what he thought. However, Jinhyuk said he was still kind of weak and had a long way to go. The poor little skeleton was crushed by the criticism. Alice, curious, asked if he had also summoned Goguma, but Jinhyuk replied that he had let the little one rest. The truth was that Goguma was quite upset with the heavy workload he had received. Even so, Alice still wanted to know why he had brought that little skeleton. Jinhyuk explained that she would understand soon, as he intended to use him as a combat test, putting him up against the group that had been following them for a while. The assassins, upon hearing this, wondered if they had been discovered. The little skeleton got nervous and asked who those people were, saying he would not forgive them. That was when the hidden assassin finally revealed himself, saying he was one of the men from the Murim world, commander of the Shadow Squad sent directly by the Black Emperor. He drew his whip sword, accusing Jinhyuk of pretending to be a disciple of the Emperor, which deserved punishment. Jinhyuk, unfazed, gave the little skeleton orders to deal with the rear assassins, saying it was time to show how much he had grown. Alice, observing everything, mocked the enemies, saying they were fools to challenge a fight they could not win. But Jinhyuk asked not to kill anyone, which made Alice question whether he was trying to make her job harder. Jinhyuk explained that it was not that, but because the owner of those hunting dogs was there watching. Indeed, the Black Emperor was watching everything. He said that since Jinhyuk was pretending to be his disciple, he at least wanted to see his level of skill. The commander of the Shadow Squad, even using his aura on the whip sword, could not land a single hit. Jinhyuk paid close attention to a red aura that was emanating from it. It was not the strongest he had ever seen, but it might be useful later on. The Black Emperor eventually admitted that Jinhyuk was really quite agile. While all that was happening, Wolyung, who was also watching the scene, warned him to be careful. Jinhyuk admitted to himself that the White Serpent sword was not easy to handle. That was why, until that point, he had only been dodging. The enemy then used the Blood Sword's chain explosion technique, creating several slashing beams that spun like a tornado, heading directly toward Jinhyuk. But he dodged everything effortlessly, as if it were nothing. He noticed that the opponent was using only assassination techniques, which made him wonder why he was stuck in that style. Meanwhile, White Serpent himself, growing increasingly frustrated, thought it was impossible. He was giving it his all, and even so could not land a single hit on that man. Meanwhile, the little skeleton was actually defeating the assassins. Despite his small size, he warned them not to be arrogant with him. Yes, he was small, but that did not mean he was weak. The little skeleton soldier was winning one by one. Alice, calmly sitting on the head of one of the defeated assassins, said everyone should consider themselves lucky. She claimed that if it were not for her employer, everyone there would already be dead. White Serpent, seeing that scene, thought that girl alone had wiped out the rest of his team. Jinhyuk then said that, now that the minions were out of the way, he wanted to know how much the master valued his disciple. Taking the fight seriously, Jinhyuk activated the glacial formation, completely surrounding the enemy. White Serpent broke free using his self-defense ki, but did not expect the heavenly demon steps, which allowed Jinhyuk to close the distance and land a powerful blow with his shadow arts. The explosion caused by that attack was massive, but White Serpent was not hit. That was because the Dark Emperor himself intervened, appearing before everyone to protect his disciple. The little skeleton, now alert, asked if he should kill him. Alice also got ready to act, but Jin Hyuk responded that everything was fine. In truth, he thought that finally he was there. He remembered that back when the Tower of Trials collapsed and almost no one played anymore, the Dark Emperor was one of the few people Jin Hyuk could speak to honestly. It was good to see him again. The Dragon of Divine Authority had reappeared. White Serpent, embarrassed, knelt before his master and apologized. He said he had failed, and that was the only reason the Emperor had to intervene. But the Dark Emperor comforted him, saying it was all right. He admitted that he had misjudged the opponent and now saw that Jin Hyuk was truly remarkable. Not only had he defeated White Serpent with ease, but he was also accompanied by an extremely powerful girl. The Emperor commented that, fortunately, the girl's powers were sealed or limited for some reason, because if she were in her full form, not even he would be able to defeat her. He also praised the impressive amount of ki Jin Hyuk had, highlighting the fact that he won the fight while still supplying mana to the girl. Jin Hyuk, calm, remarked that he knew very well how the old masters like Jang Hu tended to behave, and that it did not look good for an elder to interfere in the fights of the younger ones. White Serpent, irritated by the comment, asked how he dared speak like that to his master, but the Dark Emperor only laughed loudly. He said Jin Hyuk was a clever child and no wonder Wol Young cared so much about him. At that moment, Jin Hyuk exchanged a brief glance with Wol Young and asked how he had been. Wol Young looked away, embarrassed, and hid behind his master. Jin Hyuk noticed that he was still a bit upset. The Dark Emperor said he knew Jin Hyuk had been calling himself a disciple. At first, he thought about teaching him a lesson, but now that he had seen the techniques he used, he thought it better to propose something different and asked why he did not become his disciple for real. White Serpent was clearly bothered by the idea. Jin Hyuk, however, agreed, but with 3 conditions. He said yes, they could become master and disciple, but he had his demands. Everyone was shocked. The Dark Emperor found it interesting and asked if Jin Hyuk wanted him to put him in his place by unleashing his full power. Alice asked if he was sure about what he was doing, and Jin Hyuk confirmed. He asked her to stay back, along with the little skeleton. The first condition was that he would join the cult of the Heavenly Demon, but only as a temporary and contractual relationship. The second condition was to borrow White Serpent and his subordinates for 3 days, which made the Dark Emperor completely furious. And the third condition was that he wanted Wol Young in his group. The Emperor asked if that was all, and wanted to know Jin Hyuk's final words, since his power was so overwhelming that everyone around took a step back. Jin Hyuk, however, stated that if the Emperor accepted his conditions, he would become his disciple and complete the 13 demonic techniques that even the Emperor himself had not finished. As he said that, Jin Hyuk also unleashed his own dark power. The Dark Emperor was surprised and wondered how he knew about the 13 demonic techniques. Later, he laughed alongside Jin Hyuk, saying it was all very strange. He had never seen that man before, yet it felt like he had known him for a long time. He ordered his subordinates to obey Jin Hyuk for 3 days, as if he were the Emperor himself, and told Wol Young to inform him when everything was done, no matter what he was doing. He intended to officially accept Jin Hyuk as his disciple. He believed that, with his help, he could truly complete the 13 techniques before dying. He asked where Jin Hyuk had been hiding all this time, calling him a little brat. Wol Young thought that he used to hate Jin Hyuk for pretending to be his master's disciple, but now he really had become one. He remembered the third condition, which was to be assigned to Jin Hyuk's group, and realized that deep down, he was happy to serve him once again. As they departed with Jin Hyuk, White Serpent commented that he had not only been humiliated in front of the Supreme, but now had to treat Jin Hyuk as his leader. Wol Young tried to calm him down, saying there was no need to be so upset because Jin Hyuk was actually a good leader. Alice asked if that was why he had requested not to kill any of them, and he confirmed. He said it was great to have more allies for the assault on the Grand Fortress. She then asked what kind of place that was to require so much preparation. Jin Hyuk, already seeing the fortress on the horizon, explained that, as she could see, it was a very large place and, on the inside, quite annoying. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Fortress, at the western gate, the Imperial commander, Count Jovier, said that it was unbelievable. Most of the spells cast did not even leave a scratch on the fortress barrier. They had been forced to activate the resistance barrier on the soldiers to try advancing. The problem was that crossing the barrier without permission triggered a negative effect. The soldiers' divine barrier would shatter, the reality around them would distort, and they would all fall into darkness. Jovier confirmed that even with the best protections, no one could withstand the barrier for more than 3 seconds. There was no way to conquer the fortress like that. The soldiers were swallowed by the shadows and greeted by an extremely powerful warrior who crushed them with a warhammer. These warriors were giants who had grown up exposed to the mana of the Tree of Life, Yggdrasil. That gave them resistance to curses, increased size, and overwhelming strength. These giants called themselves the Chosen of the Tree of Life. It was Seolin who explained the situation to Yu Sung. She said the giants believed they were the only ones worthy of ruling over the tower. That was why it was time for Yu Sung to show his true power against that giant, the successor of the legendary soul-hunting sword. Yu Sung remembered that he had visited this place a few times back when it was still a game, when they hunted that damn giant, but he never imagined he would be attacking this location so soon. At that moment, Nangungi Tan appeared and commented that Yusung had also chosen the side of the Murim. Yusung recognized the name and thought he knew who that was. He was the master of the Zhongguisa Guild, right? They used to say he had disappeared, but in fact he had been there all along. Sailin interrupted, saying they could skip the introduction since everyone knew each other, and stated that they would work together to conquer the Grand Fortress that day. She also mentioned that she expected great things from Yusung, making it clear just how dangerous and difficult she was to deal with. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk was observing everything and concluded that Yusung had truly chosen the Murim side. Alice commented that if she had been mistreated the way she was by Jinhyuk, she would have switched sides too. Right after that, she returned into the ring. Jinhyuk, confused, asked himself what she meant by mistreated, since he had never done that, and started shaking the ring. White Serpent was puzzled and asked if Wolyung had not said that Jinhyuk was good to his allies. That was when Jinhyuk called out to Wolyung, saying he had a special task for him. Later that night, in the Murim camp, Yusung was analyzing the situation and believed he finally had a small chance to catch up to Jinhyuk, the wielder of the soul-hunting sword. Suddenly, he noticed someone inside his tent. He attacked instinctively but missed, as the person in the shadows was Wolyung in disguise. Wolyung said that Yusung did not need to be tense, as he was only there as a messenger. Yusung recognized him immediately and realized that once again, Jinhyuk was getting involved in everything. Wolyung knew that Yusung was an old friend of Jinhyuk. Yusung, curious, asked what the message was. Then Wolyung opened a letter and began to read it as if Jinhyuk himself were speaking. Yusung, I heard you chose the Murim side. I understand the reason, but it is still a shame thinking about our old veterans company. Since you are already there, I want you to gather some secret information. And to finish, I will give you just a simple punishment. Maybe I will just tell Teresa that you switched sides. She would certainly be very sad about that. Yusung asked if that was all. Wolyung closed the letter and replied that he refused to read the rest. Yusung ordered Wolyung to read the rest of the letter. Jinhyuk, writing in a cruel and mocking tone, said he would strip Yusung's clothes off and hang him in the middle of the camp. If he felt generous, he might at least let him keep the underwear of his dear friend Kang Jinhyuk. Yusung got even more furious and thought that now he had more than enough reason to want to kill that bastard. Wolyung, meanwhile, thought he never wanted to take on such a task again. On the other side, Jinhyuk felt his ear itch and concluded the message had been delivered. Now that his preparations were complete, the real work would begin. He had created several magical barrier circles, such as the reverse technique, the interference barrier, and the adaptive response barrier. The operation information for the Grand Fortress was divided as follows. The western region would be under the Empire, while the eastern region would be handled by Murim and Sung alongside Jinhyuk. Later, one of the lookout giants mocked the humans, saying they would never get past the barrier created by his mother. He called them idiots repeatedly until he got slapped by another giant, who ordered him back to his post and called him lazy. A bald giant patrolling the path encountered the little skeleton, who immediately notified Jinhyuk that they had been spotted. The skeleton explained that Jinhyuk was resisting the effects of Yggdrasil's barriers thanks to his own magical circles. Jinhyuk replied that, in any case, he had been looking for some of them. After casting a spell at the giant, Jinhyuk moved forward. At the same time, Yggdrasil sensed the approach of the humans. The king of the giants, Orachin, who was also the ruler of the 21st floor, tried to calm her down. He said that no one would break through her barriers and that even if they did, he would handle all the invaders. He then summoned the children of Yggdrasil, ordering them to protect their mother. He said their future was at stake and that their pure bloodline would rise in that battle. Everyone began to prepare. One of the giants questioned whether they truly had a chance of victory. The elder explained that the enemies might be able to trap them, and most would starve to death over time. However, that did not matter. If their mother survived, then so would they. At that moment, the giant that Jinhyuk had knocked down appeared inside Yggdrasil's base. In reality, it was Jinhyuk in disguise. He commented that he had finally crossed the barrier and asked whether Yggdrasil truly believed her protections were invincible. Yggdrasil thought that only giants could enter that place, so maybe he had used another child to gain access. Even so, she believed it was impossible for a human to withstand the interior of the barrier. She then used one of her life arts, summoning, calling forth the soldiers of the Lost Paradise. Creatures of the forest, like scorpions and spiders, rushed toward Jinhyuk. He quickly analyzed the situation and concluded that Yggdrasil was maintaining two extremely powerful layers of barrier, which required a massive amount of energy. If she were forced to activate even more abilities, she would become vulnerable. Jinhyuk activated the fire element, burning the insects and forcing Yggdrasil to make a decision. Let the fortress walls fall or die right there. He knew that to handle a threat that had passed through both barriers, she would need to deactivate at least one of them. Yggdrasil thought that human was completely insane. Meanwhile, in the catacombs of the Holy Empire, Teresa Teresa and the twins were facing a wave of undead. They were corpses of sacred knights and paladins, now corrupted. Teresa immediately realized that something was wrong and contacted Jinhyuk, even though he was in the middle of a battle against Yggdrasil. Jinhyuk replied calmly, as if he wasn't busy at all. Teresa reported that undead soldiers were appearing in the catacombs and that the divine power that should protect that place seemed to have vanished. Jinhyuk was surprised, but ordered her to eliminate all enemies and summon all the sacred knights. Jinhyuk thought that the demonic humans had passed through there much faster than he expected. The twins asked if everything was all right and what he had said. Seeing his reaction, Teresa concluded that if even Jinhyuk looked like that, something really bad was about to happen. Just as another undead approached, the corrupted saint took control of the situation. She said there would be a change of plans and decided to absorb all the demonic energy surrounding them. The twins got excited about her decision. Meanwhile, Yggdrasil was also starting to panic. Her insect soldiers would not be enough to contain the intruder. So, she called for her greatest child, Orachin, warning him that there was an intruder in the lost paradise. When he learned that the white jade might be at risk, Orachin understood that Essence was the source of all his mother's power. They could not allow it to be taken. However, Yggdrasil knew that if she also deactivated the outer barrier, the Empire and the Murim forces would enter. Orachin said he would try to deal with it himself. On the other side, in the eastern part of the fortress, the Murim forces were advancing. The barrier suddenly vanished. Seol, in surprise, said she didn't know what had happened, but warned Yusung that this was his chance. He dashed forward like lightning, and accompanied by the Sword Saint and by Yusung himself. The Murim launched a full assault. The giants, caught off guard, had no time to react. Yusung, wielding the Soul Hunter sword, cut through all of them with ease. Solon observed that the giants, who were known to resist even aura blades, were being sliced as if they were butter. Yusung had improved a lot. He realized that the fortress walls would be overtaken quickly and assumed the same was happening on the Empire side. It couldn't be a coincidence. This was Jinhyuk's doing. Yggdrasil had been forced to deactivate the outer barrier in order to activate the inner one. Inside, the effects on Jinhyuk were brutal. Gravity increased tenfold. His mana coefficient was multiplied by 4. The efficiency of his movements dropped by 80%, and his senses were completely distorted. Even so, he thought that not even this barrier could stop him. He concluded that, in the end, Yggdrasil had decided to protect herself. The little skeleton asked if he was all right. Jinhyuk replied that he was and called out to Yggdrasil, asking if she really thought that would stop him. Yggdrasil answered that he might be strong, but this was her territory. Unless he was a child born under the blessing of the Jade, he wouldn't survive here. Jinhyuk acknowledged that he already knew the inner barrier would be powerful, but now that she had activated it, he was sure her children were being slaughtered outside. Yggdrasil admitted that it pained her, but she had no other choice. For her, it would be worth it if she could eliminate him. He asked if she was really that sure. She replied that no living creature could survive her barrier. She questioned whether he thought she was lying. She declared that she was the Tree of Life, Yggdrasil, and that all life within her territory was under her authority. Jinhyuk smiled and said he liked that answer. Then he activated the Judgment of Anubis because she had answered 3 questions. As a consequence, Yggdrasil lost 50% of her attributes and had her abilities sealed. Jinhyuk remarked that no living creature could escape her curses, and that was why he had brought someone special. He ordered the little skeleton to take over the fight. He was chosen as the combatant of the Judgment of Anubis, and upon being summoned, he received a massive suit of armor, transforming into a grand death knight. The skeleton exclaimed that he could feel the power in his body. Jinhyuk ordered him to attack Yggdrasil with full force and retrieve the white jade from inside her. Yggdrasil sent her soldiers and creatures to stop the advance of that abomination, but it was no use. Using his great armor, the skeleton defeated everything in his path. The curses had no effect on him because he was already dead. He slammed Yggdrasil to the ground with a punch, politely asked for permission, and pulled the white jade from inside her. But at the last moment, Orachin appeared and struck the skeleton with force, buying enough time for Yggdrasil to reactivate the outer barrier. As a result, the Murim allies were repelled again, and the giants managed to counterattack. Jinhyuk noticed that the inner barrier had disappeared. He concluded that Yggdrasil deactivated it the moment Orachin arrived. However, he also noticed she was exhausted. Switching between the barriers consumed a lot of energy. She wouldn't be able to reactivate the inner one anytime soon, which meant she was fully confident in Orachin. Orachin was 133 years old, level 80, and had monstrous attributes. He firmly believed that Yggdrasil's giants should dominate the world. If his species ensured survival, he believed a divine reward awaited them. The conditions for Jinhyuk to copy one of his abilities were explained. Giants valued strength and physical might. If Jinhyuk could overpower him, he would earn the right to copy one of his unique abilities. The little skeleton swore he would take revenge, but Jinhyuk stopped him. He said that Orachin position was his. Outside the fortress, the demonic humans were performing a ritual. One of the mages informed that the secret chamber on the 15th floor had not yet been opened, but all 4 sacred relics of the 21st floor were in their possession. Garwain regretted having to change the plans, but admitted there was no other choice. The mage asked what they should do about the great fortress, and Garwain replied to leave it as it was. In the end, it wouldn't matter who conquered it. However, the ritual of the demonic humans was intercepted by another shadowy figure, who absorbed the undead into the darkness. Wolyung appeared, saying that this was exactly as the leader had predicted, just a pile of trash gathered together. Then, he gave orders to the Dark Wind Squad, which charged at the demonic humans. The assassins attacked without hesitation. Meanwhile, Orachin shouted in anger, questioning how a human like Jinhyuk dared to touch his mother. He said that land was sacred, and only the Mother of Life and her children were allowed to walk on it. Orachun used his Supreme Giant Strike, destroying part of the battlefield, but Jinhyuk dodged precisely and counterattacked. He declared that he didn't care about Orachun's words and unleashed the Colossus's Supreme Strike against his sword, pushing harder and harder. His blows were so powerful that they impacted even the reinforced body of a giant. Even Orachun had to admit that this human was not ordinary. However, he still claimed that Jinhyuk's friends were probably being massacred. Jinhyuk, without hesitation, said he wasn't worried at all. If they couldn't withstand the barrier, then they didn't deserve to be his companions. Then, he activated the divine art of the Black Emperor. Even though it was blocked by Orachun, the strike pierced through his body with dark energy, causing the giant to spit out a huge amount of blood. When Jinhyuk was thrown back, the little skeleton nearly managed to reach Yggdrasil. At that moment, Jinhyuk reflected that there were 2 ways to complete the 21st floor. The first was by taking the white jade from Yggdrasil, and the second was by defeating the boss she had chosen. Given that, he wondered which would be the better option. Meanwhile, Orachin was already in despair, believing all the soldiers would be defeated and that the white jade was in serious danger. He warned his mother that he would use his final trump card and told her to be careful. He said he would show Jinhyuk why he was called the King of Giants. Then, he activated his Berserker mode, which for 1 hour would increase his attack power, attack speed, movement speed by 30%, and also enlarge his physical size. As soon as Orachin swung his sword, Yggdrasil instinctively raised a defense. The little skeleton observed and commented that the tree was acting strangely. At that moment, Orachin used both his brute strength and the power of life to create a furious cyclone. However, Jinhyuk defended himself using the blood claws of the moon, which, even split in half, were enough to protect him. He realized that Orachun had completely lost his mind, but for Jinhyuk, that only made the fight more interesting. So, he decided to perform another skill fusion. He used a technique that had already gone through a fusion before. He combined the giant's Supreme Strike with the claws of the moon. Then, he activated the reality confinement barrier and included the power of the white beast as well. The amount of mana consumed nearly made his energy collapse, but the moment he was hit by Orachun's attack, he blocked it with his new skill, the right hand of the grave. Since it was still at a low level, he could only use 10% of the technique's total power. But even so, his strength increased by 500%. He had only 3 minutes to take advantage of that boost. Jinhyuk muttered to himself that he always knew those skills would come in handy someday. Yggdrasil watched it all unfold, barely able to believe her eyes. Jinhyuk, now radiating the aura of someone from the higher floors, calmly raised his hand and brought Orachin down. He said that since Orachin was the floor boss, he would be nice and grant him a merciful death. The strike was so brutal that everyone outside witnessed it. A gigantic hand hurling the King of Giants out of Yggdrasil, followed by Jinhyuk relentlessly beating him with monstrous force. Orachin was crushed into pulp. Meanwhile, Alice calmly watched the scene while resting among the spirits and commented that bastard really loved to show off. According to her, the final strike from the right hand of the grave truly served to create a grave for the King of Giants. Yusung also saw everything and wondered what that bastard had done this time. Orachun's Berserker mode came to an end as he was completely exhausted and lying inside a crater. He admitted that he had lost in a shameful way, so much so that he no longer deserved the title of king, acknowledging that Jinhyuk had won. The boss of the 21st floor, Orachin, was officially defeated. Because of that, Jinhyuk earned the right to copy one of the boss's skills. Without hesitation, he copied the Berserker skill. After that, Yggdrasil knelt before Jinhyuk. She admitted that she had tried to create a paradise where no one could harm her family, but unfortunately, the result was the opposite. Her children were dead, and now that place would be used as an outpost to kill even more people. She gave up on fighting and asked Jinhyuk to finish her once and for all. Meanwhile, the Empire's forces celebrated their victory for having defeated the master of the fortress. All the commanders were pleased, and the people of Meme began retreating from the offensive. Yusung, however, called them fools and warned them not to jump to conclusions. According to him, Jinhyuk never did anything thinking about the good of others. Then, Jinhyuk simply told the Murim and Empire members to leave, because the fortress now belonged to him. Everyone was shocked, trying to understand what he meant. The system then announced that the Giant's fortress had become the property of the Veterans Union. Jin-hyuk looked at them all and asked why they were staring at him like that. He said they better leave quickly unless they wanted to die. Later on, Kalakal was training the Giants, trying to build a stronger mindset in them. He ordered them to start with 20 squats. He explained that during the exercise, they should think about him while lowering and think about someone else while rising. Everyone was doing squats while carrying a gigantic wooden log, larger than a tree, even bigger than a house. Kalakal had been summoned to lead the Giants' training, as he had vast experience in shaping warriors. With the cooperation of the Giants themselves and Yggdrasil, the fortress was completely restored in the blink of an eye. Jin-hyuk made a promise. He would protect the Giants and would not destroy the White Jade. That was because Yggdrasil herself had cooperated with him. And now, amidst all this, Jin-hyuk flaunted his 32 million coins, clearly satisfied with his achievement. As always, he recorded everything that happened. He declared that this was the first intermediate floor to be revealed, and the video became a global success, going more viral than any of his previous content. The buzz brought him even more coins, but naturally, it also generated resentment from many people. After that, Jin-hyuk analyzed the item he had received as the boss drop from the Giants. It was a colossal berserker sword, an extremely exaggerated weapon. According to Jen, there was no way he could carry something like that around easily, so he asked the little skeleton to use it for training. But the sword was so heavy that it ended up launching the skeleton far away the moment he tried to lift it. Andrea watched and commented that it was hard to believe someone that size could lift such a massive sword so easily. Jin-hyuk thanked her for her efforts. She replied casually, saying she would always answer her master's call. Then, Jin-hyuk thought to himself that, with Andrea there, Alice ready, and if Teresa were present too, he could take care of the situation without much trouble. At that moment, Wol-young returned, reporting that he had already delivered the official communications to the Empire and the Murim Alliance. The commander of the Empire was furious, believing the Empire had been betrayed by Jin-hyuk. The Murim representatives were clearly irritated that Wol-young had been requested to handle the negotiations. Jin-hyuk then remarked that someone needed to be punished for such audacity. Wol-young simply thought he would never get used to his master, but quickly changed the subject, saying he had one more thing to report. He revealed a relic that had been stolen from the demonic humans, an item resembling a crown of thorns, filled with demonic energy. When Wol-young asked why Jin-hyuk wanted to place something so ugly in the garden, he simply replied that some things were not meant to be understood. He just asked them to trust him and follow his orders, since he also trusted Wol-young. Meanwhile, Alice was asking if they could rest for a bit. Andrea didn't understand, as she was still waiting for her training to begin. But Jin-hyuk made it clear that taking over the fortress was not the end of the plan. They would need to use that base as a platform to further increase their power, and for that, they would have to defend it. Alice doubted anyone would dare attack the fortress after what they had witnessed. However, Jin-hyuk clarified that he wasn't talking about ordinary enemies from this floor, but rather enemies far more dangerous. The next day, everyone would be busy protecting their first base, but until then, he wanted to relax a bit. He decided to review his skills, but just staring at them would be boring. So he proposed a challenge. Whoever managed to catch him within 5 minutes would earn a wish. Naturally, the group got excited, but there was a catch. Those who failed to catch him would have to wear an outfit chosen by him the next day, for the entire day. The timer started, and everyone rushed at him at once. However, Jin-hyuk used the Heavenly Demon Step to escape with ease. The next morning, the negotiation representatives from both the Empire and Murim arrived at the fortress. Jin-hyuk offered them seats, but was quickly informed there were no suitable furnishings for them, since everything was still sized for giants. The Empire's representatives were Abraham and Jovia, while Murim's were Yusung, Seolin, and Tian. Tian, upon seeing the scene, wondered if they were joking. That was because everyone was dressed in strange outfits, due to the previous night's bet. Wol-young looked like a mummy wrapped in toilet paper. Jin-hyuk had a small plastic knife stuck to his head like a Halloween prop. Andrea was wearing a fox costume and looked like she had come straight out of the Monster High universe. Even so, Jin-hyuk declared that they could begin the negotiations regarding the use of the fortress. And despite everything, Andrea admitted that, although it wasn't something to be said out loud, she actually kind of liked wearing that little fox outfit. At that moment, when Jin-hyuk activated the Heavenly Demon Steps, he became way too fast. No one was able to catch him during the game. While he enjoyed his speed, Andrea, as she had mentioned earlier, actually felt kind of cute in the costume she had to wear. Alice, on the other hand, thought it was all deeply embarrassing and believed that if she had recovered her powers, she definitely would have caught him easily. Wolyung didn't care much. He just thought his outfit was a bit weird. The little skeleton, on the other hand, felt it didn't make much difference, since he was always wrapped in bandages anyway. Solon wondered curiously if foreigners actually liked this kind of thing. Meanwhile, Yu-sung, annoyed, could only think that Bastard was taking full advantage of the situation. Jin-hyuk, however, got straight to the point. He stated that everyone there knew this was the only fortress large enough to serve as a base for an army on the 21st floor. In other words, it was the most important location on the entire floor for a war. He made it clear that he was open to hearing proposals from the others about how they intended to use the fortress. Hovier then replied that this was not what had been promised. As a mercenary soldier hired by the Empire, he questioned why he should lower himself to the level of those martial arts worms. Wolyung even drew his sword, ready to strike back, but Jin-hyuk stopped him. Still, Yovia continued provoking, saying he was the supreme commander of the Empire and would not accept such treatment. Abraham tried to hold him back, but it was too late. Jin-hyuk summoned the colossal berserker sword and nearly split Jovier in half with a single strike, stating that he clearly did not understand the situation. He questioned whether Jovier really couldn't see why Abraham, a master swordsman, and all the other martial artists were silent. It was because Jin-hyuk was in control of everything. Abraham pulled the commander back and apologized on his behalf, saying the count still lacked the experience to sense the true strength of his opponent. Namgung Tian then stepped forward, stating that they were willing to negotiate and asked what Jin-hyuk desired: coins, magic crystals, or anything else of value. Jin-hyuk responded sarcastically, saying he did not expect to see Namgung Tian acting all tough. He commented that many deaths could have been avoided during the Beijing portal break if Tian had shown up. He asked how his life was now that he had betrayed humanity to live inside the tower. The provocation clearly affected Tian, but Seolin warned him not to fall for Jin-hyuk's game. Jin-hyuk then took control of the conversation again. He said they did not even know the basics of how things work. He emphasized that he was the one in charge. He stated he would listen to their proposals and decide whether to accept them or not. He told them all to come back the next day with truly good terms, or he would reject everything. Naturally, everyone was very irritated by his attitude. Despite the tension, Abraham was impressed. He thought that, after all, Jin-hyuk had taken the fortress almost single-handedly and ended the war by seizing control of it. If the fortress had fallen into the Duke's hands, a revolution would have certainly begun. To him, it was clear that Jin-hyuk was the kind of man who could change the entire fate of the empire. Suddenly, Wolyung discreetly approached Yu-sung and signaled that something was in motion. Later, Yggdrasil appeared to speak with her master. She asked if everything had gone well. Jin-hyuk replied that he had gained the time he needed and went with her to see what she wanted to show. Yggdrasil had cultivated, using the white jade, the babies of the next generation. She said she knew Jin-hyuk had already noticed, but explained that all tower inhabitants until now had tried to steal the white jade or approached it with the goal of using it or the fortress for their selfish wars. Even so, she endured everything because she believed it was her destiny. However, when she was confronted by Jin-hyuk, she decided not to fight anymore. Still, Jin-hyuk did not destroy her as she had expected. On the contrary, he gave her a second chance. Moved, Yggdrasil swore by the Tree of Life that she would raise those children for him. This time, things would be different. Yggdrasil had even named one of the little ones Junior. Jin-hyuk thought it was a bit much, but chose not to comment. In the end, he had not even known that the white jade had that kind of ability. He was relieved he had decided to spare her, since now she would raise his own little army. Soon after, Yu-sung showed up with the Sword Saint to speak with Jin-hyuk. They stayed alone, and Yu-sung got straight to the point, asking what Jin-hyuk really wanted. Jin-hyuk answered that it was obvious. He needed to know why Yu-sung had chosen to side with the Murim, the same people who had forced Teresa into corruption. Yu-sung acknowledged that the Murim had caused many deaths, but explained that the soul hunter Sayung was also involved. He had no choice. He needed to see with his own eyes whether he would ever have a real chance of defeating Jin-hyuk. Upon hearing that, Jin-hyuk realized that Yu-sung had become Sayung's disciple. Yu-sung confirmed it and said that he had done it specifically to be able to face him. Now he would show the secret technique he had learned by betraying his former master. Jin-hyuk calmly replied that he could not wait to see how impressive the technique was, since Yu-sung had flattered the entire world to get it. Then, Yu-sung activated the battlefield selection. The location transformed into his mind realm, the same training hall where he used to duel with Jin-hyuk. As soon as their swords clashed, Jin-hyuk thought Yu-sung was still exactly the same. Yu-sung then activated the Song of Swords, unleashing numerous slashes that sliced through the air. Even so, Jin-hyuk dodged them. He realized the technique had become much stronger. Yu-sung asked why he still was not attacking. He felt like he was being underestimated. Then Yu-sung activated the 10th form of the soul hunting art, the heavenly thunder slash, a living storm of blows flying toward Jinhyuk, who admitted that the technique was not bad at all. Even after all that powerful commotion, Jinhyuk acknowledged the merit of the strike and said it was an excellent technique, but he also pointed out that if it did not evolve beyond the 6-star level, the pattern would become predictable. He said Yusung needed to improve even more. Annoyed, Yusung told him to shut up. Jinhyuk kept dodging effortlessly, saying he had just evaded his opponent's strongest technique. Yusung declared that he had swung his sword hundreds of thousands of times, all in order to surpass him. He said he had given everything he had. But then, exhausted, he dropped his sword in the middle of the fight. He sat on the ground and asked why the result was always the same. He no longer knew what to do. Jinhyuk sat beside him. He saw that Yusung was crying. He said he did not think Yusung was weak. On the contrary, he admitted he never imagined Yusung had already reached the 10th form of the soul hunting technique. He recognized that he was talented and worked very hard, but he pointed out the real reason why Yusung kept losing. He was impatient. If he kept trying to achieve everything in a rush at any cost, he would never be able to surpass him. Jinhyuk told him to breathe, analyze things calmly, and come to face him again whenever he wanted. Yusung reflected on all that and realized it was true. He had always tried to defeat Jinhyuk as quickly as possible, but the moments when he truly displayed his real strength were exactly when he fought calmly, without the pressure to win. In the end, Yusung was completely emotionally overwhelmed. Jinhyuk looked at him and sarcastically asked if he was about to cry. Yusung, annoyed, nearly punched him in the face. However, he confessed that it felt as though he had regained his original will thanks to Jinhyuk. He had always believed Jinhyuk was just cruel and evil, but now he saw that was not entirely the case. In the end, he sincerely thanked him. Jinhyuk thought that everything had not turned out so bad after all. He was glad for Yusung, but he also knew he had not drawn the Sword Saint to his side just to be friends. In truth, he wanted something more, to copy more abilities. The condition for this was specific. Since Yusung had lived his entire life with the goal of defeating Jinhyuk, if Jinhyuk managed to impress him so much that he forgot about that goal even for a moment, he would be allowed to copy another ability. There was also an additional condition. If he could get the Sword Saint to wear a specific outfit, he would receive a new ability, one that had not even been revealed yet. Jinhyuk then approached Yusung and reminded him that he had still betrayed him. He said he would have to pay the price, and that is exactly what happened. When Yusung returned to the Murim faction's camp, he was dressed in a maid outfit. The others immediately reacted, asking what on earth that was. The outfit was called the Maid Uniform of Repentance, a cursed garment imbued with a high level of remorse. It could not be removed until it was destroyed by an enemy attack. Embarrassed, Yusung slammed the door and asked them to pretend they had seen nothing. He said he had his reasons. Seolin, watching the scene, thought it was impossible to ignore such an interesting hobby. Meanwhile, in another part of the 21st floor, the demonic humans were gathered in a suspicious cave, performing yet another of their rituals. Everything was supervised by Garwen, and one of the mages commented that if they had managed to get information about Jinhyuk on the 12th floor, they might have succeeded in bringing the Demon King back. It was unfortunate, but even so, the amount of energy gathered there was already enough to destroy the entire 21st floor. The statue used in the ritual made direct contact with the demon world. The ritual was completed, but a sacrifice was needed to keep the channel open. So Garwen offered all the mages present as a sacrifice to the Demon King, allowing him to consume them completely. The system issued an alert, saying that the path to open the gates of the demon world had extended in search of a key. This power was being channeled directly into the fortress. The crown of thorns left behind by Jinhyuk responded to the call, acting as an intermediary to open the rift. While members of the Empire and the Murim world were present in the fortress, a demon crossed the rift and invaded the place. The system activated a general alarm, warning that if they wanted to survive, everyone needed to flee immediately. Jinhyuk, however, stepped in front of everyone. He said he would use all his power to counterattack. He declared that this was the official warning from the master of the fortress and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Immediately, the soldiers in position received potions as gifts from the little skeleton, and Yggdrasil herself prepared to unleash her full power to protect the territory. Jinhyuk had already warned that something like this might happen. Yggdrasil activated a series of highly complex barriers. One to weaken heat, another to reduce temperature, a gravitational barrier, and another to restrict movement. All these layers of defense were focused directly on the demon, concentrating the impact on a single target. But the demon was also sensing the presence of its kind in other regions. In the Murim world, everyone was shocked when another demon appeared. The relic placed by the demonic humans, known as the silver coin of the traitor, reacted to summon Magdra, the demon from the ice hell. In the Holy Empire, the relic that responded was a stake covered in sacred blood which summoned Shelkarim, the demon from the infinite hell. When this minotaur-like being roared, Casey realized it was a dangerous demon. Judello stated that even though it was strong, it needed to die. Teresa felt that just looking at that monster made her skin feel like it was about to tear, concluding that it was certainly an S-rank demon or higher. At that moment, Sister Savannah appeared, wearing a massive paladin armor. She was surrounded by all the warrior nuns, equipped with swords and crosses. She declared that everyone was fully prepared and gathered her sisters to say their prayers. Then, they all advanced with blessings and weapons in hand, attacking the demon with everything they had. Meanwhile, at the Great Fortress, the soldiers were being decimated by the demon that had appeared there. Abraham wondered how such a powerful creature could have suddenly emerged. If not for Yggdrasil's barriers, they would all be dead already. Taking advantage of the situation, the little skeleton was selling HP potions to profit amid the chaos, showing his business skills even in the worst scenario. It was at that moment that Jin Hyuk and Yu Sung appeared to handle the situation. But when the soldiers saw Yu Sung, they found his outfit strange, as it looked like a maid uniform. Abraham even thought it was a joke, but reconsidered, knowing that Jin Hyuk was extremely talented and was probably executing some plan. Jin Hyuk explained that Yu Sung's outfit was only meant to embarrass him, but he thought it was stylish. While Young, already used to eccentricities, did not mind and simply asked what the plan was. Jin Hyuk realized that the Pilgrim's Crown of Thorns had reacted, which explained the demon's appearance, although he had not expected it to be a high-ranked demon. That made him acknowledge that the demonic humans possessed power beyond what he had imagined. He asked Yu Sung if he could see the portal behind the skull. That portal was directly connected to the demonic world and was responsible for supplying infinite magical power. As long as it remained open, there was no way to win. If not for Yggdrasil's barrier, that place would already have become a sea of fire. However, even with her help, it was impossible to hold off the enemy alone. When the barrier could no longer hold, they would have to take over to stop the monster. Jin Hyuk just hoped the group he had sent to close the portal had already completed the mission. That group was composed of Goguma, Andrea, and Alice. Alice confirmed that the events had already begun. Andrea agreed and said that the master was right, as the demons had indeed started the invasion. She was just wondering how they were supposed to find alcohol in such a huge place. Alice replied that they would have to rely on Goguma's sense of smell, who moved forward with confidence. Meanwhile, the demon Antrad from the Flaming Hell began summoning his demonic minions, who emerged from underground like undead. However, it was Jin Hyuk who drew everyone's attention by making an important announcement. The mission from that moment on was to defeat as many minions as possible. He warned that he would award more points to the faction that eliminated the most enemies. In practice, if the fortress was invaded and destroyed, everyone would be in danger. That is why Jin Hyuk suggested joining forces, at least this time. Tien questioned why they should protect a fortress that was not even theirs, but Abraham refused to be left behind and declared that they could not lose to the Murim group, ordering his soldiers to advance. Seolin, in turn, stated that they would not lose to the Empire either, and sent her martial artists into battle. Tien simply thought that everyone there was an idiot, and that Jin Hyuk was clearly toying with them, and yet they were all falling into the trap. Jin Hyuk thought that at that moment, everyone had forgotten their rivalries and were fighting side by side. The truth was that he himself had bought and distributed the potions to the fighters, which granted him shared experience with everyone who used the items. Shortly after, Yu Sung, seeing a demon about to launch a fire breath, charged forward without even taking a potion. He was hit directly by 3 fiery breaths, each coming from a different demon. However, all of this was part of the plan. The real objective was to finally destroy the maid outfit of Repentance. Completely naked, Yu Sung used his Crescent Moon sword and eliminated the 3 demons with a single strike. With the item destroyed, he was finally able to wear his regular clothes and showed great satisfaction. When Jin Hyuk saw how happy he was about it, he thought to himself that Yu Sung was a very toxic friend. After that, Yu Sung drank a potion that increased his fire resistance by 20%, explaining that he had already spent too much time wearing that costume and that his original outfit had much higher defense. Jin Hyuk simply thought that Yu Sung could do whatever he wanted after all. He had already taken plenty of photos while he was still wearing the costume. At that moment, the demon was almost breaking free. Meanwhile, on the 21st floor in the Anhui province, the Marine fighters were being wiped out by the demoness Magdra from the Ice Hell. That was when Tang Soha contacted Namgung Tian, informing him that they were being destroyed by an extremely powerful demon. Tian responded that he could not leave his position either, since he was currently fighting a high-ranked demon. Upon seeing Jin Hyuk, Tian remembered the first time he had heard about Kang Jin Hyuk. At the time, he questioned whether they were seriously telling him to be careful with a guy from a small nation. He could not understand what was so special about that man, but now he was seeing it with his own eyes. Jin Hyuk activated his gluttony eye, but due to the great difference in levels, he was only able to see the enemy's name, Antrad from the Hell of Spiritual Flames. The condition to copy one of his abilities was extremely dangerous. If Jin Hyuk withstood a direct attack from the demon, he would be able to copy any ability from him. Jin Hyuk knew that was madness. If he took a single hit, not even a strand of hair would remain. The only option was to close the portal that was feeding the demon with magical energy. Yggdrasil, who until then had been maintaining the protective barriers, was already reaching her limit. Her barrier was destroyed, and Jin Hyuk told her she could rest now. He moved forward alongside Yusung, activating his ice shaping and creating a dome with weights that latched onto the demon's neck. Yusung took the opportunity and used the crescent moonstrike once again, but the demon found it all pathetic. With his flaming sword, he easily intercepted the attack and declared that he would burn them all. Then he fired a flame arc. Since Yusung was in the air, there was no way for him to dodge. At that moment, White Serpent, a marine warrior, used his whip sword to pull Yusung back, saving him just in time. He declared that the Black Wind warriors were temporarily serving under Kang Jin Hyuk's command by his direct order. Their mission was to save any fighter, whether from Murim or from the Empire. And of course, White Serpent would not question it. He did not want to cause trouble with that man. Right after, the demon's flame arc was fired in the direction of the Tree of Life, where the children protected by Yggdrasil were gathered. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk used the Sword Grave ability and created a gigantic protective aura just to defend the tree from that fatal attack. Jin Hyuk knew that the barrier would not be enough to stop the blow, so he summoned the salamander. It transformed into the Spirit of Flames and punched the flame arc back, returning the fire to the demon. Even so, Jin Hyuk was almost burned. However, the system was surprisingly generous and allowed him to copy one of Antrad's abilities, since that had been considered a direct hit. Taking advantage of the opening, he decided to let Yusung handle the demon for a while as he focused on recovering his magical power. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk felt a strong killing intent. Namgung Tian had used the opening to try to kill him. Jin Hyuk quickly defended himself with the Shield of Perseus. Solin arrived and asked what Tian was doing. She reminded him that if they did that, they would lose the right to compete for the fortress. But Tian was blinded by hatred. He said it was obvious that all of this was another trick from Jin Hyuk, and now that he was weakened due to the demon's attack, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. To him, all the recent events, the Elf Forest, the Beijing outbreak, the Battle of Strength Selection, and the fortress itself were directly Jin Hyuk's fault. In all of those occasions, he had taken the lead and walked away as the biggest winner. To Tian, the real demon there was Jin Hyuk himself. However, his attack was intercepted by Wolyung, who questioned how he could take advantage of a situation like that. He thought Tian must have gone insane. Tian accused Wolyung of being part of a demonic cult and hinted that Jin Hyuk had brainwashed him too. He said he would not move aside and that he would kill Jin Hyuk right then and there. He believed that everything had been planned, even the demon's appearance, and he doubted that this was the real Wolyung. In the past, Wolyung had already asked Jin Hyuk how he knew so much about techniques, places, and the dates of events. Jin Hyuk replied that he could not explain it yet, but promised that, when the time was right, he would tell everything, since they were in this mission together. With a slight smile, Wolyung said that his sword never doubted its master. Tian found that absurd and declared that, in that case, he would have to kill him first. The two then began exchanging blows. Meanwhile, Seolin thought Tian was truly an idiot. His hatred for Jin Hyuk had blinded him to the point that he could not even grasp the seriousness of the situation. In the middle of the clash, Seolin was struck by a dart from behind. The little skeleton had fired it with a blowgun and promised it would only last a moment. The dart was laced with a sleep-inducing toxin. Seolin collapsed face first onto a stretcher the skeleton had already prepared. Carefully, he carried her away. Meanwhile, Wolyung dueled Tian, and Jin Hyuk reflected that he had not anticipated this variable. Fortunately, Wolyung was handling the situation well. The real problem was something else. Even though he had blocked one of Antrad's attacks, the cost in magical power had been enormous. There was no way to sustain that much longer. The only hope was that the portal would be closed soon. On the other side, the group sent to close the portal was advancing through a cave filled with undead and demons. Andrea decided to handle things personally. She remembered when she thought she would become a sacrifice to the fanatics, but was saved by Teresa and Jin Hyuk. Now it was her turn to return the favor. She activated her special skill, Fanatical Judgment, which summoned a spiritual guillotine capable of executing demons without mercy. Beside her, Alice observed and commented that Andrea seemed excited to be be participating in a war for the first time. During the fight, Alice identified a spell powered by sacred relics and human sacrifices. It was a powerful but repulsive technique. However, since she was not human, Alice was able to disable that kind of magic with ease. Alice used her magic destruction ability, breaking the seal and severing the connection between that place and the demonic world. At that very moment, Shelkarim, who was in the Holy Empire, realized he had lost his link to his original world. Still, he declared that it made no difference, since everyone there was already about to die. The twin exorcists were in a critical state, almost completely out of strength. Casey said they could not afford to lose that battle, or Jinhyuk would wipe them out. Judalo, annoyed, replied that she was an idiot. What good would worrying about that do if they were already dead? Casey ended up admitting he was right. But before the final blow could land, someone appeared to save them. It was Savannah herself who took action, using her sacred shield to block the next attack. She said she would not let Teresa's companions die in that place. Her defense created an opening for Teresa herself, dressed in her paladin armor to use her special ability called Divine Descent, summoning a gigantic sword capable of executing demons with a single strike. Casey was impressed by the strength of the attack, but noticed that the monster was still standing. Judelo questioned whether they had not said the demon's magical supply had been cut off. Teresa thought for a moment and concluded that even without that external power, the demon was still incredibly strong. If the battle continued like this, they might all end up dying there. She looked at Savannah and said there was only one option left. Savannah understood what was being suggested but hesitated. She said there were many sister knights present, and that if that power was used, they would all hate her forever. Even so, Teresa insisted that the place was too important to her, and if she had to carry that burden alone to protect it, she was willing to do so. Meanwhile, Antrad also noticed that the connection to the demonic world had been severed. Not only had he grown weaker, but he had also shrunk in size. Yusung asked Jinhyuk what had happened. Jinhyuk replied that it seemed Alice had managed to close the portal, but they still needed to be cautious. Just because the enemy had gotten smaller did not mean he had become significantly weaker. Antrad, enraged, acknowledged that the worms had closed the portal, but said that would not be enough to defeat him. He launched the flame spiral technique directly against Jinhyuk's shield of Perseus. Those who were not protected by the barrier were struck and dragged away by the fiery tornado. Jinhyuk shouted for everyone to fall back immediately. From that moment on, only he and Yusung would fight. White Serpent appeared to rescue the injured, but Antrad was already on their trail, ready to incinerate them both. At the last second, they managed to dodge. The demon, however, mocked the situation and said they had better be fast, asking for one last favor: not to die too quickly. After all, it had been a long time since he had enjoyed a battle. Yusung noticed that Antrad's speed had increased after the portal was closed. He found that strange, as if the demon had somehow become even more powerful. He wondered if they really stood a chance. Standing beside him, Jinhyuk knew exactly what he was thinking. He said Yusung was probably wondering if there was any way to defeat that enemy. And without another word, he told him to watch closely, as he once again summoned the sword grave. Meanwhile, the twin exorcists were thrilled by Teresa's transformation. Jinhyuk commented that someone addicted to that game, even when cornered, always finds a way to come out on top. Teresa had transformed into the corrupted saint, engaging in an intense battle against the demonic creature. The surrounding sisters watched in shock, calling it blasphemy, a sister once blessed by light, now using corrupted power. Savannah, exhausted, told them to save the judgment for later. She was already at her limit. Still fighting, Shelkarim declared that this would be her end. He used his ability called Sealed Coffin, summoning a gigantic fleshy mouth filled with sharp teeth, ready to devour her. But the twins reacted in time, using Savage Slash to shred the creature and save their beloved Teresa. The saint warned that she would not keep saving them forever. Judelo, enchanted, replied that he would die for her. Meanwhile, Wolyung was taking a direct blow from Namgung Tian, who called him an idiot. He said that from the very first clash of swords, Wolyung should have realized he was weaker, and even knowing he could not win, he asked why he still fought so hard for Jinhyuk. Wolyung admitted that his master was indeed peculiar, with hard-to-understand hobbies and even a slightly sadistic side. But after spending so much time by his side, Wolyung felt that no matter how strong the enemy was, there was always a chance for victory. So he stood up, raised his sword, and declared that he would fight until the end. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk, Yusung, and White Serpent continued pressing Antrad. The demon himself began to notice something strange. That human who seemed like no threat at all was dodging all his attacks and slowly draining his magical energy. Jinhyuk was using the soul vampirism ability, discreetly siphoning power. Antrad, furious, declared he would not lose to that arrogant brat and activated his special ability, the demonic world border, an exclusive battlefield called Hellfire Abyss. Instantly, Jinhyuk Hyuk and Yu Sung were transported into a cave filled with magma. Antrad himself asked if they were excited since his stats had just increased by 20%. He summoned demonic minions and said that place would become the tomb of the two challengers. With the enemy horde advancing, Yu Sung realized they could not go on like that. Jin Hyuk then told him to expand his imaginary world using battlefield selection, allowing him to take control of that space's reality. Yu Sung protested, saying it would consume too much mana, but Jin Hyuk just asked him to trust him. He explained that as long as they remained within Antrad's domain, they would never be able to defeat him. The only way was to use that advantage against him. Jin Hyuk charged at Antrad, leaving Yu Sung behind, who cursed him for being a bastard but knew he had no other choice. He then activated battlefield selection, Refuge of Swords. The two imaginary worlds collided with force. Taking advantage of the instability, Jin Hyuk launched several swords at the weak points of Antrad's magical barrier, causing cracks to form. Antrad was surprised to see that the swords from that imaginary world were directly affecting his magical protection. Yu Sung asked if Jin Hyuk had also had an imaginary world all along, and Jin Hyuk, without hesitation, confirmed that he did. Jin Hyuk copied Yu Sung's ability and also used the battlefield selection technique. He activated his ability by colliding two worlds against Antrad's world. He explained that the imaginary world was nothing more than the expansion of the user's mind, and the strength of that world depended on how much the user understood their own ability. According to him, no one would be able to pierce through his perfect world, as he had trained for millennia to achieve perfection. Jin Hyuk, however, wondered how a demon from the 40th floor dared to argue with someone who had completed the entire tower. He thought Andrea had just said the biggest nonsense of her life and decided to prove it through action. Meanwhile, in the Empire, Teresa's sword had fallen. The twins were already out of combat. Even with one arm ripped off, Shelkarim was still standing and admitted he had not imagined anyone could give him such trouble. Holding Teresa upside down, he commented that the corruption power of a holy knight was truly impressive, to the point of shaking the structures of the demonic world. Because of that, he decided to annihilate her once and for all. However, someone using the technique of the Black Sky Emperor appeared and destroyed Shelkarim's other arm, freeing Teresa. This new character asked if she was really Teresa, and she answered ironically, trying to guess if it had been Kang Jin Hyuk who had sent him. The man confirmed and introduced himself as Jin Hyuk's master, saying he needed to take care of his disciple. He commented that he would have liked to arrive earlier, but had to deal with a demon on the Murim floor. Although he hated members of the Orthodox sect, he acknowledged that in the end, they were all part of the same world. Shelkarim, furious, shouted, asking how he dared rip off his other arm. The Dark Emperor replied that he was as talkative as the other demon. Then he asked Teresa to lie down for a while, as he would take care of that. Advancing toward the enemy, he used his black sword with a powerful palm strike, completely destroying the demon and finally executing him. Teresa, shocked, wondered since when Jin Hyuk had someone so powerful by his side. She even considered helping him back at the fortress, but now it seemed unnecessary. She was sure he was handling everything very well. Meanwhile, in the imaginary world, Jin Hyuk's universe had swallowed all the others. The setting was the lonely top of the tower. Antrad, confused, wondered where he was, as he had never heard of that place. Even so, he believed his world could not be destroyed. The system then notified that the hidden conditions had been fulfilled. The Refuge of Swords and the lonely top of the tower had collided. Two players, with deep understanding of their own worlds, were now face to face, and that created a new imaginary space, the world of the players. They were standing on a plane of crystal clear water that reflected a sky filled with debris from the abyss. Both had their attributes increased by 30%, while the demon's attributes were reduced by 30%. Antrad could not understand how his world had been collapsed by mere humans. Jin Hyuk told Yu Sung to get ready, because now they would use a duel technique. Yu Sung, surprised, asked what he was talking about, since they had never practiced anything like that together. Jin Hyuk said that he and Yu Sung had practiced together, yes. Every time they had dueled had served as training, and Yu Sung's sword carried the marks from those battles. He finally understood that. Then, the two of them moved into battle together. They both activated the technique of the Song of Swords, while Jin Hyuk used his sharing ability, increasing their synchronization by 20%. The attacks became perfect. They could accurately predict the enemy's next move. Yu Sung remembered what his new master had taught him about the soul-hunting sword. She explained that he should see that technique as a dance, feeling the rhythm, the flow, the opponent's breathing, and aligning all of that with his own heart. Only then would he be able to defeat any opponent. She said that the greatest realm was the one where two swords became one. The synchronization between Jin Hyuk and Yu Sung increased to 66%. When it reached 99%, they activated the 11th technique of the soul-hunting sword, called United Swords. The strike they performed was not only physical, but also temporal and dimensional. The explosion released a powerful demonic energy. Tian, upon witnessing that, wondered if the demon had truly truly been defeated. Wolyung, even though he believed in his sovereign's victory, felt ashamed as he was unsure if he could have defeated Tian on his own. At the moment he was about to be struck, Andrea appeared with her fanatical attack, shielding Wolyung with her shield and urging him to stand firm. Alice approached Tian, reminding him that her contractor did not like seeing his things destroyed. Since his disciple was protecting the woman-man, she concluded there would be no problem in devastating everything. She said it was time for Tian to disappear. In that moment, Tian understood everything. It had all been a nightmare from the start. He was completely obliterated by Alice's power while everyone around began to recover. The demon slowly disintegrated into ashes. As he faded, he lamented that everything should have been burned, just as the Demon King had wished. He could not understand why he had been chosen for that mission, nor why he was now being abandoned. Jin-hyuk reflected that the demon seemed resentful toward his own master. He explained that because of the Tree of Life, the Demon King could not see anything in that place. He said that being abandoned was what the demon deserved after everything. Antrad, nearly powerless, stated that he had served his master faithfully for over a millennium. Jin-hyuk looked at Antrad again, recognizing him as the true commanding general of the Demon Kingdom, the legendary Gunthefer. Antrad, confused, asked how he knew his name. Jin-hyuk replied that it did not matter since he would die soon anyway. Then he made a proposal. He said he could accept Antrad's heart. That way, he would have a chance to one day avenge his pain by taking revenge on the master who had abandoned him. He suggested it could be a fair revenge for all the loyalty that had been thrown away. Antrad found the proposal interesting, like a parting joke. A human-killing Gunthefer sounded arrogant, but he liked the idea. So he handed his heart over to Jin-hyuk and asked him to keep his promise. Jin-hyuk received the relic, half of Antrad's heart. The demon finally died, his flames extinguished, and thus the battle at the giant fortress came to an end. With the death of the high demon Antrad, peace was restored at the fortress. The little giants, still infants, began taking their first steps. The forces of Murim and the Empire suffered heavy losses due to the demonic invasion, but they agreed to a truce to protect the fortress together. Since the fortress came under the control of a third party, there were no more territorial disputes. All the loot left behind by the demons was easily taken by Jin-hyuk without resistance. As he had fulfilled the conditions to copy Antrad's ability, he managed to replicate the primordial flame. This ability replaced his previous fire element, as it had far greater compatibility with his body. In addition, he gained the ability to use half of Antrad's heart as a relic to track demons. At that moment, Teresa and the Dark Emperor finally arrived at the scene. Jin-hyuk thanked Teresa and the Dark Emperor for their efforts, acknowledging that it must have been a difficult task. Then he asked how the twins were doing. Teresa replied that they were sleeping and resting with Savannah, as everyone was exhausted. The Dark Emperor commented that he had heard of his disciples' achievements. Jin-hyuk had captured a fortress that no one had managed to invade for decades, which was impressive. Jin-hyuk responded by saying he had only succeeded thanks to the help of his own master. The Emperor found it all very interesting, reflecting that for the first time, the swords of his subordinates had been used to save lives. He thought that his disciple never ceased to surprise him. When Jin-hyuk returned to the Empire, he was welcomed as a true hero. Once hunted, he was now celebrated. Petals rained down on him as the people received him with joy and affection. Even so, Jin-hyuk thought all of it was a bit over the top, since the threats might not have ended yet. Abraham, however, commented that for now, everything was fine. That was why everyone should smile and wave. People needed moments like that to keep hope alive. Ever since the war against Murim, followed by the demonic invasion, there had not been many reasons to celebrate. Jin-hyuk reflected that although Abraham sometimes seemed like an idiot, he genuinely cared about the well-being of the Empire. For that reason, he asked that the information about the existence of a still active high demon not be revealed to the public. They had eliminated 3 high demons that threatened the 21st floor, but they had discovered a 4th. There were already reports of civilians killed by this last demon. The best decision would be to search the entire floor. Jin-hyuk decided to ask Yu-sung to investigate the Murim world. Meanwhile, Yu-sung was in the dungeon of the Giant's fortress, where Seolin remained tied up. Little Bone, who was guarding her, commented that this was the price for trying to steal the master's experience. He was using a spider detector, a device that entered the body and acted as a bug, picking up surrounding sounds. When the spider activated, Yu-sung appeared, furious, saying he had looked for Jin-hyuk everywhere and accusing him of another one of his crazy ideas. Little Bone tried to stop him, even though he was a follower of Jin-hyuk, saying he would not let him get close, but he was quickly knocked apart by a strong kick. Yu-sung then picked up Seolin in his arms, like a prince rescuing a princess imprisoned by a dragon. He said she would pay dearly for everything. At that moment, Emperor Reinhardt was officially receiving the heroes who had saved the floor. Jin-hyuk, Teresa, and Andrea were among them. The Emperor declared that it was good to see the face of each of them, as for the first time in a long while, he truly felt felt happy. Since the death of his little crown prince, he had not felt any joy. But on that day, he was sure that the world had not abandoned him. Then Reinhardt drew his sword, surprising everyone. It had been a long time since he last wielded the Emperor's sword. He said he deeply appreciated the bravery of each of them and, swearing on the name of his grandfather, Reinhardt I, declared that they would all receive imperial titles, considered the greatest treasures of the empire. As if that were not enough, he would also gift them the legendary Stone of the Skies. Jin-hyuk was excited about the news. The Duke, on the other hand, thought it was absurd. The Stone of the Skies was the empire's greatest treasure, capable of enabling direct communication with the gods of the upper floors. He considered that offer an insult to imperial tradition. But Reinhardt announced that everyone would be summoned again the next day to receive their gifts. For now, they should follow the empire's customs and take part in the celebration. It would not be just any party, but the greatest banquet ever held, dedicated to the heroes. And everyone was invited to enjoy the imperial hospitality. Later, the knights arrived in the city completely euphoric. According to them, the emperor had ordered that all citizens be given wine and meat, and that anyone who refused to celebrate would be hanged. The people wasted no time and dove into the roasted pork, beer, and wine. The celebration took over the city. There was even a rock concert inside the palace, with a band called Imperial Rock lighting up the night. Alice commented that imperial banquets were always thrilling. Andrea was excited and loved the music style. She even invited Teresa to dance, and the two spent a long time enjoying the sound enthusiastically. Jin-hyuk simply watched everything with a smile on his face. When Yoo-sung entered through the balcony, his entrance was so dramatic that Jin-hyuk considered it triumphant. Even so, he thought Yoo-sung looked like a stalker and pointed out that he had missed the entire hero reception. Wo-young responded with indifference, saying he had no interest in that sort of thing. Jin-hyuk took the opportunity to say he would no longer push training or make demands. He had already found himself a marine master, but he asked the others not to feel left out because of that. At that moment, the corrupted saint took control of Teresa's body and began removing her clothes, as if she were still part of the so-called Union of Veterans, also known as the Union of Game Addicts. Yoo-sung commented that he might actually be interested in what Jin-hyuk had to say, as he had intercepted some important information. He asked whether Jin-hyuk was already aware of the appearance of the poisonous demon Balmoriel, who had emerged in the north. Jin-hyuk replied that he was actually planning to locate the creature's coordinates to prepare an attack the next day. However, Yoo-sung said that would no longer be necessary. According to him, someone had already defeated the demon alone. Jin-hyuk was surprised and wanted to know how a single person could manage that. Yoo-sung then revealed that this person had received instructions directly from the Murim world and was already infiltrated inside the castle. Meanwhile, Duke Benchtelen was having a meltdown. He believed he would take control of the fortress and bring down the empire, but his plans had been destroyed by just one outsider. In a fit of rage, he began smashing everything while people around him pleaded for him to calm down. An S-rank woman, master of the Gandhara Guild, named Nishra, suggested that they simply needed to find a new way to achieve their goals. She was accompanied by Chandra and Arn, the two who had already caused a public scandal by showing up naked. Nishara stated that this was exactly why they were there, to solve problems. Meanwhile, Alice commented that the new version of Teresa was more intense and impulsive than the original. Teresa herself replied that she liked that version of herself. The two toasted together, strengthening their bond. Andrea remarked that she had managed to bring them back, but she could not take care of both while they were completely drunk. Jin-hyuk said not to worry, as Alice and Teresa needed to grow closer anyway, even if it happened in such an unusual way. He then asked what had happened to Namgung Tian. Andrea replied that he had met a fitting end. She confirmed that nothing was left of him. In the end, Jin-hyuk reflected that another enemy had been eliminated. After all of that, Jin-hyuk gave Andrea an item as a reward for saving Wal-young. She received the fox crystal, which allowed her to transform into a nine-tailed fox, granting her new abilities and increased movement speed. As soon as she used the orb, she was dazzled by her new appearance. Jin-hyuk commented that this form was much more beautiful than that cheap costume she used to wear, and asked her to return to her floor, reminding her that a floor boss could not be absent for so long. Andrea, satisfied, responded lightly and returned to her position, gently stroking her new fox ears. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was analyzing the items he had obtained from Antrad, and one in particular caught his attention. It was the Spring Water of Forgetfulness, a rare resource that allowed the user to manipulate the memories of any being outside the tower. The item's effectiveness depended on its completion rate, which was currently at 7%. Jin-hyuk thought he had never seen this item during the game, and began to question the true power the Tower of Trials held in that world. The next day, Teresa Teresa was walking calmly down a corridor filled with high-rank items that looked more like decorations. Penheimer was accompanying her, showing that part of the Empire and explaining that all those treasures were sealed with trap spells. Anyone who gave in to greed would not leave alive. They were on their way to the place where the royal family rested, a sacred space where people with ill intentions dared not enter. Abraham was also with them. The group crossed an extremely fragile bridge supported by 3 thin pillars until they finally reached the tomb of the former emperor. To everyone's surprise, Reinhardt himself was already there. Jinhyuk found it strange to be invited, since in the game, he had always needed to sneak into that place. Penheimer explained that he had personally brought everyone there. The emperor then addressed the heroes, acknowledging that they had defeated 3 demons and, as promised, would be granted 3 prayer gems to the heavens. These jewels allowed communication with the higher divine beings who inhabited the tower. Originally, only members of royalty were allowed to carry such items, but the emperor warned them that the jewels were merely communication tools. To maintain a direct dialogue with a divine being, one needed special qualifications. Only the chosen ones could use them. Teresa noted that a few jewels were still missing besides the 3 they had. Jinhyuk suggested that they had probably already been used. The founding emperor Reinhardt had been recognized by the divine beings for his immense power and ability to govern, but this also meant that no other emperor after him had managed to live up to that standard. Over time, the authority of the throne weakened. Jinhyuk commented on this decline in influence, and Penheimer became furious, warning him to be careful with his words. However, Reinhardt admitted that Jinhyuk was right. He knew he would never have the same power as the first emperor, and had already accepted that he no longer held the same desire or strength within himself. He had taken on too many responsibilities without realizing it. The weight of authority was consuming him little by little, so he asked the heroes to accept the jewels and protect the people of the Empire in his place. Jinhyuk felt pity for the man and thought that, deep down, he was just a pitiful soul. But suddenly, all the protective barriers around the tomb were disabled and invaders appeared on the scene. It was Duke Benchtelen, accompanied by his retinue of knights. He accused the Emperor of handing out the Empire's treasures to outsiders and declared that this was the reason for the Empire's downfall. Penheimer accused the Duke of treason, asking how he dared attack the Majesty. The Duke then revealed that he was not alone. Mackenzie and even Abraham drew their swords against the Emperor. Abraham ordered the players to step aside and not interfere in the conflict. Jinhyuk, upset, protested that he had not yet received all her rewards. However, even under the Duke's command, the knights did not move to attack Jinhyuk. The Duke questioned what they were waiting for, but Abraham warned that this would be their last warning. They did not want to fight the players. Then Nishara herself appeared, noticing that the others seemed hesitant because they were Imperial heroes. She told them not to worry about that, saying there was no problem if other players harmed them. Then Nishara ordered Arun and Chandra to advance. Chandra struck Teresa's shield with her fist, while Arun used his katar to hit Yusung's sword. At the same time, Nishara attacked Jinhyuk directly with her chakran. She recognized him as the famous Jinhyuk and expressed her pleasure in meeting him. Jinhyuk activated his Eye of Gluttony but failed to detect Nishara's abilities, as she was protected by a mandala blessing. This surprised him, as it was rare to find someone immune to his skill. While they exchanged blows, Nishara tried to convince him that there was still time to change sides. She said they could split the profits, as the Duke had promised her guild 10% of everything extracted from the Empire. She also mentioned that not everyone still trusted the current emperor. However, Jinhyuk simply laughed, showing that he did not take the offer seriously. She said he seemed not to understand how vile those men were. Meanwhile, Penheimer was fighting alone against Mackenzie and Abraham, saying he had not trained them for this kind of betrayal. He asked why they were betraying the Empire. They replied that they were not betraying the Empire, only the Emperor, because he refused to act while the Empire collapsed. Abraham told him to look at the Emperor and said that old man had given up on everything, remaining apathetic even while Penheimer fought. The commander admitted that he was no longer the same since the prince's death, but declared that Reinhardt's blood still ran through his veins and swore to protect that legacy. With that, he summoned his giant aura sword. Faced with that, the knights, though hesitant, decided to counterattack their former commander. In the next moment, someone was mortally wounded. Nishara declared that the battle was over. The person struck by both blades was Penheimer himself. Abraham remarked that he could have blocked that blow easily, but chose not to. The commander then dropped his sword and said that a swordmaster existed to protect the people of the Empire, the Emperor, his disciples, and his brothers. He embraced his 2 knights, stating that a true master could not kill his own disciples. He called them idiots and apologized for not being able to prevent things from getting to that point. The knights wept for the death of their master. As Jinhyuk watched the scene, he realized they had finally understood what had gone wrong. He stated that the Duke was no longer part of the Empire, as he was now allied with the Murim, just like those players. Abraham realized it was true when he saw the Duke's expression and asked if he regretted what they had done. Jinhyuk replied that it was not too late. He asked them to take Penheimer and the Emperor away from there and reminded Mackenzie about the conversation they had regarding his trauma. Mackenzie remembered that moment during the celebration. Jinhyuk had apologized, saying Mackenzie had saved the Empire and asking for forgiveness. He also mentioned that Mackenzie seemed deeply traumatized and asked if he wanted to know how to overcome it. At that moment, Mackenzie removed his helmet, revealing his bald head. He knew that to overcome his trauma, he needed to face it head-on and turn it to his advantage. Nishara was confused and asked what they were doing. Jinhyuk, wearing his sunglasses, said that was exactly right and activated a new combo skill with Mackenzie called Flash Bang, using Mackenzie's shiny head as a source of intense light. Everyone nearby was blinded, including the members of the Indian Guild. Only Yu-sung and Teresa, who were also wearing sunglasses, remained unaffected. Yu-sung remarked that he finally understood why they had been given the sunglasses. Meanwhile, Abraham was asking the Emperor for forgiveness as he carried him out like a sack of cement. Now away from danger, the Emperor began reflecting on everything he had done. Even while blinded, the Duke ordered his soldiers to pursue them, saying Reinhardt had to die. But Jinhyuk, seeing that everyone had already left, said they could finally talk. Jinhyuk remarked that he had been looking forward to meeting Nishara, the player known for defeating a demon alone. But after seeing her up close, he said she did not seem all that impressive. Now that they were alone, he suggested she show her true power. Nishara confidently accepted the challenge. She struck her chakram and said she agreed. Then, she summoned the fusion of body and spirit, activating the Mandala blessing and the power of Shiva's destruction. In that moment, Jinhyuk understood the reason behind the presence of the Mandala blessing. She had made an alliance with one of the gods. Nishara asked if he had not yet realized that the Emperor was finished. They had managed to delay the fall for now, but the Empire would collapse soon. Meanwhile, Yu-sung was climbing the stairs and deliberately triggering the dungeon traps. The Indian hunters were almost hit. Nishara asked Jinhyuk if he truly believed there were still people willing to support the Emperor, but he replied that he did not want to waste energy on that topic. He admitted she was partially right. He believed Penheimer and a few close allies still held on to their loyalty. That was why he had been gathering certain groups. Soon, Abraham arrived at the top of the palace, bringing the Emperor. Teresa smiled when she saw that Savannah, the nuns, and the twins were also there. Jinhyuk was certain there were still those who wanted to protect the Emperor. Penheimer moved, asked if Archbishop Savannah was really there. She hugged him lovingly, calling him her old love, and asked how things had gotten to that point. Then she healed the wounded Penheimer and said that her little daughter Teresa had told her about the threat that was approaching and trying to harm the Emperor. She also suspected that this was why communication with the capital had been cut off. Even so, she said Penheimer had done very well on his own. The Duke, badly injured and accompanied by the equally worn-out Indian players, asked why Savannah was there. She firmly responded that she had come to crush the skull of a traitor like him. She ordered the knights to take the Emperor away because she would deal with the traitor herself. The Duke, irritated, said that she and the paladins had no idea what was at stake and that none of it would make a difference. That was when the Duke activated a command signal that spread throughout the palace. His voice echoed through all the corridors. He declared that the Emperor had betrayed the people by trying to hand the Empire over to foreigners and, for the good of the Empire, ordered everyone to dethrone the Emperor. The knights, confused, began to question the situation. When they saw the Emperor backing away and fleeing, they decided to advance. However, the moment they rushed forward, Savannah crushed the skull of the first one she saw. Angry, she said that damn Duke had made everything even more complicated and ordered the paladins not to kill anyone unless absolutely necessary. The nuns, on the other hand, were given the task of beating people unconscious. They wished that the blessing would be with everyone. Meanwhile, the Gandhara players were still focused on pursuing the Emperor, but they were intercepted by the twins. Casey said it was time to play with them now. Judello added that it was time for player versus player. At the same time, Nishara received a request for reinforcements. She realized that a backup plan had been activated, making it harder for her to profit. Given the circumstances, she concluded that her only option was to kill Jinhyuk right then and then eliminate the Emperor. However, she thought it would be a waste to kill him, as he had far too much talent. She then drew her deadly chakram and launched it at him. The weapon ricocheted off the walls, while Jinhyuk dodged, creating a storm of attacks all around. When Nishara managed to create an opening, she activated the god of destruction Shiva and used the special attack Vinash, which sent Jinhyuk flying through 5 palace walls. Even so, he stood up calmly. He remarked that even if a god was helping her, they were still inside the king's tomb. He found it quite rude to go around destroying everything like that. He had managed to survive thanks to his moon claws, which caught him at the last moment. Nishara asked who even cared about that. To her, they were just tower residents and had nothing to do with her. She asked if they wanted her to destroy things or not. Still, she noticed something important and warned that it would be better if Jinhyuk stopped what he was doing. He was about to use the Celestial Designation Stone to make direct contact with the gods, which could bring serious consequences. According to her, doing something so rushed could end up drawing the wrath of a god. Jinhyuk, however, replied that he was already very used to that. He said that gods could only hate him if they were actually paying attention to him. Then, without hesitation, he activated the stone, seeking a connection with a higher-tier god. Nishara called him crazy, but it was already too late. Time around them froze as a higher-level entity answered the call. That god even wanted to manifest directly in that plane, but the tower's restrictions prevented him. Still, he was able to communicate. The god's voice erupted powerfully, asking who dared to contact him. The system tried to block his manifestation, but he effortlessly broke through the restrictions. Then, he asked if the one calling him was the same person who had rejected his offer to become a dark disciple. He said he remembered that moment clearly. He asked if Jinhyuk now intended to talk to him after everything that had happened. That god was Variel, the rotten heart. He mocked Jinhyuk, saying he should repeat what he had said before, back on the 5th floor, when he claimed that a tiger could not submit to a dog. Now, ironically, he was the one coming to him. Jinhyuk replied that it was truly embarrassing, but he was not in a position to be joking around. He asked for help directly, even if it was humiliating. Variel found the whole thing ridiculous. He said he would create the worst possible curse just to cast on him. That was when Jinhyuk used an unusual argument. He brought up Chun Yu-sung, pointing out that it had been Variel who added that absurd copy condition that forced someone to wear a maid outfit. He commented that this kind of system interference had Variel's signature all over it. He also said Variel enjoyed the content he created. He was a loyal follower, subscribed to the broadcasts. If he helped now, he would be guaranteeing even more entertainment in the future, a kind of fun that could not be found anywhere else. After a few seconds, the impossible happened. Nishara nearly had a heart attack when she realized Jinhyuk was entering into complete unity of body and mind with Variel himself, the Demon King. The Indian god of destruction, watching the scene, asked why Variel was helping that human. Variel answered simply, saying it was for the same reason as before. Jinhyuk was absurdly entertaining. In the next moment, Jinhyuk, already in fusion with Variel, began crushing Nishara with the Demon King's special technique called Colossus Strike. Just from the first few blows, she was already coughing up blood. She still tried to protest, saying he was the one who had complained about destruction, but he coldly replied that it was fine, and that he would say it had been her doing. Variel laughed uncontrollably at the situation. Meanwhile, the twins were giving the Indian hunters a hard time. The hunters asked why they were interfering, as they thought the twins were neutral. Casey replied that maybe they just needed a reason. Judello said he honestly had not even thought about it that much, but if they wanted a reason, they could take it as the fact that the two of them really liked Jinhyuk. Right after that, each of them landed a solid kick on their opponent. Chandra and Aaron were knocked out at the same time. Upon seeing this, Teresa thought that those two really did like Jinhyuk, but at that moment, she felt a strange energy and realized that an extremely intense fight was taking place underground. Nishara's patron god, who was watching her, commented that she could not lose to Variel. He deeply hated that traitor, so he used the power of the absolute mandala, sincerely thanking the god Shiva for it. Meanwhile, Variel was enjoying every second of the chaos. He said they were ruining everything, and urged Jinhyuk to do something already. Despite being a first-class demon capable of easily defeating Shiva, Variel explained that he could no longer share any abilities with Jinhyuk at that moment. That was when Jinhyuk promised to show something truly entertaining. As planned, he activated the third special feature, the one that could only be accessed by the person who had first conquered the tower, the exclusive sacred spear. This weapon was linked to the properties of a higher being, but its use was limited to entities with whom he had previously made contact, and once used, it could not be activated again. The conditions to unlock this feature were clear. Help Penheimer earn Reinhardt's trust and restore the Empire to its former glory. Since the third mission had been completed, the system authorized the release of the spear. Jinhyuk did not understand why the system kept favoring him like that, but he knew he had to take advantage of it. He used the sacred spear to copy Variel's abilities, thus activating the Black Spear of Destruction. Variel was completely confused upon seeing that and asked out loud how Jinhyuk was using his spear. He shouted in shock and disbelief, but Jinhyuk, smiling, said he had already warned that he would show something fun. While Variel laughed like a madman, Jinhyuk threw the weapon with full force toward Nishara, who tried to defend herself with the absolute mandala. Shiva, surprised, asked what kind of human Variel had brought with him. Variel replied that this was as powerful as the demon realm itself. Shiva's mandala could not withstand the impact. The spear not only pierced through Nishara, but also completely neutralized Shiva's power, without killing either of them directly. Instead, Jinhyuk chose to neutralize the divine power around her. The spear pierced through the ceiling of the dungeon, cutting through the Empire and soaring up into the heavens. Variel laughed uncontrollably, saying that the strike had been just too good. He had not laughed that hard in ages. He said he truly believed Jinhyuk was good at what he did, and then canceled the body-mind fusion ability. Before Before leaving, Variel stated that next time he would make Jinhyuk his disciple, called him an idiot in a friendly tone, and vanished. Kneeling before him, Nishara admitted defeat. She said she surrendered, but warned that if he thought this would stop the revolution, he was very wrong. Jinhyuk was surprised by her audacity. Even though he had spared her life, she still maintained that defiant stance. He called her a naughty little dog and activated a hypnotic barrier, putting her to sleep. Despite the victory, Jinhyuk knew she had a point. That alone would not be enough to contain the rebellion. Sooner or later, the Emperor himself would have to rise. Otherwise, he would be killed. Even after obtaining the third special feature, Jinhyuk felt frustrated. He began to question whether he should continue the path of directly attacking the tower's intermediate floors. It was at that moment that Alice emerged from the magical ring in which she had been stored. She said that if she needed to bring life and inspiration back to the Emperor, she already had an idea. She had a plan to wake that fool up. Meanwhile, Reinhardt himself was being protected by his knights. He stood still, gazing at the massive hole torn open in the center of his palace. Alice approached and asked if he really did not care about his image. She said all she could see was a pitiful, foolish man sitting there in silence. She questioned whether he was even worthy of being called a true Reinhardt. McKin was angered by her words and was about to react, but Abraham stopped him. He said that the mage was an ally of Jinhyuk, and for now, they should just observe and see how far she intended to go. Alice then drew her spear. She said that the Reinhardt she had known was not like this. She murmured something quietly and activated the enchantment on her weapon, summoning an entity with a deep connection to the user. Thus, she invoked the soul of the founding emperor, Reinhardt. The emperor asked how that man could truly be his grandson. At that moment, the spirit of the founder approached and, before anything else, asked why he was kneeling on the ground. He said his descendant should never lower himself like that because it was not fitting for an emperor to succumb to despair. Reinhardt then confessed that he no longer knew what to do. His son, the child in whom he had placed all his hopes, had left him so suddenly. How could he move forward without him? The founder explained that he had spoken with Reinhardt's son. He said that all who carried his bloodline were with him in that moment. He affirmed that the boy had been an exceptional person, and now it was easy to understand why he had been chosen as a successor. However, he also said the boy would likely be deeply saddened to see his father in that state. That was why he asked Reinhardt if he did not think he should choose a better way to live. Even if he were to meet his son again someday, Reinhardt would have to be able to say he had lived a life worth remembering, without regrets. Upon hearing this, Reinhardt recalled all the moments he had spent with his son. He cried, overwhelmed, and the founder said he could finally see life in his eyes again. He then activated a message that was broadcast directly from the Emperor to all the children of the Empire. In that message, the Emperor himself ordered everyone to lay down their arms and stop fighting. The impact was so powerful that even the bodies of the traitors moved against their own will. Duke Benchtelen was crushed by Savannah, who declared the end of the Key Revolt. The founder stated that he now had full confidence that his successor was ready to take charge. He deeply thanked his master for calling him. Upon hearing that, Alice wondered whether he had recognized her even with the mask on. The Emperor commented that she had probably escaped from that hall and that he was glad for that. Even with a broken heart, he said he had to leave her again. Alice responded calmly, saying it was all right and that he did not need to worry about her. After all, she had already found someone she could trust. The revolt that had overtaken the capital finally came to an end. Benchtelen and his group were sentenced to death, accused of treason. However, thanks to the Emperor's compassion, they were taken to a rehabilitation center managed by Savannah. Abraham and Mackenzie were also sent there, as they had not resisted. Jinhyuk spared the lives of the 3 Indian players, on the condition that they hand over all their possessions, including gold and equipment. He considered it a great deal. He thought that, thanks to how quickly everything had been resolved, many lives had been saved. Still, he noticed a lingering uncertainty among the people regarding the royal family. That lasted until the official address. Reinhardt cut his hair and began presenting himself in a more dignified manner. When the people saw the true emperor, their hope was restored. Penheimer was deeply impressed and declared that the emperor had returned thanks to Jinhyuk. Therefore, he handed him the shortcuts to the upper floors, just as promised. They shook hands, and Jinhyuk replied that it was nothing. Penheimer himself, known as the Great Sword of the Empire, swore allegiance to King Jinhyuk. Later, while talking to Alice, Jinhyuk mentioned that he honestly thought that was the end for all of them. But it was Alice who solved everything. He then asked how she knew the founder of the empire, and Alice replied that they had met a long time ago. Jinhyuk reflected on how the founder had called her master, and felt happy realizing that Alice truly trusted him. But at that moment, Jinhyuk spotted a specific person in the crowd. He told Alice to wait for him there for a moment. Before she could even complain, he had already thrown a bottle of wine toward her and joked, telling her to drink and stay quiet. The person Jinhyuk had seen tried to flee, but was pulled back by the the contract. He approached and asked if she really believed she could escape. It was Ophelia. The vampire was in tears, writhing in pain, as the contract burned her body and mind intensely. When Ophelia returned to the group of high-ranking vampires to report everything, she was harshly reprimanded. One of the elders stated that Bertion and Michael, who had lived in the name of honor and the prosperity of the Decassus family, had died in combat. He then demanded to know why she alone had returned alive. He asked if, by any chance, she had begged for her own life to a human and ordered her to return to the 21st floor and immediately find a way to locate Balmung, or die alone and in silence. Desperate, Ophelia tried to cut her own throat with a sword, but the contract stopped her. In tears, she said she could not go back home and that she could no longer control her own life. She asked if Jinhyuk could just kill her. Jinhyuk replied that if he wanted her dead, he would have brought Alice with him. He also said she should not act like a victim because she could not die. She had to stay alive and work for him for the rest of her life. Still crying, Ophelia said he was a noble being. Jinhyuk realized that the vampires were still looking for a way to track Balmung, so he held her face firmly and ordered her to go back and inform her superiors that she had found a tracking method. Balmung was a legendary sacred relic known as the dragon-slaying sword. It was sealed deep within a dungeon on the 21st floor, alongside the corpse of a poisonous dragon that still emitted deadly venom. The entrance to this dungeon constantly changed its location at random, without any pattern, making it nearly impossible to find for ordinary players or tower residents. Therefore, there was only one option. Jinhyuk then turned to someone who had been watching him. It was Furs Danthalion, the famous tower explorer, who tried to act casual by raising his hand and commenting about a random wall, pretending he had not been spying on Jinhyuk the whole time. But Jinhyuk went straight to the point, stating that he knew he had been watched from the beginning. He asked what Danthalion really wanted. That was when Furs Danthalion presented a project he had been working on. He was measuring the abilities of all active players in the tower to officially rank them. He wanted to include Jinhyuk on that list no matter what, as he needed the data for his obsessive studies, which reminded Jinhyuk of Rick Hennessy. To copy one of Furs Danthalion's abilities, the condition was simple: grant him a favor in exchange for the information. Danthalion presented a document to be signed, allowing access to the data. Jinhyuk said he would sign it immediately, as long as Danthalion did him a favor first. Furs Danthalion said nothing was free and asked what he should do. Jinhyuk requested that he find the entrance to the dungeon where Balmung was sealed, knowing that he had the ability to do so. But Danthalion explained that the Empire had prohibited access to that region. Jinhyuk replied that in that case, he would not hand over his information. Danthalion hesitated and said it was not exactly like that. Jinhyuk then stated that the deal no longer made sense and began to walk away. Furs Danthalion tried to justify his position, asking Jinhyuk to understand his side. He said that as an independent explorer, he could not afford to make such a powerful enemy as the Empire. Even so, Jinhyuk replied that this was no reason to worry. They just had to keep it secret that they had gone to the dungeon in search of Balmung. The poor guy had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters of the Black Crow Guild, Lee Yuri could no longer handle all the paperwork. She was exhausted and wondered when she would finally finish reviewing all those applications. It had all become one big headache. Hee-Wung explained that there was not much to be done at that moment. Things would remain the same as long as the video of the Master's invasion kept racking up millions of views. Now, everyone wanted to join the Black Crow Guild, but that kind of attention never happened when Alice was the one managing everything. Yuri deeply missed her. At that moment, the twins showed up to try and handle the situation, but their arrival caused a general scare since everyone remembered them as the infamous assassin twins. Even so, Hudello mentioned that Jinhyuk had asked for help with the guild's affairs. Casey added that everyone there was now part of a family, and Hudello asked if the others had already been informed of this. Hee-Wung, confused, began to wonder if this was what the master had referred to earlier. Then Casey, excited, asked if there was something more fun they could do. Later, they themselves went to the guild entrance to speak with the candidates who were waiting for a chance to join Black Crow. Faced with a huge number of interested people, they announced that the first round of selection would take place right there. The test was simple. The candidates had to remain standing. Right after that, the twins charged at the players and started beating them all up. Hee-Wung watched everything in awe. He loved what was considered standard for an S rank and thought that this was exactly the kind of behavior Miss Alice would have had. He sincerely hoped she was doing well. He looked at a photo of her and spent a few moments silently admiring it. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk was in a very remote location, trying to confirm with Furs if that was really the right place. Furs assured him it was. He said the warehouse looked extremely suspicious, but he was certain something was hidden there. He could clearly see the magical elements forming a concealed entrance. Then he activated his ability Entry Pass, which allowed him to invade places where he normally would not have permission to enter. However, this ability came with a penalty. When using it, he would not gain any items or experience from the dungeon. Even so, he forced his way in and opened the doors, revealing a portal to a hidden dungeon. Furs got excited and ran straight in, eager to explore the place. Far away, a few vampires were silently observing everything. The elder praised Ophelia's work, saying she had fulfilled her mission well. Then he ordered his vampires to pursue Jinhyuk. Further ahead, Furs was absolutely thrilled. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. In front of him were the Chronicles of Siegfried, the legendary dragon slayer and former wielder of the sword Balmung. He thought it was amazing, a true dream for any adventurer. However, while he was distracted by the historical records, all the traps in the dungeon were triggered at once. The ones who had to protect both him and Jinhyuk were the poor summoned spirits, who were being forced to handle the entire burden on their own. Furs commented that if it were not for his own spirits, they would not even be able to read that content. Still, he found it strange, because spirits usually did not make deals with humans. So how had Jinhyuk managed to do that? Jinhyuk explained that he had opened their hearts with genuine love and care, and in response, the spirits confirmed it was true, agreeing with him clearly. Right after that, Jinhyuk warned that he did not want a single scratch. He said that if that happened, they would all be punished by Goguma. Meanwhile, the group was pushing the little skeleton, complaining that he was slacking off and telling him to get moving. As Furs took important notes, he realized it still was not enough to fulfill all the contract clauses. The second part of the condition for the skill copy required Jinhyuk to show Furs himself how well he treated his companions. So to do that, Jinhyuk used the primordial flames and lit all the torches in the room. The light revealed the body of Fafnir, the poisonous dragon, with the sword Balmung lodged right in the center of its head. He praised the spirits for their good work and gave them half of a magic crystal as a reward. Furs was outraged by such generosity and told Jinhyuk not to get so close to the body. He warned that Fafnir had died vomiting poison and filled with deep resentment towards Siegfried. That venom was so lethal that no one would survive if they got too close. Jinhyuk replied that he already knew the danger. He said that even if someone managed to deal with the poison, there was still the matter of being chosen by the Balmung sword itself. Furs then commented that it seemed like Jinhyuk knew everything about the tower. For that reason, he asked if Jinhyuk had any interest in joining him on more adventures. Jinhyuk reflected that, without a doubt, exploring the tower alongside someone so impartial and free of greed like Furs would be incredibly fun. He admitted that someone like him was almost impossible to find, especially when it came to anything involving the tower. Even so, he said the offer came at a bad time. Suddenly, the mood changed drastically. An army of vampires appeared. The elder declared that he had finally found the legendary sword, Balmung. He praised Ophelia for her work and said she had earned the right to return home. Jinhyuk recognized the newcomers as followers of Decassus. He said they had surely spent a great deal of money to reach that location. The elder replied that they had made many sacrifices for that tower. He also said they had been searching for the sword for a long time, and in the end, all they had to do was follow Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk then asked if they really wanted Balmung that badly. He was sorry to inform them that even if someone could withstand the poison, they still would not be able to wield the sword, as it only chose its true owner. The vampire ignored the warning about the poison and said he already knew how to handle the sword. He ordered his followers to capture the explorer as well, since he seemed useful and would be interesting to keep as a permanent hound. Upon hearing that, Furs ran off, activating his ability wandering between floors, which allowed him to move to another floor even under penalty. Before leaving, he apologized to Jinhyuk, saying he needed to escape immediately. Meanwhile, Goguma devoured two of the attacking vampires. Jinhyuk wondered if that creature was truly an ancient being. Then he ordered Goguma to protect him and told everyone else to gather. The spirits immediately entered battle mode. And of course, no one forgot about the little skeleton. The vampires were stunned by what they were witnessing. Jinhyuk asked if they really thought he had not grown stronger since their last encounter. He also said he had heard that vampires hated fire. That is why he ordered the salamander to burn them all to ash. Meanwhile, the golem was crushing vampires with brute force, and little Osinho watched everything with admiration. He said everyone there was amazing, and declared that he would fight too. However, Jinhyuk held him back and handed him an item, asking him to take that first. Ophelia observed the scene and wondered whether Jinhyuk truly possessed 5 great spirits and even an ancient creature. She concluded that he had indeed become far stronger. Even so, the elder activated his blood explosion ability, hitting all of Jinhyuk's spirits and drawing them into a single point. He questioned whether they were having trouble dealing with just a few spirits and remarked that the future of the Decassus family looked bleak. He declared that all of them would undergo rigorous training and that he would now demonstrate how things should be done. When he removed his hood, Jinhyuk immediately analyzed his stats. Alice. He discovered that this was Amulan, the current patriarch of Decassus. The conditions to copy his abilities were specific. Amulan had pure blood flowing through his veins and triggered his mental domination when someone drank his blood. Jinhyuk would only be able to copy a skill if he escaped this domination. He knew it would be difficult. As the spirits returned to him like defeated warriors, they warned their master to be careful. The little skeleton offered to help Goguma protect furs, saying he would handle that enemy. Amulan seemed extremely confident. He said that even with all those ancient beings under Jinhyuk's command, it would not be enough. He then activated blood alchemy and created several daggers that he launched toward Jinhyuk, who managed to defend himself with the primordial flame. However, the attack was not over. Taking advantage of an opening, Amulan delivered a powerful slap that sent Jinhyuk flying. He commented that Jinhyuk's reaction speed was decent for a human and that he was lucky not to have died from the blow. Right after that, Amulan activated the blood explosion directly on Jinhyuk's facial wound. The explosion was massive, but Jinhyuk withstood it, saying he was glad he had dodged in time, otherwise he might have died. Amulan was surprised. He had never seen his blood explode in such a way. He began to suspect there was something special about that boy's body, and even an unusual scent. Jinhyuk provoked him, saying he thought Amulan only wanted the dragon-slaying sword. He asked if Amulan was there to kill him now. Amulan replied that it was none of his business, and revealed that he had another reason for being there, to reclaim Alice. He said he had seen Jinhyuk summon her on the 7th floor. Jinhyuk pretended he had not heard him because of the earlier explosion. Amulan threatened him with blood, demanding the truth and ordering him to summon Alice immediately. Jinhyuk agreed and said she should not be shy, but the one who appeared was Ophelia, shaken for having disobeyed the patriarch. By revealing information about Jinhyuk, she ended up being partially forgiven by Amulan, who told her to go rest. However, instead of going to her room, she received a new command from Jinhyuk. She could not break the contract and had to recover the forgotten sacred relic of the Decassus family, the apostate's bracelet now bound to her arm. Amulan had not expected that. When she tried to undo the bracelet's seal, her identity as a member of the bloodline was confirmed, but it would still take 10 minutes to unlock the item. He tried to take the bracelet by force, but she dodged. Under the contract's command, Ophelia drew her sword and counterattacked the patriarch. Terrified, she began to cry, saying she was now doomed. Amulan ordered her not to dare touch him, but before she could be struck, Jinhyuk appeared and saved her. She asked why he had done that. He replied that she was to serve him for eternity and that the seal had not yet been broken. He then threw her far from the battlefield and asked what Amulan would do now. Jinhyuk said that Ophelia, shaken, wanted to become his subordinate. He thought he should have protected her better. Amulan, furious, promised that Jinhyuk would no longer make any arrogant statements. He used blood transfer to teleport through one of the pools and struck Jinhyuk hard. He also summoned a bloodhound through blood alchemy. But Jinhyuk reacted with the right arm of the grave, completely blowing up the summoned beast. From there, the two began exchanging blows as equals, since it was only with the right arm of the grave that Jinhyuk could face a vampire with real power. Ophelia realized that this battle was on a completely different level from the one they had fought against Michael. It was far more intense. Even though Goguma was not fond of her, he stepped forward to protect her, albeit unwillingly. Meanwhile, Amulan was already dragging Jinhyuk's face across the ground and throwing him with brutal force, making him spit blood. Amulan admitted that Jinhyuk had surprised him. He had not expected him to be able to use the right arm of the grave. Still, he claimed it no longer mattered how much Jinhyuk tried. At most, he could only leave a tiny scratch on his face. But Jinhyuk said he was getting everything wrong. That tiny scratch, the one Amulan saw as superficial, was exactly what he needed. By causing that wound, Jinhyuk was able to steal his blood. He then mentioned the white chalk he had received earlier, explaining that it was used to draw a magic circle. The suppression power of the tower had been weakened, and the strength limit had been lifted by up to 20%, allowing him to activate the barrier of real-world restrictions. The seal of the apostate's bracelet was finally broken and returned to Jinhyuk's hand, who used Amulan's blood to unlock it. Amulan tried to use the blood explosion again, but it failed. The true owner of that blood had already been confirmed. At that moment, Alice was released from the Decassus seal and introduced herself as the true matriarch of the Ataraxias. In the name of her lineage and her power, she declared that she would punish them all for the sins they had committed. Earlier that same day, Jinhyuk had already shared his plan with Alice. She had asked if he really intended to lure the members of House Decassus on purpose, even knowing that she had not yet fully recovered her powers. Though she deeply desired revenge, she was not ready. Even so, Jinhyuk assured her that this was a rare opportunity and asked her to see it as a silent purge. speech. He reassured her, saying he had taken all the necessary precautions and promised that he would help her with her revenge. With her release, Alice stared intently at Jin-hyuk, and he encouraged her to move forward with her revenge. Alice confirmed that this was exactly what she should do. The vampires of Decassus, upon realizing who she was, fell into despair, recognizing the presence of a true ataraxia, but she did not even need to get her hands dirty, as Velos appeared to eliminate them, questioning how traitors dared to utter a name as noble as hers. Amulan, desperate, tried to attack Alice with blood projectiles, but all were blocked. He used blood alchemy to summon a sword, but Alice responded with the Way of Blood, remembering that despite the time that had passed, it was still hard to believe that Amulan, the only patriarch who had stayed by her side when all the others abandoned her for disagreeing with her proposal to expand the influence of the vampires, had betrayed her behind her back. During Amulan's attack, his heart was struck directly by Alice's fist, who declared that she would never forgive him for this betrayal. She slammed him with force against the ceiling of the dungeon. However, he recovered using his wings and activated the red coffin, a technique that confines the target within barriers of blood. Amulan stated that he believed in a balanced system of power, something that would bring benefits to the vampire species, but Alice had chosen the tower over them. He accused her of abandoning the future of the vampires, even considering himself the most powerful among them all. Inside the coffin, Amulan condensed time and space, attempting to imprison Alice for all eternity. Ophelia, upon seeing this, asked if that was truly the end, but Jin-hyuk, while taking a few sips of a healing potion, assured that Alice was the most powerful vampire in existence. And when Amulan believed he had won, Alice exploded the red coffin, completely destroying the prison he had created. Furs, witnessing this, was impressed, saying that this was the kind of power only spoken of in legends. Alice activated the combat mode of the Pureblood Empress, revealing one of the divine abilities linked to the creation of the world. At that moment, Amulan realized that Jin-hyuk had broken the restriction precisely so that she could activate this supreme ability. Without a chance to react, his body was completely pierced and destroyed by Alice, who declared that from that moment onward she would no longer hesitate. Even so, Amulan managed to survive thanks to his accelerated regeneration, but he could barely keep up with the attacks. Once again, his body was destroyed, and he regenerated again. Jin-hyuk then said he would leave the fight with him to Alice as he needed to retrieve Balmung. Alice replied that he should not worry, since her revenge had only just begun. As he moved away from the battle, Jin-hyuk applied a special ointment obtained from Melmorman's clinic onto the bark of a smoking tree, creating an unknown liquid that increased his resistance to poisons by 50% for 5 minutes. He also activated the celestial poison, which granted another 50% resistance, making him completely immune. However, upon coming into contact with the cloud of poison released by the dragon, Jin-hyuk still coughed up blood, realizing he would lose 11% of his life per second inside that mist. Several vampires who tried to cross it died instantly, and the others wondered how he was still alive. Ophelia, under Jin-hyuk's orders, was eliminating the enemy vampires. Velis asked if she was only a hunting dog of Decassus, and she replied that she was not part of a losing team. Even so, Jin-hyuk suffered from the effects of the poison, which caused constant bleeding and reduced his speed, accumulating penalties for every second he remained in the mist. Nearly dying, he admitted that it was an intense poison, but he still managed to pull out Balmung on his first and only attempt, activating the blessing of the stars and the dark arts of the Demon Emperor. Gradually, he began to lose vision due to the poisoning, and his mana channels were impaired. But in the end, he managed to retrieve Balmung. At that moment, Fafnir's resentments were sealed in an eternal sleep. All curses vanished, and everyone watching could barely believe their eyes. Jin-hyuk had raised the legendary dragon-slaying sword. Amulan felt foolish for having believed that even poisoned, Jin-hyuk could never reach Balmung. Then he used the blood transfer technique, invading Jin-hyuk's body to kill him. He ripped Balmung from his hands and held him hostage, threatening to kill Jin-hyuk if Alice took another step. He said he had wondered how she had escaped the Hall of the Wicked, but now he understood. He had the impression that the human had already wielded that sword many times. Therefore, he would not allow him to die in such a special way, and declared that he would take him to the power of Decassus. At that moment, Amulan poured his blood directly into Jin-hyuk's mouth, activating mind control. Alice was desperate at the sight, and Jin-hyuk found himself trapped within his own subconscious. He faced the initial stage of the mental domination scenario, whose effects had been maximized due to Amulan's pure lineage. Now he had to defeat him mentally if he could. Jin-hyuk writhed as blood flowed from his mouth, and Amulan believed that it was too much for a mere human. His body twisted like that of a zombie, and Amulan concluded that he had become a defective vampire. He then ordered that Alice be captured with his own hands. But Jin-hyuk, still acting, mocked the situation. Alice burst out laughing, saying saying that she had almost believed the act. She praised his performance, and he replied sarcastically that he deserved an Oscar. With that, he fulfilled the conditions to activate his special copying ability and stole Amulin's blood explosion technique. Amulin was surprised, unable to understand how he had done it, but before he could react, he was pierced by Alice's shots. She admitted that she did not know how he had done it, but congratulated her ally on the feat. Even so, Amulan regenerated once more with his intense healing ability, while Jinhyuk commented that the thoughts Amulan had used to try to dominate him were, at the very least, entertaining. The entire situation was truly impressive, but Amulin had messed with the wrong person. Jinhyuk had no patience. He simply kicked through Amulin's clones without giving them a chance, moving through that stage as if it were trivial. After all, throughout his life, he had already deciphered abilities far more complex than that. Then, he activated the blood explosion with perfection. Amulin was in shock, trying to understand how a human could use that ability. Jinhyuk, however, paid no attention to his doubt and struck Amulin with the full power of the technique. The vampire realized he had lost the advantage and needed to retreat, but he was quickly stopped. Alice trapped him with Vladimir's impalement ability, driving multiple harpoons into his hands, legs, chest, and other parts of his body, leaving him completely immobilized. Jinhyuk stated that Amulin's mistake was his arrogance. He had not even brought his main weapon, thinking it would be easy to defeat a mere human. Then Jinhyuk wielded the legendary dragon-slaying sword, Balmung. It had an attack power of 35,500, weighed 37 kilograms, and contained powerful effects. The sword ignored the defenses of enemies who did not have equipment at the level of sacred relics, had a 20% chance of causing additional damage, and that damage was doubled against dragons. If recognized as the rightful owner, the user would gain a 10% increase in physical capacity and body regeneration. Its special effect allowed the recreation of the battle between Fafnir and Siegfried. Combining the power of the dark arts and the blessing of the star, Jinhyuk pierced the elder vampire's body. Amulin did not die only because he repeatedly used his intense regeneration. If that resource were deactivated for any reason, he would have died instantly. However, Alice, using the remainder of her divine power, ordered him straight to hell and attacked him with the fire of judgment, declaring that soon other patriarchs would join him. Amulin's body was completely carbonized. Finally, Amulin of Decasus was dead. The other vampires fled, of course. Force observed that the battle had ended, and, as always, was recording everything. Alice deactivated the ability of the revelations of the creation of the world and commented that she had taken another step toward her revenge, but still did not feel satisfied. Jinhyuk asked what the problem was and suggested that they go out to eat something she liked. He said that this would surely make her feel better. Alice then smiled and agreed with the idea. The spirits, Goguma, and the little skeleton returned excited and smiling. Ophelia, on the other hand, thought that she had barely survived that battle and did not know what to do next. Jinhyuk called her, asking if she would come along. She was surprised by the invitation, but accepted and decided to go as well. He then called Furs, and at that moment activated his passive ability, called Synergy. This ability increased Jinhyuk's attributes by 10% whenever he used two abilities at the same time. He had achieved the copying condition, which demonstrated the respect and care he had for his companions. Meanwhile, on the upper floors of the vampire territory, Amulin's chair was consumed by the fire of judgment. Some vampires questioned whether the head of the Decasus family had truly been destroyed. Hesting went to inform the elder, reporting that the boy who had confronted them was someone not to be underestimated. He stated that the experience and knowledge of that human were so vast that it seemed as if he were omniscient. If Jinhyuk were allowed to continue doing as he pleased, the other patriarchs in that territory would also end up dead. The vampires questioned how someone like Hesting could dare say that they could lose to a mere human. But the elder responded that he did not believe the boy had come there merely to praise Jinhyuk's abilities. In fact, this was the patriarch of the Ataraxia family, Exension Ataraxia, who asked Hesting to explain his true thoughts immediately. Hesting said that he admired his cleverness. He admitted that he had thought of a plan to get rid of Jinhyuk, and one of the vampires asked why he would help them if his duty was to maintain the balance of the tower. Hesting replied that he was precisely trying to maintain that balance more than ever. Later, he fulfilled the deal he had made with Furs, delivering information about the company of veterans. In return, Furs returned another important item, allowing Jinhyuk to consult the tower rankings at any time. With the cube in hand, Jinhyuk asked if he wanted the item back, but Furs replied that it was a gift and that he could keep it. He commented that it had actually been great to have the opportunity to see Fafnir and the Balmung sword. After obtaining the information he needed, Jinhyuk promised himself that he would use that artifact wisely. At that moment, Teresa appeared calling for him, asking where he was. Jin-hyuk replied that he was taking care of some things. Teresa, red with embarrassment, remembered the conversation she had had with Savannah, who asked if she would continue following the paladin class. Teresa answered yes, but Savannah explained serving the goddess of light would be a harsh path. Although it was possible to gain powers, there would be significant losses. The most painful, especially for Teresa, was the fact that she would never be able to form a family. Those who chose the path of sacred service were meant to live only through memories, through loving recollections that could never be repeated. Teresa always remembered the moments with her dear Penheimer. Even so, she knew she needed to become stronger. Unexpectedly, Savannah embraced her, and through her authority as Archbishop, the system declared that Teresa had received the pink dispensation of the forces of the Sacred Empire. This meant that she would suffer no penalties and was freed from all obligations to the Empire. Savannah commented that perhaps she had reached that position just to experience that moment. Therefore, she asked Teresa to follow the person with whom she truly wanted to be. Thus, she was officially released from the Empire's obligations and joined the company of veterans. Jin-hyuk thought that this had certainly been a difficult decision for her and believed that Savannah had played a key role in it. Then, to celebrate her union with the company, Teresa wanted to do something special. She approached, grabbed his face, and said that all of this was frustrating. She invited everyone to a party at her home. Jin-hyuk accepted the invitation, thinking it was a good idea. Later, when they arrived, Jin-hyuk was impressed to see the enormous Laurent family mansion where Teresa had grown up. He said he did not realize she was so wealthy. They were welcomed by a large retinue of butlers. Teresa greeted everyone with joy. Andrea was the first to embrace her enthusiastically. She also greeted Wol-young, Alice, Velus, and upon seeing a new girl with white hair, asked who she was. Jin-hyuk replied that she probably did not know her because she was new. She was her new employee, Ophelia. Teresa introduced herself with warmth and said it was a pleasure to meet her. Ophelia internally was surprised and wondered if Teresa had really not recognized her simply because of a small disguise. It was then that Teresa's father, Dustin Laurent, appeared to receive the guests. He commented that the journey must have been tiring. Jin-hyuk, polite, replied that it was a pleasure to meet him. Dustin showed warmth as he greeted Jin-hyuk, stating that the pleasure was entirely his for meeting the hero responsible for saving Europe. He commented that he had already heard many stories about him and revealed that he felt relieved as a father knowing that his daughter was fighting alongside someone like Jin-hyuk. Without beating around the bush, he directly asked when the hero intended to marry his daughter. At that moment, Teresa, visibly embarrassed, grabbed her father by the arms, lifted him into the air, and covered his mouth. She said that she needed to have a private conversation with him and asked the others to feel free to enjoy the food. She then locked herself with him in another room with the intention of giving him a little torment over the embarrassment he had caused. Soon after, Yu-sung appeared, accompanied by the 4 servant slaves. Although he always complained, he was very submissive and appeared whenever he was invited. Velus, who had already learned a lot about the outside world, took the opportunity to teach the people in the tower about concepts such as the internet, the police, the financial market, and other typical aspects of the outside world. The twins appeared next, making a dramatic entrance by breaking the mansion window. Even though they had not been invited by Genrik, they showed up anyway. Finally, Tame and Rafa arrived as the last to appear. With everyone gathered, Jin-hyuk gave a speech stating that everyone present now belonged to the company of veterans. He explained that this was the ideal moment to get to know each other better, as they were beginning the company's first workshop. After the speech, the group enjoyed a pool party, ate some more, and had fun. At one point, the presence of Velaz, wearing only a small swim brief, ended up drawing attention in a comical way. Later, Teresa asked where Jin-hyuk was, as he had stepped outside to enjoy some solitude. He watched the others having fun and thought that everyone seemed to be well. This seemed like the perfect moment to examine more closely the artifact he had received from Amulo, the Decasus seal. Upon activating it, a portal opened directly to the treasure of the Decasus family, and he received a random artifact. The item was a painting, a work of art called Where Silence Sinks. Only those who had completed a certain percentage of the lost lineage could perceive the true value of that painting. Jin-hyuk, however, was not very satisfied with the result. He reflected that the lost lineage had been mentioned as the second benefit for anyone who conquered the tower, which led him to think that he probably did not receive that painting by mere chance. Apparently, someone was helping him fulfill the requirements tied to the lost lineage. Then he received another message from the system speaking to him. The system said that he had finally realized it, calling him by his name Jin-hyuk. That entity, who called itself SD Von, contacted Jin-hyuk through a call, stating that he did not need to be so nervous. It said it did not want to hurt him and revealed that he had been watched the entire time. It explained that they were the creators of the Tower of Trials. Meanwhile, Teresa received a message from her corrupted saint version, suggesting that she should take advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted to go after Kong Jin-hyuk, as that was her chance. She then noticed he was outside, surrounded by a strange light. It was explained that during the days Jin-hyuk did live streams while playing playing the Tower of Trials, there were only about 20 people who followed him regularly. He barely survived with the little money from donations, yet he still managed to reach the top of the tower. This Esteban was actually one of the oldest viewers of his streams. More than that, he was one of the tower's administrators. During the conversation, he asked if Jinhyuk remembered him and mentioned that they had known each other for much longer than he imagined. He said they had made enough donations so Jinhyuk would not have to worry about supporting himself. They had also provided facilities so he could train and keep his body in shape. Jinhyuk then asked if it was because of them that he had the foundation to complete the tower. The administrator confirmed it. He said they always believed he was different from other humans, who usually gave up easily. They bet that he would be able to reach the end of the tower, and they were right. The administrator explained that the tower was created as a world full of suffering and injustice, with the sole purpose of pushing people to their limits. However, Jinhyuk seemed to enjoy the experience the entire time, and in the end he succeeded. Curious, Jinhyuk asked if all the special benefits he had received, as well as the clues about the forgotten language, were his doing. The administrator confirmed once again. Then, Jinhyuk wanted to know what exactly they wanted from him, and why the tower's creators were investing so much. The answer was simple. They wanted him to conquer the tower again. When he asked what would happen if he refused, the administrator explained that, in that case, humanity would be doomed, just as it had been planned. Sometime later, Alice went to meet Jinhyuk, who was worried and had distanced himself from everyone. She asked why he, her only contractor, was alone there. The two stopped to talk, and he said he was just checking the rewards he had received that time. During the conversation, Alice commented that by talking about it, she realized they had finally gotten rid of one of the 6 patriarchs they feared so much. Jinhyuk then promised he would kill all the others. Alice replied that she knew he would keep that promise, but noticed he seemed worried and said he could confide in her. She said he was the only human she trusted and her only contractor. Jinhyuk was very grateful for her words. Nearby, Teresa was listening to everything with a smile on her face, but her corrupted saint version mocked her, calling her a fool. Later, the workshop came to an end. It was considered very useful for strengthening friendships and allowing the members of the company to get to know each other better, as understanding one another was the key to teamwork, something Jinhyuk always valued. However, he kept remembering the conversation with the administrator. They wanted him to complete the tower once again. The difference now is that the last floor was completely different. Jinhyuk found that unexpected, but he did not feel worried. Then, he saw the plane he was on with his new companions and thought that it was not just the tower that had changed. He himself had also changed a bit. Later, at Yeonhwa's house, Jinhyuk was having ice cream with Cheonyoung. He noticed that the old man's mana was much denser than before and asked if he had started climbing the tower. Cheonyoung confirmed he had. He said he had decided to use the tower system, just like his disciples had. He quickly understood that the place allowed a person to gain powers that would be impossible to obtain in the real world. Jinhyuk then reflected and thought to himself that it had been a good idea to bring that man to his side so quickly. Even though he had not yet undergone the awakening test, it was clear he was above even the special rank. Being the strongest martial artist in the real world, in the tower he would certainly be even more powerful. In fact, Jinhyuk thought that Cheonyoung resembled the Shadow Emperor a little. During the conversation, Cheonyoung commented that he figured Jinhyuk was not there just to chat and asked what the reason for his visit was. Jinhyuk replied that he wanted to take Yeonhwa with him to the 15th floor of the tower. Cheonyoung then said he did not need his permission for that, as she was free to decide. Even so, Jinhyuk explained that it was not just about that. Then Cheonyoung suggested that they continue the conversation outside, since the day was nice. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa and the others were enjoying some roasted chicken when, looking out the window, they saw Jinhyuk talking with the old man outside. One of them commented that they were probably discussing the trip to the 15th floor. That region was known as the Tomb of the Antichrist, a place where one of the most abominable bosses in the tower resided, the Witch of Lamentations. Later, already on the 15th floor, at the attack unit's camp, the most powerful forces in the world had gathered. The strongest organization in Europe, Olympus, the strongest in Asia, Dangun, and the currently most powerful guild, Gandhara. Even with all these elite guilds combined, they had not only failed to contain the monster invasion, but had also been unable to get past the first guardian of the area. Frustration spread among them, but one of the members remarked that there was nothing they could do at the moment. The 7 deadly sins, the guardians of that place, were incredibly difficult to defeat. They were immune to all types of damage, and there was an unknown curse that caused the attack unit to fall into a deep sleep. Given the situation, there was no alternative but to retreat and come up with a new strategy. Nishara reflected that, even with all the preparation, they had failed. They had promised to represent humanity successfully and to donate the witch's cauldron to the world awakened organization. However, after the failure, Shiva declared that it was a disgrace. He said Nishara could no longer use her powers, as she had sold herself to a demon. To earn the divine blessing again, she would have to prove her worth. Nishara then began to truly fear that Shiva might abandon her, for real. At that tense moment, a commotion swept through the camp. Kang Jin-hyuk appeared, accompanied by the veteran union, reigniting hope among those present. He politely greeted Maria and Yoon-seok, but addressed Nishara directly, saying he had not expected to see her again so soon. Maria asked if they already knew each other, and Jin-hyuk confirmed discreetly without going into detail. He got straight to the point, informing them that his team was there to join the attack unit. He reassured Nishara, saying he was not there to steal anyone's credit. The real reason for his presence was the Witch of Lamentations. More specifically, he wanted to obtain a skill called Black Tears, which would be extremely useful for facing a dragon in the near future. Then, Jin-hyuk stated that the witch's cauldron could be donated under Nishara's name, showing generosity. The people around him commented on his noble attitude, saying he did not seem to want anything in return. But deep down, Jin-hyuk knew very well that there was always something behind his actions. He never did anything for free. Then, discreetly, he activated the Eye of Gluttony to analyze the surrounding crowd. The figure that caught his attention the most was Maria, an awakened individual at level 61 with a high magic attribute. The condition for copying her ability was that Maria had to be grateful to him for saving her life. He would need to demonstrate his magical prowess to the point of earning her admiration. If he fulfilled that condition, he would be able to copy the ability Hellfire. Jin-hyuk thought it was perfect. Meanwhile, Teresa observed everything and decided that this time she would stand by Jin-hyuk. When he called her, she stood at the ready, but he asked her to stay in the rear. On the front line, he would take Maria. Teresa felt a little sad about this, but she understood. As he passed by her, Jin-hyuk whispered the plan into her ear, and she understood perfectly. She was ready to follow it to the letter. Yoon-seok, watching from a distance, commented that Teresa suddenly looked serious and wondered what Jin-hyuk had told her. After that, everyone advanced toward the Tomb of the Antichrist, where the real challenge would begin. One of the members summarized the area. It was divided into 7 zones, and so far no monster had been completely defeated by any attack unit. In truth, the only things the group would have to face in that area were the Witch of Lamentations and her creations. Jin-hyuk explained that her disciples represented the 7 deadly sins. As they moved through corridors that resembled a labyrinth, the group ended up encountering the Disciple of Pride, a beastly creature resembling a bipedal dragon. The team members prepared for battle, but Jin-hyuk calmly stated that they could leave that one to him. Meanwhile, in the central chamber, the Witch of Lamentations, named Isabella, was complaining about the constant nuisance caused by humans. She was visibly irritated and questioned why they could not simply leave her in peace. Garwain, a representative of the Human Demonic Association, was present and wholeheartedly agreed with her. Isabella said she lived a peaceful life there, raising disciples inspired by the 7 deadly sins, something she wished to do without interruptions. However, humans kept invading her territory. Garwain explained that this was exactly why they had come to help her, calling her silly with a hint of sarcasm. When Isabella asked how they intended to do that, he replied that they had developed a simple plan. For it to work, she only needed to open the 7th chamber, as her loyal subordinate Trista would take care of the rest as soon as it was opened. While that plan was being discussed, on the other side, Jin-hyuk's group was causing astonishment. Manhwa was beating the Disciple of Pride so fiercely that everyone was terrified. The creature, forced into a position of humility, lost its damage nullification ability and became vulnerable. Jin-hyuk then finished off the enemy with a powerful attack called Colossus Punch, destroying the creature with a single blow. Most had not realized that the creature physically embodied the sin of pride. Therefore, when forced into humility, its protection disappeared and it became susceptible to damage. Yoon-seok, as always, was impressed by their performance. He commented that although Jin-hyuk and his subordinates were extremely skilled individuals, what stood out the most was the synergy between them. Thanks to that, they were finally making real progress. On the other hand, Nishara showed signs of discomfort, while Maria was surprised. It was her first time seeing Jin-hyuk's group in action, and she was impressed. The way they handled the enemy seemed like childish mockery. They were literally teasing the creature, kicking it around like bullies in a schoolyard. Later, Jin-hyuk and his companions even lay down to nap on the dungeon floor. Manhwa, lying down, complained that she did not even want to breathe because of how lazy she felt. Another person commented that they would love to go into hibernation at that moment. The group was so lazy they could barely talk. That was when the defense of the Disciple of Sloth dropped to 0%, as a direct effect of the extremely sleepy atmosphere. Taking advantage of this, Jin-hyuk simply threw a sword into the enemy's head, eliminating it instantly. Maria could hardly believe what she was seeing, while Jin-hyuk and the others burst into laughter. She realized they had laid on the ground even before being affected by the sleep curse, making it seem as though it had all been part of the plan. This kind of unconventional strategy left her deep in thought. The group also dealt with the Disciple of Wrath as if they they were giving him a therapy session, and defeated the Disciple of Greed by dumping a mountain of gold onto his head. Unlike normal players, who simply followed standard combat routines, Jinhyuk and his allies always seemed to find creative ways to win. Maria commented that no matter how unorthodox their methods were, at the pace things were going, there was now a high chance of success for that mission. She even tried to mention this to Nishara, but noticed she was no longer nearby. At that moment, Nishara was alone, trying to find some solitude to pray to Shiva. However, her prayers were not being answered. That was when a demonic human emerged from the shadows behind her, saying she looked so lonely, sitting there by herself. The creature silently approached and used the ability Whispers of Darkness to affect Nishara's thoughts, whispering directly into her ear. Nishara tried to react, but the enemy mocked her, asking if the S rank was just for show, since she was not even able to resist. Nishara realized then that her opponent attacked directly through the mind, and worst of all, she could no longer use her mandala, as she had been abandoned by Shiva. Without spiritual protection, she was grabbed by the neck. The enemy whispered again, saying she knew just how defenseless Nishara was, especially because she had been left alone. Her body was affected by the skill. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Yanhua and the others were getting dressed again after facing the Disciple of Lust. It had been an unconventional and embarrassing battle. Yanhua commented that if Teresa had been there, she probably would have fainted. As they put their clothes back on, Jinhyuk asked what the problem was after all. They had defeated the creature, and the only problem was the presence of Maria, who had stayed there the entire time. Even though Maria was wearing a blindfold, it was clear she had not been unable to see the entire time. The group noticed this, and Timing even asked jokingly how much she had actually seen, calling her Miss Maria. But Jinhyuk's mind was already elsewhere. Only 2 disciples remained, and finally the Witch of Lamentations herself. Still slightly embarrassed, Maria warned the group about something concerning she had not seen Nishara since earlier. At the same time, the team that had stayed in the rear was collecting materials and magical crystals from the dungeon. Some even considered stealing part of the loot, but they were smacked on the head by Yoonseok, who scolded them and told them to get back to work. He thought that, despite the seriousness of the invasion, things were going smoothly. A lighthearted atmosphere like that was not so bad from time to time, but the calm did not last. Suddenly, Yoonseok saw Nishara approaching silently. She moved toward the frontline group and, using her resonance ability, unleashed destruction that completely blocked the path with rubble. This prevented the rest of the group from returning. Immediately afterward, Nishara turned on her own ally and attacked Yoonseok, slashing his chest with her chakram. At that very moment, Maria received a video call from one of the subordinates. He urgently reported that Nishara had destroyed the passage and was completely out of control, attacking anyone in sight. The leader of the support group had been seriously injured but refused treatment, claiming that he was the only one who could stop Nishara and that he would do so, even if it cost him his life. Maria said they needed to go back immediately to contain the situation, but Jinhyuk interrupted. He said it was already too late. That was because just ahead of them, at the end of the corridor, Isabella, the Witch of Lamentations, had appeared. At her side was the same demonic human who had attacked Nishara. Isabella praised her partner, saying she had done an excellent job breaking the group from the inside. The demonic human simply replied that she was fulfilling her part of the deal, and then left to join Garwain. Isabella then looked at the group with contempt and asked how they dared destroy her creations. She declared that this time all of them would suffer the consequences. Without hesitation, she summoned the Disciple of Gluttony directly in front of the group, an immense and grotesque creature. With an ironic tone, she ordered the monster to devour them all, calling it chubby. Maria reacted quickly, using her hellfire in an attempt to stop the creature's advance, but she was not entirely successful. The enemy withstood the flames. Before Maria could be struck, Yanhua appeared to shield her, explaining that magic did not work against the creature. Jinhyuk then stated that, just like in the previous encounters, they would need to use a specific strategy to defeat the Disciple of Gluttony. He pointed to the creature's neck, where the mummified bodies of ancient monsters that once lived in that dungeon were embedded. He explained that the only way to harm the creature was to consume parts of those ancient monsters, temporarily absorbing their powers. Maria, confused, asked if he was being serious. Meanwhile, the Disciple of Gluttony continued to wreak havoc, and Isabella watched from afar, laughing and clapping, delighted by the chaos, urging the monster to devour them all. Isabella, the Witch of Lamentations, stated that the intruders were only getting what they deserved for having invaded her home. At that moment, Jinhyuk activated the Eye of Gluttony to analyze her. He discovered that Isabella was 469 years old, had attributes focused on magic and corruption, and had spent her entire life cursing her own existence. The condition to copy one of her abilities was to go back in time, welcome her kindly at the moment of her birth, and make her feel accepted. Only then could Jinhyuk acquire part of her power. Knowing that floor well, Jinhyuk thought it should not be that difficult. However, Isabella interrupted, saying she had forgotten to mention something important. She then ordered the Disciple of Envy to go after the other humans. At the same time, Garwain charged toward the rear lines. He said that a demon was about to appear there, and that he needed to clear everything, so the area would be spotless for its arrival. An emergency alert was immediately sent to Maria, but before she could react, Veriel appeared on Jinhyuk's shoulder in his tiny form. He said it was not too late yet. Jinhyuk, surprised, asked how he had come down to the 15th floor. Veriel, now the size of a mascot, replied that he had found a way to talk to him. He explained that no one else could hear him, so Jinhyuk should not be alarmed. He then asked if Jinhyuk would like to become his disciple of darkness. He promised he could grant powers that would resolve the situation within moments. But Jinhyuk, confident, said he did not believe he was in danger. In fact, while that happened, Garwain, who was advancing through the rear, was intercepted by Teresa, now transformed into the corrupted saint. Garwain realized he had fallen into a trap and acknowledged that this ambush had been traded for another. He had not expected Jinhyuk to have prepared so many layers of defense. Teresa then remembered what Jinhyuk had told her earlier. He had explained that the demonic humans who had summoned demons against the Sacred Empire would also be present there. He sensed their repulsive presence and wanted to warn her in advance, knowing how important the Empire was to her. In her subconscious, Teresa reflected that she could never forgive those bastards. They were directly responsible for the deaths of so many of her sisters from the Sacred Empire. The corrupted saint, however, asked if those were the same sisters who had judged her the moment she became corrupted. Teresa answered that they did not know the whole story and might have reacted the same way if they knew the truth. The corrupted saint replied that it no longer mattered and asked, "So, are you going to hand Garwain over to the association?" Teresa said yes, that she would, but the corrupted saint disagreed. She claimed that bastard would not change just because he was imprisoned. To the awakened association, the Empire meant nothing. They would not care. She concluded by saying he had to die. He had to pay with his own life for everything he had done. As Teresa hesitated, the corrupted saint locked her inside her own mind, telling her to reflect on what she truly wanted to do. Meanwhile, she would take control herself. She had no intention of staying on the sidelines. She would kill that bastard with her own hands. When Garwain used his necromancy to summon monsters, all of them were effortlessly wiped out by the dark sword wielded by Teresa. Faced with that, Garwain began to realize he might really die there if he was not careful. He asked why a saint had such a desire to kill a human being. The corrupted saint responded with a violent knee strike to his stomach, furiously asking where exactly he thought he was human. She then grabbed his hair and began to beat him with her own fists. Meanwhile, the others were trying to flee from the disciple of envy, who was now causing chaos in the rear. But there was an ally ready to help. An old master, struggling to read the message left by Jinhyuk through his reading glasses, complained that he could not understand such tiny letters, so he decided to solve it the simple way, by hitting. This man was Cheonyang, who, without hesitation, simply shattered the disciple of envy with a single brutal attack. While Cheonyang was fighting the disciple of envy, Teresa was finishing off Garwain with total brutality. Maria had not expected Jinhyuk to have hidden allies in the rear guard, prepared precisely for that situation. This surprised everyone. Veriel, on the other hand, simply commented to himself that this kind of thing was typical of him. He thought to himself that it was a mess, but the kind of mess that was actually a well-prepared ambush that Jinhyuk usually set up. Even if it seemed contradictory at times, it worked. Then he wondered what the hero would do about the other problem. The disciple of gluttony, who was still there, starving. Jinhyuk ordered that he be neutralized using a drone. The summoning worked. The disciple of gluttony tried to devour everything around him. Isabella told them not to get distracted by those creatures, but Jinhyuk, using the heavenly demon steps, easily stole one of the corpses attached to the enemy's body and used the restaurant from another world to cook the creature's rotten flesh. He prepared 4 dishes. Only one of them was made with monster meat. He did not tell anyone which was which. When the others wondered if anyone would eat that, Jinhyuk replied that they had no other choice if they wanted to defeat the enemy. The 3 of them ate. To their surprise, the taste was excellent. The system reported that they were developing a feeling of solidarity with the disciple of gluttony. Jinhyuk also ate and said they only needed to think that it was not monster meat, just electrical signals transmitted to the brain. But as soon as that thought hit them, they all threw up. Even so, they charged hard at the enemy, who was now receiving damage. Yoonseok, furious, kicked the disciple's head with all his strength. Meanwhile, Taemin was working on his machines, even while brushing his teeth. Maria, on the other hand, was vomiting repeatedly 5 times in a row while casting flames. Isabella, confused, wondered why her dear little glutton was taking so much damage. At that moment, Jinhyuk approached with a dark and psychotic look. The witch shrank in fear. When he said she was the only one left now, her instinct for self-preservation took over. Isabella sat on the ground in a fetal position and activated the black tears, crying uncontrollably. Each tear created deadly blades that flew in every direction. Jinhyuk dodged quickly and warned the others to get out of the way. One of the blades nearly cut Maria's neck, but Manhwa managed to block it just in time. However, her hand was hit. Any inanimate object touched by the tears was consumed consumed by the witch's powerful will and came to life. Manhwa had to kick her own glove away before it became corrupted. Jinhyuk explained that a single drop of those tears was enough to fill anyone with the witch's distorted thoughts. So it was not just the glove that got contaminated. All the statues of creatures around them began to move. They were turning into an army. Maria, panicked, asked what they should do now. But Jinhyuk said they did not need to do anything. They just had to wait for her to stop crying. Meanwhile, Isabella kept screaming, out of control. Her tears spread like a curse. At the same time, on the 5th floor in Andrea's domain, a statue representing Jinhyuk saving her had just been completed. Some people were already worshipping that image. The place was beginning to become a respectable base. Andrea commented that it was all thanks to Jinhyuk and to herself, Miss Alice. However, Alice was thoughtful. She confessed that she was worried for not having accompanied the group to the 15th floor. Andrea tried to reassure her, saying that Teresa was with him. That made Alice remember a certain night of drinking alongside Teresa when the latter revealed that Alice was a manifestation of all the deepest resentments she carried within herself. Alice commented that she found Teresa's personality quite interesting. Teresa replied that she even found it funny to think that the bright, radiant girl represented the greatest resentment she ever had. Sometimes she felt so stressed with the sparkly one that she wanted to lock her away forever, although she knew she should never do that. Alice, in turn, reflected that corrupted paladins had always been a big problem, but she believed the contractor would be able to handle the situation. Still, she silently wondered what would happen if Teresa failed. Andrea, noticing Alice's worried expression, asked if everything was okay, and Alice assured her it was, saying there was no reason to worry. However, at that exact moment, Teresa had truly lost control. She was beating Garwain, who already had all his teeth knocked out and his skull completely crushed. Even as he tried to surrender, he was ignored. Garwain, completely defeated, begged for mercy, but Teresa, consumed by rage, coldly responded that mercy was something reserved for soft-hearted people. Without hesitation, she threw him against the wall, pinned him with the power of shadows, and activated the witch hunt flame, burning Garwain alive. Shortly after, Teresa began to question what she should do next. That had been just retaliation, but something inside her was beginning to enjoy that kind of violence. The thought of staying in that body forever was taking over her, while the real Teresa seemed trapped inside her own consciousness, unable to control her corrupted body. After shedding countless black tears, Isabella began to feel better. She said that from that moment on, she would use her new disciples as shields. Her army would protect her. Jinhyuk, seeing the perfect opportunity, declared that this was their chance. He ordered the activation of the Delta Formation. Maria asked what they would do about Isabella, but Jinhyuk replied that she could simply watch. She would see how 3 veterans of that game acted together. He was the first to move, using his glacial formation to raise an ice wall that knocked down several of the newly animated statues. Taemin positioned his drones strategically so that Manhwa could step on them as mobile platforms. With the help of acceleration, she moved with such speed that the statues did not even have time to react to her precise and deadly strikes. That was the Delta combination. Maria, watching the scene, could hardly believe what she was seeing. She had never witnessed such a coordinated sequence of consecutive attacks. It was completely different from any traditional formation. They were maximizing their unique abilities to the extreme. Isabella, in despair, used her curse of self-hatred, but Jinhyuk protected everyone with a powerful barrier. He knew her barrier curses well and how annoying they could be, so he did not allow any of them to be activated. For that, he used the Lunar Seal, which greatly increased the efficiency of his protection spells, allowing him to create barriers with much less mana consumption. With that advantage, he activated the Zodiac 9-star multi-layer barrier. The first layer was the Scorpius constellation, so powerful that it made Isabella cry just by looking at it. Trying to resist, she repeatedly summoned her own 4-star defensive barrier over and over again. Maria, observing the magical duel, was impressed. It made her own title as the most powerful mage in the world feel shameful. She thought to herself that Jinhyuk did not even have a magical class, and yet he was capable of summoning more than 20 barriers simultaneously, merging them into a unique and completely superior form. Maria even blushed a little, such was the impression it left on her. At that moment, Jinhyuk fulfilled the conditions for a copy. The system recognized the impact he caused and granted him the Hellfire ability. As Isabella's barriers were shattered, she was overtaken by memories from the past, remembering the moment when she was named the Witch of Lamentations. At that time, she was just a child who played with sins, but eventually abandoned her innocence to become something much darker. At that moment, she saw a light so divine that it almost purified her. However, when defeated, Isabella did not disappear like the others. Her body transformed into a cocoon, reverting to the form of a baby. For Jinhyuk, this confirmed what he had already suspected. She was a brilliant witch who, upon encountering the 7 deadly deadly sins became obsessed. In the end, she was a pitiful soul. He then decided to end her suffering once and for all, and with that, he also fulfilled the copy conditions to acquire the Black Tear's ability. Maria commented that even though it was an unpleasant way to end things, the problem was solved. Jin-hyuk said that now they needed to move forward, find a way back, and check whether the other group was still alive. Meanwhile, after beating Garwan, Teresa slammed Nishara's face into the ground. She not only took her down, but was also starting to torture her. Cheon-young tried to intervene, pleading with Miss Teresa to stop, warning that at this rate she would also end up dying. But the corrupted saint attacked him without hesitation, accusing everyone of having been weak. According to her, the stupid actions of that group were the reason Yoon-seok was in critical condition, on the brink of death. Consumed by rage and guilt, Teresa also began beating Nishara again, summoning her sword with the clear intent of slicing the woman in half. Cheon-young, watching everything, feared the worst. If she actually killed the guild master of India, the entire country would turn against them. At the last moment, however, Jin-hyuk intervened and stopped the final blow. He said firmly that Teresa could not kill anyone there without his permission, even if she hated the person. Teresa, still consumed by darkness, complained that he was no fun at all. Jin-hyuk, ignoring the provocation, freed Nishara from the demonic control using his spell interposition barrier. Then, he asked his companions to take Nishara away from there. When they asked what they should do about Teresa, the corrupted saint replied with irony, saying that maybe no one really knew. Jin-hyuk approached and asked what she had done. Teresa, still corrupted, said the demonic energy emanating from him was simply too wonderful. She claimed that he could not kill her, not even the last time he tried. According to her, one day he would be thankful for all of it. When no one else stood beside the dear and hypocritical Sparkly, she would return. She would be the one unafraid to get her hands dirty to do what needed to be done. She asked him not to worry. When the time came, she would be there again. Right after saying that, the corrupted saint abandoned Teresa's body, and she collapsed, weakened and unconscious. Jin-hyuk was still reflecting on it, as he could not understand which corrupted personality she might assume next. Yeonhwa picked her up in her arms and began carrying her out of the dungeon, but Jin-hyuk walked in the opposite direction, heading deeper inside. Taemin, confused, asked where he was going, since the main boss had already been defeated. Jin-hyuk replied that there was still something important to do. Meanwhile, in the 7th chamber, where the old lair of the witch Isabella was located, a demonic human woman sent by Garwain, named Tristan, was completing a dark ritual. She was using a relic known as the War Drum of Human Skin, a forbidden artifact. Once the ritual was complete, a higher floor being descended there. It was the mid-ranking demon Hargan who, upon appearing, demanded to know who had dared to summon him to such a lowly floor. Tristan introduced herself as a member of the Demonic Human Association and swore total loyalty to him. At that moment, Jin-hyuk appeared, saying he already knew she had been playing house with demons. Tristan, confident, declared that it would be his end. She then asked the great demon to eliminate Jin-hyuk, claiming he was trying to interfere with the resurrection of the Demon King. Hargan found the situation amusing and said he would make that arrogant human beg for death. But suddenly, his expression changed. He realized that Jin-hyuk had pulled out a little chair and placed a bucket of popcorn in front of him, getting ready to watch what would happen next. As soon as he sat down, Hargan was struck by a powerful punch to the face. A commanding voice echoed, asking how a mid-ranking demon dared interrupt his entertainment. The demon realm's ranking system really must have been a mess. The one who had appeared was none other than the Demon King Variel in his true form. Hargan immediately fell to his knees, recognizing his authority and begging for forgiveness. Variel, with an impassive gaze, said that at least he knew who his superior was. For that reason, he would not have to kill him yet, but he demanded to know exactly what mistake he had made. Hargan, still stunned, tried to think fast. He said he had not realized Variel was there, but that excuse did not help. Variel smashed his face into the ground with force, saying no. He did not even know what mistake he had committed. While he was being punished, Tristan was completely stunned. Her blindfold fell from her eyes due to the shock. She could not believe what she was seeing. She thought the Demonic Human Association had done everything possible to one day stand against a demon king, but Jin-hyuk was already being revered by one. That left her utterly shaken. Variel, with disdain, kicked Hargan away and ordered him to disappear. Hargan, even though humiliated, thanked him for his mercy and fled immediately. Then, Variel sarcastically commented on the audacity of that mid-level demon. He said Hargan was nothing, especially compared to himself, even in such a weakened form. He then asked Jin-hyuk what he thought about becoming his shadow disciple. Jin-hyuk replied that it was impossible to fight against a demon like him without even moving. Variel found that amusing. He called the boy entertaining and said he knew how to tell a good joke, but before he could say anything else, he received a system alert. The tower was beginning to depressurize. which meant he had to return to his own plane. He said the visit had been too short, but that he would keep watching Jin-hyuk. He also asked to be informed in case he changed his mind. When he turned to Tristan, who was still kneeling, she couldn't utter a single word. She was sweating cold, completely paralyzed by fear. Later, Nishara woke up in a hospital with the sensation that her entire body was broken. She turned to Xandria and asked what had happened, but Xandria only turned on the television. A news report was already explaining everything. Maria Live explained that the assault team had successfully invaded the 15th floor of the ancestral ruins, and that they had decided to donate the sacred relic, the Witch's Cauldron, to the World Awakener organization. The relic would be used to help mid-level players obtain better equipment. During the invasion, there were many obstacles. The team leader was seriously injured, but they managed to overcome everything thanks to the player Kang Jin-hyuk. Nishara, watching the broadcast, began remembering everything. Her memories came back all at once, forcing her to face everything she had done. In the end, she admitted to herself that she too had been saved by that bastard, just like everyone else. Later, at Yeonhwa's house, everyone was celebrating the treasures they had obtained. She asked Jin-hyuk if he was sure about letting the others mess with all of it. Jin-hyuk said it did not matter. For him, the most important things were the abilities he had obtained. Black Tears and Hellfire. They were far more valuable than any item. After everyone had left, Teresa appeared. She wanted to talk to Jin-hyuk in private. He asked why she was hiding, since everyone already knew she was back. He also asked how much she remembered. With tired eyes, Teresa said she remembered everything, from the moment she nearly killed Nishara to the moment she burned the demonized human. Savannah had told her that the other personality was formed from all her suppressed feelings. And the fact that this part of her had killed someone so cruelly and almost destroyed Nishara meant that a part of her really wanted to do it. Jin-hyuk then said that was enough. As long as demonized humans existed in this world, there would be no way to prevent them from hurting humans. Most of them deserved to die. Gawain was a clear example. He warned that situations like this would happen again, and he asked what Teresa would do if it happened again. This time, the only one she killed was an enemy, and the corrupted personality had retreated. But what if next time she tried to kill an ally? Would she be able to resist? Because the way things were now, she had become uncontrollable in that kind of situation. And that weakness was something he could not afford to carry. Teresa, understanding what he meant, accepted it. She said she understood. Then she stood up, turned her back, and left in silence. After Jin-hyuk was left alone, Alice appeared and remarked that perhaps he had been too harsh with Teresa. It seemed she was going through a difficult time, and Alice questioned whether those were truly the right words to say. But Jin-hyuk replied that he could be kinder once Teresa was firmer in her decision. She was not the type to give up just because she was confronted. In fact, that only motivated her more. According to him, Teresa would certainly come back much stronger. Meanwhile, at the second headquarters of the Demonic Human Association, the leaders were discussing their next steps. 3 days had already passed since Gawain's death. The relic used to summon the demon had been wasted, and the only location on the lower floors where the ritual could be repeated had been completely destroyed. At that moment, Melina noticed the presence of a woman with Jin-hyuk's mark stamped on her face. That was Tristan, who formally introduced herself to Melina. It was then revealed that, in order to monitor the activities of the demonic humans, Jin-hyuk had placed Tristan at Melina's side with the objective of gathering information and reporting everything directly to him. Meanwhile, the situation in the tower continued to progress. The 5th floor was already under the complete control of Andrea, while the 25th floor, known as the Fortress of the Giant, kept expanding its power. To prepare for what was to come, Jin-hyuk knew he needed to complete one final task. He was traveling in a car with Hee-woong, who informed him that all the other guilds had headed to the 15th floor. He asked if Jin-hyuk planned to join them, but Jin-hyuk replied that the mission was not worth the effort. The reward was low, and it was good for the other guilds to have their own achievements from time to time. They could not always rely on him. After the battle on the 15th floor, Jin-hyuk had reached level 100, something he achieved much faster than back when he was only playing. Now, the top of the tower was unrecognizable, and he carried a strong sense of impending doom. Only 86 days remained until the 15th floor was completed, and he needed to make the most of that time. He then went to meet Wol-young, who opened a portal to take him directly to the Shadow Emperor. Meanwhile, at the periodic conference of the administrators of the Tower of Trials, it was reported that a small-scale war had broken out between the gods of Northern Europe and those of Egypt. This conflict caused the death of several residents from the upper floors, shaking the balance of the tower. The administrators began discussing possible actions, but they quickly remembered that their true role was to ensure that the 7 crowns necessary to reach the final floor were granted only to those who truly deserved them. Beyond that, they were not to interfere. Testing reinforced this principle. However, one of the administrators asked whether there were still traces of ancient beings on the final floor, which caused unease among those present. Hesting, however, assured them that everything was under control. Finding traces of ancient mana did not mean the seals had been broken. He said he had never disappointed anyone, and that he was fulfilling his role with excellence. The others agreed, and he thanked them for their trust. Meanwhile, Alice was enchanted by the beauty of the 25th floor, known as the Murim territory. She admitted that the place had magnificent landscapes and thought about how nice it must be for the players to explore that environment. Jin-hyuk noted that she now seemed to come out of the ring whenever she wanted. Alice confirmed, saying she wanted to look around as well. Then Wol-young gently interrupted, suggesting they change clothes, as the ones they were wearing drew too much attention. Alice changed her appearance to a long white and red dress, becoming even more dazzling. Wol-young then informed them that they would ascend to the top of the celestial mountain. However, Alice revealed that she could not fly properly in that form and asked if they really had to climb all the way up the traditional way. Jin-hyuk, adjusting his own cloak, asked if Alice was worried. In his mind, he recalled an enigmatic message he had received through the tower's security system sent by Ezid Vaughn. Only a single sentence had managed to bypass the system's protection barrier. "Go to the Merming." That was all it said. Perhaps it was something Ezid Vaughn wanted to show him, something grand and worthy of attention, or maybe a warning about something dangerous that could not be ignored. While thinking about this, Jin-hyuk briefly lost focus because the carriage they were riding in shook slightly. It was being pulled by spirits, and he noticed they were already getting tired from the weight and distance. Alice, watching, remarked that Jong seemed quite used to this kind of travel. He confirmed, explaining that he had ridden something similar before, and that, to continue serving Jin-hyuk, he needed to get used to unusual experiences like that one. Meanwhile, within the cult of the Celestial Demon, the Supreme Demon remained missing. The search was not going well. Min was leading the investigation alongside the Black Wind Squad and ordered the members back into the field. During this process, he appeared before the Dark Emperor and expressed his concern. He said that given the current situation, the Orthodox factions would likely break the treaty. They had received many resources and support to help the Murim Alliance in the war against the Empire, but if they discovered the Supreme Demon was absent, they would use that as a justification to attack. The Dark Emperor, however, responded calmly, saying there was no reason to worry so much. The Supreme had left only for a short period, and that would not weaken the cult. He then turned to another man present and asked if he was not the guardian of the left side. That man was Samaja, the third most powerful figure within the Celestial Demon cult. He stated that the situation was under control. Despite the Supreme's prolonged absence, the cult was still in good shape. However, he admitted that the members were restless, as the cult idolized power above all else. 3 months had already passed since the Supreme Celestial Demon had disappeared, and even if an old dragon tried to cover the throne, it was nearly impossible to maintain that position steadily for so long. The Dark Emperor, annoyed by the provocation, questioned the use of the term Old Dragon. The two stared at each other as their demonic energies clashed. Samaja, smiling in a defiant way, asked if the Emperor was finally willing to fight him, calling him Little Dragon. The Emperor, irritated, said that Samaja had a terrible temper and should not provoke him just because the Supreme was absent. He said that even as an old dragon, he was still strong enough to protect the cult. He had gone through a metamorphosis, but remained dangerous. Additionally, he revealed that he had accepted a new disciple, someone who was on their way and could be of great help to the cult. As soon as the Dark Emperor left, Samaja was left intrigued. He murmured to himself suspiciously, wondering whether that old man had really accepted a disciple. Soon after, Jin-hyuk arrived. He commented that the spirits pulling the carriage had done a good job, but still needed some improvement on the turns. Upon arriving at the Celestial Demon Palace, they were greeted by someone who clearly did not like him. The man approached him with hostility, asking if he was the one pretending to be the disciple of the Shadow Emperor. But before the tension could rise further, Wol-young stepped forward and introduced himself, firmly stating that Jin-hyuk was indeed the legitimate disciple. Jin-hyuk, however, said there was no point in trying to talk. That man did not seem like the type who would listen to explanations. The martial artist had already unleashed a poisonous technique, creating a thick, toxic cloud. In his mind, it was nothing personal. He was just following orders, and so he used the technique Venomous Cloud of Extermination, a lethal venom blast. Wol-young tried to intervene, saying there was no need for that, but Alice, holding a popcorn, pulled Wol-young to the side and told him to just watch. Whenever he felt worried about Jin-hyuk, he only needed to remember who he was. And then Jin-hyuk effortlessly swallowed the entire poisonous cloud using his celestial poison ability, which detoxified everything he consumed. The martial artist was completely shocked. Meanwhile, inside the cult's palace, the eighth in command, Dak Goryung, also known as the Poison Demon, was reflecting on the arrival of the Right Guardian's disciple. The Left Guardian had asked him to welcome the disciple with an open heart, but Dak Goryung had a very different view of the situation. He believed that his master, Pai Gak, had already passed down all of his poisonous arts to him. Therefore, the disciple who was arriving must be on the verge of death. To him, the newcomer was just an unlucky man about to be eliminated. However, to his surprise, the one who appeared completely broken and injured was none other than Paegak himself, limping and trying to recover. He asked his disciple to get reorganized. Upon entering, Jinhyuk observed the scene and calmly asked if that man's name was really Paegak, trying to reconcile the reputation with the miserable condition in which he found him. As soon as Jinhyuk entered the hall, several members became alarmed, believing he was an intruder. Dok Goryung immediately declared that Jinhyuk would not leave alive and began to summon his poison arts. But before chaos could break out, the Shadow Emperor himself appeared, ending all hostility. He stated that Jinhyuk was not an intruder. On the contrary, he was his disciple, Kang Jinhyuk, the one who would inherit and complete the arts of the Dark Demon Emperor. Meanwhile, in the Empire, Savannah welcomed Teresa back. The Archbishop embraced her warmly, although some of the nuns still showed fear. Savannah asked them not to worry. She believed that one day everyone would understand that Teresa, even knowing she would be hated, had chosen that path for a greater good. The twins appeared shortly after, being hugged by the Archbishop as if they were two mischievous children. Savannah then asked why everyone had returned at the same time. Teresa explained that she was there to prevent a disaster. Savannah led her to a sacred room in front of the statue of the Goddess of Light, a secluded space ideal for uninterrupted training. One of the nuns, fearful, asked if it was safe to entrust Teresa with the Sanctuary of Light. Savannah said that if she corrupted the place, the entire group would pray for the light to guide them once again. Then Teresa asked the twins to promise something. If her corrupted personality took over again, they were to kill her. The twins thought it over and agreed. Teresa then turned inward, beginning a direct confrontation with her corrupted version inside her subconscious. The dark entity seemed satisfied, happy that Teresa had finally made the decision to face her. Back at the palace, Dok Goryung was still complaining to the Shadow Emperor, saying that nothing made sense, and that Kang Jinhyuk, as his disciple, was breaking numerous rules. The Emperor, however, interrupted and told him to stop preaching. He said it was fun to have exceptions. Goryung, another member present, said that this was an affront to the cult's doctrines. There were rules that needed to be followed, but the Shadow Emperor questioned whether he had not been clear when he ordered them to stop talking and simply feel the pressure of his presence. The poison demon fell completely silent, even though he was clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Samaja was also uneasy. As he walked past the poison demon, he said that everyone knew Jinhyuk was the Emperor's disciple, so doing anything against him in broad daylight would be very difficult. The true reason why the Shadow Emperor accepted a disciple, even while breaking the cult's rules, was because he felt that his death was approaching. He wanted to complete his final technique before that happened. For that reason, there was no need to rush. When everything was finished, then they could eliminate both the Master and Jinhyuk. Later, the Emperor embraced his disciple tightly, showing how worried he had been that Jinhyuk might not show up. Jinhyuk commented that the Emperor seemed to be the only one happy about his presence and asked whether he had caused trouble by defeating that Paegak. The Emperor replied that it had already been taken care of and that Jinhyuk should not worry about the details. However, Jinhyuk could not treat it as something trivial. He had already faced major wars, both orthodox and unorthodox, in his world, more than 20 times. The Shadow Emperor was waiting alone for the arrival of the celestial demon, but now he was being drawn in by the provocations of Samaja and his accomplices. The old man was at real risk of losing his position within the cult. Even so, he told Jinhyuk not to worry, showing that he acted like a true father to him. It was at that moment that the Emperor noticed Alice was also present. He handed her a badge and explained that if she showed it to someone and asked for something, they would bring her whatever she wanted. Alice was surprised by that, finding it curious to receive such a privilege. Jinhyuk asked why the master had given that to her, but the Emperor simply grabbed him by the collar and said they were too busy. He was clearly excited to train his disciple and commented on how long he had waited for this moment. Later, winter had finally begun. It had already been 2 months since they started climbing the Tower of Trials. This was the first winter since the world had changed. The broadcast of the invasion of the 15th floor and the battle against the boss of that level was still available online, but people began to notice something. Without Jinhyuk, whom many still called the Unknown, things had become boring. However, that monotonous peace would last for quite some time. The president of the Hunters Association thought about how everything was far too quiet, which made him suspicious. Meanwhile, on the Murim floor, Wolyung and Alice were watching Jinhyuk's intense training. Alice commented that it was strange to see him like that, as he usually came up with creative ways to solve problems. But now he was truly training seriously. Jin-hyuk was standing beneath a waterfall, enduring the force of the water, and that was not all. The Shadow Emperor himself, with a wide smile on his face, was throwing logs at him. He did this because he knew that the arts of the Demon Emperor required the body to be pushed to its absolute limit. All the logs thrown landed directly on Jin-hyuk's head, and he endured it all through sheer strength. He had already reached a progress of 699 out of 1,000 to complete the training. In that moment, he remembered why the Shadow Emperor had never taken on disciples. He had forgotten about it, but the memory returned with the sheer intensity of the training. First, he had to completely destroy an entire mountain. Then, 2 massive weights were tied to his ankles, and he was forced to wear them without rest until the training was over. It was hard to tell whether the Emperor was training or just torturing his disciple. The training was so extreme that not even a masochist like Jin-hyuk could take it lightly. It had already been 2 months since he started that routine, training with the Shadow Emperor during the day and searching for clues about the system at night. Despite his efforts, he still had not discovered what Wesby wanted to reveal to him, but he knew he needed to understand it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the Holy Empire, where it was also snowing, the nuns were discreetly patrolling the sanctuary and watching Teresa, who had been training continuously for 2 months. She was already able to circulate both demonic energy and divine power around her, something considered impossible, as these 2 forces were not supposed to mix. Inside the sanctuary, Teresa was in direct combat. After being knocked down once more, her corrupted version stated that she was going easy on her. Even so, she questioned whether Teresa truly believed she could control her. The truth was that not even the corrupted one knew exactly what she wanted. With one of her strikes, she landed a deep cut on Teresa's chest, making her bleed in the real world. The twins asked who that was standing before them. Teresa answered that it was still her. However, the twins were bored with the whole thing and decided to go out and eat. Teresa, however, remained to train once again. The corrupted version commented that many people found Teresa annoying, and rightfully so. Teresa responded by asking if she was already irritated by so little, because she could keep fighting for a long time. The corrupted one was unsure whether Teresa was determined or just stubborn, but admitted that she was starting to enjoy it. The 2 resumed their fight with even greater intensity. Meanwhile, on the Marine floor, Solin was looking for Sayong, the soul hunter, and commented that in the past 2 months, all Yusung had done was eat, sleep, and train. At that moment, he was shirtless, eyes closed, training with his sword. Celine asked why he always trained without a shirt, and Sayong answered that it was simply so she could enjoy the view. Although she had lived in that place for a long time, it was the first time she had seen someone so obsessed with power. Seolin asked if the reason for that obsession was Jin-hyuk himself. Sayong answered that at first, yes, but that had changed. Yusung used to be impatient, but now he was much more focused and calm. Sayong then turned the question back to Seolin, wanting to know why she kept showing up there. She hinted that Seolin truly liked Yusung. Seolin explained that she was also there to deliver a message. Members of the Amorim Alliance were complaining about the threat posed by the Celestial Demon, as there were rumors that he would soon start an active war against the Holy Empire in exchange for money. However, the enemy had remained inactive ever since. If the Celestial Demon did not appear soon, a new war could break out. Young remarked that although the demon in question was a member of the Celestial Demon cult, he was not someone who broke promises. Even so, he asked what they should do now. Solin stated that the only option was to prepare for the great storm that was coming. At that moment, Jin-hyuk was listening to the entire conversation through his spy spider, which had infiltrated Seolin's body. He thought that Yusung was truly giving it his all, and that was a good thing. He also reflected on how important it was for everyone to develop their skills while there was still time. The Orthodox forces were trying to sink their teeth into the Celestial Demon cult, and the cult would not be able to hide the Celestial Demon's disappearance for much longer. It was urgent to find more clues before an Orthodox invasion began. While walking, Jin-hyuk passed near the poisoned demon and Sama Ja, but used the right moment to hide, avoiding detection. This was only possible thanks to the Great Mage's cloak, which reduced his presence by more than 20%. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he began to follow the 2 of them into a dungeon. That place was used to imprison criminals. When Jin-hyuk approached the entrance, the system revealed a hidden S-rank mission, stating that he had found a clue about the grand scheme behind the Celestial Demon cult. Jin-hyuk thought that this was probably what Estevan had been trying to warn him about. The system also explained that this incident would become the spark for the war in the middle floors. To continue the mission, he needed more clues. The next day, Jin-hyuk approached his master and said he wanted to visit the underground prison. He knew very well that it was a terrifying place, where only people with great influence could enter, since it held the worst criminals of the Celestial Demon cult. The Shadow Emperor asked why he wanted to go there, saying that he knew exactly what was in that place. He also also commented that he hoped it was not an excuse to run away from training. Jin-hyuk replied that he would never do such a thing. In fact, he suspected something was hidden in that place, since he had seen Sama-ja going there the day before. That caught the emperor's attention so much that he decided to accompany Jin-hyuk personally to the underground prison. They passed the guards without any trouble. After all, the emperor himself was there. Even so, the guards were visibly nervous. Jin-hyuk was certain that those guards had been placed there by Sama-ja himself. It was only a matter of time before they noticed their presence. As they walked down the long stone corridor leading to the prison, creatures watched them from the shadows. The emperor explained that those creatures were called dokab. They functioned as natural guardians of that place, feeding on the surrounding demonic energy. There were many of them, and they were very aggressive, but they would not attack as long as the emperor carried a certain amulet that kept them away. The Shadow Emperor asked again why Jin-hyuk wanted to visit that place and why he was so suspicious of Sama-ja. The disciple replied that he was worried. He could clearly see how much Sama-ja hated him and could not just stand by while watching him act so suspiciously. The emperor acknowledged that even a fool could notice the tension between them, but he said what worried him the most was the possibility that Jin-hyuk was getting too relaxed in his training. That was when the emperor shattered the amulet and let the dokab attack. He admitted that the matter was important, but said that was no reason to interrupt the training. So, he told Jin-hyuk to kill all the monsters by himself while he merely observed. Jin-hyuk thought it was absurd, but he had no choice. Meanwhile, one of the guards was urgently running to inform the poison demon that the right guardian and his disciple had entered the underground prison. The news was immediately passed on to Sama-ja. Back in the cave, Jin-hyuk was already fighting the dokab using the techniques taught by the Shadow Demon Emperor. After eliminating all the creatures, he saw his training score rise to 712 out of 1,000 points. The Emperor was impressed and said the effort had not been in vain. Jin-hyuk was truly making progress. However, something unusual happened. From inside one of the dokab, an unexpected item appeared, a cinder fragment. The system notified that Jin-hyuk could not pick it up without possessing another specific item. This left him intrigued, as he knew those creatures were not supposed to grant experience or rewards. The presence of that item clearly indicated that someone had deliberately placed it inside the creature. Jin-hyuk told his master that it was more than time to ask questions directly to Sama-ja and the people close to him. The Shadow Emperor, without saying a word, turned his back and went to do exactly that. At that moment, Wol-young emerged from the shadows, passing through the wall. He asked Jin-hyuk what he intended to do next. He replied that he needed to go even deeper to investigate further. Wol-young said that, in that case, he would not give any advice. Alice, on the other hand, commented that those creatures, the dokab, kept appearing, and Jin-hyuk thought of someone ideal to deal with them. When they moved on to the next fight, the one who handled all the enemies was the little skeleton, who dealt with the monsters effortlessly. Jin-hyuk was there to prove how much he had improved, and so he went all out against the dokab. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk and two other companions were sent to observe the surroundings of the underground prison. At the celestial demonic cult, the Shadow Emperor was approached by the poison demon, who remarked that he had heard Jin-hyuk was training against the dokab in the prison, also called the Kaiban. He pointed out that the place was meant for criminals, not training, and asked why the emperor did not take the disciple elsewhere. The emperor responded that, as the right guardian, he had personally given permission, so there was no issue. Goryeo agreed, saying he understood but emphasized that it was a very dangerous place. He was not saying it was wrong, just expressing concern. The emperor retorted, saying that if Goryeo was not the problem, then maybe the problem lay with him. And if not that, it was reasonable to assume that something was hidden in that prison. Under pressure, Goryeo froze, unable to move, until Sama-ja appeared to intervene. He freed Goryeo from that uncomfortable conversation and said he had heard the emperor was looking for him. The Shadow Emperor confirmed and stated that it was time for Sama-ja to explain what he had been doing in the shadows. Meanwhile, Goryeo hurried off to fetch Yanhua, known as the Flame Dragon Artist, and considered the 10th most powerful within the cult. He told her to hurry, and together they went straight to the prison. Goryeo thought it was all happening too fast, but Sama-ja had already given a clear order: take care of the prison and eliminate Jin-hyuk. Before the emperor noticed something was wrong with that place. Later, Alice complained about the horrible smell, comparing it to sewage. They were on the 5th basement floor of the prison, and Wol-young explained that this was where the worst criminals of the cult were kept. Each one of them was kept alive only because they might be useful in the future, although all of them deserved death. A special device restrained them, preventing escape or attacks. Despite being there, Jin-hyuk did not receive any notification from the system for having found a new clue, which made him think that maybe he needed to go even deeper. At that moment, a secret passage was activated, and Goryeo appeared with Yanhua, showing up right in front of Jin-hyuk and catching him by surprise. Jin-hyuk noticed something in Goryong's hands, but before he could understand it, Yanhua moved forward alone to handle everything. While Goryeo took a different path to destroy any compromising evidence. Jinhyuk asked if she could handle it alone, as there were 3 enemies. Yeonhwa replied that she had heard about him, including the fact that he was skilled enough to defeat Pai Gak, and acknowledged that he was a dangerous opponent. Even so, she said others also wanted to fight. Right after that, she released the demonic prisoners, saying they were bored and could now have some fun. Young explained that all those prisoners were infamous martial artists, as strong as he was or even stronger. He said he could handle the situation, but Jinhyuk interrupted him, asking to stay out of it. If Yeonhwa wanted to use prisoners against him, then he would use his own methods as well. Alice found that comparison strange, thinking it was exaggerated, and meanwhile, the freed demonic prisoners were visibly excited at the chance to fight again. Yeonhwa released even more prisoners to face Jinhyuk and his allies. However, Alice showed no fear. Using the Blood Road, she easily eliminated all the enemies. Meanwhile, the little skeleton had already taken down all the dokeb and commented that his master had not yet seen the full extent of his true power. He felt satisfied, proud for having gone beyond what was expected. However, he suddenly noticed something strange. The embers coming from the dokeb's bodies were being pulled toward a specific place, the ember-collecting lantern that Goyeryung was carrying. Goyeryung thought he had not gathered enough embers yet. A few were still missing, maybe because the dokeb had not fully developed. He reflected that while Yeonhwa was fighting the Emperor's disciple, he could go out and try to capture more creatures. But at that moment, Yeonhwa ran past him in total panic. She fled, saying that she had tried to stop them. But that woman, Alice, had dealt with all the prisoners with absurd ease. She had not only defeated them, she had brutally impaled them one by one. Wolyung was stunned, realizing that Alice had eliminated all of them with a single move. It was terrifying. Alice asked why so many prisoners were gathered there. Jinhyuk noticed that she was using only a minimal amount of mana and questioned her about it. Alice confirmed, saying she could not waste her contractor's mana. Even so, she stated that soon everyone would understand what they were doing and why they were collecting those embers. Jinhyuk thought that this must be exactly what Estevan had been trying to warn him about from the beginning. At that moment, one of the young disciples of the celestial demonic cult ran to the dining hall to announce that Sama Ja and the Shadow Emperor were about to duel. The news spread quickly and excited everyone. The crowd rushed to watch the confrontation. Indeed, the two stood face to face, positioned above an arena. The Shadow Emperor commented that it had been a long time since Sama Ja last ran away from a fight, and he said it in a provocative tone. Sama Ja replied that this was not a fight, just a friendly duel. Then with a sarcastic tone, he asked how the disciples' training was going, saying he had heard that the boy was in the underground prison. The provocation was enough to ignite the Emperor's fury, and he immediately rushed forward, demanding answers. He wanted to know what they were doing in that place. Even under pressure, Sama Ja blocked all the attacks and kept speaking calmly, saying that the Emperor was as impetuous as ever. According to him, he had prepared a surprise, a special gift, and all efforts would be wasted if it were revealed too soon. When Yeonhwa and Goyeryung finally saw what was hidden in the depths of the prison, they were terrified. In front of them, imprisoned at the very bottom, was a colossal demon. That creature was being kept in secret and represented something far greater than any of them could have imagined. While they exchanged intense blows, Sama Ja asked the Emperor if he remembered that disaster they had faced a few months ago. The memories of those days were still vivid in his mind. They had fought against an incredibly powerful demon in a battle that lasted 3 days and 3 nights on the cliff of the Heavenly Mountain, until they finally managed to defeat it. He still remembered the image of the demon falling from the top after the final strike. In fact, if they had not been by the celestial demon's side, they all would have died. At the time, Sama Ja had been sent to verify if the demon was truly dead. Upon seeing the enemy severely weakened by the attacks he had received, a dangerous idea came to his mind. He wondered if he could make that creature obey him and use it as his personal assassin. It was at that moment that Goyeryung used the ember-collecting lantern to gather all the fragments of power in one place. He inserted that energy into the body of the demon Yaksha, restoring 71% of his original power. When Yaksha awakened, the entire cave began to tremble. Sama Ja confirmed that it was exactly what everyone was thinking. He had succeeded. The legendary demon, known for being capable of killing even gods, was now under his control. He had revived him. With Yaksha's awakening, the system activated a special mission. His survival was directly linked to the death of the celestial demon, and also played a key role in the progression of ascension within the tower. Jinhyuk needed to be aware that if the celestial demon died, a terrible disaster would occur. Jinhyuk understood that this was what Esedvan wanted to warn him about. Yaksha after all, was a named monster from the middle floors, a living weapon created to eliminate deities from the upper floors. He wondered what exactly that being was doing there. Meanwhile, Goryong commanded the demon to listen, reminding him that it was he who had brought him back to life. As a subordinate of Sama Ja, he should also consider him his master. Yaksha understood everything, and with no choice, was reduced to a hunting dog loyal to Sama Ja. Then he asked what his order was. Pointing to Jin-yuk and his group, Goryong declared that they were his enemies. Alice, in turn, wondered if her contractor was also feeling that dense magical energy emanating from the creature. He confirmed that yes, he felt the same thing. The problem was that he could not imagine a way to defeat it. Alice told him not to worry because she would stall Yaksha while he thought of a solution. Yaksha, eager to test the extent of his restored power, unleashed his compressed energy. This completely shook the structure of the Murim world and was even felt by the Soul Hunter. Sayung, from far away, also sensed that sinister energy emerging from the heavenly mountain. Even members of the cult themselves noticed the awakening. Sama Ja reflected on how Goryong had managed to awaken Yaksha. The old dragon had already left, as he cared too much about his disciple. He had even been struck by a lethal ability before leaving. During the battle, Alice launched her blood spears, but they were easily blocked by the chains summoned by Yaksha. In response, the demon used pandemonium, wrapping Alice in chains and pulling her close, preparing to finish her with his Asura strike. However, Goguma appeared, roaring with fury, interrupting the attack in time and saving Alice. Now, Alice and Goguma were working together to distract the demon. Meanwhile, Goryong was extremely pleased with the situation, and even Chaehong showed some fear in front of that legendary creature that had nearly annihilated the entire Murim world in the past. But suddenly she was caught off guard by an attack from Wol Young, who told her to get out of the way because he needed to stop Goryong. If Yaksha escaped, everyone there would die. Goryong, however, stated that this was exactly what the Left Guardian wanted. He was about to become the new celestial demon. He then ordered Rungar to kill Wol Young. Meanwhile, Goguma used his acid breath against Yaksha, but the demon was no longer affected by such simple attacks. Easily, he grabbed Goguma and bit him, leaving the small companion crying in pain. However, Alice managed to knock Yaksha down for a brief moment. Furious for having been bitten, Goguma became completely enraged. Alice then declared that Yaksha had just challenged her to use all her power. The demon smiled and said that they were still hiding their true strength. And in the end, he admitted that, not bad. Alice thought she had landed a very powerful blow on the enemy, but the demon quickly got back up as if nothing had happened. Perhaps he had not taken any damage at all. Faced with that, Alice thought that Jin-hyuk would need to find a way to escape that situation, just like he always did in critical moments. The first thing Jin-hyuk did was activate the memory of the world, accessing the infinite library. Using this resource, he conjured a 10-star multiple perception barrier just to use the Eye of Gluttony. Although he managed to view Yaksha's profile, he could not analyze any of his stats, since the Eye of Gluttony was still far inferior to the demon's level. However, he was able to identify the copy condition. The survival of the celestial demon was essential to reaching the final floor of the tower. On the other hand, Yaksha was one of the few beings capable of killing the celestial demon. If Yaksha were eliminated before attacking, Jin-hyuk could acquire one of his abilities. Knowing this, he began analyzing several books at once in search of a solution. He needed to find, among the thousands of combinations he had studied throughout his life, something capable of defeating Yaksha. Meanwhile, Alice and Goguma continued fighting to buy time. On the other side of the battlefield, Goryong was getting weaker and weaker. Just the effort of holding the lantern that controlled Yaksha was enough to drain his strength. He knew that only Sama Ja had the proper level to wield that artifact. Even so, Goryong insisted that no matter what happened, they needed to protect him. If they lost the lantern, there would be no way to contain Yaksha. Meanwhile, Wol Young advanced toward the lantern, telling his sister that this was foolishness. Goryong did not have the energy to control a demon of that level, but Goryong replied that it was a lie and accused Wol Young of wanting to steal Yaksha from him, claiming that no one else could hold the lantern besides himself. Yaksha himself, however, interrupted the argument and said that Goryong had no idea what that lantern really was. If his full power had been restored, the artifact would have already consumed him to death. In fact, he was only alive out of sheer luck, and if his strength were complete, he would have already killed both of them a long time ago. Goguma tried using his dragon's roar again, but was easily kicked by Yaksha, sent flying and spitting blood. Alice had to intervene using her blood explosion to push the enemy back and buy a brief moment. She rescued Goguma, who was injured, and told him he had to focus, because they still needed more time. At that moment, Yaksha asked if Alice was a vampire from the upper layer, saying that this type of vampire used magic everywhere, but still lacked power. He activated the spirit's supernatural strength and explained that he would compress compress his spiritual energy into his fists to demonstrate the true meaning of power. With that, he fired the shot of the lightless knight, an attack so fast and powerful that even Alice thought she would not be able to dodge it. Meanwhile, Teresa was on the ground again. Her other personality, the corrupted saint, complained with irritation, asking why she still insisted on fighting. From the beginning, everything she hesitated to do was because of that person. She should be grateful, calling her Little Light, and wanted to know why she kept trying. Teresa replied that, in important moments, she did not want to be a burden to that person. She wanted to be by his side when needed. Alice thought the same way. Even if her strength was not enough, she knew she had to protect her contractor. With that determination, she activated the blood path to counterattack. The impact was so devastating that it split and exploded part of a celestial mountain. The blow was powerful enough to impress even Yaksha, who was surprised to see that Jinhyuk had managed to reach her. Yaksha admitted that it was already too late to catch up with her, but still tried. Alice asked if they had bought enough time, and at that moment, Jinhyuk activated his skill fusion. For those familiar with it, the fusion ability was a clear reference to the fusion from Yu-Gi-Oh!, functioning in a similar way. Jinhyuk fused the right arm of the grave, the steps of the celestial demon, and the art of the Dark Emperor. He stated that, yes, the time they had gained was more than enough. As a result of the fusion, he obtained the greaves of the grave titan. Alice, already exhausted, said that now she could rest for a while. She returned into her ring, and Goguma went back to the dimensional inventory. When Goryong managed to stand up and saw the destruction left behind, he became so distracted that he did not notice Yaksha approaching. The demon took the lantern, destroyed it effortlessly, and asked if they truly believed they could control him with such a ridiculous artifact. Yaksha stated that if they really intended to use him properly, they should have at least restored all of his power. Since they had failed to do that, he decided to seek what was missing on his own. Using the skill Devourer of the Weak, he absorbed all of Goryong's magical energy until he became nothing more than an empty shell. When Goryong's lifeless body hit the ground, Yaksha declared that it was still far from enough. Upon encountering Jinhyuk, however, he recognized that he might be what was missing. By absorbing his inner energy, Yaksha could regain his complete power. Faced with the threat, Jinhyuk did not hesitate. He activated the greaves of the Grave Titan, increasing his movement speed by 700%. He said Yaksha could try to catch him, but it was already too late. In an instant, Jinhyuk moved so fast that even Yaksha could not see him. After landing a series of blows, Jinhyuk reflected on what had happened to Goguma, who had been defeated with just a single strike. He knew he could not take a direct hit from Yaksha, so he chose to wear him down little by little without being touched. For that, he activated Soul Drain. With each of the thousands of kicks he landed, he drained a portion of the demon's mana. Irritated, Yaksha demanded that he fight head-on like a real warrior. But Jinhyuk, landing another kick to the demon's face, replied that it was not time yet. Meanwhile, Chae Hong, upon seeing Goryong's body, was in shock. She said it was unbelievable that someone could die in such an absurd way. Wolyung tried to keep focus, and said his sister needed to pull herself together. The demonic cult was on the brink of collapse. They had to help stop Yaksha. But Chae Hong, shaken, replied that he was a fool. The first time Yaksha was defeated, it had required direct support from the celestial demon, along with both the right and left hands. They had no chance. They were doomed. At that moment, the various prisoners who were still alive took advantage of the hole Yaksha had opened to try to escape. However, they were quickly caught and devoured by the demon. Their energies became fuel, and Yaksha declared that the heavens were on his side, as even internal energy was coming to him on its own. He then activated the power of demons and specters, summoning an army of yokai formed from the prisoners he had consumed. Jinhyuk understood that he could not allow Yaksha to absorb any more energy. If this continued, his chances of victory would disappear completely. When he tried to move forward, however, he came face to face with one of the summoned demons. He struck the creature with a kick to the face, but the army was blocking his path. At that moment, Little Bone appeared, carrying his gigantic sword. He was not alone. Chae Hong and Wolyung also came alongside him. Wolyung declared that they would take care of the spectral demons. Jinhyuk needed to focus only on defeating Yaksha, just like he always did. It was his role to lead everyone to victory. Inspired, Jinhyuk was filled with hope and activated the shadow arts of the Emperor to use super speed with the Black Fist. With his fist charged, he struck Yaksha, who recognized that Jinhyuk was a disciple of that muscular old man. Even so, he asked what Jinhyuk would do now, since he still had not fully mastered the technique. When Yaksha activated his spirit's supernatural strength once again, the situation became even more complicated. He asked if Jinhyuk knew what the celestial demon had told him. He himself did not want to admit it, but the demon was right. The weak would always be devoured by the strong. That was the law of the universe. Meanwhile, Teresa was being internally overtaken by the corrupted saint. Yaksha, observing everything, told the disciple of the Shadow Emperor that sooner or later, he too would have to accept the laws of this universe. Throughout this entire battle, the twins watched in astonishment, wondering if Teresa would really die like that. They were confused and afraid. In that critical moment, Savannah herself stormed into the sanctuary, determined to intervene in the situation. Right after that, Jinhyuk landed a precise blow to Yaksha's ribs, destabilizing him just long enough for his attack to be interrupted. However, the strike that saved the moment had not come from Jinhyuk. Confused, Jinhyuk questioned why his master had taken so long to appear. The Shadow Emperor responded, apologizing for making him wait. He said that now was the time to observe his movements carefully, as this would be his final lesson. Standing before Yaksha, the Emperor declared that he had already been defeated once by the Sovereign and asked if he still had not understood the true source of strength. Yaksha asked if Jinhyuk still had not realized it. If it were not for the celestial demon, he would have devoured that entire world by now. However, when he tried to strike, the Shadow Emperor dodged with precision, stating that he was using a kind of power Yaksha had never seen before. It was the same power Teresa was using at that moment, the most powerful force, one that transcended all laws of the universe, the power of someone who truly cared for others. While Savannah was channeling her power to save Teresa, the Shadow Emperor was doing the same for Jinhyuk. Even gravely wounded by Samaja's attack, he gathered strength and managed to knock Yaksha down with a powerful blow. He said he would use that power, even if it meant sacrificing himself for someone else. At that moment, the Shadow Emperor remembered when Jinhyuk had revealed his potential and promised to complete the techniques. He hesitated for a brief second, but something inside him told him that perhaps they had shared a past life. When he knocked Yaksha down, he instructed Jinhyuk to follow his movements from then on. With his current abilities, he was already ready for it. The two charged together at the enemy, both using the Shadow Emperor arts, synchronizing their movements with the 12th technique, known as Polar Union. Each one gathered intense shadow energy and joined their attacks into a single devastating strike. The Emperor commented that, come to think of it, it had been quite a while since he had accepted Jinhyuk as his disciple, but they had never held a proper ceremony of respect. Jinhyuk replied that maybe that was not the best moment for it. The Emperor, with a faint smile, retorted that he was getting bold and asked when he planned to hold the ceremony. Then, Yaksha, enraged, questioned how they dared to talk during a battle against him. But the Emperor, in his final moments, passed on his legacy to Jinhyuk, calling him his new beginning. As they touched hands, Jinhyuk acquired the essence of the bond between master and disciple. The Polar Union evolved into fusion, the perfect union of yin and yang, creating a power so immense it was able to completely dismantle Yaksha. He was finally defeated. As a reward, Jinhyuk received the item Shadowgate. At the same time, the corrupted saint began to yield. Tired of that persistent girl, she declared that she would now obey. Teresa, overjoyed, celebrated, saying that she had succeeded, but soon noticed that Savannah was extremely weak, as if something had drained a part of her life. The Shadow Emperor was also in critical condition. Jinhyuk, though weakened, held his master's body, which was bleeding heavily. He asked why he was pushing himself so hard. He used the blessing of the stars to heal him, but the sacred power was far too weak. Even so, the Emperor acknowledged that together they had performed an incredible technique. He stated that if Jinhyuk continued down that path, he would be able to complete the 13th technique, but he asked him to save his words. At that moment, that was no longer the most important thing. Jinhyuk realized that his master's mana circuits were completely destroyed. Even so, Jinhyuk asked Wolyung to hide him in a safe place. No matter what happened, he could not die. Wolyung left, carrying the body of the Dark Emperor, while Chae Hong reflected that somehow they had still survived. She felt devastated by the death of Goryeo, who had subjected himself to something so insane and dangerous. However, she noticed something strange coming out of Yaksha's body, a special item, the indescribable flame. The contribution for the victory was divided, 30% for the Emperor and 70% for Jinhyuk. But based on this, a new event was triggered. The invasion of the primordial entity had begun. Hesting was worried because Yaksha's death had activated the indescribable flame. This time, it was not the celestial demon who defeated Yaksha, but Jinhyuk. Originally, Yaksha was supposed to be hunted and killed by the celestial demon, and the warriors of Murim were meant to be exterminated. However, an ancient beast manifested and said that everything was fine, asking him not to worry. In fact, this was very good, as it would provide an opportunity to weaken the forces outside the tower. Hesting deeply thanked the humility of the merciful Shab Niggurath and promised to dedicate himself even more to the primordial entity. Soon, it was explained that after the incident involving Yaksha, a wave of changes began to blow within the celestial cult. Samaja officially announced the absence of the celestial demon and the Dark Emperor, declaring himself the new leader. He promised to establish a new order so powerful that there would no longer be a need for alliances with the Empire or foreign forces. He introduced a new and powerful system, exclusive to the cult. Sayong, upon reading this declaration, realized that all the treaties between the Alliance and the cult had been annulled. She wondered why, whenever she had a bad feeling, it ended up becoming a reality. One of her subordinates informed her that the Murim Alliance was asking them to prepare immediately for war against the cult. They were pressuring her clan to participate in the fight. Sayong, in light of this, became indecisive. She wasn't sure whether they should face this storm head-on or simply let events unfold. At that moment, Yusung interrupted his training and said that he needed to leave the tower for a while. Sayong, watching him, embraced him. He was muscular, sweaty, and shirtless, and she asked why he was interrupting something he was doing so well. Yusung replied that he would stay if it were something ordinary, but it seemed like something big was about to happen in his world. He had received an emergency summons. All players were to gather immediately at the Awakener Association. The first person to contact the president of the Korean Association was Jin Hyuk. He informed them that within a week, the most powerful being in the tower would invade the real world. Sandine, the president of the association, was surprised by the news and didn't know how to react. Even coming from Jin Hyuk, he thought everything was very sudden. Jin Hyuk explained that he had obtained this information from an extremely reliable source within the tower. The president lamented, saying that humanity had just overcome the 15th floor and did not have enough strength to face something comparable to a superior being like Thor. Even gathering the best players, in the current context where these players were treated as national assets, it would be difficult to call them without concrete proof. He apologized to Jin Hyuk, explaining that he trusted him completely, but mobilizing the entire world would be almost impossible. Jin Hyuk, understanding, said that he would think of a solution. Meanwhile, the message from the greatest prophet of the 20th century, Takeshi, known as the one who listened to the sound of the universe, was being broadcast. He made his dramatic movements, calling upon the power of the cosmos, and announced that within a week there would be an outbreak, a portal break in Seoul. He asked everyone to listen closely to his words, for this event would mark the beginning of a new era for humanity. Takeshi, in fact, was one of Jin Hyuk's subordinates. After the incident with Medusa, Jin Hyuk had ordered him to use his partial vision of the future to increase his influence. Takeshi was enjoying this mission a lot because he felt almost like the chosen one. Still, Jin Hyuk reflected that one should never place value on blind faith. After this, the main guilds began to act. The Samurai Guild was the first to move, trusting Takeshi's prediction. Then came the Olympus Guild and the Junghwa Guild. Everyone was clearly nervous about the future and began to gather in Seoul. Yusung commented to Jin Hyuk that he had prepared something big this time and asked what he was planning. Jin Hyuk explained that, unfortunately, it wasn't a joke. He handed Yusung a tablet containing all the compiled information about the potential portal break and asked him to memorize as much as possible. There was about a week left for the event, and Jin Hyuk had prepared everything to avoid widespread panic. Yusung then asked what exactly Jin Hyuk planned to do. Jin Hyuk replied that he would try to take advantage of the situation and find the most effective way to prevent the catastrophe. And if he could profit a little from the process, even better. Yusung thought that this was typical of him, and soon realized that Teresa was hiding nearby, listening to everything. Upon noticing her, Yusung told her that she could come out now and asked how much longer she intended to avoid him. Teresa replied that maybe a little longer, until he started missing her. After that, Jin Hyuk went to meet Rick personally in his magical library. He was offering Rick the complete set of Yaksha's armor, intending to hand everything over to him. In exchange, he wanted to know what Rick could offer. Rick found it strange that this time Jin Hyuk wasn't trying to haggle, which wasn't typical of him. Even so, he carefully analyzed the information and said he would see what he could do. At that moment, he realized that Jin Hyuk had used his black portal. He asked if there was any other issue that needed to be resolved. Jin Hyuk answered that there was none, sir, and informed him that he would prepare the items he needed. Once he crossed the portal, he went directly to the domain of the superior administrator, Bendabia. He had received an item as a reward from the tower system, and upon using it, all he could think about was meeting her. Bendabia, a dark elf, immediately recognized Jin Hyuk as the troublesome player everyone had been talking about. She said it was the first time a player had sought her out directly, and even though she didn't know how he had managed it, she congratulated him. She then asked what exactly had brought him there. Meanwhile, the Veterans Union had already gathered. Teresa commented that now they should be fine, as any monster that appeared could be defeated. But Yusung disagreed, saying that it still wouldn't be enough. He then passed on the same information he had received to Teresa, and she was extremely shocked. She wondered if all the people in the world could come together to defeat that threat. Yusung explained that they were probably just there to buy time, while Jin Hyuk figured out how to defeat the enemy. Teresa stated that they would do their best to help him, as she was sure he was working hard on it. In fact, at that moment, Jin Hyuk was directly provoking the administrator. She questioned how he intended to use the item and told him to repeat what he had said, asking if he was truly a man. Jin Hyuk retorted, implying that she might have hearing problems despite those huge ears, and told her to do her job properly. Bendabia grew irritated, asking how a mere player dared to provoke a superior administrator. But then, Jin-hyuk showed a special item, a flame planted by the primordial entity itself. He asked if it wasn't the administrator's duty to control these entities, pointing out that one of them was clearly destabilizing the tower. He wanted to know what she had to say about it. Bendabia thought that Hesting had crossed a line from which there was no return. Jin-hyuk asserted that there was still time to control the situation and asked for her help, as the balance of the tower needed to be maintained. Bendabia admitted that they had failed as administrators, but also stated that they could not help the players directly, as that would violate the system's rules. Jin-hyuk, impatient, replied that she could wait while the entire tower collapsed, being overrun by the ancestral entity that would destroy all that reality. He asked if that was fine with her or if she preferred to help protect the tower. At that moment, a system message appeared in front of him. Bendabia explained that although she couldn't help directly, her power wouldn't be useless to him. Thus, Jin-hyuk received a special mission from her. When Jin-hyuk returned, Rick had already prepared all the items he had requested. He asked how the meeting with the administrator went. Jin-hyuk remembered what she had said. If he managed to clear the 16th floor within 24 hours, he would receive a spiritual stone of desire, a powerful item that would help him deal with ancestral entities. Furthermore, if he handled the current incident well, Bendabia promised to watch over him personally from then on. Jin-hyuk then told Rick that he had gotten everything he wanted. Rick, in turn, handed over the items he had prepared, hoping they were to his liking. At that moment, Jin-hyuk replaced Yaksha's old armor with the one he loved the most, the same armor he used during his best days in the game. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the official evacuation was already underway. All civilians who were not awakened were being directed to safety shelters. Tae-chun reported to the president of the association that there were countless complaints due to the constant evacuation drills. The president responded that there wasn't much he could do, as all of it was necessary to ensure the people's safety. Tae-chun remarked that he wasn't sure whether they should feel relieved, but at least most of the population was cooperating. That was when Ashley introduced herself to the president. She was part of the media team of the United States Awakened Association. Standing next to Ashley was her husband, Jack Friedman, the leader of the Rockheed Guild. They would be responsible for an important part of civilian defense during the portal break in Seoul. Jack firmly stated that he would take part in the defense. He explained that he had almost died on the 8th floor when he and his team were cornered and on the verge of defeat. He was saved by a Korean player, the bravest he had ever seen. Now he wanted to repay the favor. Xiaojing was also present in Jin-hyuk's homeland. She had come to repay her debt to him, and for that reason, she was helping. Along the way, she encountered Maria, who mentioned that there was still a week left before the outbreak, and suggested they use the time to get to know each other better. Maria was acting friendly, almost pretending to be innocent, but found Xiaojing quite cute. Xiaojing agreed with the idea, said she had found a nice cafe nearby, and found Maria very pretty. She thought it might be nice if they became friends. Meanwhile, Yusung was observing all the movement. Teresa commented that everyone was already gathered. It was the Veterans Union. Yusung gave the order for everyone to take position. Someone asked if that was all. Another suggested they should give a motivational speech. Casey asked what a speech was, and Judlo explained that it was something leaders say to pump up their teams before a battle. Yusung began his speech in an unexpected way, saying that he hated Jin-hyuk. He knew some of them liked him a lot, others were there out of duty, but all of them had something in common. Their lives had changed because of him. That was why this was their chance to make him owe them. The group's response was lively. Hana shouted that was exactly it. They would make that bastard owe them. Teresa commented that, in the end, it was a pretty good speech. Now she understood why Jin-hyuk liked him so much. Yusung then declared that they were ready. All that was left was to wait one more week until their leader returned with a solution. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk himself was on the 16th floor. He had exactly 23 hours and 20 minutes to clear the entire floor by himself. That floor was a massive rainforest infested with giant insects and with extremely difficult terrain. For most players, just the path to the hive of the boss, the Queen of the Legion, took an entire week. But before advancing, he decided to gather some intel about recent events on that floor. At that moment, Melina and Tristan were running in desperation from a gigantic insect. Jin-hyuk appeared out of nowhere and told them to duck if they wanted to live. As soon as they hit the ground, the monster was blown into pieces. He asked the two of them to share their intel with him, calling them his precious informants. Melina asked why they had been sent there since the floor had just been unlocked and the monsters were extremely dangerous. Jin-hyuk asked if she thought he should have come with them. He wanted Tristan's opinion, who quickly replied no. She said that he was always right. As the future Demon King, it was absurd to think he should come to them, mere servants. Jin-hyuk praised the answer and said Melina should learn from her colleague. Melina replied that Tristan was kind of crazy anyway. More monsters started to approach. The girls said they had no choice but to fight. Tristan, excited, was ready to protect the future Demon King. However, they didn't need to lift a finger. The monsters were completely destroyed by Jin-hyuk's new weapon, the Kruger-style akimbo pistols. Both girls were amazed. Jin-hyuk advanced through the horde of creatures, flying through the air, performing incredible maneuvers while firing red magical projectiles. Firearms were rarely used in the Tower of Challenges since they could only be obtained as rewards from certain monsters, and the ammunition did not come with them. To use them, one had to craft their own mana bullets. Even so, Jinhyuk was creating ammunition in rapid succession within extremely short intervals. After exterminating all the monsters nearby, Jinhyuk thought that old Rick Hennessy had truly found a wonder for him. It was better than any weapon he had possessed until now. He then informed the two that he had already eliminated all enemies in the area and demanded urgent information about the demonic association. Melina said they would tell him right away that there was no need for him to use any ability. She explained that the association had already realized their information was being leaked. Tristan added that the demonic association was maintaining direct contact with one of the managers from the upper floors of the tower. Melina explained why she had revealed the information. The executive from the demonic association who was conspiring with the upper floor manager was known by the codename Nietzsche. Jinhyuk then commented that this was indeed an obedient attitude and asked Tristan to find out exactly which manager was in contact with Nietzsche. Tristan apologized, saying that she could not do that with the position she currently held. Even so, Jinhyuk wondered if they were exchanging information about the outside world. If that was the case, maybe he already knew who they were dealing with. He then ordered the two to infiltrate the association even further, because they needed to uncover the truth. After that, he left the area, ready to act. He departed with his two pistols in hand, reflecting on the managers he had already interacted with. The first had been Hesting, and he was the only one among the managers who had a reason to turn Jinhyuk into a target. Furthermore, it was Hesting himself who always insisted on the importance of maintaining the balance of power. Now, Jinhyuk was determined to make him pay for that, mentally calling him a damn goblin. Meanwhile, Benabia watched everything from a distance. It had been a long time since she had seen anyone using firearms in the tower. She thought that if Jinhyuk was truly capable of facing the creature from ancient times, the mission she had given him would be nothing more than a warm-up. But then, an unexpected event occurred. The invasion of the ancient creatures began a week earlier than expected. Sangjin immediately ordered the start of a real evacuation, ending all simulations. Jinhyuk contacted Alice, but she was already in position. She said the worst-case scenario, the one everyone feared most, had become reality. Dinuk was regretful, but said he would have to leave it in her hands. Alice replied that he was so assertive, it was scary. She was already prepared for that kind of situation, and then spread her wings and took off to fulfill her mission. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk fused two of his abilities, Solar Territory and Accelerated Sword, creating a new technique called Wind Territory. Within this area, his movement speed increased by 100%. He also combined it with the Demon King's Step, as he wanted to complete that floor as quickly as possible. He knew that Earth's players would not be able to stop the invasion on their own. With the opening of the first portals, the weaker players fled immediately. Judello commented that just when things were starting to get interesting, many were running away. Casey called them all losers, but Yoonshok and Jinho from the Dangun Guild said to let them go. According to them, anyone who did not have the courage to fight in moments like that did not deserve to be on the battlefield. Yoonseok added that soon they would realize there was nowhere to run. In the end, everyone would have to face the creature. With that, all who remained prepared for combat. But the first creature that emerged was so grotesque and terrifying that even the bravest hesitated. The system announced the arrival of the ancient creature, the mental manifestation of Shab Niggurath, marking the beginning of the invasion. And it was not alone. Several versions of that creature appeared in different portals around the world. One of them was contained by the triple shield summoned by Maria and the Olympus Guild. At that moment, Maria gave the order for her attack unit to advance. Jinho and Yeonhwa charged forward with their heavy fists, striking the creature's head with force. Jinho activated Battle Roar, a skill that increased the damage of all nearby allies. Jack Friedman was also focused on defense, protecting vulnerable allies. Meanwhile, the psychopathic twins launched a special attack called Double Slash and managed to eliminate one of the manifestations of Shab Niggurath. However, new creatures soon emerged from other portals, revealing that they were facing a true army of ancient horrors. Amidst the battle, a mysterious creature silently observed everything. Beside it, an elf was looking at the world outside the tower for the first time. She remarked that there was nothing artistic about those creations and asked where the prisoner they were looking for was. Then she reminded Hesting of the guarantee he had given her. As soon as the invasion began, the prisoner would appear. Now, she wanted him to keep his word. Hesting replied that everything was going according to plan. According to him, Jinhyuk was not the kind of person who would allow his homeland to be destroyed. He was certain Jinhyuk would appear. He asked if there was any doubt that he would disappoint. Meanwhile, the members of the Veterans Union were in shock. The monsters kept appearing, and the lower-level creatures were completely useless, barely able to inflict damage. Even the rank S players had to be extremely careful. As Yu Sung, the current temporary leader of the Union, declared to the four servants, they were not useless. units. Therefore, he gave direct tasks to each of them. Now they had to assist in evacuating the civilians. It was essential for the population to see players helping them directly to maintain hope. Lee Yuri activated her replicas of Anubis and sent her army to search for people who had not yet escaped. One of the creatures, full of eyes, approached Yu Sung, who responded with his soul-hunting sword, activating the 12th movement, one with the sword. The slash not only split the creature in half, but could have destroyed several others around it as well. Teresa, watching from afar, commented that Yu Sung had grown much stronger. She herself could no longer remain idle. Her dark version, the corrupted saint, asked if she was ready. The two were about to use their new ability. Teresa activated her divine power together with her demonic power. First, she used her exclusive ability, Saint of the Fallen Nation. Then, the two activated their transformation, the Wrath of Joanna Dark, donning a radiant, powerful, and destructive armor. Meanwhile, Esteban, the Supreme Administrator, was observing everything. He had always thought Jinhyuk was amazing, but now he was genuinely impressed. Jinhyuk had already reached the boss of the 16th floor, the Queen of the Beetle Legion, who detected his presence and ordered the entire legion to advance. However, he activated the skill Daylight at the tip of his pistol, vaporizing all the insects with a powerful burst of light. Esteban commented that he needed to hurry. Jinhyuk's allies were struggling to hold off the invasion. Jinhyuk responded that he was aware. Yusung, Teresa, and the other rank S players were fighting the Black Goats, but they were outnumbered. That was why he had prepared in advance. Not even the administrator expected that. At the SWB broadcast station, manager Byung-chan reported that he had done everything in his power. He had gathered dozens of magical crystals and handed them to Alice, saying it should be enough. Alice then used the crystals together with the Mirror of Limit Distortion, activating the Cord of Fate. She used all the gathered magical power to summon powerful figures directly from the tower. Portals of different colors appeared before the players. The first to emerge was Calical, along with his Iceblade tribe. Some thought they were enemies, but Elsok recognized them as allies. Calical smiled and said it was a pleasure to see his old comrade again. Right after that, Andrea, the master of the 5th floor, appeared. Lastly came Ogre Chun the First, the little giant of the 25th floor, accompanied by Littlebone. Both answered the call and joined the battlefield, fighting in the name of their master. Alice, watching all of this unfold, told her contractor to pay close attention. Everyone was there to help him. Then, she asked him to return as quickly as possible, because she was waiting. At that moment, Jinhyuk had already wiped out the entire insect legion. With a precise shot to the head, he finished off the Queen of the Legion. The 16th floor was completed, and the 17th was unlocked. Jinhyuk copied the boss's ability, Legion Core. With it, everything he summons gains 10% more power, and the mana cost is cut in half. He also completed the special mission, receiving the promised gift from Bendabia, the spiritual stone of desire. Jinhyuk knew that these stones would be essential to defeat the ancient creature, but something was still missing. Looking at Esteban, he asked if he had been behind all the clues he had been following from the beginning, even if he could not intervene directly. He remembered when he had completed the Grey Temple on the 3rd floor, where he received the Mark of the Moon, and after defeating Decassus, he also acquired the sacred painting. He then gathered all the clues he had collected up to that moment. He activated mana synchronization with the Stone of Desire, placing it on the painting, which revealed a hidden image. That image transported him to a secret location called the Ancient Mosque. Around him were several obelisks covered with inscriptions in a lost language. With this, the conditions to learn the lost barrier were finally fulfilled. However, he was also surprised by a sudden event, a test for second-class selection. An enemy appeared before him, and upon using the Eye of Gluttony, he discovered that the opponent was Belthord Lonemarks, level 294. The condition to copy a skill from that enemy was clear. If he passed the second-class test, he could choose one of his abilities. The challenge was simple: to use a barrier spell to pin Belthor to a fixed point for more than 1 second. Meanwhile, in another part of the battle, Andrea was defeating enemies with Foxfire, and the fanatics were fighting with everything they had to protect Jinhyuk, the kind-hearted savior. The twins, confused, were wondering why they were wearing yellow clothes. In the end, they liked it. Even the psychopaths joined them, something that completely shocked the president of the association. Due to such an unexpected alliance, after many blows, Calical ended up being knocked down and was nearly hit by a powerful mental cannon from the enemy. But he was protected at the last second by Yunseok, who used his strike of faith to save him. Impressed, Calical asked if he was trying to retreat from the battle, but Yunseok replied that he was not. He was simply no longer the same as before. Meanwhile, Alice, wearing the Mask of the Unknown, activated her Blood Lance and unleashed the power of judgment, exploding one of the enemy creatures. She then ordered the weaker players to retreat, taking the wounded with them, because she would take care of the situation from that point on. Observing the battlefield, Alice noticed that the number of humans on the front line was rapidly decreasing. If the front line fell, the entire defense would be compromised. She then asked for help from her contractor, Velus. Even though she could not receive all of his mana at that moment, she needed his support. Velus positioned himself beside the magic stones that were supplying her with energy. Next to him, Ophelia was also preparing for whatever might come. Alice began to plan her next move, but was suddenly interrupted. An army of knights in full armor appeared around her, surrounding her completely. The one who had summoned that army was the same vampire who had been observing everything from a distance. It was the matriarch of the Levisita family, Abigail von Levisita. She declared that she would not allow interference during the hunt for someone so noble. With a snap of her fingers, Abigail activated the 4-star spatial vision barrier, creating an isolated space, similar to a public execution square. Inside it, nothing from the outside world could enter or leave. She explained that the current leader of the Ataraxias wanted Miss Alice alive, so she should not be killed. However, when all the soldiers advanced to attack, Alice coldly replied that if they wanted to die so badly, she would be happy to oblige. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk was face to face with Belthor Loanmarks, an ancient barrier sorcerer from a kingdom that had existed centuries before the Empire. He was the creator of all barrier spells in the Tower of Challenges. Jinhyuk's mission was to use a barrier spell that would hold Belthor in place for more than 1 second. He began by trying a 3-star confinement barrier, and then also cast a target coordinate barrier, also 3 stars. Finally, he attempted to create a multi-layered version, aiming for the perfect hit to complete the test. Belthor, with just a few moments of analysis, completely destroyed the spell cast by Jinhyuk. It made sense, since Belthor himself was the creator of the technique. Then, Belthor called for his apprentice and asked why he had chosen that path. Among all the classes, the path of a barrier master was one of the most difficult. Jinhyuk believed that this was part of the test, so he could not simply say he had chosen the class just to provoke Yusung. Thinking of a better justification, he stated that it was enchanting to be able to create his own world through barriers. While distracting Belthor with his answer, he advanced with the Demon King's step and activated a multi-dimensional isolation barrier. However, Belthor replied that he also found it enchanting to build his own world and then activated his own isolation barrier. He said Jinhyuk was as foolish as he was, because even if he gave his life for that space, it would mean absolutely nothing. Then he destroyed Jinhyuk's barrier, throwing him far away. It became clear that this bastard did not want anyone to pass his test. Meanwhile, one of the ancient creatures was advancing brutally against the weaker hunters, easily breaking through the front line. Manhwa was already seriously injured. Andrea and little Ogre Chun were also facing great difficulties. Yusung realized that the invasion seemed endless, but he remembered Jinhyuk's words, who had placed his trust in him. Even while mentally complaining that Jinhyuk always left him with impossible tasks, he promised to make him pay double. Furious, he used the soul-hunting sword to exterminate the creatures in front of him. Sayung, the sword itself, commented that the disciple was doing very well. However, while Young questioned why they were even there, since this could jeopardize their continued existence outside the tower. Sayong replied that it was not even worth asking. She had simply answered the call. Meanwhile, the Shadow Emperor was trying to maintain his focus, even while struggling to circulate his Kai. Suddenly, a noisy car approached. It was Cheon-young, who had arrived to rescue them, saying that Jinhyuk had sent him. Jinhyuk had explained that from the beginning of the invasion, the tower residents who were on his side would also go to the outside world. He assured that those residents were not hostile to humans, but specifically asked Cheon-young to protect his master. Cheon-young saw that he was in bad shape and decided to act quickly, doing exactly what had been asked of him. Meanwhile, despite the difficulty, Alice continued to fight and defeat the troops of the Levisita army. After defeating several enemies, she was showing extreme exhaustion. Abigail noticed that Alice could no longer maintain her mana levels and commented that now she was sure Alice had only been bluffing earlier. She asked why Alice had not surrendered yet. Alice knew she would not be able to keep up that situation for much longer. If she could use her divine abilities, she would have already eliminated all of them. But even so, her faith remained unshaken. Abigail stated that Alice simply did not know how to give up. Then Exension ordered her to be taken alive and mocked Alice's current state, saying it was pathetic to see her helping humans. For him, it was an unbearable disgrace. Right after that, Exension used his divine ability to summon his ultimate weapon, the Tree of Resentment, which manifested as the Scythe of Spirits. She also used her own divine ability to summon a monstrous creature, the Reaper of the Spectral Tree. It was a monster that liked to show off its muscles and, with scythe in hand, charged directly toward Alice. But he easily dodged Alice's counterattack using the Reaper's step. Even so, Abigail was unfazed and quickly knocked Alice down with a strike from her scythe. She commented that she had always wanted to fight her, but this was disappointing, as Alice seemed more like like an incomplete ancestor who could barely wield a sacred spear. As if defeat wasn't enough, Alice was humiliatingly grabbed by the hair. While doing so, Abigail said it was already shameful enough that she had sided with the humans. Out of minimal respect, she would at least grant her a dignified death. Alice thought that shame or humiliation were things she could endure. Even if she died there, it didn't matter. She was already prepared to rot away in that cursed castle where she had lived. That was when she cut her own hair to free herself from Abigail's grip, determined to resist until the end. She thought that if she were to die there, at the very least, she wanted to see her contractor one last time. Abigail said that if she wanted to keep fighting on her own, that was fine. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk activated a multi-layered barrier once again, summoning the Zodiac Scorpion. However, Belthor said that all those barriers had been created by him. He easily dispersed the Scorpion and explained that the Zodiac was no exception, as it was very special. He had spent a long time crafting that technique, making it one of his most precious creations. Jin-hyuk was impressed by how Belthor dissolved the Zodiac as if it were vapor. He realized there was no way he could win using only barriers. So he asked something that had been bothering him. Why would someone who loved barriers so much say they were meaningless? Wasn't that contradictory? Belthor replied that yes, he truly did love barriers. So much so that he dedicated his entire life to them. He became so obsessed with his research that his life ended right there, trapped at the workbench. Only after becoming a specter through the system did he realize something painful. No matter how much time passed, no one ever cared about the barrier class. He stated that Jin-hyuk would never defeat him using only barriers, and that there was still time to change professions. Jin-hyuk knew that the barrier master class was the least popular in the Tower of Challenges. Belthor had devoted his entire life to it, but he was never recognized. Jin-hyuk understood that feeling, as he had gone through the same. He had devoted his entire life to the game. His parents used to say that it didn't make money. He barely had any viewers. People always told him to do something more useful. They kept asking why he insisted. So Jin-hyuk stepped closer to Belthor and declared that, even if no one recognized or admired someone, dedicating oneself to what they love is never meaningless. He said that he moved forward step by step, exploring the unknown and having more fun than anyone else. Those words made Belthor remember something. He remembered the moments of joy and excitement when he finally created a new type of magic with his own hands. Jin-hyuk concluded by saying that Belthor's efforts would never be in vain. Then he created on the ground beneath them a basic designation barrier. Belthor immediately recognized that barrier as the most basic of them all, the one that defines the action area. It was his first and most treasured technique. Jin-hyuk said that he now needed the barriers that Belthor had dedicated his entire life to developing, in order to protect the people who were important to him. That was why he asked for permission to use them. He called him the pioneer of barriers, acknowledging his importance. Meanwhile, Alice was about to be executed by the Levisita family. Abigail declared that she was undoubtedly a fallen legend. Many had died because of her resistance, and everyone was furious, eager to see her dead. The Reaper of the Spectral Tree placed Alice's head on the guillotine. She no longer had the strength to fight, but at that moment, Alice remembered what Jin-hyuk had promised. He had said that if she helped him, he would give her the chance for revenge, restoring her position as head of the Ataraxia family. In the beginning, she had accepted only for revenge. It was what she desired most. It was the dream she had always wanted to achieve. But along the way, Jin-hyuk proved to be more than just a contractor. He was someone who had shared valuable moments with her. Alice wondered what he had done to remove vengeance from her mind and replace it with something so simple and devastating as thinking only about him. Before Abigail could cut Alice's neck, a ray of light pierced the dark world she was trapped in, breaking through all the surrounding barriers. Surprised, Abigail wondered how anyone had managed to overcome her barrier, something even God struggled to break. That was when Jin-hyuk appeared, taking Alice into his arms. She immediately felt that the mana flowing into her was different. With relief and emotion, she realized that her contractor had finally arrived. Jin-hyuk had once again activated his infinite magic, the Supreme Barrier ability. His limit had increased, allowing him to use any magic for 30 minutes without consuming mana. First, he carefully placed Alice under the care of the spirits, ensuring her safety. Then he declared that the revenge of that bloodline originally belonged to her, but this time, he would not let it go. He warned that the enemies better be well prepared. At the moment Jin-hyuk surpassed Belthor, he officially earned his second class as a barrier master. With that, he acquired the lost language and the title of interpreter of the runic language. Belthor, seeing him with his new power, said that this path would not be easy and questioned whether he would be able to endure what was to come. Jin-hyuk, firmly holding his new master's hand, confidently replied that he could. He asked him to watch, because he would succeed. As he departed, Belthor wished good luck to the new barrier master, and and, as he faded from that world, asked Jinhyuk to continue using his precious creations. Soon after, Jinhyuk used his supreme barrier analysis ability and destroyed Abigail's world with a simple touch of his palm. She could not even understand how it had happened. When she looked at the sky, she saw a multi-layered barrier forming. Jinhyuk activated Eternal Redemption directly above Abigail's head. Even trying to resist with her blood barrier, it was not enough. Jinhyuk then used Preservation to keep the barrier active, letting it affect Abigail while he prepared another technique, an 8-star resonance barrier. The twins, Yusung, Teresa, and the others looked up at the sky in awe. It was as if Jinhyuk were the last reinforcement, the true redeemer. With the power of Eternal Redemption, he activated Divine Purge, obliterating all enemies in his range. The vampires from the Levisita family, who had tried to protect Abigail, were killed in the process. Faced with such power, Abigail wondered who that man really was. Trying to escape, she moved back quickly, but Jinhyuk used Hellfire to stop her. He asked where she thought she was going. Abigail truly believed she could do whatever she wanted to Alice and get away with it. But now she saw she was mistaken. She summoned her scythe and shouted for him not to underestimate her. She then used the power of the flashing sanctuary, but it was blocked with one hand by Jinhyuk, who declared he would end it once and for all. Using his pistols, Jinhyuk shot several stars into the sky, forming a new zodiac constellation, Sagittarius. When Abigail saw it, she tried to back away. She said she would cooperate with him and that she could also help. But Jinhyuk stated that he did not trust traitors. With the spiritual stone of desire, he summoned the Sagittarius arrow, firing it directly into Abigail's chest with 99% penetration, completely disintegrating her body. Not satisfied, Jinhyuk launched another arrow directly into the ancestral portal. He stared into the eyes of the ancient creature on the other side and declared that it was not her turn yet. He ordered her to stop toying with the lower floors and promised that when he reached the final floor, Shub-Niggurath would be destroyed. With that, he closed the ancestral invasion portal once and for all. However, even after his accomplishment, Jinhyuk fell unconscious. During that state, he received a dark omen. On the final floor of the tower, all his allies were dead. The cursed Tower of Challenges seemed to demand that he sacrifice everything and everyone to reach the top. But then he woke up, thanks to the gentle licks of Goguma on his face. All his companions were overjoyed at his return. They threw themselves onto him in a group hug that almost crushed him. Temin, relieved, commented that he had been unconscious for an entire week. Yuri asked why he had used so much mana, exceeding his foolish limit. Everyone was relieved that he was okay, but still impressed by what had happened. They were all worried about Jinhyuk and asked if he knew how long Alice had stayed by his side, taking care of his wounds. He simply smiled, hugged Alice gently, and sincerely thanked all his companions. On the cold morning of the next day, under the supervision of the Awakener Association, the funeral was held for those who had lost their lives during the portal break. Various players from all around the world gathered to pay their respects, and a silent crowd formed before the memorial. Thanks to careful preparation, civilian losses had been minimal. Most of the dead were players who had volunteered to protect the front lines. President Songjin announced that 121 players had sacrificed themselves to ensure the survival of everyone else. Their dedication would be remembered by the association and by all those present that day. It was also during that moment that humanity became aware of the existence of tower residents who were helping to protect the human world. Some of these residents came forward publicly, and among them, Kalakal stepped up to the podium to speak. He introduced himself as the leader of the Iceblade tribe and as one of the residents of the Tower of Challenges. He explained that for a long time, he considered humans his enemies. That perspective only changed when he met a human who protected his tribe from oppressors. In that moment, he realized that maybe they did not have to live as enemies forever. Kalakal recalled the day they stood together against the aggressors. He had met Jung Yoon-sok in his homeland, a human who was lost and unsure of what to do. But the two decided to trust each other and fought side by side against an endless wave of enemies. From that battle onward, Kalakal came to believe that it was possible to be friends with a human. That is why he asked that his companion be allowed to rest in peace. Unsiok. After that speech, the world began to divide. There were those who grew even more fearful of the tower residents and those who saw an opportunity for cooperation. It marked a drastic change in the fate of humanity, and it fell to the light to lead this new path. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk commented that Teresa had done an excellent job containing the outbreak alongside Yu Sung. Teresa responded that she had only done what was necessary. She reflected that she had wished to meet Jinhyuk again in a better way, stronger, more prepared. But there they were, reunited again in the midst of chaos, and she felt like she had nothing to show. Jinhyuk told her that she had been amazing. Even while he was nearly unconscious, he saw the healing she used to save his life. He acknowledged that she had trained hard and thanked her for not giving up. The corrupted saint within Teresa seemed a bit more content with the reunion. Later, the events became the subject of heated debate on the internet. People discussed whether the tower residents were allies or enemies. Were they a trap or an opportunity? Jin-hyuk thought it was fair to say they had only managed to handle the situation because of the game system. If they were inside the tower, finding a solution would be easier. But outside it, the variables were many. Controlling the outside world was unpredictable. The system's intervention seemed to indicate that this time, there was real help against external threats beyond the tower. During a meeting with President Sung-jin, Jin-hyuk heard that his actions had been crucial. He had used the player Takeshi to redirect media attention, and even brought allies directly from the tower. Sung-jin thanked him deeply, but also raised an important question. Why had the portals not disappeared yet? Had the outbreak not ended? Jin-hyuk explained that what they had faced so far was only the vanguard sent by an ancient entity. The creature from the upper floor was sending advanced troops to destroy enemy lines before initiating a true invasion. Sung-jin was alarmed and asked if that meant the real threat was still to come. Jin-hyuk confirmed. He said it was not over yet. The invasion had not been completely stopped. He still needed to figure out how to properly close the portals, but he believed that everything had a method to be overcome. Later, Jin-hyuk went to Cheonyang's mansion. There, he found a rare place, something that existed in only a few parts of the world. It was the world's first mana hot spring, a facility that combined tradition, modern technology, and elements of the tower. It was the first location in the world with technology capable of dissolving and stabilizing mana in thermal water. Recovering there was his master, the Shadow Emperor, who now showed significant improvement. Even Wol-young was impressed by how the system worked. The ability to manipulate mana directly through the water had accelerated the Emperor's recovery in an extraordinary way. Seo-young, who was also there, commented that the world outside the tower was truly wonderful. For her, that thing called soda was a divine creation. She said that if it weren't for her duty to the Murim, she would have stayed there forever. Curious, Jin-hyuk asked why exactly Seo-young was there. She replied that she could not leave something that good only for that old man, referring to the Shadow Emperor. Suddenly, Goguma, Andrea, and Alice came running and jumped into the hot spring. Only Andrea couldn't get in and asked how the others could stand water that hot. Alice answered that Andrea was not old enough to understand that kind of thing, but still pushed her face into the hot water. Annoyed, the Shadow Emperor ordered everyone to be quiet because he was trying to meditate. With a stern tone, he told everyone to leave immediately. Jin-hyuk was relieved to see that his master was clearly doing better, even if he was scolding everyone. However, right after that, Cheonyang approached and asked to speak with Jin-hyuk in private. He explained that the damaged mana circuits of the Shadow Emperor had been successfully treated, but there was something more serious. His body showed clear signs of prolonged exposure to intense radiation, which had caused the formation of cancerous cells. These cells were spreading, and Cheonyang could not guarantee how much time he had left to live. Meanwhile, in the underground passages of the Celestial Demon Cult, Samaja was speaking with Shimasa Ryong, the fourth most powerful member of the cult. They had searched everything from the 21st floor, but found only traces. It seemed the Shadow Emperor had already left that floor. Samaja remembered striking the Emperor with a fatal blow. Even so, he had gone to help his disciple. He had exposed the Emperor's body to a poisonous stone for a long time, but the old man didn't even seem close to dying. When he tried to finish him off, the Emperor disappeared like a ghost. It was impressive how resilient he was. Shimasa Ryong said he understood his master's intention to dominate the Murim world, but added that, with all due respect to the cult, they did not have enough strength to face the entire Murim alliance. Samaja replied that he only needed to watch. He had not brought Shimasa Ryong there by accident. Right after that, he revealed a massive army gathered in secret, transported through portals created by Hesting. The energy radiating from those beings was overwhelming. Samaja praised the powerful aura of that army and asked Hesting how many avatars of the ancient entity had been summoned. Hesting replied that there were approximately 3,000 avatars ready to act as the vanguard. Shimasa Ryong, surprised, asked what exactly those creatures were. Hesting, after reflecting for a moment, said they did not have names yet. Considering they were in the Murim world, he suggested calling them Jiangshi. Samaja liked the name, and without hesitation, declared that from that moment on, Shimasa Ryong would be his new right hand. Shimasa led the great army of Jiangshi toward the Murim alliance. The plan was to destroy everything in their path and completely dominate the Murim world. Meanwhile, Che Hong remained at Samaja's side but was visibly uncomfortable with the situation. For that reason, she contacted Wol-young to inform him about the army's advance, explaining that more than 3,000 Jiangshi were on their way to the Murim alliance. Despite their name, the Jiangshi were beings empowered by the tower's energy, something Che Hong had never seen before. Wol-young was curious why she was sharing that information with him, and Chae-hong explained that it was because he served someone powerful enough to stop it. Wol-young then passed the information to Jin-hyuk, who was not surprised as he already suspected that Shubigorov was attempting to invade even the tower. He was transforming the spawn points of the avatars into a more organized and dangerous army. Although he was concerned about his master's condition, Jin-hyuk knew he needed to act immediately to stop the invasion. He asked Wol-young to take care of his master temporarily and set off alone for the intermediate floor. Wol-young agreed but commented that if the master found out he had left without saying anything, he might feel hurt. Jin-hyuk simply replied that the time would come when he would need his master's strength, and until then, he should fully recover. Meanwhile, on the 25th floor, in the city of Luoyang, the leader of the Murim Alliance, Ma Taibong, was holding an emergency meeting. The initial report stated that the Jiangxi army, belonging to the demonic cult, was advancing with unprecedented strength. They were marching toward Zhongyuan, and the masters of the Kunlun sect were the first to face them but were nearly completely wiped out. This left Ma Taibong extremely worried, as he believed the demonic cult had been weakened since the disappearance of the celestial demon. One of his subordinates warned that if things continued this way, all the sects would be defeated one by one. It was then decided that Ma Taibong's sect would lead the front line, as no other wanted to place their own sect in that position. This showed that the Murim Council, instead of uniting, was only creating more confusion. Someone needed to take control of that crisis. Meanwhile, all this information was being relayed to Jin-hyuk through his spy spider. Understanding the severity of the situation, he used a hidden tracking scroll linked to Seolin and suddenly appeared on site, smashing through everything, accompanied by Sayoung, who was using a poor fellow as a chair. Their arrival caused great shock in Hyun and Seolin, who did not expect to see him there. Hyun commented to Sayoung that this man was the right hand of the Shadow Emperor, one of the main names of the demonic cult, and also the player who had already sabotaged several of their plans. Sayoung, however, took a deep breath and asked everyone to calm down. She explained that Jin-hyuk did not follow the cult's precepts and assured them he was not an enemy. She reminded everyone that, although he really was the Shadow Emperor's right hand, it was he who saved everyone from the Ice Demon. She also explained that the Shadow Emperor had been betrayed by the cult itself and was now being hunted. It would be shameful to persecute him during such a critical situation. Even so, Elder Soyu Hyun of the Wudang sect declared that they did not need help from someone as profane as him. Jin-hyuk thought to himself that even with the 9 major schools and Murim families gathered there, his master, at full strength, could defeat them all. Still, he said that he understood their arrogance, but the current crisis would not be solved in Zhongyuan alone. The fate of the entire intermediate layer of the tower was at stake. Therefore, he asked that, even if it was difficult to believe, they listen to his proposal. Meanwhile, Savannah was finishing her bench press series to recover the muscles she had lost. Abraham and Mackenzie were training with her. During a break, Abraham asked why Lady Savannah was supporting those people since they had betrayed the Empire. He wanted to know why they were not being re-educated, like the Duke did with other traitors. Abraham thanked her for the kindness he had received, but said that it only made his guilt heavier. Savannah, seeing her brother's anguish, replied that he should carry that guilt in his heart, because the Goddess of Light always offers a chance for redemption to those who truly repent for their sins. Soon, everyone would have an opportunity to redeem themselves. After that, they went back to training, lifting weights side by side. Meanwhile, on the Murim floor, Alice was enjoying the local fare. She walked around casually while buying some barbecue skewers. When Yu-sung saw her eating, he asked if she really needed to eat that at that moment. Alice, out of patience, said he was being far too arrogant for someone who was just a subordinate of her contractor. Yu-sung was outraged by the comment, but before he could respond, Jin-hyuk himself appeared. He explained that, although there were still a few details to sort out, he had more or less reached an agreement with the Murim Alliance. At the same time, Seyoung remained in the meeting room, trying to calm down the leaders present. After hearing Jin-hyuk's proposal, the representatives of the sects were so excited they could barely hide it. One of them, however, became irritated and questioned how Jin-hyuk dared to ask for the sect's treasures in exchange for his plan. Because of that, Sayoung even drew her sword, ready to make them listen more seriously. While walking through the streets with his allies, Jin-hyuk reflected on the chaos he had stirred up in Europe using Vey Lordom. He realized that had only been the beginning of something much greater, similar to what they were now trying to do with the Murim Alliance. Even so, destroying the Murim world would be a waste, since people like his master and Sayoung still had much to offer. For that reason, he promised himself that once all this mess was over, he would not allow them to leave the tower so easily again. Knowing how important it was to stay well-fed in order to think better, Jin-hyuk and the others decided to stop for a meal, as the dishes of Murim were very tasty. At the bar before starting to eat, Jin-hyuk focused on listening to what the others were saying. That was when he noticed Baek Seolin approaching. He asked if she happened to be following the group. She said no, and and explained that it was Seung who had sent her to keep an eye on them. Since he already had a secret listener, Jin-hyuk thought her presence there was a bit unnecessary. He figured she would be more useful spying directly on the Murim Alliance leaders. Solin then sat next to Yusung to eat. She soon noticed that members of the Wudong sect were also arriving at the restaurant, which indicated the meeting had ended. Jin-hyuk observed that they did not look happy at all, and Solin confirmed it was because of the mess he had caused. The young man entering the restaurant was Yu Myung, one of the most promising disciples of the Wudong sect. According to Seolin, he had always dreamed of being the savior of Jonghyun, but Jin-hyuk had ruined his big chance. Jin-hyuk, unfazed, shouted loudly that all the orthodox types were the same, always going on about principles and virtues, especially the people from the Wudang sect. Of course, that deeply irritated the sect members. Jin-hyuk went on to say that the Wudong sect was only relevant in ancient times, and that nowadays they looked more like a gang of thugs. Seolin, worried, asked what he was doing, since the goal was to build a good relationship with the Murim Alliance. Meanwhile, Yusung and Alice continued eating calmly. Hyun, watching the situation, commented that Seolin still did not fully understand the kind of person Jin-hyuk was, and that she did not need to worry so much. Alice said it was perfectly normal, and that the best thing to do was just enjoy the show. Seolin wondered if she was the one being irrational, since they were not in their own territory. At that moment, the Wudong sect group approached aggressively. Yu Myung accused Jin-hyuk of insulting Wudong in front of him and declared he would kill him right there. Jin-hyuk, however, was hoping he would fall for that provocation. With a smile, he patted Alice on the head and told her to keep eating. The first thing he did was dodge with style, jumping off the table. Yu Myung shouted that Jin-hyuk had started all of it and launched his attack. Chaos quickly erupted inside the restaurant. The staff began to cry from the confusion, knowing they could not allow fights to break out in there. That was when Alice handed a diamond to the waiter and said it would probably cover the cost of the damages. Yusung told Seolin to stay seated and calm, explaining that when he started a fight, the best thing to do was to remain quiet. Meanwhile, he poured some sake for her, while she wondered if it really was okay to just sit there and do nothing. While all of that was happening, Jin-hyuk seemed to be having fun. He was dancing carefree while the members of the Wudong sect tried to capture him. He dodged easily, yawning with boredom at their clumsy attacks. Myung, confused, asked why he was not fighting if that was exactly what he wanted. At the same time, Jin-hyuk reflected on the Wudong sect, remembering that they were well known for their honor and discipline, being considered one of the pillars of the orthodox faction. Because of their vows, they did not even eat meat. Knowing this, Jin-hyuk decided to use the best strategy against them. With a smile on his face, he activated the restaurant from another world inside a regular restaurant. He prepared a dish using only vegetables, and the smell was so irresistible that all the members of Wudang were enchanted. As soon as he saw them hypnotized, he knocked them out with frying pans, sarcastically asking if they were starving. Right after that, he started frying the vegetables, making everyone even hungrier. At that moment, Myung finally drew his sword and used the shamanic sword technique. He performed the third form of the technique to cut everything in front of him. But without realizing it, he ended up slicing a steak. In reality, Jin-hyuk had dodged and, taking advantage of the opening, hit Myung in the face with a frying pan. Myung was left confused, unable to understand what had just happened. He, one of the top disciples of the sect and known for his strict vegan lifestyle, had just cut meat from an animal. Myung tried to threaten Jin-hyuk, saying he was not safe there, but before he could finish his sentence, Jin-hyuk placed a piece of meat in his mouth. This made him remember his childhood, when he was lovingly fed by his mother. Overcome with emotion, he started to cry. Yusung, watching the scene, wondered if the food was really that good. Jin-hyuk commented that the emotion was so strong that he was crying over the food, and since he had recorded everything, he captured the exact moment when Myung, the young master of the sect, ate meat. That was, at the very least, symbolic. Myung was completely desperate. Meanwhile, during a meeting of the Orthodox faction, Taebong asked Sayung to lower her sword, saying it was unnecessary. Shortly afterward, Myung appeared before Yusung and Jin-hyuk, admitting that only he would be capable of defeating the demonic cult. He even made an oath in his own name. Taebong reminded everyone that not long ago, Myung was complaining and wanting to kill Jin-hyuk, which made it hard to believe in such a change of heart. But deep down, everyone knew that Jin-hyuk always got what he wanted. Sayung, watching everything, thought that he was a clever brat. And, as if confirming her thoughts, Jin-hyuk simply replied to himself that that was exactly what he was, and that he would keep acting that way. Outwardly, Myung still kept an angry face, but inside he was crying. It was then that Seolin asked Yusung if he followed Jin-hyuk to this day because he had done the same thing to him in the past. Yusung preferred not to answer. Taebong, seeing the entire situation, said that if even the the best disciple of the Wudong sect had accepted Jin Hyuk, then there must be a good reason for so much confidence. Therefore, he declared that he would leave the attack against the demonic cult in Jin Hyuk's hands. Even though many people were outraged by that decision, Taebong insisted that perhaps this young man really was everyone's salvation. Jin Hyuk thanked him, saying it would be a pleasure to lead. He took command as the new mission leader and began guiding everyone with the help of a map. Later on, Shimasa and the Jiangxi tried to advance through another path. However, as they approached the chosen trail, it was completely blocked by a landslide. To make matters worse, all the rocks were thrown upward with unexpected force, making the passage even harder. That was actually a trap. Shimasa even tried to defend himself with his barrier, but he and that part of the army were completely buried by the rocks. Watching everything from a distance, Song commented that it had been horrible, but despite the attack, it had not worked as expected. Jin Hyuk's group managed to survive the ambush, protecting their commander as well. Yu Sung thought they had advanced exactly as Jin Hyuk had predicted, and wondered how he could know so precisely that the enemy would come through that path. He then ordered Seolin to move on to the next location, while he himself would lead those who stayed behind, with the mission of keeping the zombie battalion occupied for as long as possible. Faced with failure, Shimasa was forced to send a direct message to Samaja, saying that something very strange was going on. They were being attacked on every route they chose in the past few days, as if someone knew exactly which paths they were planning to take. Just from hearing that, Samaja was certain that Jin Hyuk was involved. His goal could only be one thing: to reach something specific. For him to have anticipated things to that extent, it had to be intentional. That is why Samaja decided it was time to use his trump card. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Oren was working in his forge when he was interrupted by a video call from Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk asked if everything was going well, and Oren answered enthusiastically, saying yes. He could hardly believe the day had finally come when he would work on the legendary sword Balmung. His heart had not beaten so fast since the first time he enchanted his dagger. Jin Hyuk was pleased and said it was good to know he was enjoying the work. He then asked about the other project he had requested. Oren reported that he had already finished it using the materials Jin Hyuk had sent, and that, in fact, it was quite easy. He said he would send that item along with Balmung soon. After ending the call, Jin Hyuk thought that everything was going very well. The only thing left now was to deal with that part of the Murim territory. They were in the slums, an abandoned, desolate place ravaged by war and hunger. Myung, who was accompanying them, was visibly uncomfortable with Jin Hyuk and asked why they had come there. Jin Hyuk simply told him to be quiet and follow. It was then that Teresa appeared to join the group. When Jin Hyuk said she was a companion, Myung greeted her with great respect. Teresa explained that she had found the person Jin Hyuk was looking for. While investigating the areas attacked by the Jiangxi battalion, she discovered that this was the only place with a large number of survivors. The village elder said that during the attack, a man appeared and saved them. Teresa pointed to a man sitting right behind her. He looked like just a beggar, but there was something strange about him. She said she was sure he was hiding his true power. Jin Hyuk then used the Eye of Gluttony to analyze him and discovered that the man was Byakua. From the copy condition, he realized that it was the celestial demon. His internal energy was almost completely depleted. If Jin Hyuk helped him recover, he could copy his ability called Celestial Demon's Divine Art. The skill level would depend on Jin Hyuk's prior knowledge of it. But suddenly, a system message appeared in red with a special mission. It said that the celestial demon no longer had the will to fight. However, if Jin Hyuk could rekindle that flame within him, he would gain access to his memories and discover how he lost his internal energy. Jin Hyuk thought it was not too bad, but the conditions were difficult. He would have to help him recover fully. Meanwhile, the demonic cult was watching everything from afar, carefully monitoring every move. Later, Myung gathered all the villagers and announced that the Murim Alliance had arrived to help. At the same time, Jin Hyuk, using the restaurant from another world, was preparing a giant pot of food to feed the homeless and the hungry. Myung observed the scene and thought that everyone there had lost everything they had, yet they were smiling after a warm meal. Deep down, he recognized that maybe Jin Hyuk was not as bad as he seemed. He wondered if one day he could become someone like that too. At that moment, Jin Hyuk served a big plate of food to the celestial demon, saying it was free and that he should eat a bit. But the celestial demon refused, saying he did not need it and that such food was too precious for someone like him to consume. Jin Hyuk noticed that he had not eaten in at least a week, and even so, he had the courage to reject the food. That showed he was in an even worse state than expected. Without insisting, Jin Hyuk left the plate right in front of Baek Ilha and walked away, reflecting that with or without the celestial demon's divine art, his progress up the tower had slowed significantly due to everything that was happening. He really needed that skill. Suddenly, Alice manifested and came out of the ring, saying that she could clearly feel the presence of an ancestral creature's energy. Soon after, the villagers went into a panic. The reason was simple. The Jiangxi had reappeared. Commander Shimasa, watching everything, commented that that seeing Jinhyuk in that situation was truly surprising. Without wasting time, he activated the bloody martial arts technique called Night of the Dead, creating a field barrier. Everyone was trapped inside along with the Jiangshis, who received a 20% power boost, while all other living beings had 10% of their attributes reduced. People were terrified, as not even the residents themselves could escape the enclosed area. Jinhyuk admitted it was quite a clever technique. Shimasa promised that no one would escape that day and ordered them to kill Jinhyuk immediately. He demanded they take back Ilha, and even a Jiangshi tried to approach. But Teresa, alone, used the divine shield and eliminated several of the creatures. The members of the Wudang sect were deeply impressed by her power. Alice commented that it had been a while since her last mission as a saint, but the contractor had asked her to help since there were so many undead present. And before she forgot, he had also asked her not to hold back. She said she would finish them all, but Jinhyuk asked her not to kill them. He said they might still be useful. Alice then politely asked them to stop using divine powers near her, as it made her a bit uncomfortable. Teresa responded by transforming into the corrupted saint, which made Alice smile and say that it was much better that way. The two charged at the Jiangshis, beating the creatures with sheer physical strength, not using divine powers, simply incapacitating them without killing. Jinhyuk thought that was enough for now. He needed to prepare to deal with Baek Ilha, who was there in a miserable state, like a beggar surrounded by desperate people. They thought everything was over, but now it was all starting again. They were doomed. Baek Ilha thought that would be the final chapter. Everything would end there. But Shimasa stepped forward, staring at Jinhyuk in anger, asking if he still hadn't realized this was his end. He claimed that Jinhyuk's companions could barely fight the undead, but that was a lie. They had been pretending to be weak all along just to deceive the enemy. Shimasa couldn't understand why someone like Jinhyuk, who didn't even know how to fight, was risking so much and interfering with their plans. Jinhyuk replied that he really shouldn't be there, but this was the world of his master, the Shadow Emperor, and he would not allow it to be destroyed like that. As a disciple, he couldn't just stand by. These words deeply moved Baek Ilha himself. The moment he heard that the Shadow Emperor had accepted a disciple, he was in shock. He asked if that was even allowed, and the Emperor replied that it wasn't forbidden. Still surprised, Baek Ilha said it wasn't an objection. He was just amazed that someone in the world actually wanted to have him as a master. Then, curious, he asked who that kid was who dared to become his disciple. The Emperor spoke about a boy who was arrogant and funny, but when it came to the people he cared about, he was incredibly kind. The Emperor believed this boy would be capable of completing the martial art he had once created but never finished. He then looked at the celestial demon and asked, as an old friend, if he could do him a favor. If that boy ever completed the celestial demonic art of darkness, he wanted to know if the celestial demon could teach him the 13th demonic art, even if he himself was no longer around. It was at that moment that Baek Ilha finally stood up, and Jinhyuk was overjoyed, as he had fulfilled the special conditions of the quest. Shimasa Ryong laughed wickedly and said he must be crazy to know he was going to lose. But that wasn't quite the case. At that moment, Alice and Teresa unleashed their true powers and began annihilating the Jiangshis. Jinhyuk asked them to stop, saying that thanks to them, he had achieved what he wanted. Alice replied that she was tired of holding back. Jinhyuk said it wasn't worth their effort and suggested someone more appropriate for the task handle it. That was when Little Bone appeared again, like a phoenix rising. He said those were his enemies, but then Jinhyuk said that it was too much for him. So he revealed that he had prepared a special gift. He wanted to thank them for everything done so far. He said he was a very thoughtful master. He handed over the gift, and upon seeing it, Little Bone was moved. He said it was too good, that it made him feel alive again. The gift was a gigantic Death Knight mecha, built with extremely advanced technology. When Oren received the construction request, he wondered where Jinhyuk had gotten such a detailed blueprint, but ended up using his drawing acquisition skill and, together with an excellent blacksmith, brought the mecha to life. Now, with his new equipment, Little Bone was excited. The mecha's physical output had reached 99%. Alice, upon seeing it, commented that the shorty had actually gotten something pretty big. Little Bone replied that it was his time to shine. He activated the mecha like it was a megazord and started annihilating the entire army of Jiangshis. He controlled arms, legs, levers, and attacked with such strength that he kicked them around like jelly. Shimasa Ryong watched in despair, realizing his zombies were being crushed by that thing. He concluded that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to do anything else for the next 100 days. He also feared that his master would no longer trust him, so he tore open his own hand and activated the blood enhancement. With it, he awakened the talismans attached to the Jiangshis' bodies, unleashing their true power. They transformed into massive, beastly zombies. It was the demonic zombie technique, and now the demon was the same size as the mecha. Even with the mecha, the Little Bone had difficulty blocking the attacks, and admitted admitted the enemy had grown much stronger. Alice wondered if they should help, but Jinhyuk told them to wait. He had a plan. From inside the mecha, Salandra also appeared, a creature that breathed fire and helped in the battle. As the Jiangxis burned, other spirits emerged, taking advantage of the opening. They praised the Little Bone, saying he was doing great and that they were proud of him. Little Bone became emotional once again, saying he drew strength from them. Now, no one could stop him. Wielding his sword, Little Bone slashed through the giant zombie and declared that, through the power of his little brothers who were proud of him, he would defeat that monster. He not only plunged his sword into the enemy, but used the momentum to launch himself at Shimasa Ryung, executing the mecha's ultimate attack, an elemental dive. The resulting explosion carried the power of the 5 elements and was so intense that it shattered the Night of the Dead barrier. With victory secured, everyone celebrated alongside the Little Bone. Myung of the Wudang sect could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. The powerful army of the demonic sorcerer had been completely destroyed. The zombies looked like toys in the hands of Jinhyuk's group, who were at a level far beyond his understanding. Myung expressed deep gratitude to Jinhyuk for his efforts, but Jinhyuk replied that the enemy had not yet been fully defeated. He knew it would only end when the evil was rooted out completely. Alice commented that if they returned even stronger, it would be difficult even for their group. Jinhyuk assured them it would be fine. The battle caught the attention of the demonic leader, exactly as Jinhyuk had planned. He asked why Baek Ilha and the celestial demon weren't coming with him. Meanwhile, at the Lang Pavilion, Jinhyuk was informing the Marim Orthodox Alliance that the celestial demon was approaching with an army of Jiangxis. He knew Shimasa was watching him and would return even stronger. Jinhyuk pointed to a strategic location on the map and explained that it was necessary to station an army there, blocking all routes to prevent the enemy's advance. If they could hold the Jiangxis long enough, he would handle the rest. He said the Alliance trusted him to solve the problem, but he couldn't do it alone, so he made a direct demand. He wanted 1 treasure from each sect in exchange for his help. Hyun questioned the request, thinking it was absurd. Soha and Hyun also showed disapproval. Hyun remarked that he was starting to doubt whether Jinhyuk had really defeated the demonic sorcerer. An elder echoed the suspicion, saying Jinhyuk had no proof. Meanwhile, Myung, observing everything, was panicking inside. He thought they shouldn't provoke Jinhyuk because he was the true demon in that room. If they continued, they would all die. He remembered that he had been sent by the Maram Alliance to observe Jinhyuk, but the sect elders had decided to give him nothing. They told Myung to stay quiet, saying it was for the best. Then they asked Myung for testimony, expecting him to lie and deny Jinhyuk's victory. Even trying to remain polite out of respect for his master's world and for Teresa, Jinhyuk was beginning to lose his patience. Before he lost control, Myung stood up and asked everyone to stop. He firmly declared that he had seen it with his own eyes. Jinhyuk had truly defeated the demonic sorcerer, and not only that, he had helped the people of Zhongyuan like no one ever had. He said it was a waste of time to argue over who would take responsibility for the damage, since Jinhyuk was the only one who actually acted. He pleaded with them to cooperate with him. Later, Jinhyuk had successfully secured the cooperation of the sects. He received 1 treasure from each of them. He figured that after Myung's testimony, the Marim Alliance had no other choice. Even so, he believed Myung didn't do it for him, but out of compassion. He remembered a video where Myung secretly ate meat and felt that the man had truly been moved by what he witnessed. Among the treasures, there was the Plum Blossom Pill, which increased mana by 75 points, the white uniform of the Cloud Path, which boosted movement speed by 30%, and most importantly, the Bracelet of the Returned. This bracelet could only be worn by someone who had traveled to another world and returned. With it, it was possible to create a portal to another world, provided certain conditions were met. Jinhyuk felt that, with this, the preparations to face the demonic leader were complete. But then he noticed there was 1 last treasure among the items, one he hadn't requested. Alice said she was the one who asked for that item and asked if there was a problem. Then she simply walked away with a little drink in her hand. Myung commented that Jinhyuk had managed to extort the tower's residents once again, asking if he would do anything just to get stronger. Jinhyuk replied that it wasn't extortion, but a fair deal. He stored everything in his subspace. Yusung asked what they would do next. Jinhyuk received messages saying the enemy was approaching. The routes had been blocked as planned, but if the undead managed to invade Luoyang, the city could fall. Jinhyuk said that would only happen if they made it there. Then he handed Yusung a new sword as a gift. It was the Plum Blossom Dance Sword, forged with 10,000-year cold steel, a treasure granted only to those who bear the title of Plum Blossom Sword Supreme. Yusung, surprised, asked why he was receiving something so valuable. Jinhyuk, with a small smile, said it was just a gift. After all, they were friends. The next day, many people began to act according to the plan. Some were there out of loyalty, others for protection, and some because of promises they had made in the past. Yusung asked if it was really necessary to go to the mountains. Jinhyuk answered that he would understand once they got there. Yusung also said he would no longer accept any weird requests. But this time, what they found was something very different. A very important important person. It was the former celestial demon, Baek Ilha. Yusung, surprised, asked if it was really him. Jinhyuk confirmed, explaining that it was no longer possible to feel any mana from him, as he had used up all the energy he had. Now Baek Ilha had the strength of an ordinary man. That was why they were going to help him recover his energy core. Jinhyuk began drawing runes and glyphs on the ground. He said it was a simple process. The barrier he was forming would create a space inside Baek Ilha's body, allowing him to absorb mana from the surroundings. He asked him to stay within the circle, sitting as if meditating, to circulate his chi. He also warned that if the process was interrupted halfway, he might explode. Baek Ilha wasn't very confident that it would work. That was when the Shadow Emperor approached, even though he was injured. He said he didn't expect to meet him again and called him companion. He bowed, but immediately after twisted in pain. Baek Ilha asked what had happened. Woljung explained that he had overexerted himself in a battle against Yaksha and was seriously wounded as a result. Soyoung added that while Baek Ilha had been absent, the Shadow Emperor had to take on many responsibilities. She said she didn't know what Baek Ilha had gone through, but his absence caused great chaos in Zhongyuan. She also pointed out that he seemed weaker. Baek Ilha asked if she had come there to humiliate him, but she replied no. She said she had no idea what he had been through and was there, in fact, to help him take responsibility. With the conversation over, Jinhyuk completed his 10-star barrier called Ether Territory. He explained that Baek Ilha's only job now was to try circulating his chi. He asked the Shadow Emperor and Soyoung to begin. They prepared for a duel. It was the battle to recover the energy of the former celestial demon. As soon as Baek Ilha began circulating his energy, the duel also began. On one side, the dark power of the Shadow Emperor. On the other, Soyoung's soul-hunting sword technique. The yin and yang energies began to clash with force, creating a powerful resonance between them. This collision produced ether, and that ether was absorbed by the one inside the barrier, Baek Ilha. Jinhyuk watched, noticing the effort the Shadow Emperor was making. He thought that Halong would take good care of him. Then he approached Baek Ilha to begin his process. He was copying the celestial demon's divine art. The system confirmed that the special condition had been unlocked. From there, Jinhyuk was taken inside the memories of Baek Ilha and Ha. The interaction was not fully enabled, so he could only observe in spiritual form. It was as if he were lost inside the subconscious of the former demon. There, he saw Baek Ilha still circulating his chi, fighting against a colossal creature, the mother of black sheep, Shab-Niggurath. Jinhyuk realized that this wasn't the creature's final form. It was being limited as a penalty because Baek Ilha had descended too far through the floors. Even so, its power was so immense that it distorted space and time. That was the battle that led Baek Ilha to his current state, fully consumed after using all his energy to face it. During the battle, Baek Ilha used the first form of the divine art, called Celestial Dragon's Ascension. A massive dragon made of energy was summoned, but Shab-Niggurath's tentacles easily blocked it. Jinhyuk knew that the outcome of that battle didn't matter. What truly mattered was learning the art. He observed every movement, every detail, carefully increasing his understanding of the divine art, little by little. Meanwhile, the Murim Alliance was preparing for the arrival of the Jiangxi army from the demonic cult. Hyun asked if they really needed so many people. Everyone was tense. But then, to their surprise, Little Bone appeared with his mecha. He told them not to worry because they were there. He assured them that as long as the master was with them, it would be impossible to lose. Hyun said he recognized the other spirits, but asked what exactly that thing was. He wanted to know if it was some kind of magic used by the demonic cult. Soha replied that wasn't what mattered most at the moment. Seolin, on the other hand, was much more concerned with the approaching demonic army. That war would decide the fate not only of Zhongyuan, but also of all the intermediate floors. She wondered what Yu Sung was doing at that moment. In truth, he was watching, completely amazed by the movements of his master, the Soul Hunter. He was learning a lot just by observing, just like Jinhyuk, who also watched closely to learn new and incredible techniques. Baek Ilha then used the sixth form of his divine art against Shab-Niggurath, the great demon-slaying sword. It was like a black hole made of pure energy. Even so, the creature devoured the attack with ease and merely smiled at the exhausted celestial demon. Jinhyuk was impressed by how he wielded the divine art, but he knew that still wouldn't be enough to defeat an ancestral creature of that level. After using all his power, Baek Ilha fell to his knees. Shab-Niggurath asked if that was all he had. She knew very well that he possessed a cursed relic that could lead her directly to the realm itself. She said she had come to claim it. Baek Ilha asked if she was talking about that, and then summoned, through his system, the divine relic, the crown of the tyrant. Jinhyuk was in shock. That was one of the 7 crowns required to challenge the final floor of the Tower of Trials. So that was why the system had said the celestial demon was essential for him to reach the 99th floor. Shab-Niggurath revealed that she had known from the start that the crown was with him, but now that he had lost, she demanded the item and told him to accept his death. She promised it would be quick. With determination, Baek Ilha responded responded that if she laid hands on that crown, no one would be able to stop her from committing atrocities. He called her the mother of the black sheep and said he would never allow her to touch that item. Then, he used all the remaining energy in his core to hurl the crown far away from there. Jin Hyuk rushed toward the crown at the same time, but the crown of the tyrant had already been removed from the exclusive barrier and was no longer on that floor. The memory fragments of Baek Ilha began to fade before Jin Hyuk could see where it had gone. Even so, he ran faster and faster toward the lost relic. Meanwhile, the army of Jiangxis continued advancing toward Luoyang. The disciple of the former demonic sorcerer, known as the Red Demon, declared that he was there to avenge his master. But that was not all. He was glad to now serve directly under the new celestial demon. The Murim Alliance was shocked to see that the horizon was overrun by zombies. There were around 10,000 of them, but despite their fear, they were ready to fight. At least Seolin was. She also noticed that many warriors were tense. Their morale needed to be raised somehow. That was when Little Bone stepped forward and asked if they were not going to charge the enemies. He asked if they were scared. Without waiting for an answer, he rushed forward alone against the Jiangxis, leaping and attacking confidently. His bold action inspired the alliance members so much that they all followed him, charging into battle. But while Little Bone raised his sword, he noticed a shadow crossing the sky. He wondered if something had flown past. Right after, he said that the energy felt like his master's. At the same time, Jin Hyuk was leaving the celestial demon's memory sequence. The duel between the Shadow Emperor and Sayung was still going on, and a massive amount of ether was being generated. However, the Emperor began to fall to his knees, weakened by internal injuries. Even so, he insisted the duel had to continue until he recovered his strength, even if he had to cough up blood or die right there. But Jin Hyuk interrupted him, telling him to stop talking nonsense. He said he had not saved him for nothing, and even though he never imagined he would say it, he called Yu Sung over. Jin Hyuk and Yu Sung stood side by side to generate the ether still missing for the duel. Now it was time to show how much they had grown. Yu Sung was more excited than ever. This was exactly his style. The battle grew even fiercer. The soul hunting sword clashed with the techniques of the Emperor of Darkness. When the attacks met, fist against blade, the opposing energies generated even more ether, just as needed. The masters were very proud of their disciples. Watching their growth was something truly incredible. Meanwhile, the celestial demon was finally able to absorb that immense amount of ether. The energy flowed freely through his body, and at last, he managed to unleash his true power. He stood up, and the system announced that the flame in his heart had been reignited. At the same time, Jin Hyuk was informed that he had successfully copied the celestial demon's divine art. The ability was adapted to his level of understanding and classified as rank SSS with 10 stars. Jin Hyuk was surprised. This was the first time he had acquired a skill of such a high level. With a steady gaze, Baek Ilha stated that he now owed a great favor to Jin Hyuk and expressed his deep gratitude, not only to him but to everyone present. The Shadow Emperor noticed that the celestial demon was offering a supreme bow, the highest form of gratitude that a supreme being could show. It was a rare and honorable gesture. However, Jin Hyuk asked them not to exaggerate. He said there was still much to be done. Baek Ilha, surprised, wondered if Jin Hyuk had just ignored his bow. But Jin Hyuk replied that, for now, both he and his master were still weak, so they should focus on recovery. Jin Hyuk could see into Baek Ilha's memories. He knew how much he had suffered trying to protect that world. That was why Jin Hyuk decided to honor that role on his behalf. And now, more than ever, he knew exactly where the crown of the tyrant had gone. But that moment of calm and gratitude was shattered by a deafening crash. A thunderbolt fell from the sky, so powerful it would have hit everyone there, if not for the barrier conjured by Jin Hyuk. High above, emerging from the clouds, a massive storm dragon roared through the skies. Its presence was suffocating. Sama Ja, upon sensing its energy, said that even from a distance, he could recognize it. He said that those opposing energies were clashing and creating a filthy, impure force. Then, with a smirk, he asked how the former celestial demon was feeling. With a hardened gaze, Baek Ilha responded with a direct question. He wanted to know if Sama Ja had released the blue dragon. Ilha asked if the dragon was not sealed, and Sama Ja replied that all of that was only possible thanks to him. Because he had been careless when dealing with Yaksha earlier, he ended up discovering a way to awaken the dragon. He even managed to dominate it with his bare hands. With a simple gesture, he made the dragon feel pain, revealing that it was trying to resist the spell. Even so, it was clear how powerful Sama Ja was. He explained that anything could be controlled, as long as one knew how. At that moment, Sama Ja activated the Seal of Solitude, sealing the dragon's reason and forcing the creature to obey his orders. Chae Hong was surprised and questioned whether he was really sealing the reason of a divine being. The beast, now now dominated, was drooling like an angry dog and lowered its head in submission. Illa realized the danger and warned that they needed to get out of there, as they did not have enough energy to face the dragon. Jinhyuk asked if they were expecting him to do something, and told everyone to step back. He said it had always been like that, willing to do anything to get what he wanted, and that had not changed one bit. He then revealed his returns bracelet. Sama-ja was confused by his words and asked what he meant by always. Jinhyuk replied that it would not be fun if he explained it directly. He activated the bracelet, inscribing a secret rune. That triggered a hidden ability, connecting the bracelet to another dimension. At that moment, Jinhyuk remembered an ordinary day at home with Alice and Goguma. Alice commented that she had been finding Goguma a bit strange lately. Despite always being excited, when it came to fighting, he just wanted to sleep. The little bone tried to lighten the mood by saying it was time to train, but only got slapped in the face by Goguma's tail. Jinhyuk reflected that this probably had something to do with the incident with Yaksha, since technically, it was the first time the dragon had been defeated. That left a mark. It was his first loss against an ancient being. That is why he saw this as an opportunity for the dragon to regain its pride. His summoning was meant to bring back Goguma himself, believing there were many ways to recover from trauma. The most effective one was the taste of victory. Goguma was not expecting to be summoned. A source of energy from another dimension was located, connecting to the endless magic forest, and everyone was amazed by it. Young commented that that guy always did absurd things. That was when Jinhyuk summoned the ancient dragon Goguma in his final form. Sama-ja responded to the attack by summoning his own blue dragon, starting a grand battle in the skies. The blue dragon was the first to fire a beam of energy, but Goguma counterattacked with his blade of judgment. While the two dragons clashed in a catastrophic battle above, the rest of the group escaped with Sayoung and the Shadow Emperor. Cheon-young was thinking about protecting those people at all costs. Jinhyuk, on the other hand, always prioritized victory above all. Sama-ja, seeing all of that, remembered when he learned that Yaksha had been defeated. He thought only someone like Bayek Ilha could have done it. But now, watching that battle, no matter how hard he tried, he could not understand. Not knowing who that incredibly powerful opponent was, he asked who the hell that Jinhyuk guy was. Jinhyuk answered that in the world he lived in, people called him Master. Then he activated the Celestial Demon Step, summoned his pistol, and began shooting and slashing with his dagger so fast that the current Celestial Demon could barely counterattack. Even so, Jinhyuk also dodged all the shots, never getting hit in the head at any point. He smiled, realizing that, as expected, that opponent was indeed skilled. Sama-ja admitted that he too had been surprised a few minutes earlier, but wondered who would not be in front of something like that. Then he activated another one of his relics, the White Flame Pearl, to summon even more dragons. Sama-ja summoned more dragons just to end that fight quickly. Meanwhile, the Marim Alliance was facing the massive army of Jiangxis, and surprisingly, they were at an advantage. The spirits were on their side, as was the great little skeleton, who kept fighting bravely. Solon was already badly injured, and thought that if Jinhyuk had not sent reinforcements in time, they would have already lost. Even so, no one knew for sure if they could win, as the army of undead seemed endless. Meanwhile, Goguma was still trying to hold off the blue dragon, while Sama-ja used the celestial demonic art to try to eliminate Jinhyuk once and for all. However, both sides were evenly matched. Sama-ja stated that all those attacks were useless. He had no idea what kind of trick Jinhyuk had used to dominate an ancient creature, but said that meant nothing to him. He knew that the returns bracelet only lasted a short period of time, and once its effect ended, Jinhyuk would lose the advantage. Even so, there was something that bothered Sama-ja. He could not understand why Jinhyuk seemed so calm, even after he had sent two dragons summoned by the White Flame Pearl to kill the Shadow Emperor and his allies. That was when Sama-ja started to question the reason behind that tranquility. Jinhyuk replied with irony, asking if he really wanted to know, and then explained that he was relaxed because those dragons were nothing special. The dragons quickly approached Yusung and his allies. At that moment, Jinhyuk threw his master into Beck's arms, saying that she hated running. Then he drew his soul-hunting sword and activated the spiritual blade technique, firing several sharp blades that tore through the dragon's skins in midair. Illa was impressed by what she saw, stating that it was incredible for someone to reach that level of power at such a young age. She admitted that Sayoung really had a good disciple. Sayoung replied that Jinhyuk was just a bit hot-headed, but he was a good boy. Watching everything through the pearl, Sama-ja could not believe it. It made no sense for a human to have reached that level, and Jinhyuk taunted him, asking if he was in shock, saying he should call Batman and that he had not even started yet. At that moment, reinforcements also arrived on the battlefield against the Jiangxi undead. Leading them was Savannah, fully recovered and stronger than ever, heading the Holy Empire army alongside Mackenzie and Abraham. Savannah declared that the darkness in that place would be eradicated, for all of them had been blessed by the power of light and by Mackenzie's bald head. The zombies in front were brutally run over. Even Little Bone threw himself to the ground, as he hated divine power, being an undead himself. Seolin, seeing that scene, was confused and asked why the hell the Empire's knights were helping. That was when she noticed the presence of Teresa, the saint, standing right in front of her, staring in silence. Meanwhile, Samaja could not understand how Jinhyuk had managed to bring the holy knights of the Empire there. He admitted that Jinhyuk was much more cunning than he had thought, but he assured that all his plans would be useless. Seeing no further use for the white flame pearl, he decided to absorb it. The blue dragon's power was fused into his body, and with that, Samaja took on a new form. He appeared with an energy core in his chest, and scales covering part of his face, declaring that no matter how good his enemies' plans were, he would eliminate them all. That was his draconic transformation. Wielding his storm sword, he unleashed a move called Dragon Strike, a lightning bolt so powerful it destroyed an entire mountain in the distance. However, Alice did not seem worried at all. She looked calmly and commented that the surrounding terrain was still intact. Alice was speeding up the process while creating a magic seal using her own blood. After taking a devastating blow, Samaja was surprised to see that Jinhyuk was still alive. He had managed to block the attack. With confidence, Jinhyuk stated that Samaja had made a huge mistake by transforming into a dragon right in front of him, because he was carrying the Dragon Slayer sword. Ever since the incident with Yaksha, Goguma had been suffering from constant nightmares about that bite. The trauma had been so intense that he would wake up crying and drenched in sweat. The spirits even tried to comfort him, but the only cure for that was victory. Now Jinhyuk said he finally remembered the true strength of Goguma, who had once defeated the blue dragon in the past. With the tomb arm on his right, Jinhyuk exchanged blows on equal footing with Samaja, who began to despair. He realized that Goguma, the ancient dragon, was turning the tide of the battle. Even so, he knew that the bracelet's effect would soon wear off, and the blue dragon, although wounded, was not dead. Samaja was forced to use his last resort against that damn opponent. After launching another powerful strike with the celestial demonic art, he noticed that Jinhyuk was completely unharmed. In response, Jinhyuk remarked that if it were him, he would use that power more carefully. He spoke about absolute power, saying that he used to believe it was the way to solve everything. But in the Tower of Challenges, even power had its limits. That was when Jinhyuk activated an ancient rune. After trading so many blows with Samaja, he had managed to inscribe the rune onto the blade of his sword. It was a mark that generated a gravity field barrier with restriction. Samaja could not even lift his own sword anymore, as it had become too heavy. Then he realized that all of Jinhyuk's attacks had been intentional, just to create the perfect opportunity to apply the rune. Jinhyuk said the battle was almost over, and for that reason, he would share something important. He explained that the world he lived in was called the Tower of Challenges, a place where power alone was not enough. To climb the tower, one needed a plan and trust built on countless results. The time of the bracelet had finally ended, and Goguma was unsummoned. At the same time, Alice completed her magic circle, which had been drawn around the area where the blue dragon was trapped. It was a divine beast cage of 10 stars, capable of nullifying all divine control effects. With it, the blue dragon regained consciousness. Samaja was not prepared for that. Jinhyuk revealed that everything had been calculated. From the way he held his sword to the way he walked, thought, and even the timing of the bracelet's use, everything was part of his plan. Then he said Samaja had touched someone he should not have, the Shadow Emperor, his master. Samaja, confused, asked what he was talking about. He said the two had never even met before, but Jinhyuk ignored him and activated the divine art of the celestial demon, using it against the celestial demon himself. He reflected that, since the first time they met, and in all the days that followed, whenever he had doubts, it was his master who guided him and stood by his side. Then, with determination, he raised the sword Balmung, the true dragon slayer, and cut Samaja in half with a single strike. On the day the Shadow Emperor died, Jinhyuk had told himself that he needed to wake up, that it was just a game. There was nothing he could do at that moment except restart. But when he restarted, Jinhyuk promised that, no matter what happened, he would not let him die again. And the final blow was so devastating, so violent, that it would obliterate anything. The summoned dragons that Yusung had been fighting vanished suddenly. He realized that Jinhyuk had already finished the battle, and said so with relief. After obliterating Samaja, Jinhyuk obtained the White Flame Dragon Jewel, an artifact capable of creating clouds, making it rain, and summoning dragons. Instead of using that power for himself, he channeled it back into the blue dragon, who had regained his consciousness. Jinhyuk approached and asked if everything was fine now. The blue dragon, with a calm voice, replied that Jinhyuk had not only punished that demon, but had also saved him from the darkness he was trapped in. He expressed deep gratitude, recognizing that he could feel the energy of chaos spreading, and that they needed to restore balance to that world. But before that, he wanted to reward Jinhyuk for freeing him. He said that, as a noble god, it was his duty to offer anything Jinhyuk desired. Jinhyuk became visibly excited with the proposal proposal and smiled in a way that made the blue dragon suspicious. Alice returned shortly after, exhausted from everything that had happened, complaining that her contractor could be a little more considerate with her. She said she was a lady, and all that had been over the top. Later, Alice spotted something curious and asked, "What is that?" Jin-hyuk, with a mischievous smile, replied that it was the new member of the group, the cute blue dragon. That was because he had used the Flaming Soul contract on the dragon's head, who was now part of the team. The blue dragon himself was still trying to understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, the Jiangxi army had finally been defeated, thanks, of course, to the support of the Holy Empire. Teresa deeply thanked the Holy Knights, saying that even though it had all been very sudden, she was sure the goddess was proud of them. Somewhere else, Beck Seolin watched Teresa with admiration. She thought that even though Teresa was someone who had once been sentenced to death, she showed the true essence of a saint. Teresa, noticing the fixed gaze, became a bit nervous, not understanding why that woman was staring at her so much. Later, the blue dragon looked impressed. He was carefully observing the portal used for summoning the Jiangxi army and wondered how such a dark aura could exist right in the center of the continent. That was when Jin-hyuk used the Soul Rune. The invasion of the Supreme Being had been stopped, also thanks to the power of Bendabia. Jin-hyuk commented that he had only made it that far because he had help. It was not Che Hong, but rather someone who had followed the demonic cult leader to that place and revealed where everything would happen. Che Hong said she would have never imagined that the demonic sect had reached such a point. Deep down, she was relieved that it was all over. Jin-hyuk, with a smile, said that from now on, both the Empire and the Murim Alliance would be watching her. Che Hong replied that she already knew that, but he joked that she was lucky he was being friendly. With the cult leader sealed once again in the place he should have never left, the Murim Alliance would temporarily be free from major threats. However, something else caught their attention. The spirits were approaching the blue dragon. After all, he was now the new little brother of the group. Littlebone complained that the blue dragon was very rude, as he had not even introduced himself properly. The dragon snapped back, saying they were underestimating him, and asked how mere spirits dared treat him like that. That was when Goguma bit his tail. Immediately, the dragon apologized, mumbling a shy, "Sorry." Trying to regain composure, he said he hoped they could all get along from then on, calling them little brothers. Jin-hyuk watched everything and thought that, in the end, they had managed to stop the invasion. But now, there was a new problem, a portal outside the tower. It was then explained that the war against the undead army sent by the Supreme Being had caused significant changes to the tower's middle floors. The Empire and the Murim Alliance, two great powers that had once been in conflict, had finally joined forces and declared the end of the war, celebrating the shared goal they had achieved. In the capital of the Empire, both peoples had gathered to celebrate. Emperor Reinhardt gave a speech saying it was a beautiful day, all thanks to dear Jin-hyuk. Taebong, who was beside him, was surprised and asked what he meant by our Jin-hyuk. He said the emperor had misunderstood everything. Even if the others denied it, it was him who truly helped Jin-hyuk. He also said Jin-hyuk's master was a martial artist. Reinhardt found Taebong's view amusing, but Taebong replied that it was not an opinion, it was a fact. The two started glaring at each other. An old man staring contest, no one dared interrupt. Later, in the Great Library, Jin-hyuk met with Rick Hennessy. He mentioned that a Supreme Being had invaded another floor of the tower in search of the Tyrant's crown, but also recalled that he had managed to stop the first invasion with Bendabia's help, right? Rick confirmed, but Jin-hyuk said none of it made any sense. How could the administrators just sit back while all that happened? It was far too strange. Rick agreed, admitting that it was completely outside the tower's normal pattern. He said there was one person who knew even more than the administrators, and that person was Jin-hyuk. After all, even information like Supreme Being and Tyrant's Crown was practically inaccessible to regular players. At that moment, Bendabia herself appeared in the office. She said that the Supreme Beings were managed directly by the high-ranking administrators. That meant one of them had been an accomplice in that invasion. Rick gave up his seat to her, clearly suspicious. He said it made no sense for a high-level administrator to betray the tower, but Bendabia said it was true. She admitted she had never imagined that Jin-hyuk would be capable of stopping an invasion by a Supreme Being. She said it had been truly impressive. Jin-hyuk, however, replied that it was still too early to celebrate. Things were not over yet, but he hoped they could continue helping each other in the future. Bendabia said he was still as arrogant as ever, but revealed that she could no longer just stand by and watch Hastings do as he pleased. Even so, he was one of the highest-ranking administrators in the tower. However, if she used that rebellious human named Jin-hyuk, then maybe there was a chance. Moreover, she wasn't alone. Rick Hennessy, a high-ranking administrator, was also by Jin-hyuk's side. Suddenly, a system message appeared before Rick, who commented that apparently Bendabia wasn't the only one interested in Jin-hyuk. Later, the two of them were at an event called Partner Selection, sponsored by Rick himself. It was one of the biggest events in the tower's middle floors, publicly broadcasted, and with a massive audience. Jin-hyuk was clearly not happy about any of it. Seeing himself on the screens, he asked angrily, "What the hell is this?" Rick replied calmly that it was an official tower event event, something that could be requested by faction leaders. Both the Empire and the Murim Alliance had requested a partner selection for him. It seemed that some people were trying to figure out which political side Jin-hyuk would take within the tower. Benderbia chose to stay out of the situation, while it was explained that all residents of the middle floors were invited to watch the event. For Rick, the profits would be enormous. Even so, Jin-hyuk hadn't agreed to participate in such an absurd idea. But Rick insisted that, for the sake of the floors, it was necessary. Jin-hyuk had already become such a powerful player that not even the Egyptian gods could communicate with him anymore. And now, the event had already been publicly announced. Jin-hyuk wondered what Rick was plotting, but since the two had a good relationship, he didn't want to ruin it. In exchange, Rick offered him 50% of the event's profits. Jin-hyuk was suspicious and thought it was basically robbery, as if they were holding a gun to his head. He refused, saying they could forget about the deal. Realizing Jin-hyuk might expose everything to the residents, Rick tried to ease the situation. He said he would share, of course, so he offered 21% and a few benefits. Jin-hyuk asked what kind of benefits those would be. Later, the event began. It was sponsored by both the Great Empire and the Honorable Murim organization. Even in times of war, they said, love could bloom. That was the proposal behind this special competition, to determine who would become the partner of the player Kang Jin-hyuk. He was well-dressed, hair slicked back with gel, wearing a stylish tailcoat tuxedo. The first stage was the selection process. A button appeared in front of all the faction leaders, and the instruction was simple. Press the button as fast as possible. Each press would cost 1 coin from the pocket of the leader responsible for each team. Abraham, Hyun, and Seonhwa began pressing frantically, leaving the other 2 leaders desperate. The team that spent the most money would earn the right to choose the challenge setting. The audience participated enthusiastically, pressing their buttons non-stop. Meanwhile, Rick took the opportunity to introduce the contestants. The first was Princess Victoria of the Empire. She wasn't there for love, but to present her father with a potentially ideal son-in-law. Emperor Reinhardt looked at his daughter with pride, saying how much she had grown. From the Murim side came Ma Yu, eldest daughter of leader Taibong. She promised to do her best in the name of the Amin Alliance. And Taibong, emotional, also commented on how much his daughter had grown. The crowd went wild. Suddenly, an unexpected participant appeared, veteran Teresa, along with Alice and Andrea representing the company. All of them were participating too, determined to win. A small oracle burst forth with power, and the little bone appeared, equipped with a drill. Despite all their effort, the Empire's team managed only 5,000 presses. In contrast, the Murim team reached an impressive 10 million presses. Taebong teased, saying the Empire wasn't so strong after all. Then Rick explained the final rule. Whoever could grab the rose attached to Jin-hyuk's chest would be officially recognized as his partner. That person would also receive the special partner privileges granted by the tower's system. It would be something grand. The first round had begun. Since Murim won the coin toss, everyone was transferred to a replica of the city of Luoyang, which they had chosen as the setting. Rick announced that the bets were open and informed everyone that they had 4 hours to complete the challenge. In the replica city, abilities were initially banned. To use them, players had to purchase special passes with their own money. The first to approach Jin-hyuk was Princess Victoria, determined to win the rose. She requested support from her father, and the emperor authorized the preparations. Thus, the leaders began donating large amounts of money. With those resources, they bought various ability passes and equipment for their representatives. The competition was just beginning. Victoria showed up holding a hammer bigger than herself. With conviction, she declared her love and asked Jin-hyuk to accept her expression of feelings. She then rushed at him, trying to strike with the hammer. However, Jin-hyuk responded with a simple "no thank you" and quickly fled the scene. Meanwhile, the participants began to move, but were intercepted by Teresa, the saint of the Empire. Earlier, Jin-hyuk had spoken with Teresa, Alice, and Andrea, asking them to participate in the event, only to hinder the other competitors. In return, he promised to pay for their help. The plan was simple: block the opponents and earn money from it, taking the opportunity to make up for the losses from the battle against the ancient entity. During her mission, Teresa reflected that there was something odd about the plan, since there was nothing useful in the coin shop that Jin-hyuk could buy with the profit. Even so, she decided not to doubt him. She knew he always had a reason, even if she herself could not understand it. Trusting his orders, she forcefully pushed Victoria out of the scene. Jin-hyuk, seeing that, stopped only to laugh at the princess. Meanwhile, Ma Yu was running across the rooftops, trying to reach Jin-hyuk, but was surprised by a kick from Alice. Her bodyguards were also taken down by Andrea, completing the blockade set by Jin-hyuk. Outside, Taebong observed everything and realized that Jin-hyuk was using his own people as obstacles to delay the others. As a result, the leaders were forced to spend even more money. Rick, moved, asked Jin-hyuk to enjoy that sea of resources being burned. He even cried, feeling like the greatest administrator of the tower at that moment. Meanwhile, the Shadow Emperor was awakening in the middle of his recovery. Xianyang explained that they had brought him back home and warned that he still needed complete rest. If he had used more energy in the last battle, he would have died. His life expectancy was already severely reduced. The Shadow Emperor wanted to know about Jinhyuk, but Xianyang replied that he already knew the answer and should not worry about that guy right now. The most important thing was to take care of himself. The Emperor then admitted he was glad to hear that. While everyone searched for Jinhyuk, he was hiding on the roof of one of the replica's buildings. He mentally thanked Teresa for all her help and explained that they would move again as soon as the guards stopped patrolling the area. The plan was simple: wait for the round's time to run out. However, suddenly Teresa herself tried to take the rose. Jinhyuk dodged, surprised, and asked what she was doing. In reality, it was not Teresa, but the corrupted saint, who had now taken control of the body. She smiled provocatively, saying it had been a while since she last saw Jinhyuk, calling him big guy, and began attacking him with all she had. Teresa, still conscious, asked him to stand still for a moment, as it was hard to control her strength. Each step and strike from the corrupted saint made the roof tremble, almost collapsing. Alice, who had just put a nun in a chokehold who appeared in her way, commented that someone she did not expect to see was moving. Jinhyuk, for his part, had already immobilized the arms of the corrupted saint and pinned her against the wall, demanding to know why she had shown up and whether Teresa could still control her. The corrupted saint admitted that he was right. She could not simply take over the body whenever she wanted. She said with disdain that maybe that idiot Teresa really did have a cowardly side. Then Teresa asked the saint for help to take the rose, but the corrupted saint stated that although she liked Jinhyuk a little bit, he had nothing to do with her. She said they had nothing in common. The corrupted saint said that she could even take the rose, but that did not mean Jinhyuk would be entirely hers. Even so, Teresa stated that she wanted to try. She wished to have something of him, even if it was just a tiny piece. Jinhyuk knew that the corrupted saint was the manifestation of all the emotions Teresa could not express. Teresa proposed that if the saint managed to take the rose, she would earn the right to use her body for 3 consecutive days. The corrupted saint accepted and, in a sudden impulse, nearly managed to bite the rose with her teeth. At that moment, Jinhyuk jumped out the window, revealing his position to all the other competitors. He thought he had not expected to find a loophole in the system in that place, but now he had no choice but to run. Teresa still managed to bite something, but it was only Jinhyuk's tie. He reflected that her personality shift completely changed her attributes without any limitation, and that the corrupted saint's abilities were not part of the tower's system. Soon, all the competitors and their helpers began chasing him. Only 2 hours remained on the clock. Chaos was everywhere. Everyone was fighting, spending money, using strength and strategy to try to catch Jinhyuk and win the rose. Meanwhile, he thought he could gather more coins and remain free without much effort. When time finally ran out, everyone was exhausted. The competitors and their teams were destroyed. Teresa was also completely worn out. Rick announced the end of the round, saying it had been an intense contest, but that even with all the effort, the Black Rose was still intact. It was truly a shame, but he suggested they try again another day to recover the lost coins. The leaders gathered. Taebong sincerely said that he had not imagined things would go that far when he announced the event. But looking now, he realized that the future generations had grown closer because of it and saw it as a real gain. Reinhardt agreed and said that in the end, it had not been so bad. Jinhyuk, with his clothes torn, thanked Alice and Andrea, acknowledging that they had done a great job. Teresa simply watched, and the corrupted saint tried to cheer her up, telling her not to be sad, calling her Little Sparkle, and promising that she would always be around to help. Later, in Rick's library, he calculated the profits and discovered he had earned a total of 3,191,562.17 coins. Rick, impressed, commented that Jinhyuk was the best player who had ever existed. Rick's debt was so high that the coin value had plummeted in the intermediate floors. But with that event, they had managed to recover a large part of the economy. Of course, Rick said he would transfer Jinhyuk's share, but he replied that it was not necessary. What he really wanted was to use their extra condition. That night, Jinhyuk went to visit the Shadow Emperor, who remained stable but still showed no signs of improvement. Even so, Jinhyuk was hopeful. Meanwhile, Rick thought to himself that he did not know how greedy Jinhyuk really was, but admitted that he always got what he wanted, no matter the method. That side of him left Rick feeling uneasy. During the visit, Jinhyuk used a special elixir he had obtained from Rick on the Shadow Emperor's body in an attempt to accelerate his recovery. When he returned, Alice remarked that he had been too quick and asked if he would not regret using such a rare item. Jinhyuk replied that he would not, because he would never regret that decision. On the way back, he thought about how he would recover his belongings, but but he also concluded that there were many ways to do that. Meanwhile, the video of the event was going viral. During a meeting with the president of the Korean Association, Sang-jin commented that although humanity was still on the 20th floor, Jin-hyuk had already established connections with the forces of the intermediate floors. He had always known that Jin-hyuk was talented, but he had exceeded all expectations. Jin-hyuk then asked about the progress of the research involving the portal that had not disappeared. Sang-jin confirmed that there had been advancements. The spirit of the Stone of Wish, which they had received, was extremely helpful. With that, they had made important discoveries. The most significant so far was the ability to predict when a portal clash would occur, based on the mana present in each one. With further studies, it might even be possible to find a way to close all the portals. Jin-hyuk was impressed with Sang-jin's efficiency and thought that finally there was a way to deal with portal clashes. That way, he would no longer have to worry about it while continuing to climb the tower. But suddenly, the portal that was right in front of them simply disappeared. Later, in a new meeting, Sang-jin reported that at first they thought it was an earthquake, but mana readings confirmed that the reaction was identical to one of the giant portals previously detected in front of the association. According to him, another one of those portals had been located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The most curious part was that an island had started to form exactly at that spot, and that island was growing at a ridiculously fast rate. Researchers predicted that the portal would open in 11 hours. During the meeting, Tenwei asked if maybe this could actually be a good opportunity. After all, a new continent emerging in the middle of the Pacific could mean an island filled with previously unknown resources. Sang-jin, however, was direct. That would only be an advantage if the portal were closed. Otherwise, with the island growing at such an absurd speed, all coastal cities could end up submerged. The tension among those present increased immediately. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk reflected that Nigarath had changed his strategy after the portals began being shut down. It was similar to when they tried to destroy the entire floor of the Tower of Challenges. Ancient beings like him still held power even outside the tower. Jin-hyuk concluded that Nigarath was raising sea levels on purpose as a way to exterminate humanity. That was not even remotely funny. Gitai asked what they would do now. That was when Jin-hyuk walked to the front of the room and declared that there were only 11 hours left until the portal opened. He pointed out that even the awakened ones could not swim across the Pacific Ocean forever. A support point was necessary. For that, he used his glacial formation to create a miniature ship, demonstrating his proposal for a floating structure to contain and study the island's advance. Meanwhile, on the vampire floor, the leader of the Cheviltino family, Hyacinth, commented on the situation. The heads of the Cassos and Levicta families were dead, and among all those who had been sent to the lower floors, none had returned. Morale was dropping. She told Exension that the current situation was critical. Exension admitted that he never imagined that human Alice's protector would be capable of defeating an ancient creature. That was the result of someone who had learned and grown, seeking strength at all costs. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. It was Nietzsche, one of the executives of the Demonic Human Association. He said that, indeed, everyone there seemed disappointed, but life was full of disappointments. He reminded them that family leaders could be replaced, and that not even noble blood was an exception. The dead would give way to the next generation. Hyacinth coldly replied that she did not remember giving him permission to enter. Nietzsche, calm, asked her not to worry so much. He said that Manager Hesting thought it would be easier to show rather than explain. Even if his presence there seemed a little rude, the goal was clear. Hyacinth asked Exension what they should do with him. He replied that they could do whatever they wanted. He no longer expected anything from the demonic humans. Then Hyacinth activated her blood whip, determined to execute Nietzsche immediately. However, the attack was stopped before it could reach its target. The ability had been nullified by Nietzsche, who asked if they still expected nothing from the demonic humans. Exension, surprised by the interference, confirmed the visitor's name and commented on his unusual ability. If he had come personally, then this was the organization's secret weapon. Exension decided to trust once more. He asked Hyacinth to accompany them to eliminate Kong Jin-hyuk. As for Alice, the order was to bring her back alive. Meanwhile, Taemin and Yeonhwa were left speechless by what they saw. Omin remarked that it felt like a dream. They were standing on top of a giant aircraft carrier, something of immeasurable value to any nation. Sang-jin informed them that up until that moment, 27 ships, 212 patrol frigates, and more than 160 submarines had been mobilized. The operation was named Island Zulu. The plan was to surround the island with the entire fleet and gather elite awakened individuals from all over the world to contain the threat. It had already been 48 hours since the portal appeared, and Zulu was still growing due to intense volcanic activity. The island's ecosystem was also evolving at a frighteningly fast pace. The portal was supplying an absurd amount of mana to Zulu Island and seemed to be altering the environment based on the inner regions of the tower. However, there was something even more concerning. Footage captured by one of the patrol ships showed that, just 48 hours after the portal's appearance, monsters had already destroyed an entire vessel. If things continued that way, it would turn into a situation like the one that happened in Europe, with monsters invading homes and attacking innocent civilians. Jin-hyuk recognized one of the creatures in the footage and realized it was a lesser dragon from the sea dragon tribe. That meant even the primordial beings were involved in the conflict. He knew those creatures often fought for leadership positions in the intermediate floors of the tower. In the middle of the meeting, everyone began staring at Jin-hyuk, just like they always did when a crisis required a bold plan. This time, the largest operation in human history was initiated, launching from a floating base located 600 kilometers from Zulu Island's perimeter. Jin-hyuk took command, and Taichun introduced the awakened ones who had volunteered for the mission. Using the Eye of Gluttony, Jin-hyuk read the thoughts of each of them. One of the masked individuals wanted to explore the island before anyone else to secure valuable resources. A girl was thinking about recording a video with him to promote her guild. Jin-hyuk realized that everyone there just wanted to take advantage of it, but deep down, he always tried to take advantage of others too. So he did not judge them. He just dismissed everyone who was there for selfish reasons. The only one who remained was Yu Jina, vice leader of the Dangun Guild. She approached and said she had heard many things about him. Another guy commented that he was annoying but a good person, and found it curious that fate had brought them face to face again. He already knew her abilities, so there was no need to worry. Even so, he asked her to bring Gina back safely. He said she was precious to him and to her guild. At that moment, he realized that Yu Jina was Eun-seok's successor. Yu Sung, watching from a distance, approached and questioned why Jin-hyuk had chosen that girl. He said he could not sense any magical power from her and that she did not even look like someone good in combat. He accused Jin-hyuk of trying to exploit her weaknesses, calling him shameless. Some group members were surprised. Jin-ho stepped forward and stood beside Gina, as if to protect her. Jin-hyuk then asked if he would be going with them too. He said not to worry, that Jin-ho only looked like the bad guy type. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool formed in the ocean. It was a sign that a monster was approaching. Yu-sung prepared to strike immediately, but Jin-hyuk asked him to wait. He wanted to observe something before acting. Soon, a gigantic creature slammed into the ship's hull. A sea serpent emerged from the depths. That was the moment Jin-hyuk wanted to test Gina's ability. She stepped forward, pulled out her whip, and activated the Beastmaster skill. She wrapped it tightly around the serpent's neck, and within seconds, the creature became completely tame, as if it were a pet. She even patted its snout. With the Eye of Gluttony, Jin-hyuk read her information. Yujina, 28 years old, level 77, class Tamer. She possessed exceptional mana. To copy her skill, Jin-hyuk would need to reach maximum affinity. At the moment, his affinity with her was 0%. Even so, he knew that was one of the rarest and most difficult skills in the tower. Depending on the level of proficiency, it could even be used against ferocious beasts. He needed to obtain that skill. Yu-sung, watching the scene, thought to himself that he knew Jin-hyuk was up to something. He called him shameless in his mind. After taming the creature, Gina said they now had a ride. They could use it to reach the island. Since the serpent was from the same species as the native monsters of Zulu, it would help avoid conflict during the crossing. Jin-hyuk climbed onto the serpent and asked President Sangjin to handle the rest. As he watched him leave, Sangjin thought that every time he saw that boy's back, he could feel just how far beyond human limits he had gone. Even acknowledging that, he still felt astonished by the difference between them. Without wasting any time, Sangjin gave the order. The operation had begun. Everyone in position. No monster could be allowed to escape the perimeter. It was humanity's only chance at survival. Yu-sung was riding the sea serpent, taking splashes of water to the face. He commented that they were getting wetter than the creature itself. Gina, on the other hand, looked thoughtful and said she had a question. Every time she watched Jin-hyuk's videos, she couldn't quite understand how strong he really was. So she asked if just the three of them going to the island would really be enough. She imagined there would be a huge number of monsters there. Jin-hyuk calmly replied that they would succeed in the mission precisely because Gina was with them. Her ability was extremely effective against sea monsters. However, Gina explained that her skill consumed a lot of mana. She could only use it a few times per day, and it wasn't effective against all types of creatures. It depended heavily on their size. Even so, Jin-hyuk told her not to worry. He assured her that he had already thought everything through. Meanwhile, the monsters of Zulu Island were on alert. They observed the humans' approach and prepared to activate their trap. When the group reached the island, Gina was amazed by what she saw. She commented on how incredible it was that such a large island with a dense forest like the Amazon had been created in less than a week. Yu-sung stepped forward, saying he would cut down anything in their way, but Jin-hyuk asked him to wait a bit. He reminded them that they were in an area full of sea monsters, and that it would be more efficient sufficient to announce their arrival in another way. He summoned his fire salamander. As soon as the creature transformed, Yusung warned Gina to brace herself because the salamander was about to act. And as expected, the salamander released a trail of intense fire, clearing a path through the forest. The sea creatures immediately noticed the intruders and rushed forward with force. The salamander, proud of its work, looked at Jin Hyuk, and he whispered something in its ear, something that made the creature gaze toward the horizon as if it could see 1,000 yards away. Jin Hyuk then gave the signal to move forward. Gina, impressed by the creature, asked if that little baby was really the spirit of fire. She commented on how incredible its power was. That small gesture increased her affinity with the salamander by 10%. Meanwhile, at the end of the fire's path, the creatures were in complete panic. The monsters realized it would be difficult to face that spirit directly and decided to use a secret weapon. But at the same time, Jin Hyuk was already preparing. He activated a large-scale movement magic circle. Through it, the members of his guild would be able to teleport directly to a safe base inside Zulu Island. In this way, they successfully completed the first establishment mission. Yu Sung, even while surrounded, commented that he couldn't complain. After all, this was teamwork. However, while he was talking, he was surprised by an army of smaller dragons that began attacking him directly. He questioned why he always ended up being the one to deal with the monsters alone. Elsewhere, the Hunter Association detected the activation of the teleportation magic circle coming from Zulu Island. Using this opportunity, they managed to access the island successfully. Maria, a member of the Northern Sector team, reported that the Sea Dragon tribe was already approaching. With that, they immediately initiated defense protocols. The smaller dragons, mounted on sea serpents, were ready to conquer the new continent, and the war for Zulu Island was just beginning. Maria, using her firepower, decided she would not let those ridiculous monsters through. With confidence, she began attacking and turning the monsters into grilled fish. The other enemies were also easily defeated by the hunters. On the island, Yu Sung, with his soul-hunting sword, eliminated all the opponents without difficulty. Watching this, Jaina thought he was really strong and wondered if they were climbing the same tower. Meanwhile, one of the dragons recognized that it was Jin Hyuk who was attacking and declared that for the sake of his tribe, sacrificing himself was not a problem. Yu Sung was confused and asked Jin Hyuk what the dragon meant by that. At that moment, Jin Hyuk activated a level 2 silence barrier, making Yu Sung literally mute. He explained that Yu Sung's job was to deal with the enemies and asked if he could pretend to be him for a while, since the enemies didn't know what he really looked like. Realizing the mess he was in, Yu Sung thought that guy was crazy and decided to run away instead of fighting. That ended up serving as an excellent distraction, allowing the monsters to scatter. That way, Jin Hyuk and Jina could be at peace. They continued with the plan, and Gina asked if Yu Sung would be okay. Jin Hyuk said he liked to fight, so there was nothing to worry about. Gina commented that since they were friends, he probably understood him better. They remained on the island until nightfall. Jin Hyuk then thought that he was finally alone with Gina. He needed to build affinity with her in order to copy her ability, but he knew he had to do it calmly. He suggested they do something fun. In response, the spirit army began to present themselves to Gina, with representatives of the elements fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, and even Little Boney. Little Boney's first trick was to juggle with his own ribs, which amused Gina and increased her affinity by 2%. However, the other spirits became a little nervous. The salamander encouraged everyone to do their best. The spirits remembered a time when they were with Goguma and Alice, and she had asked what they were doing. Jinho explained that their mission was to gain affinity with the human, because if they failed, they would return to the hell they came from. Alice replied that for her, that wouldn't be a problem, and they could stay with her and Potato. Determined, the spirits began to perform with everything they had. The golem used his power to make flowers grow all over his body. The water spirit was spitting water like a theme park show. Although impressed, Jinhyuk realized that the affinity had only risen to 14%. Suddenly, Jaina stood up and thanked them for letting her meet such precious spirits, but said they could stop because she had already understood everything. The spirits thanked her, hugged her, and returned to their world. Gina commented that she knew Jinhyuk was trying to ease the tension for being in enemy territory, but it was not necessary. Even though she was not good in combat, she was still the vice leader of the Dangoon Guild. Jinhyuk thought he had almost been found out. He got nervous about that and admitted he had underestimated Gina. Since he was the team leader at that moment, he asked permission to make a request. Gina said of course, since that mission needed to be a success, and she would help with anything she could. Later, for some reason, Jinhyuk was pouring 10 liters of honey and 1 milliliter of reptile pheromone on Gina's head. He asked her not to move until he gave the signal, as the mixture would attract certain creatures. Shortly after, some monstrous reptiles began to approach. Jin-hyuk asked her to stay very still. The creatures began to sniff her and lick the honey. Gina asked if they were just hungry. Jin-hyuk explained that those were honey lizards, raised by the sea dragon tribe. They were gentle creatures but very alert, and would only approach if attracted with honey. Since the island was very large, they could not keep walking all the time. So Jin-hyuk took out some saddles from his inventory, and later they were all riding the honey lizards. The animals were much faster than horses, and that increased Gina's affinity by 25%. She was extremely happy to be riding such a unique creature. Jin-hyuk thought Gina had good taste, was fun, and interacted naturally with creatures. That reminded him of his own past. Whenever he felt tired, he would descend to the lower levels of the tower, just to observe the beings that lived there. That was how he relaxed. Meanwhile, Alice, in a more serious tone, asked what exactly they were doing in that place. Jin-hyuk replied that they were heading for the portal. She said she understood, but her attitude suddenly seemed a bit cold, which made Jin-hyuk suspicious. It was at that moment that he received a video call from Melina, who appeared urgently. Melina reported that she had critical news. The leader of the association had started to move. Executive Nietzsche was heading toward the portal on that island with the goal of capturing both him and Alice, and he was not alone. One of the leaders of the vampire family, Hyacinth, was at his side. During the call, Tristan suddenly appeared on screen, greeting Jin-hyuk with a "Hi, Master." Melina asked her to stay quiet during the call, but Tristan insisted that he needed to be careful. She said Nietzsche was an extremely dangerous person, and although they did not know exactly what he was using, there was something with him capable of nullifying abilities. Jin-hyuk thought that could be interesting. Meanwhile, Hyacinth was already near the portal. She commented that everything, in person, was even better than expected, and wondered how powerful an ancient being would have to be to influence the world outside the tower. Nietzsche agreed, but complained about the intense heat of the place, saying they could have created a continent with a more pleasant climate. They knew Jin-hyuk would approach soon. All they had to do was prepare and wait. As soon as he showed up, they would use the power reserved for that moment. Even the other two figures in the group were feeling the extreme heat. Still, Hyacinth stated it would not be that easy. Many had underestimated Jin-hyuk in the past and ended up dead. She would not make the same mistake. Before leaving, Exension recommended that she take the Guardian of Hell with her. He would use Ataraxia's resources to obtain a special permit. He commented that if all the seats in the meeting room were left empty, he would feel lonely. Thus, alongside Hyacinth stood the Guardian of Hell, Cerberus. She looked at him fondly, thinking he was precious, and wondered what the lizards on that island were doing at that moment. Nietzsche replied that the lizards were chasing Jin-hyuk and fighting against him. Maybe they were not strong enough to defeat him, but they could wear him down. Lizards and smaller dragons were not creatures that gave up easily, as their honor prevented them from retreating. Later, Jin-hyuk and Gina were surrounded by those creatures. One of the lizards, who introduced himself as Saktu, leader of the tribe, said he had been waiting for Jin-hyuk. He tried to deflect, saying he was not Jin-hyuk and was actually being chased by his subordinates, but Saktu did not believe it. He said he was not that much of an idiot and confirmed that he had known he was the real King Jin-hyuk for a long time. With no other option, the two had to dismount from the honey lizards. Jin-hyuk thought he had been doing well in his plan to gain affinity with Gina until those damn things appeared. Now he was frustrated, but something caught his attention. Saktu seemed too confident, which raised Jin-hyuk's suspicions. Looking around, he noticed that the other lizards were crying, even though no one had died. It was strange to see them all so shaken. Saktu explained that they knew how strong Jin-hyuk was. No warrior would survive in his hands. However, as a leader, he could not just stand by and watch. He said he would sacrifice himself so that Jin-hyuk would die. With that, he activated his special sacrifice ability. As the leader of the Sea Dragon tribe, his death summoned the tribe's guardian, Celia, a divine-ranked mythical beast. Meanwhile, Manhwa was surfing the ocean waves riding combat drones, fighting with skill and ferocity. Her punches were so powerful that they split the sea. She exchanged blows even underwater. During the operation, one of the team members reported that the creatures were breaking through the perimeter, moving through deep waters. The president, upon hearing this, ordered the perimeter to be expanded along with the island's growth. He initiated the next phase of the mission and began evacuating the closest coastal cities as the creatures were approaching rapidly. Even with the enemy's advance, he declared that they would show the tower's creatures that humanity was always prepared. On the beach, Teresa and the twins were watching everything, already dressed in beachwear and ready for whatever came. Meanwhile, Gina was completely fascinated by the presence of Celia. Just by looking at that mythical creature, she felt an overwhelming and crushing pressure taking over her body. One of the lizards addressed Celia, saying that the Guardians were about to lose the battle. Their chief had sacrificed himself to summon her and had pleaded for her help. Celia acknowledged that it indeed seemed like a serious threat and asked what they expected of her. The lizard replied replied that if she killed that human, the continent would be theirs. Then they could prosper and pray to her every day. With that, Celia summoned the power of her sacred crystal, activating the gaze of the void. The overwhelming fear spread instantly. Only Gina resisted, thanks to a mental defense barrier. Even so, she nearly lost consciousness under the mythical creature's pressure. Still trembling, she thought she could not remain still. As powerful as Celia was, she was still a beast. So Gina activated her special ability, the Master of Domination, and tried to tame her. Celia became enraged, asking how anyone dared to try to control her. She burned the control whip and retaliated with her divine shock, launching lightning that devastated everything around. But Gina was protected by Jin Hyuk, who appeared at the right moment. He commented that the little bird was too agitated, and with the blue dragon wrapped around his arm, said he had brought a little friend on the same level as her. The blue dragon, offended, asked who was calling him a horrible lizard. Jin Hyuk told him to show his true form. When he rose into the sky, he revealed his divine form. Annoyed, he asked how they dared compare him to common lizards. He said it was clear that the Guardian's manners had declined greatly during his absence. Celia, surprised, asked why he was standing beside a human. The dragon replied that the human had saved his life and was not someone worthy of contempt. Then he called her a silver crow and ordered her to know her place. Upon hearing that, the entire lizard tribe went into shock. Celia, defeated, bowed with her head to the ground in reverence to the blue dragon. Gina, still confused, thought about what she had just witnessed. To her, Jin Hyuk had summoned one of the most powerful creatures in the tower, as if it were just a pet. Then he calmly took the now submissive Celia and handed her over to Gina. Later, the members of the Sea Dragon tribe held a funeral for their former chief. They were in despair, and many said that this was the end. Jin Hyuk, observing everything, said he understood how they felt. They had lost their home in the tower, were being used for others' interests, wandering in search of a new land, and now they were on the brink of extinction. Gina reflected, thinking that perhaps this truly was the end of the Sea Dragon tribe. But Jin Hyuk responded that it didn't have to be that way. He knew how they could avoid such a cruel fate. If they aligned themselves with him, he would ensure that they could live in safety. At that moment, Gina remembered an old conversation she had with Yoon Seok. He had once said that he also used to think monsters were just sources of experience and money, creatures that needed to die. But over time, he realized that they were living beings too. They breathed, fought, thought, and protected each other. Once you understand that, it becomes clear they are not so different from humans. While holding the fangs he had received as a gift from Calical, Yoon Seok commented that one day Gina would understand that too. And when everyone understood, the world would begin to change. In the end, the tribe of sea dragons decided to ally with Jin Hyuk. This caused Gina's affinity level to reach 100%, and soon after, 155%. With that, Jin Hyuk was able to copy the skill Master of Domination. Then, he asked to be taken to where the others were gathered. He wanted to pay a visit to those bastards. Later, the other tower invasion team arrived at Zulu Island using teleportation magic. They were impressed by the local ecosystem, but Chae Hong warned everyone not to let their guard down. That was enemy territory. She said they would patrol the area and eliminate any threats. Soon after, they heard footsteps approaching and thought it was a hostile group. But to everyone's surprise, it was Gina, riding a honey lizard, accompanied by members of the Sea Dragon tribe. She said it was a long story. Later, already at the main tribe of Sea Dragons, Jin Hyuk activated a shape-shifting barrier and used the Master of Domination skill in an area effect. Thanks to the area barrier activated by Jin Hyuk, the domination skill only worked at 50% effectiveness, because the creatures present were too intelligent to be fully affected. Even so, the surrounding monsters felt great affinity toward him. Gina noted that the Master of Domination skill consumed an enormous amount of mana, but he was using it on multiple targets at the same time. Jin Hyuk asked Gina to pay close attention. He explained that the sea dragons were one of the most intelligent aquatic species that existed. They were one of the few tribes that truly fit as valuable allies inside the Tower of Challenges. He asked her to stay with Celia for now, because while she was with the Guardian, the other tribe members would obey her as well. Then, Jin Hyuk stated that he would completely change that place. He had discovered the true goal of the tower in trying to destroy humanity. Now he knew what the tower truly desired. Gina, excited by the idea, thought that if they could close the portal and help that tribe settle, that day would go down in history. It would be the first real step toward harmony between humans and the native inhabitants of the tower. Along the way, she met Yu Sung, who almost reacted with an attack by reflex, but Gina calmed him, saying they were now on their side. She also introduced the divine guardian of the tribe, Celia. Yu Sung commented that it was hard to keep up with all the crazy things Jin Hyuk came up with and asked what the current plan was. Meanwhile, inside a volcano, members of the demonic human faction were suffering from the unbearable heat. One of the guards, feeling uncomfortable, asked if he could at least take off his mask. He also asked where Melina and Tristan were. The other replied that they were probably protecting Nietzsche. Suddenly, the guards heard something approaching fast. A surprise attack began. Two sea dragons attacked directly, clearing the way. Jin Hyuk ordered that no demonic demonic human be left alive. While the masked soldiers were being defeated by the tribe, Jinhyuk entered the volcano and immediately sensed extremely powerful mana. He was standing before the portal from which the monsters had emerged. There was a special barrier in front of it. To undo it, it would be necessary to defeat the one who had cast it. Alice quickly realized it was a trap and asked what he intended to do. Jinhyuk, without hesitation, replied that he would fall into it. For him, it was always more fun to walk into a trap when you already know it is there. They crossed the barrier called Invitation of the Scarlet Knight, and Alice was shocked by what she saw on the other side. They stood before a perfect replica of the ancient castle of Ataraxia, the place where she once lived. There, Hyacinth was waiting and welcomed the spirit that had fled from Ataraxia. She said she had created that scene especially for the reunion, and that it was also the place where the most powerful among them had been sealed. 2 of the seals had already been broken, but even so, she still had not recovered her full power. Hyacinth declared she would finish Alice off once again and activated her exclusive ability, the Armor of Lightning. But Jinhyuk assured Alice she could use as much of his mana as she wanted. She then unleashed her divine intervention, revealing the revelations of the creation of the world. Both of them, now with divine wings, began a violent battle. The intensity of their strikes was so great that even the castle started to collapse around them. Jinhyuk, watching, remarked that there seemed to be a lot of built-up anger between them. Realizing that, he turned to the real challenge that awaited him. Nietzsche, the executive of the Association of Demonic Humans, who had finally appeared before him. Nietzsche was eager to face him in person. Nietzsche said he didn't recall introducing himself and wanted to know how Jinhyuk knew his name. Jinhyuk replied that it suited him, calling him Old Man. When Jinhyuk tried to use his primordial flame, it was completely nullified. Nietzsche commented that he had heard a lot about him, so much that it became annoying. He always disrupted the organization's plans. With so many types of abilities, Jinhyuk was considered the perfect enemy. But now, Nietzsche wanted to prove that having many abilities was useless in the face of his power. To support his words, he summoned Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld, who immediately unleashed his infernal flame against Jinhyuk. He tried to retaliate with his glacial formation, but the attack was also nullified. Nietzsche thought he had already made everything clear. Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld, nearly crushed Jinhyuk, who realized he could not activate any of his abilities. He concluded that if he could not use magic, he would have to rely on good old brute force. He exchanged a few physical blows with Cerberus, but was violently thrown away when Nietzsche used his telekinesis. Jinhyuk began to understand. That was indeed a nullification ability. As long as Nietzsche was watching him, all his abilities would automatically be deactivated. It was a rare and difficult ability to obtain, usually acquired only through high-level fusions. Even so, Jinhyuk thought that, on second thought, maybe that could even be a good thing for him. Meanwhile, Yuosung was tracking the mana signature left by Jinhyuk. Gina asked how he could recognize his mana trace so precisely. Yuosung explained that he could detect it even if Jinhyuk tried to erase the trail. He could always find him no matter the situation. Gina was intrigued, wondering if those two were really just friends. Yuosung muttered that when he found Jinhyuk, he would scold him for everything he had done and force him to hand over some new equipment too. At the same time, Alice was worried, knowing that Jinhyuk could not use any abilities. But she got distracted during the fight and was hit directly in the chest by a lightning spear, crashing to the ground. Even injured, she counterattacked with the harpoon of Vladimir, but Hyacinth blocked all the attacks with ease and retaliated with the lightning slash, striking Alice hard and leaving her incapacitated. Hyacinth approached and mocked the situation, saying that Alice really believed she could win with only 2 seals undone. It was time to show the true power of a Chevaltino. Meanwhile, Cerberus nearly incinerated Jinhyuk, who, with a punch charged with pure physical strength, hit one of the creature's heads and slammed it to the ground. But Cerberus activated his passive skill, Call of the Underworld. Even defeated, he rose as if nothing had happened. Nietzsche explained that Cerberus, as the guardian of the underworld, could not die unless his master ordered it. As long as his eyes remained fixed on Jinhyuk, he would be unable to use any of his abilities. It was a battle of endurance. He intended to continue until Jinhyuk was exhausted and begged for his own death. Nietzsche then summoned Melina and Tristan, saying it was now their turn. As soon as Jinhyuk fell, they were to stab him with the evil dagger of torture, a weapon that decomposed the enemy's body unless they confessed the truth. The goal was to find out how much Jinhyuk knew about the tower's secrets. But an unexpected guest crossed the barrier of the Scarlet Knight. It was Yuosung. Jinhyuk smiled upon seeing him, commenting that he took long enough. Yuosung arrived at full force and delivered a brutal blow to Cerberus, completely destroying the creature's body. However, in the very next moment, Cerberus resurrected thanks to the Call of the Underworld. Yuosung irritated, questioned what kind of creature that was. Jin-hyuk explained that Cerberus was an immortal mythical beast and asked Yu-sung to keep it busy. He would deal with the old man himself. He said it was a simple plan, and Yu-sung replied that he could handle anything. Nietzsche tried once again to use his nullification ability, but now he was starting to panic. He did not expect another person to cross the barrier. His nullification only worked on one person at a time. He could not keep his eyes on two targets simultaneously. He then ordered Melina and Tristan to protect him, but the two of them had vanished. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk commented that this was exactly why Nietzsche should treat his allies with more consideration, the way he treated his own. Trying to defend himself, Nietzsche used his telekinesis again, hurling objects at high speed, forcing Jin-hyuk to dodge with agility. Jin-hyuk realized it would be difficult to get close, as long as he was being directly watched. Meanwhile, Yu-sung struck Cerberus once more, but the creature always came back to life. Tired of the situation, Yu-sung asked how long he would be stuck in that cycle. He suggested that they face Nietzsche together once and for all. Jin-hyuk, however, replied that if they did that, both of them would die. He had a plan. They just needed to buy time and keep Nietzsche's attention divided. It was all a matter of strategy. Watching everything from afar was Veriel, sipping from a small bottle of soda. He found the scene strange as he watched Cerberus getting beaten so badly. He commented that Hades would be furious that the Hound of the Underworld had been stolen. He never expected to see that legendary creature being pummeled by an ordinary human. He found it very interesting. But something caught his attention even more. As he observed carefully, Veriel crushed the bottle in his hand. There was something there, something that even he did not possess. At that moment, Yu-sung used his soul-hunting sword once again, but the ability was immediately nullified by Nietzsche, and Yu-sung was struck by a massive paw that sent him flying. Jin-hyuk realized he had forgotten to warn him of something important. If Nietzsche was looking directly at him, all of his abilities would be nullified. He then activated the Eye of Gluttony to examine his opponent. Nietzsche was a level 105 enemy with immense magical power. He was not just a common executive, he was a true disciple of darkness. Nietzsche suffered from paranoia and nihilism. He always placed his trust in a superior divine being. If Jin-hyuk could make that being abandon him, he would then be able to copy its ability. Meanwhile, Nietzsche wondered where those two useless women, Tristan and Melina, had gone at such a critical moment. He even thought that maybe they had fled in fear. Frustrated, and feeling betrayed, he ordered Cerberus to finish off those two immediately. Jin-hyuk noticed that the old man was starting to feel pressured. Taking advantage of the moment, he activated a mythical beast confinement barrier. Several runes that had been secretly inscribed into Cerberus's flesh suddenly glowed, binding the creature with magical chains for exactly 5 minutes. Nietzsche was shocked. He had no idea how Jin-hyuk had done it. In truth, with every physical blow he had landed on Cerberus, Jin-hyuk had discreetly inscribed runes onto its body. Yu-sung asked what the plan was now, but Jin-hyuk replied that there was no need to explain anything. He would understand on his own. The two advanced together against Nietzsche, who retaliated with the Blade of Darkness, claiming that he would not fall so easily. He tried to increase the pressure on them even further despite being surrounded, and just as his neck was about to be cut, something happened. Time stopped. Just as it had during Veriel's appearances, everything froze. The battle between Alice and Hyacinth was interrupted, a demon partially manifested, emerging from within Nietzsche's mind. It claimed to be the creator of that disciple of darkness, and said it would be an unnecessary loss to see him die there. The demonic figure was the great demon Hesimodium, who immediately recognized Jin-hyuk. He said he had heard of him through Count Machidroth and that he knew of his connections with Veriel himself. But now, Jin-hyuk was without a master, and Hesimodium did not like being forced to manifest at all. Irritated, Hesimodium declared that he was tired of Jin-hyuk and that now he would pay for it. He gave him two options: either become his disciple right there or die. Jin-hyuk simply smiled and said he would rather die than become his slave. He called him a miserable demon. Hesimodium was outraged by the answer and said it was a terrible choice. He was about to kill Jin-hyuk, but before he could act, he was affected by the demon restriction. And then Veriel appeared. He observed the situation with interest and commented that Jin-hyuk had probably done that on purpose. Hesimodium, standing next to him, asked if he had lost his mind. He said that allowing the direct manifestation of a demon king was something that came at a high cost, both in power and in resources. He wanted to know if Veriel was using some trick to bypass the system. Veriel, with disdain, replied that he had given up half of his territory and half of the treasures in his vault just to come there in person. He complained that the system was starting to annoy him again, and then broke the system's restriction with a direct order. He turned to Hesimodium, saying he would give him two options, just like he had said to another demon king before. The first was to leave peacefully, as long as he paid for half of what Veriel had spent to appear there. If he did not accept the generous offer, then Veriel would beat him until he begged for death. He said that Hesimodium was intelligent and strong because of that, and he was sure he would make the wise decision. With that, that, time returned to its normal flow. Yusung also felt that strange sensation, as if time had been paused. Nietzsche, confused, did not know what had happened. The system then reported Hesimodium had cancelled the contract. Nietzsche was no longer a disciple of darkness, and his body began to suffer the effects of transmutation caused by the now unstable demonic power. Yusung suspected that Jinhyuk was behind it, and asked if he was the one responsible. Jinhyuk gave a vague answer, leaving the question in the air. In truth, that was exactly it. Everything had been part of his plan from the beginning, and he was very satisfied with the outcome. Nietzsche, realizing he had lost his connection with the Demon King, tried to take the opportunity to escape. As he ran, he asked where Tristan and Melina were, but Tristan was waiting for him on the path. She grabbed him and stabbed the evil dagger of torture into his chest, saying he must be blind. He wanted so badly to summon the Demon King, but the king had been right in front of him the whole time. She and Melina had already been serving Jinhyuk for a long time. With that, Jinhyuk fulfilled all the conditions and finally copied the skill nullification ability. Tristan, kneeling, declared that he was the true Demon King. After saluting him with respect, Jinhyuk told her she had done an excellent job. Now it was up to him. Then Jinhyuk summoned a barrier of spatial obstruction with silence, saying he needed a private conversation with Nietzsche. Hyacinth watched everything and finally realized that this demonic human had only been pretending to be good. In the end, he had ruined everything. To her, it was clear that humans should never be trusted. She then turned her gaze to Alice and said the same applied to her. Humans were inferior beings, incapable of living even 1,000 years. How could someone like Alice, even being one of the strongest among her kind, trust such a fragile creature? She had allied with a human, and Hyacinth questioned whether she planned to rely on him to try and break free. Alice, with a firm look, admitted that she had once thought the same. To her, humans had nothing special, and at most, could entertain her for a while. However, in that moment when she was betrayed and sealed by them, in her final breaths, it was Jinhyuk who appeared to save her. Since then, she had been willing to risk her life for him. Hyacinth could barely believe what she was hearing. At another moment, Exension recalled that it had already been 1,000 years since Alice was sealed and wanted to understand why Hyacinth had stayed by his side. She, uncertain of the answer, thought it might be because he had freed her from her darkness. Now she was willing to fight for Exension, for someone she truly valued. In response, Hyacinth used her final move, the Infinite Ray. The blast was so fast that Alice could barely react. At the last second, she summoned her Flame of Judgment. Hyacinth then admitted that Alice's feelings for that human were genuine, and for someone of their race, the nobles of the night, love was a curse. Alice acknowledged that, but said her feelings were deep enough to fight until the very end. The Flame of Judgment nearly swallowed the lightning. However, Hyacinth knew her friend's capabilities. With a resigned look, she asked her to break the chain of fate and not allow her love to turn into a curse. She wanted that feeling to become something better. After all, deep down, they were still old friends, and the one who is always betrayed by those they trust is usually the one who feels true love. In the final moment, Hyacinth allowed herself to be struck by the Flame of Judgment. She was defeated, completely burned to ashes by Alice. With that, the invitation of the Scarlet Knight was undone. The seal of Cheviltino was completely destroyed, and now Alice could use 50% of her original power. When Hyacinth's throne dissolved into flames, Exension was deeply saddened by the death of yet another ally. With everything resolved, Melina kicked Nietzsche's head, furious, shouting that the bastard would never harm anyone again. She mocked him, asking who had survived in the end, calling him garbage and a useless psychopath. Yosung stated that the demonic association was now over, but Jinhyuk disagreed. For him, the death of the leader was not enough to eliminate an organization built upon resentment toward humanity. Those members were not united merely by following someone. As long as the tower existed, they would always return. Yusung then commented that Jinhyuk spoke as if he understood those people, and if a new demonic human organization were to rise again, Jinhyuk simply replied that they would crush them again and destroy everything they loved. He remembered the interrogation with Nietzsche, who begged him to stop, saying he had already revealed everything he knew. Jinhyuk simply replied that if he had told everything from the start, he could have avoided that fate. Shortly before dying, Nietzsche still asked if they had inquired how Jinhyuk had removed Hesimodium from inside him. Jinhyuk replied that it was simply a way to say goodbye. The Demon King Variel, obsessed with Jinhyuk, had promised to make him his disciple of darkness, but Jinhyuk made it clear that this would only happen in the future. Variel did not fully believe it, so Jinhyuk set a condition, and at that moment, briefly glanced at Yusung. Alice, shaken by everything that had happened, silently approached and only asked for the portal to be closed so they could leave. She then returned to the ring, as she was deeply saddened by having killed her own friend. As soon as the portal was sealed, the sea dragons delivered the news. The connection to the other world had been severed. That had been humanity's first great victory against the tower. The players who were fighting on the Pacific Ocean coast managed to capture the surviving sea dragons and brought them back to the island. Humanity quickly recovered from the damage caused, but the seeds left behind by the primordial creature had deeply quickly taken root. That invisible impact began to generate internal conflicts among the United Nations, which until then had only one common enemy, the Tower of Challenges. Jin-hyuk reflected that perhaps this was exactly the purpose of Niggurath's invasion, to destabilize their world from within. Meanwhile, on Zulu Island, Gina asked, a little unsure, if it was really okay for her to remain there. In a video call, Jin-hyuk replied that she did not need to worry about what the demonic association might say. As long as she had that little bird with her, no creature would dare lay a finger on her. Besides, this was a great opportunity to observe what would happen if creatures from the tower lived for a long time outside of it. He asked her to keep watch and record everything she could. Zulu Island was extremely rich in mana crystals, and the sea dragons began working on mining those crystals. They had promised to deliver a regular amount as payment in exchange for protection and the chance to live peacefully there. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk, while reviewing his status sheet, noticed that he had reached level 144 thanks to the experience points gained after Hyacinth's death. Now he believed he was ready to fight on the upper floors of the tower. At that moment, he was at a baseball game with the twins, who were excitedly shouting, "Home run!" Jin-hyuk could not understand how they found it so fun, but Yahello explained that it was not just fun, it was euphoric. Yeonhwa and Taemin were also very excited. Jin-hyuk thought he had made a good choice by bringing everyone there. Even his servants, whom some referred to as slaves, were having a little fun. Teresa, enthusiastic, commented that she had never watched a baseball game before. She wanted to know if it was common and if they usually attended. Yu-sung replied that it was his first time too, and he found it all a bit loud. The only one who seemed distant was Alice. In silence, she remembered her last conversation with Hyacinth, who, shortly before dying, had called her an old friend and said that her fate was always to be betrayed by those she loved. She wondered if she would be betrayed again, and if deep down, she was just trying to deny that inevitable fate. Velis advised her, saying that was not it. The truth was that Hyacinth only wanted her to keep suffering. According to him, that was a common manipulation tactic used by traitors, and she should not let herself be taken in. At that moment, Jin-hyuk placed his hand on Alice's shoulder, noticing that she was immersed in dark thoughts. He commented that she had seemed strange since the day they returned from Zulu Island, and asked if something had happened. He even bought all her favorite food and drinks, but Alice did not touch anything. She simply replied that it was nothing, saying her head was just full. Suddenly, Yuri approached and told Jin-hyuk that the twins wanted to see him. Their behavior was strange. They had a much more serious expression than usual, acting in a completely different way. When Jin-hyuk went down the bleachers, he noticed something unusual. The twins were possessed by something, surrounded by a powerful aura, similar to the presence of divine beings. The first of the beings possessing the bodies apologized for the lack of manners, but explained that they had not had much choice. Jin-hyuk then asked what would happen to the twins. The entity in Judelo's body reassured him, saying they were fine. In fact, they were even enjoying the situation. When the beings had approached and shown interest, the two had accepted the possession of their own free will. Jin-hyuk thought that sounded exactly like something they would do. The entity in Casey's body commented that they did not have much time, so they could not properly introduce themselves. The other added that it was not important, even if they were possessing human bodies. Jin-hyuk said introductions were unnecessary, as their aura already said a lot. He recognized the two as divine beings from Ragnarok. The one in Casey's body was Loki, the god of trickery, and the one in Judelo's body was Thor, the god of thunder. Thor confirmed that Jin-hyuk truly was no ordinary human since he knew too much, so it would be better to move quickly. Later, the twins returned to Teresa, who asked where Jin-hyuk had gone. Teresa replied that he had returned briefly to the Tower of Challenges to take care of a few things. He said he would be back soon and asked them to take care of everything in the meantime. Teresa suspected that the divine beings were in need of his help. She thought that dealings with divinities were becoming a regular thing for Jin-hyuk, but at the same time, she felt he was growing more distant. Jin-hyuk went straight to the Fortress of Giants, where he found the fragment of Yggdrasil, which was actually named Tondrassil. There, he was informed by the god of thunder himself that the original Yggdrasil had been destroyed. Thor presented himself before Tondrassil with one of his arms torn off, revealing that Ragnarok had collapsed after an attack by the gods of Olympus. Now, only he and Loki remained, and they did not know the whereabouts of the others. Tondrassil showed compassion upon seeing their condition. She said that, although it was not much, she hoped they could recover there at the fortress. As she healed them, Jin-hyuk recalled their earlier conversation. Thor had discovered that Jin-hyuk knew the location of the tyrant's crown and asked if that was the reason he had brought them there. Jin-hyuk replied by asking if they wanted to fight now, but Thor answered that they were not after the crown for themselves. Before Tendrassil was destroyed by the gods of Olympus while they were trying to escape, they heard a prophecy from Freya. She said that a human from outside the tower would rise up alone against the ancient creature and use the tyrant's crown to prevent the destruction of the tower. It was Freya who sent them to meet Jinhyuk, stating that a hero would always be welcome. Jinhyuk realized that this was what the former Debavan had been trying to warn him about. Even so, he found it strange that divine beings were already interested in players like him. At that moment, Thor was recovering his arm, and Jinhyuk thought there must be a special reason why Freya had sent those gods to him. Soon after, the system awarded him the 4th special reward given to those who conquer the tower, the lucky random box. The message said to use it wisely, as it was a unique item. Jinhyuk was really enjoying these tips from the former Debavan. He asked Loki if they had not already lost their positions as divine beings. Loki replied that they had lost Asgard and faced Ragnarok, but they were still deities. Then, Jinhyuk asked them for a small favor. Later, Alice was complaining about being left alone in the apartment. She said that Jinhyuk had promised they would go shopping after the movie. Jinhyuk reminded her that the twins were with her, so she was not really alone. However, Alice insisted that he had promised not to take too long. He suggested that she go shopping with Velus, but of course she refused. Meanwhile, Thor had fully recovered his arm, and all the preparations were complete. Jinhyuk then used a special ticket for the auction of the gods, and they all headed together to the event's location. Thor explained that from that point onward, the entire area would be considered a neutral zone. Under the Tower Treaty, no entity was allowed to attack another without a legitimate reason. Even so, he made it clear that it would be best for everyone to mind their own business, and asked Jinhyuk to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, soon after, a new problem emerged. A god of Olympus approached with a clear intention to provoke. It was Hercules, known for having attacked Asgard in the past. He carried a root of Yggdrasil in his hands and displayed arrogance as he presented the item as something meant for auction. To him, it could be called a victor's trophy, since destroying or discarding the root would serve no purpose. In his view, someone needed to make proper use of that artifact. Loki immediately noticed the provocation and warned Thor not to fall for such a cheap game. Even so, Hercules continued to provoke them, questioning the pride of the gods of Asgard and mocking them, stating that they were still as pathetic as ever. He also showed disdain upon noticing the presence of a human outside the tower and insinuated that Jinhyuk was associating with losers, trying to lure him to Olympus, which he called the true home of the gods. Jinhyuk's reaction surprised everyone. Instead of feeling intimidated, he showed pure boredom in the face of Hercules' presence. To him, that speech was nothing more than empty talk. Jinhyuk knew very well that the deities of Olympus pretended to be righteous, but discarded anyone the moment they stopped being useful. That bold attitude irritated Hercules, who decided to attack, using his move known as the Hero's Strike. Before anything could happen, a new presence intervened. Gabriel, a representative of the Eden Archangels faction, appeared and blocked the action, once again reminding everyone that the location was a neutral zone. Hercules tried to downplay the situation, claiming that he was just joking, and that it had been a long time since he had met such a bold human. He then decided to withdraw, stating that he would register his item for the auction. Even after the incident, Gabriel showed a certain sense of embarrassment. To her, divinities were difficult to control, and that behavior did not befit someone from a higher floor. Jinhyuk treated the incident as a simple misunderstanding, although internally he had already expected Gabriel to appear, since she was someone who deeply valued rules and agreements. Next, Jinhyuk asked Thor and Loki if there was anything else that needed to be resolved. After receiving confirmation that there was not, he suggested that they move on and stated that they would meet again later. He decided to remain by Gabriel's side. Both agreed, but Gabriel warned that staying separated could make him a target again. Jinhyuk, in turn, showed no concern, trusting that Gabriel would be there to protect him. She then commented that Hercules was right about one thing: Jinhyuk truly was bold. Later, the administrator, intermediary, and auction manager, Satilda, announced the bids for Pandora's box. The current bid stood at 5 billion magic stones. The auction remained silent for quite some time, until a new bid shocked everyone, offering 8 billion magic stones and 30,000 tormented souls. Pandora's box was then acquired by Gunthafer, the infernal general, who declared that the item would serve as an incentive for the commanders of the demonic army. Anubis's reaction was immediate. He became extremely irritated, complaining that demons spent resources as if there were no tomorrow, turning the auction into complete chaos. Meanwhile, Osiris simply laughed at the situation, as he always did, provoking Anubis and insinuating that he was just complaining because he had lost the bid. Anubis replied impatiently, reminding him that he always came there and left empty-handed. At that moment, a commotion drew everyone's attention. Many commented that the scene was unusual, as everyone was observing a human player present at Yuki's auction house. Anubis was surprised to notice Jin Hyuk's presence and wondered what that boy was doing there. This also caught Gunthafer's attention, especially because he recognized Jin Hyuk as the one responsible for humiliating Hesimodium, using Variel to turn him into a laughingstock. Driven by rage, Gunthafer pushed aside anyone in his path and advanced with a clear intention to attack Jin Hyuk. However, another demon stopped him, reminding him that he could not act there without authorization. Even so, the tension lingered heavily in the air. Gabriel intervened once again, noting that the day seemed to be filled with reckless individuals and questioning whether Gunthafer also intended to violate the sacred agreement of the neutral zone. He responded with contempt, stating that such talk of a sacred agreement no longer meant anything to him. He even mocked Gabriel's presence, complaining about the smell of sacred energy and suggesting that she should at least take a bath. Before leaving, Gunthafer issued a direct warning to Jin Hyuk, saying that he should be grateful to be protected inside the auction house, because he swore that one day he would find him outside of it. Faced with that, Jin Hyuk merely thought that if that were the case, Gunthafer would have to get in line. So many people wanted to kill Jin Hyuk that it was already starting to feel almost routine. The recent confrontation ended with Gunthafer leaving in a rage, clearly irritated by the fact that he could not settle anything in that place. The tension lingered in the air even after he was gone. Gabriel commented that Jin Hyuk seemed to be greeted with impressive enthusiasm wherever he went. He replied calmly, explaining that it was called charisma. Gabriel found that curious and said that he was a very interesting man. Taking advantage of the moment, she mentioned that there was something she would like to discuss with him in private later, making it clear that it was nothing urgent. Meanwhile, the auction house staff whispered among themselves that the auction was on fire. They had never seen so much chaos concentrated in a single day. In addition, the next item on the list was especially controversial, since no one had managed to sell it to this day. It was the first homunculus ever created, the creature known as Alpha. Before that, another item was concluded. Behemoth's claw was sold to Hercules for 2.5 billion magic stones. Even after the purchase, Hercules kept his eyes fixed on Jin Hyuk. He observed that the human had been there for quite some time and still had not made a single bid. In Hercules' view, Jin Hyuk was trying to act tough, but probably did not have enough resources to compete in that place. Thinking it over, he concluded that Jin Hyuk reaching the intermediate layer of the tower must have required enormous effort. At best, he must have flattered some weak deity to get help. However, the next item presented immediately caught the attention of both Hercules and Jin Hyuk. Satilda announced that the artifact had been created when alchemists dared to cross the limits of the forbidden. It was considered their masterpiece, the first artificial human ever produced, the homunculus called Alpha. Upon hearing that, Jin Hyuk became genuinely excited. To him, the item he had been waiting for had finally appeared. Hercules immediately noticed his interest and decided that he would do everything in his power to prevent Jin Hyuk from obtaining it. Meanwhile, Anubis commented that the creature had been there for a long time and that it only caused headaches. He warned Osiris not to get excited because situations like that always ended up becoming a joke. Satilda then explained that the dispute for that item would work differently. The winner would not be decided by bids. Alpha could only be taken by someone she recognized as her true owner. If the homunculus accepted someone as her master, that person could take her without paying a single cent. It was a unique opportunity, yet no one seemed interested. Osiris found the lack of participants strange, but Anubis interrupted him and explained that if no one was getting involved in that dispute, there was a good reason. In the next instant, Jin Hyuk raised his hand, showing interest. Before he could step forward, Hercules moved in front of him and declared that he would also participate, making it clear that he was doing it solely to get in Jin Hyuk's way. Without any caution, Hercules approached Alpha and tried to force her to recognize him as her owner, threatening to destroy her if she did not obey. The homunculus remained silent, showing no reaction. Irritated, Hercules decided to attack, once again using the hero's strike with all the power he possessed. The gods were shocked, but not because Alpha had been destroyed. In truth, the one who was injured was Hercules himself. Anubis observed that he had completely wrecked himself, since all of his fingers were broken after the attack. Osiris could not hold back his laughter at the scene. Anubis explained that it was obvious. Alpha was immune to divine power. If it were possible to subjugate her through divine force, it would have been done long ago. Calmly, Jin Hyuk stepped forward and asked whether Hercules was finished. To him, it was now his turn. Hercules, still feeling the pain, questioned whether Jin Hyuk truly believed he could achieve something different. Watching the scene, Anubis reflected that he himself had once thought the same way as Hercules. But after meeting Jin Hyuk, he had learned that the boy always found solutions that even the gods could not imagine. Alpha herself then asked whether Jin Hyuk would also try to dominate her through force. He replied that he would not. That would be far too easy. He had always preferred the more difficult path. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the auction house, the twins were talking with Hana. They explained their reasons reasons for following Jin Hyuk. To Hana, it did not make much sense, since they were extremely powerful and did not seem to be under any threat. She even asked whether Jin Hyuk had placed some strange curse on them. One of them confirmed that he had, but commented that he barely even remembered the curse anymore, since it had never actually caused any trouble. Hana reflected that it had been so long since the seal had last been activated that she herself had already forgotten about it. One of the twins explained that he would normally ignore such a question, but because it involved Hana, he chose to answer. He stated that Jin Hyuk was strong, that traveling with him always led to interesting trouble, but that the main reason was a sense of similarity between them. At that moment, Jin Hyuk stood before Alpha, carefully combining several items. When he finished, Hercules was completely shocked by what he saw. Jin Hyuk held a philosopher's stone, or rather a replica of a philosopher's stone. On the outside, it looked identical to the original, but in truth, it was a copy capable of perfectly imitating the energy of the real one. Alpha emitted the same energy once used by the alchemists of the ancient kingdom when they broke every taboo to create her. They sought to give birth to a being similar to humans, and for that, they required the power of a philosopher's stone. The moment Jin Hyuk absorbed the replica stone, an absurd amount of energy spread throughout the surroundings, intense enough to shock even the divinities present. Alpha herself felt it, and began to wonder whether his energy was similar to her own. Jin Hyuk was certain that she had noticed. That sensation was familiarity, the recognition that arises when one encounters someone who resembles you on the inside. He then asked her to leave behind the chains and the loneliness she had carried since her creation, and to come with him. He promised that she would never again feel different or alone in that world, because she would now be part of his family. Without showing any effort at all, Jin Hyuk broke all the chains that bound Alpha. That moment caused Alpha to remember the first time she had opened her eyes. Her first sight had been several elderly alchemists celebrating the fact that she had finally awakened. Her earliest memories also included the countless other alphas who had died before her, homunculi who failed in the process and served only as stepping stones for her existence. After that came the experiments. She endured even weapons enchanted with sacred power without feeling any pain. That was all she knew. That was her entire life. Over time, the curiosity of the alchemists went too far. The laboratory was eventually destroyed, everyone was annihilated, and Alpha was left completely alone in the world. Until the day she was found by someone who possessed an energy similar to hers, someone who understood her, the person who finally came to take her away. Meanwhile, Alice was surrounded by various purchases she had made. Velas could not contain his curiosity and wondered why she bought so many things only to seem indifferent to them afterward. Alice replied that after buying something, she simply lost interest, but she thought to herself that not even shopping with Velas was enough to drive away that difficult-to-explain emptiness. She was just waiting for the contractor to return soon. When she heard the sound of the doorknob, Alice immediately became excited. However, she was shocked to see that there was a new resident in the house. Jin Hyuk had named Alpha Prey. The twins found her extremely cute, but Alice was clearly not pleased. Jin Hyuk commented that since Prey was now part of the family, he had put extra care into choosing her name. The twins agreed, saying they liked it, and grew excited to show her the apartment. Next, Jin Hyuk asked Alice to take good care of Prey, just as she had done with Andra. Alice replied that if he was the one who brought her, then he was the one who should deal with it. Right after that, she threw a pillow at him and slammed the door shut. Jin Hyuk was left confused, unable to understand what had just happened. Velas merely commented that he no longer even knew what to think. Elsewhere, before the statues of the ancestral entities, Hesting was kneeling before one of them. He questioned internally what the point of so much effort to deceive the eyes of the system was, if, in the end, they always failed to put an end to Jin Hyuk. Was it not he himself who had promised to maintain the balance of the tower in the name of the primordial entities? If everything continued that way, not even they would be able to fulfill their own part of the agreement. Hesting then bowed deeply and apologized for failing to live up to the trust placed in him. He acknowledged his failure without offering empty excuses, but stated that no matter how extraordinary Jin Hyuk was, he was still not a complete god. In the end, he was still just a human, someone who theoretically remained under control. At that moment, the entity tore out one of his eyes. It said that Lady Niggurath had ordered that he be granted one more chance and that he should be grateful for such a merciful punishment. That entity was the primordial bearer and the divinity of the final floor, Nyarlathotep. Hesting thanked him for the mercy he had received. Nyarlathotep made it clear that if he continued to fail, he would have to return there repeatedly. To avoid further inconvenience, he decided to offer direct assistance. He ordered that certain men be taken and revealed his personal squad of assassins, known as the Old Guardians, who would be sent to hunt Jin Hyuk. Later, Jin Hyuk, Teresa, and Prey crossed together to the 19th floor. That region was a vast expanse of untamed wilderness. The intermediate layer was dominated by the Dryads, beings who deeply revered nature. Jin Hyuk knew that the crown of the tyrant was located there, the same one he had seen in the memories of the celestial demon. From it, he intended to seek all the other crowns, one by one, until he reached the top. During their advance, Teresa asked whether he had really brought that homunculus. Jin-hyuk then introduced Prey as the new member of the group. He explained that she possessed absurd attributes, but had no emotions, values, or any human traits. Teresa noted that this would require a great deal of attention and decided to approach her to introduce herself. At that moment, Seong commented that Jin-hyuk had changed quite a lot. She remembered him well in the other virtual reality, where he was never the type to gather many companions and always discarded someone as soon as they stopped being useful. Jin-hyuk replied that if that was the case, Yoon-myung had also changed quite a bit, since he could now coexist with him without constantly fighting. Before the conversation could go further, the creatures of the forest surrounded the group. They accused them of being invaders, and made it clear that this was the Grove of the Dryads, ruled by the spirit of the sacred forest. To them, humans who trampled Mother Earth were not welcome in that place. However, one of the creatures showed curiosity upon noticing Prey, questioning what exactly she was, a strange being that appeared to be without a soul. Even though he was capable of reacting, Jin-hyuk ordered the group not to resist. They surrendered, avoiding any conflict. Yoo-sung commented that he did not remember the Dryads being so hostile. Jin-hyuk replied that normally they were not. Soon after, a different presence approached. It was Uasis, the leader of the Dryads. She ordered the others to stand down and stated that that group was not an enemy of the forest, at least not from what she knew. Uasis remarked that it had been a long time since their last meeting and recognized Jin-hyuk immediately. Some Dryads were surprised to realize that she knew him. Uasis explained that they had met during the selection of the intermediate layer forces when the representatives of that floor were chosen. On that occasion, Jin-hyuk had displayed his power before everyone to form his own force. She then asked the reason for his presence in that forest, since players who challenged the floor normally went straight to the boss room. Jin-hyuk explained that he understood why that peaceful people were so agitated and asked whether something strange had been happening to the forest lately. Upon confirmation that it had, he stated that he was there precisely to resolve the problem. As they walked alongside the Dryads, Jin-hyuk noticed that Alice remained silent, visibly sulking. He sincerely did not understand the reason for that sudden behavior. During the journey, Uasis turned her attention to Prey and commented that she was a soulless homunculus, an unfortunate creature created by the greed of alchemists. To her, that was truly sad. Depending on the soul placed within her, Prey could become either a guardian or a cruel assassin. Uasis also explained that the magical energy of the forest was collapsing and that even the local animals had begun to go mad. She asked whether Jin-hyuk, upon coming there, had already discovered the origin of the problem. Jin-hyuk replied that he had. He never acted without a plan in mind. Later, the group stopped before a portal. Jin-hyuk stated that he did not even need to explain what lay on the other side because he already knew exactly what they would find there. He emphasized that no one besides them should pass through that portal. After the group departed, one of the Dryads questioned whether it was truly possible to trust that human. Uasis replied that she had realized something important. From the beginning, they had never truly had control over that situation. Jin-hyuk was not someone who could be stopped, even if they tried. As they crossed the portal, they found themselves before a colossal desert. That place was known as the Solar Dunes, a gigantic ruin consumed by sand and extreme heat. Jin-hyuk immediately summoned his cloak and ordered everyone to do the same, as the scorching sun could kill them quickly. Moreover, it would still be a long journey to their next objective. In the middle of their trek through the dunes, Teresa was already completely soaked in sweat and visibly exhausted. The heat was suffocating, and she asked for a break to catch her breath. Jin-hyuk immediately created a block of ice so that she could lean on it and ease her exhaustion somewhat. Yoo-sung commented that the heat of the dunes was unbearable, and said that he would rather be surrounded by undead than remain in that environment. As he observed the endless horizon, he questioned whether they were truly heading in the right direction. Jin-hyuk remained calm and reflected that the solar dunes were hidden on the 19th floor. That was a territory of mortal difficulty, with constant temperatures above 40 degrees. Even so, he was absolutely certain that somewhere within that endless desert, the crown of the tyrant was hidden. As they advanced, they were suddenly attacked by sandworms that emerged from the scorching ground. Yoo-sung complained that, as if the heat were not enough, they still had to deal with those creatures. Jin-hyuk, however, asked everyone to wait a moment, saying that he would give the newcomer a chance. At that moment, Prey removed her hood and advanced without hesitation. She summoned her twin daggers and moved with the precision of an experienced assassin. After confirming the target, she attacked the sandworm and destroyed it swiftly. In just a few strikes, the creature was eliminated, demonstrating absolute efficiency in combat. Meanwhile, in the territory of Eden, located on the 44th floor, Gabriel was reporting to her brothers and sisters everything that had happened during the auction of the gods. The leader of the assembly demanded that she also explain why she had failed to recruit Teresa of Laran, considering that it had seemed like the perfect opportunity. Gabriel explained that there had indeed been an opportunity, but that Teresa had made direct contact with Jin Hyuk. Out of courtesy and hierarchy, she had first informed the leader of her force, before making any decision. Gabriel added that Teresa followed the teachings of the goddess of light, and, for that reason, was obligated to answer the call of Eden. If she refused, she would become the target of the angel's wrath and destruction, along with everyone who stood by her side. Jin Hyuk was asked whether Eden intended to take his companion by force and summon Teresa against her will. In response, he looked at Prey for a brief moment and stated firmly that this would not happen. Gabriel asked whether he truly believed he could face Eden, but Jin Hyuk replied that even fully understanding the consequences, he would never allow them to take Teresa. He added that he would only change his mind if they wanted to know more about the Necronomicon. Upon hearing that word, the angels were deeply shocked. The Necronomicon was the book that recorded the exploration of the unknown lands of the 9th floor, something that even the angels of Eden did not fully understand. Some believed it was nothing more than a bluff, but others argued that whether it was true or not, there was much to gain. If it were true, they would obtain valuable information. If it were false, he would pay a high price. The one who declared this was Kizekiel, one of the archangels of Eden, stating that they would capture Jin Hyuk and extract the entire truth, even if that meant destroying him. Gabriel intervened, saying that he was being far too aggressive and reminding him that, despite being human, Jin Hyuk was responsible for stopping the invasion of the primordial entities. She argued that before taking any action, they needed to confirm whether he truly knew anything about that book. Kizekiel, however, accused Gabriel of being naive and questioned since when Eden hesitated before a mere human. To him, that hesitation was the reason why the crusade against the underworld had stagnated. Purifying the world in the name of the Mother of Light was the very reason for their existence. Gabriel responded firmly, warning that if he continued to incite the brothers and sisters and promote internal division, it would be treated as a declaration of civil war. Kizekiel then donned his armor and declared that he found that interesting. He said that the incident would be recorded in the history of Eden as the moment when a war began because Gabriel, whom he considered weak, feared a simple human. Later, back in the dunes, after eliminating countless sandworms, Teresa asked whether Prey was not tired of fighting under such extreme heat. Prey replied objectively that she was fine and reported that her remaining energy was at 99.1%. Jin Hyuk praised her performance and said that she had done an excellent job, showing exactly why she was there. Seeing this, Alice, who was inside the ring, became extremely irritated, while Prey merely smiled discreetly. Yu Sung, on the other hand, watched with curiosity, trying to understand what kind of body she possessed. He had seen Prey fight several sandworms using threads attached to her spear, and wondered whether those were mana threads. Before he could reach a conclusion, everyone was surprised by a strong tremor inside the cave they had entered. The ground began to shake violently, and Jin Hyuk reacted immediately, protecting the group by suspending everyone in the air with a solid pillar of ice. It was a true whirlwind of sand, with the terrain constantly transforming due to violently oscillating and unstable magical energy. Jin Hyuk analyzed the situation and concluded that from the sandworm uprising to those strange phenomena, everything was happening because of the magical power released by an artifact that was far too powerful. He was absolutely certain that this artifact was the crown of the tyrant. Meanwhile, on the 25th floor, at the headquarters of the demonic cult, the Shadow Emperor was visibly satisfied to have finally recovered his power. As proof of this, he had effortlessly split another mountain apart. While Young, in the form of the White Serpent, commented that it was astonishing, noting how much he had improved in such a short time, and asked whether he truly knew nothing about this rapid recovery. While Young answered simply, saying that the Emperor was merely extremely powerful. Baekilla also commented that the Emperor truly seemed to be in much better condition. The Shadow Emperor himself then asked how he was feeling, questioning whether he already felt like a sovereign once more. He replied that he was recovering his internal energy very quickly. The Emperor agreed, saying that it was a recovery worthy of a celestial demon. He then remarked that all of this had only been possible thanks to his bold disciple and asked why he had not appeared recently. He imagined that Jin Hyuk was training to complete the demonic Emperor art. The Emperor explained that it was not due to laziness. Jin Hyuk was busy moving to protect his own world. Furthermore, completing a martial art was only urgent when time was short, and now that urgency had diminished. For the time being, he would devote himself to rebuilding the demonic cult, waiting without a set date for the day he would meet his disciple again. At that moment, Illa commented to his friend Wu Ho that the Emperor had become a truly cunning old man, appealing to compassion, but that he would not allow it. He said it would be better to stop stalling and go see the disciple immediately. Even so, both of them knew that when the time came, Jinhyuk would return of his own will. Meanwhile, the Dryads were extremely worried about the forest. Mother Earth was groaning in pain once again, and one of the Dryads questioned whether Jinhyuk would truly be able to resolve the situation. Oasis replied that all they needed to do was believe and wait. However, at that exact moment, another figure approached and, unlike Jinhyuk, attacked with a devastating strike, instantly killing several Dryads. Oasis managed to protect herself by using a green barrier and immediately realized that this was a serious problem. She had believed that guarding the entrance to the portal would be the simplest task, but it was now clear that beings from higher floors were intervening. They were assassins, the old guardians, who questioned how she dared to stand in their way. They declared that they would eliminate everyone and move on. Soon after, a massacre began. Elsewhere, Jinhyuk noticed that the alarm rune on his hand had been activated, which meant that something serious had happened at the portal. At that moment, only he and the tower administrators knew the location of the crown of the tyrant, which made the situation even more dangerous. Back in the dunes, Teresa realized that there was no path ahead anymore and asked where they would go next. Jinhyuk analyzed the area and realized that they were standing before a massive hole. It looked like a huge anthill, or rather, a gigantic sandworm nest. Teresa recalled that Oasis had warned them not to follow that route because of the danger. Jinhyuk confirmed it, but explained that if one of the paths was dangerous, then they were in the right place. Yusung asked what clever method he planned to use this time. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk pushed Yusung into one of the tunnels. He explained that one of those paths was the real one, but all of them were completely random, and that he was counting on him. Yusung became furious as he sank into the soft sand. Soon after, Jinhyuk asked him to check the tunnel next to it. Yusung, swimming through the sand, replied that if he managed to get out of there alive, he would kill Jinhyuk. Watching the scene, Prey asked her master why that person was risking himself so much for him. Jinhyuk explained that she still did not understand and said that this was called friendship. Yoonga commented that friendship was something difficult to understand. Even so, Teresa thanked Yusung and said that she was counting on him. After hearing that, Yusung fell completely silent. Meanwhile, in the forest, Oasis was already defeated and on the brink of death at the hands of beings from the higher floors. Even wounded, she gathered her last remnant of strength and cast a final curse, condemning the enemy triad, but was executed on the spot shortly afterward. One of the old guardians commented with disdain that dying that way was extremely cliché. Sally stated that those pieces of trash from the intermediate layer were only good for warming the surroundings, while Blackrock added that they were not even good for that. Hound then reported that he was already on the move. He revealed that inside that ruin were Jinhyuk and the crown of the tyrant. He also made a point of reminding everyone that Jinhyuk had been responsible for stopping the invasion of Niggurath. Because of that, he gave a clear order. Upon sighting him, they were to eliminate him with full force, without underestimating the target just because he was human. After crossing the portal, Oasis, even on the brink of death, still showed a final and faint sign of life. Meanwhile, Yusung continued to struggle while swimming through the unstable sand. This time, Jinhyuk descended together with him and stated that on the 42nd attempt, they had finally found the correct path. He commented that Yusung was stubborn even in situations like that, but that precisely because of this, they had reached their destination without major issues. As soon as he reached solid ground, Yusung drew his sword in anger, saying that Jinhyuk always did the same thing. Teresa quickly approached and stopped him, apologizing but warning him not to shout like that in that place. They then realized that they were completely surrounded by ghost ants, since that location was their nest. Jinhyuk explained that as long as they did not provoke them, the creatures would not attack, but made it clear that the behavior of all of them there was altered. In fact, they seemed terrified. At that moment, Prey noticed an extremely bright crystal at the center of the nest and asked if that was what they were looking for. Inside the crystal was the crown of the tyrant. The heat was so intense that the surrounding sand had turned into glass. Yusung asked whether obtaining that meant they could already consider it a victory. Jinhyuk replied that it did not. When Yusung insisted, wanting to know if it would at least make them stronger, Jinhyuk explained that it was almost that. He then revealed that there were 7 crowns like that scattered throughout the Tower of Challenges, and that these sacred artifacts were essential to reach the top of the tower. Yusung and Teresa were shocked by the revelation, but were interrupted by a new tremor. Yusung asked whether the terrain would change again, but Prey noticed something different. It was not the environment, but something approaching. Living beings. Soon after, something burst through the ceiling of the cave. They were the old guardians, subordinates of the ancestral entities. At the same time, the ghost ants entered a state of collective fury against the intruders. Jinhyuk commented that they had remained silent until now only so those idiots could ruin everything. He then told Prey to take care of the ants. She obeyed immediately, moving like a perfect assassin, cold and precise, almost like an extermination machine that calculated every strike. Using her spear connected to threads, she shredded the ants one by one. The creatures also advanced against the old guardians, but were eliminated without difficulty. At the same time, Blackrock fired multiple mana mana arrows, attacking indiscriminately. One of the attacks was directed at Jinhyuk, but he was protected by Teresa's shield. Without asking many questions, she asked whether he needed the crown. Jinhyuk simply nodded. Then Teresa released the power of the corrupted saint, merging it with sacred energy and activating her exclusive ability, the Lost Holy Damnation. Her first sacred slash was directed at Hound, but the attack was blocked. A voice stated that attacking the commander was not a polite act within the hierarchy. Blackrock introduced himself as Teresa's opponent, and the two began exchanging blows at high speed. Realizing the situation, Jinhyuk ordered Prey to help Teresa, stating that she would have difficulties on her own. When someone asked what he and Yusung would do, Jinhyuk immediately refused any suggestion of direct help. He only asked them to trust him and said they would like the idea. Jinhyuk explained that those enemies were the personal guard sent by the ancestral entities. This meant that anyone who managed to defeat one of them would become practically the most powerful player on that floor, with the exception of himself. Upon hearing this, Yusung became excited immediately and charged forward without hesitation, choosing Sally as his opponent and dragging her into his own battlefield. Only Jinhyuk and Hound remained. Hound commented that all of his subordinates had disappeared and asked if they could begin. Jinhyuk answered affirmatively, as that was exactly what he wanted. He knew that Hound was the son of a noble family residing on the 20th floor, a legendary figure who had single-handedly completed his family's vengeance. That inextinguishable desire for revenge had caught the attention of Neela Tobs, which was why Hound had been chosen as an old guardian amid the shifting sands infested with countless ants. Jinhyuk analyzed Hound's status and discovered that his true name was Krexux of Akashius. The nickname Hound corresponded to a level 315 player with extremely high attributes. He possessed 533 strength, 215 agility, 305 vitality, 255 mana, and an astonishing 644 divine will. To copy that target's ability, it would be necessary to sacrifice something of equivalent value, and the chance of success would depend directly on what was offered. Jinhyuk realized that this was the first time such a condition had appeared for him. Furthermore, the description was far too vague, making the risk of wasting equipment very high. Meanwhile, Hound observed that even when the ants were cut down, they regenerated constantly, which was why they were known as ghost ant. The only solution was to destroy them completely. He then activated his exclusive ability, the Ring of the Inverted Sky, invoking the power of ancient runes that judged the target with absolute destruction. In moments, all the ants were disintegrated. The absolute judgment also struck the crystal where the crown was embedded. Jinhyuk realized that the damage was powerful enough to destroy even the crystal. To him, it did not matter how difficult the condition was. He needed that ability. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Teresa was struggling to land a hit on Blackrock. He acknowledged that she was impressive, especially for already wielding an exclusive ability. Teresa invoked the Sacred Slash again, attempting to execute him, but Blackrock activated his precise shots and split the ability in half. He admitted her strength, but stated that her execution was still incomplete. He then unleashed a heavy rain of magical arrows that, even when blocked, exerted intense pressure on Teresa's armor. Those arrows were strange and extremely powerful. At the final moment, Blackrock sensed an attack approaching and had to dodge the threads launched by Prey. Even so, he ended up being cut across the face. That confirmed his expectations. Only someone at that level could confront him. He then wondered if she was the homunculus acquired at the auction. At the same time, Sally was trapped inside the recreation of Yusung's ruin, a repulsive place. Yusung explained that the scene was a recreation of the corridor of the corrupted from the first floor of the tower. It was there that he had come to hate users of a certain type of equipment, especially daggers. Sally used something similar, which left him extremely irritated. He activated the soul-hunting sword technique, uniting darkness, body, and blade into a single movement. His hatred for dagger users was absolute. Sally concluded that she had run into a strange opponent this time, but made it clear that she would not retreat. While all of this was happening, the cave they were in began to collapse. Jinhyuk realized that the other side of the battle had already begun. That fight would be a necessary trial for them to reach a much higher level, both Teresa and Young. Hound asked if Jinhyuk was serious, since he was inside the shop buying items while dueling at the same time. Jinhyuk remained calm and, using the ingredients he had acquired, fused everything into a surprise kit. He then threw the result toward Hound, summoning several giant plush creatures. Hound complained that Jinhyuk used to seem like a serious person, but now was full of foolish antics. Even so, he advanced and shattered the dolls, demanding that Jinhyuk stop running away. However, that was exactly what Jinhyuk wanted. He provoked Hound, making it clear that he should not hold back, because he needed him to become truly furious in order to create the situation he desired. Jinhyuk continued sending several several giant plush creatures toward Hound, who destroyed them with ease. Even so, Hound grew more and more irritated. Jinhyuk understood that he needed to keep his distance and continue provoking him, but Hound advanced using the ring of the inverted sky and struck Jinhyuk head-on. He managed to block the blow with his dagger and withstand the grip of the colossal force, but in the next instant, the dagger was destroyed by Hound's attack. The system reported that the value of the sacrificed item had not been sufficient. Jinhyuk wondered if not even an enhanced purple dagger met that condition. That made everything much more complicated. Defeating Hound was not the real problem. The difficulty lay in satisfying the condition imposed to copy his ability. Jinhyuk thought about how he wished it were like it had been with Stalker or with Teresa, where there were no such complex requirements, and it was enough to fight and win. Meanwhile, Teresa's shield had already been split in half. Blackrock continued firing multiple magical arrows in her direction, piercing parts of her armor. In addition to being extremely powerful, the projectiles were guided. As time passed, Teresa became gravely wounded, with her armor nearly destroyed. Blackrock acknowledged that she was the first to survive after so many arrows and considered it a waste to eliminate such a resilient target. At that same moment, Prey tried to take advantage of the openings he left, but Blackrock drove her back with a violent kick. Despite the harsh fall and Teresa's concern, Prey made it clear that she was fine and that it had only been a failed surprise attack. The corrupted saint warned that if Teresa continued in that state, there would be no suitable body left for her to use. Teresa recognized this and was also fully aware that Black Rock was at an absurd level, so high that she could not even break through his defense. Even so, the corrupted saint stated that there was an attack capable of working against him. Prey analyzed the situation and warned that the difference in attributes was enormous, and that at that moment, the chance of victory was below 7%. To her, retreating would be the most sensible decision. However, Teresa remembered something she had learned while walking at Jinhyuk's side. There was a saying he always carried with him, that everything in this world has a solution except death. When Blackrock fired more guided magical arrows, he was surprised to realize that Teresa endured the blows without even trying to dodge. Faced with that, he decided to end everything at once and unleashed an even more intense rain of arrows. Teresa, instead of retreating, charged straight at him, enduring the impacts like an uncontrolled beast. She managed to grab Blackrock's arm and, even while taking multiple hits, realized that her sword could not pierce him. The only thing she could do was withstand the attacks and not let go of him under any circumstances. Blackrock began to wonder what her true plan was. At that moment, Prey activated the puppeteer art, the alchemy of puppets. Teresa's determination was transmitted in full. Since Blackrock always managed to evade, Teresa had used her own body to restrain him. That was the strategy. With Blackrock immobilized, Prey threw her spear and declared that the chance of victory had risen to 99.9%. She used the final spiral, a devastating strike that pierced not only Blackrock but also Teresa, stabbing through the heart of both. Blackrock died instantly, while Teresa collapsed to the ground, stripped of her powers. Prey approached, unsure how to react to that scene. However, Teresa stood up once more. As long as she did not suffer an instant death, she could revive once every 10 days. She made it clear that she would not die so easily and asked them not to worry. Next, Teresa used her divine healing on herself, and shortly after, she was completely restored. Prey admitted that she had not known Teresa possessed a revival ability and commented that, after that battle, she had come to better understand the way Teresa fought. When two people combine their strength and maximize the advantages each one has, the chances of victory increase far beyond any purely probabilistic calculation. She thanked her for having learned such an important lesson. Prey explained that there was also a combat method that consisted of using one member of the group to completely restrain the enemy's movements, while another pierced them with a spear. She judged that strategy to be extremely efficient and suggested that they should use it more often. Teresa, however, immediately refused. She made it clear that it could not become a standard tactic, since the others did not possess the ability to revive like she did. That would be the last time something like that happened. Then Teresa stated that it would be better to return to Jinhyuk. She was not truly worried about him, but rather about Yusung. At that moment, Sally clearly felt that Blackrock had been defeated. She could hardly believe that, even possessing an exclusive ability, he had lost. To her, it could only be related to that homunculus. Yusung, visibly exhausted, noticed her gaze and stated that he could still continue fighting. Sally acknowledged that he was a very skilled player, but made it clear that, regardless of what he used, he would not be able to defeat her. Then Sally created several clones at the same time and declared that he was still not enough to defeat her. That was her exclusive ability. All the clones charged simultaneously toward Yusung, who barely managed to block the barrage of attacks. Sally stated that she did not understand where such confidence came from in a human who did not even possess an exclusive ability to face her alone. To her, that had been a terrible idea. The next kick slammed Yu Sung into the arena floor, but he only spat blood and stood up again. Even so, Sally realized that Yu Sung was not a simple intermediate layer player. His perseverance and fighting spirit remained unshaken. At that moment, the system warned that an intruder was trying to invade the battlefield. Alice commented that the barrier of that place could not be compared to the contractors. Yu Sung was surprised by her presence and stated that he would defeat the enemy alone. Alice explained that she had been sent by the contractor and admitted that, in the end, she had been wrong. Facing one of the ancestral guardians alone was not something she believed was possible, not even for him. Sally was irritated by that conversation happening in front of her and decided that she would kill both of them together. Even so, she noticed that Yu Sung had changed a great deal. Before acting, Yu Sung asked Alice to promise not to tell Jin Hyuk what was about to happen. He intended to use that ability only in a one-on-one fight, but decided to take advantage of that opportunity. Yu Sung activated his exclusive ability. Alice even asked Jin Hyuk if it was not dangerous to let him fight that way. Jin Hyuk replied that there was no reason to worry and that Yu Sung only needed a small push. That was exactly why Alice had appeared, to provoke him. The ability manifested fully, causing Yu Sung's clothes and hair to become completely white. That was the ability called White Knight. Meanwhile, Hound was not being defeated, only constantly hindered. Jin Hyuk remained inside a small ice castle, hurling several crystals at him. Jin Hyuk provoked Hound, commenting that the other two had no chance against his companions and had already been sent to another world. Hound could understand Black Rock falling to the homunculus, but he could not accept the idea of Sally being defeated by that girl. Jin Hyuk stated that the power of the old guardians was disappointing. They claimed that this guard had been created by Nyarlathotep himself, but if that was all they had, it was nothing more than a great disappointment. Hound then destroyed the ice castle and declared that he believed that by proving Jin Hyuk's tricks useless, he could fight him on equal footing. Even so, he acknowledged that he had been far too polite up to that point. Next, Hound removed the bandages from his face and declared that from that moment on, there would be no more mercy. He activated the Executor's Domain, striking his sword against the ground and creating an area where all creatures were immobilized by chains. Jin Hyuk was affected as well. Hound explained that this was a power of absolute judgment. Regardless of speed, anyone within the area became completely unable to move. Even so, it was not an unfair power, since he himself also could not leave his position. Hound remained motionless, preparing his own execution, moving only his arms and his sword. During this preparation, he received 70% less damage. Then he activated the Ring of the Inverted Sky once more. Jin Hyuk realized that, even so, it was practically a suicidal act. The crown of the tyrant would be struck as well, and he questioned whether Hound was not there precisely to recover it. Hound replied that he should know the truth. The crown of the tyrant could not be destroyed by any power within that tower. If it were destroyed, it would mean that it was nothing more than a counterfeit. Jin Hyuk then decided to go all the way. He activated an ancient rune and summoned the Zodiac, the constellation of Sagittarius. At the same time, he separated his blade from the fang and used it as the arrowhead of Sagittarius. For him, all that remained now was to defeat Hound. The moment the arrow was fired, Hound commented that Jin Hyuk would receive his strongest technique head-on. The shot pierced Jin Hyuk's chest, and the fang was activated, releasing the power of the fantastic beast, Pentagurzu. The fang ended up being destroyed, but in exchange, it multiplied the damage by 100 times. Even so, Hound continued to withstand all that power. Jin Hyuk felt the pain of the impact and realized that he had sacrificed an extremely valuable item. Still, Hound remained standing, and the copy condition had not been fulfilled. Hound asked if that was not despairing, stating that not even Jin Hyuk's supreme technique had worked. To him, in the end, Jin Hyuk was no different from the others who had challenged him. Then he activated the execution of the sentence. A rain of executioner swords appeared above Jin Hyuk's head. He tried to defend himself using the shield of Perseus, triple magic, and the ancient barrier, but was caught off guard. Even Alice became uneasy at the situation. Meanwhile, outside the tower, at Jin Hyuk's house, the Shadow Emperor broke down the door, commenting that this was his disciple's residence and that he truly lived in a high-level place. When the twins prepared to face the intruder, they realized who he was. The Emperor asked where Jin Hyuk was. Casey explained that he had entered the tower for an attack and would return soon. The Emperor complained that he had spent a fortune to get there just to see him, but decided to wait and prepare a surprise. Judello commented that a surprise party was always welcome. Back in the tower, Hound approached the crown of the tyrant and fell to his knees, overwhelmed by weakness and exhaustion. He acknowledged that Jin Hyuk's final blow had truly been powerful. If he had taken that attack head-on without using the Executor's Domain, he would have died. died. Even so, he realized that the crown had endured, which confirmed that it was genuine. He activated bodily reinforcement, increasing his attributes by 60% for 30 seconds. Even so, when holding the crown of the tyrant, he suffered severe internal damage, as if his body were being cooked from the inside. In despair, he stored the crown inside his rune box. Soon after, the bodily reinforcement was abruptly deactivated, and Hound nearly died. Confused, he asked what was happening and whether his ability had been nullified. Jin-hyuk then revealed that he had not found it strange that Hound's body had not been destroyed when struck by the ring of the inverted sky. He explained that he had pretended to be shaken several times, which led Hound to believe that he had already won. At the moment he received the blow, Jin-hyuk activated an invincibility that lasted 1 second and used blood packs to simulate his own death. That was the reason why powerful warriors like Hound always lost, because they believed in victory far too early. In addition, Jin-hyuk revealed that he was nullifying Hound's ability. Consumed by the power of the crown of the tyrant, Hound realized that he could not endure it. His body began to burn from the inside out until it was completely reduced to charcoal. Jin-hyuk remembered the absurd pain he had felt the first time he held the crown. If the crown of the tyrant did not recognize someone as its master, all of that person's mana circuits would be burned, leaving them completely unable to move. Hound had turned into a body made of ashes and begged Jin-hyuk to end his pain. Jin-hyuk, however, noticed that he had been lightly burned and threw a cloth over him, telling him to wait a little longer. Jin-hyuk decided to check one last thing. He picked up the executioner's sword and judged it to be an excellent purple rank item, on the same level as Balmung, a rare and extremely valuable piece of equipment. Hound stated that it was natural for the victor to take the spoils, since that sword was part of the legacy left by his family, and asked Jin-hyuk to take good care of it. Jin-hyuk, however, merely smiled. He made it clear that he always chose profit over honor. Without hesitation, he sacrificed the executioner's sword to fulfill the necessary condition and copy Hound's ability. Hound died while calling him a scoundrel. With that, Jin-hyuk successfully copied the exclusive ability ring of the inverted sky, gaining several levels in the process. The inverted sky ability allowed the destruction of a target through the blessing of the great runes. Depending on the level of proficiency, its effect could reach from living beings to sacred relics. Before disappearing completely, Hound declared that he would watch from hell as Jin-hyuk claimed the crown of the tyrant. When everyone left the battlefield, Teresa arrived and witnessed Jin-hyuk trying to tame a clearly uncontrollable power. Yu-sung observed the scene and felt that Jin-hyuk was being consumed by the magical power of the item. Even so, he thought that this man could not die, at least not before he himself defeated him. Alice asked him to calm down, explaining that Jin-hyuk was not in immediate danger, only accepting a challenge that questioned whether he truly possessed the qualifications to become the king of tyranny. Jin-hyuk firmly grasped the crown of the tyrant and activated the celestial demon technique. He provoked the power of the crown, asking whether that feeling was not familiar, the same power as his former master, and demanded that the thing finally accept him as its master. Meanwhile, in the domain of Eden, Samael appeared before Gabriel to report important information about the civil war. He stated that the rebel troops led by Kizakulin, after an intense battle, had suffered severe losses, with only half managing to break through the encirclement and escape Eden. A pursuit group had been dispatched, but was lost. In addition, Zaquiel, despite being gravely wounded by Gabriel's strike, had also managed to flee. Gabriel replied that waging a war among the brothers and sisters of Eden at such a critical moment was an unforgivable sin. Samael, however, added another piece of information. According to a source connected to the administrators, the crown of the tyrant had fallen into the hands of a player. Upon hearing this, Gabriel stated that this was finally the first step toward the 5th floor. Sometime later, Jin-hyuk awakened. The effort to dominate the crown had been extreme, leaving his body in terrible condition. Teresa explained that he had released an absurd amount of energy and simply collapsed. Yu-sung commented that he no longer needed to hold the crown so tightly, since it now belonged to him. At that moment, the system announced the official information about the crown of tyranny. It could not be destroyed under any circumstances. It granted 30 additional points to all attributes and increased critical hit chance by 30%. Furthermore, when facing deities, the user's skill levels increased by 3 additional levels, allowing the use of the former owner's unique abilities at their maximum potential. The time limit was 3 minutes. Jin-hyuk thought that he had finally obtained one of the crowns, and on top of that with extremely valuable attributes. That was excellent. The effect of adding Assigning 30 points to the most useful attribute gap against opponents stronger than him was absurd, something clearly unbalanced. While he laughed in an almost insane manner, Yusung merely thought that everything was repeating itself once again and that the situation was extremely unpleasant. Jinhyuk asked Teresa how many levels she had gained. She replied that she had gained 10 levels, just like Stalker 10. Jinhyuk confirmed that this was expected, since everyone there had grown by more than 10 levels. Then he held both of them by the shoulders and explained that this meant they had the highest probability of reaching the top of the tower, something he considered impressive. Even Yu Sung ended up showing a slight smile, reflecting that those words had come from someone who had almost died. Teresa noticed that Jinhyuk was far more excited than usual, which was not typical of him. At that moment, Estvon observed everything in silence, reflecting that Jinhyuk had made even more allies than before. Finding joy in such a chaotic situation was typical of him. Even so, Estvon wondered whether Jinhyuk would truly reach the top of the tower. Soon, an inevitable moment would arrive in which he would be forced to make a choice, and the curiosity about what he would do was immense. Shortly after, the presence known as the game system appeared, the supreme administrator of the tower. However, even the system itself needed to be warned to escape from there. It questioned whether it had already been reached, as Jinhyuk's determination was terrifying. At the instant it managed to escape the ruins, they exploded completely. Jinhyuk thought that he could not be captured before completing the tower. When they finally left the hidden ruins of the solar dunes, the group was met with a devastating scene. All the forest guardians were dead. The only survivor was Uasis, who had now been reborn in the form of a child, having emerged from a small remaining sprout. Teresa helped heal her with her divine power and apologized, saying that she should have done something earlier. Uasis asked her not to worry, explaining that Mother Earth was still alive. Yusung reflected that this saint, even in the face of such tragedy, continued to worry about others first, making her a woman difficult to understand. Uasis commented that the strange phenomenon in the forest had ended, and that if that was the case, everything would be fine. Then she asked where Lord Jinhyuk was, remembering that there were other people as well. At that moment, Alice appeared and explained that the contractor had said he needed to resolve another small matter and had remained in the ruins. Ordinary people would never be able to understand that kind of behavior. She added that she had not followed him because she had a personal desire of her own. Then Alice asked the Sword Saint to teach her how to use a sword as well. After seeing him fight, she felt the urge to learn to battle in a different way. If he refused, she planned to reveal a small secret to the contractor. This left Yusung completely shocked, realizing that Jinhyuk was not the only one who blackmailed others. Meanwhile, in the boss room of the 19th floor, the Third Hyde group was trying to destroy the roots of the sleep-cursed int. The process was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Watching the broadcast, Jinhyuk reflected that this was not the correct method and could not understand how 6 assault teams were still stuck in the first phase. He had cleared everything alone without even taking a full week. Even so, he acknowledged that their progress, though slow, was happening, and that they had improved significantly. At that pace, they would probably be able to cross the intermediate floors without his help. At times, Jinhyuk still found it hard to believe that so many people were challenging the tower. It should have been nothing more than a virtual reality game, limited to him and Stalker. At that moment, while the water spirit washed his clothes, the salamander appeared and commented that the work was not finished yet, asking how deep the hole needed to be dug. Jinhyuk felt the environment growing cold, and the salamander went down to check on the little bone, who was exerting himself to the utmost. He even seemed to be sweating, despite being made of nothing but bones. The blue dragon was also doing its best. Jinhyuk had lost many pieces of equipment to Hound since arriving there. The enhanced purple dagger and even the fang had been sacrificed, so he absolutely could not return empty-handed. Even so, Variel appeared saying that he was enjoying watching everything, but questioned when Jinhyuk would finally fulfill the promise he had made. He had agreed to become his Black Apostle, but had not done so yet. Once again, Jinhyuk ended up being scolded by his butler for wasting resources. Still, he thought that this could turn out to be something positive, considering what was about to happen. With that in mind, he formed one of his sinister smiles and explained to Variel that he had prepared a very entertaining piece of participatory content just for him. Meanwhile, Hesting, as he observed the entire outcome of the battle against the Guardians, was completely shocked. He felt that something was very wrong. Not long ago, during the battle for faction selection, Jinhyuk had been just a player who stood out slightly. But now that Snowball was growing larger and larger, at that moment someone approached quickly, fast enough to startle Hesting. However, it was Kizakiel who said that there was no need to treat him that way now. Hesting replied that he should at least have warned him that it was him, since he had been startled. He also commented that he had heard about what happened in Eden, but had not imagined the situation had reached that point. Kizakiel explained that he had come to obtain Jinhyuk's location. It was common knowledge that the tower's administrators knew the players' positions. Hesting replied that he still did not care about the rules, reminding him that revealing information about a player to a resident was a serious violation. Kizakiel stated that he had come there while risking committing treason, because he needed to execute Jinhyuk. Hesting explained that no matter how much he insisted, he could not disclose his exact location, but commented that deep within the solar dunes, there was a perfect place for a hot-headed angel like him. Hearing this, Kizakiel spread his wings and concluded that he would go there to cool his head. Hesting thought that Jinhyuk would receive a very unexpected gift and hoped that this time he would die. He also knew that he would end up causing even more trouble by trying to awaken that beast. Meanwhile, at Jinhyuk's house, the surprise turned into a complete disaster. The one who took a ball to the face was Alice. Later, after drinking a cola, Veriel was impressed, thinking that soda from outside the tower was the best he had ever tasted. Jinhyuk asked whether he had calmed down, but Veriel replied that the debt had not disappeared and that he would keep collecting until Jinhyuk fulfilled the promise to become his apostle. Jinhyuk reflected that this insistence was becoming more frequent, but that if he became an apostle now, there would be fewer things to be siphoned, so that was out of the question. Veriel then commented that, by the way, was it not time for Jinhyuk to explain what that so-called participatory content was? Jinhyuk found his impatience amusing and offered him another can of soda. Veriel replied that he had already drunk a lot. At that moment, the salamander appeared and informed its master that it had found the location. Then Jinhyuk descended into a massive crystal cave, the home of the fantastic beast Hebelion. Veriel, as he observed the place, commented that there was nothing but ice crystals there, questioning whether they had invaded an empty home. However, he realized this too late, as the beast was hiding on the ceiling. When Jinhyuk finally saw the enormous ice beast, he welcomed it to the participatory content called Protect Jinhyuk. Later, Alice asked why Yusung was still outside. He explained that he was checking whether there were any traps at the entrance. Then he entered Jinhyuk's house, observing everything around him, and thought that this was that guy's home. The place seemed far more lively than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Judalo and Casey, together with the Shadow Emperor, were watching a baseball game while eating fried chicken. Yusung reflected that the Jinhyuk he remembered was always alone, but now he seemed completely different. Later, Alice met with Yusung and commented that they could train in the basement of the Awakened Association since they needed a place to train regularly. She intended to ask the association president for permission to use that space. Yusung made it clear that he had not yet agreed to teach her and questioned whether Alice was not already strong enough. He truly did not understand why she insisted so much on learning swordsmanship from him. Alice, in turn, felt something different in the way Yusung confronted the old guardians. What he showed there was undoubtedly the result of extremely strong determination. After seeing that, she began to desire a power that was also born from her own determination, just like his. Velis asked whether Alice had finally become interested in fencing and said that he could guide her on the path of the rapier. Alice politely declined, stating that the sword saint was much stronger. Velis was rejected once again. Even so, Yusung explained that the rapier harmonized very well with her characteristics and would be a more appropriate choice. He said that he could help her with the training, since teaching others was also a way to train oneself. Alice thanked him sincerely and asked that it be kept a secret. At that moment, Wolyung asked whether Yusung already knew the truth, the fact that Alice was a resident of the tower. Yusung replied that he did, since it was obvious. Her pale skin, silver hair, and red eyes made it clear that she was a vampire. Wolyung asked for discretion, explaining that Alice worked very hard to maintain her disguise, and that it would be better not to reveal it publicly. Yusung found it strange that no one had noticed before, considering the situation was almost unbelievable. Meanwhile, the fantastic beast used its ice explosion, completely freezing Veriel. He freed himself shortly after, laughing and saying that it was actually refreshing, provoking the creature by commenting on its overwhelming power. In practice, the beast's attacks were nothing more than tickles to him. Although they hurt a little, that was expected when facing a fantastic beast. Even so, Veriel maintained his posture, determined to uphold the image of an imposing demon king. Jinhyuk reacted calmly, finding everything impressive. Veriel found the reaction strange, but soon realized that Jinhyuk was not merely observing. He was preparing something, gathering several strawberries. Using a fragment of ice, the Otherworld restaurant, Hebelion's ice crystal, condensed milk concentrated with hellfire, and a strawberry cultivated with mountain energy. Jinhyuk created a recipe that caught even the beast's attention. Habelion was a fantastic beast that spent long periods in hibernation, waiting for the ice age that emerged on the 19th floor every 100 years. Upon awakening from its deep sleep, it became extremely ferocious due to accumulated hunger. With that in mind, Jinhyuk prepared a large dessert, the royal portion of strawberry snow. Habelion was completely stunned. Even Variel was tempted and asked whether that dessert had truly been made with ice created by the beast itself, something he had never seen before. Jinhyuk asked both of them to lower their guard and eat. When they tasted it, the flavor was extraordinary. They immediately fell in love with the dessert and ate enthusiastically. Jinhyuk thought that if he had come alone, it would have taken much longer to resolve everything. Thanks to Variel, who had drawn Habelion's attention, everything ended easily. While the beast ate contentedly, Jinhyuk activated both communion and mental domestication, successfully taming it. After that, Jinhyuk commented that from now on, they would get along very well. Even so, he collected the essence accumulated after years of hibernation, Habelion's soul, planning to use this material in the creation of an extremely powerful weapon. Meanwhile, in the 19th floor control room, Chungwa encouraged the entire team to push just a little harder, stating that if they gave their best for one more week, they would be able to clear the floor. Suddenly, everyone received a system message informing them that the 19th floor had been completed. Chungwa was confused and asked what had happened, since they were in the middle of the operation. Maria, on the other hand, immediately thought that there was only one person capable of doing something like that. That man truly knew no limits. Meanwhile, Habelion licked its own paws, where traces of the dessert still remained. Variel was also completely stuffed, far too satisfied to even move. Jinhyuk reflected that obtaining Habelion's soul, something protected by the beast itself, was the secret condition to clear the 19th floor. At that exact moment, the group responsible for conquering the floor was probably in complete panic, unable to understand what had just happened. Variel, still bloated, thought that Jinhyuk was truly not right in the head. Consuming a spiritual essence through a dessert was completely unheard of. Still, despite having come only to complain, he ended up having a lot of fun, all thanks to Jinhyuk. Even so, he made it clear in his thoughts that one day he would still become his apostle. Jinhyuk concluded that at least this time, he had managed to escape the contract and, thanks to that, obtained Habelion's soul with extreme ease. That essence was the most powerful material in the tower for ice-type weapons. Even so, he knew that he would need a blacksmith of the highest level to work with something like that, something he would leave to Habelion at the right moment. After eating until it was full, Habelion began to grow sleepy again. With a full belly, it entered a state of deep relaxation. Jinhyuk thought that it could take a nap without any problems. However, everyone was suddenly surprised by an intense light. It was sunlight. Jinhyuk immediately realized that this place should never be struck by that kind of illumination. Soon after, he sensed an extremely specific mana. The one causing it was Kizakiel. Kizakiel had activated Joshua's Sword of Judgment, a relic capable of releasing divine judgment. The other angels hesitated, questioning whether there truly was no problem in using one of Joshua's few sacred relics in that way. Even so, Kizakiel held to his decision. Even at the risk of being branded a traitor, he was willing to use any means necessary to eliminate Jinhyuk. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full power of divine judgment, attempting to completely extinguish Jinhyuk and annihilate any chance of survival. After the explosion, silence engulfed the area. Kizakiel ordered them to retrieve Jinhyuk's crown and body, if any trace of him still remained. At that same moment, Alice became distracted during training and took a blow to her hand. Yusung corrected her, reminding her that swordsmanship was not as relaxed as magic and required absolute concentration. He made her restart the exercise. As they exchanged strikes at high speed, Velis watched the scene with gratitude. Alice had been deeply troubled by thoughts of vengeance. But now, with something new to focus on, those ideas were beginning to fade from her mind. Velis also acknowledged that Yusung truly lived up to the title of Sword Saint. He was creating a new style, blending foil fencing with rapier techniques. It demonstrated an impressive natural talent for everything related to swords. Aside from Jinhyuk, he seemed to be the only one truly worthy of attention. Shortly after, Yusung indicated that it was now Velus's turn to face Alice in training. Meanwhile, at Oren's forge, he observed that he now had many assistants and that his business was better than ever. Even so, he felt bored. There was no longer any work that truly stimulated him as before. He thought nostalgically of the time when he had so much fun creating that lighter version of Balmung. At that moment, a portal opened behind him, pouring out a large amount of sand. Oren immediately thought that if it were an invader, he would kill him without hesitation. However, the one who emerged from the portal was merely Jinhyuk, completely covered in sand. Oren asked what the hell had happened. Jinhyuk replied that there was not much to explain. He then handed over Habelion's essence, which left Oren extremely happy, already imagining the next weapon he could forge. edge. While brushing the sand off his clothes, Jinhyuk thought that the situation had come dangerously close to the end. The moment the divine light appeared, they could no longer leave the area of judgment. However, Jinhyuk opened the inventory subspace and sent Habelian there, ensuring that she was safe. The real problem was himself. Jinhyuk knew very well that it had been the judgment of Joshua's sword. His 1 second of invincibility was still on cooldown from the fight against Hound, and there was no way to revive using the blessing of the star, as he would be killed instantly. Even if he managed to revive, there was no guarantee he could defeat angels. Faced with that, he decided to use his special item, the lucky random box. Jinhyuk gambled his own life at that moment, and, by sheer luck of fate, obtained an item with only a 0.031% chance of acquisition, the Pride Wen necklace, which allowed immediate escape. However, the escape could only take him to a location where someone he knew was present. Jinhyuk realized that he had survived thanks to that item. That meant he could not say he had escaped by his own merit. He was standing there at that moment because of the system. He thought he had already overcome that feeling, but understood that he still had a long road ahead. Soon after, Orun appeared with the new weapon ready. It was Barnard, the dagger forged with the soul of the spiritual beast Habelian. The weapon possessed extremely high durability and offensive power, along with a special characteristic. Through a magical effect, its weight was reduced to only 1 gram. With each attack, an enhanced bleeding effect increased by 100 points was applied, and the critical hit chance increased by 10%. In addition, it had a special ability called Protection of the Habelian Race. When used in combat alongside other mythical beasts or ancient species, total power increased by 30%. Jinhyuk thought that, from now on, variables outside his control would continue to increase. He knew that very well. The only thing left for him was to prepare himself even better and move forward. Meanwhile, on the final floor, Nyarlathotep was meeting with Nigarath. She asked whether, once again, he had failed, and whether they should simply accept the situation. Nyarlathotep commented that it was a shame to have lost 3 of the old guardians they had created with such effort. Even so, confirming Jinhyuk's true potential was already a great gain. Nigarath observed that he seemed to be enjoying himself. Nyarlathotep replied that the real question was whether it was not fun. They had received a small stimulus thanks to that human, and he was certain he was not the only one excited. Nigarath stated that it would be fun if they were merely observing, but their time was running out. From the moment they came into contact with Jinhyuk, the primordial hourglass had begun to move. When Nyarlathotep asked whether causality was flowing, Nigarath explained that the beginning of the falling sand was a prophecy. Soon, the place where they lived would fall before someone. It was a causality that could not be defied. Even so, she chose to reject that destiny and ordered all her minions to begin the War of the Floors. As she descended the stairs of the final floor, Nyarlathotep wondered whether the protagonist of the prophecy had always been Jinhyuk, and decided that she would make sure to let him feel just how painful it would be. Meanwhile, in the Citadel of the Giants, Tangdrasil welcomed Jinhyuk. He explained that he had a quick matter to handle at the Fort of the Empire, and took the opportunity to pass by. Tangdrasil said that everything was fine, thanks to his benevolence. Everyone was living harmoniously, without threats from the Empire or the Murim world. Jinhyuk observed that it seemed she had completed all the reinforcements he had requested, and that the place had grown considerably as well. Tangdrasil explained that she had always lived worried about the future of the children. Since Jinhyuk had declared that place as part of his territory, everything had changed. She was happy to finally see her children growing up in safety. Then Jinhyuk asked whether Thor and Loki had passed through there. Tangdrasil confirmed that they had, explaining that they had departed in search of their scattered companions, but asked her to convey their gratitude for having received the power of the World Tree. Jinhyuk thought that they had already left, and reflected that he had considered making them pay for what they used. At that moment, the Black Dragon was receiving the new member. The little bone commented that it would be better to train her properly. The dragon reflected that, after so much suffering, the light would finally shine for her. She was no longer a novice. He confirmed that her name was Habelian, and said that from now on, she would be the youngest of the group. He also warned that it would be better for her to adapt quickly if she did not want trouble. However, Habelian simply lay down and began to doze off. The dragon then wondered whether the sweet potato Goguma would accept that subordination. Goguma answered directly by going over and lying on top of Habelian. Thus, her dream of no longer being the youngest ended at that very moment. Later, Jinhyuk finally left the tower, drawing the attention of the people around him as expected. Shortly after, he disappeared from general view by climbing onto a rooftop. He thought that, with the conquest of the 19th floor, both he and humanity had gained 90 more days of life. Even so, the joy of victory was not as intense as it should have been. He had obtained one of the crowns and also the dagger Barnard, but for some reason, he did not feel the expected satisfaction. Even wielding such powerful powerful weapons. He had the feeling that all of it could soon disappear without leaving any meaning behind. He had achieved what he needed and wondered why he was not satisfied. That feeling of joy had always been the reason he climbed the tower. In the end, he decided to check whether something was missing. When he arrived home, he was surprised by a party. Yahello asked what exactly the reason for the celebration was. Casey replied that she had no idea, but that it was better to celebrate anyway. The Shadow Emperor told his disciple that now he could remain there with him. Woljung congratulated him on conquering the 19th floor, hugged Jinhyuk tightly, and asked why he had taken so long. At that moment, Jinhyuk finally managed to smile sincerely. He agreed to go out to eat with everyone and said that he would pay the bill. Thus, they all went out to celebrate and enjoy life. That was exactly what had been missing from Jinhyuk's heart. Sometime later, on the 20th floor of the Tower of Challenges, the group was already exhausted from carrying so much baggage. Complaints quickly arose. It had not even been a week since the conquest of the 19th floor, and they were already advancing to the 20th. It no longer looked like a guild, but rather an entire army on the move. One of the women commented that there was not much they could do, since they could not simply abandon the rewards of the 19th floor. At that moment, someone approached and commented that he also regretted that they had not obtained the first conquest title. It was Phaidon, the vice master of the Olympus Guild. He explained that the 20th floor had the highest concentration of mana stone mines in the entire tower. If they could drive out the monsters occupying the area and take control of those mines, they would gain immense profit. In addition, it would also be of great help to humanity outside the tower. Even knowing that it would be difficult, he asked for everyone's support. When the recruits began running to organize themselves, Phaidon noticed something strange. A portal had opened. He grew excited when he saw who was emerging from it. Teresa appeared accompanied by Maria herself. Maria thanked Teresa for being there, not only for her presence, but also for listening to her cry after a night of heavy drinking. She sincerely thanked Teresa for being such a good listener. Teresa said it was nothing special. She knew how much the Olympus Guild had struggled to clear the 19th floor, and because of that, she considered it natural to help. That way, members of other guilds would complain less about Jinhyuk as well. Maria observed the situation and thought that Jinhyuk truly knew what he was doing, because that girl was working very hard for him. Setting that aside, she wanted to check how much that saint had grown. Using her detection ability, Maria entered Teresa's subconscious and directly analyzed her massive energy. She realized that the concentration of mana had already far surpassed the common level of the intermediate floors. Within that energy, Maria felt the presence of the corrupted saint, which caused a brief mental shock. In the real world, Teresa noticed the strange reaction and became worried about Maria's condition. But Maria quickly brushed it off, saying she was fine and that something had simply irritated her eyes. Later, Phaidon, the one responsible for the mission briefing, gathered everyone. Teresa confirmed whether it was really him, and Maria explained that it was. She recalled that Phaidon had been the tracker in charge during the invasion of the Sea Dragon tribe. At that time, he had single-handedly located the dragons that broke through the encirclement and eliminated 300 of them on his own. Impressed, Maria recruited him immediately. Currently, Phaidon was the greatest rising star of the Olympus Guild. During the briefing, Phaidon explained that the 20th floor was divided into 3 major areas: the Grey Forest, territory of the Insect Legion, the Black Hill, territory of the Black Hill tribe, and the largest faction of the floor, where the final boss was located, the territory of the Spectre cult. The main objectives of the conquest were clear. First, defeat the Spectre cult and clear the floor. Second, secure control over as many mana stone mines as possible. Simply guaranteeing the mines of that floor would already represent an enormous advantage for humanity. The assault team would begin the conquest through the Grey Forest, subjugating the native monsters of the region. Black Hill would be handled by another assault team. The orcs of the 20th floor were far more aggressive than ordinary ones, so not just anyone would volunteer for that task. At that moment, the scene made that very clear. Wuho, the Shadow Emperor, was literally crushing a gray orc with his bare fists. His presence showed that he had fully recovered. He had eaten well, rested well, and now his condition was perfect. As soon as he learned that Jinhyuk intended to advance to the 20th floor, he made sure to accompany him. He did not want to stay behind merely watching everything through Olympus broadcasts. Jinhyuk eventually gave in to his insistence and brought him along, realizing how excited the old man was. Woljung commented that Jinhyuk had not told him that the Shadow Emperor's recovery had only been possible thanks to the elixir. Jinhyuk, however, thought it was better to leave that aside and allow him to remain happy. While analyzing the bodies of the defeated creatures, Jinhyuk concluded that they were without a doubt scouts from the Black Hill tribe. That meant they had already entered enemy territory. Shortly after, Wuho advanced directly into the orc tribe itself, defeating them with nothing but his fists. Jinhyuk did the same, the two competing silently without any restraint. During the confrontation, Jinhyuk reflected that the 20th floor was extremely rich in mana stones. However, for someone who already possessed a consolidated production line that did not represent such a great advantage. In his view, the best strategy was simple and efficient: quickly eliminate only the leaders of each faction. To achieve this goal, Jin Hyuk first needed to obtain the item that the Black Hill tribe was hiding. That item was the key to accelerating the entire conquest of the 20th floor. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Spectre cult, the situation was completely different. The subordinate skeletons were in absolute despair after receiving news that the humans had established a forward base inside the Grey Forest. They hurriedly discussed forming an attack team and waited for orders on what should be done. The leader of the cult was Sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins, and his attitude perfectly matched the title he bore. He showed no desire to act, remaining sprawled out and indifferent to the situation. The skeletons knew that if he continued to stay like that, all of them would end up being reprimanded by the higher levels of the cult. With no enthusiasm at all, Sloth gave a vague order, suggesting that they call the assassins, without even bothering to come up with a plan. His attitude irritated the commanders. Gunther, one of the cult's military leaders, did not hide his disdain and questioned whether he truly intended to let the entire floor fall into human hands while he continued lying there doing nothing. Even so, Sloth replied with indifference. He explained that he did not intend to simply ignore the situation, but that he wanted to use the proper equipment before acting. That answer only increased the impatience. Gunther warned him to stop stalling and start working at once. It was then that Gunther presented important information. The cult had confirmed that the saint had entered the Grey Forest. In light of that, the order was clear. She was to be captured alive and taken directly to the leader. Upon hearing this, Sloth showed a rare sign of interest and asked whether there was any special treatment reserved for her. The response was direct. That woman was a candidate disciple of Eden and could be used as a hostage in future negotiations with that entity. In addition, a promise was made that truly struck Sloth. If the capture were successful, he would be exempt from any work for the next 100 years. That was enough to awaken his motivation. For the first time in decades, Sloth stood up. To the skeletons around him, that scene was almost legendary. Many of them were seeing the leader of the Spectre cult move for the first time in more than 20 years. After another barrel of fuel was thrown into the cave, Maria used her skill called Inferno to trigger a powerful explosion. The flames spread quickly, incinerating all the monsters inside. Those who managed to survive ran out, engulfed in fire, only to be killed moments later by the other members of the Olimpo Guild. The group commented that everything felt far too easy. Maria, however, reflected that they had already secured more than 15 mana stone mines. The speed at which they were advancing was impressive, and she knew it was thanks to the combined efforts of Teresa and Phaidon. Even so, despite acknowledging their success, she could not help but worry about the way Phaidon killed the creatures. At that moment, Phaidon was using his sonic piercing skill to destroy yet another monster. One of them, even while weakened, was still alive. Phaidon then activated his flaming spear and deliberately chose to prolong the creature's suffering. Watching this, Teresa thought the monster was already practically dead, but Phaidon seemed to put far too much emotion into his attacks. After the battle ended, Phaidon commented that they were finished there and asked if they could join the main force. Teresa replied that they could, but Phaidon asked for a moment first. He said he wanted to tell her something personally as a form of gratitude. He asked if Teresa remembered the time of the first portal break, which had occurred just 1 week after the tower appeared. On that day, he had only survived because she had prevented the break. Unfortunately, even with her help, his family had been murdered by the monsters. Since then, Phaidon had decided that he would grow stronger in order to eliminate those miserable and despicable creatures. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the Tower of Challenges, in the psychiatric wing, Alice brought Andrea to meet the newest member of the Veterans Union. Her name was Prey, a girl who had been used in experiments by alchemists and who had spent much of her childhood in an auction house. Because of that, she knew almost nothing about the world. Alice remembered that Jin Hyuk had asked her to look after Prey, since he needed to climb the tower for a while. Of course, this bothered her, and she wondered why she had not been taken along. Andrea noticed her discomfort and asked if she was upset about not going with the master. Alice replied that she was not, but Andrea remarked that a leader always needs to deal with difficult situations. It was something Alice herself often taught. She said that Jin Hyuk certainly had a reason for sending Prey to that place and asked them to trust him a little more. Alice admitted that she did not know who Andrea had learned that from, but that she had learned it very well. After that, they decided to show the place to the new member. At that moment, someone had obtained the blue torch, a special item capable of creating an opportunity to face alone the boss that ruled that floor. The Emperor declared that he had won and began to mock his opponent for being old and for having lost. He asked what it felt like to be defeated. While the others congratulated him on his victory, the Emperor said that it was enough. Since he had enjoyed himself quite a bit, he handed the blue torch over to Jinhyuk. Soon after, they entered the most dangerous area of the Orc tribe, where the strongest warriors were gathered. Tarachin, chief of the Black Hill tribe, acknowledged that the invaders were impressive and asked if they knew what they were trying to steal. Jinhyuk replied that the question was obvious. If he did not know what the item was, he would not have gone through the trouble of coming there. He thought that this encounter with Tarachin was not part of the original plan, but perhaps it was not a bad idea. The chief declared that he could not allow them to leave. Will Young offered to handle the situation, and the emperor commented that the warm-up had been good, but now it was time for the real fight. Before any battle could begin, Jinhyuk invoked the arts of the Shadow Emperor, releasing an aura so powerful that the orcs of Black Hill began to sweat in fear. Jinhyuk remarked that everyone there had already noticed it. Even if they attacked together, they would not be able to cause any real damage. If they were lucky, perhaps a few might manage to escape and survive, but he had already obtained what he wanted. There was no need for a massacre. Therefore, he challenged Tarachin, the tribal chief, to a duel of destiny, deciding to settle everything according to the path of the warrior. Later, everyone was gathered in the Black Hill arena. The Shadow Emperor seemed overly excited, cheering enthusiastically for Jinhyuk. On the other side, Tarachin admitted that he had not expected his opponent to choose a duel of destiny. In his view, someone with that level of power should not care about formalities or rules. However, Jinhyuk replied that he understood that logic, but questioned what the fun would be in fighting a group. At least this way he could show the members of the tribe that their chief still fought with honor. Tarachin said he was almost moved by such kindness, then charged forward with his enormous hammer. A few moments later, the situation was completely reversed. The orcs were in despair. Tarachin's hammer had been destroyed, and he was on his knees, defeated before his opponent. Jinhyuk commented that the warriors of Black Hill were troublesome precisely because of that. They did not know when to stop. He asked whether it would not be better for Tarachin to surrender immediately, since continuing like that would only lead to his real death. But Tarachin firmly replied that humans always brought discord by invading their territory. And as chief, he had only one option, even if it meant dying, to stop the invader until the very end. He advanced once again, trying to restrain Jinhyuk, but was defeated yet again. As the fight continued, Wolyung wondered why he would not simply admit defeat. It was obvious that Jinhyuk would win. Even so, Tarachin stubbornly continued to fight, and ended up being beaten even more, including taking a direct hit from the right arm of the tomb. After throwing Tarachin away once more, Jinhyuk reflected that at first, he had only wanted to take the blue torch and leave. However, he had ended up enjoying the fight against the chief, and the situation had dragged on longer than expected. Now, he thought it would be a shame to simply leave him in that state. Stubborn characters like that tended to be the type he liked. Meanwhile, Phaidon was talking with Teresa, saying that at first he had not understood why Jinhyuk had left the sea dragons alive. Out of curiosity, he had infiltrated Zulu Island with the intention of killing them. However, upon arriving there, he was surprised by the scene he found. The sea dragons were working tirelessly, extracting stones. It was at that moment that he understood Jinhyuk's true plan, to make the monsters work as slaves for humanity until they lost all hope. It was a truly ingenious strategy. Later, when Teresa told this to Maria, she agreed, saying that Phaidon sometimes went a bit too far. When it came to the existences of the tower, he tended to become overly aggressive. Teresa asked whether Maria already knew all of that and still had appointed Phaidon as vice master. Maria replied that, considering Phaidon's mental and emotional state, it was not irrational for him to think that way. After all, many people shared the same opinion. The existences of the tower were still seen by many as ultimate enemies. Just to be safe, Maria said she would give Phaidon a warning. Teresa, in turn, reflected that she had realized something important while she had been separated from Jinhyuk's group. Players had very different views about the existences of the tower. Although some had developed more positive reactions after the joint memorial, most still saw those beings as enemies that should be eliminated without mercy. However, when someone tried to interact with them, they realized that they were not just creatures from another world. Perhaps this was a kind of fortune that only a few could experience. During a patrol in the forest, two guards were talking. One of them asked the other what he planned to do after that mission ended. His companion replied that as soon as he received his first payment, he would quit everything, since it seemed it would be very profitable. The other asked if he would really leave him alone in that place, but the guard brushed it off, saying he was tired and could not take it anymore. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was attacked by one of the insect monsters, and that was not all. From the other side, a second front was approaching. The troop of the massacrers of the Spectre cult had appeared and launched a devastating attack. Maria immediately realized that they were surrounded. Phaidon, analyzing the situation, declared that if things continued like that, the strike team would be completely annihilated. Therefore, he asked for Maria's help so that together they could open an escape route for the rest of the group. Maria asked who would hold the defensive line, and it was at that moment that Teresa Teresa appeared to handle the situation. She leaped straight into the middle of the Spectre cult troops and activated her area taunt ability, drawing the attention of all nearby enemies. Taking the front line, she used her powerful strike called Divine Fall, which wiped out a large number of undead in a single attack. Later, Tarachin woke up inside one of the campaign tents. Nearby, Kalakal commented that he had heard about the fight against the new master and that Tarachin had been defeated. He said he understood how he felt, since he had gone through something similar himself. He then introduced himself as the chief of the Iceblade tribe and explained that his companions were alive thanks to the fact that he had gone ahead of them. Tarachin found that strange and asked if he was truly serving that human as a leader. After all, both of them were ice trolls, and they should not be that different. He questioned how Kalakal could trust an existence that came from another world. Kalakal simply replied that it would be easier to understand if he saw it for himself. At that moment, Jinhyuk was preparing a large barbecue using resources from the Otherworld restaurant. Several members of the tribes were gathered, and Zork was eating non-stop, enjoying the meal with great enthusiasm. Tarachin approached, intrigued, and asked if he was really serving food to former enemies. He wanted to understand why he was treating beings who had once fought them in this way. Jinhyuk replied casually, saying there was no reason to complicate things. He explained that after the duel, he had become their new master fairly through the path of the warrior, and as the new leader, he did not like seeing his little orcs going hungry. Because of that, he also offered a plate of hot food to Tarachin. Tarachin took the plate, surprised, and reflected on it. He wondered when the last time was that, as a warrior, someone had served him a hot meal with respect. After tasting the food, he admitted that it was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. He realized that he had been mistaken. Like many players, he believed that all beings from outside the tower were enemies, but that experience was changing his perspective. Meanwhile, Phaidon still did not share the same change in thinking. He was in combat, eliminating every enemy without leaving a single one alive. His conviction was clear. All existences of the tower had to be annihilated, without exceptions. On the other side, within the Spectre cult, the insect leader was giving a direct report to Sloth, one of the entities of the cult. He informed him that in the Grey Forest, his legion and the Spectres were pursuing the players who had broken through the encirclement. He commented that the situation would be better if at least one of the Black Hill warriors were there. Sloth, irritated, asked why the reinforcements had not arrived yet and ordered that another messenger be sent. Complaining, he said that he was trying to do his best after so much time, but all of it was so tiring. According to him, this should have been a time to be sleeping. Then he leaned back and asked for 5 minutes of rest. However, he was interrupted by someone who woke him, saying that regardless of how lazy he was, this was a chance to rest for 100 years afterward, so he needed to put an effort now. The one who appeared was Remia, a succubus sent to watch over him. She asked if he was still thinking of cute ways to loaf around. Sloth complained, asking her not to treat him like a child, since he was much older than she was. Ramaya explained that Mr. Gunthaffer had sent her there precisely to prevent him from giving in to laziness. Sloth told her not to worry, because it was only a matter of time before they won. Then he rested his head on her lap and with a smile asked if she knew why he was called Sloth. Sloth explained that he had spent his entire life conducting research. His goal was to create an environment where he could live lazily, without effort. The result of that research was the creation of the Spectre cult and the artifact known as the Chalice of the Antichrist. As long as that chalice existed, the number of specters it could generate was practically infinite. Only deities would be capable of defeating an enemy that regenerated endlessly. Curious, Remia asked where the chalice was. She really wanted to see it, but Sloth only laughed and said that was not fair, that she was trying to cheat. He also commented that he wanted to capture that saint. But there was a problem. She was extremely incompatible with his specters, which made any attempt at capture difficult. Ramaya then suggested that all they had to do was make her come of her own free will. She asked if he wanted a little help with that. Meanwhile, the Shadow Emperor devoured a huge piece of meat and analyzed his disciples' behavior. He thought that bringing a hostile force under control in such a short time was impressive. It was the kind of decision he himself would make. Avoiding a direct fight and still coming out victorious was, to him, the true definition of victory. It was at that moment that Tarachin approached, saying there was a problem. A message had just arrived from the Spectre cult, ordering the Master of Black Hill to join forces with the Spectres to attack the humans and capture a woman known as the Saint. Euro asked if they were talking about that blonde woman. Without concern, he stuffed 5 pieces of meat into his mouth at once. Upon hearing everything, Jinhyuk replied that there was no problem. He said that the Masters did not need to get involved, because he had already prepared everything in advance. Hidden among the crowd, Yusung was ready to act. His mission was to contain the threat and protect Teresa. When he learned about the capture plan, Yusung was shocked and asked how it was possible that the Saint was being hunted. Jinhyuk explained that the information had been revealed by an angel named Gabriel, who came from the upper floors. He said that the faction known as Eden had decided that Teresa would be chosen as the next apostle. However, that meant she would be turned into a living weapon, without a soul or free will, merely a tool moved by the power of angels. Jin-hyuk stated that they would not stand still. Yu-sung, who cared deeply for Teresa, would obviously not accept that. Wielding his soul-hunting sword, he faced the front line of the Spectres, aiming to buy time until the rest of the team arrived. He said he would do everything possible to ensure that Teresa escaped from that place. She replied with a silent but confident smile. Later, Jin-hyuk was silently infiltrating the center of the Grey Forest. He felt slightly more at ease, knowing that Yu-sung was by Teresa's side. Even so, he was aware that the true leader of the Spectre cult was one of the 7 deadly sins, a direct subordinate of Gunthafer. Although he suspected that the order to capture the saint had come directly from that demon, he was determined to respond in kind. He would show Gunthafer what happened when someone dared to touch his family. Meanwhile, at the starting point of the 20th floor, the groups were reorganizing and reporting their losses. Fortunately, about 90% of the members had managed to escape alive. However, Maria noticed Phaidon's absence. He was still in the forest, killing every creature he encountered. He commented to himself that the cleanup that day had been quite satisfying, even though he had advanced further than planned without realizing it. In the silence of the forest, Phaidon felt a presence approaching. He immediately attacked with his spear, but realized it was only a woman, who fell before him asking for help. She said she was part of the same team. Phaidon apologized, calling her Miss, and asked which unit she belonged to. The woman replied that she was from the supply division and had gotten separated from the group during the escape. Phaidon remarked that it was impressive for someone from supplies to have survived so long in that situation, and said they could arrange better care once they reached the camp. However, new insect monsters appeared, and Phaidon told the woman to stay behind him. With deep hatred, he charged at the creatures and completely massacred them. What he did not realize was that the girl was not what she seemed. He was attacked from behind and ended up being enchanted by a succubus. The charm spell affected the target's mind for a certain period of time, and its effect was even stronger against men. Ramia appeared, satisfied with the result, saying that they had captured something far more interesting than they had imagined, a human filled with accumulated hatred. According to her, Phaidon would be perfect for a greater mission. She said that now he should come with her, because he would be very useful in attracting an even bigger fish. Meanwhile, the Spectres continued to pursue Teresa, albeit with some laziness, since the saint had mysteriously disappeared. Teresa was beside Yu-sung, commenting on how extremely useful his field selection ability was. She thanked him for the help, and he replied that it was nothing, only asking her to wait a little longer until the enemy legion passed through the area. The two fell silent for a moment, an atmosphere that felt slightly awkward. To break the mood, Teresa started a conversation and asked what kind of life he had before the world changed. Yu-sung replied that he had been a medical student. She thought that suited him, and then shared something personal. She said she had always felt envy toward people who had lived normal lives before becoming players. Since childhood, she had been physically weak and spent most of her time at home due to her health. Her father, trying to help her, introduced her to a virtual reality game called the Tower of Challenges. She never had much interest in clearing the floors, but she loved exploring that world, especially because of the game's characters. For her, it was a comfort amid isolation. It might seem funny to others, but she learned far more from the game's characters than from people in the real world. The tower, despite how difficult it was incredibly well made. Because of that, when the tower became reality, she felt more excitement than fear. After all, she could now reunite in real life with the bonds that had brought her so much comfort during her childhood. But as time passed, the fear kept growing. She felt that the moment to make a definitive decision was approaching, a choice between the people of the tower and the people of the real world. The more the conflict intensified, the more she realized she would be forced to choose a side, and now she wondered what decision she should make. Yu-sung answered without hesitation. He said the answer was simple. First, she needed to become strong. The method did not matter. She had to become so powerful that no one could stop her decisions. Only then would she be able to choose freely, just as Jin-hyuk did now. And if she wanted help to become stronger, he would help her. He knew some techniques that could be useful for her, Saint. Teresa smiled charismatically, thinking that the answer suited Yu-sung perfectly. But suddenly, they heard a message from the Spectre Legion ordering an immediate retreat. One of the outer walls was being destroyed by the Shadow Emperor, who mocked it, saying that it could not even be called a wall. Before his power, such barriers held no meaning at all. The Shadow Emperor advanced while leading the orcs of Black Hill. The Spectres were confused, unable to understand why the orcs were turning against them, but they soon soon remembered their lord's order, cause as much chaos as possible, and retreat before reinforcements arrived. Terrachin remarked that facing the cult head-on was madness, since their numbers were almost infinite. Woyoung, who was still considered a novice beside Jinhyuk, replied that from now on, even if they faced military forces beyond imagination, they should never think of defeat. At his lord's side, only victory existed. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Insect Legion within the Grey Forest, Cerates, the Legion's leader, used hive communication to order the main force to stop pursuing the players and wait. He found the situation strange. The warriors of Black Hill should not have had the strength to defeat the cult. He thought this might be his chance to conquer that floor. However, suddenly, his entire insect empire was frozen. Jinhyuk appeared, commenting that even with that insect face, it was easy to see from Cerates' expression that he was trying to lure others into a trap. Cray, one of those present, asked who the hell he was. Jinhyuk introduced himself as the leader of the Veterans Union and explained that he was there to test a new weapon he had obtained. Cerates, of course, struck back with full force. When she felt the explosion of mana, Maria shuddered, realizing that something immense was happening inside the Black Forest. She wondered what kind of power that was. However, before she could reach a conclusion, Teresa came running over, visibly tense. Maria asked if she knew what was going on, but before any answer came, the enemies began to retreat, and an earthquake shook everything around them. Teresa said she did not know exactly what was happening, but that in situations like that, there was usually only one explanation. Jinhyuk had begun to act. As the group regrouped to advance, Maria said there was something she needed to find out. She asked whether Teresa had seen Phaidon since he had stayed behind during the attack. Teresa replied that she had not seen him and stated that he might be in danger. Before they could look for him, a small specter scout emerged from the shadows. It was almost annihilated, but it managed to deliver a message. It was a video call showing Phaidon crucified and being tortured with hot iron by the specters. Succubus, one of the specters, commented that he was a truly resilient human. She said that specters had no sanity and therefore knew no limits, and she taunted Teresa, asking how much longer he could endure. She implied that if Teresa wanted to see him alive, she should go to the cult. Otherwise, he would die. She also said she hoped Teresa would not abandon the man who had risked his life to open the escape route. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk had already defeated all the other insects, leaving only the leader, who used the King's Strike against the supernatural force of Jinhyuk's spirits. Even while fighting with his fists, it was the king of the Insect Legion who lost an arm, severed by a slash from Jinhyuk's dagger. Cray, the insect leader, declared that he had lost. He surrendered and promised to hand over anything, including hidden artifacts. Faced with this, Jinhyuk questioned the reason for such an easy surrender. He wanted to know why Cray Veratus, the supposed king of the insects, was willing to give up what he had obtained, the items, the throne, and his entire family. To Jinhyuk, if those things held no value to the king himself, then he did not deserve to keep living. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk drew his silver pistol and shot the enemy in the head. As a special reward, Jinhyuk received a random skill box. He remarked that this type of reward had never appeared before when defeating that enemy, which indicated that the game system had changed its conditions and prizes. He then decided that he would pay closer attention to these changes. At that moment, Jinhyuk received a video call from Yu Sung, who urgently asked for help from leader Jinhyuk. Surprised, Jinhyuk commented that Yu Sung had called on his own and used his own voice to ask for help, which indicated that the situation was truly serious. Meanwhile, Teresa ran toward the Spectre cult to rescue Phaidon. The corrupted saint, present within her mind, stated that there was no point in pretending she was not listening, because she knew that she was. She insisted that it was clearly a trap, as she always said, and revealed that Teresa's shining desire to save others made her furious. Teresa, however, replied firmly that she knew the risk, but if they did not act now, Phaidon would die. He was a heroic spirit player, something rare to find these days, and he did not deserve that fate. She wanted to prove both to the world and to Phaidon that, even inside that tower, there were still precious people who were not enemies. Faced with her sincerity, the corrupted saint gave Teresa a small push, temporarily taking control of her body. She said she liked it when Teresa was honest, and that, deep down, she wanted the same thing as well. Elsewhere, on the 4th floor of the Eden faction, the members were discussing the Necronomicon, a book so mysterious that even the angels knew it only by name. One of the angels stated that Jinhyuk knew something about it, and that they needed to capture him immediately. Another, however, reminded them that they had already tried and failed, even when Kizakiel had used a powerful relic. During the discussion, it was mentioned that Jinhyuk had escaped even from Eden's greatest sacred relic, Joshua's Sword of Judgment, which showed just how slippery he was. Because of this, Kizakiel declared that this time she would use any means necessary to annihilate him. It was then that a demon appeared inside Eden's palace. It was almost killed immediately, as it was in terrible condition, but it managed to deliver a message. It was a hologram of Gunthafer, who mocked Kizakiel's unlucky appearance and warned that he would be brief before his messenger was disintegrated by divine power. He said that he knew they were after Jinhyuk, but that they never managed to capture him because many residents of the tower were helping the player. Once again, he made it clear that they were not alone. Gunthafer continued mocking the angel's expressions, making it clear that there were many other ways to laugh at them. In truth, he was there because he wanted to see their reactions. He suggested sharing some information about Jinhyuk, provoking them. Although the angels did not fully believe the words of a demon, Kizakiel was still willing to listen. Meanwhile, the Olympus Guild launched an offensive against the Spectre Temple. This happened because Maria was unable to contact Teresa, and Yusung decided to go after her personally. He asked Maria to lead a team to the Spectre cult. However, Teresa was heading toward another fortress, which made Maria question whether she had lost her mind. Yusung, knowing Teresa's temperament well, stated that she was stubborn. He said that she would probably run straight into a trap if it meant saving someone, and that this was simply the way she was. Despite everything, he did not hate that about her. On the contrary, he decided to help her. He then asked Maria what she would do, complain or help. Maria, focusing her magical power, reflected that Yusung had misunderstood. She had been worried about Teresa for much longer than he had. She summoned her meteor and unleashed a magical rain over the fortress. During that moment, Teresa commented that Brilino was quite popular. Yusung approached, saying that from the way Teresa had arrived so quickly, he already knew that the one in control was the corrupted saint. She admitted he was right and acknowledged that Yusung had kept up well. She asked if he wanted to help her climb the wall. He then conjured his swords made of soul power and created a staircase for her to ascend. Teresa said that he was quite obedient, but warned that Brilino would not start liking him just because of that. Meanwhile, Sloth was overwhelmed. His base was being attacked from all sides by various factions, even by people from Black Hill. He wondered what was going on as he could not communicate with the leaders of the Grey Forest. The chaos exhausted him, and he hated work. Ramiya commented that such a situation must be true torture for someone like him. In response, Sloth threw himself onto her, asking her to take care of the paperwork for him. Ramiya refused, but brought good news. The trap for the saint was already prepared, and she was approaching. Even if they handed her over to Lord Gunthafer, she believed that the order would collapse anyway. She thought out loud that 100 years of vacation would be wonderful, but just thinking about the future workload already gave her a headache. Sloth, horrified by the idea of even more work, decided to resolve the problem personally. He went to the battlefield and, with his steps of sloth, began putting the orcs to sleep one by one. He declared that he would end that period of work using his own methods. Tarachin was surprised to see their leader on the battlefield. The Emperor questioned what kind of sorcery was taking place, as he was becoming sleepy in the middle of combat. Poor Wolyung was already asleep. Even so, the Emperor managed to counterattack, hurling a massive rock that almost hit Sloth, who dodged at the last instant. Impressed by the enemy's resilience, Sloth realized that the invaders were not ordinary. After everyone fell asleep, he ordered them to be taken as prisoners, and he himself was carried to another side of the fortress. Ramaya, watching this, commented that he looked adorable when he actually made an effort. She also whispered a quiet wish that the being beside her would manage to achieve his goal, but reminded him that he would have to fight for it. That being was the Bloody Lancer, another reinforcement sent to the Spectre cult. The little skeletons became ecstatic upon learning that their leader was present, believing that now they would finally win. Amid this movement, Jinhyuk was infiltrated as one of the skeletons using the Veilordum cloak. When he received Yusung's call, he asked whether he should clear the floor as quickly as possible, since Teresa was heading straight into a trap. Yusung confirmed that this was exactly the case. Jinhyuk then questioned why he would accept such an order and said he would not stay silent until he knew how much Yusung wanted it. He asked whether Yusung was willing to wear a maid outfit and dance in front of a camera for 2 hours. Faced with the provocation, Yusung, loving Teresa the way he did, accepted the challenge without hesitation. As Jinhyuk put the skull mask back on, he reflected that Yusung seemed to care more about Teresa than he had imagined. Normally, he would have expected some kind of complaint about the maid outfit joke, but Yusung did not even react. In fact, that was better. Jinhyuk was already planning to finish the challenge of the 20th floor soon, and now he had even more reason to do so. As he advanced, he remembered an old moment when he had been secretly observing Yu-sung. At the time, Yu-sung had been on the verge of quitting the game. One of the group members tried to convince him to keep going a little longer, but Yu-sung replied by asking how they were supposed to complete something so difficult. He knew it was just a game, but it was far too frustrating. He explained that the system automatically reset the floor if no one cleared it within 90 days, and even if it was well made, that did not mean it was fair. He said he would not waste any more time on that obsession. During that conversation, one of the players, who used the nickname "My friend's belly is huge, please wait," was actually Yu-sung himself, while Jin-hyuk's nickname was Wet Fart. At that moment, Yu-sung stated that there was a reason people abandoned the game. According to him, those who kept trying were either crazy or desperate to escape the reality they lived in. And without a doubt, one of those people was Jin-hyuk. Now, already inside the Spectre Temple, Jin-hyuk ran through the corridors, knowing that to conquer the 20th floor, he needed to bring down the most powerful force in that place. He remembered the difficulties many players had faced there, because after the 20th floor, only true maniacs remained. When one of the cult skeletons noticed him running in the opposite direction and questioned his behavior, Jin-hyuk eliminated them all with a single frozen slash. It became clear that he was a disguised intruder. Jin-hyuk moved toward the cultists, armed with scythes and halberds, protecting himself with his ancient barrier. He knew that if the game had absurd difficulty, standard behavior would not work. It was necessary to think and act in a completely unconventional way. Meanwhile, the corrupted saint was torturing a skeleton, demanding to know where the humans were being held. She screamed and pressed on as if she were at the limit of her emotions. Seeing this scene, Yu-sung remembered when Teresa explained that this version of her was a reflection of the feelings she had always suppressed. He then wondered whether that represented the true Teresa. Soon after, the real Teresa appeared, visibly embarrassed. She apologized and told Yu-sung not to worry anymore, as she was back in control. She informed him that the prisoners were being held in an underground prison and that the tower ahead was the entrance. After defeating the enemies along the way and breaking down the doors, Teresa ran to the place where she had previously seen Phaidon crucified. But to her surprise, the cross was now empty. Desperate, she asked where else he could be. Yu-sung suggested that they search more thoroughly, but internally feared that Phaidon might already be dead. Suddenly, an extremely powerful creature approached. It was the Bloody Lancer, who violently struck Teresa's shield, catching both her and Yu-sung off guard. Without hesitation, Teresa said she would handle him and told Yu-sung to find Phaidon. During the fight, she realized that the Lancer could barely form sentences, acting more like a monster than a human. Even so, Teresa stated that she had already faced far more powerful enemies and that he posed no real threat in the face of her power. Elsewhere, Sloth was using his sleep power to defeat Maria and her entire platoon. After neutralizing them, he ordered everyone to be thrown into the underground prison. Already exhausted, he muttered that this job was killing him. One of the skeletons appeared shortly after with news. With a sinister smile, it reported that they had received excellent news. The saint had fallen perfectly into the trap. Sloth said that this was exactly how it should be. He knew he would succeed. He was glad he had trusted Ramaya, and with everything resolved, he thought he could finally take his nap. However, someone interrupted him. A skeleton appeared and questioned who dared to disturb its master. On the other side, Jin-hyuk appeared and also asked who that guy was. Perhaps, he thought, it was just someone who had taken the most valuable item in that place. In his hands, he held the Holy Grail of the Antichrist. When Sloth saw the object, he was shocked. He questioned how that intruder had managed to obtain something like that, considering all the guards and barriers he had set up. Jin-hyuk responded provocatively, saying that the guards posed no difficulty at all, and as for the barriers, well, please. After all, his current class was Barrier Master. He admitted that the Holy Grail was truly impressive. Curious, he asked how that artifact worked. With a malicious smile, he pretended to let it slip from his hands toward the ground. He said his hand had slipped, and then claimed that his foot was slipping as well, as if he were about to step on the sacred object and destroy it. Desperate, Sloth prepared to stop him, but before anything could happen, Gunthofer appeared through a partial projection, shouting for him to stop immediately. He scolded Sloth, saying that he was completely incompetent. Seeing Jin-hyuk, Gunthofer remarked that it had been a long time since he had last seen him. He recalled that Jin-hyuk had killed Antrad, participated in the auction house, and was now there meddling with the Holy Grail. He stated that Jin-hyuk was certainly not an ordinary human. From the beginning, he had known that this was not just any player, but a difficult problem to deal with. Even so, Gunthofer ordered him to immediately return the Holy Grail and disappear from that place. Jin-hyuk, in turn, asked whether he was really hearing what he was saying. He wanted to know why he should obey such an order. Gunthofer accused him of arrogance and warned that he was not the only one making plans. As he spoke, on the 5th floor of the tower, the Legion of Eden began its own attack. Gunthofer, in a provocative tone, declared that he also wanted to have a little fun.